Chapter 1 Failing the Immortal Path Exam, the Immortal Alliance urges marriage. Immortal City, Immortal Academy. The area beneath the stone wall displaying the results was packed with people, and the noise almost shook the heavens. Rays of spiritual light flowed across the stone wall, eventually settling into names that shimmered with golden light. I passed. I've been accepted into the inner sect. Ha ha ha. Wah, I failed again. This is the third year now. People's joys and sorrows are not shared. Lin Feng only found their noise bothersome. He stood on the outermost edge of the crowd, his gaze calmly sweeping across the bottom of the stone wall, where the list of outer disciples was displayed. No. As expected, his name was not among them. Lin Feng was not surprised by this. He was an orphan from a small mountain village, and his talent was only an ordinary high-grade yellow-rank spiritual root. Being able to sneak into the Immortal Enlightenment Academy to audit classes for 3 years is already an incredible stroke of luck. But luck eventually runs out. Hey, isn't this our academy's most persevering fellow Daoist, Lin Feng? What, still looking for your own name? A familiar voice, tinged with a hint of sarcasm, rang out, interrupting Lin Feng's thoughts. Lin Feng turned his head and saw a young man wearing a brand new blue academic shirt. The young man's name was Han Yi, who was once his classmate but is now a rising star in the Immortal Sect, ranking high on the gold list. Han Yi's aptitude is at the lower level of the Xian rank, which is far superior to Lin Feng's, and his family background is also quite wealthy. Back in his university days, he always liked to subtly put Lin Feng down to show off his superiority. Now that he has passed the imperial examination with flying colors while Lin Feng has failed, his sense of superiority has swelled to the extreme. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you too sad? Han Yi patted Lin Feng's shoulder with feigned concern, but his fingers disdainfully rubbed against Lin Feng's faded old shirt. Lin Feng, I warned you long ago that the path to immortality is a narrow bridge that not everyone can cross. With your aptitude, you're simply not cut out for cultivating immortality. Why waste your time? Lin Feng looked at him expressionlessly and said calmly, Are you done? Han Yi's smile froze. What he hated most was Lin Feng's perpetually calm and collected demeanor. You. Han Yi's face flushed red, and his voice rose several decibels. What are you so smug about? A piece of trash who failed the Immortal Path exam. I'm telling you, from today onwards, we're from two different worlds. I will be joining the Immortal Sect, with a bright future ahead. And you, just wait to be summoned by the Immortal Alliance officials to pay those exorbitant single tax and infertility tax. Ha ha ha. His laughter attracted the attention of many people around him. Many students who had also failed the exam looked at Lin Feng with a mixture of sympathy and schadenfreude. Singles tax, infertility tax. A bitter smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. As a time traveler, he understood the cruelty of this world better than anyone else. In this world, extraterrestrial demons lurk everywhere, and cultivators are the main force resisting them. The casualty rate is extremely high, resulting in a perennial negative population growth. In order to continue the human race's lineage, the Immortal Alliance promulgated an ironclad rule. Any cultivator who is 18 years of age or older, has not entered a sect of immortals, and has no legitimate reason for cultivation, must pay 100 low-grade spirit stones annually as a single tax if they remain single. If a couple has no children within 3 years of marriage, they will have to pay an additional infertility tax of 200 low-grade spirit stones. 300 low-grade spirit stones are undoubtedly an astronomical figure for a rogue cultivator at the 4th level of chi refining who has just failed the exam and whose future is ruined. He worked as a laborer for a year, and even without eating or drinking, he only earned a few dozen spirit stones. Thank you for the reminder, fellow Daoist Han, Lin Feng said calmly, cupping his hands in greeting to Han Yi. I appreciate your kindness. After saying that, he ignored Han Yi's changing expression, turned around, squeezed out of the crowd, and walked towards the Immortal Alliance office in the city. Since there is no hope of achieving immortality, then we can only take another path. Getting married, having children, and living like an ordinary person might even reduce your tax burden. The Immortal Alliance office, the marriage office. This is a place specifically for resolving marriage issues for lower-level cultivators. Name, age, cultivation level, spiritual root aptitude. The clerk in charge of registration didn't even look up, his tone formulaic and revealing impatience. Lin Feng, 18, 4th level of chi refining, upper grade yellow rank, Lin Feng replied respectfully. Oh, another one who failed the exam. The clerk finally raised his eyelids and gave him a lazy glance. He pulled a thick roster from under the table and threw it in front of Lin Feng. Take a look for yourself. These are all female cultivators in similar situations to you, and their conditions are all written down. If you fancy one, go to the matchmaking shop and make an appointment. If it works out, come back and register. You'll be exempt from the 100 spirit stones single tax. Lin Feng silently flipped through the roster. Zheng Suhua, 25 years old, she refining level 3, no spiritual root, requires her Taoist partner to have a house and a stable livelihood. Li Shulian, 30 years old, she refining level 1, no spiritual root, has one child, and seeks a Taoist partner to raise the child together. Lin Feng turned the pages one by one, his heart sinking deeper and deeper. The female cultivators here are either too old, or have poor aptitude, and many are even close to being mortals. Moreover, each of them has extremely realistic requirements. He was a penniless orphan who couldn't satisfy any of those needs. Was I really going to spend my whole life as a laborer, supporting a family I didn't like, just to save 100 spirit stones? A strong sense of resentment and despair surged into my heart like a tide. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice rang out in his mind without warning. A strong desire to perpetuate the bloodline has been detected in the host, meeting the binding requirements for the family prosperity system. System binding in progress. 10%. 50%. 100%. Ding. Family prosperity system successfully bound. This system aims to help the host expand their family and establish the strongest cultivation clan in history. The more offspring a host has, the stronger their bloodline, and the greater the rewards they will receive. Lin Feng was suddenly stunned, and his whole body froze. System? Having traveled 18 years in the past, this long-awaited cheat code has finally arrived? New player quest issued, sign a marriage contract with a Taoist partner to officially form a clan. Quest reward, Heaven Rank Dual Cultivation Technique Yin-Yang Harmony and Heaven Mending Scripture. System notification, to help the host better complete the task, the system will select the most promising potential partner for the host. The next moment, the marriage register in front of Lin Feng suddenly emitted a faint light. Countless names flashed before his eyes, but in the end, only one page of the file stood out, radiating a faint golden glow. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly turned to that page. It was a separate file, the paper was yellowed, and it seemed that no one had touched it for a long time. The file contains only a portrait of a profile, merely an ink-wash drawing, yet it exudes a breathtaking beauty. Beneath the portrait were lines of startling notes. Name, Xiao Bingyao. Realm, Foundation Establishment Realm Dao Foundation shattered, strength less than 1/10 remaining. Age, unknown bone age approximately 20. Qualifications, unknown. Note, discovered by the Immortal Alliance Patrol in the ruins of the Fallen God battlefield, suffering irreversible Dao injuries, with less than 10 years left to live. Extremely cold-blooded personality, highly aggressive, and has been classified as a class A dangerous individual. Foundation building realm. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. This is someone who was a whole realm higher than him. But the notes that followed sent chills down one's spine. With his foundation for cultivation shattered, his lifespan nearing its end, and his personality dangerous, this isn't about finding a Taoist partner, it's clearly about finding a death warrant for himself. The clerk noticed that Lin Feng had stopped at this page and couldn't help but sneer. Kid, stop looking. This lady is not someone you can touch. 3 cultivators at the late stage of chi refining did not believe in her and tried to climb the social ladder, but they were seriously injured by the protective sword energy she unconsciously released before they even got 3 feet away from her. She's a living dead woman, anyone who gets involved with her is doomed. I advise you to just pick one of the others from the list. The official's words instantly calmed Lin Feng down. But then the system's voice rang in his mind again. A potential heavenly fate level Dao companion has been detected. Choosing Xiao Bingyao will bring you rewards beyond your wildest dreams. Risks and opportunities coexist, please choose carefully, host. Lin Feng's gaze was fixed on that stunningly beautiful profile. Risk? He is now penniless, his path to immortality is cut off, and his greatest risk is to die a mediocre death. Since it's a gamble either way, why not go all out? We won. We defied fate. Even if you lose, it's better than living a pathetic life. Senior, Lin Feng closed the roster, his eyes no longer showing any hesitation. I will choose her. The clerk looked at him as if he were a fool. Are you sure? I warned you, if anything goes wrong, our marriage bureau will not be responsible. I'm sure. Lin Feng's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable resolve. The clerk pursed his lips, stopped trying to persuade him, and tossed him a wooden plaque. The marriage pavilion, room 3, class A. Whether you come out alive depends on your own fate. Lin Feng gripped the wooden sign tightly, turned around, and strode away. Chapter 2 Iceberg Ferry, I'll take care of you. The marriage pavilion is located on the most bustling street in Xianxi City. Unlike the deserted marriage bureau, this place was bustling with people, and the atmosphere was festive everywhere. Countless male and female cultivators met here and embarked on the path of dual cultivation together. Holding the wooden plaque that read number 3, Grade A, Lin Feng walked through the bustling lobby and arrived at a secluded and quiet courtyard. The courtyard had only a few rooms, making it seem particularly deserted. The Class A rooms are specially prepared for cultivators with special status or those who possess cultivation. He pushed open the door to room number 3, and a bone-chilling cold rushed out, making him shiver involuntarily. The room was simply furnished with only a table and 2 chairs. A woman in white sat on a chair by the window. She sat there quietly, seemingly isolated from the noise outside the window. Her long, black hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her profile was so perfect it seemed unreal. Her skin was as white as snow, yet completely devoid of color, almost transparently pale. She seemed to sense Lin Feng's arrival and slowly turned her head. The moment Lin Feng saw her face clearly, his breath caught in his throat for a second. What kind of face was that? She was aloof, proud, and beautiful beyond compare. She resembles a celestial maiden from the heavens, or a snow lotus atop a millennia-old icy mountain. But those eyes were terrifyingly empty, devoid of any light, like 2 stagnant pools of water, so still that they sent chills down one's spine. She is Xiao Bingyao, a Foundation establishment female immortal who was about to reach the end of her life. Lin Feng composed himself, stepped forward, placed the wooden plaque in his hand on the table, and, imitating others, bowed first. Fairy, my name is Lin Feng. I am from the marriage bureau. I know. Xiao Bingyao interrupted him, her gaze falling on him as if examining an object. There was no sarcasm in her voice, only pure, incomprehensible coldness. Aren't you afraid of death? I'm afraid, Lin Feng said frankly, but I'm more afraid of poverty than death. This answer surprised Xiao Bingyao again. You can become my Taoist partner, she said, her voice still icy, but there are 3 conditions. Please speak, fairy. First, you must get me pregnant and give birth within a year. Lin Feng was stunned. Lin Feng nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. Wasn't the system's task to expand its influence? Secondly, the child will belong to you after birth. Xiao Bingyao's tone left no room for argument. I will take the lead in education, but you will be fully responsible for raising me. Lin Feng's brows twitched slightly. This second condition is even more domineering. The child belongs to both of us. No, the child belongs to me alone? He was about to object when he heard the 3rd condition. Third, my Tao foundation is shattered, so I cannot use spiritual power to earn spirit stones. So from now on, you will be responsible for all household expenses, including mine and those of our future children. After stating these 3 conditions, Xiao Bingyao shut her mouth again. Those cold eyes stared straight at Lin Feng, as if trying to see through his soul. In her view, these 3 conditions are enough to deter anyone in the world. The reason for letting her bear a child was to avoid the heavy taxes levied by the Immortal Alliance. Making him support his family is the most direct and cruel test. A failed student at the 4th level of Qi refining struggles to even support himself. Not to mention supporting a severely injured Foundation establishment cultivator and a future descendant who will inevitably consume countless resources. She was telling Lin Feng in this way that he should back down when things got tough. A long silence fell over the room. Lin Feng was indeed thinking. Having a child? That suits me perfectly. The system task is waiting. She'll be teaching the child? That's great. A former Foundation establishment sword immortal personally teaching him, isn't that 100 times better than me, a half-baked transmigrator? As for supporting a family. Lin Feng looked at the woman in front of him, who appeared cold on the outside but whose heart was probably already riddled with holes. Perhaps she set these harsh conditions simply to use a hard shell to conceal her final vulnerability and helplessness. What a tragedy it is for a powerful being nearing the end of their lifespan to lose even the ability to earn spirit stones. Having figured this out, Lin Feng suddenly smiled. He raised his head and met Xiao Bingyao's cold gaze. Without any long-winded explanation or bargaining, he simply said 3 words. I'll take care of you. These 3 simple words were like a thunderclap, creating a tidal wave in Xiao Bingyao's heart. Take her in? Since the destruction of her sect, she was severely injured and ended up here. She has heard countless taunts, pity, covetousness and fear. But no one has ever dared to say those 3 words to her. What makes this seemingly frail and weak young man with such low cultivation levels so special? What gives them the audacity to utter such arrogant, yet warm words? Xiao Bingyao's grip on the armrest tightened unconsciously. For the first time, a crack appeared on her perpetually icy face. You don't regret it? Her voice trembled almost imperceptibly. A true man keeps his word. What is there to regret? Lin Feng smiled frankly. Looking at the relaxed smile on his face, Xiao Bingyao noticed something deep within his eyes that seemed to melt away slightly. She was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Good. The next moment, an ancient-looking book on marriage appeared out of thin air on the table. This is a contract protected by the laws of the Immortal Alliance. Once signed, it is valid for life. Xiao Bingyao forced out a drop of her heart's blood, which fell onto the book of marriage. The drop of blood was dull and lifeless, a testament to the decay of her life. Lin Feng followed suit, pricking his fingertip and dripping a drop of bright red blood onto it. The moment the 2 drops of blood merged, the Book of Fate shone brightly, then transformed into 2 streams of light that entered the space between the 2 people's eyebrows. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the beginner's mission. The heavily ranked dual cultivation technique Yin-Yang Harmony and Heaven Mending Scripture has been awarded as a reward. The cultivation technique has been automatically matched with the host and their Taoist partner. Circulate it throughout the body to begin cultivation. A profound and mysterious scripture instantly flooded into Lin Feng's mind. This cultivation technique can actually improve cultivation levels through dual cultivation between men and women, and even has the miraculous effect of repairing the foundation of one's Tao and replenishing one's origin. This was practically tailor-made for him and Xiao Bingyao. Lin Feng was overjoyed, and his gaze toward Xiao Bingyao became fiery. This is no Taoist partner, this is clearly the greatest opportunity for me to defy the heavens and change my destiny. Xiao Bingyao felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze, and frowned slightly. What are you looking at? It's nothing. Lin Feng composed himself and gave a gentle smile. Wife, let's go home. The word wife made Xiao Bingyao's body stiffen. She didn't respond, but silently stood up and walked out of the building. Lin Feng followed. He knew that icebergs don't freeze in a day, and they also need time to melt. He now has plenty of time and enthusiasm. Chapter 3: The wedding night aids your cultivation. Xiao Bingyao's cave dwelling is located on a desolate mountain with sparse spiritual energy outside Xianqi City. This place is deserted, with only a solitary stone house, overgrown with weeds in front of the door, making it look particularly desolate. Arrive! Xiao Bingyao's cold voice rang out. She pushed open the stone door, and a musty smell wafted out. Lin Feng followed him inside. The furnishings inside the stone house were even simpler than those in the marriage pavilion: a stone bed, a stone table, and nothing else. The corners were covered with cobwebs, and the table was covered with a thick layer of dust. Is this the residence of a foundation establishment cultivator? It's far too shabby. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. It seemed that this ice fairy was truly at her wit's end. You, sleep in the bed, I'll just meditate. Xiao Bingyao seemed a little uncomfortable as well. She pointed to the only stone bed and said in a stiff tone. It felt awkward for a foundation establishment senior to give up her only bed to a chi refining junior cultivator. Lin Feng shook his head, staring intently at her. Need not. We are Taoist partners, there is no need to be so formal. His gaze was so direct that Xiao Bingyao instinctively looked away. Moreover, Lin Feng's tone changed, becoming serious. We have more important things to do. What is it? Xiao Bingyao frowned. Fulfill your first condition, Lin Feng said bluntly, have a child as soon as possible. Boom! Xiao Bingyao's mind went blank for a moment. An unusual blush appeared on her pale cheeks, whether from embarrassment or anger, it was hard to tell. This guy. How dare he say it so casually? Although these were conditions she herself proposed, she never expected them to come so quickly and so directly. You, shameless. After holding it in for a long time, Xiao Bingyao finally managed to squeeze out 2 words through gritted teeth. A chilling sword intent emanated uncontrollably from her body once again, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Lin Feng, however, seemed oblivious and continued, My lady, don't misunderstand. I'm not a lustful man, I just want to help you. Help me? Xiao Bingyao sneered, her eyes colder than her sword intent. Yes. Lin Feng met her gaze calmly and said, word by word, I'll help you heal your wounds. He quickly explained the core principles of the Yin-Yang Harmony and Heaven Mending Scripture that he had just acquired, using the most concise language. This technique can be practiced through dual cultivation, where yin and yang complement each other. Your cultivation level is far superior to mine. If we cultivate together, your pure yin energy can help me break through quickly. Although my cultivation is low, my blood and qi are vigorous and my yang energy is abundant. This is just right to make up for your lost vitality and nourish your broken foundation. Lin Feng spoke eloquently and logically. These words completely stunned Xiao Bingyao. She had heard of many dual cultivation techniques, but most of them were evil practices that involved absorbing yin energy to replenish yang energy. Such a cultivation method, which can enhance each other and even repair the foundation of one's cultivation, is simply unheard of. If it's true, then this technique is at least a heaven rank or higher inheritance. How could he possibly possess such a precious cultivation technique? Is this really true? Xiao Bingyao's voice trembled with disbelief. Whether it's true or false, we'll find out soon enough. Lin Feng's eyes were clear and open. We are now Taoist partners, we share both glory and loss. Helping you is also helping myself. If the technique is ineffective, you may kill me at any time. His words struck Xiao Bingyao's heart like a heavy hammer. She looked at the boy in front of her. He was so small, yet his eyes were so bright. He could have used this technique to find younger, healthier female cultivators, and the benefits he would have gained would have been far greater than cultivating with a dying man like himself. But he chose himself. Furthermore, he told her about the technique without reservation the moment he received it. At this moment, the snow-capped mountain in Xiao Bingyao's heart, which had been frozen for countless years, finally cracked open with a huge fissure. After a long while, she turned around and walked towards the stone bed, her voice barely audible. The bed is a bit hard. Lin Feng smiled. He knew she had agreed. He strode forward and took out all his belongings from his storage bag, 2 clean cotton quilts. This is the only valuable thing he has left. He carefully spread the quilt on the stone bed, and then blew out the dim oil lamp in the room. In the darkness, he could hear his own heartbeat and the other person's heartbeat, both of which were somewhat rapid. My lady, I'm sorry. Lin Feng murmured and, following the instructions in the cultivation technique, slowly approached the body that exuded a faint fragrance and a bone-chilling cold. The two sat cross-legged facing each other, their palms touching. Xiao Bingyao's body trembled violently, and a sharp protective sword aura was about to be activated subconsciously. Don't resist, trust me. Lin Feng's gentle yet firm voice rang in her ears. The sword energy that was about to erupt miraculously subsided. He dared not delay and immediately began to circulate the spiritual power within his body according to the mental techniques of the yin-yang harmony and heaven-mending scripture. A faint but pure yang energy rose from his dantian and slowly flowed toward Xiao Bingyao. At the same time, an extremely pure yet icy taiyin energy slowly flowed from Xiao Bingyao's body into his meridians. The fusion of ice and fire did not produce a violent conflict. Guided by that profound technique, the two completely different forces began to merge and circulate perfectly. Lin Feng felt as if he had fallen into a vortex of spiritual energy. The vast and pure spiritual power within Xiao Bingyao's body surged forth like a flood, relentlessly eroding his narrow meridians. The bottleneck of the late stage of the 4th level of qi refining was broken through almost instantly. Peak of the 4th level of qi refining. Qi refining level 5. Boom! Lin Feng felt a jolt throughout his body, and an unprecedentedly powerful feeling surged into his heart. In just one cycle of qi refining, his cultivation level soared from the 4th level of qi refining to the 5th level. This is even greater than the benefits he gained from a year of arduous training. Heavenly rank cultivation techniques are terrifying. Even more shocked than him was Xiao Bingyao. The moment Lin Feng's warm and yang energy entered her body, she felt as if a warm current had been injected into her long dormant and cold meridians. What she found even more unbelievable was that her cracked and nearly broken Tao foundation stopped collapsing the moment it came into contact with this yang energy. Moreover, those tiny cracks even showed signs of being repaired. Although the repair speed is minuscule, it is real. How is this possible? Since her injury, she has sought out renowned doctors and used every rare and precious herb, but to no avail. She was unable to stop the collapse of her Tao foundation. Everyone was certain that she was going to die. But now, a mere qi refining level 4 youth, using a dual cultivation technique she had never heard of before, actually worked. Chapter 4, Foundation Repair, Initial Formation of the Profound Root. Darkness enveloped the stone house, the only source of light being the faint aura flowing around the two people. Xiao Bingyao's body was initially cold and stiff, but under the impact of Lin Feng's pure yang energy, it gradually became soft. The operation of the yin-yang harmony and heaven-mending scripture has entered a deeper level. At first, they simply pressed their palms together, exchanging spiritual energy. But as the practice deepened, an instinctive desire originating from the soul and body began to dominate everything. The body seemed to be no longer under one's control, but simply following the most original guidance of the practice, seeking the most perfect harmony, in order to achieve the ultimate balance of yin and yang. The biting cold and the scorching yang energy gradually reach a balance through repeated, deeper interactions. Lin Feng felt as if his very soul was floating. His cultivation level, at the early stage of the 5th level of qi refining, rapidly increased under the infusion of massive spiritual power. Mid-stage of qi refining level 5. Late stage of qi refining level 5. When the cultivation technique reached its 9th major cycle, the spiritual energy accumulated within Lin Feng's body reached its peak. Boom! An invisible barrier has been ruthlessly breached. Qi refining level 6. Lin Feng trembled violently, and an aura several times stronger than before erupted from his body. This is already the 6th level of qi refining? Breaking through 2 realms in one night. This heavenly rank cultivation technique is simply too domineering to be reasonable. Inside the stone house, spring was gradually arriving, dispelling all the coldness. The next morning, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, feeling refreshed and better than ever before. He looked down and saw a smooth, jade-like arm draped over his chest, its owner sleeping peacefully. Gone was her aloofness in her sleep, her brows were slightly furrowed, revealing a vulnerability that evoked pity. Lin Feng's heart softened for no apparent reason. This is my wife. A living, breathing woman who will bear children for herself in the future. An unprecedented sense of belonging and responsibility arose spontaneously. He didn't just say, "I'll take care of you," as an empty promise. Just then, the cold, mechanical voice rang out in my mind again. Ding! Detection detected that Taoist companion Xiao Bingyao has successfully conceived. Congratulations, host. Your family has officially welcomed its first descendant. Reward distribution, a grand gift package for aspiring sons to succeed. Lin Feng was stunned. Is she conceived? Just one night? This yin-yang harmony and heaven-mending scripture is not only a heaven-rank cultivation technique, but also a divine skill for granting children, right? The efficiency is just too high. He suppressed his shock and joy, and his consciousness sank into the system space. A gift bag shimmering with 7-colored light was quietly floating there. Open the gift pack. Lin Feng silently prayed. Ding! The Hope Your Son Becomes a Dragon gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Spiritual Root Enhancement Card High Grade Yellow Rank Low Grade Profound Rank X1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Skill Enhancement Card Talisman Crafting Max Level X1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1000 Low Grade Spirit Stones. A series of notification sounds made Lin Feng's heart pound. Spiritual Root Enhancement. For any cultivator, this is an unparalleled opportunity to defy fate and change one's destiny. A cultivator's spiritual root determines their cultivation speed and future potential. For a yellow rank spiritual root, reaching the foundation establishment stage in their lifetime is already considered extremely auspicious. However, those with profound spiritual roots have the potential to glimpse the path to the golden core. Not to mention the max level talisman crafting skill and 1000 low grade spirit stones. The former is a top-notch skill that can provide him with a livelihood and earn him a huge amount of resources, while the latter is the startup capital he urgently needs right now. At this moment, the words "I will take care of you" were no longer just empty words. He now had the confidence to keep his promise. Spiritual Root Enhancement Card. This card can enhance the host's yellow rank upper grade spiritual root to profound rank lower grade. Use now? Use it. Immediately. Right now. Lin Feng roared in his mind. The next moment, an indescribable warm current surged from the deepest part of his body and instantly flowed throughout his entire body. He felt that his limbs, every inch of his flesh, and even every cell were being reshaped and transformed by a mysterious and powerful force. The entire process lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. When it was all over, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He reached out his hand, trying to sense the spiritual energy in the surrounding world. If before, the spiritual energy in his eyes was a thin, elusive glimmer that required considerable effort to capture. Now, the whole world is different. The omnipresent spiritual energy in the air became incredibly clear and active, as if it were alive, vying to enter his body. With just one breath, the amount of spiritual energy he inhaled was equivalent to a quarter of an hour of meditation in the past. Is this the world of Xian rank spiritual roots? That's terrifying. Lin Feng was so excited that he trembled all over. With a Xian level spiritual root, his cultivation speed will be more than 10 times faster than before. With the addition of a heavenly rank dual cultivation technique, his future will be bright. Use the skill upgrade card immediately? Use. In an instant, a vast torrent of information flooded into his mind. From the most basic steps of choosing talisman paper and mixing talisman ink, to how to guide chi into the brush and outline talismans, and then to the techniques and insights for making various first and second grade talismans. He mastered countless profound and mysterious knowledge in an instant, as if he had been immersed in this field for decades. Talisman Master. This is one of the most profitable professions among all the arts of cultivation. Just then, a clear, cold voice rang in his ears, interrupting Lin Feng's ecstasy. You're awake? He turned his head and met Xiao Bingyao's deep eyes. She had woken up sometime earlier and was quietly looking at him with a complex and unreadable expression. Good morning, my lady. Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly. Although last night was a period of cultivation, we were completely honest with each other. Now that we've come to our senses, the atmosphere is somewhat awkward. Seeing the two bodies almost pressed together under the covers, Lin Feng blushed and quickly sat up, supporting himself on the bed. Xiao Bingyao didn't say anything, but silently pulled the blanket over her fair shoulders. But an unnatural blush appeared on her pale cheeks, adding a touch of human warmth to her otherwise cold and stunning beauty. She could clearly feel that her body had undergone tremendous changes. The Dao injury that tormented her day and night, causing her unbearable pain, was actually suppressed. Although not fully healed, Daoji no longer collapses and is even slowly repairing itself. All of this was brought about by my husband. He really saved her. The atmosphere inside the stone house became somewhat stagnant for a moment. How are you feeling? Lin Feng broke the silence first. Much better. Xiao Bingyao's voice was still cold, but upon closer listening, it had lost some of its aloofness that kept people at arm's length. She gave Lin Feng a deep look, then threw back the covers, put on the plain white dress, and got out of bed. Lin Feng quickly got dressed and was thinking about what to say next when he saw Xiao Bingyao walk to the corner of the stone house. There was a dilapidated alchemy furnace and several jars containing herbs. She actually started a fire and began brewing medicine? Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled. Soon, a rich aroma of herbs mixed with the scent of meat filled the stone house. Xiao Bingyao carried a stone bowl, walked back to Lin Feng, and handed it to him. The bowl contained a well-cooked medicinal porridge with a few pieces of meat from an unknown monster. You used up too much energy last night, you need to replenish it. After she finished speaking, she turned away, seemingly not wanting Lin Feng to see her expression. Lin Feng held the warm stone bowl, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. This icy fairy actually cares about people? He smiled, scooped up a spoonful of porridge, and put it in his mouth. The medicine was mild, the meat was delicious, and a warm energy instantly spread throughout the body. This allowed his body, which had been somewhat weakened by the breakthrough and overexertion, to recover quickly. It's delicious. Lin Feng exclaimed sincerely. My wife, your cooking is really good. Xiao Bingyao had her back to him, her body stiffened slightly, and her ears turned slightly red, but she did not respond. Lin Feng didn't mind and finished the bowl of porridge in a few gulps, feeling completely refreshed. Chapter 5 Old grudges resurface, market turmoil. My wife, we should go now. Lin Feng put down the empty bowl, stood up, and looked at Xiao Bingyao. Now that he has 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, he needs to buy materials such as talisman paper and cinnabar to officially begin his career as a talisman master. Xiao Bingyao nodded, walked to a corner of the stone house, and took out a simple-looking blue longsword. The sword gleamed with a faint spiritual light, clearly indicating that it was no ordinary item. Is this a flying sword? Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. Xiao Bingyao said calmly, although my Dao foundation is damaged, I can still barely manage to fly on a sword. She gently stroked the sword, and a cool, ethereal sword intent emanated from it. The flying sword instantly enlarged to more than 3 feet in size and hovered in mid-air. Come up. Xiao Bingyao stepped onto the sword first and looked back at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Flying on a sword. This was his dream after 18 years of time travel. He carefully stepped onto the flying sword, and as soon as he stood firm, Xiao Bingyao activated her magic. Pay close attention. As soon as he finished speaking, the flying sword shot into the sky. A strong feeling of weightlessness washed over him, and Lin Feng instinctively reached out and hugged Xiao Bingyao's slender waist. He froze, completely captivated by the soft, fragrant body that enveloped him. Xiao Bingyao's body stiffened slightly, but she did not push him away. It's normal to be unsteady when you first try to fly on a sword. Her voice remained cool and clear, but her ears were slightly red. The flying sword weaved through the clouds, offering a panoramic view of the mountains and rivers below. Lin Feng held Xiao Bingyao tightly, feeling the warmth of her body and her faint fragrance. This feeling is absolutely wonderful. Half an hour later, the two landed on a verdant mountain peak. This is Qingzhou Mountain, where Lin Feng once lived. There is a thatched hut halfway up the mountain. It is extremely simple, but it is quiet. Stay here for now. Once I've earned enough spirit stones, I'll find you a better place. Lin Feng said somewhat embarrassedly. Xiao Bingyao looked around at the thatched hut, which was even more rudimentary than the stone house, but she showed no dissatisfaction. It's already very good. She went inside and casually set up a simple concealment array. Let's go to the market. To avoid suspicion, Xiao Bingyao used a secret technique to completely suppress her cultivation level to the qi refining stage. The aura of a foundation establishment cultivator that had once been so high and mighty has completely vanished, and she looks like a mortal woman with a cool and aloof demeanor. The two sheathed their flying swords and descended the mountain on foot. Just as Lin Feng was preparing to bypass the main road to avoid running into acquaintances. Lin Feng? A familiar yet annoying voice rang out. Lin Feng inwardly cursed his bad luck. He turned around and, sure enough, saw Han Yi and several disciples dressed in the robes of the immortal sect. Han Yi was bragging to his companions about his experiences in the immortal sect when he saw Lin Feng and immediately perked up. It really is you. Han Yi glanced around and saw Xiao Bingyao next to Lin Feng, and was instantly stunned. What a beautiful woman. That aloof and otherworldly aura is simply breathtaking. But soon, jealousy welled up in his heart. On what grounds? How could a failed cultivator find such a beautiful woman? Who is this fairy? Han Yi suppressed his jealousy and forced out what he thought was a dashing smile. Xiao Bingyao didn't even glance at him, her gaze remained icy. This feeling of being ignored made Han Yi even angrier. Lin Feng, you really are lucky, he said sarcastically. With no hope of achieving immortality, you resort to deceiving yourself with a mortal woman? You have good taste, but I wonder how many years this fairy will stay with you? The disciples of the immortal sect beside him also burst into laughter. Senior brother Han is right. These mortal women have a lifespan of at most a few decades. TSK, how pitiful, can't even find a fellow cultivator. The laughter was harsh and malicious, and Lin Feng's face gradually darkened. He could endure the humiliation he inflicted upon himself, but he would never allow anyone to insult Xiao Bingyao. A chilling aura flashed from Xiao Bingyao's body, and a sharp killing intent instantly locked onto Han Yi. Han Yi shivered and instinctively took a step back. What happened? How could an ordinary woman possess such terrifying killing intent? Just as Xiao Bingyao was about to explode, Lin Feng reached out and pressed down on her shoulder. My lady, there's no need to stoop to their level. Lin Feng's voice was calm, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He is currently too weak to engage in direct conflict with the disciples of the immortal sects. But he remembered this debt. Let's go. Lin Feng took Xiao Bingyao's hand and prepared to take a detour to leave. Seeing Lin Feng's restraint, Han Yi assumed he was afraid and became even more arrogant. What? Afraid to speak? Let me tell you, a piece of trash like you should just stay here and do manual labor instead of getting in the way. And what future do you, a mere mortal woman, have with him? You'd be better off with me, at least I can show you what a true cultivator is like. Boom! Xiao Bingyao could no longer hold back, and a terrifying sword-intense soared into the sky. The temperature within a radius of 100 feet plummeted, and even the air seemed to freeze. Han Yi and the others' expressions changed drastically. This was no ordinary woman. This is clearly. Walk! Lin Feng grabbed Xiao Bingyao and, taking advantage of the moment when everyone was shocked, quickly left the scene. Han Yi only came to his senses after the two figures disappeared into the forest. What just happened? What terrifying sword intent! It's even stronger than our masters. Several disciples of the immortal sect looked at each other, still shaken. Han Yi's expression shifted between light and dark. That woman is definitely not an ordinary person. But why would she follow Lin Feng, that good for nothing? Senior brother, should we? Shut up. Han Yi glared fiercely at his companion. Pretend you didn't see anything. Although he is arrogant, he is not stupid. But the resentment and jealousy in his heart grew stronger. Yunmeng's market is located in a valley 30 miles outside Xianxi City. This is a gathering place for independent cultivators, a melting pot of all sorts of people, with shouts of vendors and arguments constantly ringing out. Various cultivation materials, magical artifacts, and elixirs can be freely traded here, at prices much cheaper than those in the immortal sects. Lin Feng and Xiao Bingyao entered the market and were immediately overwhelmed by the bustling scene. It's really lively here, Lin Feng exclaimed. Xiao Bingyao didn't say anything, but just silently followed beside him. The two arrived at Wanbeige, the largest building materials store in the market. The shop is luxuriously decorated, with a dazzling array of precious materials on display. What would you like, sir? A waiter greeted him warmly. The best of everything, talisman paper, cinnabar, and monster blood ink. Lin Feng spoke directly, his tone revealing his wealth and arrogance. The waiter's eyes lit up, and he quickly led them to the VIP area. Soon, a plump shopkeeper came out to greet them personally. How much would you like, sir? We need 1,000 high-quality talismans, 10 caddies of cinnabar, and 10 bottles of various types of demon beast blood ink. The quantity Lin Feng announced surprised even the shopkeeper. This is a big client. A total of 800 low-grade spirit stones. I'll give you a 10% discount, so it's 720. The shopkeeper had a big smile on his face. Lin Feng nodded and took out spirit stones directly from his storage bag. Xiao Bingyao was moved when she saw Lin Feng take out so many spirit stones at once, but she didn't say anything. Seeing his generosity, the shopkeeper became even more respectful. Soon, all the materials were packed into storage bags. After leaving Wanbeige, Lin Feng was not in a hurry to go back. Instead, they rented a stall in the center of the market. Husband, what are you going to do? Xiao Bingyao asked, somewhat puzzled. Make a name for yourself. Lin Feng smiled. Having skills alone isn't enough, you also need a reputation. He put up a sign on his stall, selling top-quality talismans, 10 times the price back if fake. Then, in front of everyone, he began making talismans. He held a talisman brush, dipped it in the blood ink of a demon beast, and quickly began to draw on the talisman paper. Profound runes flowed from his brush, their spiritual energy fluctuations clearly perceptible. In just a quarter of an hour, a top-grade talisman emitting a faint spiritual light was completed. The onlookers, mostly independent cultivators, gasped in amazement. This technique is at least at the level of a second-grade talisman master. To have such skill at such a young age is truly remarkable. Lin Feng continued making the second, third, and so on. Every single one is of top quality, with a 100% success rate. More and more people gradually gathered in front of the stall. Just then, a familiar yet annoying voice rang out. Lin Feng? What are you doing here? Han Yi, like a persistent ghost, actually followed them to the market. He saw the sign on Lin Feng's stall, and a malicious glint flashed in his eyes. Selling top-grade talismans? Tenfold compensation for fakes? Han Yi burst into laughter. Lin Feng, when did you learn to swindle and deceive? Everyone be careful. This guy is a good-for-nothing who failed the Immortal Path exam and doesn't know anything about talisman making. He's swindling and cheating, everyone please don't fall for it. Han Ye's words caused the onlookers to begin whispering among themselves. Lin Feng put down the talisman brush and looked coldly at Han Yi. This guy is like a persistent ghost. Chapter 6, A single talisman astounds the world, a public slap in the face. Han Ye's voice echoed through the market, attracting even more attention. The rogue cultivators were already suspicious, and after Han Yi instigated them, they all cast unfriendly glances at Lin Feng. A burly man with a face full of scars squeezed to the front of the stall and said menacingly, Kid, you dare to swindle and cheat people in Yunmeng's market? Are you tired of living? That's right. Our spirit stones are hard-earned money, and we can't let a swindler like you waste them. Refund your rent and get out of the market. More and more independent cultivators gathered around, and the scene became tense. Lin Feng glanced around and found that although there was anger in the eyes of these rogue cultivators, there was more suspicion than anger. They didn't really want to take action, they were just swayed by Han Ye's words. Xiao Bingyao stood behind Lin Feng, her eyes flashing with cold light. She would not hesitate to help Lin Feng if he was in danger. Lin Feng reached out and pressed her down, giving everyone a faint smile. Fellow Taoists, whether he is a fraud or truly skilled, you will know once you try. He picked up the talisman brush, dipped it in cinnabar, and concentrated. With the blessing of divine talisman-making skills, his movements became fluid and graceful, full of Taoist charm. When Han Yi saw that Lin Feng was actually going to make talismans in public, he couldn't help but sneer, playing tricks. I'd like to see what kind of tricks you can pull. Lin Feng ignored the noise around him. The talisman brush seemed to come alive in his hands, each stroke landing precisely on the talisman paper. Complex runes flowed from his brush, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy grew stronger and stronger. The onlookers gradually quieted down, amazed by Lin Feng's skillful technique. In just 10 breaths, a golden sword talisman radiating spiritual light and intricately runed was completed. The moment the talisman was completed, a sharp golden light shot into the sky, attracting the attention of cultivators from half of the market. This talisman is of top-tier first-class quality. How is this possible? All the onlookers were stunned. A first-tier top-grade talisman can usually only be successfully created by a foundation establishment stage talisman master who has been immersed in the talisman path for decades and is in excellent condition. Lin Feng, a chi refining stage cultivator, actually did it with ease? The burly man with a face full of scars stared wide-eyed. My God, is this really a top-grade talisman? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Han Ye's face flushed red. It's some kind of trick. This must be some kind of illusion. He refused to believe in superstition and took out the low-grade magic weapon flying sword that he had just received from the immortal sect from his storage bag. I'd like to see what this lousy talisman of yours can do. Han Yi activated his spiritual power, and his flying sword transformed into a streak of azure light, fiercely piercing towards the golden sword talisman. He wanted to expose Lin Feng's deception in public. Lin Feng shook his head as he watched the flying sword hurtling towards his talisman. They're really courting death. He flicked his finger, and the golden sword talisman spontaneously combusted, transforming into a 3-foot-long golden sword of light. The lightsaber rushed forward at a speed several times faster than Han Ye's flying sword. Snap! With a crisp sound, Han Ye's magical flying sword was pierced through by the golden lightsword like rotten wood, shattering inch by inch. The golden lightsaber, its momentum undiminished, grazed Han Ye's scalp and cleaved a testing stone behind him in two. Ah! Han Yi screamed in terror and fell to the ground with a thud. With his magical artifact destroyed and his Taoist heart wounded, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The onlookers, mostly independent cultivators, were dumbfounded. A single talisman can actually destroy a magical artifact? What quality talisman is this? A first-grade top-quality golden sword talisman. Its power is comparable to a strike from the mid-stage foundation establishment stage. An old voice rang out, and the crowd automatically parted to make way. An elderly man with white hair slowly walked over. He was none other than Qian Lao, the most authoritative appraiser in the market. Having immersed myself in the art of talismans for over 60 years, I dare say that the quality of this golden sword talisman has absolutely reached the highest level of the first tier. Mr. Qian's words completely convinced everyone. This old man was highly respected in the market and never told a lie. Since he said so, then he must be right. The way everyone looked at Lin Feng changed instantly. From doubt to awe, from disdain to flattery. Master Lin, your technique just now was truly breathtaking. Could you please make me a talisman? The price is negotiable. Master Lin, do you still accept apprentices? The burly man who had previously yelled for Lin Feng to get out of the market now wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Han Yi struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes filled with fear and resentment as he looked at Lin Feng. He never dreamed that this good-for-nothing who failed the Immortal Path exam would actually have such abilities. Lin Feng, you just wait. Han Yi uttered a harsh remark and fled in a disheveled state, clutching his chest. Amidst the disdainful gazes of the crowd, his figure quickly disappeared into the depths of the market. As Xiao Bingyao watched Han Yi's retreating figure, a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Keeping such a despicable person around will only bring trouble sooner or later. However, since Lin Feng didn't speak, she didn't make a move. Husband, when did you learn to make talismans? Xiao Bingyao asked in a low voice. Exceptionally gifted, self-taught, Lin Feng replied with a smile. So, isn't your husband amazing? Xiao Bingyao smiled, a rare occurrence. Indeed, it's somewhat unexpected. Lin Feng's stall was instantly surrounded by enthusiastic independent cultivators. Master Lin, I want to buy 10 fireball talismans. I want the golden blade talisman, I'll pay any price. Talisman master, could you make me a few first? I'm willing to pay more. Lin Feng made the talismans while quoting prices. A first-tier, mid-grade talisman costs 3 low-grade spirit stones. A first-grade high-level talisman costs 5 low-grade spirit stones. A first-grade top-quality talisman costs 10 low-grade spirit stones. This price is half that of other talisman makers, but the quality far surpasses that of their competitors. Soon, all of Lin Feng's talismans were snatched up. In just 2 hours, he earned nearly 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. This is more than he has earned in the past 10 years combined. As Xiao Bingyao watched Lin Feng's busy figure, a warm feeling welled up in her heart. However, just outside the stalls surrounded by a frenzied crowd. In several dark corners of the market, several pairs of greedy and cold eyes were fixed on Lin Feng. Chapter 7 My Wife, Save Me. As night fell, the thatched huts on Qingzhou Mountain were brightly lit. Lin Feng counted the spirit stones in his storage bag, his face full of joy. His gains at the market today far exceeded his expectations. 3,200 low-grade spirit stones, he excitedly told Xiao Bingyao. Wife, we're rich. Xiao Bingyao sat on the edge of the bed, quietly watching him. Lin Feng's excited appearance reminded her of the junior brothers and sisters in her sect who earned spirit stones for the first time back then. Husband, you should understand the principle of not flaunting your wealth, Xiao Bingyao gently reminded him. Lin Feng paused for a moment, then smiled wryly. I know, I was just too excited. But what can't I say in front of my wife? Xiao Bingyao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned her head away. You were too flamboyant in the market today. What's wrong? Lin Feng put away the spirit stones and sat down next to her. It's quite unusual that a cultivator at the 6th level of qi refining could create a top-grade first-tier talisman, Xiao Bingyao analyzed. In addition, given your lavish spending, you might have already attracted the attention of some people with ulterior motives. Lin Feng nodded. My wife is right. He wasn't a stupid person, but he was just too excited today and got a little carried away. Xiao Bingyao took out a cyan jade talisman from her bosom and handed it to Lin Feng. What is this? Lin Feng took the jade talisman and felt a cold sword intent contained within it. A SOS talisman, Xiao Bingyao said earnestly. I made it with my last remaining spiritual energy. If I encounter a life or death crisis, I can immediately sense it by crushing it. Lin Feng held the warm jade talisman, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. This icy fairy would actually worry about his safety? My wife, is your injury serious? Lin Feng asked with some concern. Xiao Bingyao shook her head. It's just making a distress talisman, it's no big deal. Her voice remained calm, but Lin Feng noticed that her face was paler than usual. I'll buy you some tonics tomorrow. Lin Feng carefully put the jade talisman away from his body. With spirit stones, everything will be easier. Looking at his serious expression, Xiao Bingyao felt the iceberg in her heart melt a little more. The next morning, Lin Feng went down the mountain alone. Xiao Bingyao was not feeling well, so he told her to rest at home. Upon returning to Yunming's market, Lin Feng discovered that he had already gained some fame. Many independent cultivators would nod respectfully in greeting when they saw him from afar. Master Lin is here. That talisman-making technique you used yesterday was truly amazing. I heard he'll be setting up a stall again today? Lin Feng greeted everyone with a smile, in a good mood. However, he had no intention of setting up a stall today, but instead went straight to the largest medicine shop in the market, Huachuntang. What would you like, sir? The waiter greeted him warmly. Do you have any pills that replenish qi and nourish blood? I need the best kind. Lin Feng got straight to the point. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, of course. Second-grade low-level blood-nourishing pills, specially made for female cultivators to regulate their bodies. But the price? How much? 100 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng frowned. The price was indeed not cheap, but thinking of the spiritual energy Xiao Bingyao had expended to make the distress talisman for him, he gritted his teeth and said, Give me 10. After buying the pills, Lin Feng went to the jewelry store. He chose a beautifully crafted white jade hairpin, carved with orchid patterns, which was elegant and refined. This hairpin is perfect for a female cultivator with a cool and aloof temperament, the shop owner explained. It's made of spirit jade and has the effect of calming the mind and spirit. How much? 200 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng paid without hesitation. The more than 3,000 spirit stones I earned yesterday have been spent in the blink of an eye. However, he felt it was worth it for Xiao Bingyao. After finishing his shopping, Lin Feng walked out of the market in a cheerful mood. However, just as he was about to leave the market area, he suddenly noticed footsteps behind him. Looking back, I saw two unfamiliar rogue cultivators following behind me as if nothing had happened. Alarm bells rang in Lin Feng's mind. He slowed his pace, and the two men slowed down as well. He quickened his pace, and the two men did the same. As expected, we've been targeted. Lin Feng remained outwardly calm, but in reality, he was already making preparations in secret. He took out a speed-boosting talisman from his storage bag. It was a second-tier talisman he made yesterday, which could increase a person's speed for a short period of time. As Lin Feng stepped out of the market gate, he suddenly turned around and found that the two people had disappeared. His heart sank. He knew something terrible was about to happen. Sure enough, two figures slowly emerged from the path ahead. It was those two who had been following him earlier. "Young man, may I speak to you in private?" one of the tall, thin middle-aged men said with a sinister smile. Another short, stout man was already holding a magical dagger in his hand, its blade gleaming coldly. "Fellow Taoists, let's talk this out." Lin Feng tried his best to make his voice sound calm. "Let's talk this out," the tall, thin man sneered. "Kid, you made quite a few spirit stones at the market yesterday, didn't you? If you know what's good for you, hand over the storage bag, and we'll spare your life." The short, stout man brandished the dagger in his hand. Lin Feng smiled wryly. "Fellow Taoists, you've misunderstood. I'm just a lowly talisman master. Where would I get any spirit stones?" "Still pretending?" The tall, thin man's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "I saw you spend 1,000 spirit stones on pills with my own eyes." Lin Feng cursed inwardly, realizing that these two had been monitoring him from the very beginning. "Even if there are some spirit stones, it's not worth the two of you going to such lengths, is it?" Lin Feng tried to stall for time. "Enough with the nonsense." The short, stout man lost his patience, channeled his spiritual power, and his magical dagger transformed into a streak of cold light as it stabbed forward. Lin Feng was prepared and instantly activated the protective talisman on his body. A light blue spiritual energy shield enveloped him. Bite! The dagger struck the protective shield, making a metallic clanging sound. The shield vibrated violently, but it was not pierced in the end. "There's even a protective talisman?" The tall, thin man was somewhat surprised. No wonder he dared to walk alone at night. "But do you think a few talismans can save you?" The tall, thin man took out a magical longsword, its blade shimmering with spiritual light, clearly indicating a high-grade weapon. Lin Feng's heart sank. Both of them were late-stage qi refining cultivators, wielding magical artifacts, and their strength far surpassed his own. "A few protective talismans won't last long at all. Since you're going to resort to violence, don't blame me." Lin Feng shouted loudly and activated the swiftness talisman in his hand at the same time. A beam of azure light enveloped his legs, instantly increasing his speed several times over. He dashed into the depths of the mountains like an arrow released from a bow. "Trying to run?" Two cultivators, sneer, caught up with them. They were all seasoned veterans, so naturally they wouldn't let their easy prey escape. Lin Feng traversed the mountains and forests, the effect of the swiftness talisman allowing him to temporarily shake off his pursuers. But he knew that this talisman had a limited duration, lasting at most a quarter of an hour. "We have to find a way." Just then, a sword light suddenly appeared in front of them. The tall, thin man actually circled around to the front and swung his sword at us. Lin Feng had no time to dodge and could only activate another protective talisman. Boom! The sword light struck the protective shield, and this time the shield shattered instantly. The powerful impact sent Lin Feng flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough, cough. Lin Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling a tightness and pain in his chest. The short, stout man caught up with him, and the two surrounded him from the front and back. "Kid, now you know how powerful I am, huh?" the tall, thin man sneered. "Hand over your storage bag obediently, and I'll give you a quick death." Lin Feng struggled to his feet, and the last protective talisman appeared in his hand. However, this talisman was clearly insufficient against two cultivators at the late stage of qi refining. With his life hanging in the balance, Lin Feng reached for the jade talisman in his robes, seeking help. "My wife," he murmured to himself. Just as the two cultivators were about to launch their final attack, Lin Feng suddenly crushed the jade talisman. "Wife, save me," he shouted, his voice echoing through the valley. Chapter 8, The Sword Immortal Makes His Move, Secrets Revealed. A blue light flashed across the night sky, streaking across the sky like a shooting star. Lin Feng's cries for help still echoed in the valley, and the two cultivators had already raised their magical weapons, ready to deliver the final blow. "Kid, even if you scream your lungs out, no one will save you." The tall, thin man grinned maliciously and swung his sword down. However, the next moment, his smile froze on his face. A cold and merciless swordlight descended from the sky, seemingly transcending the constraints of space, arriving first despite being delayed. Snap! The tall, thin man, along with his magical sword, was cleaved in two from head to toe by the swordlight. Blood splattered everywhere, and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. Before the short, stout man could react to what was happening, another flash of swordlight appeared. His head flew high into the air, the cut surface smooth as a mirror. Two late-stage qi refining cultivators were instantly killed. Lin Feng's eyes widened, he was completely dumbfounded. Xiao Bingyao's figure appeared quietly in front of him, her white clothes fluttering, like a goddess descending from the heavens. Her face was as pale as paper, clearly indicating that the two sword strikes had drained a lot of her energy. My wife! Lin Feng rushed over excitedly, wanting to hug her. Xiao Bingyao took a step back, avoiding his embrace. I'm glad you're all right, she said softly. Lin Feng looked at the two corpses on the ground, his heart filled with mixed emotions. My wife, those two sword strikes you just used. It's just the foundation establishment stage, Xiao Bingyao interrupted him. Nothing to be surprised about. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. She spoke of the foundation establishment realm so casually, but to him, it was a world of difference. Let's clean up the scene. Xiao Bingyao walked towards the two corpses. Lin Feng quickly followed and began looting the spoils. The tall, thin man had 800 low-grade spirit stones in his storage bag, while the short, stout man had 600. We're rich! Lin Feng exclaimed excitedly. Besides the spirit stones, the two also had some other miscellaneous items on them. Several broken magical artifacts, some inferior elixirs, and... What is this? Lin Feng picked up a palm-sized token. The token was entirely black, with a blood-red skull engraved on it, making it look extremely eerie. Xiao Bingyao glanced at it, her brows furrowing slightly. This looks like the symbol of some evil cultivation organization. A heretical cultivation organization? Lin Feng's heart sank. These two aren't ordinary cultivators? It seems things are more complicated than we thought, Xiao Bingyao said. Lin Feng found another tattered map in the short, fat man's arms. The map shows the terrain around Yunmeng's, with one area circled in red. 100 Herbs Valley? Lin Feng read out the mark on the map. I've never heard of this place before. Xiao Bingyao took the map and looked at it. 100 Herbs Valley is a very remote place. It is said that it is full of spiritual herbs, but it is also fraught with danger. What are they doing with this map? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Let's go back and study it at our leisure. Xiao Bingyao put the map away. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Lin Feng nodded and was about to leave when he noticed Xiao Bingyao staring coldly at a large tree in the distance. That glance was filled with murderous intent and warning. What's wrong, my wife? Lin Feng followed her gaze and saw only darkness. It's nothing. Xiao Bingyao looked away. Let's go. The two disappeared into the night, leaving behind a trail of blood. Behind the big tree, a thin figure trembled. The information broker, nicknamed Ghost, was sweating profusely and barely dared to breathe. He was originally hired by another group to investigate Lin Feng's background, but he unexpectedly witnessed this shocking scene. That woman's look just now was clearly a warning to him. She knew he was here. The ghost swallowed hard, feeling extremely fortunate that it hadn't revealed itself rashly. A sword cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, and with such terrifying strength, is definitely not someone he can afford to provoke. I have to sell this information immediately. Ghost Shadow thought to himself. He wanted to tell everyone that Lin Feng had a foundation establishment expert by his side, whose strength was unfathomable and who should never be provoked. Only in this way can he save his own life. Inside a thatched hut on Green Bamboo Mountain, Lin Feng laid out his haul for the night on the table, his face beaming with excitement. 1,400 low-grade spirit stones, plus what we had before, we now have over 4,000 spirit stones. Xiao Bingyao sat on the edge of the bed, her face still pale. The forceful attack just now made her already fragile body even worse. Wife, are you all right? Lin Feng asked with concern. It's all right. Xiao Bingyao waved her hand. But you should be more careful when you go out in the future. I know, Lin Feng nodded. Luckily, my wife is here, otherwise I would really be in trouble tonight. As he spoke, he took out a blood-nourishing pill he had bought at Huichuntang. Wife, take this blood-nourishing pill first. Xiao Bingyao looked at the pills he handed her. This guy was actually willing to spend so much money to buy her pills. It's too expensive, I don't want it. She pushed Lin Feng's hand away. My wife, don't be so polite with me. Lin Feng forcefully shoved the pill into her hand. You used up so much energy saving me, you need to replenish yourself. Xiao Bingyao looked at the pill in her hand, her heart filled with mixed feelings. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever treated her so well except for her master. However, she still obediently took the pill. The gentle effects of the medicine spread throughout her body, providing some relief from her fatigue. By the way, my wife, what do you think this token and map represent? Lin Feng took out the skull token. Xiao Bingyao examined it carefully. I've seen this token before, it looks like the symbol of the Blood Skull organization. A blood skull? Lin Feng frowned. It doesn't sound like a good thing. They're definitely not good people. Xiao Bingyao nodded. This organization specializes in shady dealings, murder and robbery are commonplace for them. Then why are they targeting me? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. They're probably after the spirit stones you earned yesterday, Xiao Bingyao analyzed. To them, you're just easy prey. Lin Feng smiled wryly, looks like I'm still too inexperienced. But things are better now. Xiao Bingyao suddenly revealed a cold smile, 2 Blood Skull members died tonight, and the news will spread quickly. Everyone will know then that you have a powerful protector behind you. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Wife, you mean? That's right. Xiao Bingyao nodded. From now on, no fools will bother you anymore. Lin Feng slapped his thigh excitedly. My wife is so clever. Xiao Bingyao was amused by his reaction. You think the intimidation power of a foundation establishment cultivator is a joke? What about this map? Lin Feng picked up the tattered map again. Xiao Bingyao looked at the markings on the map. 100 Herbs Valley, this place is indeed very mysterious. It is said that many rare and precious herbs grow there, but there are also many dangerous monsters. Could this be a treasure trove? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. Don't even think about it. Xiao Bingyao bluntly poured cold water on his idea. With your current strength, going there would just be suicide. Should I wait until I'm stronger before going? Lin Feng persisted. Let's talk about it when you've reached the foundation establishment stage, Xiao Bingyao said calmly. Lin Feng calculated that with the system's help, foundation establishment shouldn't take too long. Xiao Bingyao secretly chuckled as she watched his eagerness for quick success. This guy is really a greedy little lecher. Alright, let's rest now. She stood up. We need to continue cultivating tomorrow. Lin Feng nodded and put away the token and map. As night deepened, the two once again circulated the yin-yang harmony and heaven-mending scripture. During the dual cultivation process, Lin Feng clearly felt that Xiao Bingyao's Dao foundation had been repaired to some extent. His own cultivation level also improved from the early stage of the 6th level of Qi refining to the middle stage of the 6th level of Qi refining. This rate of progress is simply outrageous. However, Lin Feng knew that this was mainly because Xiao Bingyao's cultivation level was too high, and the benefits of cultivating with her were too great. Once the gap in their cultivation levels narrows, their progress will slow down. Even so, this is an incredible stroke of luck. Chapter 9 Peace. The following morning, Yunmeng's market. Have you heard? The Black Wind duo are dead. What? Those 2 old foxes? They're experts in the late Qi refining stage. It's absolutely true. Just last night, he was killed instantly with a single sword strike. Inside the Wanbao pavilion, several rogue cultivators were discussing in hushed tones. I heard that the attackers were a young couple. The woman killed both of them with a single sword strike, while the man stood by without even moving. That terrifying? It's more than terrifying. Someone who saw the scene said that the female cultivator's sword energy froze the entire mountain into an ice sculpture. Upon hearing these words, the shopkeeper dropped all the beads from his abacus. Black Wind duo? Aren't those the 2 guys who came to his shop yesterday to gather information? They weren't after that young talisman master. The shopkeeper's face turned deathly pale instantly, and he hurriedly ordered his assistant, quick. Prepare the best gifts for me. Shopkeeper, who is this for? Master Lin. That Master Lin. The shopkeeper's voice trembled. Immediately. Right now. Meanwhile, at the other end of the market, Ghost Shadow sat in a private room of the restaurant, a bag of spirit stones in front of him, and was boasting to several people who wanted to buy information. You didn't see it. The moment that female cultivator made her move, the world changed color. That sword energy, TSK, was colder than ice and snow. The Black Wind duo didn't even have time to scream before they were turned into two ice sculptures. What's most amazing is that Master Lin remained completely calm throughout, without even lifting an eyelid. Those who heard the news gasped in shock. Just who is this Lin Fu master? Who cares what their background is? There's someone we can't afford to mess with. Yes, from now on, I'll take a detour when I see Master Lin. The news spread like wildfire throughout the entire market. The more it was spread, the more bizarre and outrageous it became. What started as a single sword strike turned into a death sentence from a single glance. The frozen site was transformed into a frozen area spanning 10 miles. Inside a thatched hut on Green Bamboo Mountain, Xiao Bingyao sat quietly on the bed, her complexion much better than yesterday. Oh, right, my wife. Lin Feng suddenly remembered something and took out an exquisite box from his storage bag. What is this? Xiao Bingyao asked curiously as she took it. Open it and take a look, Lin Feng said with a smile. Xiao Bingyao carefully opened the box, inside which lay a white jade hairpin. The hairpin is crystal clear, with exquisite orchid patterns carved on it, exuding a faint ethereal charm. This? Xiao Bingyao was stunned. Do you like it? Lin Feng asked nervously. This is the first time he has given a gift to a woman he doesn't know if Xiao Bingyao will like it. Xiao Bingyao stared at the hairpin for a long time, her eyes flashing with complex emotions. It's beautiful, she said softly. That's good. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Here, let me help you put it on. Xiao Bingyao did not refuse and allowed Lin Feng to insert the hairpin into her hair. The white jade hairpin paired with her cascading black hair made her appear even more elegant and refined. It's really beautiful. Lin Feng exclaimed sincerely. Xiao Bingyao lowered her head and remained silent, her ears slightly red. This is the first time someone has given her such an accessory. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Lin Feng frowned. Who would come looking for them in this desolate wilderness? He walked warily to the door. Who is it? Master Lin. It's me, Manager Qian from Wanbage. A fawning voice came from outside the door. Here's a little something for you. Lin Feng and Xiao Bingyao exchanged a glance, both feeling puzzled. Why would Manager Qian, who is usually so arrogant, come to my door in person? Lin Feng opened the door and saw Manager Qian with several employees, carrying large and small bags of gifts. Master Lin. Shopkeeper Qian said with a beaming smile, I heard you had an unfortunate encounter last night, so I came to offer my condolences. Also, this is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it. As he spoke, he handed over a storage bag. Lin Feng took it and saw that there were actually 500 low-grade spirit stones inside. Manager Qian, what's this? Oh, it's all what we should do. Manager Qian waved his hands repeatedly. You and your wife have rid the people of 2 scourges and removed 2 malignant tumors from our market. This is a great deed. Lin Feng then realized that the news of last night had already spread. However, Manager Qian is quite well informed. Thank you for your kindness, Manager Qian. You're welcome, you're welcome. Manager Qian took out another jade token. This is my Wanbage VIP token. You'll get a 20% discount on anything you buy from now on. After finishing his speech, Manager Qian exchanged a few more pleasantries before taking his leave. We had just seen Manager Qian off when another person came to the door. This time it was the owner of the medicine shop who was also giving a gift. Next came shops selling religious artifacts, talismans, and jewelry. In just one morning, the threshold of Lin Feng's house was almost worn out by the crowds. Xiao Bingyao looked at the pile of gifts, a complicated expression flashing in her eyes. It seems you are now the true Master Lin. Lin Feng smiled wryly, I still prefer quiet days. Only with strength can there be peace, Xiao Bingyao said calmly. Otherwise, what happened last night was just the beginning. Lin Feng deeply agreed. In this world, the strong ultimately reign supreme. Immortal City, Xingyun Sect Branch Hall. Han Yu was meditating when he suddenly heard his fellow disciples discussing something. The Black Wind duo are dead? Han Yi suddenly opened his eyes. Senior brother, have you heard? A junior brother leaned over. I heard they were killed by a couple. What couple? Han Yi had a vague sense of unease. It's that talisman making Lin something or other Feng, and his mysterious Taoist partner. Boom. Han Ye's mind went blank. Lin Feng? That good-for-nothing who failed the Immortal Path exam? How could they possibly kill the Black Wind duo? Junior brother, are you sure the information is correct? It's absolutely true. The whole market is buzzing about it now. Han Ye slumped onto the prayer mat, his face deathly pale. He recalled the terrifying sword intent emanating from the woman when he encountered Lin Feng in the market yesterday. If she really is a Foundation establishment stage expert. Did I just have a brush with death yesterday? Han Ye became increasingly frightened as he thought about it, and cold sweat poured down his back. Time flies on Qingzhou Mountain. Using the spirit stones he had collected during this time, Lin Feng began to set up an array around the mountain. God-level talisman making techniques not only include the creation of talismans, but also the knowledge of array formation. A first-grade, high-level spirit gathering in defensive formation is just right for the current situation. Xiao Bingyao watched Lin Feng's busy figure and nodded inwardly. This man was much more reliable than she had imagined. Husband, come and rest for a while. Lin Feng put down the battle flags and sat down next to Xiao Bingyao. My wife, how are your injuries? Much better. Xiao Bingyao looked at him. Are you interested in swordsmanship? Of course. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Xiao Bingyao took out a sword manual from her storage ring. The lesser demon slaying sword technique is the beginner sword technique of my sect. Although it's only a high-grade yellow rank item, its practicality is its advantage. Lin Feng received the sword manual, overjoyed. To receive personal guidance from a Foundation establishment sword cultivator is an extremely rare opportunity. Just as he was about to open the sword manual, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Taoist partner Xiao Bingyao's intimacy level has reached bound by life and death. Reward, family luck value plus 500. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. It turns out that the system determines intimacy not only by looking at dual cultivation, but also by looking at daily interactions. This discovery made him very happy. This shows that his relationship with Xiao Bingyao is truly heating up. In the days that followed, their lives became regular and fulfilling. During the day, Xiao Bingyao taught Lin Feng swordsmanship. Lin Feng learned very quickly and could often apply what he learned to other situations. That evening, the two continued to cultivate the yin-yang harmony and heaven-mending scripture, and their strength steadily improved. Xiao Bingyao's body is getting better and better under the conditioning of dual cultivation techniques and elixirs. That feeling of weakness, like being on the verge of death, has completely disappeared. Lin Feng's cultivation level also advanced by leaps and bounds without him even realizing it. More importantly, Xiao Bingyao's belly began to change. 10 months later. The spiritual energy on Qingzhou Mountain is now several times stronger than before. Inside the thatched hut, Xiao Bingyao lay on the bed, her face pale, but her eyes filled with expectation. My lord, it seems. I'm about to give birth. Lin Feng immediately tensed up. I'll go find a midwife. No need, Xiao Bingyao shook her head. I can manage on my own. The physical abilities of Foundation establishment cultivators far surpass those of ordinary people. For her, producing children was not difficult. With the cry of a newborn, a little life came into this world. The entire Qingzhou Mountain began to shake the moment the baby was born. A wisp of primordial pure energy descended from the sky and swirled around the baby's body. The flowers, grasses, and trees in the mountains seemed to sense something and swayed in unison toward the thatched hut. Lin Feng held his son, trembling with excitement. This is his child. Just then, an unprecedentedly dazzling system notification sounded in my mind. Congratulations, host. Your firstborn son has been born. Tested to be a prenatal Dao embryo, 1 in 10,000. Triggered a super reward. 1. The host is rewarded with 1 flawless Foundation establishment pill. 2. Reward, the family cultivation technique Azure Emperor's longevity manual. 3. Reward, 1 clan guardian spirit beast egg. 4. Host cultivation feedback activated. The offspring's cultivation advancement will benefit the host. Lin Feng looked at his son in his arms, his eyes filled with tenderness. Pinyin, your name is Lin Pinyin. May you live a peaceful and safe life. Xiao Bingyao's eyes welled up with tears as she watched the scene. She never imagined that she could have such happiness. My husband, she said softly, I think, we really are family now. Lin Feng nodded and gently placed his son beside her. My wife, get some rest. Once you have recovered, I will go into seclusion for a period of time to attempt to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. A look of surprise flashed in Xiao Bingyao's eyes. You're about to reach the foundation establishment stage? Lin Feng took out the flawless foundation establishment pill. With this, the success rate should be quite high. Seeing the rich medicinal fragrance emanating from the pill, Xiao Bingyao was deeply shocked. The flawless foundation building pill, this is a legendary treasure. Even our sect back then didn't have any pills of this caliber. Where did she get her husband? Chapter 10 Flawless Foundation Building. Lin Feng temporarily converted the thatched hut into 2 rooms. The outer room was where Xiao Bingyao and the child lived, and the inner room was his secluded retreat. He glanced back. Xiao Bingyao was holding the infant Lin Pingyan, sitting quietly by the bed. Her gaze was gentle, with a hint of barely perceptible worry. My wife, wait for me, Lin Feng said softly. Xiao Bingyao nodded without saying anything more, but her eyes said it all. Lin Feng smiled, turned and walked into the secret chamber, the stone door slowly closing behind him. The room was simple, containing only a futon. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged, his mood calmer than ever before. He did not take the medicine immediately, but instead focused on getting himself into peak condition. An hour later, he opened his eyes and took out the flawless foundation establishment pill. Without further hesitation, Lin Feng opened his mouth and swallowed it. The pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, without the expected violent impact, but rather an incomparably pure and gentle torrent that instantly surged into his limbs and bones. The medicinal power was like a surging river, washing over every inch of his meridians. The yin-yang harmony and heaven-mending scripture operated on its own, drawing all of this immense medicinal power into the dantian and dantian. Within his dantian, the originally hazy gaseous spiritual energy began to surge, rotate, and compress wildly. For the vast majority of qi refining cultivators, this process is a perilous hurdle with a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. The slightest mistake could result in the shattering of one's dantian and the complete loss of one's cultivation. But Lin Feng did not feel any pain. The medicinal power of the flawless foundation building pill is too pure, without any toxicity or impurities. His Shen-level spiritual root aptitude gives him a control over spiritual power far exceeding that of others of the same level. Everything fell into place naturally. On the first day, the spiritual energy mist in his dantian was compressed by 1/3, becoming extremely viscous. The next day, the mist began to show signs of liquefaction, with drops of cyan spiritual liquid condensing in the center of the dantian and then dripping down. On the 3rd day, as the last wisp of gaseous spiritual energy was completely transformed, a pool of azure spiritual liquid formed in the center of the dantian. Foundation building complete. Boom! An unprecedentedly powerful force erupted from the dantian lake, instantly sweeping across his entire body. Lin Feng felt as if his body had been thrown into a furnace, undergoing a complete reshaping. The bones became as clear and lustrous as jade, and the meridians expanded several times over, becoming incredibly resilient. Even within the flesh and blood, there was a faint, precious light. At this moment, the mortal body of the qi refining stage completely transforms into the body of a true cultivator. An even more wondrous change occurred at the ancestral aperture between the eyebrows. There, in the chaotic sea of consciousness, a spark of inspiration was born. The spiritual light rapidly grew, transforming into an invisible and intangible force that spread outwards. Divine consciousness. The mark of a foundation establishment cultivator. Lin Feng's heart stirred, and he tried to extend this newborn power. His divine sense penetrated the stone door, and he saw the thatched hut outside. Xiao Bingyao was leaning against the headboard, holding the sleeping Lin Pingyan in her arms. Her breathing was steady, indicating that she was also meditating and regulating her breathing. The white jade hairpin in her hair shone softly in the dim light. Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart, and his divine sense continued to extend outward. The green bamboo outside the thatched hut, the dew on the bamboo leaves, and even a bamboo rat gnawing on a bamboo shoot were all clearly visible in his field of vision. This feeling is amazing. He continued to activate his divine sense. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1 kilometer. His divine sense covered the entire summit of Green Bamboo Mountain. The thatched hut where he used to live halfway up the mountain was now somewhat dilapidated. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. For ordinary cultivators who had just entered the foundation establishment stage, having their divine sense cover a radius of several hundred meters was already considered exceptionally talented. Was he going a bit too far? He tried to extend it further. 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. He only felt a slight resistance after the area covered by the 3-kilometer radius was enveloped. The entire Qingzhou mountain, along with the vast dense forest at its foot, was now clearly imprinted in his mind. The rustling of leaves in the wind, the sound of insects wriggling in the soil, the babbling of a stream in the distance. A feeling of being in control of everything arises spontaneously. Lin Feng was so engrossed in this new experience that he almost forgot about time. His spiritual strength is comparable to that of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. He muttered to himself. This must be thanks to the yin-yang harmony in heaven-mending scripture, a dual cultivation technique that not only enhances cultivation but also subtly nourishes his soul. Just then, a long-awaited system notification sound, accompanied by an unprecedentedly dazzling light, exploded in his mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully establishing your foundation. Family Prosperity System version 2.0 update complete. The core feature offspring feedback is officially launched. Detection indicates that the eldest son, Lin Ping, an innate Tao embryo, is absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth on his own, with 1,000th of it being converted into the purest cultivation power to nourish the host. The next second, Lin Feng clearly felt a faint but extremely pure spiritual energy appear out of thin air in his Dantian spiritual lake, perfectly merging with his own spiritual energy without any rejection. Although this spiritual energy is extremely weak, its advantage lies in its continuous flow. Lin Feng was stunned. What does that mean? This means that even if he lies still, his cultivation level is constantly increasing. His son, Lin Ping'an, is practically a miniature cultivation cheat code. Raising children to provide for old age? No, I'm raising children to help me become an immortal. Lin Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart. He focused his inner gaze on his Dantian, feeling the continuous feedback from his cultivation, and his heart burned with excitement. This is just a child. What will happen in the future? He dared not think any further. Lin Feng slowly stood up, and an aura of foundation establishment naturally emanated from his body. He pushed open the stone door. Xiao Bingyao was already waiting outside the door, holding the sleeping Lin Ping'an in her arms. The moment she saw Lin Feng, she noticed the change in him. Congratulations on your successful foundation building, my husband, Xiao Bingyao said with a heartfelt smile. Yes. Lin Feng nodded with a smile, walked up to her, and gently pulled her into his arms. Thanks to my wife. If it weren't for cultivating together with my wife, how could I have reached the foundation establishment stage so quickly? Xiao Bingyao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she said gently, What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Feng carefully took the tiny swaddled baby from her arms. The moment I picked up my son, a wonderful feeling of blood connection welled up in my heart. He could clearly feel that the rhythm of his son's innate Tao embryo was resonating wonderfully with his own cultivation. This is his child, the continuation of Lin Feng's bloodline. He looked down at his son's rosy little face, his heart filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and responsibility. My wife, how is your recovery going? Xiao Bingyao's cheeks flushed slightly. I've fully recovered. For a foundation establishment cultivator, childbirth is not a big deal, and with the recuperation she has received during this period, her condition is even better than before she was injured. Then tonight. Lin Feng whispered a few words in her ear. Xiao Bingyao's face flushed even more, and she lightly patted him. All you ever think about is that. Isn't this normal between husband and wife? Lin Feng, shameless as ever, said, and we need to keep trying to give Ping'an a younger brother or sister. Xiao Bingyao rolled her eyes at him, but a sweet feeling welled up in her heart. Lin Feng carried his son around the yard for a while, then suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Xiao Bingyao noticed his unusual behavior. He keenly sensed that the spiritual energy in the surrounding air had become much thinner than before he went into seclusion. He scanned the area with his divine sense and instantly understood the reason. The first-grade low-level spiritual vein of Qingzhou Mountain is groaning under the strain. The daily consumption of a foundation establishment cultivator is far greater than that of a qi refining cultivator. Now, there are 2 foundation establishment cultivators here, and 1 innate Tao embryo that is constantly absorbing and exhaling spiritual energy. This tiny spiritual vein simply can't hold on. Within a month at most, the spiritual energy here will be completely drained, turning it into an ordinary place. Wife, Lin Feng's expression turned serious. It seems we should find another place. Chapter 11 Family Planning, Aiming at Baichao. On a night of full moon, on Green Bamboo Mountain. Lin Feng and Xiao Bingyao sat at a stone table in the courtyard, on which were placed tea sets and some spiritual fruits. Lin Ping'an was sleeping soundly in his swaddling clothes, his little face rosy. My wife, we need to move. Lin Feng picked up his teacup. This spiritual vein won't last much longer. Xiao Bingyao nodded. I felt it too. Ping'an's innate Tao embryo has an excessive need for spiritual energy. Lin Feng took out the tattered map from his storage bag and spread it on the table. Do you remember this? 100 Herbs Valley? Xiao Bingyao's eyes lit up. You want to go there? The map marks a second-tier spiritual vein, which suits me perfectly, Lin Feng said, pointing to the map. Besides, it's called 100 Herbs Valley, which sounds ideal for growing medicinal herbs. Xiao Bingyao pondered for a moment. Second-tier spiritual veins are indeed the foundation for establishing a cultivation family. However. But what? I remember now, there's a rumor that ice marrow grass grows near 100 Herbs Valley. A hint of anticipation flashed in Xiao Bingyao's eyes. That's a second-tier spiritual herb, one of the key auxiliary medicines for repairing the foundation of my ice soul sword body. Lin Feng's spirits lifted. In that case, we should go even more. Xiao Bingyao picked up the blood-red skull token again and examined it carefully. I was mistaken before, this isn't the symbol of the Blood Skull organization. What is that? The Crimson Blood Hall. Xiao Bingyao's expression was grave. A nearby evil cultivation force. Its leader is said to be a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, and he's extremely ruthless. Lin Feng frowned slightly. It seems those two tribulation cultivators are from the Crimson Blood Hall. Very likely. Xiao Bingyao nodded. That explains why they're targeting you. Lin Feng toyed with the token. Since they're enemies, then we should definitely go and meet them. Husband, you wouldn't be thinking of. Destroy the Crimson Blood Hall and seize 100 Herbs Valley. Lin Feng spoke calmly, as if he were discussing what to eat that night. Xiao Bingyao was taken aback for a moment, then smiled wryly. You really dare to think that way? What's there to be afraid of? Lin Feng said matter-of-factly. They sent people to kill me, so it's only right that I wipe them out. Furthermore, Lin Feng continued, the Crimson Blood Hall is an evil cultivation force. Eliminating them is also a way of ridding the people of a scourge. A triple win, Xiao Bingyao chuckled. Developing the family, avenging wrongs, and ridding the people of a scourge. My wife is right, Lin Feng chuckled. That's just how righteous I am. Xiao Bingyao rolled her eyes at him. So what are you planning to do? Force it on me? Of course not, Lin Feng shook his head. I'm not stupid. He took out a stack of talismans from his storage bag. I'll go and test the waters first. Going alone? Xiao Bingyao asked worriedly. Don't worry, I'm confident. Lin Feng patted his chest. Besides, you need to take care of Ping and we can't take any risks. The next morning, Lin Feng went down the mountain alone. He didn't rush to Baichao Valley, but instead went to Yunming's market first. Wanbage. Master Lin. You finally arrived. Manager Qian greeted Lin Feng with a beaming smile as soon as he saw him. Manager Qian, you're too kind. Lin Feng smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. I've come today to ask you about something. Master Lin, please speak freely. There's nothing within 100 miles of Yunming Marsh that I, old Qian, don't know. Manager Qian patted his chest and guaranteed. I'd like to ask about 100 Herbs Valley and Crimson Blood Hall, Lin Feng said in a low voice. Upon hearing these two names, Manager Qian's smile instantly froze. He looked around warily before pulling Lin Feng into the inner room. Master Lin, why are you asking about this? Manager Qian's face turned a little pale. That place is a den of wolves and tigers. Oh? I'd like to hear more about it. Manager Qian sighed and told the truth. Baichao Valley is indeed the lair of the Crimson Blood Hall. Zhao Wuji, the leader of the Crimson Blood Hall, was originally a traitor from a nearby sect, and he was ruthless. They not only occupied the second-tier spiritual vein of 100 Herbs Valley, but also monopolized the production and supply of all low-tier spiritual herbs in the surrounding area. To be honest, the business of selling talismans in the market has been tough lately, Manager Qian said with a worried expression. How so? It's all the work of the Crimson Blood Hall. They somehow got a group of talisman masters and started mass-producing inferior talismans. They dumped their goods at prices far below market value, making life unbearable for us legitimate businesses. Especially your high-quality and inexpensive talismans have become a thorn in their side. I heard they are inquiring about your background everywhere. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. Well, before I even went to them, they've already got their eyes on me. After leaving the market, Lin Feng changed into a simple linen outfit and smeared some mud and ash on his face, disguising himself as a herb gatherer. He then slapped the concealment talisman on his body, and his aura instantly weakened, turning him into an ordinary Qi refining level 5 cultivator. Half a day later, outside Baichao Valley. Lin Feng hid in a secluded mountain valley, his divine sense spreading out silently forward like an invisible tide. 3 kilometers. This is the current limit of his divine sense, just enough to cover the entire 100 Herbs Valley. Within the vision of divine sense, the valley was filled with spiritual energy, more than 10 times richer than that of Green Bamboo Mountain. Vast fields of medicinal herbs have been reclaimed and planted with various medicinal plants, which are growing vigorously. However, sentry posts were set up at the entrance to the valley and at various key points, with groups of monks dressed in blood-red robes patrolling back and forth, maintaining strict security. Even more striking was the fact that a pale red curtain of light enveloped the entire valley, exuding an ominous aura. Second tier, mid-grade, blood fiend bewildering array. Lin Feng understood. This formation combines offense and defense, and also has the effect of confusing the mind. Once someone enters, it is very difficult for cultivators below the mid-foundation establishment stage to escape. Lin Feng did not act rashly, but patiently used his divine sense to carefully observe the operation of the great formation. Once, twice, 3 times. His spiritual sense was far stronger than others of the same level, and with the array knowledge contained in the divine talisman making technique, he quickly discovered a crucial detail. Although the blood-red light curtain appeared to be a single, unified whole, there was a subtle, almost imperceptible, flow of energy at one of the array's key points. Moreover, this sense of obscurity is not continuous, but rather fluctuates briefly in intensity every incense stick's time. The array master's skill level is insufficient, or, the core spirit stone used to maintain the array's core is of poor quality, resulting in unstable spiritual power output. Lin Feng was overjoyed. This discovery is undoubtedly the most crucial part of the entire plan. Finding a weakness means there's a possibility of breaking through the formation. Just as he was feeling excited and preparing to withdraw his divine sense, it inadvertently swept over an inconspicuous corner of the valley. It was a dungeon deep underground, with its entrance heavily guarded by several elite disciples of the Crimson Blood Hall. Out of curiosity, Lin Feng's divine sense probed downwards along the dark steps. Deep inside the dungeon, it was damp and reeked of foul odors. A woman, dressed in rags and covered in wounds, was bound to a stone wall with several thick chains engraved with runes piercing her collarbone. Her breath was extremely faint, but she exuded a strange, fresh scent of herbs and trees. Wherever the fragrance wafted, even the sparse weeds growing in the dungeon became exceptionally lush. What's going on? Lin Feng's heart stirred, and he focused all his divine sense on the woman. Just then, a cold system notification suddenly exploded in his mind without warning. Ding! Special Constitution detected, Medicine Spirit Body sealed. Chapter 12 The Tragic Song of the Medicine Slave, A Sudden Rise of Murder. Just as Lin Feng locked onto the woman marked by the system as having a medicine spirit body, the dungeon's iron door creaked open as it was violently kicked open from the outside. A burly man with a scar on his face strode in, making no attempt to conceal his cultivation level of the 8th level of qi refining. 2 obsequious henchmen followed behind him. Muwaner, are you thinking about your dead family again? Scarface walked up to the woman. He roughly lifted her filthy chin with the handle of the whip in his hand. The woman, Muwaner, slowly raised her head. Those eyes, which were normally expressionless, held a calm that made Scarface extremely uncomfortable. She didn't say anything, she just stared at him. Hey, you dare glare at me? Scarface was enraged by the look and sneered. You're really stubborn. I'd like to see if your bones are tougher, or your mouth. He suddenly kicked Muwaner in the stomach. Bang! The woman's frail body slammed violently against the cold stone wall. He let out a muffled groan, causing the iron chain piercing his collarbone to rattle. Boss, the blood soul grass that the hall master asked us to cultivate only needs one last push to mature. One of the henchmen quickly stepped forward to remind him, fearing that he might ruin the medicinal ingredient. Got it. Scarface waved his hand impatiently. He walked to a corner of the dungeon, where there was a strange little grass growing in the black soil, its entire body blood red. Scarface glanced back at Muwaner, his eyes like a butcher looking at livestock about to be slaughtered. Your blood is precious, don't waste it. Before he finished speaking, he stepped forward, a flash of cold light in his hand, an especially made knife lightly sliced across Muwaner's wrist. Blood gushed out, but did not drip. An invisible force drew the blood, transforming it into a thin line of blood that precisely entered the roots of the blood soul grass. Muwaner's body trembled violently, and her face turned deathly pale at a visible speed. Through his divine sense, Lin Feng could see clearly that it was not ordinary blood at all, but essence blood containing the origin of life. With the nourishment of essence and blood, the blood soul grass became increasingly vibrant in color, even emitting faint red glows, as if it had come to life. Ha ha ha. Almost there, almost done. Scarface laughed maniacally as he watched the changes in the blood soul grass. Outside the dungeon, the two disciples on guard were talking in hushed tones. Alas, the eldest daughter of the Mu family is truly pitiful. Back then, she was a renowned and favored daughter of heaven. Who told her to possess the body of a medicinal spirit? She's guilty of possessing a treasure. I heard that her entire family was wiped out by the Hall Master because of this, leaving only her alive to be used as a catalyst for cultivating spiritual herbs. The Hall Master's methods are truly extraordinary. He used a secret technique to seal her cultivation, leaving only the ability to promote the growth of spiritual herbs. In this way, she couldn't resist, and she couldn't die even if she wanted to. Every day, she was drained of blood to keep her alive, which was even worse than living in hell. Keep your voice down. If Boss Wang hears you, he'll skin you alive. These words entered Lin Feng's mind in the mountain valley without missing a single one. His fist clenched slowly in the shadows. From wiping out entire families to imprisoning and torturing, the Crimson Blood Hall is rotten to the core, from top to bottom. They didn't treat Mu Wanner like a human being at all. Inside the dungeon, Mu Wanner was so weak that she lowered her head, her breath barely audible. Scarface put away the knife with satisfaction and kicked her hard before leaving. Stop playing dead. Hurry up and absorb the essence of the herbs to recover, I'll need you tomorrow. After saying that, he left the dungeon with his two lackeys amidst grating laughter. After they left, a strange scene unfolded in the dungeon. The weeds in the cracks of the surrounding rocks and the moss climbing the walls began to wither at an extremely slow pace. Almost imperceptible specks of green light drifted out from these plants and merged into Mu Wanner's body. Her face, which had been deathly pale, regained a faint hue. Lin Feng's divine sense quietly watched all of this, a chilling killing intent growing wildly in his chest. He was no saint who saved the world, but he could not tolerate such behavior that was worse than that of an animal. Save her. Then, slaughter all those bastards from the Crimson Blood Hall. Lin Feng silently withdrew his divine sense without alerting anyone, then turned and disappeared into the depths of the dense forest like a ghost. Green bamboo mountain, thatched cottages. When Lin Feng returned, it was already late at night. Xiao Bingyao was holding Lin Pingyan and pacing around in the courtyard. When she saw Lin Feng return, she stopped and keenly sensed that something was wrong with him. The gentle aura that usually graced his face was gone, replaced by a cold, murderous look. What's wrong? Lin Feng did not answer immediately. Instead, he walked to her side, looked down at his sleeping son in the swaddling clothes, and only then did the murderous intent in his heart subside slightly. He calmly recounted what he had seen and heard in the dungeon of Baichao Valley. There was no embellishment, just a statement of facts. But the calmer it is, the more chilling it feels. After listening, Xiao Bingyao fell silent. She looked down at Lin Pingyan in her arms, that soft little life, and then she remembered the woman who had been tortured as a tool in the dungeon. She also experienced the despair of having her sect destroyed and being utterly alone. That kind of memory is a scar etched into the bones. After a long while, she raised her head, and in her cold eyes, only pure killing intent remained. People like this don't deserve to live in this world. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. He knew they had reached an agreement. We must take over Baichao Valley. We must also rescue that girl. The Crimson Blood Hall Master is at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and there is also a mountain protecting formation, Xiao Bingyao analyzed calmly. I have my own plans. A glint of light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He recounted his discovery of the formation's weakness and then proposed a bold plan. Lure the tiger away from the mountain, and let the flower bloom in the center. They think they have the advantage of location, so they are bound to be arrogant and conceited. I want to give them a reason to attack us, an opportunity for them to think they can easily crush us. When they send out all their main forces to besiege Qingzhou Mountain, that will be the best time for us to act. Xiao Bingyao looked at him, somewhat surprised. This man, who usually appears gentle and sunny, was surprisingly calm and ruthless at this moment. The plan is good, Xiao Bingyao agreed. But how do you lure them out? Zhao Wuji is suspicious by nature and won't leave his lair easily. He is suspicious, but also greedy, Lin Feng laughed. The talismans I sell have already stolen their business. In their eyes, the suddenly appearing Master Lin, am just a piece of tough fat meat. As long as we appear weak enough and valuable enough, they will definitely be tempted. All we need now is a trigger. The opportunity came sooner than Lin Feng had anticipated. One morning 3 days later. Lin Feng was practicing the minor demon slaying sword technique in the courtyard, while Xiao Bingyao sat beside him, holding her child and giving him pointers. Occasionally, he would say things like, "The sword tip is off" or "The force is incorrect," displaying a rather authoritative demeanor. Suddenly, 3 arrogant auras rushed straight up from the foot of the mountain, making no attempt to conceal them. "Those of you on the mountain, get out here!" A rough roar, carrying spiritual energy, echoed throughout the entire green bamboo mountain. Lin Feng stopped what he was doing and exchanged a glance with Xiao Bingyao. The fish has taken the bait. Chapter 13 First Order Illusion Array plays the deacon, using a tactic to invite the guest. At the foot of the mountain, the 3 deacons of the Crimson Blood Hall had already arrived. The leader was the Bloodblade Deacon, and the other 2 were also at the late stage of chi refining, with fierce and menacing faces. They looked at the thin blue mist enveloping Qingzhou Mountain with disdain on their faces. "That's it? A first-tier formation breaking technique," a deacon sneered. "This mist is so thin it's like someone took a piss. Who can it possibly stop?" The Bloodblade Deacon was even more arrogant. He stepped forward, channeled his spiritual power, and roared like a bell, "Lin Feng from the mountain. Get out here and answer me. You killed my brothers from the Crimson Blood Hall, and now you're playing tricks? Do you want to die? Get down here right now. Otherwise, I'll raze this wretched mountain to the ground today." The array mist dispersed, creating a passage, and Lin Feng's figure appeared before the 3 deacons. His face held just the right amount of anger, yet his eyes betrayed a clear sense of apprehension, like a roused but hesitant dog. "Who are you? Why are you shouting in front of my mountain gate without any reason?" Lin Feng questioned, his tone fierce but his voice weak. "I have no grudge against your Crimson Blood Hall. Why are you causing me trouble?" Seeing Lin Feng's expression, Deacon Bloodblade became even more smug. "Just as the intelligence indicated, this kid is a coward. It's all thanks to that woman who's backing me up. No enmity whatsoever?" Bloodblade Deacon sneered, pointing his ring pommel sword at Lin Feng. "The Black Wind duo were peripheral members of my Crimson Blood Hall. By killing them, you have made an enemy of my Crimson Blood Hall." He feigned panic and took half a step back, forcing himself to say, "Those 2 men were robbing me on the road. I was merely acting in self-defense." "You're just making excuses. Soliciting nonsense?" Bloodblade Deacon sneered. "In Yunmeng's, the fists of my Crimson Blood Hall are the only law." Without another word, Bloodblade Deacon surged with spiritual energy, his greatsword glowing crimson, and he was about to step forward and attack. He was certain that Lin Feng wouldn't dare to fight back. As soon as he made a move, the kid would be scared out of his wits. However, the moment he took his first step, Lin Feng moved. With a flick of his sleeve, more than a dozen talismans flew out instantly. Burst! The talisman didn't attack the 3 people, but instead exploded around them. But what exploded was not flames and lightning, but thick, dark green fog that was so dense it couldn't be dissolved. A talisman for evading detection? Illusion Array Talisman? The 3 deacons were startled, and before they could react, the scene before them had been completely turned upside down. Green Bamboo Mountain disappeared, Lin Feng disappeared, and his companions disappeared as well. They seemed to be instantly pulled into a gloomy and eerie unfamiliar space. A mere trick. Bloodblade Deacon roared, brandishing his broadsword, and a crimson blade of light slashed towards the thick fog before him. The blade's edge entered the mist like a mudox entering the sea, without stirring up the slightest ripple. Roar! A deafening roar came from behind him. Bloodblade Deacon suddenly turned around and saw a black demonic ape, over 3 zhang tall, staring at him fiercely with eyes as big as copper bells. But, no matter how you look at it, this demonic ape's face looks exactly like a monkey's face, and it's baring its teeth and making all sorts of funny faces at him. "You're asking for death." Enraged by the strange illusion, Bloodblade Deacon swung his blade and slashed at it. On the other side, the other deacon was in no better shape. Before him appeared a chubby little devil with 2 exaggerated blushes painted on his pale face. He was dancing a strange dance while sticking out his tongue and making faces at him. "Where did this little punk come from? Die!" The steward was both shocked and furious, and urged his magical spear to thrust it forward fiercely. The 3rd butler was being chased by a group of pink pigs with wings. As the piglets flew, they made grunting noises and occasionally nudged him with their rear ends. "Get out of my way! All of you, get out of my way!" Outside the formation, Lin Feng stood leisurely in place, arms crossed, watching the farce unfold before him with great interest. The array knowledge attached to the divine level talisman making technique is no ordinary matter. He deliberately added these comical elements to the illusion array in order to wear down the opponent's spirit and spiritual power, and at the same time, humiliate them. Within the formation, the three of them were like headless flies, rushing around aimlessly. Ouch! Who kicked my butt? Bullshit! You were the one who bumped into me. I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Big brother. That demonic ape is back. Help me. Help you, my foot. I haven't even dealt with the weird stuff on my end yet. In the mist, the three of them threw punches and kicks at each other, occasionally hitting their own comrades, creating a comical and chaotic scene. Lin Feng seized an opportunity and flicked out a barely perceptible ray of spiritual light from his fingertip, which disappeared into the back of one of the people's clothes. Micro-light markers have been created. Half an hour later, the three people in the formation had exhausted most of their spiritual energy, and they were all bruised and swollen, panting heavily. Lin Feng felt that the time was about right. With a thought, he manipulated the formation to gather the three of them together, and then slowly dispelled the mist. My vision became clear again. The three deacons, panting heavily, were horrified to find that they were still at the foot of Green Bamboo Mountain, without even having entered the mountain gate. But Lin Feng had long since disappeared without a trace. Only a cold voice, tinged with weakness and lingering fear, drifted from the mountaintop. Considering this is your first offense, get out. If there's a next time, you'll be executed without mercy. The sound wasn't loud, but it reached the ears of the three people clearly. Bloodblade Deacon was so angry that his face turned ashen, and he almost ground his steel teeth to powder. Only imprison them without killing them? And even determined to be executed without mercy? This is clearly because that kid doesn't dare to fight them head-on, so he can only use this kind of underhanded formation to buy time and then say something tough to get back at them. A coward who only knows how to hide in a formation. He spat. Brother, what should we do? This formation is a bit strange, a steward asked with lingering fear. What are you afraid of? Bloodblade Deacon roared. The fact that he doesn't dare kill us means he's scared. This formation is just an illusion, it won't last long. Let's go back and report to the Hall Master. Once the Hall Master personally takes action, we'll definitely skin this brat alive. Walk. The three of them, supporting each other, fled Qingzhou Mountain in a disheveled state. Outside Xianqi City, in a secluded manner. This is the lair of the Crimson Blood Hall. In the main hall, a burly, bald man with a face full of scars was embracing two alluring female cultivators, listening to the report from the Bloodblade Deacon. He was the leader of the Crimson Blood Hall, Blood Butcher, with a cultivation level of mid-foundation establishment. Master. That's how it happened. Deacon Bloodblade embellished the story. That kid named Lin Feng is all show and no substance. He's weak in combat, and when he saw us about to attack, he was so scared that he hid in the formation on the spot. Oh? How about the formation? Blood Butcher asked with great interest. It's just a deceptive formation. They conjured up some cheap illusions, and the three of US brothers broke it without much effort. Bloodblade Deacon boasted without batting an eye, but that kid is very slippery. As soon as he saw the formation was broken, he ran away. Another deacon quickly chimed in, that's right, Master. That kid's a pushover. The only reason he dared to kill the Black Wind duo was because of his foundation establishment stage wife. Furthermore, I've also learned that the female cultivator recently gave birth and is currently at her weakest. Oh? Blood Butcher's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The Hallmaster is wise. Upon seeing this, Bloodblade Deacon immediately stepped forward and lowered his voice, saying, the most crucial thing is, that woman. They say she's incredibly beautiful, a true beauty. If only we could capture her and present her to you, Master. A greedy glint flashed in Blood Butcher's eyes. Secret techniques for making talismans, stunningly beautiful female cultivators. He abruptly pushed away the female cultivator in his arms, slammed his hand on the table, and stood up. All right. In that case, pass on my orders. Gather all the best fighters in the hall. 3 days from now, on a dark and windy night, I will personally lead the team to wipe out Green Bamboo Mountain in one fell swoop. When the time comes, the secret technique will be mine, and that woman will be mine too. Ha ha ha. A burst of wild laughter erupted in the lobby. Inside a thatched hut on Green Bamboo Mountain. Lin Feng could hear everything that was happening in the outside world clearly through that faint light marker. He slowly opened his eyes, a chilling glint flashing within them. Use a counter strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Next, it's time to close the door and beat the dog. Chapter 14 Night Raid on Green Bamboo Mountain, sword light slashes in all directions. 3 days later, late at night, at the foot of Chinju Mountain. The moon hid behind thick clouds, as if unwilling to witness the impending bloodshed. "You all better watch out, don't make a sound." A rough voice rang out in the darkness. Bloodslaughter, the leader of the Crimson Blood Hall, led more than 20 of his men and sneaked to the foot of Green Bamboo Mountain like ghosts. This represents almost 80% of the Crimson Blood Hall's elite force, including 5 core members at the late Chi refining stage, each a ruthless killer. Blood Butcher looked up at Green Bamboo Mountain shrouded in a thin mist, grinning maliciously as he licked his lips. "You dare to challenge me in this godforsaken place?" He turned to look at his men behind him, his eyes gleaming with greed. "Brothers, there's a fat sheep making talismans on the mountain, and also a stunningly beautiful Foundation establishment female cultivator. Tonight, kill the men, capture the women alive. Wealth and beauties are all ours." Upon hearing this, all the evil cultivators revealed lewd smiles. "The Hall Master is mighty. I heard that woman just gave birth and is at her weakest. Hee, we'll all take turns enjoying it." Blood Butcher waved his hand, signaling for silence. He pointed to a thin, sinister-looking man in the group. "Third brother, it's your turn to perform." This man is called Ghost Hand, and he is the expert in breaking formations for the Crimson Blood Hall. Ghost Hand chuckled sinisterly and took out a palm-sized blood-red array plate from his storage bag. The surface of the array plate was engraved with numerous evil runes, radiating an ominous blood-red light. "Don't worry, Master. I can break this mere first-order formation in 3 breaths." As Ghost Hand spoke, he activated the array plate, and a blood-red light shot towards the protective array of Green Bamboo Mountain. The blood-red light shot towards the nodes of the Great Formation like arrows, preparing to destroy the foundation of the formation with its corrosive power. However, just as the blood-red light was about to touch the Great Formation, boom! The entire protective mountain array suddenly shone brightly. The originally thin, bluish mist instantly became as solid as steel. A powerful counterforce surged upwards like a raging tide. "Ah!" Ghost Hand let out a miserable scream as he flew backward like a kite with a broken string, spitting out a jet of blood in mid-air before crashing heavily into a large tree more than 10 meters away. Snap! He smashed the thick tree trunk in 2, and he himself bled from all 7 orifices and fainted on the spot. Everyone was stunned. This is completely inconsistent with the intelligence. Wasn't this formation supposed to be just a showy decoration? Blood Butcher's face instantly darkened, and a violent killing intent surged from his body. "Well, you dare to scheme against me." He finally realized that he had been tricked by Lin Feng. The other party was acting from beginning to end. Blood Butcher roared and summoned his natal magic weapon, the Blood Demon Dragon Slayer blade, from his storage bag. This is a blood-red broadsword over 3 feet long, with blood energy swirling around its blade, and the faint wails of vengeful ghosts can be heard. It is clearly a top-grade magic weapon. "You little brat, since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish." Blood Butcher's muscles bulged, and his mid-foundation establishment cultivation was unleashed without reservation. The Blood Fiend Dragon Slayer blade emitted a piercing buzzing sound in his hand, and a 10-foot-long blood-red blade light condensed at the edge of the blade. "Break!" He gripped the sword with both hands, unleashing a powerful strike with the force to split mountains and shatter rocks, aiming a full-force blow at the mountain-protecting formation. Boom! The blade's light slammed into the array's light barrier, causing the entire Green Bamboo Mountain to tremble. The protective array shook violently, its light dimmed slightly, but it remained steadfast. Blood Butcher's attack failed, which only fueled his rage. "They're all bark and no bite. Bomb them all." He roared at his men, "No one will get a share of the spoils until this tortoise shell is broken." In an instant, all sorts of spells and magical artifacts rained down on the mountain protecting array. Fireball, Wind Blade, Lightning Strike. The light emitted by the various magical artifacts illuminated the entire night sky as if it were daytime. The array's light barrier teetered precariously under the ferocious attack, on the verge of shattering at any moment. On the top of Chinju Mountain, inside a thatched hut, Lin Feng sat cross-legged at the core of the formation, continuously feeding in mid-grade spirit stones to maintain its operation. His expression was somewhat solemn, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. These guys' attacks were more intense than he had anticipated. The formation wouldn't last much longer. "Husband, how much longer?" Xiao Bingyao held the sleeping Lin Ping'an and asked softly. "Just hold on for another 15 minutes. Lin Feng replied, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Wife, remember what I said, go around to their back from the back of the mountain and give me a signal." Xiao Bingyao nodded, gently placed Lin Pingyan on the bed, and only got up after confirming that the child was sleeping soundly. She took out her natal flying sword Frostbite. This is a 3-foot-long green sword, its blade is cold as ice and snow, exuding a chilling aura. Careful. Lin Feng gave a soft instruction. Xiao Bingyao glanced at him, and a rare hint of tenderness appeared in her usually cold eyes. The same to you. After saying that, she vanished from the thatched hut in a flash, like a ghost. At the foot of the mountain, the members of the Crimson Blood Hall were still frantically attacking the mountain protecting formation. Push harder. This formation is about to give way. Blood Butcher brandished the Dragon Slayer blade, each strike more ruthless than the last. The other evil cultivators were also working themselves to the bone, each one panting heavily from exhaustion. Master, my spiritual energy is almost used up. It's not working here either. Damn it, how come this formation is so tough? Just then, a late-stage chi-refining evil cultivator who was unleashing a fireball spell with all his might suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He instinctively turned around to look, but saw nothing. Strange, how come? Before he could finish speaking, a cold, sharp sword light flashed in the darkness. The sword light was as fast as lightning and as beautiful as a shooting star. By the time he realized what was happening, his head was already flying into the air. Fresh blood gushed out from his neck like a fountain. Ah! Another evil cultivator screamed in terror, but the next second, the same sword light slashed across his throat. The two heads hit the ground almost simultaneously, making a dull thud. Everyone was stunned. Xiao Bingyao's figure appeared behind everyone like a ghost, her frost sword still dripping blood. Her white dress fluttered in the night wind, complementing her stunningly beautiful yet icy face, making her appear like a demon descended to earth. Damn it! How did she get out? Blood Butcher turned around abruptly, his eyes filled with shock. Shouldn't this woman be taking care of her child? What's she doing here? Moreover, her strength. Two experts at the late stage of chi refining were killed instantly by a single sword strike before they even had a chance to react. Her injuries have fully healed. Blood Butcher instantly understood, and a bad premonition welled up in his heart. This operation was a trap from the very beginning. The other party had been waiting for them to come. Without wasting words, Xiao Bingyao moved again. The frost sword transformed into an icy blue sword light, heading straight for the nearest evil cultivator. Careful! The evil cultivator raised his magic weapon in terror to defend himself, but how could he possibly withstand the sharpness of the frost sword? Snap! The ritual implement snapped in response, and the third corpse fell to the ground. The entire Crimson Blood Hall team was thrown into chaos instantly. The once orderly attack formation was completely thrown into chaos, and everyone scattered in terror. Surround her! Don't let her pick them off one by one. Blood Butcher roared as he gave orders, but it was too late. Xiao Bingyao moved with ghostly speed, weaving through the crowd, each sword strike capable of taking a life. Her swordsmanship was simple yet deadly, without any fancy moves. Run! Master, save me! In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 evil cultivators had already perished under her sword. Blood Butcher's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Is this still the same female cultivator who was seriously injured and on the verge of death? Chapter 15. Closing the door to beat the dog, catching the turtle in a jar. Blood Butcher watched helplessly as his most capable subordinates were easily harvested like fragile stalks of wheat under the white-clad woman's sword. He was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Useless trash! Blood Butcher roared at his two chi refining level 9 subordinates who were still in a daze. You two, go and hold her off. Master, she one of them said with fear. That's someone who can instantly kill someone of the same level. Sending them to hold them off? Isn't that just suicide? If you don't go, you'll die right now. Without further hesitation, the two gritted their teeth, activated their magical artifacts, and charged towards Xiao Bingyao. Which, prepare to die. The two men, one on the left and one on the right, one wielding a flying fork and the other wielding a bronze hammer, attempted to attack from both sides. Xiao Bingyao's eyes remained completely unmoved. Faced with the flying magical artifact, she didn't even dodge, she simply flicked her wrist slightly. Bite! The frost sword struck precisely at the tip of the flying fork, and an extremely cold sword aura instantly spread out. The flying fork condensed a layer of white frost in mid-air, its spiritual light greatly diminished, and it fell helplessly to the ground. At the same time, she shifted her body and dodged the heavy copper hammer. Before the owner of the copper hammer could finish his move, he felt a chill on his neck. His vision spun, and the last thing he saw was his own headless body, gushing blood. The other evil cultivator was so frightened that he turned around and tried to run away. But as soon as he turned around, a cold sword blade pierced through his back and chest. He looked down, staring incredulously at the gleaming sword tip protruding from his chest, his life force rapidly fading away. 2 more bodies fell. From beginning to end, it only took 3 breaths. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Blood Butcher's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He knew that if he continued to rely on these men, they would only be slaughtered by that woman. He could tell that although the woman's swordsmanship was fierce, her breathing would become slightly disordered after each strike. The injury hasn't healed. It's absolutely true that the injury hasn't healed. As long as I personally take action and forcefully suppress the enemy with my mid-foundation establishment cultivation, I can definitely finish the battle quickly. You vixen, I'll personally confront you. Blood Butcher abandoned his attack on the mountain protecting formation. His burly body, like an enraged bull, turned and pounced on Xiao Bingyao, wielding the Blood Fiend Dragon Slayer blade. All he could think about now was killing this woman first, and then going back to deal with that kid hiding in the formation. However, just as he turned to leave the Erase light barrier, the once indestructible Cyan light barrier, which had withstood their relentless bombardment for so long, vanished without warning, like a bubble. A figure, wielding a long sword that shimmered with azure light, stepped out from the dissipating mist. Who else could it be but Lin Feng? This is the opportunity he's been waiting for. Minor demon slaying sword technique. Lin Feng poured all his spiritual power into the high-grade magic weapon longsword in his hand. A dense, azure sword aura shot straight toward Bloodslaughter's wide-open back. This sword strike was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Lin Feng incorporated his understanding of sword techniques over the past few days, as well as all his cultivation from the early stages of foundation establishment, into it. This is the real killer move. Not good. As a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, Shui Tu possesses an abundance of combat experience. The deadly threat behind him made the hairs on his body stand on end. He didn't have time to think, let alone turn around to see who was attacking him. His survival instinct compelled him to twist his body and hold the bloodthirsty dragon-slaying blade horizontally in front of him. Clang! A deafening clang of metal clashing rang out. The cyan sword energy collided violently with the blood-red blade, unleashing a blinding light and a violent surge of spiritual energy. Blood Butcher felt an unparalleled force coming from the blade, and his tiger's mouth was instantly shattered, bleeding profusely. He was so shaken by the force that he staggered back 7 or 8 steps, each step leaving a deep footprint in the ground. A surge of blood rushed through my chest, and a sweet taste rose in my throat. I almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He forced down the mouthful of blood, raised his head, and stared intently at the composed young man in front of him, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. You're not at the chi refining stage. You are at the foundation establishment stage. Blood Butcher's voice trembled. The so-called coward and womanizer mentioned in this intelligence report is actually a genuine foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, the spiritual power contained in that sword strike was powerful and pure, no less than that of him, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. We've been tricked. From beginning to end, this was an elaborate trap. They, the Crimson Blood Hall, were the prey that ran headlong into the net. Only realizing it now? Too late. Lin Feng sneered, giving him no chance to catch his breath. With a swift movement of his feet, he pressed forward once more, his longsword flashing in a flourish, his attacks relentless. On the other side, Xiao Bingyao also made a move. Her figure moved along the edge of the battlefield, her frost sword occasionally thrusting out from tricky angles, forcing Blood Butcher into a frantic struggle. Her attacks were not aimed at killing with one blow, but rather at constantly harassing and restraining, creating trouble for Blood Butcher and giving Lin Feng an opportunity. A direct, forceful attack, wide-ranging and aggressive. A flanking fighter, moving with ghostly speed. Perfect teamwork. Blood Butcher was instantly caught in a desperate situation, attacked from both sides. Despite his brute strength, he was beaten so badly by the two that he was powerless to fight back and could only awkwardly swing his knife to parry, his wounds increasing. You're all asking for it. Completely suppressed, Blood Butcher let out a roar like a trapped beast. A mad, resolute glint flashed in his eyes, and a terrifying burst of blood-red light erupted from his body. Blood Demon Disintegration Technique. His muscles swelled at a visible speed, and blood-red lines like earthworms appeared on his skin. A violet aura far exceeding that of the mid-foundation establishment stage erupted from his body. He actually burned his own essence and lifespan to forcibly gain a short-term surge in strength. You all, die. Blood Butcher's strength has skyrocketed, with his speed and power increasing by more than one level. He forced Lin Feng's frontal attack back with a single strike, the massive blade of light almost engulfing Lin Feng. Lin Feng had no choice but to temporarily avoid the limelight and retreat. Blood Butcher grinned maliciously, preparing to press his advantage and kill Lin Feng in one fell swoop. Wow! Just at this critical moment, an incredibly loud baby's cry came out without warning from the thatched hut on the mountaintop. The cry was clear and loud, yet it possessed a strange magic. Upon hearing the sound, Blood Butcher, who was frantically circulating his secret technique, felt his mind suddenly freeze, as if an invisible hand had gripped his heart. The surging blood and chi within my body momentarily stagnated. His secret technique, which he relied on to unleash its power, went out of control in that instant. This is bad. Blood Butcher was terrified. In a battle between masters, the difference of a single line can be life or death. That fleeting opening was enough for Xiao Bingyao. Her figure had appeared beside Blood Butcher without anyone noticing. A sword light of extreme speed flashed and disappeared into the night. Put! The savage grin and horror on Blood Butcher's face were frozen in time. A huge bald head shot into the sky, leaving a trail of blood. The headless corpse swayed and then collapsed to the ground with a thud. Blood stained the land at the foot of Qingju Mountain. Chapter 16 Blood Feud, 100 Herbs Classic appears. The remaining dozen or so evil cultivators from the Crimson Blood Hall were terrified when they saw this scene. The sect leader is dead. Run! This group of evil cultivators, who usually committed numerous atrocities, scattered and fled like frightened birds. Lin Feng glanced at Xiao Bingyao, and the two tacitly refrained from giving chase. These small fry can't cause any trouble. The most important thing now is to get to Baichao Valley as soon as possible. My wife, you've worked hard. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Bingyao with concern. Her sword strikes just now seemed effortless, but Lin Feng knew that given her current physical condition, such a high-intensity battle would be quite a burden for her. Xiao Bingyao shook her head, it's all right. Although she said that, her face was indeed a little pale, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Lin Feng tenderly reached out to wipe away her sweat, then quickly began cleaning up the mess. Blood Butcher's storage bag was naturally a key target. This guy, being a local tyrant, must have accumulated quite a bit of wealth. In addition, Lin Feng also collected the storage bags of several other evil cultivators in the late stage of qi refining. Even a tiny mosquito is still neat. Husband, what about Ping'an? Xiao Bingyao said with some worry. Although they set up protective magic arrays around the thatched hut, she was still worried about the child who was still young. Don't worry, we're protected by the magic array, nothing will happen, Lin Feng reassured him. And we'll be back soon. He took out a protective talisman and flicked it towards the thatched hut. The talisman burned, transforming into a stream of light that disappeared into the formation. Having done all this, Lin Feng and his wife did not delay any longer. They transformed into two streaks of light and headed straight for 100 Herbs Valley. Just as Lin Feng had predicted, 100 Herbs Valley was indeed extremely vulnerable in its defenses at this moment. Blood Butcher took almost all of his elite troops with him for this night raid, leaving only a few mid-stage qi refining minions behind. These people were patrolling various parts of the valley, completely unaware that their leader had already died. Third brother, how's the fight going with the hall master and the others? A skinny, monkey-like evil cultivator asked as he walked. What else can happen? It'll be a piece of cake, another fat, evil cultivator said nonchalantly. Isn't it overkill for the hall master to personally deal with a mere qi refining stage kid? Hee, I heard that female cultivator is extremely beautiful. Maybe after the sect leader gets tired of her, it'll be our turn. Before he could finish speaking, a streak of azure sword light descended from the sky. The skinny, evil cultivator's head instantly disintegrated, and blood splattered all over the fat man's face. Ah, the fat evil cultivator screamed in terror, trying to run away, but a streak of icy blue sword light followed closely behind. His voice abruptly stopped. Lin Feng and Xiao Bingyao descended from the sky and landed in the valley. For them, opponents of this caliber were as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, all the stubborn evil cultivators in the entire 100 Herbs Valley were wiped out. Let's go to the dungeon. Lin Feng didn't rush to loot the valley's valuables, but went straight to the place where Mu Wanner was imprisoned. Saving lives is the priority. The two arrived at the dungeon entrance, where several guards had already hidden themselves, frightened by the earlier commotion. Lin Feng didn't bother looking for them and simply cleaved open the dungeon's iron door with a single sword strike. Boom! The heavy iron gate shattered with a crash, scattering fragments everywhere. Inside the dungeon, Muwaner heard a loud noise and thought it was those evil cultivators coming to torture her again. Her eyes were filled with despair. She slowly raised her head, preparing to face a new round of pain. However, what came into view were two unfamiliar figures. A man and a woman, both young. The man was handsome, and the woman was as beautiful as a fairy. Muwaner was stunned. This isn't someone from the Crimson Blood Hall? Lin Feng didn't say much, but stepped forward and severed the chains binding Muwaner with a single sword strike. Splash! The heavy black iron chain snapped, and Muwaner's body lost its support, collapsing limply to the ground. Xiao Bingyao reacted quickly and stepped forward to help her up. It's all right now, Xiao Bingyao said softly, trying to comfort her. Lin Feng took out a clean white robe and a bottle of healing pills from his storage bag and handed them to Muwaner. Let's treat the injury first. Looking at the two saviors in front of her, Muwaner's tears rolled down her cheeks like broken beads. She wanted to speak, but due to long-term dehydration and damage, she could only make hoarse, breathy sounds. Xiao Bingyao took out another bottle of water and slowly fed it to her. With the help of the elixirs and clean water, Muwaner's condition improved considerably. She struggled to kneel down, but Lin Feng stopped her. No need for that, Lin Feng said. It's just a small favor. A look of gratitude flashed in Muwaner's eyes, and she spoke in a trembling voice, my benefactor, Waner. I know what happened to you. Lin Feng nodded. The Crimson Blood Hall has been destroyed by us, and Blood Butcher is dead. Upon hearing this news, a bright light instantly shone in Muwaner's eyes. She wanted to ask for details, but felt it was undignified to act this way. Please wait a moment, my benefactor. Waner, please change your clothes first. Xiao Bingyao thoughtfully shielded her from view, and Muwaner finally managed to change into the clean robe. Thank you both for saving my life. Muwaner formally bowed to the two men. May I ask your names? My name is Lin Feng, and this is my wife, Xiao Bingyao. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Xiao, Muwaner bowed again. Waner has no way to repay you. At this point, she suddenly remembered something and carefully took out a small package wrapped in special animal hide from her inner garment. The animal hide looks old, but it is well preserved and is obviously made of some valuable material. My benefactor, this is the compendium of materia medica that my Mu family has protected for generations. Muwaner held the small package in both hands. Our family was wiped out because of this scripture. Her voice was filled with deep pain. I have nothing to repay you with, so I offer this scripture and use this medicinal spirit body to serve the Lin family. I only hope that one day I can avenge my family. Lin Feng and Xiao Bingyao exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. The classic of materia medica. This is a legendary, divine pharmacopoeia, containing countless lost recipes for alchemy and methods for cultivating medicinal herbs. No wonder the Crimson Blood Hall wiped out her entire family. Such a treasure is indeed enough to drive people mad. Are you sure you want to give this to me? Lin Feng asked. This is your family's heirloom. Muwaner nodded. Waner is a weak woman, she simply cannot protect such a treasure. Rather than letting it go to waste, it's better to hand it over to someone capable. Moreover, since our benefactor was able to destroy the Crimson Blood Hall, it shows that his strength is unfathomable. With the 100 Herbs Classic in your hands, it will surely play an even greater role. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then took the animal skin package. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a fragment of the Compendium of Materia Medica. The Classic of Materia Medica, written by the ancient medicine king, it records 3,000 kinds of rare and secret medicine recipes, methods for arranging medicinal fields, and insights into medicine refining. This is the second volume, primarily recording the cultivation and refining of second to fourth tier spiritual herbs. The system's notification delighted Lin Feng. Although it is only a fragment, it is already precious enough. With this book, he will be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort in the cultivation of medicinal herbs. In that case, I will accept it. Lin Feng said solemnly, Miss Mu, from today onwards, you will be a guest elder of my Lin family. As for revenge, I can assure you that as long as I have the ability one day, I will definitely clear your family's name. Upon hearing this, Muwaner burst into tears again. Waner thanks Lord Lin. Don't rush to thank me, Lin Feng said with a smile. Let's pack up our things in 100 Herbs Valley first, and then go back. The three of them left the dungeon and began searching the entire 100 Herbs Valley. In Blood Butcher's secret chamber, the mountain of spirit stones almost blinded Lin Feng. You struck it rich. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in amazement. These spirit stones, if added together, would probably amount to hundreds of thousands. Besides spirit stones, there are also various precious medicinal herbs. Xiao Bingyao quickly found the ice marrow grass she needed, and a rare smile appeared on her face. In a hidden compartment of the secret room, Lin Feng unexpectedly discovered a black ledger. Upon opening it, my eyes lit up. This is actually Blood Butcher's shady business. The document details his dirty dealings with an elder of the Danxia sect, a third-rate sect in the eastern wilderness. Human trafficking, smuggling contraband, collusion with demonic cultivators. All sorts of shady dealings were recorded in great detail. This thing is interesting. Lin Feng squinted his eyes. It seems there's an even bigger fish behind the Crimson Blood Hall. Chapter 17. The foundation is established. A raging fire rose in 100 Herbs Valley, engulfing everything left behind by Crimson Blood Hall. Lin Feng turned around, looked at Xiao Bingyao holding the child behind him, and Mu Wanner who was still a little reserved beside him, and smiled. From today onwards, this is our home. Xiao Bingyao nodded gently. Lin Ping'an in her arms was sleeping soundly, his little mouth smacking. They seemed to sense the rich spiritual energy here, far surpassing that of Qingzhou Mountain, and felt exceptionally comfortable. The second-tier spiritual veins here will greatly benefit Ping An's growth. Her voice was as cold as ever, but her gaze had softened considerably. Looking at the scene before her, Mu Wanner felt as if she had been transported to another world. Just a few days ago, this place was a living hell for her, a place where she felt like she was living in hell. Now, the villains have been beheaded, the new lord is benevolent, and she has finally awakened from her nightmare. In just 3 days, the shocking news of the Crimson Blood Hall's overnight annihilation spread throughout the entire Yunmeng Marsh. The evil cultivation force that had been entrenched for many years, whose leader, Blood Butcher, was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, was just gone like that? At first, no one believed it. The news was only fully confirmed when a daring rogue cultivator secretly went to the outskirts of 100 Herbs Valley and saw with his own eyes the corpses of those evil cultivators who had been carelessly abandoned. The entire Yunmengs was instantly thrown into chaos. My God, that was Blood Butcher. He was actually killed by Senior Lin? I thought he was just a rogue cultivator skilled in making talismans, but I never expected he's a master of disguise. Who would dare to mess with Baikaegu after this? That would be like lighting a lamp in a latrine. It's suicide. Overnight, the Master Lin spoken of by the cultivators of Yunmengs quietly became Senior Lin. Amidst the awe, there was also a touch of deep-seated fear. On the morning of the 4th day, a long queue formed outside Baichao Valley. They were all leaders of small gangs and independent cultivators from the nearby area who were affiliated with the Crimson Blood Hall. At this moment, they were all holding gifts, with smiles on their faces that were more like crying, and they were waiting for the summons with trepidation. Wang Hu of the Qingshi gang pays respects to Senior Lin. I am willing to serve you faithfully. This is just a small token of my appreciation. A burly man with a fierce face held a jade box high in the air. The Flying Eagle Chamber of Commerce is willing to offer 30% of its assets to you, Senior. Senior, I'm just a rogue cultivator at the 5th level of qi refining, but I have a keen sense of smell, and I'm an expert at finding mineral veins. Lin Feng sat in the makeshift hall in the valley, looking at the group of opportunists below, and found it somewhat amusing. When Blood Butcher was alive, they were his henchmen. When Blood Butcher died, they transformed into his obedient subjects. However, he is indeed short-handed to manage the huge Baikaegu business. Lin Feng didn't speak, but simply picked up his teacup and gently blew on the steam. Those below him, seeing that he remained silent for so long, were sweating profusely and dared not even breathe. Put everything down. After a long while, Lin Feng put down his teacup and said calmly, those who are willing to stay, my Lin family will accept them. But let me make this clear from the start, there is only one rule in the Lin family. He glanced around, his gaze calm yet carrying an undeniable air of authority. Anyone who dares to continue those shady dealings in my 100 Herbs Valley will face the same fate as the Crimson Blood Hall today. Upon hearing this, everyone felt as if they had been granted a pardon and kowtowed in unison. We will humbly obey the instructions of our predecessors. Lin Feng casually pointed to a few people who seemed fairly clever and put them in charge of managing the newly acquired forces and industries. In just a few days, the prototype of an orderly cultivation family was established in 100 Herbs Valley. The most immediate feeling upon moving into Baikaegu is its spiritual energy. The omnipresent, rich spiritual energy brought a sense of comfort to my meridians with every breath. After taking the pills made from ice marrow grass, Xiao Bingyao's originally pale complexion completely regained its rosy hue. The last remaining hidden danger in the Ice Soul Sword body was also rapidly dissipating. The biggest surprise came from Lin Pingyan. The little one, not even a month old, lay in the room with the richest spiritual energy and unconsciously opened his little mouth, swallowing the surrounding spiritual energy specks. A pair of big, dark eyes curiously surveyed the world, revealing a liveliness far beyond that of other babies her age. This child seems to be born with knowledge. Xiao Bingyao held her son, her tone filled with undisguised surprise and affection. Lin Feng was filled with pride. As expected of someone with an innate Tao embryo, his starting line was directly at the finish line of others. At the same time, Mu Wanner's transformation was even more astonishing. With ample nourishment from the elixirs and the second-tier spiritual veins, her withered body quickly regained its vitality, and her appearance returned to the delicate and beautiful features that a young girl should have. That night, Lin Feng was consolidating his cultivation in his quiet room when suddenly, a pure and powerful surge of spiritual energy from plants and trees emanated from the direction of the guest room. He scanned the area with his divine sense and immediately stood up. "Wanner, it's me." The door opened, and Mu Wanner stood gracefully in the doorway, her cultivation having clearly recovered to the great perfection of qi refining. She exuded a fresh, natural scent of grass and trees, and her entire demeanor changed dramatically. Lin. Patriarch Lin. She was still a little uncomfortable with this title, her cheeks slightly flushed. Wanner's cultivation has been restored. How are you feeling? It's better than ever before. Mu Wanner couldn't hide her excitement. Wanner feels that my medicinal spirit body seems to have become stronger. She led Lin Feng to a corner of the room, where there was a pot of orchids that was about to wither and die. Mu Wanner stretched out her slender hand and gently covered the soil in the flower pot. A miraculous scene unfolded. The withered orchids visibly revived. This. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in amazement. Perhaps because the forced growth of the spiritual herb was a blessing in disguise, it actually honed this ability, Mu Wanner explained. Lin Feng was overjoyed. This isn't a blessing in disguise, it's like finding a treasure. In that case, starting tomorrow, the medicinal herb fields in the valley will be entirely under your management. Wanner will certainly live up to the patriarch's expectations. As it turned out, Lin Feng's decision was absolutely correct. Under Mu Wanner's care, the yield and quality of medicinal herbs in Baichao Valley have increased dramatically. First-grade spiritual herbs that originally took 6 months to mature can now be harvested in 3 months, and their medicinal properties have generally improved by 1 grade. What surprised Lin Feng even more was that Mu Wanner was not only a top-notch gardener but also a born CEO. She volunteered to develop a comprehensive management system for the Lin family's medicinal herb industry, combining knowledge from the Compendium of Materia Medica with her family's generations of experience in the medicinal herb business. From breeding, fertilization, pest control, to harvesting, processing, storage, and sales, every step is clearly written out, and even a development plan for the next 3 years has been made. Lin Feng flipped through the thick white paper on the development of Baikaegu medicinal herb fields, his eyes twitching slightly. So professional. Absolutely professional. This girl can not only be the production technology director, but also the chief operating officer. Looking at the neat handwriting on the booklet in Mu Wanner's expectant eyes, he felt a surge of emotion. The family business was beginning to take shape. A wife who was an icy sword immortal, a son with a congenital Tao embryo, and a guest elder with a medicinal spirit body. Lin Feng gazed into the distance, his eyes gleaming. This is just the beginning. For a family to prosper, it's not enough for just one person to work hard and have children, it's also necessary to recruit talented individuals. However, on the other hand, it's time to put the matter of strengthening the family bloodline on the agenda. Chapter 18, a new bride arrives, another foundation establishment member joins the family. The moonlight, like water, spilled into the courtyard. Xiao Bingyao stood quietly under a spirit tree, her gaze fixed on Lin Pingyan, who was fast asleep not far away. Under the moonlight, the lines of her cool profile were incredibly soft. Hearing footsteps, she turned around. "My wife, there's something I'd like to discuss with you." Lin Feng walked to her side and stood beside her. "Speak," Xiao Bingyao said softly. Lin Feng paused briefly before speaking directly. "I want to take Wanner as a concubine." The courtyard fell silent instantly, with only the rustling of the wind through the leaves. Xiao Bingyao did not answer immediately, but turned her head back to continue looking at her son in the cradle. Those calm, still eyes revealed no emotion whatsoever. Lin Feng felt a little uneasy, but he still forced a smile and explained, "For the sake of the family." Her medicinal spirit body is too important to us and to Ping'an. With her around, our spiritual medicine industry can grow at the fastest speed, and the cultivation resources for Ping'an's future are also guaranteed. Xiao Bingyao finally reacted. She turned her head and looked directly into Lin Feng's eyes with her cold gaze. She's willing? This question put Lin Feng at ease. She didn't ask, have you taken a liking to her, nor did she question him about whether he was fickle. Instead, she first asked Mu Wanner for her opinion. I haven't asked yet, Lin Feng said frankly. I need your consent first. This is his way of showing respect for her. Xiao Bingyao remained silent for an even longer time. She looked at her son sleeping soundly in the cradle, then glanced at the man in front of her, whose expression was solemn and whose brows showed a hint of tension. After a long while, she sighed softly. You're in charge of things at home. Her voice remained cool and clear, but it completely put Lin Feng's mind at ease. He hugged Xiao Bingyao tightly and said happily, I'll write more about my wife's magnanimity. The next day, Lin Feng found Mu Wanner in the herb field. She was squatting beside a newly planted medicinal herb. Patriarch. Noticing Lin Feng approaching, Mu Wanner quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. Wanner, don't call me patriarch anymore, it's too formal. Lin Feng smiled gently. He looked at the completely transformed girl in front of him and said directly. Wanner, I hope you can become a true member of my Lin family. Not just a guest elder, but my Taoist partner. The jade shovel in Mu Wanner's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. She was completely stunned, staring at Lin Feng in disbelief, her eyes instantly reddening. Master, I have no right to do this. She stammered, waving her hands frantically. Wanner is of lowly status, once a prisoner, how could she defile the head of the family? In my eyes, you have never been a prisoner, Lin Feng interrupted her, his tone solemn. You are Mu Wanner, not some prisoner. I need you, the Lin family needs you, and Ping'an needs you too. He looked into her tear-filled eyes and softened his voice. I assure you, this is not only for the family, but also to give you a real home. A home where you will never suffer any injustice or harm again. A real home. These 5 words, like a warm current, instantly shattered all of Mu Wanner's defenses. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. She did not refuse again, nor did she say those self-deprecating words. Instead, she slowly and solemnly knelt down. Wanner is willing to serve the patriarch for the rest of her life. In the evening, a simple yet heartwarming ceremony was held at Baikaegu. There were no guests, and no formalities. There were only Lin Feng, Xiao Bingyao, and Mu Wanner, plus Lin Ping'an, who was fast asleep in his cradle. The 3 sat facing each other and shared a cup of spiritual tea, thus concluding the ceremony. When Mu Wanner shyly changed her address and called Xiao Bingyao sister, the system's voice arrived in Lin Feng's mind as expected. Ding! Congratulations, host, on marrying your second Taoist partner, Mu Wanner. Detected that Taoist companion Mu Wanner possesses the medicine spirit body, highly compatible with the family's fortune, triggering a special reward. 1. Reward the host with 100 skills, Divine Alchemy Beginner. 2. Reward, Clan Building Blueprint Mid-Grade Spirit Gathering Array. 3. The host's cultivation level will be raised to the peak of the early foundation establishment stage. Boom! A vast and pure torrent of spiritual energy suddenly formed within Lin Feng's dantian, instantly washing over his entire body. His initial cultivation bottleneck at the foundation establishment stage was easily broken through by this power, as if it were made of paper. It came to a steady stop just a hair's breadth away from the mid-stage of foundation establishment. At the same time, a massive amount of alchemy knowledge flooded into his mind like a burst dam. It was as if he had been immersed in alchemy for hundreds of years. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. He glanced at his 2 stunningly beautiful wives beside him, his heart filled with boundless pride. Double happiness is on the horizon, a sign of great prosperity for the family. He didn't bask in the joy of his increased strength, but immediately looked at Mu Wanner with burning eyes. Wanner, you have already reached the great perfection of qi refining, it's time to establish your foundation. As he spoke, he flipped his hand, and a jade bottle appeared in his palm. He poured out a pill the size of a longan, exuding a fragrant aroma. These are the foundation establishment pills that were looted from Bloodslaughter's storage bag. Foundation building pill. Mu Wanner and Xiao Bingyao exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Mu Wanner was startled and retreated repeatedly, saying, No, Patriarch, this is too precious. Wanner cannot accept it. A single foundation establishment pill is enough to cause countless qi refining cultivators to fight tooth and nail, even to the point of ruin and death. We're family, no need for formalities. Lin Feng firmly placed the pill in her hand, a gentle smile on his lips. You are now my wife, Ping An's second mother. Your cultivation level is the strength of our family. Don't think too much. I will protect you. Looking at the foundation establishment pill in her hand and then at Lin Feng's unquestionable gaze, Mu Wanna nodded heavily, keeping all her gratitude hidden in her heart. That night, in the secret chamber where the spiritual energy was most abundant, Mu Wanner swallowed the foundation establishment pill. Lin Feng sat cross-legged behind her, his palms pressed against her back, and the yin-yang harmony and heaven-mending scripture slowly began to circulate. A pure and peaceful spiritual energy flowed continuously into her body, calming the violent medicinal power. With Lin Feng's assistance, Mu Wanner's foundation building process went exceptionally smoothly. Her long-sealed meridians were not only fully repaired under the dual nourishment of the foundation establishment pill and Lin Feng's spiritual power, but also became more resilient and expansive than before. 3 hours later, when a pool of emerald green liquid spiritual energy had completely formed in Mu Wanner's dantian, a powerful aura belonging to a foundation establishment cultivator suddenly erupted. Ding! Family member Mu Wanner has advanced to the foundation establishment stage, greatly enhancing the family's strength. Reward, family luck value plus 1000. Lin Feng felt overjoyed as he sensed the stable and powerful aura within Mu Wanner's body. 1 family, 3 foundation establishment cultivators. Without delay, he struck while the iron was hot and immediately took out the blueprint for the mid-grade spirit gathering array. The blueprint was incredibly complex, but with the added benefit of his divine alchemy skills and knowledge of formations, Lin Feng understood it completely after just one glance. He mobilized manpower as quickly as possible and buried spirit stones at key locations throughout Baichao Valley according to the blueprints. As the last mid-grade spirit stone was embedded into the array's core. Buzz! The entire 100 Herbs Valley trembled slightly. An invisible vortex of spiritual energy formed above the valley. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 100 miles was frantically drawn in by an invisible force. The concentration of spiritual energy in the valley rose again at an astonishing rate. What was originally just a thin mist has now become as thick as milk. Taking a deep breath makes one feel refreshed and invigorated, and even improves one's cultivation. This concentration of spiritual energy is almost comparable to the core peak of some third-rate sects. Xiao Bingyao stood in the courtyard, sensing the astonishing changes, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. Mu Wanner also stepped out of the secret chamber, feeling the rich spiritual energy, her face filled with shock and joy. The foundation was laid and the family prospered. Looking at all this, Lin Feng felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. However, when he returned to his study alone late at night and took out the black ledger from his storage bag, the smile on his face slowly faded. His finger lightly traced over those 3 words. Danxia sect. The Crimson Blood Hall was nothing more than a dog they kept in Yunmeng Marsh. Now that the dog has been killed, it's time for the masters to make a move. Once Baikago's high-quality medicinal herbs are on the market, they will inevitably affect the interests of Danxia sect. Conflict will be inevitable. Chapter 19 The medicinal spirit appears, clouds rumble in all directions. 2 weeks later. In the largest market for independent cultivators in Yunmengs, a shop called Baikaoj had a signboard hanging in a corner. On its opening day, the market was in an uproar. Old Wang, have you heard? The Qingling grass from Baichao Pavilion is far more potent than the one from Danqin Hall. Really? Danqin Hall is a property of the Danxia sect. Why would I lie to you? I just bought one, and the price has increased by 10%. But the potency of that medicine, TSK, it's at least 30% stronger. It even loosened the bottleneck that had been stuck for half a year. Let's go check it out. It might be gone if we're too late. Countless independent cultivators flocked to the 100 Herbs Pavilion, fearing they would miss out if they arrived too late. Inside the shop, an elderly man with half-gray hair but full of energy was cheerfully greeting customers. The old man's name was Sun Baishan. He was at the early stage of foundation establishment and had spent his entire life in Yunmengs. He was a seasoned veteran. He thought that this was how his life would be, but when he went to Baichao Valley to pay his respects a few days ago, the young Lin family had not only did not look down on him for his declining health, but also granted him the position of guest elder with a generous monthly salary, and even allowed him to cultivate in the valley rich in spiritual energy. Sun Baishan immediately knelt down, wishing he could rip out his heart. Looking at the crowds of people rushing to buy, Sun Baishan was filled with admiration for Lin Feng. The head of the family is truly a god. The immense popularity of Baikioj made the owners of other pharmacies in the market turn green with envy. Damn it! Are they trying to kill us all? A pharmacy owner stomped his feet in anger as he looked at the empty storefront. Shopkeeper, our goods just won't sell, the shop assistant said with a mournful face. What are we going to do? Just let it be. The shopkeeper spat angrily. We're not the ones with the worst business. Go look at the faces of Deng Sintang. They look worse than if their fathers had died. As he said, the atmosphere was solemn inside the most magnificent Danshin hall in the center of the city. A steward dressed in the robes of a Danxia sect disciple was facing a communication jade slip, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Elder, yes, I have personally verified it. The medicinal herbs from the 100 Herbs Pavilion are indeed more than 30% more potent than ours. The price is only 10% higher. Yes, I am incompetent. Please calm your anger, Elder. After putting down the jade slip, the steward's legs went weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. 3 days later, at Danxia sect. Inside the main hall, a tall, thin, and sinister-looking middle-aged man smashed the jade table in front of him to pieces with a single palm strike. He was Lu Tai, the sect leader of Danxia sect, who had reached the great perfection of foundation establishment. Damn it! This Lin family, who appeared out of nowhere, dares to threaten the livelihood of my Danxia sect. Lu Tai was furious. The business of spiritual herbs in Yunmengs has always been the exclusive domain of the Danxia sect, and it is the sect's largest source of income. Now, a single herbalist has taken away nearly half of their business in just a few days. Sect master, please calm your anger. Your Highness, a handsome young cultivator dressed in white bowed respectfully. A mere rogue cultivator family dares to anger you, sect master? This disciple is willing to make a trip and meet with the Lin family. This person was none other than Li Xian, the chief disciple of the Danxia sect. At only 25 years old, he was already in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. He had mastered the art of alchemy and inherited the true skills of Lu Tai. He had always been arrogant and haughty. Lu Tai looked at his prized disciple, and his anger subsided slightly. Alright, Li Xian, take a team of enforcement disciples with you. Remember, find out exactly where the quality of their elixirs comes from. Our Danxia sect has stood strong in the eastern wilderness for 100 years because of our true abilities. I don't believe that a family with no connections can be stronger than us. Lu Tai's voice was full of greed. If they used some underhanded secret techniques. That's perfect for cleaning up the Immortal Alliance's ranks. Bring that technique back to me. Disciple understands. In Li Xian's view, this mission was nothing more than a trip down the mountain to relax. 2 days later, at Baichao Pavilion. Li Xian led 10 disciples of the Danxia sect and swaggered in amidst the gazes of a group of rogue cultivators. Unauthorized personnel, get out. A law enforcement disciple stepped forward, unleashing a burst of spiritual energy, and roughly drove away the customers in line. The crowd, though furious, dared not speak out and retreated to the side of the street to watch the spectacle. Sun Baishan stepped out from behind the counter and cupped his hands in greeting. I wonder what brings you, esteemed immortal masters of the Danxia sect, here. Li Xian didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. An old man with declining health wasn't worthy of his attention. He casually picked up a medicinal herb from the counter, smelled it, then threw it on the ground with a look of disdain and crushed it with his foot. It really is something created by evil magic. Li Xian's voice wasn't loud, but it carried throughout the entire street. His spiritual energy is mixed and his foundation is weak. He is outwardly beautiful but inwardly rotten. Your prolonged consumption of this demonic elixir will only damage your own foundation and jeopardize your path to immortality. Upon hearing this, the onlookers outside erupted in uproar. What? A demonic elixir? I knew it. There's no such thing as a free lunch. It turned out to be a trap. Sun Baishuan's expression changed, and he became anxious. Immortal Master, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Our Lin family acts with integrity and uprightness. How could we possibly resort to demonic arts and evil magic? Upright and honest? Li Xian sneered, took a step forward, and stared intently at Sun Baishan. Then let me ask you, what makes your spiritual herbs superior in quality to those of my Danxia sect? Who is the Grand Master of Alchemy backing you? This Sun Baishan forced a troubled look on his face and stammered. This is exactly the script that Lin Feng provided. Can't say anything now, can you? Li Xian became even more smug, his voice rising several decibels. I think you've used some underhanded tricks. Hand over the cultivation technique immediately and come with me to the Immortal Alliance's enforcement hall. Otherwise, we will shut down your shady shop today. Just as Li Xian was about to make a move, Sun Baishan gritted his teeth and blurted out. It's not some secret technique. It's because our mistress is born with a natural medicinal spirit body. One sentence brought the noise of the entire street to an abrupt halt. Medicine spirit body. Legend has it that this person possesses a heaven-defying physique that allows them to communicate with countless plants and trees, connect with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and cultivate spiritual herbs with their bare hands. Li Xian was also taken aback, then burst into wild laughter, his laughter full of disdain. The body of a medicine spirit? This is utterly absurd. How dare they try to fool people with something that only exists in ancient books? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? He concluded that this was a desperate act by the other party, a fabrication. Believe it or not. Sun Baishan stiffened his neck, looking like he was ready to go all out. Our mistress is exceptionally gifted. All the medicinal herbs in 100 Herbs Valley are personally tended by her, so their quality is naturally far superior to ordinary ones. What a sharp-tongued old bastard. Li Xian's voice turned cold. Since you refuse to listen to reason and are forced to drink the penalty cup, then don't blame my Danxia sect for being impolite. Just as he was about to give the order to act, the market's patrol guards finally arrived. Stop. Private fights are prohibited in the market. The captain, who was also a Foundation establishment cultivator, looked at the Danxia sect's attire and then at Sun Baishan, who looked aggrieved, and felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't afford to offend the Danxia sect, but he dared not offend Senior Lin, who could wipe out the Crimson Blood Hall in one night. Li Xian snorted coldly. He had already achieved his purpose for coming today. Framing and pressuring to force the other party to reveal their hand. I'll spare you for now, Li Xian said, withdrawing his imposing aura and looking down at him. After saying that, he led his men away. Within half a day, the news spread rapidly throughout Yunmeng's and even the surrounding areas. In the Lin family of Baichao Valley, there is a mistress who possesses the body of a medicinal spirit. Countless gazes were cast toward 100 Herbs Valley, some with greed, some with curiosity, and some with scrutiny. Late that night, at Baikayagu, Lin Feng stood at the highest point of the valley, his divine sense covering an area of dozens of miles. He could clearly see at least 3 groups of uninvited guests lurking around the valley. As soon as a group of people approached within 100 feet of the valley, a chilling sword aura shot out from the depths of the valley. The sword energy flew past the man's scalp, freezing a boulder half a person's height behind him into an ice sculpture, which then shattered into countless ice shards. The man was so frightened that he fled in terror. Another group of people were even more unlucky. Taking advantage of their numbers, they sneaked into a bamboo forest, only to find themselves suddenly enveloped in an endless fog. Big brother, help! There's a ghost. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. The group chased and hacked at their own people all night in the illusion array, until dawn, when they were bruised and battered, their spiritual energy exhausted, and were spit out by the array. Lin Feng withdrew his divine sense and sneered. The first step in muddying the waters has been successful. He returned to the courtyard, where Xiao Bingyao and Mu Waner were waiting for him. Mu Waner's face was filled with worry and self-reproach. Husband, I'm sorry, I've brought trouble to the family. Silly girl. Lin Feng ruffled her hair. I deliberately released this news so that everyone would know that our Lin family has a priceless piece of fat meat. Xiao Bingyao looked at him and said, everyone wants to take a bite. That's right. Lin Feng nodded. But everyone is afraid of someone else making the first move. The Danxia sect must be even more anxious than us right now. If they want to take it all for themselves, they must take us down as quickly as possible, in a rule of the rules manner, before other forces can react. Now, let's see what they do. Chapter 20 The Dando Agreement, A Path to Suicide? The next morning, a fiery cloud boat hovered above Baichao Valley. A middle-aged cultivator in a crimson robe stood at the bow of the ship, his mid-foundation establishment-level aura directly enveloping the area. Elder Zhao Qian of the Danxia sect has come to pay his respects to Patriarch Lin. The sound wasn't loud, but it traveled throughout the entire 100 Herbs Valley thanks to the spiritual power. Upon hearing this, Sun Baishan and the other guest retainers all changed their expressions. It's here. Lin Feng remained calm as he led Xiao Bingyao and Mu Waner to the valley entrance. Zhao Qian landed on the fire cloud boat, followed by 2 Danxia sect disciples, both of whom were at the great perfection of qi refining. Patriarch Lin, you are indeed young and promising. Zhao Qian glanced at Lin Feng, then fixed his gaze on Mu Wanner, revealing an undisguised fervor. The medicine spirit body, simply by standing there, is surrounded by the essence of plants and trees. What brings you here, Elder Zhao? Lin Feng asked. Zhao Qian cleared his throat, took out a gold-embossed challenge letter from his storage bag, and read it aloud. The Danxia sect master has decreed, it is a great blessing for the alchemy path in the eastern wilderness that the matriarch of the Lin family possesses the body of a medicinal spirit. To prevent our precious talent from being wasted, we cordially invite the Lin family to a public alchemy duel with Li Xian, the chief disciple of my Danxia sect, at the central square of Yunmingsfang in 3 days. He paused, then his voice suddenly rose, filled with imposing authority. If the Lin family wins, our Danxia sect is willing to pay 10,000 high-grade spirit stones as compensation, and publicly acknowledge the position of Baichao Pavilion in the eastern wilderness market, and will never interfere again. If the Lin family falls, Zhao Qian sneered, the Lin family will have to be incorporated into my Danxia sect and become a vassal family. As for this Miss Mu Wanner, who possesses the spirit of medicine, she must become a disciple of the supreme elder of our sect and receive orthodox training from our Danxia sect. Upon hearing this, Sun Baishan and the others turned deathly pale. This is not a legitimate competition, it is blatant theft and robbery. If they lose, the entire Lin family's foundation and its people will fall into the hands of the Danxia sect. Win. What can a newly established family do against an alchemy sect with hundreds of years of history? This is a calculated move, using the century-old reputation of the Danxia sect to force you to accept it. This is the challenge. 3 days from now, at Yunming's market, our Danxia sect will await Patriarch Lin's arrival. Zhao Qian threw out the challenge letter, which transformed into a streak of fire and hovered in front of Lin Feng. He laughed loudly, turned around, boarded the fire cloud boat, and rode away, convinced that the Lin family was already his. The council chamber was deathly silent. The dozen or so newly recruited guest elders were all frowning and restless. Patriarch, you must not accept the challenge. Sun Baishan was the first to step forward, his old face full of anxiety. This is a trap set by the Danxia sect. They want to use this method to legitimately annex us. Another guest elder, who was in the early stage of foundation establishment, chimed in, yes, Patriarch, the alchemy skills of the Danxia sect are second to none in the entire eastern wilderness. That chief disciple, Li Xian, is a recognized genius in alchemy. How could we possibly compare to him? Let's avoid the limelight for now, Patriarch. As long as we don't accept the challenge, they won't dare to make a move due to the laws of the Immortal Alliance. At worst, we can temporarily close Baichao Pavilion and wait for things to calm down. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Everyone chimed in with their own words, all trying to dissuade them from leaving. This is suicide. Mu Wanner stood behind Lin Feng, biting her lip tightly. Her face was bloodless, and her body was trembling slightly. It all started because of her. Just as her family was beginning to prosper, her husband and sister gave her a home, but she once again brought disaster upon the family. Husband. Mu Wanner's voice trembled with sobs as she spoke, it's Wanner's fault. Otherwise Wanner would have left here, and then they wouldn't have. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Feng interrupted her. He turned around, took her cold hand in his, and looked into her red-rimmed eyes, it's not your fault. You are my wife, a member of the Lin family. Your talent is a blessing to the family, not a curse. But. No buts. Lin Feng wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Remember, if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. After saying this, he turned around and faced all the worried guests in the hall. The hall fell silent instantly. Lin Feng showed no sign of tension, instead, he smiled. What you're saying makes sense. The Danxia sect is indeed powerful, and Li Xian is indeed a genius. But have you thought about it? Even if we avoid it today, what about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? Possessing a treasure is a crime, it will only attract endless covetousness. After the Danxia sect, there will be the Huanxia sect and the Zixia sect. There's no way to avoid it. If we want peace and stability, and if we want others to stop coveting us, there is only one way. He raised his hand, pointing directly at the floating, gold-embossed challenge letter. Then let's kill, cripple, and terrify the first one who jumps out, right in front of everyone. We'll make sure everyone knows that things from the Lin family aren't easy to take. Anyone who dares to reach out will have their claws chopped off. This battle is a crisis, but also an opportunity for our Lin family to make a name for ourselves and decide the fate of the world. He looked around at the crowd and announced, word by word. So why not fight? Isn't it just a competition of alchemy? I'll take it. The last three words, spoken with resounding force, dispelled the worries in everyone's hearts. Sun Baishan and the others stared at Lin Feng in disbelief. Xiao Bingyao remained silent throughout, but when Lin Feng finished speaking, a hint of approval appeared on her usually aloof face. This is the man she truly loves. The news of the Lin family accepting the challenge reached the Danxia sect in less than half an hour. Ha 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 ha. Inside the main hall of the Danxia sect, Li Xian laughed so hard upon hearing the news that he almost cried. Master, did you hear that? He accepted it. That ignorant peasant, he actually accepted it. Li Xian said with a look of disdain, I thought he would be a coward, but I didn't expect him to be such a hothead. Do you really think that just because you destroyed the Crimson Blood Hall, you can challenge our Danxia sect? Sect leader Lu Tai clapped his hands and laughed, his previous anger completely gone. Great. Excellent. Young man, it's a good thing that you become arrogant after achieving a little success. Lu Tai's tone was full of greed. He's afraid we won't find an excuse, so he'll offer his neck out willingly. Li Xian, relay my orders. Spread the news of the pill battle immediately. I want every reputable sect and family in the entire eastern wilderness to know. I want to make Lin Feng lose in front of everyone, to the point of admitting defeat and losing all face. I want everyone to see the consequences of provoking my Danxia sect. Disciple obeys. Li Xian bowed and accepted the order, then quickly left. He couldn't wait to see the boy named Lin Feng collapse in despair in front of him 3 days later. He wanted to personally trample this newly promoted senior Lin under his feet. In an instant, the entire cultivation world of the eastern wilderness was in an uproar because of this sudden pill refining competition. Have you heard? The Lin family of Yunmangs is going to challenge the Danxia sect to a pill refining contest. Are you crazy? The Lin family has only been established for a few days. What makes them think they can compete with the Danxia sect? The stakes are too high. If we lose, our entire family will be merged into the Danxia sect, and that medicine spirit body will also belong to the Danxia sect. Has this Lin family head lost his mind? He's courting death. Let's go see Yunmangs. This is a once-in-a-century spectacle. I want to see if the Lin family is truly confident or just a bunch of complete fools. Cultivators from all over the eastern wilderness were drawn by the news and gathered at Yunming's market from all directions, with various colored lights constantly appearing in the sky. What was originally just an ordinary market for scattered cultivators has become the focus of discussion throughout the entire eastern wilderness overnight. As a result, the Lin family, this newly emerging family, was put into the public eye, and their every move attracted attention. Chapter 21, The Alchemy Duel begins, shocking the entire audience. 3 days later, in Yunming's market. The square in the center of the city was packed with people, and even the windows of the surrounding pavilions were crowded with monks. From time to time, streaks of light descended from the sky, and those who arrived were all well-known figures from various parts of the eastern wilderness. Look, those are elders from the Thunderclap sect. That one over there is a true disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect. My goodness, the Danxia sect has really blown things up this time, attracting half of the fellow cultivators from the eastern wilderness. In the center of the square, the Danxia sect had already erected a high platform. Sect leader Lu Tai sat upright in a grand chair, dressed in the sect leader's robes, his expression calm and composed. Beside him stood his chief disciple, Li Xian, dressed in a crimson alchemist's robe, his posture upright. He basked in the awe-inspiring gazes from those around him, a hint of arrogance playing on his lips. Behind them, a group of Danxia sect disciples stood in neat rows, each with a calm and steady aura, forming a human wall. This isn't a show of force, it's clearly a declaration of sovereignty. Why hasn't Patriarch Lin arrived yet? Is he afraid? I doubt it. The sect leader of Danxia sect has come in person. Who can withstand this pressure? I bet a bag of sunflower seeds that if that Lin family head dares to come today, I'll eat all these sunflower seed shells. Just as everyone was discussing this, the crowd suddenly parted to make way. A figure in cyan walked in unhurriedly. The person who arrived was Lin Feng. Alone, he walked through the crowd and calmly ascended the high platform, a stark contrast to the massive entourage of the Danxia sect. The square fell silent instantly. Everyone stared at this unusually young and composed man. He was like a student who had wandered onto the wrong set, completely out of place in the tense atmosphere. On the high platform, Lu Tai's eyes flashed with disdain. He was just pretending to be calm. He nodded to one of the elders beside him. The elder understood, stepped forward, and announced loudly, "The alchemy competition consists of 3 rounds. The first round is the identification of medicinal herbs." As soon as he finished speaking, 10 disciples of the Danxia sect carried up hundreds of jade plates, each containing a processed spiritual herb, its fragrance mingling with the aroma of the herbs. These, so many are second-tier spiritual herbs, and some I've never even seen before. Not only that, look, those medicinal herbs are either dried out, frozen, or even have dirt on them. How can we tell them apart? Everyone gasped. The Danxia sect had no intention of making things easy for anyone in this first hurdle. Li Xian smiled proudly and walked to the hundreds of kinds of spiritual herbs. He strode forward, his gaze sweeping over the rows of jade plates, his fingers moving swiftly across the jade slips without pausing for a moment. His movements were so fast they were dazzling. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he returned to his original position and handed the jade slip to the market manager who was acting as the referee. Young Master Li truly lives up to his reputation as a genius in alchemy. His speed and eyesight are simply amazing. We won. There was absolutely no suspense in the first match. Exclamations of praise rose and fell. Hearing the praise around him, Li Xian's arrogance grew even stronger, and he looked at Lin Feng provocatively. It was Lin Feng's turn. He ignored Li Xian and calmly walked to the medicinal herbs. Unlike Li Xian, he looked at things very slowly and carefully. He picked up a withered little grass and gently sniffed it. He picked up another piece of root that had been frozen solid and felt the texture on it with his fingers. Time passed second by second, and the onlookers began to grow impatient. Can't you just dawdle like that? I don't think he recognizes any of them, he's just pretending. The sarcasm on Li Xian's face grew stronger. Finally, Lin Feng finished identifying all the medicinal herbs and handed over a jade slip. The referee took the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense. He nodded at first, but after reading the rest, his expression turned strange. He looked up, gave Lin Feng a deep look, cleared his throat, and announced loudly. In the first round of medicinal herb identification, Li Xian of the Danxia sect correctly identified 536 kinds of medicinal herbs. Wow! Thunderous cheers erupted in the square. Li Xian raised his chin smugly. The referee paused, picked up Lin Feng's jade slip, and continued. Lin Feng, the head of the Lin family, correctly identified all 536 kinds of medicinal herbs. A draw? Everyone was taken aback. This Lin Feng actually has some skills? Li Xian's smile froze on his face. However, the referee's next words plunged the entire square into silence. In addition, Patriarch Lin made another note at the end of the jade slip. The referee's voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire stadium. He read aloud word by word, among them, the 3 medicinal herbs, dragon-slaying grass, ghost-faced flower, and bone-rotting vine, were once tainted by the aura of blood fiend. If it is refined in the same furnace as any medicinal material with the property of young fire, the furnace will explode within 3 breaths. There's one more sentence at the end of the notes. The referee glanced at Lu Tai's instantly ashen face on the high platform and gritted his teeth as he read the words aloud. Danxia sect, what a cunning scheme. Boom. The square was completely in an uproar. This isn't about identifying medicinal herbs, it's clearly a trap. If Lin Feng hadn't noticed and had used these 3 ingredients in the later stages of alchemy, the consequences would have been unimaginable. How shameless. The dignified Danxia sect actually resorts to such despicable means. He lost, and his integrity is completely ruined. What did I tell you? I knew the senior Lin was no ordinary person. Countless disdainful and angry gazes were directed at the high platform of Danxia sect. Lu Tai's face was so dark it could drip water. He never expected that his carefully concealed tricks would be seen through at a glance. They even exposed it nakedly in front of all the cultivators in the eastern wilderness. For the first time, a serious look appeared in his eyes as he looked at Lin Feng. This young man is not only highly skilled in alchemy, but also has a terrifying mind. Sect Master. Li Xian's face turned pale. He wanted to explain, but found that any words would be pale and powerless at this moment. Lin Jiao wins the first match, the referee announced loudly. Bravo! Someone shouted first, and then cheers resounded through the sky. Lu Tai forcibly suppressed his anger and said in an icy voice, the second round is purification. We'll use this second-tier spiritual herb, Ironwood Heart, as the material. Soon, 2 identical alchemy furnaces were carried up. Li Xian took a deep breath, knowing he had to win back face in this match. His eyes gleamed, and he formed a hand seal, causing a crimson flame to rise from his palms. "It's the Danxia 9 turns technique," someone exclaimed. Li Xian's hands moved swiftly, flames dancing at his fingertips, drawing gasps of amazement from the crowd. Half an hour later, Li Xian finished his practice, his head covered in sweat. A fist-sized ball of dark green liquid, shimmering with a metallic sheen, flew out of the alchemy furnace and landed in the jade bottle. The referee stepped forward to examine the medicine and announced loudly, "Ironwood Heart Elixir, purity. 89%. Hiss. Nearly 90% purity. No wonder he's young Master Li Xian. This is already the limit for a second-tier alchemist." Li Xian finally regained a bit of confidence. He wiped his sweat, looked at Lin Feng, and his eyes were full of provocation. It was Lin Feng's turn. All eyes were on him. However, Lin Feng did not start immediately. He turned around and slowly took out a pill furnace from his storage bag. The alchemy furnace was entirely black, with an ancient and simple design. Some of its edges were even damaged, and the furnace body still retained some lingering evil energy. This the blood furnace of Blood Butcher, the leader of the Crimson Blood Hall? A knowledgeable rogue cultivator recognized it. Lin Feng cupped his hands in greeting to the crowd below the stage and said sincerely, "Please forgive my humble origins, I have no decent alchemy furnace. This was seized a few days ago when we were eliminating evil cultivators. The furnace fire is a bit unstable, but we'll have to make do with it. Today, I'll use it to make a fool of myself." Puff. Some people in the audience almost burst out laughing. Using a heretical cultivator's broken furnace to compete with the genius of the Danxia sect in alchemy? That's too much. Li Xian was so angry he almost spat out blood. Lin Feng said no more and activated his spiritual power, causing a ball of blue flame to rise. The technique is the most basic fire control method, unremarkable, and even somewhat clumsy. Just when everyone thought he was about to embarrass himself, the purification process ended. A ball of liquid medicine of the same size flew out, but it was even purer than Li Xian's. The referee stepped forward, trembling, and probed inside with his magical artifact, freezing in place. You could hear a pin drop in the square. "Purity, purity," the referee's voice trembled as he excitedly raised his magic weapon and roared with all his might. "Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Perfectly purified. Perfectly purified." Using a dilapidated, evil cultivator's alchemy furnace, he achieved perfect purification. With a loud boom, the entire square erupted in discussion, the sound waves soaring to the sky. "Monster. This is a fucking monster. Incredible. Absolutely incredible." On the high platform, Lu Tai, the sect leader of Danxia sect, stood up with a whoosh. His eyes widened as he stared at the bottle of perfect potion, his breathing becoming heavy. His greed was completely undisguised. On the other side, Li Xian could no longer hold on, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying precariously. "My Dao heart has collapsed." Having lost 2 matches in a row, Danxia sect is now considered defeated according to the rules. However, Lu Tai didn't even glance at him. He walked down the platform step by step, and stood in front of Lin Feng, releasing the full pressure of his foundation establishment Great Perfection Realm. The noise in the square suddenly stopped. Lu Tai's face was devoid of any smile, only gloom and madness remained. He stared at Lin Feng and said, word by word, "In the third match, I will personally compete against you. We'll refine the foundation establishment pill." Chapter 22. The name of the Pill King. Crisis approaches again. Foundation building pill. A deafening uproar erupted in the square. They've gone mad. Utterly mad. The dignified sect master of Danxia sect is actually going to personally refine the foundation establishment pill? This is blatant disregard for dignity and bullying the weak. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their eyes filled with shock and disdain. Foundation building pill is the pinnacle of second-tier pills, extremely difficult to refine, and with a very low success rate. Even a third-level alchemist wouldn't dare say they're 100% certain. Moreover, wouldn't it be a laughingstock if word got out that a sect leader personally went to fight a rogue cultivator? However, Lu Tai no longer cared about any of that. Perfect purification. This kid definitely possesses some lost alchemy secret technique. He would be willing to kneel and kowtow even if it meant losing face, as long as he could obtain this secret technique. Lin Feng, do you dare to accept? Lu Tai's voice was laced with provocation. Lin Feng looked at the old man in front of him who had lost his mind and smiled calmly, okay. Those 2 short words sent a jolt through Lu Tai's heart. Why is this kid so calm? Does he really have some trump card up his sleeve? But now that things have come to this, he has no way out. Alright. Then let everyone see what real alchemy is all about. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen Danxia sect disciples carried in 2 identical sets of alchemy materials. The main ingredient of the foundation building pill is the 1,000-year-old vermilion fruit, supplemented by 9 kinds of precious spiritual herbs. Each piece of material is worth thousands of spirit stones. The rules are simple. Lu Tai announced loudly, within 1 hour, whoever refines the highest quality and most foundation establishment pills will win. He couldn't wait to get started as soon as he finished speaking. Lu Tai's technique was indeed skillful, his 9 turns of Danxia technique was masterful. Crimson flames danced between his palms, the temperature perfectly controlled. Inside the alchemy furnace, various medicinal herbs gradually melted, purified, and fused under his precise control. A rich fragrance of elixir began to permeate the air, drawing gasps of amazement from the onlookers. As expected of the Danxia sect master. This technique, this control of the heat, it's simply art. Look at the color of that elixir, it's already starting to turn golden. This is a sign that it's about to become a top-grade elixir. In contrast, Lin Feng's side seemed rather unremarkable. He was still using that dilapidated blood furnace, and his technique was still the most basic fire control method. However, if someone observes closely, they will find that his divine sense is exceptionally strong, and he can perceive every slight change in the medicinal power within the alchemy furnace with remarkable precision. He even multitasked during the refining process, subtly incorporating some improved techniques recorded in divine alchemy. Time passed second by second. Lu Tai's forehead began to sweat, clearly indicating that refining the foundation establishment pill was a huge drain on him. In contrast, Lin Feng remained calm, as if he were doing something extremely simple. What is this kid pretending for? Foundation establishment pills aren't that easy to refine. I think he's just putting on a brave face. It'll be interesting to see it explode in the oven later. However, those in the know saw through the trick. No, look at Lin Feng's alchemy furnace. There isn't a single trace of spiritual energy leaking out from the furnace walls. What does this mean? This shows that he has achieved the ultimate control over the medicinal power within the alchemy furnace. Not a single drop is wasted. An hour passed quickly. Lu Tai was the first to open the furnace. He took a deep breath and slammed the furnace lid open. Buzz! A beam of golden light shot into the sky, and 3 pills the size of Longdon flew out of the furnace and landed steadily in the jade plate. 3 pills have been successfully formed. 1 is of medium grade, and 2 are of low grade, the referee announced loudly. The square erupted in enthusiastic applause once again. Sect Master is mighty. 3 foundation establishment pills. That's an extremely high level. A smug smile appeared on Lu Tai's face as he looked at Lin Feng, his eyes full of provocation. Lin Feng, it's your turn. All eyes were on Lin Feng. Lin Feng slowly walked to the alchemy furnace and placed his hand on the furnace lid. Click. The moment the furnace lid was opened, instead of the expected fragrance of elixir, a dazzling 7-colored ray of light shot into the sky. In the glow of the sunset, 9 pills, each the size of a longan and covered with intricate red patterns, lay quietly in the furnace, each radiating a warm luster. 9 pills in 1 furnace. Every single one is of the highest quality. The referee's voice trembled, he could hardly believe his eyes. The square fell silent instantly. Everyone stared blankly at the 9 perfect pills, their minds completely blank. 9 pills in 1 batch, each one of the finest quality. This is no longer alchemy, this is a miracle. Impossible. This is impossible. Lu Tai was struck dumb, staggered backward, and collapsed to the ground. He muttered to himself. Legend has it that only those alchemy masters who stand at the pinnacle of alchemy can achieve the feat of producing 9 pills in 1 batch. Moreover, it's a high-level pill like the foundation establishment pill. He lost, and lost utterly. The Lin family wins, the referee announced, his voice trembling. Boom! The square erupted in cheers. The Pill King of the Eastern Wilderness. The Pill King of the Eastern Wilderness. Someone shouted it out first, and then the entire square was chanting those 4 words. Eastern Wilderness Pill King. From this day forward, this title will resound throughout the entire Eastern Wilderness. Lin Feng calmly put away the 9 foundation establishment pills and looked at Lu Tai, who was slumped on the ground. You flatter me. Lu Tai gave a bitter smile and struggled to his feet. Senior Lin, it was my fault for being blind and offending you. He bowed deeply. Danxia sect is willing to fulfill the bet, offer 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, and will never be an enemy of the Lin family. After saying that, he led his disciples away in a sorry state. The onlookers were still in shock and could not calm down for a long time. A newly established family actually possesses such a master alchemist. The Lin family's prestige reached its peak at this moment. However, just when Lin Feng thought the crisis was temporarily over, a cold voice suddenly rang out. A wonderful performance. The crowd looked in the direction of the sound and saw a cultivator dressed in a long robe with black runes who had appeared in the center of the square at some point. This man was about 40 years old, with an ordinary face, but his eyes were so deep they were like black holes, making people afraid to look directly at him. What's even more terrifying is that the aura emanating from him is unfathomable. He is clearly a Foundation Establishment Great Perfection cultivator. I am Zhao Wuji, inspector of the Xuanfu sect. The newcomer spoke softly, his voice not loud, yet it carried clearly throughout the entire room. Xuanfu sect. Upon hearing those 3 words, everyone present changed their expressions. That sect is the true overlord of the eastern wilderness, with a golden core ancestor presiding over it. Its strength is far superior to that of the Danxia sect. I was unaware of Inspector Zhao's presence. What brings you here? Lin Feng's mind was racing, but he remained outwardly calm. Zhao Wuji curled his lips into a cold smile and took out an official document from his pocket. Lin Feng, I am here on the orders of the Immortal Alliance to investigate your alleged harboring of evil cultivators and illegal occupation of spiritual veins. He unfolded the official document, which bore the official seal of the Immortal Alliance. According to reports, Mu Wanner from your family was once a drug slave of the evil cultivator Crimson Bloodhall, and her identity is suspicious. Furthermore, the 100 Herbs Valley spiritual vein that you occupy originally belonged to the Immortal Alliance as a public resource, and you have no right to take it for yourself. Zhao Wuji's voice grew colder and colder. I hereby order you to immediately hand over all ownership of Baichao Valley, as well as the suspected person Mu Wanner, and accept the investigation by Xuanfu sect. These words caused an uproar in the audience. The group, who had just been celebrating their victory, suddenly realized that an even greater crisis was about to unfold. The Xuanfu sect is trying to take advantage of the Lin family's misfortune and seize everything they own. Lin Feng's face finally darkened. Chapter 23. The Overlord arrives at the door, cutting off the fuel supply. The cheers in the square ceased the moment Zhao Wuji appeared. Xuanfu sect. These 3 words weighed heavily on everyone's mind, making it hard to breathe. The cultivators who had just been happy because Danxia sect had suffered a setback all shut their mouths and dared not utter a sound. Lin Feng's heart sank. Trouble has arrived, and it has come faster and more irrationally than expected. The Danxia sect still needed to find a pretext for a Dan competition, but the Xuanfu sect couldn't even be bothered to come up with a plausible excuse. They sheltered remnants of evil cultivation practices and illegally occupied spiritual veins. If you want to find fault, you can always find a pretext. The alchemy competition had just ended when the Xuanfu sect arrived. This is no coincidence. Dan Do was merely a pawn thrown out by the Xuanfu sect to test the waters. Now that the path has been discovered, they personally went to pick the fruit. Inspector Zhao, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Among the crowd below the stage, a rogue cultivator couldn't help but shout out. Everyone in Yunmeng's knows that Senior Lin destroyed the Crimson Blood Hall. Miss Mu was also saved by Senior Lin, so how did she become a remnant? That's right. 100 Herbs Valley used to be a den of evil cultivators. Senior Lin cleaned it up, which was doing a service to the people. Zhao Wuji didn't even glance at those people. He scanned the square, and a powerful aura of a Foundation Establishment Grand Perfection cultivator suddenly descended. Thump! Thump! The few rogue cultivators who had just spoken turned pale, their legs went weak, and they knelt on the ground, blood seeping from their mouths and noses. The entire square was completely silent. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at him anymore. Zhao Wuji then looked at Lin Feng again and commanded in an unyielding tone. Lin Feng, I have no time to listen to your sophistry. I'll give you 3 days to move out of Baichao Valley and hand Mu Wanner over to the Xuanfu sect for safekeeping. If anyone disobeys in 3 days, they will be punished for disobeying the decrees of the Immortal Alliance. My Xuanfu sect will personally dispatch a large army to wipe them out. Don't say you weren't warned. After saying that, he fell silent and waited quietly for Lin Feng's reply. The surrounding cultivators looked at Lin Feng with sympathy and pity. The newly risen Eastern Wilderness Pill King, radiating brilliance, proved so fragile before this true behemoth. What a pity. Mu Wan'er stood at the back of the crowd next to Xiao Bingyao, her face pale and her body trembling uncontrollably. It's her again. It was she who brought disaster upon her husband and this family. Xiao Bingyao grasped her cold hand, which was already resting on the hilt of the sword. On the high platform, Lin Feng's heart was filled with raging anger. But getting angry now will only make things worse. He suppressed all his emotions, even managing a respectful smile. That smile made everyone in the audience feel a pang of sadness. Lin Feng stepped forward and bowed deeply to Zhao Wuji. Your Excellency, please calm your anger. The Lin family has absolutely no disloyalty to the Immortal Alliance or the Xuanfu sect. This matter must be a misunderstanding. He adopted an extremely humble posture. Zhao Wuji gave a soft snort. You're smart to know your place. As Lin Feng spoke, he straightened up and naturally moved closer to Zhao Wuji. The envoy has come from afar and must have had a long and arduous journey. This is just a small token of my respect. I hope you will convey my regards to the esteemed members of the Immortal Alliance. As he spoke, an inconspicuous storage bag was silently handed to Zhao Wuji. The movements were swift and stealthy. Apart from the few people closest to them, no one could see them clearly. Zhao Wuji probed the storage bag with his divine sense. The next moment, his fingers gripping the storage bag tightened unconsciously. A full 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. In addition, there were 3 jade bottles, inside which lay 9 newly refined high-grade foundation establishment pills. Zhao Wuji's heart skipped a beat. He came here on the orders of Elder Sun, the powerful elder of the sect. Elder Sun's goal was clear: to bring 100 Herbs Valley and that medicinal spirit body into his faction's possession as resources for his breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. If I succeed, I'll at most get a few words of praise and some insignificant reward when I get back. The credit belongs to Elder Sun. I'm just a gopher. But right now, Lin Feng is quite savvy. 50,000 spirit stones is a huge sum of money, but more importantly, these 9 high-grade foundation establishment pills. With this, I can easily win over the few deacons who are still wavering in the sect and build my own team. Even his chances of breaking through to the Golden Core stage would increase by 10%. They slaughtered the Lin family's golden goose, handed the meat over to Elder Sun, and only allowed themselves a small share of the soup. But what if you turn this chicken into your own private property? The coldness on Zhao Wuji's face softened slightly. Lin Feng immediately transmitted his voice through divine sense, and his voice rang directly in Zhao Wuji's mind. I know that the envoy is also acting under orders and has his own difficulties. This junior dares to make a deal with the envoy. As long as the envoy can do something for my Lin family and your family and give my Lin family a way out. This junior is willing to privately offer half of the profits from Baichao Valley over the next 10 years to the envoy. 50% profit. 10 years. Zhao Wuji's pupils suddenly contracted. He witnessed firsthand the immense popularity of Baichao Pavilion and also saw Lin Feng's miraculous alchemy skills. If Baichao's profits were to reach 50% over the next 10 years, what a terrifying figure that would be. It was enough for him to easily buy all the resources he needed to break through to the Golden Core stage, and there would even be some left over. When the time comes, I will be able to become an elder in the sect, and I will no longer need to be mindful of Elder Sun's feelings. His breathing quickened for a moment. Once the thought of greed is ignited, it can never be extinguished. Lin Feng looked at him quietly, without saying anything more. After a long while, Zhao Wuji finally raised his head again and gave Lin Feng a deep look. He put away his storage bag, cleared his throat, and spoke coldly to everyone in the square. Considering that you are new here and do not know the rules, and that you have rendered meritorious service in eliminating demons in the eastern wilderness, I need to report this matter back to the sect before making a decision. He looked at Lin Feng, his tone authoritative. You have 1 month. The sect will make its own decision in a month. If the sect disagrees by then, you will bear the consequences. After saying that, he didn't linger. He transformed into a streak of dark light, soared into the sky, and disappeared into the horizon in an instant. The crisis has been temporarily suppressed. The crowd in the square looked at each other, still reeling from this dramatic turn of events. Lin Feng stood on the high platform, looking in the direction where Zhao Wuji had disappeared, and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. My back was already soaked with cold sweat. This is just a delaying tactic. He used his own greed and the other party's selfishness to buy himself a month's respite. If Zhao Wuji is unable to deal with Elder Sun behind him a month later, or if the Xuanfu sect has a bigger scheme, then what awaits the Lin family is a thunderous wrath. We must improve our strength as soon as possible. He stepped down from the platform, walked through the automatically parting crowd, and came to Xiao Bingyao and Mu Wan'er. Husband Mu Wan'er's eyes were red, her voice filled with self-blame and guilt. We'll talk about it when we get home. Lin Feng held her in Xiao Bingyao's hands, ignoring the various cultivators around them who wanted to approach and chat, and left the market directly. Chapter 24: The Way to Break the Stalemate. 100 Herbs Valley, Council Hall. Sun Baishan and other guest elders were already waiting here. Master, what should we do? Upon seeing Lin Feng, Sun Baishan stamped his foot anxiously. Xuanfu sect. That Xuanfu sect. The true heaven of the eastern wilderness. Yes, Patriarch, Zhao Wuji's words were polite, but what he meant by waiting for the sect to make a decision in a month was clearly an ultimatum. They're going to rob us outright in a month. Let's run. As long as we're alive, we can always fight another day. Where do we run to? The eastern wilderness is so vast, there's nowhere the Xuanfu sect can't find us. Chaos erupted in the hall. Everyone was terrified by the name Xuanfu sect. Quiet down. Lin Feng's voice wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced the entire hall. He glanced around and saw the panic and fear in everyone's eyes. Running away is the worst option. Our roots are here, our families are here. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you'll still be a homeless dog, at the mercy of others. His words shattered everyone's last shred of hope. Then what should we do? A guest minister asked, his voice trembling. Lin Feng did not answer, but simply waved his hand. Disperse, everyone. Go back and cultivate diligently. Don't panic. The group exchanged glances, still worried, but seeing Lin Feng's calm demeanor brought them some reassurance. They left the council hall, looking back every few steps, leaving only Lin Feng and his 2 wives in the main hall. My husband. Mu Wan'er could no longer hold back, and tears streamed down her face. Don't be afraid, I'm here. These 4 simple words carry a sense of calm and security. Mu Wan'er's crying gradually stopped. She leaned on Xiao Bingyao's shoulder and nodded. Lin Feng looked at his 2 wives. For them, for this family, he absolutely could not lose. For the next few days, Lin Feng locked himself in a secret room. Before him lay a huge map, marked with the mountains and rivers of the eastern wilderness, as well as the various sects and forces, large and small. A direct confrontation? Zhao Wuji is at the great perfection of foundation establishment, and he has a powerful elder behind him. The Xuanfu sect also has a golden core ancestor in charge. The Lin family's strength is not even enough to fill a tooth gap for them. It's a dead end. Escape? Where could he possibly escape to with his wife, children, and an infant son? The vast eastern wilderness is entirely within the sphere of influence of overlords like the Xuanfu sect. As long as the Lin family remains in the eastern wilderness, they cannot escape this net. Even if they escape the eastern wilderness and arrive in other regions, without a foothold, they will only become easy prey and be targeted by other wolves. This path is even more frustrating. Surrender? Hand over Wan'er, hand over Baichao Valley? Lin Feng clenched his fist tightly. He would rather die in battle than betray his wife or abandon his homeland. What's the point of him going through this? He crossed out each path, and the atmosphere in the secret room grew increasingly oppressive. Lin Feng paced anxiously in the secret room, his mind a jumbled mess. He even considered handing over all the cultivation techniques and pill formulas that the system rewarded him with to the Immortal Alliance in exchange for protection. But he quickly dismissed the idea. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. As a rogue cultivator, bringing out so many astonishing things will only invite a more thorough soul-searching and spirit-stealing, leading to his even faster death. What should we do? What should we do? Just when Lin Feng was feeling frustrated and almost in despair, his gaze inadvertently fell on an old piece of clothing hanging in the corner. That was the blue cloth shirt he wore when he was at Xianqi Academy. Even after failing the exam, he couldn't bear to throw it away, so he just left it hanging there. Immortal Enlightenment Academy. Immortal Alliance. If the Xuanfu sect can use the Immortal Alliance's decree to suppress me, why can't I use the Immortal Alliance's rules to deal with them? Lin Feng's movements suddenly stopped. Yes. The Immortal Alliance has promulgated countless laws and ironclad rules, binding all sects and cultivators. Although the Xuanfu sect is the local tyrant of the eastern wilderness, it is still under the larger framework of the Immortal Alliance. They also have to follow the rules when they do things. Just like this time, if they want to seize Baikegu, they have to first accuse them of protecting evil cultivators and illegally occupying it. Although this label was applied very poorly, they still had to follow the proper procedures. Since they want to play by the rules, then I'll play along. Lin Feng's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he frantically searched his mind for the dry Immortal Alliance codes he had learned in the academy years ago. Got it. Regulations for the protection of immortal disciples. This is a core law introduced by the Immortal Alliance to protect the inheritance of immortal sects and encourage childbirth. One of the regulations clearly stipulates that the personal safety and legal property of the direct blood relatives, parents, spouse, and children of all disciples of the Immortal Alliance certified by the Immortal Alliance will be subject to the basic protection of the Immortal Alliance. No sect or family may harm or plunder it on trumped-up charges. Any disputes must be reported to the Immortal Alliance Enforcement Hall for adjudication. Although these regulations cannot stop underhanded methods, they also cannot stop the greed of the Golden Core ancestor. But it is enough to block the Xuanfu sect's overt scheme of mass annihilation. Lin Feng was so excited that he was trembling all over. He wanted his son, Lin Ping'an, to become a disciple of the Immortal Sect. As long as his son becomes a disciple of the Immortal Sect, he, as the father, Mu Wan'er, as the second mother, and Xiao Bingyao, as the first mother, will all be within his protection. The only hope lies in that place, the only official institution established by the Immortal Alliance in the Eastern Wilderness. Immortal Enlightenment Academy. Lin Feng took out his identity jade token and infused it with spiritual power. A light screen appeared, displaying the Immortal Alliance's bulletin board. He quickly found the admission brochure for Xianqi Academy. Xianqi Academy, open to the entire Eastern Wilderness, is recruiting a new batch of outer disciples. Anyone under the age of 18 and with a cultivation level of Qi refining level 3 or above may apply. Assessment period, 1 month from now. The timing was perfect. Lin Feng looked at the line bone age under 18 years old and his expression turned strange. The prospectus only mentions the upper age limit, but not the lower age limit. A crazy idea took shape in his mind and quickly took root and sprouted. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng suddenly slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. Boom! He pushed open the stone door to the secret chamber. Xiao Bingyao and Mu Wan'er, who were guarding the door, were both startled when they saw him rush out. My husband, you. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he grabbed the two men's hands, speaking excitedly and incoherently. I've got it. I've got it. We're saved. He pulled the two of them along and rushed back to the council hall, while simultaneously sending a message to summon all the guest elders again. Soon, Sun Baishan and the others gathered in the hall again, looking at Lin Feng, who seemed to have gone mad, with incomprehension. Master, what's wrong? Lin Feng stood in the center of the hall, took a deep breath, and looked at everyone. The Xuanfu sect wants to use the rules of the Immortal Alliance to kill us. Then let's use the rules of the Immortal Alliance to put a golden bell shield and an iron shirt on ourselves. He spoke each word clearly and deliberately, his voice resounding throughout the hall. I have decided to send my son, Lin Ping'an, to take the entrance exam for Xianqi Academy. The entire hall fell silent instantly. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Feng. To whom? To whom? Lin Ping'an? That baby who was still in swaddling clothes, unable to speak clearly, only able to babble and coo? Go to take the entrance exam? Sun Baishan rubbed his ears, wondering if he was getting old and had misheard. Mu Wan'er's mouth gaped open, her face filled with disbelief. My husband. Ping'an, he's only 1 year old. Lin Feng grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Yes, she's only 1 year old. But can any of you tell me which law of the Immortal Alliance stipulates that a 1-year-old baby cannot become a disciple of the Immortal Sect? Chapter 25 1-year-old and beginning Qi refining. Master, no. Absolutely not. A guest elder, his face pale, knelt down with a thud. That's sending the young master to his death. Even those at the third level of Qi refining might not pass the Immortal Enlightenment Academy's entrance exam, let alone the young master. He simply couldn't continue. How can a baby compare to those young geniuses who have trained hard for many years? Husband. Tears welled up in Mu Wan'er's eyes as she tightly hugged the child in her arms, her body constantly retreating, her whole being resisting. Ping'an is so young, he doesn't understand anything. Please, don't. Sending her 1-year-old child to that kind of place would be worse than killing her. Even Xiao Bingyao, who always trusted Lin Feng implicitly, placed her hand on the hilt of her sword. She didn't speak, but her gesture made her stance clear. This is absurd. Seeing the intense reaction from the crowd, Lin Feng was neither angry nor in a hurry to explain. He calmly walked up to Mu Wanner and extended his hand. "Wanner, trust me." His voice was soft, but it left no room for argument. Mu Wanner looked up with tears in her eyes, gazing at his face, which held no hint of a joke. After hesitating for a long time, she finally handed the child in her arms over. Lin Feng held his son, Lin Ping'an, in his arms. The little guy had just woken up and was still a bit groggy. When he saw that it was his father, he grinned, revealing his gums with only a few teeth. She giggled and reached out her chubby little hand to grab Lin Feng's chin. Everyone, watch carefully. Lin Feng, holding his son, sat cross-legged in the center of the hall. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, he extended a finger and touched Lin Ping'an's forehead. A pure and gentle spiritual energy slowly flowed into the little guy's body. Patriarch. Sun Baishan and the others were shocked. That's an infant. Their meridians are so fragile, how could they withstand the infusion of spiritual energy? This is practically murder. Mu Wanner gasped in surprise, covered her mouth, and almost fainted on the spot. However, the baby did not cry. Lin Ping'an, whose body was being infused with spiritual energy, not only felt no pain, but also comfortably squinted his eyes. The little mouth made a pleasant gurgling sound. The next moment, something happened that left everyone speechless. The spiritual energy that entered his body didn't require Lin Feng's guidance at all. The little guy, relying on instinct, actively drew upon that spiritual power. It began to circulate within its own delicate meridians. This is heavens. The young master is cultivating on his own. How could he? The guest advisors were all dumbfounded, their eyes practically popping out of their sockets. Immediately afterwards, Lin Ping'an's small body became the center of a vortex. The spiritual energy in the hall, and indeed throughout the entire 100 Herbs Valley, began to stir. The spiritual energy converged frantically towards Lin Ping'an, forming a visible vortex. The little guy's delicately sculpted face held a solemn expression. He opened his little mouth and took a gentle suck. Boom! An invisible wave of energy emanated from him and spread outwards. A faint spiritual light shone from Lin Ping'an's body, a mark of a qi refiner. Guide the qi into the body. Qi refining level 1. A baby who had just turned 1-year-old completed the process of drawing in qi into his body on his own, right before everyone's eyes, and embarked on the path to immortality. Everyone in the council hall stood frozen in place, completely motionless. Evildoer. No. This is beyond description, it's beyond even being called a monster. Lin Feng slowly withdrew his fingers and picked up his son. Lin Ping'an seemed to have just finished a small task and had returned to his adorable appearance. He chuckled at the stunned crowd. Now, who still thinks my decision is crazy? Lin Feng looked around at everyone. The hall was completely silent. Crazy? The world is truly insane. For the next month, the atmosphere in the entire Lin family was strange and tense. Baikai's business continued as usual, but the council hall became the Lin family's nursery. Lin Feng did not allow Lin Ping'an to practice any specific cultivation techniques. He simply held his son every night. I read the cultivation technique Azure Emperor's longevity formula to him sentence by sentence in a storytelling style. In the beginning of chaos, heaven and earth gave birth to a tree, which was called Jianmu, also known as the tree of longevity. The qi circulates throughout the body, like a spring breeze and rain, nourishing things silently. Mu Wanner originally wanted to sing some lullabies, but she found that as soon as Lin Feng's voice rang out, the son in her arms would immediately quiet down, his big, dark eyes wide open, listening intently. Sometimes, when they hear something mysterious, the little guy will wave his chubby little fists and make a couple of cooing noises. Mu Wanner was completely numb. Other people's children listen to folk songs, while my child listens to gibberish, yet he listens with great interest. This son, like his father, is no ordinary person. Besides listening to heavenly books, Lin Ping'an's daily rations also changed. It is no longer ordinary animal milk, but divine milk paste made by diluting century-old spiritual milk and adding various mild spiritual herbs. To provide his son with the best nutrition, Lin Feng practically plowed the entire medicinal herb garden in Baichao Valley Bear. 2 weeks later, Mu Wanner is feeding Lin Ping'an milk cereal. The little one seemed a bit impatient and reached out his little hand towards the milk bottle on the other side of the table. Ping'an, finish this bite. Before Mu Wanner could finish speaking, the baby bottle wobbled up and floated to Lin Ping'an's lips. Snap! The jade spoon in Mu Wanner's hand fell to the ground. Qi refining level 2. 10 more days passed. Lin Feng was in the courtyard instructing several guest disciples on their cultivation. Lin Ping'an crawled around on the grass, chasing a butterfly. The butterfly flew high, and the little guy couldn't reach it, so he kicked his legs in frustration. In his haste, a gentle breeze seemed to rise from beneath his feet, propelling his small body half a foot into the air, where he caught the butterfly in his hand. The guest ministers who were listening to the teachings were all dumbfounded. Wind manipulation technique. Though crude, it is still a wind manipulation technique. Lin Feng calmly carried his son back and addressed the group of guest elders whose Dao hearts were wavering. Why are you all looking at my son? Look at the sword. Did you remember the key points I just mentioned? Everyone. Master, our Taoist resolve is crumbling. 1 month later, the day of the Xianqi Academy's assessment arrived. Lin Ping'an's cultivation level had already stabilized at the 3rd level of Qi refining. He still looks like a beautifully sculpted, adorable baby. But who could have imagined that the spiritual power contained within his small body had surpassed that of many young people who had cultivated diligently for years? The entrance to Baichao Valley. Lin Feng was dressed in a blue robe and had a handsome appearance. Xiao Bingyao and Mu Wan'er stood on either side of him. Xiao Bingyao was still wearing that white dress, her temperament was aloof. Mu Wan'er changed into a light green silk dress, and the sorrow in her eyes disappeared, replaced by a touch of gentleness. Lin Feng held Lin Ping'an in his arms. Master, please be careful. Sun Baishan, along with all his retainers, bowed and saw them off. Their faces were no longer filled with worry, but instead with fervor and anticipation. Lin Feng nodded and summoned a flying boat. We're leaving. The flying boat transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky and speeding towards the direction of Xianqi City. 1 day later. The majestic city walls of Xianqi City can be seen in the distance. Lin Feng stood at the bow of the ship, looking down at the city he once knew so well. More than a year ago, he failed his exam here and left in a sorry state, becoming the laughingstock of all the cultivators in the city. More than a year later, he returned. It wasn't for himself, but to bring his 1-year-old son to participate in this assessment. The flying boat landed outside the city gate. Lin Feng, carrying the child, walked into the city gate side by side with his wife. The streets were bustling with people, and countless young cultivators carrying swords and gourds hurried along, all heading in the same direction. Xianqi Academy. The assessment is about to begin. Chapter 26. Stop fooling around, my son is here to cultivate immortality. Xianqi Academy, Bluestone Square. The square was bustling with people. Most of those who came to participate in the assessment were boys and girls aged 10 to 15. Their expressions ranged from tense to arrogant, with family members accompanying them. My son is 13 years old this year and has already reached the 4th level of Qi refining. He's almost certain to pass the outer sect assessment this time. My granddaughter has a mid-grade spiritual root, and her goal is to become an inner disciple. Amidst the bustling crowd, the appearance of Lin Feng's family drew attention. He was holding a child, followed by 2 strikingly beautiful women, one with a cool and aloof demeanor, and the other with a gentle and graceful air. Who's that man? He's so lucky. Look at the baby in his arms, so small. Did he bring him along just for the fun? I guess they wanted the kids to get a feel for the atmosphere beforehand. They really put a lot of thought into it. The crowd was talking about it, mostly in a teasing tone. Lin Feng ignored the others and walked straight to the registration area on one side of the square. There was a long queue at the registration desk. The person in charge of registration was a middle-aged instructor with a goatee. He was processing the paperwork with an impatient expression. Name, age, cultivation level, the instructor asked without looking up. It was finally Lin Feng's turn. The mentor looked up and saw Lin Feng standing in front of him. He was stunned when he saw the baby in his arms, who was babbling and gnawing on his little fist. What are you doing? He frowned. Lin Feng smiled and said, Hello, mentor. I brought my son to register for the Academy's outer disciple assessment. There was a moment of silence after he said that. The next second. But. Ha ha ha. Did I hear that right? You brought a baby to the assessment? Is this guy crazy or stupid? What does he think Xianqi Academy is? An orphanage? Hey kid, stop causing trouble and get out of here. Harsh laughter and shouts erupted. The goatee-bearded instructor's face darkened. He slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and pointed at Lin Feng's nose. Nonsense. What do you take Xianqi Mansion for? Is it your backyard? Get out of here with your child. Don't you dare joke about the school's rules again. I will immediately report this to the enforcement team and have you charged with disrupting the examination room order. The mentor's voice was loud, which quieted down the laughter around him, but everyone was still waiting to see what would happen. Lin Feng remained expressionless. He turned around and gave his two wives a reassuring smile. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he bent down and gently placed Lin Ping'an on the ground. The little guy had just learned to stand and was still a bit unsteady. He looked around at the people with curiosity. Go ahead, Ping'an, Lin Feng said softly. Let them see that you're not here to play around. He straightened up and repeated it to the ashen-faced instructor with the goatee. My son, Lin Ping'an, has come to participate in the assessment. You. The goatee-bearded instructor was so angry that his beard was trembling, and he was about to explode. Standing on the ground, Lin Ping'an felt the noise around him. The little guy frowned and pouted, looking somewhat unhappy. He didn't cry or make a scene. He took his first steps, his short legs wobbling as he went. They walked toward a black stone pillar, as thick as 3 people could hug, next to the registration area. Those are spirit-testing stone pillars. A magical artifact specifically designed to test the spiritual power of disciples in the chi refining stage. Ha, what's that little brat up to? Is he going to pee and mark his territory? Someone in the crowd laughed again. Lin Ping'an walked to the stone pillar and looked up at it. Then, he stretched out his chubby little hand. He gently patted the stone pillar. The movements were weak and limp. Everyone was waiting to see the father and son make a fool of themselves. However, the expected joke did not happen. Lin Ping'an patted the stone pillar with his small hand. Bang! A muffled thud, and then it exploded. The spirit-testing stone pillar that had stood in the square for a century was broken in two. Boom! The upper half of the stone pillar collapsed with a roar, crashing heavily onto the bluestone ground and kicking up clouds of dust. A surge of spiritual energy emanated from Lin Ping'an's small body and swept outwards. Ah! Oh my god! The closest teenagers were thrown off their feet by the blast wave. The laughter in the entire square abruptly stopped. Dead silence. You could hear a pin drop in the square. Everyone stared wide-eyed and gaped, dumbfounded at the small figure in the smoke and dust. The smoke and dust cleared. Lin Ping'an remained standing there steadily, his little hands still in the clapping position. He was completely unaware of the noise he was making, and simply tilted his head to the side. I looked at my chubby little hands, and then at the fallen stone pillar. That surge of spiritual energy was violent and pure. All the cultivators present sensed it. That power, it had clearly reached the 3rd level of chi refining. A 1-year-old at the 3rd level of chi refining? This realization shattered the common sense of everyone present. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. The goatee-bearded instructor trembled violently, his face drained of color. He looked at the innocent-looking baby standing in front of the ruins, his eyes filled with terror. Clatter. The registration book and calligraphy brush slipped from his hands and fell to the ground. At that very moment, several powerful divine senses descended upon the plaza. Under the oppressive force, the legs of thousands of cultivators in the square went weak, and they almost knelt down. What an astonishing purity of spiritual energy! This is a primordial Tao embryo? Quick! Go and see. Which family's prodigy has been born? Several aged voices echoed in the air above the university. The next moment, several streaks of light shot up from the depths of the academy and rushed toward the square. At the same time, inside a heavily guarded, luxurious mansion in the southern part of Xianqi City, Zhao Wuji was leisurely sipping a cup of spiritual tea. He was in a good mood. That kid named Lin Feng is indeed a spineless coward. Intimidated by him, they obediently offered him a generous gift. He had already given those 9 high-grade foundation establishment pills to several stewards with whom he had a good relationship, in exchange for their support. Now, his position within the Xuanfu sect has become much more secure. If we just wait another 20-odd days, that kid named Lin Feng will be driven to desperation. They would obediently come to my door, begging for my protection. At that time, the entire 100 Herbs Valley and that medicinal spirit body will become Zhao Wuji's private property. As for elder son, any excuse can easily fool him. He picked up his teacup, about to take a sip, in a good mood. Just then, the study door was suddenly kicked open, and a trusted subordinate rushed in, his expression changing drastically. My lord! Something terrible has happened. Zhao Wuji slammed his teacup down and coldly rebuked, "What's the panic? Is the sky falling down?" The man knelt on the ground, panting heavily. "Sir! That Lin Feng, he took his son to register at the Immortal Enlightenment Academy." "What?" Zhao Wuji was stunned for a moment, then scoffed, "Is he crazy? Bringing a little baby to register? Does he think?" Before he could finish speaking, the subordinate shouted. That little baby, with one palm shattered the Academy's spirit testing stone pillar. The people at Xianxi Academy said, he's a 1-year-old at the 3rd level of qi refining. Clang! The teacup slipped from Zhao Wuji's hand and shattered on the ground. He suddenly stood up, knocking the chair over to the ground. He forced out 2 words through gritted teeth, Lin Feng. He'd been tricked. Chapter 27. Stop rolling, my son just wants to drink milk. Whoosh! 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 3 figures flew out from the depths of the Immortal Enlightenment Academy and landed on the high platform of the square in an instant. Leading the group was an elderly man with white hair and beard, dressed in a purple mentor's robe. He was none other than Xian Boyang, the vice head of the Immortal Enlightenment Academy. Behind him followed 2 elders with equally powerful auras. 3 people have reached the great perfection of foundation establishment. The 3 stared intently at the scattered fragments of stone pillars and the baby standing in front of the ruins, looking down at its chubby little hands. The thousands of cultivators in the square were silenced by this oppressive aura. The goatee-bearded instructor's legs were trembling, and his face was deathly pale. He scrambled towards the deputy prefect, stammering, "Prefect, I. Xian Boyang didn't even look at him. With a wave of his hand, a gentle force pushed him away. The shock and disbelief on his face eventually turned into a burning heat. A 1-year-old baby, at the 3rd level of qi refining, shattered a century-old spirit-testing stone pillar with a single palm strike. This isn't a genius, this is a monster. A prodigy. Xian Boyang shifted his gaze from Lin Ping'an to Lin Feng, who was not far away. Seeing that Lin Feng's expression was calm and the 2 women behind him were only slightly nervous, he made a judgment in his mind. This family is no ordinary family. This, parent, Xian Boyang's voice trembled with excitement, "Could I personally register your son's information?" Upon hearing this, everyone understood that the university's attitude had changed. Lin Feng crossed his arms and said, "Of course, thank you for your trouble, Vice Lord." He stepped forward and picked up his son, Lin Ping'an. The little guy seemed to have used too much energy. He was rubbing his eyes, yawning, and looking a bit sleepy. "The spiritual root has not yet been tested, please." Xian Boyang personally brought out a brand new testing crystal ball. This crystal ball is completely transparent, with light flowing inside. It's many times more advanced than the one at the registration desk. "Ping'an, come here, touch this, it glows." Lin Feng hugged his son. She teased him in a light-hearted tone, guiding his little hand toward the crystal ball. Lin Ping'an was indeed intrigued when he saw the shiny ball. He stretched out his chubby little hand and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, pressed it down. The next second. Buzz. There are no multicolored lights, only one color. Blue. A dazzling blue light burst forth from the crystal ball. A beam of light shot into the sky, forming a huge cyan pillar of light above the square, turning the clouds green. Click, click. The valuable high-level testing crystal ball in Xian Boyang's hand began to show fine cracks on its surface. "Quickly! Withdraw the spiritual power," an elder exclaimed. But it was too late. Bang! The crystal ball emitted a muffled sound, and its light instantly dimmed. The sphere did not shatter, but its internal radiance had completely turned into chaos. "It's ruined." A high-level testing artifact was ruined by a little baby. Everyone in the square had become numb. Their minds have been subjected to far too many shocks today. Xian Boyang froze, staring intently at the last line of ancient characters remaining on the crystal ball. Heavenly rank. It's a low-grade heavenly rank with spirit root. Boom. Heavenly rank spiritual root. In the entire eastern wilderness, the last recorded heavenly rank spiritual root was the founding ancestor of the Xuanfu sect 300 years ago. It's been 300 years. My God. Heavenly rank. This is a future golden core cultivator, or even a nascent soul ancestor. What kind of genius is he? Compared to this young master, they're all just chickens and dogs. The Lin family? Which Lin family is this? They're about to produce an extraordinary figure. Xian Boyang no longer cared about his manners and rushed to Lin Feng. She grabbed his arm, her lips trembling, unable to speak clearly. A prodigy. A once-in-a-millennium cultivation prodigy. This parent. No. This fellow Taoist. This child is ours for the Immortal Awakening Academy. Whatever your conditions, we will agree. The two elders behind him also surrounded him, their faces flushed. Old man Qian, step aside. Such a talented and promising individual should become my disciple. My Alchemy Academy is willing to devote all its resources to nurturing him. Bullshit. With such a pure wood spirit root, you were born to cultivate my talismanic arts. Come to my Talisman Academy, and I guarantee he can draw a second-tier spirit talisman within 3 years. 3 powerful figures, whose mere presence could shake the world, are now arguing heatedly over a baby. Lin Feng was getting a headache from their noise, and Lin Pingyan in his arms was also frightened. Her little mouth twitched, and she looked like she was about to cry. Lin Feng quickly patted his back gently. Don't cry, Pingyan. They like you. Just then, the noise in the square suddenly disappeared, and an invisible aura of authority descended. There was no overwhelming pressure, yet it calmed everyone's hearts, causing them to unconsciously hold their breath. The 3 arguing individuals, Xian Boyang, immediately shut their mouths, their faces flushed red. They turned around abruptly, facing the depths of the academy, and bowed respectfully. Welcome, Lord of the Manor. The thousands of cultivators in the square were all horrified and knelt down in unison. Welcome, Lord of the Manor. Lord of the Manor. The Academy's master, that legendary golden core cultivator who is rarely seen. He was actually alarmed and showed up in person. A blurry figure slowly materialized on the high platform in the square. The newcomer was dressed in a simple gray robe, with an ordinary face but a profound and peaceful demeanor. He ignored everyone else and looked directly at Lin Pingyan in Lin Feng's arms. His face showed no excitement or greed, only pure appreciation and admiration. Lin Pingyan seemed to sense this kindness, and he stopped sobbing. She looked at the gray-robed old man with curiosity, blinking her big, dark eyes. After a long while, the gray-robed manor lord finally spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. This lord wishes to take him as his last disciple. What is your opinion, sir? He looked at Lin Feng with a gentle smile on his face. Silence. Xian Boyang and the 2 elders were dumbfounded. The lord of the manor has not accepted a personal disciple for 100 years. Lin Feng suppressed his excitement, hugged his son, and bowed deeply to the gray-robed manor lord. It is my son Pingyan's good fortune to have gained the favor of the lord of the manor. The gray-robed manor lord nodded in satisfaction. He spoke again, his voice carrying throughout the entire city. From this day forward, Lin Pingyan shall be the only Dao child of my Immortal Enlightenment Academy. His relatives shall be protected by our academy in accordance with the highest decree of the Immortal Alliance. Daozi. Upon hearing this title, Xian Boyang and others gasped in shock. Daozi is not just a direct disciple. That person was groomed to be the next head of the manor. His status was even above that of all the core disciples. Lin Feng let out a long breath, feeling relieved. It's done. He looked at Xiao Bingyao and Mu Wan'er beside him, and a smile finally appeared on his face. However, just when Lin Feng thought everything had settled down, his gaze suddenly fixed on the shadows at the edge of the square. Zhao Wuji. He arrived at some unknown time, dressed in a long black robe with runes, standing in the crowd, yet completely out of place amidst the surrounding noise. He didn't look at the golden core master on the high platform, nor at the excited cultivators around him. He stood there, facing Lin Feng directly, separated by thousands of people. His face was expressionless, showing neither anger nor resentment. He looked at Lin Feng and gave a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Then he turned around, disappeared into the crowd, and vanished from sight. The smile on Lin Feng's face gradually disappeared. He hugged his son tightly. The Immortal Enlightenment Academy can withstand the Xuanfu sect's large open army. But can that stop a foundation establishment cultivator at the Great Perfection stage from secretly harming his wife and children? Chapter 28: The Treatment of the Dao Child. Deep within the Immortal Enlightenment Academy lies Qingyun Peak. A mansion is located at the core of a spiritual vein, where spiritual energy is abundant. Lin Feng pushed open the mansion gate, and pure spiritual energy surged in. He couldn't help but speak. Is this how Michiko is treated? Xiao Bingyao held Lin Pingyan in her arms and looked around. The little one squinted comfortably in the spiritual energy, its little hands opening and closing as if grasping. Husband, the concentration of spiritual energy here is more than 3 times higher than that of Hundred Herbs Valley, Muaner said. Of course, this is the core area of the spiritual veins of Immortal Enlightenment City. A voice came from behind. The three turned around, and an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face walked slowly towards them. He was wearing a purple Taoist robe with the emblem of the Immortal Enlightenment Academy on his chest. I am Shin Yunha, the chief steward of the library at Xianqi Academy. The old man smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Lin, the Academy Master invites you. Deep within the Academy, in the Lingxiao Palace. The Manor Lord sat upright on the futon, looking no more than 40 years old, yet his aura was profound and imposing. Fellow Taoist Lin, please have a seat. The Manor Lord's voice was calm, yet carried an air of authority. Lin Feng bowed respectfully and sat down opposite the Manor Lord. Your son is truly a prodigy. The Manor Lord gazed at Lin Pingyan and exclaimed sincerely, a primordial Tao embryo is 1 in 500 years. Thank you for your guidance, Lord. Lin Feng cupped his hands in thanks. The Manor Lord waved his hand, I dare not accept such praise. Even I can only provide the environment for this child's talent. I dare not presume to offer guidance. He paused briefly, then asked, however, what difficulties does fellow Taoist have with the Xuanfu sect? Lin Feng did not answer immediately. There were indeed some minor frictions. The Academy Master nodded. Daozi is the Academy's treasure, and his family is naturally under the Academy's protection. If some people don't know what's good for them, then our Immortal Enlightenment Academy won't stand idly by. Lin Feng immediately took out a jade box from his storage bag. Lord, this is a small token of my appreciation. The Lord of the Manor probed the jade box with his divine sense, and his breath hitched. 3 pills, each the size of a longan, lay in the jade box, each radiating golden light. Top-grade foundation establishment pill. And it's of perfect quality. This is too precious. The Manor Lord's voice trembled slightly. 3 mere pills are nothing compared to the Lord's kindness, Lin Feng replied respectfully. The Manor Lord raised his head, stared at Lin Feng for a moment, and then put away the jade box. You're too kind, fellow Taoist. He stood up. In that case, I can't let you suffer a loss. From this day forward, fellow Taoist will be a guest elder of my Immortal Enlightenment Academy, and will have free access to the lower 3 floors of the library. Guest elder. This identity is even higher than Lin Feng had expected. That night, in the library, Lin Feng and Xiao Bingyao walked side by side among the bookshelves. Xiao Bingyao headed straight for the area that recorded the history of the Eastern Wilderness. 500 years ago, the northern defense line, she murmured, her fingers tracing across the bookshelf. Finally, she stopped in front of a yellowed ancient book. Records of changes in the Eastern Wilderness. She opened the ancient book and quickly found the relevant record. 500 years ago, the northern defense line suddenly changed, and the army of the heavenly demons pressed in. Our various sects in the Eastern Wilderness fought valiantly, suffering heavy casualties. Among them, the Ice Soul Sword sect. Xiao Bingyao's hand suddenly stopped. The entire Ice Soul Sword sect was wiped out, its sect leader Xiao Tianjian died in battle, and only a few disciples are missing. Her hands began to tremble. Ice Soul Sword sect. This is the answer she's been searching for. Lin Feng noticed her unusual behavior and gently took her hand. Take your time, there's no rush. Xiao Bingyao took a deep breath and continued reading. It is said that before the Ice Soul Sword sect was destroyed, some disciples escaped with the sect's secret treasures. But they were pursued by demons on the way, and their fate is unknown. During the post-battle cleanup, a critically injured female cultivator was discovered. She possessed the Ice Soul Sword body and was suspected to be an orphan of the Ice Soul Sword sect. However, due to the shattered foundation of his Tao and the confusion of his mind, his identity could not be confirmed. Upon seeing this, Xiao Bingyao's tears fell. Bingyao Lin Feng gently stroked her back. I'm fine. Xiao Bingyao wiped away her tears and closed the book. At least now, I know where I came from. She closed the ancient book and turned to Lin Feng, asking, what about you? What did you find out? Lin Feng shook his head, the Xuanfu sect's information is strictly protected. I can only find some publicly available information. However, he took out a booklet. The map showing the distribution of sects in the Eastern Wilderness. I've discovered something interesting. Lin Feng opened the booklet and pointed to one of the pages. Look, the Xuanfu sect's sphere of influence covers 1/3 of the eastern wilderness. However, their foundation is not solid. Xiao Bingyao looked at the place he pointed to. These minor sects are nominally vassals of the Xuanfu sect, but in reality, they all have their own agendas. Especially these sects that make a living from talismans, they have long been dissatisfied with the Xuanfu sect's monopoly. You mean? The enemy of my enemy is my friend, Lin Feng said in a lower voice. We can contact them. Meanwhile, Baichao Valley. In the stillness of the night, only the chirping of insects could be heard in the valley. A dozen or so dark figures darted out of the forest and crept toward the valley entrance. The leader was a thin man. He made a gesture, and the men in black behind him immediately dispersed. Remember, only rob the goods, don't kill anyone. Afterwards, pin the blame on the rogue cultivator, the thin man instructed in a low voice. Just as they were about to take action. Cough cough. An old cough sounded. Sun Baishan emerged from behind a rock at the valley entrance, followed by more than 20 of the Lin family's retainers. What brings you all to Baichao Valley at night? Sun Baishan asked with a smile. The skinny monkey was startled. How did you know we were coming? You know? Sun Baishan laughed heartily. We've been waiting for you here for 3 days. Is this all the Xuanfu sect can do? Sending third-rate bastards to put on a show? One of the guest elders sneered. My master said that you should go back and tell Zhao Woji that if you're going to play big. This kind of petty stunt will only make us a laughing stock. Skinny Monkey and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Their whereabouts were completely known. 7 days later, in Donghuang Market. Look! New talismans have been released. This price is so cheap? Who cares? Buying it is a win. In the market, large quantities of inferior talismans were dumped at extremely low prices. Although these talismans are of average quality, they are only half the price of the Lin family's talismans. The Lin family's sales of talismans have plummeted. Inside the 100 Herbs Pavilion, a waiter rushed in. Shopkeeper. Something terrible has happened. Our talismans have been returned again. Return it? Why? The customer said that there are cheaper options outside, and the quality is about the same, so why waste money? The shopkeeper slammed his fist on the ledger. This is the 18th return this month. If things continue like this, the talisman business will be completely finished. Meanwhile, on the mountain path outside Yunmeng Marsh, a caravan carrying medicine is moving slowly forward. Brother, there's something going on ahead. A guard pointed ahead. Ahead on the mountain road, a dozen masked men were blocking the middle of the road. This road is mine, these trees are mine. If you want to pass, leave your toll. The masked leader shouted, brandishing his long knife. The middle-aged man leading the caravan shook his head, his face full of bitterness. Again? This is the 5th time this month. He said to the guards beside him, follow the rules and hand over the goods. But elder brother. There's no but about it. The patriarch said that now is not the time to fight them head-on. Be patient and settle scores when the time is right. Immortal Enlightenment Academy, Taoist Master's Residence. Lin Feng sat cross-legged. Just now, Lin Ping'an's cultivation level increased from the 3rd level of Qi refining to the 4th level. The system's feedback on cultivation level followed. A surge of pure energy flowed into Lin Feng's body. Boom! The spiritual energy within him surged, rushing towards the invisible barrier. Click! The bottleneck shattered instantly. Lin Feng's aura surged, indicating that he had reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. His spiritual sense range also expanded to 5 kilometers. This feedback also brought with it a mysterious Taoist charm. It is the Taoist essence of the innate Tao embryo. The many mysteries of the wood element laws suddenly became clear to him. He tried to circulate the Azure Emperor's longevity technique, and a flash of azure light appeared at his fingertips. A spiritual herb sprouted from the soil, consuming negligible spiritual energy. Wanner, Lin Feng called to Mu Wanner, extend your hand. Mu Wanner did as she was told and extended her hand. Lin Feng drew upon that innate Taoist energy and channeled it into her body. Mu Wanner's body trembled slightly, her skin revealed a layer of radiant glow, and a faint medicinal fragrance emanated from her. I feel a deeper connection with the plants and trees in the world. She opened her eyes, her voice full of surprise. Lin Feng nodded, and on the other side, Xiao Bingyao, who was meditating, also calmed down considerably. His Dao injury is healing rapidly, and he is just one step away from reaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment. He walked to the desk and took out several blank talisman papers. The university competition is a day of reckoning. He dipped his brush in cinnabar, and the tip landed on the talisman paper, initiating his divine talisman making technique. Second tier talisman, continuous fireball talisman. Second tier talisman, mysterious water tortoise shell talisman. Second tier talisman, swift wind step talisman. One talisman after another quickly took shape under his pen. Chapter 29: The Grand Competition. The annual competition at Xianqi Academy is a grand event held once a year in the entire city of Xianqi. The Bluestone Square was packed with people, and the atmosphere was lively. However, the most eye-catching thing today is not the young disciples fighting fiercely on the ring, but the highest point of the viewing platform. The Academy Master of Xianqi Academy, that elusive golden core cultivator, has actually come to the scene in person today. And next to him, a smaller throne was specially set up. On the throne, a baby dressed in a miniature Taoist robe was holding a baby bottle and drinking happily. It was Lin Ping'an, the most respected and youngest Taoist disciple since the founding of Xianqi Academy. The little guy had no interest in the noise and competition around him. After finishing his milk, he smacked his lips, let out a satisfied burp, and then leaned against the manor lord and fell asleep. Instead of being annoyed, the manor lord showed a doting smile and casually set up a soundproof barrier to make the little guy sleep more soundly. This scene brought tears to the eyes of countless students and parents in the audience. Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. While their children are still fighting tooth and nail for a chi-gathering pill, a 1-year-old baby is already sleeping soundly next to a golden core ancestor. Lin Feng, Xiao Bingyao, and Mu Wan'er, sitting in the guest elder seats at the back, couldn't help but chuckle as they watched this scene. Just then, a commotion broke out at the entrance to the square. A group of cultivators dressed in black robes with runes parted the crowd and walked straight in. The leader was none other than Zhao Wuji. With a formulaic smile on his face, he bowed respectfully to the manor lord on the high platform. Zhao Wuji, the inspector of Xuanfu sect, has come to observe the ceremony and exchange ideas with your disciples on the orders of the sect's elders. The prefect's gaze remained calm as he nodded slightly. Inspector Zhao is very kind. Please have a seat. Zhao Wuji's gaze lingered on Lin Ping'an beside the manor lord for a moment, then swept across the guest seats, where his eyes met Lin Feng's. He gave Lin Feng a meaningful smile. Lin Feng's heart sank slightly. A weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken has ulterior motives. Behind Zhao Wuji followed a young man with an arrogant expression. His aura was sharp, and his cultivation level was clearly at the early stage of foundation establishment. I am Zhang Ao, an inner disciple of the Xuanfu sect. I've heard that the Immortal Enlightenment Academy is the foundation of education in the Eastern Wilderness, so I've come here to learn a few tricks. The moment this person opened his mouth, it carried a provocative tone. The academy, naturally, could not afford to be outdone, and one of its inner disciples immediately accepted the challenge. Immortal Academy, Li Mo, please enlighten me. However, as soon as the competition began, everyone could see the difference in skill level. The Xuanfu sect disciple named Zhang Ao unleashed a set of flying sword magic weapons, the sword light raining down like rain, his attacks incredibly fierce. Li Mo of the Immortal Academy could only withstand less than 10 moves before being pierced through the chest by a sword. His robes were torn, and he flew backward, covered in blood, and immediately fainted. I appreciate your concession. Zhang Ao retrieved his flying sword, his expression indifferent, as if he had only done a trivial matter. The atmosphere at the university immediately became tense and uproar. Next, Zhang Ao's gaze swept over the disciples' seats at Xianqi Academy, filled with disdain. I'll do it. Another inner disciple in the early stage of foundation establishment jumped onto the arena. The result was even worse. Within 5 moves, Zhang Ao's sword energy severed one of his arms, and he was carried away while howling in pain. Too weak. Zhang Ao shook his head, his face filled with disappointment. Is anyone else here? 2 consecutive crushing defeats left the disciples of Xianqi Academy feeling ashamed and their morale plummeted. Another person, dissatisfied, rushed onto the stage, only to be utterly defeated once again. 3 consecutive losses. The entire square fell silent, and everyone at Xianqi Academy felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Zhang Ao stood in the center of the arena, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. He suddenly turned his gaze to the highest viewing platform. He deliberately raised his voice, making it resonate throughout the entire square. Xianqi Academy is getting worse and worse. They actually found a baby who was still drinking milk to be their disciple. Do you think the eastern wilderness is so deserted that you can be easily fooled? These words shocked everyone present. This is a blatant slap in the face. It's not only a slap in the face to the Immortal Enlightenment Academy, but also a slap in the face to the Academy Master. The Lord's face instantly darkened. Insolence! Shen Boyong and several other elders slammed their fists on the table and stood up, their auras of Foundation Establishment perfection erupting forth. Zhang Ao was not afraid at all, because behind him stood the Xuanfu sect. He seemed oblivious to the elders' anger, and his gaze shifted to Lin Feng in the guest seat. Oh, I remember now. I heard that this Daozi's father is the recently rising star Lin Feng? I've heard that fellow Taoist Lin is exceptionally skilled, not only in alchemy but also in winning women's hearts. I have achieved my current status thanks to an icy sword immortal as my Taoist partner and some elixirs. What? Is Shenchi Academy now short of talent and needs a gigolo who climbed the ranks by relying on women to save face? Boom! These words are far more vicious than any of the insults I just heard. Xiao Bingyao's aura instantly turned icy cold, and a sharp sword intense soared into the sky. Mu Wan'er was so angry that she trembled all over, her face turning deathly pale. The surrounding elders and guest advisors were all filled with righteous indignation. Lin Feng, however, remained surprisingly calm. He slowly stood up. Under everyone's gaze, he neither got angry nor refuted. He simply straightened his clothes and then walked step by step toward the arena. His pace was not fast, but each step was exceptionally steady. Husband! Mu Wan'er called out worriedly. Lin Feng didn't turn around, but waved to her to reassure her. He stepped onto the tall arena, facing off against the arrogant Zhang Ao. All eyes in the room were on the two of them. At the guest seat, Zhao Wuji picked up his teacup and took a small sip. A cold, triumphant smirk flashed deep in his eyes. What a fool! He's still young and impetuous, he fell for the bait so easily. This Zhang Ao is no ordinary disciple. He carried the soul-destroying talisman personally bestowed by Elder Sun, which he had prepared for this very moment. If someone accidentally kills another person on the arena, even if the head of the Immortal Enlightenment Academy is a golden core cultivator, he can't say a word against it. Lin Feng, all your good fortune has come to an end today. On the arena, Lin Feng looked at Zhang Ao in front of him with a calm expression. Since the geniuses of Xuanfu sect think that my Shenchi Academy has no one to rely on, then I, this unworthy guest elder, will come and learn from your superior skills. As soon as he finished speaking, he released and then withdrew his aura, settling steadily at the early stage of Foundation establishment. He actually suppressed his cultivation level to the same level as his opponent. Arrogant! A savage glint flashed in Zhang Ao's eyes. Since you've come here willingly to die, then I'll grant your wish. Let the competition begin. With the referee's whistle, Zhang Ao played with no more holding back. He formed hand seals, and 9 high-grade flying swords transformed into 9 streams of light, forming a fierce sword formation that attacked Lin Feng from all directions. Every sword light was aimed at Lin Feng's vital points. However, Lin Feng neither dodged nor avoided the impenetrable sword formation. He didn't even use any magical artifacts, he just stood there empty-handed. Just as the sword light was about to reach him, his figure suddenly moved. His steps seemed slow, yet he always managed to slip through the gaps in the deadly sword light with the slightest margin of error. His movements were perfectly fluid, as if he were strolling leisurely, exuding an indescribable elegance and grace. The sword formation composed of 9 flying swords couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. What kind of movement technique is this? What exquisite footwork! It's simply unbelievable. Everyone watching was stunned. Zhang Ao's face grew increasingly grim as he frantically channeled his spiritual power. The sword formation moved faster and faster, and the sword light almost transformed into a curtain of light. But Lin Feng was like a fallen leaf in a raging torrent. No matter how strong the wind and waves were, they couldn't harm him in the slightest. After dozens of moves, Zhang Ao had exhausted most of his spiritual energy, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Unable to break through after a prolonged siege, the ruthlessness in his eyes grew stronger. He gritted his teeth and pretended to step back to create distance. At the same time, his right hand, hidden in his sleeve, suddenly crushed a black jade talisman. Die! He grinned menacingly. A beam of light, darker than ink and filled with an aura of destruction, shot out silently from his sleeve. The black light was incredibly fast, seemingly ignoring spatial distance, and appeared in front of Lin Feng in an instant. Is that all the skill you've got in Chapter 30? That dark light, silent and stealthy, headed straight for Lin Feng. Its appearance was so sudden and fast that the cultivators present had no time to react. Oh no! It's the soul-destroying thorn. Vice Lord Xian Boyang's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in shock. That was a vicious second-tier high-grade talisman treasure that did not harm the physical body but specifically targeted the soul. If hit, at best, one's soul will be severely damaged, turning one into an idiot at worst, one's soul will be scattered. Below the arena, Xiao Bingyao's face was deathly pale. A chilling killing intent erupted from her body, and the long sword in her hand emitted a sword cry, almost as if it were about to be drawn from its sheath. Mu Wanner's vision went black for a moment, she let out a short scream, her body went limp, and she almost collapsed to the ground. At such close range, with such a ruthless sneak attack, let alone someone in the early stages of Foundation establishment. Even cultivators at the great perfection of Foundation establishment have no chance of escaping this fate. In the guest seat, Zhao Wuji leaned back in his chair, his face bearing a cold and cruel expression. He had already seen Lin Feng's soul and body completely destroyed, lying stiffly on the ground. What kind of father of Taoist masters or genius of alchemy are they? In the face of the Xuanfu sect's scheming, they are nothing more than ants that can be crushed at will. Go to hell. A sinister, twisted smile appeared on Zhang Ao's face. However, just as the dark light of the soul-destroying thorn was about to touch Lin Feng's brow, a sudden change has occurred. No spiritual energy fluctuations emanated from Lin Feng's body. A layer of bluish light emerged from his body. The azure light quickly condensed, transforming into the phantom of an ancient wooden armor in front of him. The wooden armor is covered with wood grain patterns, which is the protective divine power cultivated by the Azure Emperor's longevity technique, the longevity armor. Puff! The dark light of the soul-destroying thorn struck the longevity armor without making a sound. The destructive power within the dark light was frantically absorbed and transformed by the patterns on the surface of the wooden armor. The next instant, a bright green arc of electricity flashed across the surface of the longevity armor, silently shooting back along its original trajectory. Thorns reflect damage. On the other side of the arena, Zhang Ao, who was waiting to see Lin Feng die a miserable death, suddenly felt as if a steel needle had pierced his sea of consciousness. The excruciating pain caused his mind to go completely blank. His body stiffened briefly. Now! Lin Feng, who had been calm and composed all along, suddenly had a cold glint in his eyes. He stopped pretending and stopped suppressing his feelings. Boom! An aura several times stronger than before erupted from his body. That's not the early stage of Foundation establishment at all. It's a genuine mid-stage Foundation building stage. You! Zhao Wuji, sitting in the audience, stood up from his seat, his smug smile instantly freezing. He concealed his cultivation level. That bastard was acting from the very beginning. Lin Feng completely ignored the shock from the audience. He seized the opportunity when Zhang Ao's soul was injured and his body was stiff, and with his fingers forming a sword, he gently slashed forward. A condensed cyan sword aura appeared out of thin air, striking first despite being delayed. This sword energy was many times more powerful than the sword formation Zhang Ao had used before. Just as Zhang Ao was recovering from the excruciating pain, he saw the sword energy rapidly enlarging before his eyes. He opened his mouth, trying with all his might to shout out those two words. Recognize. Put. The sword energy flashed by. The sound stopped abruptly. Zhang Ao froze on the spot. He looked down in horror and saw a bloody hole in his lower abdomen. The spiritual energy within his dantian was leaking out wildly. Life quickly dissipated. How is this possible? He muttered to himself, his body falling straight backward. Bang! The sound of the corpse hitting the ring was particularly jarring in the silent square. He died. The once invincible inner sect prodigy of the Xuanfu sect died just like that. From Lin Feng's counterattack to Zhang Ao's death, the whole process was as fast as lightning. It wasn't until the body fell to the ground that everyone came back to their senses from the shocking reversal. The entire Bluestone Square was initially deathly silent. Immediately afterwards, an uproar erupted. My God! He turned the tables. He actually turned the tables. He's not in the early Foundation establishment stage. He's in the middle Foundation establishment stage. He's been playing dumb all along. That's incredible. What kind of movement technique was that? What kind of armor was that? And that final sword strike. Zhang Ao is such a fool. He was completely fooled and thought he had the victory in his grasp. He won't even know how he died. Countless disciples of the Immortal Enlightenment Academy were so excited that their faces turned red. They stared at the blue figure on the arena, their eyes filled with fervor. The humiliation and frustration I felt just now vanished completely. What kind of Xuanfu sect prodigy? In front of the guest elders of my academy, they are nothing but a joke. Husband. Mu Wan'er covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. Xiao Bingyao slowly loosened her grip on the sword hilt. She looked at Lin Feng, who stood with his hands behind his back on the stage, and a strange light flickered in her usually cold eyes. Smack! At the guest table, Zhao Wuji crushed the jade teacup in his hand into dust. He stared intently at Lin Feng, his killing intent almost tangible. The plan failed. Not only did they fail, but they also lost an inner disciple whom the sect had carefully nurtured. This caused the Xuanfu sect to lose face in front of all the cultivators in Xianqi City. What he found most unacceptable was that he, Zhao Wuji, the inspector of the Xuanfu sect, had been made a fool of like a monkey by a rogue cultivator from the countryside. Lin Feng! Zhao Wuji roared, pointing at Lin Feng on the arena, his voice fierce and stern. How dare you! You openly murder a disciple of my Xuanfu sect during the academy grand competition. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Zhao Wuji, who seemed to be going crazy. I'm terrified by what Inspector Zhao said. In ring combat, fists and feet have no eyes. Your disciple was less skilled and died on stage. Who can you blame? Moreover, Lin Feng's tone turned cold. He first secretly concealed the soul-destroying thorn, a vicious talisman, intending to kill me. I was merely acting in self-defense. You. Zhao Wuji was so choked that he couldn't say a word. Of course he knew that Zhang Ao had the intention to kill him first, but how could he bring such a thing up in public? You're spouting nonsense. Zhao Wuji tried to argue his way out of it. Who saw my disciple use the soul-destroying thorn? It was clearly you who were ruthless and deliberately tried to kill him. I saw it. A voice came from the highest viewing platform. The gray-robed academy master of Xianqi Academy had stood up at some point. He merely glanced at Zhao Wuji indifferently. Boom! An irresistible and terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon Zhao Wuji. That was the oppressive aura of a golden core cultivator. Thump! Zhao Wuji couldn't even hold on for a moment. His knees buckled, and he knelt on the ground. His bones were cracking all over, his face was flushed, and he was having difficulty breathing. The Lord's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. In arena battles, life and death are determined by fate. This is an unchanging rule in the Eastern Wilderness cultivation world for 10,000 years. Your disciples are wicked and harbor deadly weapons. Intending to commit murder in full view of others, and then being killed in retaliation, is a consequence of one's own actions. Zhao Wuji, this matter is due to the Xuanfu sect's lax discipline. The Lord's voice echoed throughout the entire square. He's making a statement that he wants to protect Lin Feng. Zhao Wuji knelt on the ground, his jaw clenched, his bones cracking, but he couldn't utter a single word. After a long while, the Manor Lord withdrew his oppressive aura. Zhao Wuji then collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, and dared not raise his head again. Get out! The Manor Lord uttered only one word. Zhao Wuji struggled to get up, his gaze sweeping over Lin Feng on the arena before finally settling on Lin Ping'an, who was fast asleep on the high platform. Without uttering a word, he led the remaining Xuanfu sect disciples away quickly amidst the surrounding laughter. In the instant he turned and blended into the crowd, he crushed a communication jade talisman. A divine thought was injected into it. Zhang Ao is dead. Lin Feng is in the mid-foundation establishment stage. His son, Lin Ping'an, possessed a heavenly rank spiritual root and was taken in as a Dao child by the Lord of the Immortal Enlightenment Palace. The Lin family must be eliminated. Please, Elder, make the decision. Chapter 31, The Incident of Being Wanted by the Entire Server After Killing a Prodigy. The grand competition at Xianqi Academy ended in an unexpected way. Zhang Ao, the prodigy of the Xuanfu sect, died and his cultivation vanished. Lin Feng became famous overnight. The news spread throughout Xianqi City overnight. In tea houses, taverns, and on the streets, the monks were all discussing this matter. Have you heard? That Lin Feng killed the Xuanfu sect members right in front of the Golden Core sect master. He did more than just kill him. I heard he initially pretended to be in the early foundation establishment stage, completely outmaneuvering Zhang Ao, before finally turning the tables and killing him in one fell swoop. That's ruthless. Playing dumb to fool others. That's true mastery. What kind of expert is he? He's just a madman. Do you think the Xuanfu sect is easy to mess with? This is a huge grudge. Shu. Keep your voice down. He's a guest elder of the academy now, Daozi's biological father. How dare you talk nonsense? Amidst the discussions, Lin Feng's name appeared on the intelligence jade slips of various major forces in the eastern wilderness. He is an expert in both alchemy and talisman making, possesses formidable combat skills, exceptional intelligence, and is extremely protective of his own. Behind him stood the Immortal Enlightenment Academy, and his son with a heavenly rank spiritual root. Xuanfu Sect, Main Hall. The hall was deathly silent. The news Zhao Wuji brought back silenced all the high-ranking officials. The death of an inner disciple is a minor matter, but the Xuanfu sect has lost all face in front of all the cultivators in the eastern wilderness. This is outrageous. An elder slammed his hand on the table, his face full of anger. How dare a rogue cultivator from the countryside humiliate my Xuanfu sect like this? He must pay the price. How can we make him pay the price? He's hiding in the Immortal Revelation Academy right now, protected by the Golden Core Academy Master. Are we really going to storm his doorstep? Another elder snorted coldly. So you're just going to let it go like this? Where is the dignity of my Xuanfu sect? Just as everyone was arguing, an old voice came from deep within the hall. That's enough. The sound wasn't loud, but the entire hall immediately fell silent. All the elders, including the sect leader, stood up and bowed respectfully in the direction from which the voice came. Welcome back, Supreme Elder, upon your return from seclusion. A figure emerged from the rear hall. He looked like an ordinary old man, but his appearance made everyone lower their heads. Late stage of Golden Core, the number one person in the eastern wilderness, and the true pillar of the Xuanfu sect. A mere brat, a newbie, has scared you all like this? As soon as the Supreme Elder spoke, everyone lowered their heads even further. Elder Son, he said. Elder Son, the old man who had plotted against Lin Feng with Zhao Wuji, immediately stepped forward. Disciple is here. Zhao Wuji has failed in his duties and disgraced the sect. You know how to deal with him. Elder Son's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately bowed. Disciple understands. Furthermore, the Supreme Elder continued, transmit my decree. Issue a Xuanfu hunt order, listing the entire Lin family as the number one mortal enemy of my Xuanfu sect. Anyone who kills Lin Feng will be rewarded with 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, a third-tier magic weapon, and will become my personal disciple. A generous reward will be given to anyone who provides clues about the Lin family members. I will let the entire eastern wilderness know the consequences of opposing my Xuanfu sect. Upon hearing this order, all the elders present were alarmed. Xuanfu Hunt Order. This is the highest level kill order issued by the Xuanfu sect, and it hasn't been used in a century. The Supreme Elder ignored the shock of the crowd and simply glanced in the direction of Xianqi City. As for that old guy from Xianqi Academy, he can protect you for a while, but not forever. Once the kill order was issued, the eastern wilderness was filled with unease. Countless forces affiliated with the Xuanfu sect began to take action. The first to be affected was Baikaegu. Overnight, all roads leading to Baichao Valley were blocked by various forces. A caravan that had just left the valley was ambushed and killed less than 10 miles away. Their goods were looted and the guards suffered heavy casualties. The Lin family's shops in various markets also faced various forms of suppression. Returns, disturbances, and even arson. In just a few days, the Lin family's businesses outside the family were almost completely paralyzed. Immortal Enlightenment Academy, Qingyun Peak Daoist Abode. Lin Feng sat in his study, listening to Sun Baishuan's anxious report through the communication talisman. Master, what do we do now? Our people can't even get out of the valley. We can't get the medicinal herbs in either. If this continues, we'll be completely trapped. No rush, Lin Feng interrupted him. Manager's son, do as I say. First, shrink all external industries, close all shops, and withdraw personnel back to Baikaegu. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Secondly, we will secretly move the herb garden and all the family members in the core area of Baichao Valley to the area deep in Yunmeng Marsh that I told you about before. There is a natural maze there, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Third, leave only an empty shell of 100 Herbs Valley. You take a few trusted guest elders to guard it and make it look like we are besieged to confuse the enemy. Sun Baishan was stunned. Master, do you mean a clever escape? Yes. Lin Feng's voice was cold. If the Xuanfu sect wants to trap us, then we'll leave them an empty shell and let them play by themselves. I understand. Sun Baishuan's voice regained its strength. Don't worry, Patriarch, I will definitely handle it. After cutting off the communication, Lin Feng walked to the window. The protection offered by universities is only temporary and cannot solve the fundamental problem. The Xuanfu sect has already set its sights on him. Simply hiding won't work. He turned around and went back to the alchemy room, taking out the alchemy furnace. It's time to prepare for the later stages of the foundation establishment phase. A recipe for a purple sun breakthrough pill appeared in his mind. A few days later, late at night, in the library of Xianqi Academy. The lights on the top floor were still on. Xiao Bingyao sat in front of rows of bookshelves, with a stack of ancient books piled up in front of her. These past few days, she spent all her free time here, researching records about the Ice Soul Sword sect. Lin Feng carried a pot of hot tea and walked up behind her. Still investigating? Xiao Bingyao didn't turn around, but hummed in response, her voice filled with exhaustion. Lin Feng placed the teacup beside her and saw that she was flipping through a tattered notebook. The Chronicles of the North? I've found some things, Xiao Bingyao said in a low voice. She pointed to a passage in the journal. The destruction of the Ice Soul Sword sect was not only due to the heavenly demon. Human sects also stabbed us in the back. This record states that the sect responsible for guarding the flank of the Ice Soul Sword sect at that time was a demonic sect called the Blood Soul Hall. Their defection at the most critical moment led to the collapse of the defense line. At this point, Xiao Bingyao's fingers began to tremble. The air around her grew cold, mirroring her mood. She remained silent for a long time, then closed the note and turned to look at Lin Feng. My husband. She spoke softly. Besides you, I don't know who else to talk to about these things. Lin Feng didn't speak, but reached out and grasped her cold hand. Her hands were cold, and her fingertips were trembling. Lin Feng's hands were warm. That warmth spread throughout her body little by little, following her hand. She let Lin Feng hold her hand, and the frost in her eyes quietly melted away at that moment. In this quiet moment. Buzz. A communication jade talisman suddenly appeared out of thin air, breaking through the restrictions of the library and hovering in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng released Xiao Bingyao's hand and reached out to take the jade talisman into his own. Divine sense probed in. A divine thought exploded in his mind. Zhao Wuji is dead. Hand over your alchemy lineage, and your family may be allowed to remain with their bodies intact. The signature is Elder Sunday. Zhao Wuji is dead. He was silenced by his own people. This elder son is more ruthless and greedier than Zhao Wuji. He even bypassed the high-ranking members of the Xuanfu sect, preparing to kill him and seize his alchemy inheritance for himself. What's wrong? Xiao Bingyao sensed something was amiss. Fine. Lin Feng crushed the jade talisman in his hand, and the powder fell through his fingers. He turned and walked to a huge map of the eastern wilderness. Xuanfu Sect, Immortal Enlightenment Academy, 100 Herbs Valley. His finger moved across the map, finally landing on a sect in the western part of the eastern wilderness, surrounded by mountains and sword marks. Tianjian Sect. The only sword cultivation sect in the eastern wilderness that dares to challenge the Xuanfu sect year after year. They are also the mortal enemies of the Xuanfu sect. Chapter 32 Going out to call for people. Immortal Enlightenment Academy, Azure Cloud Peak, Daoist's residence. The night was deep, but the atmosphere inside the mansion was even more somber than the darkness itself. Lin Feng sat in the main seat, with Xiao Bingyao and Mu Wan'er sitting on either side. None of the three spoke. The only sound in the air was the occasional soft crackling of the candlelight. The crushed communication jade talisman was like a thorn stuck in everyone's heart. Zhao Wuji is dead. He was silenced by his own people from the Xuanfu sect. This shows that the other party has completely broken off relations and is no longer bothered with pretense. That elder son was even more greedy and had no bottom line than Zhao Wuji. We can't wait any longer. Lin Feng broke the silence first, his voice calm. He looked at his two wives, his gaze sweeping over their faces one by one. With the Xuanfu pursuit order issued, there is nowhere for us to hide in the entire eastern wilderness except for the Immortal Enlightenment Academy. They're trying to slowly boil us like frogs in water, trapping us here to die. Mu Wan'er asked worriedly, then, what should we do? Husband, they just want to force you to go out. Yes, they just want to force me to go out. Lin Feng nodded. So, I have to go out. No. Xiao Bingyao immediately stood up. I don't agree. There's no way to escape it. The university can protect us for a while, but with industry stagnation and resources cut off, we'll eventually run out of resources. Moreover, Pinyin needs massive resources to grow, and we can't afford to waste them. He stood up and walked to the huge map of the eastern wilderness. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. His finger pointed heavily to the west side of the map. Tianjian sect. A flash of understanding crossed Xiao Bingyao's eyes. You're going to the Heavenly Sword sect to seek an alliance? That's right. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the two of them. This is the only way to break the deadlock. Only if the Xuanfu sect's backyard catches fire will they have no time to bother us. But it's too dangerous. Mu Wanner's eyes reddened. Wanner, I know it's dangerous. Lin Feng walked to her side and gently held her hand. But I am a man, your husband, and Pinyin as father. I must shoulder the responsibility of this family. Your mission is more important than mine. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Bingyao. Bingyao, Wanner, you two stay at the academy with Pinyin. This is the safest place in the entire eastern wilderness. With the academy master's protection, no one will dare to cause trouble. What you need to do is protect our home, take care of Pinyin, and wait for me to come back. His plan was to use himself as bait to draw all of Xuanfu sect's firepower. His family, on the other hand, hid in the most dangerous yet safest place. Looking at a beautiful woman under the lamplight, the more I look, the more my heart aches for her. Xiao Bingyao remained silent for a long time before finally speaking, her voice trembling slightly. How long will it take? It will take anywhere from 3 months to half a year, Lin Feng replied. I'm waiting for you. Xiao Bingyao only said those 3 words, but Lin Feng understood the weight they carried. Mu Wanner wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded vigorously. Husband, we'll wait for you to come back. We'll take care of things at home. The night before departure. The atmosphere in the bedroom was enchanting, yet tinged with sadness. Lin Pinyin was already fast asleep, covered with a small quilt that Mu Wanner had sewn by hand. Lin Feng embraced his 2 wives, feeling the warmth of their bodies and the reluctance in his heart. Husband, you must be careful. Mu Wanner buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled. Xiao Bingyao didn't say anything, but simply hugged him tightly from behind. Don't worry. Lin Feng gently stroked their hair. He didn't make many grand pronouncements. Actions speak louder than words. The yin-yang harmony and heaven-mending scripture quietly began to operate. The 3 people's auras, spiritual power, and even their souls were closely connected under the guidance of the cultivation technique. No one slept that night. The next morning, Lin Feng appeared at the academy looking as radiant as ever. He first went to the alchemy academy and discussed alchemy with several elders for half an hour. Then he went to the talisman academy and drew several second-tier talismans in front of everyone, which drew a lot of amazement. Finally, he carried Lin Pinyin and strolled around the bluestone square. The more relaxed and nonchalant he appears, the more he can deceive those watching from the shadows. Everyone assumed that Lin Feng, having secured the academy's protection, was now safe and sound and ready to become a coward. Night. Daozi's mansion, quiet room. Lin Feng took out a talisman that shimmered with a faint golden light from his storage bag. A rare talisman recorded in the divine talisman-making techniques, the golden cicada shedding its shell talisman. This talisman can create an avatar that possesses my aura and spiritual energy fluctuations, and maintain it for 3 days. That's enough for me to shake off most of the pursuers, Lin Feng explained to Xiao Bingyao and Mu Wanner beside him. The 2 women watched silently, their eyes filled with sorrow at parting. Lin Feng took a deep breath and infused his spiritual power into the talisman. Buzz! The talisman ignited without fire, transforming into a stream of light that coalesced around him into another Lin Feng. That clone was exactly the same as him in both appearance and aura. The clone sat cross-legged, closed its eyes, and entered a state of cultivation. I'm leaving. Lin Feng took one last look at his 2 wives, etching their faces into his heart. He didn't say anything more, and crushed a yellowish-brown talisman. Earth Escape Talisman. His figure, bathed in the earthy yellow light, silently sank into the ground and disappeared. 100 miles away from Xianxi City, there is a desolate mountain forest. The mound of earth on the ground churned, and a figure emerged. Lin Feng quickly changed out of the academy's guest elder's robes and put on a set of the most ordinary gray linen clothes. He took a small bottle out of his storage bag, poured out some medicine, and applied it to his face. Soon, his handsome face turned sallow, his features became much rougher, and several wrinkles even appeared at the corners of his eyes. A moment later, what appeared in the mirror was a middle-aged rogue cultivator with an ordinary face and a weathered demeanor. From today onwards, his name is Gumu, a second-tier alchemist who travels around. Having confirmed that he had no further weaknesses, he determined his direction and sped off towards the west, where the Heavenly Sword sect was located. However, he ultimately underestimated the Xuanfu sect. They had only been traveling for half a day. A powerful divine sense swept over from the front. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately stopped and hid behind a boulder. His divine sense quietly probed out. On the official road ahead, a small team of 5 people was checking passing cultivators. All 5 of them were at the Foundation establishment stage. The leader held a compass-shaped magical artifact in his hand, and the compass needle was pointing in his direction, trembling slightly. "Something's up. Over there." The leading cultivator gave a low shout, and the 5 of them immediately transformed into 5 streams of light, surrounding the place where Lin Feng was hiding. Lin Feng cursed under his breath. The Xuanfu sect has really gone all out. Without hesitation, he turned and disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Trying to run? Stay here. A loud shout came from behind, and several sharp spells had caught up. A flash of blue light appeared beneath Lin Feng's feet as he activated the swift windstep talisman, instantly increasing his speed. He moved through the forest like a ghost. At the same time, he flicked out several talismans that he had prepared beforehand. Boom! Boom! Several huge fireballs exploded behind them, blocking the pursuer's view. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he accelerated again and quickly widened the gap. Having shaken off the first wave of pursuers, Lin Feng dared not relax for a moment. It was only along this journey that he truly realized how terrifying the power of the Xuanfu sect was in the eastern wilderness. There was a hidden sentry post almost every 100 miles. In towns and markets large and small, there are spies from the Xuanfu sect everywhere. He's like a fish in a big net. No matter where he swims, he'll get caught in it. After dodging 7 or 8 waves of checks, Lin Feng was forced into a desperate situation. On the map, ahead lies an area shrouded in a thick, blood-red fog year-round. Meteorite Plain. Legend has it that this is the remnant of an ancient battle between cultivators, where the space is chaotic, the spiritual energy is violent, and one's divine sense is greatly suppressed. For cultivators, it is a perilous place with a 9 out of 10 chance of death. But for Lin Feng now, it is the only place where he can escape the pursuit. He glanced back at the faint spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from behind him, and without the slightest hesitation, plunged headfirst into the thick, blood-red fog. The moment I entered the meteorite plain, the feeling of being watched, like a thorn in my back, finally disappeared. The violent and chaotic spiritual energy acted as a natural barrier, isolating it from all external probing. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and carefully made his way through the thick fog. The environment here was even worse than he had imagined. His divine sense was suppressed to less than 100 meters. Beneath his feet were unknown skeletons, and an ominous aura permeated the air. Just as he was fully focused on guarding his surroundings. Suddenly, at the edge of his consciousness, he detected an extremely faint fluctuation. Is it a distress signal? Chapter 33 picked up a Taoist partner. To go or not to go? Lin Feng hesitated for only half a second. Fortune favors the bold. The Xuanfu sect has already driven him to the brink of despair. Things can't get much worse. What if it really is some kind of serendipitous opportunity? He made up his mind, followed the direction of the ripple, and tiptoed over. Deep within the thick fog lay a relatively open space. In the center of the open space, a huge stone platform was dilapidated, covered with ancient and complex patterns, most of which had faded and lost their luster. At the center of the platform, a woman was bound by countless jet-black chains. She wore a magnificent purple silk dress, the hem of which was embroidered with mysterious array patterns. Even now, covered in dust, its original nobility remains undeniable. The woman looked to be in her early 20s, with stunning beauty, but her face was as pale as paper, and her breath was extremely weak. She seemed to sense Lin Feng's approach and struggled to raise her head. Her phoenix eyes held no trace of the weakness of someone pleading for help. Instead, they were filled with vigilance and cold arrogance. Who are you? Her voice was weak, yet carried a cool, aloof quality that came from someone who had long held a high position. If you want to take advantage of someone's misfortune, you'd better consider the wrath of my heavenly secrets pavilion. Tianji Pavilion? Lin Feng paused, his heart filled with turmoil. Although his knowledge of the eastern wilderness was limited, he had seen the name in the Academy's books. That's not a sect from the eastern wilderness region, but a top-tier force from the much larger central continent, renowned throughout the world for its array formations. How could a proud daughter of a top sect in Zhengzhou have fallen to such a state? Lin Feng did not reveal his identity, still appearing as a weathered middle-aged rogue cultivator, and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Don't be nervous, young lady, as you're just passing by." As he spoke, he glanced at the black chains on the woman's body. Those chains are not physical entities, but are made of pure energy. It was covered with strange runes, which were constantly devouring the woman's life force and spiritual power. Seeing that Lin Feng did not make a move immediately, the woman's wariness lessened slightly, but it remained cold. "This is Meteorite Plain, not a place for you. Leave immediately." "I think you're the one who can't leave, aren't you?" Lin Feng replied casually. The woman was taken aback by his words, and a hint of anger appeared on her pale face. "Qin Mengyao, the personal disciple of the Tianji Pavilion master, when has she ever been spoken to like this?" But her current situation forces her to set aside her pride. I was activating an ancient teleportation array when I encountered a spatial storm and was swept into this place," she explained, biting her lip. "These are void curse chains formed by the backlash of the formation. They devour my life force and cultivation every day. If they are not broken, I will not live for more than 10 days. Lin Feng understood. It turned out to be a transmission accident. He walked to the edge of the array platform and carefully observed the chains of incantations, discovering that they were essentially an extremely complex and sophisticated energy restriction. The rune structure above was unheard of and far beyond his current level of understanding. "I'm afraid I can't help with this cursed chain." Lin Feng shook his head and prepared to leave. He's not a saint, he can barely take care of himself, so he doesn't have time to waste here. The moment he turned around, the long-absence system notification sounded in his mind without warning. Ding! Detected that the host is facing an important decision, triggering a hidden mission. Mission name: Rescue the Chosen One Qin Mengyao. Mission introduction: as the host of the Many Children, Many Blessings system, how can you stand by and watch her die? Win her over and make her bear your babies. Quest reward: Divine Array Technique, Beginner from the 100 Art Skill Set. Lin Feng was instantly unable to move. Good heavens! He thought to himself, wow. Just when you think you've reached the end of the road, the system sends you a mother-in-law, no, a new wife. She is also the pride of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, carrying the label of destiny. God-level formation technique. This reward is practically tailor-made for his current situation. Lin Feng was overjoyed, but he remained expressionless. He slowly turned around, looking at the stunningly beautiful woman in the formation who was about to die, his eyes becoming somewhat intriguing. Ahem, I've been thinking about it again. He cleared his throat. There is a way to save you, though. A glimmer of light suddenly appeared in Qin Mengyao's eyes, which had been filled with despair. You can break this void curse chain? Able. What kind of reward do you need? Spirit stones? Magic treasures? Cultivation techniques? As long as I can provide it, the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion will repay you tenfold. She said this urgently, as if grasping at the last straw. I don't lack any of those things. Lin Feng shook his head, walked step by step to her, and looked down at her. But I have one condition. Qin Mengyao's heart leaped into her throat. What are the conditions? Be my Taoist partner, Lin Feng said casually. The air froze instantly. Qin Mengyao was completely stunned, staring incredulously at the unremarkable-looking middle-aged rogue cultivator in front of her. She wondered if she had misheard. What did you say? I said, I want you to be my Taoist partner, Lin Feng repeated. You shameless. You lecher. Qin Mengyao reacted, trembling with anger, her pale face turning bright red. Who is Qin Mengyao? The most dazzling new star of the Zhengzhou Tianji Pavilion, one of the future successors to the Pavilion Master, has young talents who can line up from the east to the west of the city to pursue her. Today, I was treated so lightly by a rogue cultivator of unknown origin. You can refuse. Lin Feng shrugged, looking indifferent. Then I'll leave now. You stay here and slowly wait for your life force to be drained and you'll turn into a beautiful dried corpse. After saying that, he made a move to turn around and leave. Etc. Qin Mengyao quickly called out to him. She felt the life force rapidly draining from her body and the bone-chilling cold emanating from the cursed chains. The pride and dignity in my heart are being crushed bit by the fear of death. She didn't want to die. She still has a blood feud to avenge and the expectations of her sect to bear. Which is more important, innocence or life? After struggling for a long time, she bit her lower lip so hard it almost bled. I promise you. Sure, Lin Feng readily nodded. Qin Mengyao composed herself, closed her eyes, and swore an oath with her Dao heart. I, Qin Mengyao, hereby voluntarily become your Taoist partner. In this life and the next, we will be of one heart and one mind. If I break this vow, may my Taoist heart be shattered and my cultivation be completely destroyed. The moment she fulfilled her vow, she suddenly noticed a smug smile playing on Lin Feng's lips. That sallow face, which had originally looked unremarkable, began to change for some reason. His features became clearer and more handsome, and his temperament changed from weathered to gentle and sunny. It's a disguise technique. He's not some middle-aged rogue cultivator at all. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying your third Taoist partner. Taoist partner, Qin Mengyao. Qualification, innate formation embryo heavenly rank. Cultivation level, late foundation establishment. Detected that the Taoist partner's innate array embryo is highly compatible with the family's fortune, indicating family prosperity and abundant offspring. Triggering a 100x critical reward. Reward 1, the 100 art skilled divine array technique will be directly upgraded to the maximum level. Reward 2, obtain the clan building blueprint tier 3 mountain protection array 4 symbols locking heaven array. Reward 3, host's cultivation level has been boosted. Reaching the peak of the mid-foundation establishment stage. Chapter 34 Solving the Formation. The system reward was issued, and Lin Feng's mind went blank. A massive amount of information rushed into his mind. Countless profound and complex array diagrams, deductive reasoning, and array deployment techniques were practiced, summarized, and integrated in his mind on their own. In just a few breaths, the way he sees the world has completely changed. He looked again at the dilapidated ancient array platform and the black chains binding Qin Mengyao. Previously, this void chain was an incomprehensible mass of chaotic energy. But now, under the analysis of the God-level array technique, everything has become crystal clear. The energy flow of each chain of incantations, the function of each rune node, and even its core restrictive center, were all exposed to him. Flaw. It's full of flaws. This is hardly an indestructible, God-level restriction, it's clearly a piece of junk riddled with flaws. Are you even capable? At the center of the platform, Qin Mengyao saw him just standing there in a daze, and the little hope that had just risen in her heart sank again. She thought the man was just bragging. Indeed, this is an ancient curse chain that even the elders of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion are helpless against. How could a rogue cultivator from the eastern wilderness possibly break it? In the end, I was just too naive. Lin Feng did not answer her. He took out a set of ordinary battle flags from his storage bag. There were 36 in total, all of them the lowest grade magic weapons, their spiritual light dim, and together they weren't worth more than a few spirit stones. Seeing this tattered array flag, Qin Mengyao was utterly desperate. She closed her eyes and didn't even bother to speak anymore. Lin Feng didn't care what she thought. With a flick of his wrist, all 36 battle flags flew out and hovered in mid-air. Immediately afterwards, his 10 fingers flew across the paper, so fast that only a blur remained. Golden array patterns appeared out of thin air at his fingertips and were then precisely projected into the void. Buzz. The entire dilapidated array platform then emitted a slight hum. Qin Mengyao opened her eyes. To her astonishment, the array patterns that Lin Feng had created did not attack the black curse chains. Instead, it was cleverly integrated into the original ancient formation. What is he doing? He wasn't breaking the formation, he was patching it up? Use formation to break formation. A crazy idea exploded in Qin Mengyao's mind. How is that possible? This technique exists only in the oldest theoretical texts of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, and even the Pavilion Master believes it to be an unrealistic idea. To achieve this, the array setter's understanding of the array must far surpass that of the original array's creator. But this is an ancient teleportation array. Just as she was in shock, Lin Feng's movements became faster and faster. He paced around the platform, each step landing precisely on a crucial point. At the same time, the array flags suspended in the air were shot one after another into every corner of the array platform. Those positions looked chaotic and without any pattern. But for Qin Mangyao, who was born with a special constitution, it gave her the creeps. Those locations were clearly the hubs through which all the energy flowed in this ancient formation. As the last flag was lowered, buzz! The array platform, which had been silent for countless years, suddenly burst into a dazzling light. The originally dim array patterns were now fully illuminated. A powerful aura surged into the sky. The void chains that were originally used to imprison Qin Mangyao began to tremble violently. The eerie runes on the surface of the cursed chain collapsed and dissipated one by one. Lin Feng stood at the center of the formation, his hands forming a profound hand seal, and he uttered a single word. Untie. The words fell. All the black chains binding Qin Mangyao broke inch by inch at the same time. Finally, it transformed into countless black specks of light and vanished completely. It's done. Qin Mangyao felt the spiritual energy within her body regain its freedom, her face filled with disbelief. This man, he actually did it. The cursed chains dissipated, and the weakness that had been suppressed and devoured for years surged back instantly. Qin Mengyao's vision went black, her body went limp, and she collapsed forward. The expected cold ground did not come. She fell into a warm and strong embrace. Lin Feng steadily lifted her up in his arms. Extremely lightweight. Qin Mangyao froze completely. The scent emanating from the stranger was on the tip of my nose. The sound of his strong, powerful heartbeat pounded in her ears, each beat striking her heart. This was the first time in her life she had ever had such close contact with a man. Let me go. She instinctively struggled, only to find that her whole body was weak and she couldn't muster any strength. That little bit of force had no effect on him. Don't move. Lin Feng glanced down at her. Want to fall to the ground? Qin Mangyao was filled with shame and indignation, so she buried her head in his chest and dared not look at him anymore. Her ears, however, were frighteningly red. Lin Feng carried her to a clean rock to the side before putting her down. He took out a second-grade high-quality healing pill from his storage bag and handed it over. Eating this will help you recover faster. Qin Mangyao looked at the pill and hesitated for a moment. There was no poison inside, Lin Feng added. Qin Mangyao blushed, took the pill, and swallowed it in one gulp. The pill melted instantly upon entering her mouth, and a warm current nourished her parched meridians. She circulated her cultivation technique and began to refine the medicinal power. Lin Feng stood guard over her, while also sizing up his new Taoist partner. It has to be said, the system really understands him. This Qin Mangyao is absolutely stunning, both in appearance and figure. Even with his eyes closed, he exudes an innate air of nobility and pride. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Mangyao opened her eyes. Her complexion regained its rosy hue, and her breathing became much more stable. Thank you for saving my life, fellow Taoist. She stood up and bowed solemnly to Lin Feng. Although the process was somewhat humiliating, the fact remains that I was saved. We are already Taoist partners, there's no need for such formalities, Lin Feng waved his hand. Upon hearing the words Taoist partner, Qin Mangyao's cheeks flushed again, and she unconsciously looked away. May I ask your honorable name, fellow Taoist? Ancient Tree, Lin Feng gave his pseudonym. Fellow Taoist Gu. Qin Mangyao nodded, indicating that she had made a mental note of it. She looked at Lin Feng, her curiosity finally bursting forth. This man, despite only being at the mid-foundation establishment stage, possessed unparalleled mastery of array formations. Are you really a cultivator from the eastern wilderness? She couldn't help but ask. Genuine or genuine? So, who taught you your formation techniques? Self-taught. Qin Mangyao. She felt she was being treated perfunctorily. Self-taught? If you were self-taught, wouldn't all the thousands of array masters in the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion be willing to find a block of tofu and smash their heads against it? Lin Feng chuckled inwardly as he watched her look humiliated. He then asked, and you? What are you doing in a place like this? Mentioning this, Qin Mangyao's expression turned cold, and her face, which had regained its rosy hue, became somewhat pale again. I was being chased and had no choice but to risk activating this ancient teleportation array. Who's after you? Blood Soul Hall. Qin Mangyao's tone was filled with deep-seated hatred. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. He felt like he'd heard that name somewhere before. By the way, Xiao Bingyao mentioned this demonic sect when she was researching the Ice Soul Sword sect. Back then, it was the Blood Soul Hall that stabbed the Ice Soul Sword sect in the back. Qin Mengyao's expression darkened, and she said nothing more. Lin Feng did not press further. What was your previous cultivation level? Late stage of foundation establishment, Xin Mengyao replied. Currently, my spiritual energy is depleted, and my Dao foundation is also somewhat damaged. It will probably take some time to recover. A master of formations in the late foundation establishment stage. I've struck gold. We shouldn't stay here any longer, let's leave first, Lin Feng said. Xin Mengyao nodded in agreement. The two were preparing to leave the blood-red fog. Sudden. A chilling divine sense swept across the area without warning, and an overbearing killing intent enveloped the entire region. Lin Feng's face darkened. It's here. Thick fog rolled in, and more than a dozen figures surrounded them from all directions. Leading the group was an elderly man with a hooked nose, dressed in the robes of a Xuanfu sect elder. If it's not Elder Sun, then who is it? Lin Feng. I've been looking for you for ages. Elder Sun's voice was hoarse. Did you think you could escape by hiding in this meteorite plane? Today, no one in heaven or on earth can save you. Chapter 35, Fighting Back with Wife. More than 10 foundation establishment cultivators from the Xuanfu sect stepped forward in unison, their spiritual energy surging. The magical artifacts gleamed with a cold light, their killing intent so intense it almost solidified the air. Qin Mengyao's heart sank to the bottom. One cultivator at the great perfection of foundation establishment, plus a dozen or so cultivators at the mid or early stage of foundation establishment. What does this mean? This power is enough to easily crush a small sect. He himself had just escaped his predicament, and his spiritual power was less than 10% of what it used to be. He didn't even have a decent magic weapon. As for the Taoist partner he had just met, he was only at the mid-foundation establishment stage. What can we use to fight? Elder Sun clearly didn't take Qin Mengyao seriously, considering her merely one of Lin Feng's accomplices. I won't waste any more words with you. I'll send you and your little lover to the Yellow Springs together. Attack! Kill without mercy. At Elder Sun's command, the cultivators behind him instantly sprang into action. In an instant, sword light, talisman fire, and magical artifact light intertwined to form a deadly net, descending upon the two people in the center. It's over. Qin Mengyao subconsciously wanted to summon her protective magic weapon, but found that her meridians were empty. At that critical moment, a warm and strong hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. Don't panic. It was Lin Feng's voice. He pulled Qin Mengyao along, and instead of retreating, he stepped forward, taking a step back to the center of the ancient array platform that had just fallen silent. Are you crazy? Qin Mengyao exclaimed in shock. You will protect me. Lin Feng didn't look at her, his voice was eerily calm. Watch how I wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng released her hand and formed a hand seal again. This time, he was more than 10 times faster than before. Imperial Edict. Lin Feng uttered a single syllable. Boom! The entire meteorite plain seemed to come alive. Deep underground, the violet earth vein energy that had been dormant for 10,000 years was forcibly extracted. The surrounding thick fog contained an aura of malevolent energy accumulated over countless years. Like rivers summoned, they rushed madly toward the array platform. Qin Mengyao stared wide-eyed in shock. What did she see? This man actually used himself as the core of the formation, turning the entire environment of Meteor Plane into part of his formation. This method, this understanding of the principles of formations. Madman. He's not human at all, he's a complete madman. Boom. The entire dilapidated ancient array platform shone brightly under the infusion of massive amounts of energy. Second-tier top-level killing formation, meteorite strangulation formation. A mere trick, break it. Elder Sun roared and summoned an ancient bronze mirror, shooting out a beam of light in an attempt to forcefully break through the formation. However, the beam of light shot into the dazzling light screen, but it disappeared without a trace, like a mudox sinking into the sea. The next instant, the array's light barrier suddenly expanded outward, swallowing up all the Xuanfu sect cultivators who rushed over. Elder Sun and the others who rushed into the formation felt the scenery before their eyes change in a flash. The blood-red fog disappeared. In its place, there is a starry sky. Above their heads were enormous stars formed from pure malevolent energy. With a piercing whistling sound, it crashed down on them like a meteor shower. Oh no! It's an illusionary killing formation. Everyone, don't get separated. Elder Sun, with his extensive experience, immediately shouted a warning. But it was too late. The power of the formation forcibly separated them, and each person felt alone in the face of this devastating attack. Ah! One of the early Foundation establishment cultivators reacted a little too slowly and was hit directly by a meteor. The protective magic artifact shattered instantly, and the person, along with their soul, was crushed into ashes by the violent baleful energy. Screams rose and fell. It only took a few breaths. More than half of the dozen or so Foundation establishment cultivators were killed or injured. You bastard! Get out here right now! At the core of the formation, Elder Sun stood with disheveled hair, looking like a madman. With his powerful cultivation at the great perfection of Foundation establishment, and a constant stream of magical treasures and talismans, he managed to withstand wave after wave of attacks. However, he was also trapped, and his spiritual energy was being rapidly depleted. He wanted to find the core of the formation and the person controlling it. But would Lin Feng give him that chance? Looking for me? Lin Feng's voice seemed to come from all directions, carrying a hint of mockery. You are not worthy. As soon as he finished speaking, the attack of the entire formation instantly increased to a higher level. The meteorites and sword energy that were originally attacking in a scattered manner now seemed to be under unified command. It transformed into a torrent, pouring all of it towards Elder Sun alone. Ah! Elder Sun let out a roar of resentment. The magical artifacts he unleashed shattered one after another. The protective aura around him flickered, on the verge of collapse. He couldn't understand how a mere mid-Foundation establishment cultivator could set up such a terrifying killing formation. This is unreasonable. This is completely contrary to common sense in the cultivation world. After another Tier 3 defensive talisman was exhausted, Elder Sun's spiritual power was completely depleted. The madness in his eyes turned into despair and confusion. I am not reconciled. Puff! 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 Thousands of sword energies pierced through his body from all directions. His life was instantly extinguished. The body, like a tattered sack, fell from the sky. Until his death, he never understood how he had lost. With Elder Sun's death, the Great Formation slowly ceased to operate. The starry sky dissipated, and thick fog enveloped the area once more. On the array platform, only Lin Feng and Qin Mengyao remained, along with scattered storage bags and fragments of magical artifacts. Lin Feng's face was somewhat pale. Controlling such a large formation had also taken a huge toll on his mental energy. But he didn't care at all, and walked straight to Elder Sun's body, skillfully taking the storage bag from his waist. A Foundation establishment grand perfection expert, and an elder at that, must be quite wealthy. He weighed the storage bag in his hand and muttered to himself. Then, like a diligent farmer, he began to collect the unclaimed storage bags on the battlefield, leaving none behind. Qin Mengyao. Looking at Lin Feng's greedy and morally bankrupt appearance, she was momentarily at a loss for words. What are you standing there for? Lin Feng put away the last storage bag and looked up at her. Come help clean up the battlefield. As a Taoist couple, you should at least do some work, right? Qin Mengyao's cheeks flushed, and she subconsciously retorted, Who is your Taoist partner? Oh? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Who was it that just swore an oath with their Tao heart, saying they would be of one heart and one mind? Could it be that all the geniuses of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion are untrustworthy? Qin Mengyao was so speechless that she couldn't say a word, her pretty face turning bright red. She stomped her foot, feeling both ashamed and angry, yet utterly helpless against this scoundrel. Lin Feng chuckled inwardly as he looked at her. Teasing your wife is indeed one of life's greatest pleasures. He tallied up his spoils and was in high spirits. As expected of the Xuanfu sect, Elder Sun's storage bag alone contains enough spirit stones and various materials to double his wealth. Let's go, we shouldn't stay here any longer. Lin Feng packed up all his belongings and burned the scene clean. The two quickly left this troublesome place and continued heading towards the Heavenly Sword sect. Deep within the main hall of the distant Xuanfu sect. Among the rows of jade lamps burning with soul fire, the one placed at the very top represents Elder Sun's soul lamp. With a pop, it quietly went out. The disciples guarding the temple paled and scrambled towards the forbidden area behind the mountain. Report! Supreme Elder! Something terrible has happened. Elder Sun's soul lamp has gone out. Chapter 36 Heavenly Sword. 3 days later. A range of mountains appeared at the edge of the horizon. Unlike other mountain ranges, each peak here resembles a sharp sword piercing the sky. The mountain is steep and rugged, exuding a sharp and edgy aura. This is the location of the Heavenly Sword Sect's mountain gate, the 10,000 Swords mountain range. Before you even get close, an invisible sword intent rushes towards you, scraping your skin painfully. Such domineering sword intent. Qin Mengyao's expression was solemn. She had never seen any sect's protective formation so aggressive. Lin Feng looked up and saw that the highest main peak was like a giant sword reaching into the sky. Halfway up the mountain, a magnificent white jade gate appears and disappears. In front of the mountain gate, two young disciples dressed in white and carrying long swords stood motionless like two statues. Lin Feng led Qin Mengyao forward, bowed respectfully, and spoke in a hoarse voice. The rogue cultivator Gumu has come with his Taoist companions, seeking an audience with your sect leader on important matters. One of the disciples guarding the mountain didn't even lift his eyelids, his voice as cold as ice. Do you think you can just see the sect leader whenever you want? Leave your visiting card and await your summons. Another person was even more direct. The Heavenly Sword Sect does not accept rogue cultivators of unknown origin. Leave immediately. Lin Feng was not surprised and was about to say something more. Just then, a streak of light descended from the mountain and transformed into a tall and handsome young man. This person was also dressed in white, but his clothes were embroidered with silver sword patterns, clearly indicating that he was an inner disciple with a cultivation level that had reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. He glanced at Lin Feng and Qin Mengyao, and when his gaze fell on Qin Mengyao's stunning face, a look of amazement flashed in his eyes, which then turned into contempt. Who's making a racket at the mountain gate? The young man stood with his hands behind his back and his chin slightly raised. The disciple guarding the mountain immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, Senior Brother Zhou. These two wish to see the sect master. To see the sect leader? The young man, referred to as Senior Brother Zhou, scoffed. His gaze swept over Lin Feng, filled with scrutiny and disdain. A mediocre alchemist with a mixed aura, accompanied by a female companion he picked up from who knows where, dares to cause trouble in my Heavenly Sword Sect? His words were extremely harsh, causing Qin Mengyao's face to turn cold instantly. Lin Feng pressed down on Qin Mengyao's hand, signaling her not to act impulsively. He remained expressionless as he looked at Senior Brother Zhou. I have no ill intentions, but I do have an important matter to discuss with your sect and the Xuanfu sect. Xuanfu sect? Senior Brother Zhou seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. You think you're qualified to discuss the two systems? Why should my Heavenly Sword Sect need to consult with ants like you? He grew increasingly impatient as he spoke, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I'll give you a chance since your female companion is reasonably good-looking. Take this sword strike, and if you survive, speak to me again. Before he finished speaking, he pointed his fingers like a sword and casually slashed in Lin Feng's direction. Laugh. A 3-foot-long, sharp sword aura instantly materialized and pierced through the air. The sword energy was extremely fast, heading straight for Lin Feng's face. The two disciples guarding the mountain looked on with an expression of utter certainty. Although Senior Brother Zhou's surprising sword cheat was a casual strike, it was still something that a mere alchemist could not withstand. This arrogant rogue cultivator will be severely injured, if not killed. Qin Mengyao's heart tightened, and she subconsciously wanted to make a move. In the blink of an eye. Faced with this fierce sword strike, Lin Feng stood still, neither dodging nor avoiding it. He didn't even activate his protective aura. Just as the sword energy was about to touch his brow, he moved. He simply raised his right hand, extended his index finger, and gently touched the sword energy. The movements may seem slow, but they arrive first despite being slower. A barely perceptible wisp of blue light flashed and disappeared from his fingertips. Bite. A crisp, melodious sound rang out, like jade striking each other. That seemingly ordinary finger touched the rapidly approaching sword energy with perfect precision. It wasn't from the front of the sword energy, nor from the side. It is the weakest point in the internal flow of spiritual energy. The next moment, something happened that left everyone present speechless. The sharp and domineering, surprising sword cheat trembled suddenly before Lin Feng's fingertips. Then, it shattered into pieces. Finally, it transformed into a chaotic array of spiritual light, dissipating into nothingness. One finger shatters the sword energy. The two disciples guarding the mountain stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, their eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. Senior Brother Zhou's sword energy was shattered by a single finger? How is that possible? You. The arrogance and contempt on Senior Brother Zhou's face froze completely, replaced by an expression of disbelief. Qin Mengyao was also stunned. She looked at Lin Feng's profile, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Now, can we talk properly? Lin Feng withdrew his finger, still maintaining his calm and collected demeanor. Senior brother Zhou's face turned pale and then red, and he opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. Who made the move in front of the mountain gate? A steady voice came from afar, and a figure appeared inside the mountain gate. The visitor was an elderly man with white hair and beard, and a thin build, dressed in the robes of an elder in charge of foreign affairs. His gaze was sharp as lightning, first sweeping over senior brother Zhou, whose face was pale. His gaze then fell upon Lin Feng, his eyes filled with scrutiny. Elder, this person. Senior brother Zhou was about to explain. Shut up, go back and confine yourself to reflect on your mistakes, the elder interrupted him coldly. Senior brother Zhou dared not refute, lowered his head, and retreated to the side with a face full of shame and indignation. The elder then looked at Lin Feng again. Your skills are impressive. May I ask what brings you to my heavenly sword sect? He could tell that the middle-aged rogue cultivator in front of him was no ordinary person. I'm here to form an alliance, Lin Feng said bluntly. An alliance? The elder raised an eyebrow. Let us join forces with your sect to fight against the Xuanfu sect. Upon hearing the word Xuanfu sect, the elder's expression finally changed. His scrutinizing gaze instantly turned serious. He paused for a moment, then made a pleased gesture. Your Excellency, please come inside the sect and we will serve you tea. Tianjian Sect, Reception Hall. The elder invited Lin Feng and Qin Mangyao into the hall and dismissed the others. You just said that you want to join forces with my sect to fight against the Xuanfu sect, the elder asked in a deep voice. May I ask your identity? And on what basis do you expect my heavenly sword sect to believe in your sincerity? I cannot reveal my identity, Lin Feng shook his head. As for sincerity. He flicked his finger, and a storage bag flew toward the elder. The elder took it with a puzzled look and probed it with his divine sense. The next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. Inside the storage bag was Elder Sun's identity token, an inner sect elder of the Xuanfu sect, as well as tokens belonging to more than a dozen Xuanfu sect disciples. Old Ghost Sun, he's dead, the elder exclaimed in shock. Did you kill him? Lucky. The elder took a deep breath, and the look in his eyes as he looked at Lin Feng completely changed. To be able to lead a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators to turn the tables on Elder Sun in a place like Meteor Plains. This person's strength and methods are absolutely unfathomable. These alone are not enough. The elder returned the storage bag to Lin Feng and slowly shook his head. Our Heavenly Sword sect has been fighting with the Profound Talisman sect for 100 years. We will not easily change our strategy because of a few words from an unknown person. If you want to see the sect leader, you may. But according to the rules of my Heavenly Sword sect, anyone who wants to become an ally or guest elder of my sect must prove their heart. What's the meaning? Take a trip along the Sword Heart Path. The elder's tone became serious. The Sword Heart Path was set up by our sect's founding ancestor. It contains countless sword intents that press down directly on one's true nature. Only those with a clear mind and unwavering will can pass through this place. This is the only standard by which my Heavenly Sword sect selects allies. If you can make it through, the sect leader will see you. If you cannot. The elder didn't continue, but his meaning was clear. Lin Feng understood. This is a test for the Heavenly Sword sect, and also a pledge of loyalty. A non-sword cultivator alchemist embarks on a path that specifically tests one's sword heart. This sounds like courting death. Qin Mangyao, standing to the side, also showed a worried expression. Lin Feng laughed. Good. He stood up, looked at the elder, his gaze calm and resolute. I'm leaving. Chapter 37 The Path of the Sword. Sword Heart Path is located deep in the back mountain of the Heavenly Sword sect. This is a seemingly ordinary bluestone path that winds its way up the mountain to a simple stone pavilion at the summit. The road is not long, only about 300 steps. But every step was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Lin Feng stood at the crossroads, feeling the overwhelming pressure of the sword intent. That wasn't just killing intent, but the mental imprint left by countless sword cultivators over thousands of years. There is the naivety and confusion of a beginner in kendo, the sharp edge revealed when one has mastered kendo, and the unwillingness and obsession before death. Is this the path of the sword heart? Qin Mangyao stood behind him, her brows furrowed. Although she did not practice swordsmanship, her innate array embryo's keen perception allowed her to clearly see the terror of this path. The invisible sword intent surged like a tide, layer upon layer, and with each step forward, the pressure multiplied. Your Excellency, there is still a way out, the Foreign Affairs elder reminded him from the side. He had seen too many self-righteous rogue cultivators who were devoured by sword intent before they even reached the halfway point on the path of sword heart. At best, it will result in serious injury. At worst, it will shatter one's Dao heart. Lin Feng did not answer, but only gave Qin Mangyao a deep look. Wait for me to come back. After saying that, he stepped onto the first bluestone step. Instantly, a sharp sword intent surged straight into his sea of consciousness. Lin Feng grunted and paused slightly. This sword intent was not an attack, but a probe. To test whether his faith in Tao is firm and his will is pure. He steadied himself and continued forward. Step 2, Step 3. As they went deeper, the sword intent grew stronger. By the 10th step, Lin Feng could feel his temples throbbing. Step 20, blood begins to seep from the nostrils. In the 30th step, hallucinations began to appear before my eyes. He saw the Xuanfu sect's army pressing in, and thousands of cultivators swarming towards Baichao Valley like locusts. Xiao Bingyao was covered in blood and collapsed in the ruins. Mu Wan'er held Lin Ping'an in her arms, looking at the sky in despair. No! Lin Feng was shocked and almost turned around and rushed down the mountain. But reason told him that it was just an illusion. He gritted his teeth and silently recited the Azure Emperor's longevity formula. A sense of vitality flowed through his mind, nourishing his soul, which had been riddled with holes by the sword intent, like sweet dew. The illusion gradually faded away. Lin Feng continued on his way. On the 50th step, he saw himself die and his family perish. On the 80th step, he saw Qin Mangyao being captured by the Blood Soul Hall and subjected to torture. At the 100th step, he saw himself kneeling before the supreme elder of the Xuanfu sect, begging for forgiveness. Each illusion struck at the deepest fear in his heart. But Lin Feng's steps never stopped. His steps were slow, but exceptionally firm. Because he knew that all of this was fake. The real him would never let these things happen. Step 150. Lin Feng's clothes were soaked with sweat, and his face was as pale as paper. But his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Under extreme pressure, his understanding of the lesser demon-slaying sword technique actually went a step further. Those sword moves that were originally obscure and difficult to understand have now become clear. The true essence of swordsmanship lies not in killing, but in protecting. Protect everything you cherish. Step 200. A faint sword intent began to emanate from Lin Feng's body. This sword intent is neither fierce nor domineering, but it possesses the resilience of a mountain. No matter how many troops you have, I will remain unmoved. At the intersection, the foreign affairs elders stared wide-eyed. How is this possible? He cultivated for 300 years, but he only took 220 steps on the path of sword heart. And this rogue alchemist actually went even further than him? What shocked him even more was the sword intent emanating from the other party. That kind of unwavering spirit is something even he himself couldn't match. Qin Mangyao clenched her fists tightly, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. She could feel the pain Lin Feng was enduring, the torment of his soul being torn apart. But she could sense even more the unyielding and unwavering spirit in his will. This man is truly special. Step 250. Lin Feng's steps began to lighten. It wasn't because his sword intent had weakened, but because his state of mind had been elevated. Fear and despair are nothing but paper tigers in the face of absolute faith. Step 280. Step 290. The 300th step. Lin Feng finally reached the stone pavilion at the top of the mountain. Inside the stone pavilion, a middle-aged man dressed in a white robe stood with his hands behind his back. This person exudes an aura as deep as the abyss, with his sharpness concealed, clearly a powerful expert in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Chu Wushuang, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. Sect master? Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. Logically, the foreign affairs elder should be waiting for him here. Chu Wushuang turned around, looked at Lin Feng, her eyes full of admiration. Your resolve far surpasses that of 99% of the disciples in my sect. He bowed to Lin Feng. Please. This is the highest level of courtesy from the Heavenly Sword sect. There are very few people in the entire eastern wilderness who can be personally greeted by the head of a sect. Lin Feng quickly returned the greeting. Sect master, you're too kind. Chu Wushuang waved his hand. Anyone who can complete the path of the sword heart deserves my respect. Besides, you are not even a sword cultivator. He paused, his gaze becoming deep. Let's go to the main hall and discuss this in detail. The main hall of Tianjian sect. This is a magnificent white jade hall, with portraits of past patriarchs hanging on the surrounding walls. Each portrait exudes a sharp, sword-like aura, as if it might step out of the painting at any moment. Chu Wushuang sat in the main seat, with Lin Feng and Qin Mengyao sitting on either side. You wish to form an alliance, but what are your conditions? Chu Wushuang asked directly. Lin Feng didn't mince words. I am willing to provide your sect with a continuous supply of high-quality pills, including pseudo-golden cores that assist in the formation of the golden core. Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in Chu Wu's eyes. Pseudo-golden elixir. That's a divine medicine that can help a foundation establishment cultivator at the great perfection stage successfully form their core. In the entire eastern wilderness region, there are no more than 3 alchemists who can refine this pill. And each one is priced exorbitantly. Your terms are indeed tempting. Chu Wushuang pondered for a moment. But he then changed the subject. A single supreme elder of the Xuanfu sect is enough to crush my heavenly sword sect. Unless you can reveal a trump card that makes us unafraid of the late-stage golden core realm. Lin Feng was prepared. He took out a gleaming gold drawing from his storage bag and gently placed it on the table. If I can set up this formation for your sect, it can trap and kill those in the mid-stage of the golden core realm, and withstand those in the late stage of the golden core realm for half a day without dying. He looked at Chu Wushuang, his tone calm. Is this trump card enough? Chu Wushuang picked up the blueprints and probed them with her divine sense. The next moment, his expression changed drastically. The 4 symbols have unlocking formation? He gasped in shock. Chapter 38 Becoming a Supreme Elder? The 4 symbols have unlocking formation? Is this blueprint real? Chu Wushuang suppressed the turmoil in her heart and stared intently at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled slightly, calm and composed. Sect master can have your sect's formation masters appraise it. Its authenticity will then be clear. All right. Chu Wushuang didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately took out a communication jade talisman and crushed it. Quickly summon Elder Wang to the main hall. The order was given, and in just a dozen breaths, a streak of light flew from the back mountain and landed awkwardly at the entrance of the main hall. The newcomer was a short, stout old man in a gray robe, whose cultivation level was at the great perfection of foundation establishment. However, his breathing was weak and shallow, which showed that he had been studying miscellaneous subjects for many years, thus neglecting his cultivation. Sect master, you wanted to see me? Elder Wang asked breathlessly, his forehead covered in sweat. He is the only formation master that the Heavenly Sword sect can be proud of. He barely reaches the 3rd tier level and is responsible for maintaining the mountain protecting formation on weekdays. Elder Wang, come and take a look at this. Chu Wushuang handed over the blueprints. Elder Wang accepted the blueprints with trepidation, carefully unfolded them, and probed them with his divine sense. Upon seeing it, he was struck dumb, as if by lightning. Elder Wang? Chu Wushuang frowned upon seeing his appearance. This is not a formation blueprint. This is not a formation blueprint. This is the Tao. This is the embodiment of the Tao of formations. This is a miracle. The old man was crying and snot streaming down his face, looking like a madman. Using the power of the 4 symbols Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise to activate the Earth's veins, connect with the stars, and lock down the heavens and earth. This concept is simply seizing the very essence of heaven and earth. I've studied formations for 200 years, and compared to this diagram, it's simply like a 3-year-old playing in the mud. Chu Wushuang. Qin Mengyao. She originally thought that with her innate array talent, she was already a top genius in the art of array formations. But now, looking at Lin Feng, and then at the 3rd-tier array master on the ground who was clutching the blueprints and weeping bitterly, she began to doubt her own talent for the first time. Chu Wushuang took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. He looked at Lin Feng, and his expression completely changed. He slowly stood up and solemnly bowed to Lin Feng. Fellow Daoist Gu, it was my Heavenly Sword sect that neglected you before. From this day forward, you will be the guest elder of my Heavenly Sword sect. Lin Feng, however, seemed to have anticipated this outcome, and his expression remained calm. He accepted Chu Wushuang's bow without hesitation and said calmly, Sect Master, you're too kind. It's just a win-win cooperation. The phrase win-win cooperation instantly brought the 2 sides closer. A hint of admiration flashed in Chu Wu's eyes. What a wonderful win-win cooperation. Chu Wushuang laughed loudly. Elder Gu, rest assured, even if it means selling everything we own, my Heavenly Sword sect will gather all the materials needed for setting up the formation in the shortest possible time. Furthermore, I will immediately issue an order to block all news of this. From today onwards, you will reside in my Heavenly Sword sect, and I will personally protect you. The alliance was formed just like that. Moreover, it was done in a way that the Heavenly Sword sect practically paid off. Lin Feng kept his promise and, in the days that followed, he guided Elder Wang in studying the blueprints while simultaneously refining pills in the furnace. High-quality pills that are usually priceless are produced from his hands like candy beans. The entire Heavenly Sword sect was immersed in an atmosphere of excitement. With top-grade pills that they wouldn't even dare to dream of in ordinary times, the core disciples' cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Several elders who had been stuck at a bottleneck for many years went into seclusion to seek a breakthrough after receiving the specially made pills from Lin Feng. The overall strength of the Heavenly Sword sect is growing slowly but steadily at a visible pace. Xin Mangyao was also arranged to stay in a secluded cave. Every day, she watched Lin Feng being treated as an honored guest by the sect leader, and watched those arrogant sword cultivator elders respectfully asking him questions. Her feelings were extremely complicated. She began to reflect on whether she had lost out or gained a huge advantage by exchanging her Taoist partner status for a chance to survive. Meanwhile, in Xianxi City, 1,000 miles away, the atmosphere inside Michiko's residence was tranquil. Xiao Bingyao sat in the study, with ancient secrets of sects spread out in front of her. After Lin Feng left, she didn't stay idle. Aside from cultivating and taking care of her children, she devoted most of her energy to investigating clues about the Blood Soul Hall. That was the culprit who destroyed her sect, and a thorn that will forever remain in her heart. Blood Soul Palace. Eastern Wilderness. Medicinal herbs. With her pen, she circled several inconspicuous small markets on a map. These markets were renowned for trading rare medicinal herbs, and their locations were extremely secluded. Through various clues, she keenly sensed that this demonic sect, which had disappeared for many years, seemed to have established a secret stronghold in the eastern wilderness. Furthermore, it has intricate connections with the medicinal herb business. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. On the other side, in the quiet room in the backyard, Mu Wan'er sat cross-legged, her belly already slightly protruding. Her eyes were closed, and she exuded a faint fragrance of herbs and trees. As the fetus in her womb grew, she discovered that her innate medicinal spirit body seemed to have been completely activated. Her understanding of the Tao of plants and trees increased day by day, and her cultivation level steadily advanced towards the mid-stage of foundation establishment without her even realizing it. The little life inside her was like a key, opening a door to a whole new world for her. King's Hushan, the old Lin family residence. This is where Lin Feng first made his fortune. Although he now lives in Xianxi City, there are still a few members of the Lin family's collateral branches here to guard and protect the place. In the backyard, in the room that Lin Feng had protected with layers of arrays, the mysterious spirit beast egg, which had remained silent since it was obtained, suddenly shook slightly without warning. Immediately afterwards, the mysterious golden patterns on the surface of the eggshell suddenly lit up. Crack! A very faint, crisp sound rang out in the silent room. A crack appeared on the eggshell. One of the Lin family members who was guarding the place was dozing off by the door when he was startled by the sudden noise. He sensed the increasingly powerful life force emanating from the room, and his expression changed drastically. The egg is about to hatch. This is a priceless treasure that the head of the family has repeatedly emphasized. He dared not delay in the slightest, and rushed to a hidden secret room, scrambling and stumbling, and activated the highest level emergency communication array. Tianjian sect, the main peak of the sect. Lin Feng, who was instructing Elder Wang on the details of setting up the formation in the alchemy room, suddenly felt a scorching heat emanate from a specially made jade talisman in his arms. His expression changed, and he immediately apologized and went to a secluded spot. He probed the jade talisman with his divine sense, and a line of words appeared in his mind. Old house, egg cracked, return immediately. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. That mysterious spirit beast egg is finally about to hatch. This is absolutely fantastic news. But what followed was deep anxiety. When a mythical beast is born, there will always be extraordinary signs. A place like King's Hushan is completely exposed, and if it attracts unwanted attention, the consequences could be disastrous. No, we have to get back immediately. He put away the jade talisman and quickly found Chu Wushuang, who was handling sect affairs in the reception hall. Sect Master, there is an extremely urgent matter at home, and I must return immediately. Lin Feng's tone carried an undeniable urgency. Chu Wushuang was taken aback when she saw his appearance. He knew that Lin Feng was always calm and composed, and would never lose his composure like this unless it was something extremely important. He didn't ask any more questions and nodded immediately. All right. What do you need my heavenly sword sect to do? I appreciate the sect leader's kindness, but this matter. Elder Gu. Chu Wuxuang interrupted him, her expression extremely serious. You are now a guest elder of my heavenly sword sect. Your affairs are the affairs of my heavenly sword sect. He pondered for a moment, then decisively said, in that case, I will have Elder Li secretly protect you. He is one of the 2 supreme elders of my sect, with the cultivation of the early golden core stage. With him here, we can go anywhere in the vast eastern wilderness. The bond of alliance must not be broken. Go and return quickly. I'll keep an eye on things here at the sect. Chapter 39 The Birth of a Divine Beast. I am eager to go home. This is the most accurate description of Lin Feng at this moment. The Heavenly Sword Sect's teleportation array could only take them to the edge of the eastern wilderness. The rest of the journey depended entirely on the Golden Core Cultivator's escape light. The Grand Elder who escorted him was named Li Xiandao, a gaunt-faced, stern old man. Seeing that Lin Feng remained silent and had a solemn expression, he assumed that Lin Feng was worried about family matters and did not say much. He simply pushed his flying speed to the limit. The sea of clouds rushed past beneath my feet, and after a day and a night of rapid movement, the familiar outline of Qingzhou Mountain finally came into view. However, the scene before them caused Lin Feng and Li Xiandao to stop their escape. The entire Qingzhou mountain range was enveloped in a faint, multicolored glow. The glow of the sunset was not dazzling, instead, it appeared incredibly peaceful. An indescribable aura of nobility permeated the air, making even the plants and trees radiate vitality. An auspicious omen. A look of surprise flashed in Li Xuandao's eyes. Such extraordinary celestial phenomena usually only occur when rare and precious materials are born, or when a being born with great fortune is born. His gaze toward Lin Feng held a hint of inquiry. Just how many secrets does this elder still hold? Lin Feng's heart sank. That's making too much noise. Although the area around Qingzhou Mountain is remote, it's hard to guarantee that no passing cultivators won't be attracted by this strange phenomenon. He didn't have time to explain, and simply cupped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Li Xiandao. Elder Li, please protect me for a moment. After saying that, he made a hand seal and instantly appeared in the sky above Green Bamboo Mountain. Charge! With a low shout, Lin Feng sent dozens of array flags flying from his sleeves, which precisely disappeared into various nodes of the mountain range. Immediately afterwards, he joined his fingers like a brush, using spiritual energy as ink, and swiftly sketched in the void. Profound array patterns appeared out of thin air and instantly merged into the world. Li Xiandao watched from a distance, his pupils suddenly contracting. A wave of the hand forms an array. Moreover, it involves multiple layers of formations. As the first layer of the formation descended, the colorful glow that filled the sky seemed to be wiped away by an invisible hand, disappearing without a trace in an instant. With the second layer of formation deployed, the aura of the entire Green Bamboo Mountain was completely isolated, making it appear no different from any other ordinary mountain wilderness from the outside. As the third layer of the formation descended, the mountain scenery distorted, transforming into a misty, swampy illusion. In just a dozen or so breaths, all the strange phenomena disappeared. Li Xuandao's eyelids twitched as he read it. Such effortless control over formations is simply unheard of. He was starting to believe that the blueprint for the 4 symbols locking heaven formation might really have been drawn by this ancient elder himself. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief after doing all this, and led Li Xiandao back to the old house. The Lin family members who stayed behind had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Lin Feng, it was as if they had seen their pillar of support. Master! You're finally back. The egg is in the secret room in the backyard, and it's getting louder and louder. Lin Feng nodded and walked straight to the backyard. Pushing open the stone door of the secret chamber, a rich sense of life rushed out. The spirit beast egg, as tall as a person, was currently suspended in mid-air, emitting a soft white light. On the surface of the eggshell, golden patterns flow endlessly, as if they have come to life. Click, click. The cracks spread rapidly, like a spider web. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the eggshell. Finally. Bang! A crisp sound. The eggshell shattered completely, turning into countless specks of light that dissipated into the air. As the light faded, a small, palm-sized, snow-white beast appeared before everyone's eyes. It has a single, crystal-clear, jade-colored horn on its head, and its 4 little hooves tread on faint, auspicious clouds. a pair of large, watery black eyes, full of innocence and curiosity. It tilted its little head, looked around at the people, and finally fixed its gaze on Lin Feng. Eek! The little beast let out a soft, sweet cry, took short strides, and hopped over to Lin Feng's feet, affectionately rubbing its fluffy little head against his trouser leg. The Lin family members were all dumbfounded. After making such a big fuss, all that came out was this tiny little thing? Where's the promised dragon? Where's the promised phoenix? This thing, besides being cute, doesn't seem to have any real danger. Even Li Xiandao, who was standing to the side, showed a strange expression. He could sense that the little beast had an extraordinary bloodline, but he couldn't identify its specific breed. Only Lin Feng, upon seeing the little beast, heard the long-lost system notification sound in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your family's guardian spirit beast has been born. Spirit beast name, Jade Qilin juvenile stage. Spirit beast trait, Lord of Auspiciousness. Ability description, the Qilin symbolizes auspiciousness and can suppress family fortune, bringing good luck and warding off misfortune. Within its protective sphere, all family members' cultivation speed increases by 10%, and their chance of sudden enlightenment increases by 10%. Lin Feng was completely stunned. He read the system introduction several times, and his heart began to pound uncontrollably. Increases the cultivation speed and chance of enlightenment for all family members by 10%. This is not a battle spirit beast. This is a strategic level family buff machine. How many people can a golden core fighter protect? But this little guy can subtly and profoundly change the foundation of the entire family. This is more valuable than 10 golden core cultivators combined. A huge profit. Lin Feng suppressed his overwhelming joy and bent down to pick up the clingy little guy. The little Qilin seemed to really like his scent, sticking out its pink little tongue and licking his palm. From now on, I'll call you Little White. Lin Feng smiled and rubbed its little head. Eek! Little White chirped happily twice, indicating its agreement. At this moment, Xiaobai suddenly sniffed the air, and its large, black, gem-like eyes fixed on the storage bag at Lin Feng's waist. Are you hungry? With a thought, Lin Feng took out several second-tier spiritual herbs of good age from his storage bag. Little White's eyes lit up, and he devoured them one by one, like eating radishes, finishing them off in no time. After finishing its meal, it smacked its lips and let out a satisfied burp. Then, to everyone's astonishment, it opened its little mouth. Puff! A bead the size of a longan, entirely emerald green, radiating boundless life energy, was spat out and rolled into Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng picked up the bead, and a stream of information automatically flowed into his mind. Qilin Pearl contains pure life essence, capable of neutralizing all poisons, healing severe injuries, and possessing the miraculous effects of bringing the dead back to life and restoring flesh to bones. Lin Feng. Looking at the adorable little guy in his arms, he was momentarily speechless. This isn't a spirit beast, it's clearly a walking, mobile treasure trove. Elder Gu, this beast is extraordinary. Li Xiandao walked over, his expression solemn. Although he didn't know the effects of the Qilin Pearl, he could still feel its pure life energy. Indeed. Lin Feng put away the Qilin Pearl and Little White, and nodded. He reinforced the array around Green Bamboo Mountain again and instructed the clansmen who remained behind to strictly prohibit anyone from approaching the secret chamber in the back mountain. After doing all this, he said to Li Xiandao, Elderly, I cannot thank you enough for such a great kindness. Now that my family matters are settled, I do not plan to return to the Heavenly Sword sect immediately. Oh? I still have a wife and children in Xianqi City. I have been away from home for a long time and I miss them very much. I want to go back to the city first and settle my family in, Lin Feng explained. This Qilin Pearl was the best talisman for his wife, Mu Wanner, who was about to give birth. Li Xiandao expressed his understanding, very well. I will report to the sect leader truthfully. Elder Gu can return at any time after he has finished dealing with his family affairs. He had achieved his goal for this trip, having witnessed firsthand the unpredictable array formations of this ancient elder, which gave him even more confidence in the cooperation between the two sides. The two then parted ways. Li Xiandao transformed into a streak of sword light and vanished into the horizon. Lin Feng packed his belongings and, filled with joy and anticipation, embarked on his journey back to Xianqi City. What he didn't know was, at this moment, above the Taoist's residence in Xianqi City, several pairs of cold eyes were secretly watching. A conspiracy targeting his wife and children has quietly begun. Chapter 40 Blood Soul Curse, Killing Intent Ignites. Xian Keqiang, Daozi's residence. Xiao Bingyao frowned, a huge map of the eastern wilderness spread out in front of her. The text above is outlined with vermilion ink, highlighting a dozen or so unremarkable markets and towns. The only thing these places have in common is that they are rich in certain special and rare medicinal herbs. She did not slack off at all during the days Lin Feng was away. Aside from spending time with his son, he devoted all his time to investigating the Blood Soul Palace. The deep-seated hatred for the Ice Soul Sword sect is an obsession she can never erase. By consulting a vast amount of sect secrets and combining them with the intelligence network of the Immortal Enlightenment Academy, she astutely discovered. Although the Blood Soul Hall has disappeared, their demand for certain medicinal herbs has never ceased. Following this clue, she meticulously investigated and finally pinpointed the dozen or so hidden trading locations. Nourish the soul with medicine, refine evil with blood. Xiao Bingyao murmured to herself, a flash of cold light passing through her eyes. She was almost certain that the Blood Soul Palace's secret stronghold in the eastern wilderness was hidden among these seemingly ordinary medicinal herb markets. However, she was unaware that her investigation had already alerted the venomous snakes lurking in the shadows. In the backyard of an ordinary pharmacy called by Chao Tang in Xianqi City, an ordinary-looking, gloomy middle-aged manager was looking at a latest intelligence report in his hand. His name is Ghost Shadow, the head of the Blood Soul Hall's branch in Immortal Revelation City, with a late-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Lin Feng's woman? The mother of the innate Dao embryo? They're really courting death, daring to investigate us. The ghostly figure had a sinister look in its eyes, and its fingers tapped lightly on the table. Taking action in Xianqi City is too risky. If they are exposed, the Golden Core experts of the Academy will make them suffer greatly. But if we let her investigate, the hideout will be exposed sooner or later. If open killing doesn't work, then let's use some other methods. A cruel glint flashed in the ghost's eyes. It must be quite interesting to watch a proud woman like her child slowly die. He took out a communication talisman and coldly gave a few instructions. The next day, an outer disciple of the Immortal Enlightenment Academy respectfully arrived at the gate of the Taoist's residence, carrying an exquisite food box. Senior brother, this is the Purple Essence Pregnancy Soothing Soup specially ordered by the Lord of the Manor to be prepared for senior sister Muwaner. It is very beneficial to the fetus in her womb. The Lin family members guarding the gate dared not be negligent. They took the food box, carefully inspected it, and only after confirming that there was no poison did they send it inside. In the quiet room of the backyard, Muwaner was sitting cross-legged, her face radiating maternal glow. Her abdomen was slightly protruding, and a new life was growing vigorously. After her spirit body was activated, she could clearly feel the vibrant heartbeat of the child in her womb, a child connected to her by blood. Madam, this is a prenatal tonic sent from the Academy. Please drink it while it's hot. A maid brought over a warm jade bowl. Thank you for your trouble. Muwaner smiled gently, took the jade bowl, and began to drink it in small sips. The soup melted into her mouth, turning into a warm current that nourished her entire body, making her feel incredibly comfortable. But just as she took the last sip, a strange chill rose up from deep within her abdomen without warning. Muwaner's face turned pale instantly, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. She could feel the baby's heartbeat, which had been cheerful, rapidly weakening. The pure essence of life is being devoured by a strange force. My child, my child. Muwaner let out a shrill scream and fell off the jade bed. In another quiet room, Lin Ping'an sat cross-legged on the futon like a little adult, practicing breathing exercises in a very proper manner. Suddenly, his delicate, pretty face scrunched up as if he were in great pain. A wisp of barely perceptible black energy, following his connection with this world, silently seeped into his body. Lin Ping'an's body trembled violently, and he burst into tears. The crying was no longer loud, instead, it was filled with weakness and pain. Safety. Xiao Bingyao was the first to notice something was wrong. She was wiping her long sword in her room when she heard her son crying, and her heart skipped a beat. This crying was wrong. She flashed and instantly appeared in Lin Ping'an's room. The son's face was deathly pale, and his lips were purple. The innate pure energy that had been surrounding him was now dim and dull, mixed with a trace of ominous black energy. What's going on? Xiao Bingyao was terrified and quickly picked up her son. Just then, a maid rushed in, her voice trembling with sobs. Madam, something terrible has happened. Second madam, she's dying. Boom. Xiao Bingyao's mind went blank for a moment. Holding her son, she rushed towards Muwaner's room like a madwoman. Muwana was curled up on the ground, her face ashen, barely breathing. The life force in her abdomen had become extremely faint. Waner. Xiao Bingyao's eyes were bloodshot. She could clearly feel that the life force in Mu Waner and Lin Pingyan's bodies was draining away at an alarming rate. Quickly! Go and fetch the academy's physician. Go now! For the first time, Xiao Bingyao's voice trembled uncontrollably with fear. Soon, the best alchemists and physicians from the Immortal Awakening Academy were invited over. They surrounded Mu Waner and Lin Pingyan, using all their skills to feed them all sorts of precious pills as if they were free. However, it had no effect. The medicinal power of those pills, once it entered their bodies, was as if swallowed by an invisible black hole, unable to replenish their lost vitality at all. What's going on? No signs of poisoning can be found. It doesn't seem like an illness, it's more like being under some kind of vicious curse. All the doctors were at a loss and were sweating profusely with anxiety. Just when everyone was in despair, a powerful pressure descended. The Academy's Lord personally arrived. He walked to Mu Waner's side with a solemn expression, and gently touched her brow with his finger. A moment later, he withdrew his finger, his face turning extremely ugly. It's the blood curse. The Blood Soul Palace's unique spell. The Lord's voice made everyone present feel a chill. Holding her increasingly weak son in her arms, Xiao Bingyao swayed precariously and asked in a hoarse voice, "Lord of the Manor, is there a solution?" The Manor Lord shook his head heavily. This curse is extremely vicious. It does not harm adults, but specifically devours blood vessels. It uses a special medium to act directly on the source of bloodline and devour the life essence of one's closest relatives. It is especially deadly to unborn fetuses and young children. I can only temporarily suppress the spread of the curse power with my cultivation, but I cannot eradicate it. It cannot be eradicated. These 4 words were like a heavy hammer, striking Xiao Bingyao's heart hard. Her vision went black for a moment, and she almost lost her balance. Her child. Lin Feng's child. Are we just going to watch them die like this? Just as despair and sorrow enveloped the entire Michiko residence. A figure, covered in dust and looking anxious, rushed into the mansion gate like a bolt of lightning. Bingyao. Waner. I'm back. It's Lin Feng. The moment he stepped into Xianqi City, the sensing jade talisman that was connected to his wife and children by blood emitted a scorching warning. An ominous premonition rose in his heart, and he pushed his speed to the limit, speeding all the way. When he rushed into the room and saw the scene before him, he was struck dumb, frozen in place. Lin Feng roared angrily to the sky. An indescribable, violent killing intent surged from his body. Who did this? His eyes instantly turned blood red. It's the Blood Soul Hall's blood spell. The Academy's headmaster sighed and briefly explained the situation. Blood Soul Hall. It's the Blood Soul Palace again. Lin Feng's heart is bleeding. Suddenly, he thought of something. He immediately took something out of his storage bag. It was a bead the size of a longan, entirely emerald green, radiating boundless vitality. Qilin Pearl. Chapter 41: The Power of the Qilin Pearl. Lin Feng slapped his storage bag, and a bright green bead the size of a longan instantly appeared in his hand. It was the very same Qilin Pearl that the jade Qilin Xiaobai spat out. The moment the bead appeared, an indescribable, boundless life force instantly filled the entire room. This is an incredible treasure. The well-informed lord's pupils suddenly contracted, his face filled with disbelief. The purity of this life essence has exceeded his comprehension. Lin Feng didn't have time to explain. He held the Qilin Pearl in one hand, and with the other hand, his fingers were like a knife, and he made a slash in his palm without hesitation. Fresh blood gushed out and dripped onto the Qilin Pearl. Buzz! The Qilin Pearl shone brightly, resonating with his bloodline. Dress me up. Lin Feng let out a low shout, mobilized all his spiritual power, and crushed the bead. Puff! The Qilin Pearl exploded into a dense, impenetrable emerald green mist. Go! Lin Feng waved his hand, and the cloud of light split in two. A large mass instantly enveloped Mu Waner. Another smaller one gently enveloped Lin Pingyan in Xiao Bingyao's arms. A miraculous scene unfolded. The wisps of black energy surrounding the mother and child instantly came into contact with the green light mist. It was as if a ghost had encountered a bolt of lightning, screaming as it melted and dissipated, leaving not even a trace behind. Mu Waner's pale face quickly regained its color. Her heartbeat, which had been so faint it was almost gone, became strong and steady again. The fetus inside her, whose life was also hanging by a thread, was also revitalized under the nourishment of the source of life. Meanwhile, the purple color on Lin Ping'an's face faded rapidly, turning rosy. His tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and his weak sobs ceased. His breathing became long and steady, and he fell peacefully asleep in his mother's arms. This curse power has been purified? The doctors nearby were dumbfounded. Xiao Bingyao held her son, who had returned to normal, tightly in her arms, feeling his steady heartbeat, and breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, in the secret room in the backyard of the Baikeatang pharmacy in Xianqi City, Ghost Shadow, the branch leader, was leisurely sipping a cup of blood-smelling spiritual tea. He could clearly see the desperate scene inside the Daozi's mansion through the power of his incantation. So what if she's a mother with a naturally formed Dao fetus? Can't she just watch helplessly as her child dies? A cruel smile curled at the corner of Ghost's mouth. This feeling of having geniuses at his fingertips was incredibly intoxicating to him. But in the very next second, the smile on his face suddenly froze. He felt that the blood curse he left in Mu Wanner and Lin Ping'an's bodies was being crushed by a powerful life energy. Ah! He let out a blood-curdling scream that sounded inhuman. Black blood gushed out from all 7 orifices at the same time. The light in his eyes quickly faded, his body twitched twice, and then he fell straight down, dying instantly. Daozi's mansion. Someone come here. The lord of the manor came to his senses and immediately issued an order. Immediately seal off the entire city. Thoroughly investigate all personnel within the city, especially those working in major pharmacies. Report immediately any person who has suddenly died within the last 15 minutes. Yes. Several figures accepted the order and left. Mu Wanner had slowly woken up and was being helped by a maid to lean against the headboard. My husband. She saw Lin Feng standing not far away, and her eyes reddened. Lin Feng strode over and gently embraced her and Xiao Bingyao and their child. It's all right, it's all over now. His voice was a little hoarse, but it carried a reassuring power. Having just experienced that hellish fear, this embrace speaks louder than 1,000 words. After calming his family down, Lin Feng's eyes turned cold again. He walked up to the manor lord and bowed respectfully. Lord of the manor, thank you for your help today. No need to be so polite, it's my duty. The manor lord waved his hand, his expression solemn. But you, this time, have gotten yourself into serious trouble. Lin Feng nodded. He hadn't lost his composure. The name Blood Soul Palace was like a leech, making him feel immense pressure for the first time. The Xuanfu sect is an open enemy. Every move they make is traceable. But the Blood Soul Palace is a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, with unpredictable and insidious methods that are impossible to guard against. He said in a deep voice, Lord, I have some guesses about the Blood Soul Hall, but I don't know if I should say them. He concealed Xiao Bingyao's background, only revealing his deduction of nourishing the soul with medicine and the locations of several possible strongholds. Upon hearing this, the Lord's face grew even more gloomy. I see, no wonder they're targeting your family. This matter is beyond the scope of what the Academy can handle, the Academy had decided immediately. I will immediately compile all the intelligence and report it to the Immortal Alliance headquarters, requesting the Immortal Alliance Enforcement Hall to intervene in the investigation. Thank you, Lord. Lin Feng knew that this was already the best possible outcome. With his current strength, fighting against a powerful demonic sect would be like throwing an egg against a rock. The wisest choice is to muddy the waters and force the behemoth that is the Immortal Alliance to take the fall. After seeing off the manor lord and the group of physicians, only Lin Feng and his family remained in the room. Looking at his wife and children sleeping soundly on the bed, Lin Feng finally relaxed. But what follows is a deeper level of anxiety. This time, thanks to the Qilin Pearl, the crisis was averted. What about next time? What about the next time? He can't be this lucky every time. Even Xianqi City, known as the safest place in the eastern wilderness, is like this. Where else is safe? The answer is no. Entrusting your family's safety to someone else's protection is ultimately a pipe dream. He must possess a truly his own, impregnable territory. A haven that can provide shelter for his wife and children no matter what storms the outside world may bring. The 4 symbols locking heaven formation. It's time. It's time to build a truly lasting legacy for the Lin family and their children. But where should I choose the address? Immortal City? No, it's too crowded and noisy. We'd be at the mercy of others. Green Bamboo Mountain? The spiritual vein level is too low to support the operation of a 4th order grand formation. 100 Herbs Valley? The mysterious talisman sect is eyeing it covetously. It's too much of a target. In Lin Feng's mind, a desolate land shrouded in a thick, blood-red fog appeared. That place is fraught with danger and filled with malevolent energy. It is a forbidden zone for all cultivators. But that place also possesses incomparably violent ley line power. Meteorite Plain. A resolute glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. The most dangerous place is often the safest. He wanted to personally create an eternal paradise for his family in that land of death. Chapter 42 Meteorite Origin City. Husband, what did you say? Xiao Bingyao thought she had misheard, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. Establish a family base in Meteor Plains? That place is filled with malevolent energy and barren. Do you want our whole family to go there and die? Although she didn't talk much, she was genuinely shocked by Lin Feng's idea this time. Meteor Plains, that's a notorious forbidden land of death in the eastern wilderness. Let alone building a city, even a golden core cultivator would have to be extremely careful when entering, as the slightest mistake could result in their soul being scattered. Husband, shall we think of another way? Mu Wanner gently stroked her slightly protruding belly, her eyes filled with worry. For example, seeking help from the Immortal Alliance, or simply moving to the vicinity of the Heavenly Sword sect? Lin Feng shook his head. Bingyao, Wanner, think about it. What does it mean that the Blood Soul Palace was able to make a move in Immortal Revelation City? This shows that no matter how safe a place is, as long as it is not our own territory, there will always be risks. He walked to the window and looked into the distance. And Meteor Plain, precisely because it is dangerous, is actually the safest place. Xiao Bingyao remained silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Seeing this, Mu Wanner no longer objected. Since my husband has made his decision, I trust his judgment. But... She looked at her stomach with some concern. I'm afraid I won't be able to go in this condition. You can stay here and rest and recover. Lin Feng gently patted her head. I'll bring you over once the base is built. 3 days later, Lin Feng, with Qin Mengyao, once again embarked on the journey to Meteor Plains. This time, their storage bags were filled with precious array materials transported from the Heavenly Sword sect. The value of these materials alone is enough to buy half of Xianxi City. Are you really sure? On the way, Qin Mengyao couldn't help but ask. Although she admired Lin Feng's mastery of formations to the point of prostration, the idea of modifying Meteor Plain was simply too inconceivable. 70% certain. Lin Feng smiled faintly. That's enough for me. Qin Mengyao. This guy is really a madman. On the outskirts of Meteorite Plain, the thick, blood-red fog continues to churn. From a distance, it looks like the gaping maw of a giant beast, ready to devour all living beings. Stay close to me, don't get separated. Lin Feng took the lead and stepped into the thick fog. Having learned from his previous experience, he now knew the terrain here like the back of his hand. Soon, the two arrived at the core area of Meteor Plains. The concentration of malevolent energy here is more than 10 times higher than that in the surrounding area. Ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators, if they stay here for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, will have their souls eroded by the baleful aura and turn into madmen. This is it. Lin Feng stopped and carefully sensed the fluctuations of the earth's veins beneath his feet. His divine sense probed into the earth like a thread, searching for something. Finally, 300 feet underground, he found his target. A spiritual vein shrouded in malevolent energy, almost completely corroded. A second-tier high-grade spiritual vein, the quality is not bad. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. It's been heavily polluted by evil energy and needs to be purified first. He took out a blue array flag and began to set it up around him. The spirit-attracting and evil-dispelling array is an array I've never even heard of. Qin Mengyao assisted from the side, secretly marveling at the situation. This man's knowledge of formations was like a boundless ocean. Every time I thought I had seen the end, I found that it was just the tip of the iceberg. With the formation set up, Lin Feng stood at the center of the formation and began to form hand seals. Imperial Edict. With a soft shout, the entire formation was activated instantly. An invisible suction force emanated from the center of the formation, drawing in all the malevolent energy within a 10-mile radius. Then, under the transformation of the formation, these violent baleful energies gradually transformed into pure spiritual energy. How is this possible? Qin Mengyao was dumbfounded. The transformation of malevolent energy into spiritual energy is simply against the basic common sense of the cultivation world. Nothing is impossible, Lin Feng said with a calm smile. The essence of evil energy is also a form of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As long as you master the method of transformation, you can turn the rotten into the miraculous. As the malevolent energy continued to transform, the underground spiritual vein gradually regained its vitality. A rich spiritual energy surged from the ground, causing subtle changes in the environment of the entire area. On the land that was originally barren, tiny green shoots began to emerge. It's done! A flicker of excitement flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. The first step was a success. Next, we will set up the 4 symbols locking heaven formation. This process is 1,000 times more complex than the spirit attracting and evil dispelling array. Lin Feng took out the priceless array diagram and carefully studied every detail. Meng Yao, come and help me. This formation involves 3 levels, the 4 symbols, the earth veins, and the stars. I can't handle it all by myself. Qin Meng Yao nodded, suppressing her excitement. Being able to participate in setting up a large-scale formation of this level is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for any formation master. The two divided the work. Lin Feng was responsible for depicting the core array patterns, while Qin Mengyao was responsible for constructing the auxiliary array base. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time flies by when you're focused on your work. Qin Mengyao was surprised to find that, under Lin Feng's guidance, her understanding of formations was improving at an incredible speed. The originally obscure and difficult to understand theories of formations became clear and understandable under his explanation. I see. The essence of a formation lies not in its complexity, but in its harmony. May every array base and every array pattern resonate with the heavens and earth. Her gaze toward Lin Feng grew brighter and brighter. 1 month later. The 4 symbols locking heaven formation is finally complete. Charge. Lin Feng stood at the center of the formation and dripped the last drop of his heart's blood onto the core formation stone. Rumble. The entire meteorite field trembled. In the sky, the phantom images of the 4 divine beasts azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise appeared one after another. They roared to the sky, their voices shaking the heavens. Immediately afterwards, 4 beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire meteorite plain. The grand formation is connected to the Earth's veins and resonates with the stars, forming a perfect cyclical system. From this moment on, Meteorite Plains is no longer a forbidden zone of death. It has a new name, Evergreen Valley. It's a success, it's really a success. Qin Mengyao's eyes welled up with tears of excitement. Lin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. From now on, his family finally has a truly safe haven. Just then, a sword light flew in from afar. The newcomer was none other than Shu Wuxuan, the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect. He heard that Lin Feng was going to build a city on Meteor Plain, so he came here specifically to check it out. When he saw what was happening in front of him, he was completely stunned. Elder Gu, you really did it? Shu Wuxuan's voice was trembling. He never dreamed that the legendary Forbidden Land of Death would be transformed into a paradise. Just lucky, Lin Feng said with a modest smile. Sect Master, from this day forward, our alliance will be even stronger. Shu Wuxuan nodded. With this Evergreen Valley, Lin Feng's strength will experience a qualitative leap. The Heavenly Sword sect will also benefit immensely from this. As the sun sets, the Evergreen Valley is filled with a mystical aura. Lin Feng stood atop the mountain, gazing at the distant horizon. Xuanfu Sect, Blood Soul Hall. Just wait, it will soon be my turn to take the initiative. Chapter 43 Shinon's Taoist body, plants, and trees pay homage. Several months have passed since the great array of Evergreen Valley was first completed. With the help of Qin Mengyao, a genius in formations, and the Heavenly Sword sect's unreserved resource allocation, the once forbidden land of death, Meteor Plain, is transforming at an astonishing pace. Outside the valley, the spirit guiding and evil dispelling array operates day and night, transforming endless evil energy into pure spiritual energy, which in turn nourishes the underground spiritual veins. Inside the valley, the concentration of spiritual energy is comparable to that of the core area of the Immortal Enlightenment Academy. Exquisite pavilions rose from the ground, and neatly planned spiritual fields were cultivated. Several clear streams meander through the valley, and everything is full of a thriving scene. However, Lin Feng did not stay in Evergreen Valley during this period. He stayed by Mu Wan'er's side at the Taoist's residence in Xianqi City almost every step of the way. Her due date has arrived. The atmosphere throughout the entire Michiko residence was filled with an indescribable tension. The maids in the mansion walked on tiptoe and spoke in soft voices, afraid of disturbing the mistress of the inner courtyard. Dressed in white, Xiao Bingyao stood guard at the courtyard gate like an ice sculpture, sword in hand. Her face was expressionless, but deep within her eyes, which occasionally glanced into the room, lay a hint of concern that even she herself was unaware of. Inside the room, Lin Feng held Mu Wanner's hand, his palms sweaty. "Husband, I'm a little scared." Mu Wanner's face was pale, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Her voice trembled. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Lin Feng gently wiped her forehead with a warm towel, his voice more tender than ever before. "The midwife and doctor are waiting outside. Everything is ready. There won't be any problems." He looked at Mu Wanner's furrowed brows, which were contorted with pain, and his heart clenched. Mu Wanner felt the warmth of his palm, and the panic in her heart gradually subsided. She nodded, forcing a smile. With a suppressed cry of pain, labor officially began. An experienced midwife immediately entered, and everyone in the mansion sprang into action, with hot water, ginseng soup, and medicinal pills being delivered to the room in a continuous stream. However, to everyone's surprise, the earth-shattering scene that had been expected did not occur. There was no lightning or thunder, no dazzling sunset. The entire production process went incredibly smoothly. Just as Lin Feng and Xiao Bingyao outside the door were feeling a little confused, a sudden change occurred. It didn't come from the sky, but from the earth. On the windowsill of the room, a pot of gathering grass, a second-tier spiritual plant that was originally in bud, swayed gently without warning. Immediately afterwards, all the flowers, plants, and trees in the yard seemed to be brushed by an invisible hand, and they all began to sway. All the branches and leaves bent slightly towards the room where Mu Wanner was. That posture didn't seem to be swayed by the wind, it was more like a devout worship. Lin Feng's pupils contracted slightly. He was the first to notice this strange scene. At the same time, Xiao Bingyao, who was guarding outside the courtyard, also suddenly raised her head. She keenly sensed that the essence of plants and trees throughout the entire Xianqi city, and even in more distant places, was resonating at a strange frequency and converging towards the mansion. "Wow!" A soft, clear cry echoed in the room. "It's born!" The huge weight that had been hanging over Lin Feng's heart was lifted, and he rushed to the bedside in 3 quick steps. The midwife was holding a beautifully sculpted baby boy, her face beaming with joy. "Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. It's a big, healthy baby boy." Mu Wanner looked exhausted, but she radiated maternal warmth as she reached out to hug her child. Lin Feng carefully picked up the child and handed him to her. The little one didn't cry or fuss. Instead, he opened his pure, dark eyes and curiously observed the world. When Mu Wanner held him in her arms, he reached out his delicate little hand and unconsciously touched the leaves of the fragrant grass plant by the bedside. The next moment, something magical happened. The tender shoots of that fragrant herb were growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent white flower bloomed, and its rich fragrance instantly filled the entire room. This spiritual plant, which should have taken another 3 months to bloom, has blossomed ahead of schedule. Just as Lin Feng was shocked by this miraculous scene, the long-lost system notification sound suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your second son has been born, and has been identified as the only Shinong Dao body in all eternity. Triggered a super reward. Reward 1, host's cultivation level has been raised to the late stage of foundation establishment. Reward 2, the host will be rewarded with the 100 arts skill god level puppetry beginner. Reward 3, ancient elixir recipe 9-turn rejuvenation pill. Reward 4, the family's spiritual field will be upgraded to breath soil spiritual field. The yield and quality of all spiritual plants planted on it will increase tenfold. Reward 5, enhanced feedback effect on offspring's cultivation. Boom! A mighty torrent of spiritual energy erupted from Lin Feng's limbs and bones in an instant. His cultivation bottleneck was as fragile as paper, and it was broken through in an instant. Late stage of foundation establishment. A powerful sense of strength filled his body, giving him the illusion that he could smash a mountain with a single punch. Immediately afterwards, a massive amount of profound knowledge about puppet making flooded into his mind. From the selection of materials to the refining of the core, and then to the engraving of the puppet's soul, everything was crystal clear, as if he had been immersed in this path for 1,000 years. Lin Feng's heart began to pound uncontrollably. Puppetry. This ability was practically tailor-made for him. What is the Lin family lacking most right now? It's not about resources or techniques, but about a high-end fighting force that is trustworthy and fearless. With puppetry, he could use resources to continuously create a loyal puppet army. There's also the 9-turn resurrection pill, whose formula has an incredibly powerful effect. As long as there's still a breath left, it can pull a person back from the brink of death. This is yet another trump card to save your life. The spiritual soil field is the foundation of the family's millennia-long legacy. This reward is incredibly generous. Lin Feng suppressed his inner elation and turned his gaze back to the bed. Mu Wanner was holding the child, a happy and gentle smile on her face. Xiao Bingyao also walked in, and a rare hint of gentleness appeared on her usually cold face. Lin Ping'an, in her arms, also stared wide-eyed at his newborn brother. "Husband, let's name the child," Mu Wanner said softly. Lin Feng looked at the little life in the swaddling clothes, a life that commanded the respect of all trees because of its innate affinity for plants, and his heart stirred. "How about we call him Lin Siyuan?" Mu Wanner's eyes reddened, and she nodded heavily. "Okay, let's call him Siyuan." It was late at night. Lin Feng came to the quiet room alone, feeling the surging late-stage foundation establishment's spiritual power within his body, which filled him with a sense of security. He opened his palm, and a wisp of spiritual energy transformed at his fingertips, quickly condensing into a lifelike wooden figure the size of a palm. The little figure tumbled and jumped in his palm, incredibly agile. This is God-level puppetry. Even at its beginner level, it has already demonstrated the power to turn the rotten into the miraculous. With this power, many plans that were previously unthinkable can now be put on the agenda. The danger his wife and children encountered in Xianqi City served as a stark warning to him. Placing one's hopes on the protection of the Immortal Alliance or the Heavenly Sword sect is ultimately unreliable. The power that you control yourself is the most real. The Blood Soul Hall is elusive, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, and its true nature is difficult to ascertain for the time being. But the Xuanfu sect, his open enemy, was already on his kill list. A passive defense will only lead to perilous situations. It's time to take the initiative. A cold killing intent flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He walked to his desk and unfolded a huge map of the eastern wilderness. His finger slowly traced across the map, finally landing heavily on a marker in Xianqi City. There is the Wanfu Tower, the largest talisman shop of the Xuanfu sect in the entire southern part of the eastern wilderness. It is also one of the most important sources of revenue for the Xuanfu sect. Let's start with you. Whatever is owed to me, I will get it back with interest. Chapter 44 Rune Seals. 3 days later, in Evergreen Valley. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in a specially prepared refining chamber, with more than a dozen precious materials laid out in front of him. These are all valuable items seized from Elder Sun's storage bag. Bronze wood, purple cloudstone, and calming jade, each one is extremely valuable. Puppetry, huh? That's a really expensive skill. Lin Feng shook his head with a wry smile, his spiritual energy surging as he began to carve the core components of the first puppet. Knowledge of divine puppetry flowed through his mind, every detail crystal clear. His technique was so skillful that it seemed as if he had refined it 1,000 times. In his hands, bronze wood was cut into human-shaped skeletons, purple cloudstone was polished into joint bearings, and the concentration jade was carefully carved into the puppet's heart. The most crucial element is the inscription of the soul core. Lin Feng held his breath and focused his mind, using his divine sense to carve complex runes stroke by stroke on the concentration jade. These runes contain basic commands such as action, combat, and obedience, which are fundamental to the puppet's ability to fight autonomously. Rise. With a soft shout from Lin Feng, the first greenwood puppet slowly stood up. It is about 10 feet tall, entirely blue, with purple light shimmering at its joints. Although it looked rough, the aura it exuded was solidly at the early stage of foundation establishment. Onar. The Aoki puppet spoke, its voice somewhat mechanical, but its enunciation clear. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. With this first one, things would be much easier afterwards. For the next 2 weeks, Lin Feng worked almost day and night to refine the puppets. Qin Mengyao couldn't help either, so she could only study the array blueprints from the side. If you continue like this, your body won't be able to take it. Qin Mengyao looked at Lin Feng's bloodshot eyes and showed a rare expression of concern. It's all right, it'll be finished soon. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked towards the corner of the secret room. There stood 10 wooden puppets standing there in neat rows, each exuding the pressure of the early foundation establishment stage. 10 foundation establishment cultivators. This is a force to be reckoned with in the entire eastern wilderness. Next up is the Xuanfu sect. A cold glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. You're planning to start a direct war? Qin Mengyao frowned. The Xuanfu sect is quite powerful if we were to confront them head-on. Who said we were going to have a head-on confrontation? Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. The best way to deal with businessmen is to destroy their businesses. The Heavenly Sword Sect market is one of the most bustling trading places in the entire northern region. Cultivators from all walks of life gathered here, the stalls were densely packed, and the cries of vendors rose and fell. Right in the heart of this bustling neighborhood, a shop called Chijan Pavilion quietly opened. The shop is decorated in a simple and elegant style, and the 3 large characters on the door plaque are written in a vigorous and elegant style, which makes it seem like it has a very prestigious background. "Boss, what kind of treasures do you sell here?" The first independent cultivator to enter the shop asked curiously. Qin Mengyao, dressed in a long blue dress, sat upright behind the counter. There was only a small bronze seal in front of her. "Runic seal, 1,000 spirit stones each." "What?" The rogue cultivator's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "A broken seal costs 1,000 spirit stones? Why don't you just rob someone?" Qin Mengyao picked up the seal expressionlessly and pressed it lightly onto a blank talisman paper. Buzz! Clear rune patterns instantly appeared on the talisman, shimmering with spiritual light, clearly a well-made fireball talisman. This. The rogue cultivator was stunned. As long as there is a spirit stone to activate it, mortals can use it to make talismans. Each seal can make 1,000 talismans. Qin Mengyao's words exploded in the mind of the rogue cultivator like a thunderclap. 1,000 talismans. Even the cheapest first-grade low-level talisman costs 5 spirit stones on the market. The cost of making this seal is less than 1 spirit stone, except for the cost of 1,000 spirit stones. Each talisman only requires some spirit stones and talisman paper. "I want it." The rogue cultivator took out his spirit stone without hesitation. The news spread, and the entire market was in an uproar. Countless independent cultivators and members of small families flocked to the scene, their eyes gleaming with madness. Talismans have always been an essential consumable for cultivators. However, the production threshold is too high, and only specialized talisman masters can refine them. Now that's great, with this seal, everyone can become a talisman master. "I want 10. Leave me 20. Boss, can you give me a discount?" A long queue formed at the entrance of Chijan Pavilion, keeping Qin Mengyao extremely busy. In just 3 days, the first batch of 100 rune seals was sold out. And this is just the beginning. Xuanfu Gate, Wanfu Tower. Looking at the deserted shop, shopkeeper Fatty Wang felt like crying. "What's going on? It's usually quite lively." One of the shop assistants said with a bitter face, "Boss, you don't know yet, do you? A new rare treasures pavilion has appeared in the Heavenly Sword Sect's market, selling rune seals and claiming it can mass-produce talismans. Who's still buying our talismans these days? What kind of seal is so eerie?" Fatty Wang's eyes widened. The waiter explained it in detail, and Fatty Wang's face grew increasingly grim. "No, I have to go and see for myself." Fatty Wang rushed to the Tianjian sect market and spent half a day observing outside the Chijan Pavilion. He was completely dumbfounded when he saw a mortal easily create talismans with a seal. This is impossible. Talisman creation involves the circulation of spiritual energy and the understanding of runes. How could a mortal possibly? But the facts were right in front of him, leaving him no choice but to believe them. Wang Pingzi hurriedly ran back to Wanfu Tower and immediately contacted the sect using a communication jade talisman. Xuanfu Sect Headquarters. Upon receiving the news, Sect Master Chen Xuanji's face instantly darkened. Rune seals? Mass production of talismans? Several elders stood beside him, each with a face filled with shock. "Sect Master, could this be a rumor?" an elder asked cautiously. "Go investigate personally." Chen Xuanji slammed his hand on the table. "If it's true, find a way to get a seal back immediately for research." Soon, detailed intelligence was relayed back. Not only did they confirm the authenticity of the rune seal, but they also brought back even more shocking news. The real boss behind Chijan Pavilion is Lin Feng. It's him again. Chen Xuanji gritted his teeth. "Sect Master, our talisman business has been severely impacted." An elder in charge of business reported, in just 1 week, sales at branches across the country have dropped by more than 90%. At this rate, our talisman industry will collapse completely in less than a month. Chen Xuanji's face turned ashen. The talisman industry is the pillar industry of the Xuanfu sect, bringing in millions of spirit stones in revenue every year. If this collapses, the entire sect's cash flow will be in trouble. Send men to the Heavenly Sword Sect's market and smash up that rare treasures pavilion. Sect Master, that's Heavenly Sword Sect territory. Our people should go there. Then let's bribe the local thugs to cause trouble. Chen Xuanji roared, his eyes red. We can't let them continue like this. 3 days later, at the Heavenly Sword Sect market, several furtive figures appeared near the Qijin pavilion. Smash it here. The leader was a burly man with a face full of scars. He was clearly not a good person. They rushed into the shop, but before they could even make a move, they were surrounded by the Heavenly Sword Sect's law enforcement team, who were already prepared. Outrageous! How dare you cause trouble on the territory of the Heavenly Sword Sect? The enforcement team leader drew his long sword with a cold smile. Take them all down and send them to the interrogation hall. These thugs were no match for the law enforcement team and were subdued in no time. Under severe torture, the fact that the Xuanfu sect had bribed them was completely exposed. Upon hearing the report, Chu Wuxuan was so angry she almost jumped up. The Xuanfu sect is getting more and more outrageous. They actually dare to cause trouble on my territory. He immediately sent someone to tell Chen Xuanji, if there is a next time, the Heavenly Sword sect will consider it an act of war. Chen Xuanji was completely out of options. Unable to win in business, resorting to underhanded tactics only gives them leverage against them. Watching his business being crushed was so frustrating that it drove him crazy. No, this can't go on. Chen Xuanji stood up, his eyes flashing with a crazed light. Pass on my order, summon all Golden Core Elders. I will personally lead the operation. Sect Master, do you want it? Since we can't beat him in business, let's just take down his stronghold. Chen Xuanji sneered. Evergreen Valley, is it? I'd like to see how they can fight me without this stronghold. Chapter 45 Xuanfu Sect declares war. Evergreen Valley, the secret chamber for refining. Lin Feng exhaled a breath of stale air and reached out to tap the humanoid puppet in front of him. The three puppets were entirely dark gold, and they emitted a dull metallic echo as he struck them. The creation of these three puppets not only exhausted all the rare materials seized from Elder Sun, but also required a huge amount of spirit stones. He named it the Mysterious Gold Puppet. Each one possesses the combat power of the late Foundation establishment stage. Xuanfu Sect. Lin Feng put away the puppet and got up to go find Qin Mengyao. Just then, the jade talisman at his waist vibrated violently. This is the highest level communication talisman left behind by Chu Wuxuan. Lin Feng grabbed the jade talisman and probed it with his divine sense. A line of text exploded in his mind. Elder Gu, it's extremely urgent. The Xuanfu sect has gone mad. Sect Master Chen Xuanji has gathered the sect's main force and launched a full-scale attack, with his sights set on your Evergreen Valley. The information on the jade talisman was still appearing when Lin Feng's eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. Team Leader, Vice Sect Master, Zhou Tong, Mid-Golden Core Stage. Accompanying Elders, 3 Early-Stage Golden Core Cultivators. 10 Peak Foundation Establishment Cultivators. And over 100 Foundation Establishment Disciples serving as stewards. This fighting power is enough to annihilate any first-rate sect in the Eastern Wilderness. They intend to uproot you completely, a fight to the death. After reading the message, the air in the secret room became heavy. The Xuanfu sect has gone all out. He anticipated that the Xuanfu sect would retaliate, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly and so ruthlessly. This is not a struggle, it's war. Our Heavenly Sword sect will do its utmost to hinder and slow down their march. But Xuanfu sect has made up its mind this time, and it is not convenient for our sect to directly start a sect war. On the front lines, we can only rely on you. Elder Gu, please take care. Lin Feng clenched his fists. Rely on yourself? That's fine. He never expected to entrust his life and fortune entirely to someone else. He stepped out of the secret chamber. Qin Mengyao was performing calculations near the array hub not far away. Upon seeing him come out, she stopped what she was doing. What's wrong? A war is about to break out. Lin Feng directly relayed the news that the Xuanfu sect's army was pressing in. Qin Mengyao's hand trembled, and she almost lost her balance. 1 mid-stage Golden Core Cultivator, 3 early-stage Golden Core Cultivators, 10 Foundation Establishment Great Perfection Cultivators. She muttered to herself, he's gone mad, Chen Xuanji has completely gone mad. To gamble the fate of the entire sect for a little commercial loss? This force, let alone Evergreen Valley, would have crippled even her former Heavenly Mystery Pavilion if it were caught off guard by a surprise attack. He wasn't concerned about business losses, Lin Feng said, his voice devoid of any emotion. He is scared. He is afraid that if I give him more time, I'll destroy the entire Xuanfu sect. So he wanted to use the simplest and most brutal method to nip me in the bud. Can we hold on? Xin Mengyao voice lowered. Yes. Lin Feng's answer was just one word. He turned and walked towards Xiao Bingyao's residence in the valley. Xiao Bingyao was wiping her natal flying sword in the courtyard, the blade gleaming with a cold light. Lin Pingyan was chasing a butterfly nearby, giggling. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's anger subsided. Xiao Bingyao raised her head. What's up? Yes, we have guests coming. Lin Feng walked over and rubbed his son's head. Guest? A group of guests rushing to be reborn. Lin Feng told her what had happened. After hearing this, Xiao Bingyao silently put the flying sword back on her back. Kill a few? Kill them all. Good. Xiao Bingyao nodded, walked to Lin Pingyan's side, picked him up, and kissed his cheek. She handed the child to a maid who had rushed over upon hearing the news, then turned to Lin Feng and spoke. I'm going to set up defenses. With the supply of elixirs, her cultivation level had already broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Watching Xiao Bingyao's departing figure, Lin Feng knew that he was not alone in this battle. Lin Feng turned and returned to the refining chamber. He wants to refine more puppets and upgrade the core of the four symbols locking heaven formation. Time is life. For the next 2 days, the entire Evergreen Valley entered a state of combat readiness. Qin Mengyao directed dozens of Lin family disciples to bury piles of array materials throughout the valley. Illusionary arrays, trapping arrays, and killing arrays quietly took shape within a 10-mile radius outside the valley, connecting with each other to form a huge network of arrays. Lin Feng locked himself in a secret room, expending his divine sense and spiritual power. He upgraded all 10 green wood puppets to the mid-foundation establishment stage and pushed the power of the 3 profound gold puppets to their limit. He also used the Shinjin puppet as the array spirit, adding it to the 4-core array eyes of the 4 symbols locking heaven array, which increased the array's defensive power by 30%. After doing all this, Lin Feng's face was a little pale, but he didn't stop and contacted Chu Wushuang again. Sect Master, please do me a favor. Elder Gu, please speak. I can do it. Chu Wushuang said urgently. Help me spread this message anonymously, the wider the better. What news? For example, the Blood Soul Hall, a demonic sect that had disappeared without a trace, has been frequently active in the eastern wilderness recently, as if it were searching for something. The Xuanfu sect's attack on Changqing Valley this time is not due to personal grudges, but rather because it was instructed by the demonic path to seize the valley's treasures. Lin Feng's voice was calm. Chu Wushuan on the other end of the communication talisman was silent for a moment, then gasped. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! This tactic of shifting the blame eastward is absolutely brilliant. Regardless of whether it's true or false, once the news gets out, the Immortal Alliance's enforcement hall will definitely pay attention. Even if Xuanfu sect conquers Changqing Valley, it will get into a lot of trouble and be targeted by the Immortal Alliance. It will definitely not have a good outcome. I understand. Chu Wushuang immediately agreed. Elder Gu, rest assured, at most one day, all the high-level cultivators in the eastern wilderness will hear this rumor. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief after hanging up the message. What he needed to do was to muddy the waters and make the enemy hesitant to act. He stepped out of the secret chamber, and the entire Evergreen Valley was now covered with array formations. Everything is ready, except for the east wind. Night has fallen. On the eve of the decisive battle, a red moon hung high in the sky. Lin Feng stood atop the highest mountain in Changqing Valley, his hands behind his back, the mountain wind ruffling his robes. Xiao Bingyao and Qin Mengyao stood behind him without saying a word. The valley was completely silent, save for the sound of the wind. At the same time, the outer edge of the meteorite plain, at the edge of a thick, blood-red fog. Space distorted, and a black flying boat shot out into the sky. At the bow of the ship, a middle-aged man with a sinister face, wearing a long robe with black runes, stood with his hands behind his back. He was Zhou Tong, the vice-sect leader of the Xuanfu sect. He looked at the valley in the distance, shrouded in an array and brimming with spiritual energy, and snorted disdainfully. This is Evergreen Valley? A second-tier spiritual vein dares to call itself a valley? Behind him, 3 golden core elders bowed in unison. Vice-sect master, why do you need to personally deal with a mere child? The 3 of us are enough to flatten this place. No. Zhou Tong sneered. The sect leader has ordered that Lin Feng be captured alive, so that he may wish he were dead. Pass on my orders. All disciples, listen to my command. Seal off the 4 directions. Not even a fly is allowed to escape. Break through the formation with all our might in 1 hour. Tonight, I want this evergreen valley to be a river of blood. Chapter 46. Closing the door to beat the dog, the battle begins. Evergreen Valley, the central hub of the formation. The secret chamber was hollowed out from a single massive rock, with flowing patterns on the walls. The central water mirror reflected the movements of the Xuanfu sect army outside the valley. Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back in front of the mirror, his expression calm. Qin Mangyao stood beside him, staring at the crowd in the flying boat in the water mirror, her voice trembling. 1 mid-stage golden core cultivator, 3 early-stage golden core cultivators. Chen Xuanji must have used up half of the sect's resources, right? With this kind of force, can we really hold out? Yes, Lin Feng uttered a single word. They didn't come as guests, they came to kill our entire families. We have no way out. He turned to the other side. Xiao Bingyao, dressed in white, stood at the corner of the erase core, holding a sword. She didn't look at the water mirror, she simply closed her eyes to rest. When Lin Feng looked over, she opened her eyes. I'm going north, Xiao Bingyao said. That is the black tortoise position of the 4 symbols locking heaven formation, which is mainly for defense and is also the easiest place to be targeted by concentrated fire. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. Mengyao, he instructed Qin Mengyao, you will be in charge of the outer illusion array and trapping array. No need to kill them, just divide them up and disrupt their formation. I understand. Qin Mengyao nodded emphatically, suppressing her nervousness, and walked to her control panel. Lin Feng took one last look at the water mirror. Everyone, prepare to welcome our guests. Close the door. He put 2 fingers together and gently tapped the core of the formation. Boom! Outside the valley, just as the hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators from the Xuanfu sect were preparing to launch a combined attack, a sudden change occurred. The ground beneath their feet trembled violently, and the surrounding crimson mist surged wildly. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded from the east. A colossal dragon composed of azure light stirred up the wind and clouds in the thick fog. Awah! In the west, the air was thick with the aura of slaughter. A phantom white tiger roared through the mountains and forests, and the sound of clashing weapons filled the air. In the south, the vermilion bird cries, and flames rise across the sky, turning half the sky red. In the north, Xuanwu roared, and a thick curtain of water appeared out of thin air, transforming into a natural barrier. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. The phantoms of the 4 divine beasts appeared simultaneously, roaring to the sky, their voices shaking the heavens. Not good. It's a 4th-tier grand formation. The 4 symbols locking heaven formation. On the flying boat, a golden core elder's expression changed drastically, and he cried out in alarm. Zhou Tong's expression also turned ugly. A 4th-order grand formation? How is that possible? The resources and time required to set up a 4th-order grand formation are astronomical. Where did Lin Feng get such a background? Before he could react, 4 towering pillars of light descended from the 4 illusory images, completely enveloping an area of dozens of miles in radius. The heavens and earth were turned upside down. Ah! What's going on? Where are my companions? Senior brother Wang. Junior brother Li. Where am I? How did I end up in a sea of fire? The Xuanfu sect's army was scattered and disorganized. The fellow disciples who were standing together just a moment ago are now in different environments the next second. Some found themselves in a primeval forest, surrounded by phantom images of monsters. Some were trapped in the Sword Chi Canyon, where invisible sword chi slashed from all directions. Qin Mengyao manipulated dozens of subarrays, forcibly dividing more than 100 Foundation establishment cultivators into dozens of small pieces. This caused them to lose sight of their own priorities and fall into chaos. A Foundation establishment stage cultivator from the Xuanfu sect, relying on his profound cultivation, shattered 7 or 8 phantom demonic beasts and was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. He felt that although the illusion array was realistic, its power was just so-so. At that moment, a large tree behind him moved. The tree trunk twisted and transformed into a wooden figure, 10 feet tall and entirely blue. Aoki puppet. The cultivator was alarmed and turned around abruptly. A wooden fist, devoid of any emotion, rapidly enlarged in his pupils. No. Bang! With a muffled thud, the protective aura of the mid-Foundation establishment cultivator shattered, and he was sent flying backward, his chest caved in, and he died on the spot. The Aoki puppet turned its head, its empty eye sockets looking at the next target, and then disappeared into the dense forest in a flash. Such scenes were constantly playing out throughout the formation. Lin Feng personally controlled 10 mid-foundation establishment stage greenwood puppets, using the formation as cover to efficiently annihilate the lone Xuanfu sect disciples. "You bastard! Break this for me!" A furious roar came from the center of the formation. Vice Sect Master Zhou Tong and 3 Golden Core Elders, relying on their formidable cultivation, completely ignored the illusion. Once the Golden Core domain is activated, all illusions within a radius of 100 feet shatter. However, they were also trapped by the power of the formation, and immense pressure surged from all directions, making it difficult for them to move forward. More importantly, they completely lost contact with their disciples. Vice Sect Master. This formation is strange. It's draining our spiritual energy. The hot-tempered elder's face flushed red as he shouted. Zhou Tong's face was gloomy. He, a dignified mid-stage Golden Core cultivator, leading half of the elite forces of the Xuanfu sect, was actually trapped by a mere child using an array. If word gets out, Zhou Tong and the entire Xuanfu sect will become a laughingstock in the eastern wilderness. Find the core of the formation. Destroy it. Zhou Tong roared. He patted his storage bag, and a 3-inch long, cone-shaped magic weapon, completely black, appeared in his hand. Top-grade magic weapon, the formation-breaking cone. This treasure has a natural ability to counter formations. Zhou Tong frantically poured his spiritual power into it, and the array-breaking cone emitted a piercing buzzing sound, its black light blazing brightly. "Open the gate for me!" He roared and hurled the array-breaking cone, aiming directly at the weakest point of the array's power that he sensed. Boom! The entire 4 symbols locking heaven formation shook violently. Inside the array's central core, Lin Feng's face paled, a sweet taste rose in his throat, and he let out a muffled groan. "No," Qin Mengyao said urgently. "A full-force attack from a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator, coupled with that formation-breaking magic weapon, if we hold out, the great formation will be broken sooner or later." Lin Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He knew that he had to eliminate the enemy's high-end combat force first. Without dealing with these Golden Core cultivators, we cannot win by relying solely on puppets and formations. He looked at the red-faced elder with the most fiery temper reflected in the water mirror. "He's the one." Lin Feng's figure flashed and disappeared directly from the core of the formation. The next moment, 100 feet in front of the red-faced elder, the thick fog dissipated, and Lin Feng's figure appeared. He gazed at the Golden Core elder from afar, then slowly beckoned to him with his finger. After making this move, Lin Feng did not linger, but turned and disappeared into an even thicker fog. "You brat! You're asking for death." The red-faced elder had never suffered such humiliation before, and he flew into a rage on the spot. "Elder Zhang, no! That's a trap!" Zhou Tong immediately shouted. However, the red-faced elder, blinded by anger, refused to listen to any advice. "Vice Sect Master. I'll behead this brat first, then I'll come back to help you break the formation." He roared, and flames blazed all around him, transforming him into a streak of red light as he resolutely plunged into the mist where Lin Feng had disappeared. Zhou Tong watched his disappearing figure, his face turning ashen with anger, but a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Chapter 47 Meteorite Sword Formation, First Slaying of a Golden Core. The red-faced elder, surnamed Zhang and named Lai, was known in the Xuanfu sect for his fiery temper and ruthless methods. He plunged headlong into the fog, where the surrounding scenery distorted and changed. The ground beneath my feet turned into nothingness, and a few cold stars hung overhead. "Playing tricks." Zhang Lai sneered, unleashing his early-stage Golden Core spiritual pressure in an attempt to create a domain. However, the rules of this space were restricted, and his spiritual pressure could only spread out to less than 10 feet. 100 feet ahead of him, Lin Feng's figure reappeared. His body was filled with surging spiritual energy, and his aura was rising steadily, even exhibiting the Taoist charm that only Golden Core cultivators possess. Using an array to forcibly boost one's cultivation level? Zhang Lai was initially surprised, then sneered. "A false realm is a false realm. Watch me smash you, you ant, with a single punch." Before he finished speaking, flames erupted all around him, and he unleashed a punch from a distance. A giant fist made of fire elemental energy, trailing a fiery tail, smashed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng neither dodged nor avoided. He raised his hand and pointed gently into the void. Buzz! Suddenly, thousands of stars overhead lit up. Strands of starlight fell, condensing into dense sword energy that pulverized the giant fiery fist. Meteorite Sword Rain Formation. The second-tier top-level killing formation is based on the Earth's veins and draws on the power of the stars as its blade, making it infinitely powerful. Zhang Lai's pupils contracted. He finally realized that he had stumbled into a deadly trap. "Young man, do you think you can trap a golden core cultivator with just a broken formation?" He roared and unleashed his golden core domain with all his might. A crimson sea of fire spread outwards from him, attempting to incinerate the entire starry sky. Inside the array's central hub, Qin Manyao's face was pale as she rapidly operated the control panel with both hands. "No! The power of the golden core domain is too strong. The main formation is about to be unable to suppress it. Hold on." Lin Feng's voice came through the formation. "Bingyao, make your move." Located in the northern part of Changqing Valley, Xiao Bingyao, who had been resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. The phantom of Xuanwu behind her let out a low roar. A condensed cyan sword aura silently tore through the void and appeared directly behind Zhang Lai's domain. It is precisely the weakest point in the operation of his domain. A sense of alarm arose in Zhang Lai's heart, and he had no choice but to divert his attention and mobilize the power of his Dharma domain to resist the sword energy. Boom! The domain fluctuated violently. Although it blocked the sword energy, the originally harmonious domain showed a slight stagnation. Now! Lin Feng patted his storage bag, and hundreds of talismans flew out, filling the void. They are all second-tier high-grade talismans. Thunderstorm Talisman. Icecone Talisman. Golden Blade Talisman. Madman. Zhang Lai's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This isn't a battle of magic, it's clearly someone throwing spirit stones at each other. Even as a golden core elder, he had never seen such an extravagant fighting style. The sight of hundreds of second-tier high-grade talismans detonating simultaneously was terrifying. Within the meteorite sword rain formation, thunder roared, ice spikes whistled, and golden blades danced wildly. The violent surge of spiritual energy caused Zhang Lai's protective aura to tremble precariously. Trapped in the chaotic flow of spiritual energy, he could only desperately activate his domain to barely hold on. Damn it! Damn it! Where did this kid get so much money? Zhang Lai roared inwardly. He was enduring tremendous strain every moment, but the other party didn't care at all. This won't do. We must finish this quickly. Zhang Lai decided to abandon defense and use his strongest attack to forcefully break through the formation. Blood Flame Divine Spear. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of his life essence blood, which merged into the Sea of Fire domain. The crimson sea of fire became viscous, and a spear formed from condensed blood-red flames slowly took shape. The spear exuded a terrifying aura, capable of piercing through everything in the world. Die! Zhang Lai's face was contorted with rage. He used all his strength to aim the blood flame divine spear at Lin Feng and hurled it fiercely. This attack exhausted most of his spiritual power. It was a desperate strike. The entire array space trembled violently under the spear, and it was on the verge of collapsing. Inside the array's core, Qin Mangyao let out a cry of alarm. The power of this attack had exceeded the 4 symbols locking heaven array's tolerance limit. However, Lin Feng did not dodge this devastating attack. Just as the blood flame divine spear was about to pierce Lin Feng, a dark golden figure appeared out of thin air and blocked his way. It was that Shenjin puppet. Boom! The blood flame spear slammed solidly into the chest of the Shenjin puppet. With a loud bang, the Shenjin puppet's body was blasted backward, a dent appeared in its chest, and cracks spread all over its body. But it did manage to block it in the end. Zhang Lai was stunned when he saw this scene. His strongest attack was actually blocked by a puppet? How is that possible? In the gap between his loss of composure, the loss of old strength, and the emergence of new strength, Lin Feng made a move. Slay the demon. A cool, clear voice rang in Zhang Lai's ears. He only saw a sword light that was incredibly fast, flashing by in an instant. The sword light was not dazzling, it was even somewhat simple. But the sharpness it contained made even this golden core elder feel a shiver run through his soul. Put! Zhang Lai lowered his head, staring incredulously at his pierced heart. His protective aura and his golden core domain were utterly fragile in the face of this sword light. You. He managed to utter a few words, his eyes quickly losing their sparkle. Life is slipping away at a rapid pace. Lin Feng appeared before him, his face somewhat pale. Zhang Lai's body exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist, completely annihilated by the power of the formation. Even his soul was unable to escape. First kill of a golden core cultivator. Lin Feng exhaled a long breath, and the pent-up frustration in his chest vanished. This battle was won with great difficulty, but we won in the end. Meanwhile, outside Evergreen Valley, Zhou Tong, the vice-sect leader who was directing two other Golden Core elders to launch a fierce attack on the formation, suddenly changed his expression. He suddenly turned around and took out a soul tablet that was broken in two from his storage bag. The name Zhang Lai was clearly engraved on the spirit tablet. Junior brother Zhang has perished? Zhou Tong's voice was trembling. From the moment Zhang Lai chased after him until the soul tablet shattered, it was only the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. An elder who was at the early stage of the Golden Core realm died silently in Evergreen Valley. The other two Golden Core elders also saw the broken soul tablet and were both startled, slowing down their attacks. Vice-sect Master. There is something strange about Lin Feng. Even junior brother Zhang Lai, one of them said, his voice trembling. Shut up! Zhou Tong suddenly roared, interrupting him. His expression went from shock to ashen, and finally he broke into a sinister grin. We underestimated our opponent. He completely underestimated his opponent. He thought it was just a crushing defeat, but little did he know that it was a death trap. Good. Good for Lin Feng. Good for Chongqing Valley. Zhou Tong laughed angrily. Since you want to play, then I'll play with you to the very end. Instead of trying to break the formation using conventional methods, he flipped his hand and took out something. It was a palm-sized, pitch-black banner embroidered with twisted, ghostly faces. Blood Soul Banner. A magical artifact. Zhou Tong's eyes were filled with madness as he spat a mouthful of blood onto the banner. Wah! The banner swelled in the wind, growing to 10 zhang in the blink of an eye. Ghostly howls echoed across the banner, and a large amount of black mist surged out, obscuring the moonlight. Corrode it! Zhou Tong waved the banner, and a large amount of black energy surged out, rushing straight towards the light screen of the four symbols locking heaven formation. Sizzle, sizzle. A corrosive sound rang out, the light screen was stained by black mist, emitting blue smoke, and the spiritual light quickly dimmed. The strength of a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator was fully displayed in this attack. Chapter 48 Battle against the Golden Core, Thunder Talisman settles the fate. Inside the array's central core, the light was dim. The image on the central water mirror flickered violently. The light barrier of the four symbols locking heaven array was eroded by the filthy black energy, emitting a sizzling sound, and the spiritual light thinned at a visible speed. No! This demonic banner is too strange, it's corrupting the spiritual veins. Qin Mengyao's face turned deathly pale. Her hands flew across the control panel as she tried to mobilize the power of the array to dispel the black energy, but to little avail. The black energy seemed to have a life of its own, constantly eroding the foundation of the formation. Lin Feng's expression was solemn. He knew he couldn't continue playing defensively like this. Zhou Tong was, after all, a cultivator at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, and with that evil demonic magic weapon, it was only a matter of time before the great formation was broken. We must take the initiative. Meng Yao, hold the core, tighten the defenses, and hold off the other two Golden Core elders. Give me the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Lin Feng's voice was calm, carrying an unquestionable determination. What are you going to do? That's a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator. Qin Mengyao exclaimed anxiously. Kill. Lin Feng uttered two words, and with a flash, he disappeared from the center of the formation. Outside Chongqing Valley, Zhou Tong stared at the increasingly dim array light screen beneath his blood soul banner, his face contorted with rage. Lin Feng, you brat! Get out here and face your death. He laughed wildly, preparing to increase his strength and smash the tortoise shell open in one go. At this moment, the array light screen in front of him distorted, and a figure slowly walked out from it. It was Lin Feng. You are the vice-sect leader of the Xuanfu sect? Lin Feng hovered in mid-air, calmly watching Zhou Tong. You little brat, you have a path to heaven but you choose to barge into hell when there is no way out. When Zhou Tong saw the person in question, his eyes revealed murderous intent. He was about to activate the Blood Soul Banner to give this arrogant brat an unforgettable lesson. But the next moment, the smile on his face froze. 3 streams of dark golden light shot out from behind Lin Feng, landing and transforming into 3 humanoid puppets, each over 10 feet tall and entirely dark golden. The puppet had no life force whatsoever, but the heavy sense of oppression made Zhou Tong's eyelids twitch. Late stage of Foundation establishment? 3 puppets comparable to those in the late Foundation establishment stage. A mere puppet dares to be so insolent before me. Although Zhou Tong was startled, he remained calm, let out a cold snort, and instantly unleashed his golden core domain. However, the three Xianjin puppets did not fight individually. They stand in a triangular formation, their energy interconnected, forming a profound battle array. A puppet holding a giant shield stands at the front of the formation, primarily responsible for defense. A puppet holding a long spear stands on the side of the formation, leading the attack. The last puppet formed hand seals, drawing upon the surrounding spiritual energy, acting as both the primary and secondary force. 3 talents battle formation. Kill. With a thought, Lin Feng moved all 3 puppets simultaneously. The puppet wielding the gun flickered, transforming into a golden streak as its spear sliced through the air, aiming straight for Zhou Tong's face. Zhou Tong sneered disdainfully, flicked his finger, and a beam of spiritual light shot out, intending to deflect the spear. Just as the light touched the spear tip, the shield-wielding puppet suddenly took a step forward, and a flash of light appeared on the giant shield. An invisible force drew away Zhou Tong's spiritual light, weakening it by a third. At the same time, the puppet's hands changed hand seals, and a golden light was added to the spear, causing its power to surge. With one side gaining and the other losing. Clang! With a loud bang, Zhou Tong was so shocked by the gunshot that he was forced to take half a step back. Although it was only half a step, it made his face turn ashen. He, a dignified mid-stage golden core cultivator, was actually forced back by 3 puppets. This is an absolute disgrace. Court death. Zhou Tong roared, no longer holding back, and pressed down with all his might from his golden core domain. The overwhelming pressure swept over them, instantly slowing the movements of the 3 black gold puppets. The dark golden body emitted a series of cracking sounds as it struggled to bear the weight, and fine cracks appeared on its surface. He clasped his hands together, and the blood soul banner surged with black energy. It transformed into dozens of black chains, wrapping around the 3 puppets from all directions, aiming to completely imprison and corrode them. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. He knew the puppet wouldn't last long. This is the moment he's been waiting for. Burst! With a thought, Lin Feng detonated the shield-wielding puppet that was already bound by black chains and had the most severe cracks. A blinding dark golden sphere of light exploded with a deafening roar. The power of the self-destruction, comparable to that of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, instantly tore the surrounding black chains to shreds. Zhou Tong's golden core domain was violently distorted under the impact of this destructive power, and a gap was actually blasted open. Zhou Tong himself was also affected by the shockwave. He groaned, his blood and chi surged, and his Dharma domain circulated for a moment without stopping. Chance! Now! In an instant, an ancient talisman, shrouded in purple light and inscribed with wondrous lightning patterns, appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Tier 3 top-tier talisman treasure Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Talisman. This was his trump card, which he had obtained by exchanging a massive amount of pills from the Heavenly Sword Sect's treasury. He poured all the little spiritual power he had into it. Imperial Edict. The talisman ignited spontaneously without fire, transforming into a streak of purple lightning that shot into the sky. Boom! High above, the wind and clouds changed color, and a huge thundercloud vortex appeared out of nowhere. The next moment, a bolt of purple divine lightning, as thick as a bucket and shimmering with an aura of destruction, tore through the sky and struck directly at Zhou Tong, whose domain was shattered and whose old power had vanished. No! Zhou Tong felt the terrifying sense of impending death and let out a horrified scream. He tried to dodge, but his body was locked in place by Lei Wei and he couldn't move. He frantically activated all the protective magical treasures on his body, an ancient shield, a precious robe, and several protective jade pendants, all of which shone brightly. However, these defenses crumbled instantly in the face of the purple heaven divine lightning. Click! 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 The ancient shield shattered. The precious robe turned to ash. The jade pendant exploded into powder. The purple lightning bolt rushed straight in and struck Zhou Tong squarely. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the entire meteor plains. Zhou Tong fell from mid-air and crashed heavily to the ground, creating a crater several meters deep. At the bottom of the pit, his body was charred black, his limbs twisted, and wisps of smoke rose from his body. He no longer possessed the demeanor of a golden core cultivator. But he's not dead yet. His charred body twitched, and Zhou Tong slowly climbed out of the pit. One of his arms was gone, and half of his body was charred, but the resentment and madness in his eyes were 100 times more terrifying than a vengeful ghost. Lin Feng! He roared, each word distinct and hoarse. I want you. I want your whole family to be buried with me. 2 lines of bloody tears streamed down Jotong's face. His aura did not weaken due to his serious injuries, instead, it rose steadily in a strange way. He was actually burning his own golden core essence and divine soul blood. A violent aura, far surpassing that of the mid-stage golden core realm, filled with destruction and ominousness, swept outwards from him. He intends to use a forbidden technique that will lead to mutual destruction, dragging the entire Evergreen Valley down with him. Inside the array's central core, Qin Mengyao and Xiao Bingyao, who had just killed a Foundation Establishment Grand Perfection cultivator and rushed to provide support, both sensed this aura at the same time. This kind of power is beyond what any formation can withstand. It's over. Lin Feng had used all his trump cards and exhausted his spiritual power. He had no means left to stop a golden core cultivator's dying counterattack. Just when all hope seemed lost. Deep within Evergreen Valley, in the most central and heavily guarded courtyard, a clear, pure cry, seemingly brimming with boundless vitality, suddenly rang out. Ah! The sound wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Immediately afterwards, a vibrant emerald green light shot into the sky from the courtyard, dispelling the bloody aura and black mist that filled the air. Chapter 49: Sword Severing the Golden Core. That clear, melodious cry caused Zhou Tong, who was burning his golden core essence and whose aura was rising to its peak, to pause in his movements. What is that sound? Just as everyone was filled with doubt and uncertainty, the emerald green light that shot into the sky suddenly condensed in mid-air. As the light faded, a small beast, its entire body crystal clear and as if carved from 5-colored jade, appeared before everyone's eyes. Its body was no more than half a zhang in length, with a head like a dragon, a body like a deer, hooves like a horse, and a tail like a cow. Its whole body was covered with colorful light, making it sacred and peaceful. As soon as it appeared, the filthy black aura surrounding it, polluted by the blood soul banner, melted and dissipated on its own, like ice and snow under the scorching sun. The entire vegetation of Meteor Plain bowed to it, resonating with joy. The little beast hovered in mid-air, its pure, glass-like eyes fixed on Zhou Tong, who was shrouded in black mist and appeared to be insane. That look in his eyes was filled with undisguised disgust that came from the very source of life. This is... Zhou Tong, who was preparing to perish together with Lin Feng, saw the little beast's appearance and his resentment was instantly replaced by horror and fear. His lips trembled, as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world, and his voice became shrill and distorted. An auspicious mythical beast, a jade unicorn? No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could such a creature, which only exists in ancient texts, appear here? Zhou Tong has completely lost his mind. He could accept being outmaneuvered by a junior, or he could accept defeat and death. But he couldn't accept that the jade unicorn, representing the fortune of heaven and earth and symbolizing auspicious omens, would appear in the enemy's camp. What does that mean? This means that his Xuanfu sect is going against the will of heaven. This means that everything he did was rejected by heaven and earth. This blow to the very foundation of his beliefs was even more unbearable for him than a physical injury. The jade unicorn seemed too lazy to waste words on this filthy life. It opened its little mouth. A bead the size of a pigeon egg, perfectly round, and shimmering with multicolored divine light, was slowly exhaled from its mouth. The sacred pearl of the Qilin. The moment the bead appeared, a warm and peaceful aura enveloped the entire area. Call out. The Qilin's sacred pearl transformed into a stream of light and crashed directly into the golden pill in his dantian that was burning wildly and about to explode. Zhou Tong was terrified and tried to escape, but his body seemed to be frozen in place by heaven and earth, unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the multicolored light entered his body. The expected explosion did not occur. When the Qilin sacred pearl collided with the raging golden core, there was no impact. Instead, it silently merged into the core, like water into a sponge. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Tong's aura, like a punctured balloon, leaked out at an alarming speed. No! My cultivation! My golden core! Zhou Tong let out a scream 100 times more shrill than when he was struck by divine lightning. The forbidden technique was interrupted. Moreover, the life essence and soul he burned away created the most terrifying backlash. Cracks appeared on his once radiant golden core. Under everyone's watchful eyes, his cultivation level plummeted from the mid-stage of the golden core realm. Mid-stage golden core. Peak. Mid-stage golden core. Early stage of golden core. Peak stage. Finally, he barely stopped at the threshold of the early stage of the golden core realm. Moreover, his aura was weak and his foundation was completely destroyed, making him even weaker than a stable early stage golden core cultivator. Puff! A mouthful of black blood mixed with golden fragments gushed out of Jotong's mouth. His hair turned gray instantly, his skin became loose, and he seemed to have aged hundreds of years in that instant. A powerful cultivator in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, and the vice-sect leader of the Xuanfu sect, has been rendered useless. Inside and outside Changqing Valley, the two Golden Core elders of the Xuanfu sect who were still fiercely attacking the formation were dumbfounded. Lin Feng was also taken aback. Just when everyone thought the situation was settled and Zhou Tong was doomed, Lin Feng made a move. He did not allow the Jade Kirin to continue its attack, nor did he send forward the two puppets that still had the strength to fight. It's true that his spiritual power was exhausted, but his body and his sword were still intact. Lin Feng drew his long sword from his back, took a step, and rushed towards Zhou Tong, whose cultivation had plummeted. What is he going to do? A late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator going to directly confront a Golden Core cultivator? Whether it was the people from the Xuanfu sect or Chu Wushuang and the others who were secretly watching the battle, they all felt incredulous. You little beast! How dare you! Zhou Tong was both shocked and furious. Although he had fallen in cultivation level, his dignity as a Golden Core cultivator remained. He roared and forcefully channeled his remaining spiritual power, striking Lin Feng with a palm. This palm strike still carried the power of a Golden Core cultivator. Any Foundation establishment cultivator would have been smashed into mincemeat. Lin Feng's eyes remained calm. He did not confront Zhou Tong directly. With a flick of his wrist, the sword light transformed into a dense net of swords, enveloping everything like spring rain. Each sword strike was precisely aimed at the weakest point in Zhou Tong's palm strike. Jingle bells! A series of rapid collisions rang out. Zhou Tong's powerful palm strike was weakened layer by Lin Feng's seemingly light sword net, and finally dissolved into nothingness. What? Zhou Tong was shocked. How could this kid's understanding of swordsmanship and his grasp of combat opportunities be so terrifying? Before he could react, Lin Feng lunged forward, his long sword like a dragon, unleashing a storm of attacks. A sword was thrust towards Zhou Tong's throat. Zhou Tong dodged to the side in a sorry state, the sword blade grazing his neck and drawing a string of blood beads. The two swords slashed towards Zhou Tong's dantian. Zhou Tong hurriedly summoned a low-grade magic treasure, the heart-protecting mirror, to defend himself. Clang! The protective mirror was slashed away by a single sword strike, its spiritual light dimming. 3 swords, 4 swords, 5 swords. Lin Feng's swordsmanship is sometimes grand and unstoppable, and sometimes agile and cunning, penetrating every nook and cranny. He completely abandoned defense and devoted all his attention to the attack. In contrast, Zhou Tong's cultivation level plummeted, his mind was severely injured, and he lost more than 1/10 of his skills. Faced with Lin Feng's relentless attacks, he could only desperately try to defend himself, completely powerless to fight back. A late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator is suppressing an early-stage Golden Core cultivator in a fierce battle. This mind-blowing scene left all the spectators holding their breath. Golden Core? Your Golden Core seems to be leaking air. Lin Feng's voice, calmly reaching Zhou Tong's ears, was like a sharp knife, piercing through his last shred of dignity. I'll kill you. Zhou Tong went completely mad, abandoning all defenses and mustering the last of his strength, transforming it into a fist burning with black flames. It was aimed straight at Lin Feng's head, a desperate attempt to trade injury for life, a fight to the death. However, this was the moment Lin Feng had been waiting for. A glint flashed in his eyes, and instead of retreating, he advanced, meeting the deadly fist with his long sword. This sword strike was unremarkable, yet it was incredibly fast. Starting late but arriving first. Put! When Zhou Tong's fist was still 3 inches away from Lin Feng's face, Lin Feng's sword had already pierced through his heart. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Zhou Tong looked down, staring incredulously at the long sword that had pierced through his chest. The raging flames in his eyes quickly died down, leaving only endless despair and resentment. I'm not reconciled. Receive. Lin Feng suddenly drew his long sword, spraying a large amount of blood. Without pausing, he turned around, gathered his strength, and poured all his power into a single sword strike, slashing down fiercely from above. The Xuanfu sect deserves to perish. A fierce sword light illuminated the entire night sky. To everyone's horror, Zhou Tong, the vice-sect master of Xuanfu sect, was cleaved from the top of his head to the soles of his feet by this sword. The body was neatly divided into 2 halves. His very soul was annihilated. Mid-stage Golden Core cultivator perished. The world was completely silent. Inside and outside the valley, all the surviving Xuanfu sect cultivators stared at the corpse that had been cleaved in two. Then he looked at Lin Feng, who was suspended in mid-air, covered in blood, and looked like a god of death. Clang! It's unclear who was the first to throw away the magical artifact in their hand. Immediately afterwards, the sounds of weapons hitting the ground rose and fell in succession. At this moment, everyone's fighting spirit completely collapsed. Chapter 50: The Eastern Wilderness Shakes. Lin Feng hovered in mid-air, his chest heaving violently, his body covered in blood. His face was pale, his spiritual power was long exhausted, and he was only supported by his willpower and strong physique. The Jade Unicorn had already transformed into a streak of light and returned to the depths of Changqing Valley, as if it had never existed. Lin Feng's gaze was icy as he swept over the Xuanfu sect disciples below, whose faces were ashen. He activated the power of the formation, clearly conveying his voice to everyone's ears. Those who surrender will not be killed. The sound wasn't loud, but it resonated like thunder in everyone's hearts. Enter my evergreen valley, serve as a slave for 100 years, and you may live. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. The cold words, carrying an unquestionable authority, gave these desperate people a glimmer of hope. I surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me. The first cultivator, who was in the early stage of foundation establishment, collapsed to his knees and kowtowed desperately. Once there's a first one, there's bound to be a second. I surrender. Master Lin, spare my life. I'm willing to be your slave. Cries for mercy rose and fell as the hundreds of surviving Xuanfu sect cultivators knelt down in a rush. He abandoned his pride, just to have a chance to live. The two Golden Core elders' expressions shifted, and finally they let out a long sigh. They looked at each other and saw the bitterness and helplessness in each other's eyes. One of them bowed deeply and paid his respects to Lin Feng from afar. We are willing to surrender. Even the Golden Core cultivators have been defeated. The Xuanfu sect's expedition has been a complete annihilation. Just then, shouts of battle and bursts of spiritual energy suddenly came from the outer perimeter of Meteor Plains. You scoundrels of the Xuanfu sect, don't you dare run away. The sect leader has ordered us to rush to the aid of Evergreen Valley. A massive warship of the Heavenly Sword sect broke through the blood mist and sped towards them from afar. Chu Wushuang, dressed in the magnificent robes of a sect leader and wielding a long sword, personally led the team. He was followed by hundreds of elite disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, their aura menacing. However, when they rushed closer and saw the scene on the battlefield, everyone was stunned. The shouts of battle abruptly ceased. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were all dumbfounded. Outside Changqing Valley, disciples of the Xuanfu sect were kneeling on the ground. Weapons were scattered everywhere, and they looked dejected, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, the legendary master of Evergreen Valley who was rumored to be besieged, was floating in mid-air, covered in blood. At my feet lay the corpse of a Golden Core cultivator, split in two. Is this over? And it seems that Evergreen Valley won? Chu Wushuang's eye twitched violently. He rushed as fast as he could, fearing that Lin Feng would be wiped out by the Xuanfu sect if he arrived late, but he was still too late. It's too late, we can only come and clean up the mess. He leaped forward, looked at Lin Feng, then at Zhou Tong's corpse on the ground, opened his mouth, and hesitated for a long time before not knowing what to say. Elder Gu, no, fellow Daoist Lin. Chu Wushuang's form of address unconsciously changed. I originally came here with people to provide support, but I didn't expect. Sect leader Chu has arrived just in time. Lin Feng landed from the air, staggered a bit, and Xiao Bingyao and Qin Mangyao immediately stepped forward to support him. He forced a pale smile at Chu Wushuang. Help me gather the prisoners. There are a few who tried to escape. I'll have to trouble sect Master Chu. Chu Wushuang then noticed that there were indeed a few clever Xuanfu sect disciples trying to escape from the outside during the chaos. They were caught red-handed by the Heavenly Sword sect disciples who had just arrived. Of course, of course. Chu Wushuang snapped out of her daze and quickly instructed her disciples, seal off the entire area and assist Patriarch Lin in counting the prisoners of war. He looked at Lin Feng, his heart filled with turbulent emotions. Single-handedly, he directly confronted half of the main force of the Xuanfu sect, killed 2 mid-stage Golden Core cultivators, and forced 2 early-stage Golden Core cultivators to surrender. What a terrifying record! This young man can no longer be described as a genius. He is a true dragon crossing the river. In this battle, the Xuanfu sect's expeditionary force was completely annihilated. Zhou Tong, the deputy sect leader in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, and Zhang Lai, an elder in the early stage of the Golden Core realm, perished on the spot. The other two early-stage Golden Core elders, 10 Foundation Establishment Grand Perfection cultivators, and nearly 100 Foundation Establishment cultivators were all captured. This news, like a super earthquake of magnitude 12, swept wildly across the entire cultivation world of the eastern wilderness, centered on Meteorite Plain. At first, everyone who heard the news didn't believe it. Is this for real? How could the Xuanfu sect be completely wiped out when they went to exterminate a newly emerging family? What a joke! Zhou Tong is a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator. Who could kill him? Is the source of this information reliable? Perhaps it's just fake news released by the Lin family, a bluff? However, with the confirmation from the Heavenly Sword sect, and with the desperate message brought back by those who escaped back to the Profound Talisman sect to report the news, the entire eastern wilderness fell completely silent. All forces and all high-ranking cultivators understood one thing. The sky over the eastern wilderness is about to change. The Lin family. Evergreen Valley. This name, which rose to prominence in less than a year, was branded with a completely different mark after this battle. In the past, the Lin family was seen by many as a newly rich family with unparalleled talent in both alchemy and talisman making, and unlimited potential. So now, the Lin family is a giant that has already bared its fangs and possesses top-tier sect combat power. Inside Evergreen Valley, the mountains of spoils dazzled all the Lin family members. The Xuanfu sect's enormous black flying ship, hundreds of magical treasures, countless pills, talismans, spirit stones, and the storage bags of the prisoners. Xin Mangyao held a list that had just been compiled, her hands trembling. The resources we seized this time are equivalent to 10 years of tax revenue for the Heavenly Sword sect. She looked at Lin Feng with stars in her eyes. Lin Feng was seriously injured, but he was in good spirits. He sat in the main seat and issued orders in an orderly manner. All prisoners will be placed under a soul-binding restriction. Anyone who dares to resist will be executed without mercy. They were divided according to their skills, and those who were good at planting were included in the Spirit Plant Hall. Those skilled in weapon crafting and alchemy, all of them will be sent to the workshop to serve my Lin family. Those two Golden Core cultivators, lock them up in separate rooms, I want to interrogate them myself. This battle not only made the Lin family famous, but also solved the family's predicament of lacking grassroots labor and technical talent. These hundreds of well-trained Xuanfu sect cultivators are the best laborers. 3 days later, Chu Wushuang, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, personally visited again with generous gifts. This time, he spoke to Lin Feng almost as an equal. Fellow Taoist Lin, you fought brilliantly in this battle. You truly put us to shame. Chu Wushuang exclaimed with deep emotion. Just lucky. Lin Feng took a sip of tea. His injuries had mostly healed. Fellow Taoist Lin, there's no need to be so modest, Chu Wushuang said solemnly. After this battle, the Xuanfu sect suffered a great loss of strength, but even a centipede that dies does not die easily. Within their sect, there is also a supreme elder at the late Golden Core stage, and Shen Xuanji is still alive. I understand. Lin Feng put down his teacup, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. To cut the weeds, you must nip them in the bud. Chu Wushuang felt a chill run down her spine. He knew that Lin Feng was determined to wipe them out completely. If fellow Taoist Lin needs anything, our Heavenly Sword sect will certainly do its utmost to help. Chu Wushuang immediately declared. The Lin family has now become the Heavenly Sword sect's most steadfast ally, and no one wants the Xuanfu sect to collapse more than him. Thank you, Sect Master Chu. Lin Feng smiled, took something out of his storage bag, and handed it over. It was a palm-sized, pitch-black banner embroidered with twisted, ghostly faces. It was Zhou Tong's demonic magic weapon, the Blood Soul Banner. Chu Wushuang's pupils contracted when she saw this. This is. The Xuanfu sect colluded with the Blood Soul Palace of the Demonic Path, intending to seize the treasures of my Chongqing Valley. The evidence is conclusive. Lin Feng's voice was calm. I heard that the Immortal Alliance's Enforcement Hall is currently conducting a thorough investigation into the Blood Soul Hall's whereabouts. This generous gift will be of great trouble to Sect Master Chu. Please send a trustworthy person to deliver it discreetly to the Immortal Alliance's investigator. I believe everyone in the Enforcement Hall will be very interested in this item. Ruthless. That's too ruthless. This tactic of diverting the blame eastward and undermining the cause is nothing short of murder without drawing blood. He spread rumors, and now he's producing evidence. With this combination of blows, even if the Xuanfu sect isn't destroyed by the Lin family, the Immortal Alliance will still skin them alive. I understand. Chu Wushuang nodded and solemnly put away the Blood Soul banner. Fellow Daoist Lin, rest assured, I will handle this matter personally. Chapter 51. People from the Immortal Alliance arrive. The Battle of Changqing Valley shook the eastern wilderness. The entire cultivation world fell silent. Xuanfu sect, once the overlord of the northern part of the eastern wilderness, now has its gates tightly closed. The mountain protecting formation flickered with spiritual light all day long, assuming the posture of sealing off the mountain. Disciples under the tutelage are not allowed to leave the premises. Those who used to rely on the Xuanfu sect are now all living in fear. Those with clever ideas have already prepared generous gifts and rushed to the Heavenly Sword sect's mountain gate overnight, just to deliver a visiting card. Even more extreme, some sent people to guard the perimeter of meteor plains, hoping to express their admiration to the Lin family, the new masters of Evergreen Valley. The sky over the eastern wilderness has indeed changed. The old hegemon has not yet fallen, but a new giant has already risen. Everyone knew that a storm was brewing. Evergreen Valley, Council Hall. Lin Feng sat in the main seat, holding a cup of spiritual tea, his face somewhat pale. In that battle, he used his foundation establishment cultivation to slay a golden core cultivator with his sword, at a considerable cost. His spiritual power was exhausted, his soul was injured, and he also lost a third-tier talisman and a Xianjin puppet. What a waste of money! So incredibly wasteful. Patriarch, these are our preliminary statistics on the results of the battle. Qin Mengyao walked in quickly, holding a jade slip, her voice filled with excitement. Read it. Lin Feng took a sip of tea. In this battle, we captured 132 high-grade magic artifacts and countless mid- and low-grade magic artifacts. We have captured 2 golden core elders and 107 foundation establishment cultivators from the Xuanfu sect. In addition, there is a Xuanfu sect standard warship, and various pills, talismans, and materials, totaling over 5 million spirit stones. Qin Mengyao's voice trembled slightly. 5 million spirit stones. This enormous sum of money is enough to make any golden core sect envious. After listening, Lin Feng simply nodded. Have those 2 golden core elders confessed? They're very stubborn. Qin Mengyao pouted. But they can't withstand soul searching, though they don't know much about it. Just say that this operation was decided by Sect Master Chen Xuanji and Vice Sect Master Zhou Tong despite the opposition. As for colluding with the demonic path, they vehemently denied it. As expected. Lin Feng put down his teacup. How could Chen Xuanji possibly let ordinary elders know about such dirty work? What should we do next? Do we really have to attack the Xuanfu sect? Qin Mengyao asked with some worry. After all, their sect still has a grand elder who is in the late stage of golden core. Lin Feng smiled and said, killing someone doesn't necessarily require a knife. Just then, his expression changed, and he looked up at the outside of the valley. A powerful aura descended upon Evergreen Valley. This aura wasn't just 1, but 3. 3 late-stage golden core cultivators. The atmosphere in the council chamber suddenly became tense. Qin Mengyao was startled and instinctively tried to activate the formation. Don't be nervous. Lin Feng reached out and pressed her hand down. The guests have arrived. He stood up, straightened his robes, and walked out of the council chamber. Above Evergreen Valley, a silver-white flying boat was suspended. The flying boat is entirely silver-white, with an ancient law character engraved on its hull, exuding majesty. 3 figures stood at the bow of the boat, looking down over the entire Evergreen Valley. The leader was a female cultivator dressed in a silver robe, with a cold and beautiful face. The Immortal Alliance Enforcement Hall. Qin Mengyao exclaimed softly, recognizing the origin of the flying boat. That is one of the highest authority institutions of the Immortal Alliance, responsible for monitoring the world and suppressing the demonic path that wields immense power. Lin Feng of Changqing Valley greets the envoy of the Immortal Alliance. Lin Feng cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the sky. The leading female cultivator spoke, and her voice echoed throughout the valley. Lin Feng, I am Lang Yu, Inspector of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Immortal Alliance. We have been ordered to investigate the case of Xuanfu sect's collusion with the demonic path. As the person involved, you must fully cooperate. Please, envoy. Lin Feng stepped aside and gestured for him to enter. Lang Yu nodded, and together with the 2 equally powerful male cultivators behind her, they transformed into 3 streaks of light and landed on the square in front of the council hall. Upon seeing these 3 people, the Lin family disciples dared not even breathe. This is the power of the Immortal Alliance. Inside the council chamber, the two sides took their seats as host and guest. Xiao Bingyao, dressed in white, had also arrived beside Lin Feng at some point. Lun Yu didn't look at Xiao Bingyao and spoke directly to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, present the details of your conflict with the Xuanfu sect, as well as the evidence you have presented to accuse them of colluding with the demonic path. Good. Without wasting any words, Lin Feng took out a recording stone and infused it with spiritual power. Light and shadow appear. It was on the night of the great battle of Changqing Valley that Zhou Tong was driven to the brink of despair, took out the blood soul banner, and witnessed the scene of black mist polluting the great formation. In the scene, Zhou Tong's frantic and venomous roars, and the twisted ghost face on the blood soul banner, are all crystal clear. The atmosphere in the council chamber became somber. The expressions of the two male cultivators behind Long Yu changed. The blood soul banner. It really is an evil artifact from the blood soul palace. Zhou Tong has some nerve. He actually dares to cultivate such a demonic art. After reading it, Long Yu's expression became more solemn. She looked at Lin Feng. This item alone can only prove that Zhou Tong personally cultivates demonic arts, but it is not enough to prove the existence of the entire Xuanfu sect. I see. Lin Feng was not surprised and took out a few more items. The token, stained with the aura of bloodlust, was the very one that had been seized from the Crimson Blood Hall. A jade slip containing a confession from Elder Sun, who allegedly sent assassins to kill him using demonic techniques. Cold Moon Envoy, please take a look. Lin Feng's voice was calm. My conflict with the Xuanfu sect did not originate from a business dispute, but rather from this small demonic organization, the Crimson Blood Hall. Back then, my wife accidentally stumbled upon their plot and was hunted down. I took action to eliminate them and obtained this token. Not long after, Elder Son of the Xuanfu sect, under the pretext of seeking revenge, brutally murdered my family members, using methods exactly like those of the demonic path. Until that night, Zhou Tong, the deputy sect leader of Xuanfu sect, personally led a large army to attack, and even used the blood soul banner in full view of everyone. Lin Feng stood up and looked at the three of them. From beginning to end, I have never been an enemy of the Xuanfu sect. I am protecting myself, resisting the demonic forces hiding behind the Xuanfu sect. His words portrayed him as a victim who was constantly harassed by the evil forces and rose up in resistance. The chain of evidence is complete and the logic is clear. The two male cultivators behind Leng Yu exchanged a glance, already believing it to be about 70–80%. It's truly remarkable that a newly emerging family, targeted by the demonic forces, could survive and even win. Leng Yu remained silent for a moment, then picked up the pieces of evidence. We will verify what you said. Her tone was cold, but her hostility had lessened considerably. This matter is of great importance. We still need to go to Xuanfu sect to confront Shen Xuanji face to face. That's natural. Lin Feng nodded, not surprised by the result. Leng Yu put away the evidence and got up to leave. As they reached the door, Lin Feng's voice suddenly came from behind them. Cold Moon Messenger, please wait. The Cold Moon turned back. I have one more thing to say, which might help the envoy find the real irrefutable evidence, Lin Feng said, emphasizing each word. What? As far as I know, all major sects have forbidden areas, which are either places for inheritance or places for suppressing demons and evil spirits. The forbidden area of the Xuanfu sect is called the Demon Suppressing Abyss. Lin Feng's voice carried an inexplicable meaning. If the Xuanfu sect is truly tainted by the demonic path, then the place least likely to be eradicated might be that place. After saying that, Lin Feng gave her a meaningful smile. Lun Yu's pupils contracted slightly. Chapter 52: The Funeral of the Xuanfu Sect. Leng Yu and the other two left without uttering a single unnecessary word. Lin Feng watched the silver-white flying boat disappear into the horizon, and the smile on his face vanished. Patriarch, will they believe it? Qin Mengyao asked uncertainly. Whether you believe it or not is not important. Lin Feng turned around and walked back into the hall, sitting down again. The important thing is that I gave them a reason to investigate and a clear objective. The Demon Suppressing Abyss. Xiao Bingyao murmured the name softly. Is there really something there? Lin Feng picked up his teacup and blew on it to cool it down. Whether it's there or not, we'll find out by going to see. Anyway, we're not going to lose anything. What he needs to do is recover from his injuries and consolidate his gains. The safety of my family is everything. Xuanfu Mountain Range. The atmosphere at the mountain gate was somber. The light emanating from the mountain protecting formation was thicker than ever before, and thousands of disciples patrolled with swords in hand, their expressions tense. Inside the mountain gate, in the main hall of the sect, Chen Xuanji sat on the sect leader's throne, his face gloomy. Have you found out? Zhou Tong and Zhang Lai really died in Chongqing Valley? His voice was hoarse. Below, an elder replied tremblingly, reporting to the sect leader, the news is absolutely true. The Heavenly Sword sect has confirmed this matter. The disciples we sent to investigate also saw Vice Sect Master Zhou's body. Damn it! Chen Xuanji slammed his hand, shattering the jade armrest beside him. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. 1 mid-stage golden core cultivator, 3 early-stage golden core cultivators. Nearly 100 foundation establishment cultivators. They couldn't even defeat a mere brat. They've completely disgraced the Xuanfu sect. Inside the main hall, none of the elders dared to utter a sound. None of them expected that a seemingly certain annihilation operation would turn into a disgrace to their sect. Sect Master, now is not the time to assign blame, stepped forward one of the most senior elders. That Lin family brat will definitely not let this go after this battle. We need to prepare as soon as possible. Prepare? How are we supposed to prepare? Chen Xuanji roared. Do you expect me to personally lead a group to apologize to him? Just then, a disciple tumbled and crawled into the main hall. Sect Master. Something terrible has happened. The Immortal Alliance Enforcement Hall's flying boat has arrived outside the mountain gate. The entire hall was completely silent. Chen Xuanji's face turned deathly pale. What I feared most came to pass. Lin Feng's revenge came too quickly and too cruelly. He brought the Immortal Alliance directly here. Quick! Come with me to greet them. Chen Xuanji composed himself and led a group of high-ranking officials, hurriedly flying towards the mountain gate. Outside the mountain gate, a silver-white flying boat floated silently. Lang Yu and the other two stood at the bow of the boat, their powerful aura pressing down on them, making it difficult for the Xuanfu sect disciples below to breathe. Chen Xuanji, sect master of Xuanfu sect, greets the envoy of the Immortal Alliance. Chen Xuanji forced a smile and cupped his hands in greeting from afar. We were unaware of the presence of the 3 envoys and have failed to greet you properly. Please forgive us. Lang Yu remained expressionless. Chen Xuanji, we are ordered to investigate the case of your sect colluding with the demonic path. She got straight to the point, without any pleasantries. Please open your forbidden area, the demon-suppressing abyss, we need to enter and search it. Chen Xuanji's smile froze. Demon-suppressing abyss? How could they know about the demon-suppressing abyss? You jest, sir. Chen Xuanji hurriedly interjected. My Xuanfu sect is a renowned and righteous sect in the eastern wilderness. How could we possibly associate with the demonic path? There must be some misunderstanding. As for the demon suppression abyss, it is a sacred place for our sect's heritage, the resting place of our ancestors, and outsiders are absolutely not allowed to set foot there. Whether it's a misunderstanding or the truth, we'll find out once we investigate. Lang Yu remained unmoved. A male cultivator beside her stepped forward and revealed a silver token. On the token, a majestic character 4 law radiates light. Immortal Alliance Supreme Search Order. Cold sweat beaded on Chen Xuanji's forehead. What? You want to disobey orders? The male cultivator said coldly. To defy the order is to become an enemy of the entire Immortal Alliance. The Xuanfu sect cannot bear this crime. Chen Xuanji was caught in a dilemma, sweating profusely with anxiety. Just as the two sides were locked in a standoff, an aged voice came from the depths of the Xuanfu mountains. If the Immortal Alliance wants to investigate, my Xuanfu sect will naturally cooperate fully. As soon as he finished speaking, an old man dressed in a gray robe with white hair and beard appeared beside Chen Xuanji. Xuanfu sect, Supreme Elder, Mo Changkong. A late-stage golden core cultivator. Greetings, Supreme Elder. Chen Xuanji and the others breathed a sigh of relief and bowed in unison. Mo Changkong waved his hand and looked at Lang Yu. I am Mo Changkong, and I have met with the envoys. Since the Immortal Alliance has given its order, how dare my Xuanfu sect disobey? He said calmly. However, the demon suppression abyss has many restrictions, which were set up by our ancestors. Forcibly breaking them may lead to unforeseen consequences. Please wait a moment, my envoys, while I personally open a passage for you. His words are reasonable. Lang Yu paused for a moment, then nodded, I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Thank you for your understanding, envoy. Emo Changkong smiled slightly, then turned and transmitted his voice to Chen Xuanji and the others. Keep them calm, I'll be right back. After he finished speaking, his figure slowly faded away and disappeared from the spot. Seeing the direction he left in, Chen Xuanji and the others felt relieved. On the flying boat, Lang Yu frowned slightly. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn passes quickly. Emo Changkong reappeared and gestured for Lang Yu to enter. Messenger, the passage is open, please. Lang Yu said no more, and with two subordinates, followed behind Emo Changkong, flying towards the valley that was designated as a forbidden area. As the group entered the demon suppression abyss, a cold and putrid aura assaulted their senses. From the depths of the abyss came low growls. The three officers from the enforcement hall sensed that something was wrong. They quickened their pace, and the deeper they went, the denser the demonic energy became. Soon, they reached the bottom of the abyss. The sight before them made Ling Yu and the other two stop in their tracks. At the bottom of the abyss was a colossal altar of flesh and blood. Around the altar, hundreds of huge iron cages were bound together. The cages contained all sorts of bizarre and strange monsters, and even some human cultivators who had not yet been fully transformed. The intense smell of blood and resentment was almost tangible. What a Xuanfu sect! What a prestigious sect! A male cultivator from the enforcement hall trembled with rage. This is not a forbidden land to suppress evil spirits, it is clearly a den of demons that keeps monsters in captivity. Lang Yu turned around abruptly and stared intently at Emo Changkong. Emo Changkong, what else do you have to say? The Immortal Alliance Enforcement Hall hereby announces. The Xuanfu sect has colluded with the demonic path and betrayed the human race. The evidence is irrefutable. Everyone, surrender. She didn't finish her sentence. Emo Changkong, standing in front of her, revealed a sinister grin. Surrender? Ah, too late. Now that you've found out, nobody's leaving. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly crushed a blood-red jade talisman hidden in his sleeve. Rumble. The entire Xuanfu mountain range trembled violently. The protective array covering the mountain gate turned from milky white to pitch black in an instant. Countless runes reversed, and the original defensive formation instantly transformed into a trapping and killing formation that sealed off the heavens and the earth. At the same time, the flesh altar at the very bottom of the demon suppression abyss suddenly exploded. A sealed, overwhelming demonic aura surged into the sky. This demonic energy combined with the reversed mountain protecting formation to create a space isolated from the outside world. You're insane. You're a madman. Lang Yu's expression changed. Today, let your Immortal Alliance enforcement team be buried with my thousands of Xuanfu sect disciples. Emo Changkong laughed wildly as his withered body faced the overwhelming demonic energy. His aura merged wildly with the demonic energy, the earth's veins, and the grand formation, and began to surge. Late stage of golden core. Great perfection of golden core. Ultimately, his aura settled at a level surpassing even the golden core stage. Pseudo-nascent soul. Form ranks. Hold the line. Lang Yu shouted sharply, her silver robes shone brightly, and she summoned a flying sword to protect herself. The other two law enforcement officers, both at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, stood back to back, their expressions extremely solemn. The black demonic realm completely enveloped the Xuanfu sect, isolating it from all communication, both inside and outside. No one outside knows what is happening within the once dominant sect of the Eastern Wilderness. Thousands of miles away, in Evergreen Valley, Lin Feng, who was meditating and regulating his breathing in the secret room, suddenly had his eyelid twitch without warning. A feeling of unease welled up inside me. He slowly opened his eyes, his brows furrowed slightly, and looked towards the northeast. That's where the Xuanfu sect is located. Is it an illusion? He muttered to himself. Chapter 53 The Power of the False Infant. The Immortal Alliance suffers a crushing struggle. Xuanfu sect, demon suppressing abyss. Demonic energy surged into the sky, merging with the reversed protective array that formed the celestial canopy, turning the entire mountain gate into a perilous prison. Emo Changkong's withered body floated in mid-air, black demonic patterns surging beneath his skin, his eyes bloodshot, and he no longer possessed any trace of his immortal demeanor. His aura completely transcended the Golden Core realm, reaching a terrifying level. Pseudo-nascent soul. Lang Yu gritted her teeth, and the flying sword in her hand let out a mournful cry. The oppressive aura caused even this late-stage Golden Core inspector to experience a stagnation of spiritual energy. Today, none of you will leave here alive. Mo Changkong's voice was hoarse and strange, mixed with the roars of countless wronged souls. He raised a withered hand and gently shook hands with Lang Yu and the other two. Boom! The space around the three collapsed, and a giant hand formed from demonic energy reached out from the void and grabbed fiercely. Formed the mystic ice array. Lang Yu shouted sharply, her silver robes gleaming brightly. The other two male cultivators immediately took their positions, and the three of them connected their spiritual power, forming a cold energy array out of thin air. Click! The giant demonic hand clashed violently with the Xianbing formation, causing cracks to spread across the formation's light barrier, which groaned as it struggled to withstand the force. Puff! The two male cultivators with slightly weaker cultivation levels coughed up blood on the spot, their faces turning deathly pale. Is this the power of a pseudo-nascent soul cultivator? One of the male cultivators, surnamed Li, exclaimed in horror. The three of us joined forces, and we couldn't even withstand a single move from him. Not only that. Lang Yu interjected, he is also integrating the power of this grand formation with the Earth's veins. He is getting stronger every moment. Roar! Deep within the demon-suppressing abyss, the imprisoned demons broke free from their cages. The Xuanfu sect disciples, corrupted by demonic energy, also had bloodshot eyes, lost their minds, and roared as they charged forward. Senior brotherly. Let's hold off these small fry and create an opportunity for senior sister Lang Yu. Another male cultivator surnamed Wang roared and took the initiative to go forward. Good. The two stood on either side, unleashing their magical weapons and engaging in fierce battle with the surging demonized cultivators. In an instant, the precious light and demonic energy intertwined, and screams and roars echoed throughout the valley. Lang Yu no longer hesitated. She patted her storage bag, and a silver scroll appeared in her hand. As the scroll unfolds, a picture of a starry sky emerges from it. The Celestial Alliance's secret treasure, the Celestial Star Chart. Starfall. Lang Yu infused it with spiritual power, and the star map shone brightly. Stars flew out of the picture, turning into streaks of light that shot into the dark sky. Even a grain of rice can shine? Mo Changkong grinned maliciously, opened his mouth and spewed out a torrent of demonic flames that engulfed all the starlight. It's no use. He took a step forward, his figure appearing in front of Lang Yu, and grabbed at her crown with one claw. That's too fast. Lang Yu had no time to react and could only hold the Zhou Tian star chart in front of her. Bang! With a loud bang, Lang Yu was blasted away by the force, crashing into the mountain wall and creating a deep, human-shaped crater in the rock. She felt a sweet taste in her throat, and blood flowed down the corner of her mouth. The Zhou Tian star chart also dimmed and flew back into her hand. Senior sister. Upon seeing this, Li and Wang, who were engaged in a fierce battle, were filled with rage. The cultivator surnamed Wang roared and abandoned his defense. His entire body erupted with spiritual power, transforming into a giant axe that cleaved through mountains, and he cleaved towards a demonized Golden Core Elder of the Xuanfu sect. Put! The Golden Core Elder was cleaved in two by an axe. But at the same time, the back of the cultivator surnamed Wang was also pierced by several demonic claws. Junior brother Wang, the cultivator surnamed Li cried out. Senior brother, let's go. The cultivator surnamed Wang managed to utter two words with difficulty. He embraced the two fellow disciples in front of him who were corrupted by demonic energy, and the golden core within his body began to reverse wildly. Immortal Alliance. Forever. Boom. A blinding white light exploded in the demon-suppressing abyss, where demonic energy surged. Golden core self-destructs. The violent shockwave of spiritual energy tore more than 10 demonized cultivators to pieces and also paused Mo Changkong's offensive. He was struck by this force, his body swayed, and the aura of the pseudo-nascent soul became slightly disordered. A great opportunity. Lang Yu forcefully suppressed her injuries and sprayed all her essence and blood onto the Zhou Tian star chart. Buzz! The star map burst forth with unprecedented light, and the entire starry sky came alive, condensing into a giant silver sword that spanned the heavens and the earth. Immortal Alliance secret technique, heavenly punishment. Cut. The silver greatsword, with its overwhelming power, tore through the demonic energy, locked onto the chaotic Mo Changkong, and slashed down fiercely. No! A deadly crisis struck, and Mo Changkong roared in terror. He tried to dodge, but his body was locked in place by an invisible force. Rumble! The silver greatsword struck Mo Changkong squarely. The entire Xuanfu mountain range trembled violently, and peaks collapsed under the aftershocks, turning countless palaces and pavilions into dust. Xuanfu sect, a sect that has stood in the eastern wilderness for 1,000 years, was reduced to ruins by this one sword. The smoke and dust cleared. At the bottom of the abyss, a huge, bottomless sword mark appeared. Mo Changkong lay at the bottom of the sword wound, covered in blood. Most of the demonic energy on his body had dissipated, and the terrifying aura of the pseudo-nascent soul had rapidly receded. His cultivation level was reduced back to the late golden core stage, his aura weakened, and he suffered a fatal blow. Cough cough. Lan Yu fell from mid-air, her face deathly pale, her body swaying precariously. The only surviving cultivator, surnamed Li, was also covered in blood. He staggered to Lan Yu's side and helped her up. Looking at Mo Changkong in the deep pit, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. This old devil has finally been brought to justice. However, he had barely finished speaking. Mo Changkong, who was in the deep pit, suddenly let out a low and eerie laugh. Hee, ha ha ha. Finish? He got up, half of his body was chopped off, and he looked like a vengeful ghost. You think this is the end? Mo Changkong raised his head, his face filled with resentment and madness. Lin Feng. Evergreen Valley. And your immortal alliance. I swear, I will make every one of you pay with your lives for my Xuanfu sect. He gave a bitter laugh and slapped his own crown. Oh no! He's going to destroy his own soul. The cultivator surnamed Li's expression changed drastically. The anticipated self-destruction did not occur. An ancient and complex blood-red rune lit up between Mo Changkong's brows. This rune was tightly bound to his soul. With this strike, half of his soul burned, turning into fuel to activate the rune. The excruciating pain of his soul being torn apart caused Mo Changkong to let out a scream that was inhuman. After absorbing half of his divine soul, the blood-red rune shone brightly and then exploded. Rip! The black curtain that shrouded the entire Xuanfu sect was torn open with a small opening. Ancient blood escape talisman. Leng Yu gasped in surprise, recognizing the origin of the rune. That's a forbidden escape technique that can only be activated at the cost of burning one's divine soul. Before she could react, Mo Changkong had already transformed into a streak of blood-red light, flashing through the crack and disappearing into the horizon. He ran away. After paying such a heavy price, the main culprit actually escaped. With Mo Changkong's escape, the flesh altar, which served as the core of the formation, completely collapsed, and the demonic array that enveloped the Xuanfu sect also vanished. Sunlight once again fell upon this ruined mountain range. Leng Yu looked in the direction where Mo Changkong had disappeared, then at the devastated Xuanfu sect and the mangled corpse of junior brother Wang on the ground. He could no longer suppress the gushing blood and spat it out violently. In this battle, the Immortal Alliance's enforcement hall has lost all face. Thousands of miles away, in Evergreen Valley. In the secret room, Lin Feng opened his eyes. Just now, that feeling of palpitation struck again, and it was 100 times stronger than before. A venomous and insane thought traveled thousands of miles and locked onto his location. In that mindset, there was only reckless destruction. Lin Feng stood up, walked to the window, and looked towards the northeast. The sky was clear, and although the bloody light had disappeared, the malevolent killing intent still lingered around him. He knew something was wrong. Chapter 54: The Eastern Wilderness undergoes a tremend. The Xuanfu sect has been destroyed. The news spread throughout the entire Eastern Wilderness as the Immortal Alliance's enforcement hall's silver-white flying boat departed. Mo Changkong, the Supreme Elder who reached the late Golden Core stage, burned his essence blood and escaped when the demon realm shattered, and his whereabouts remain unknown. The entire Xuanfu sect was labeled as colluding with the demonic path by the Immortal Alliance's enforcement hall and thus expelled from the sect. Although the Lin family won the battle at Changqing Valley, they also suffered heavy losses. Inside the council chamber, the smell of blood mingled with the odor of herbs. Lin Feng sat in the main seat, his face pale. By forcefully activating a third-tier talisman and then using his foundation establishment body to directly confront a golden core cultivator, his meridians and soul suffered considerable damage. Master, the casualties and battle losses have been tallied. Qin Mengyao handed over a jade slip, her eyes slightly red. Red. Lin Feng didn't answer. He closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing. In this battle, 37 of my people were lightly wounded, 12 were seriously wounded, and none were killed. But, more than 80% of our greenwood puppets have been damaged. Of the 3 black gold puppets, 1 has self-destructed and the other 2 are severely damaged and cannot be repaired in the short term. Qin Mengyao's voice trembled slightly. Those puppets were created by the Lin family at the cost of enormous resources. The four symbols locking heaven formation is severely damaged, and its spiritual veins have been contaminated by the blood soul banner. It will take at least 3 months to fully repair, costing millions of spirit stones. The council chamber was quiet. Lin Feng opened his eyes. It's good that everyone is all right. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the hall breathed a sigh of relief. If the puppet is gone, we can build another one. If the formation is broken, we can repair it. As long as people are alive, the Lin family will exist. He looked at everyone and continued making arrangements. In this battle, all clansmen who participated will receive double the reward according to their merits. The seriously injured will receive all the necessary elixirs from the family treasury, along with a high-grade magic weapon and 100,000 spirit stones. Meng Yao, for her overall leadership and greatest contribution, is hereby awarded a heaven-rank cultivation technique and a top-grade magic weapon. Bing Yao. Lin Feng looked at his wife beside him. In that battle, she had restrained the Golden Core Cultivator, creating an opportunity to kill Zhang Lai, but she had also expended a great deal of energy. What do you want? Xiao Bingyao simply shook her head, walked behind him, and put her hand on his shoulder. A wisp of ice elemental spiritual energy passed through, calming his disordered aura. Lin Feng didn't say anything more. Those who died in battle were the Xuanfu sect cultivators who had been subdued. Although they were prisoners, they still shed blood for my Lin family. Give them a proper burial and provide compensation to their families. The issuance of instructions quickly stabilized morale. 3 days later. Outside Chongqing Valley, traffic flows like a river. Representatives from hundreds of sects and families in the eastern wilderness lined up outside the valley with lavish gifts, all hoping to meet the head of the Lin family. The Heavenly Sword Sect's worship was the first to be welcomed inside. Chu Wuxuan led several elders into the council hall. Upon seeing Lin Feng, he paused for a moment, then bowed respectfully. Patriarch Lin. Sect leader Chu, please be seated. Lin Feng raised his hand in greeting. Patriarch Lin, you truly have remarkable skills. You managed to persuade the Immortal Alliance to intervene and annihilate the Xuanfu sect. I, Chu Wuxuan, admire you. Chu Wuxuan's tone was full of emotion. He originally thought the Lin family would fight the Xuanfu sect to the bitter end. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would directly bring the Immortal Alliance into the picture? Just lucky. Lin Feng poured him a cup of tea. The Xuanfu sect only has itself to blame. Now that the Xuanfu sect has fallen, the northern part of the eastern wilderness is leaderless. The dozens of spirit mines and herb gardens under his control, as well as that territory, have all become unclaimed land. Chu Wuxuan directly stated her purpose. He looked at Lin Feng. What are your plans, Patriarch Lin? Lin Feng put down his teacup. The former territory of Xuanfu sect, my Lin family wants 50% of it. Chu Wuxuan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Even if the Lin family wanted it all, no one would dare to object. Taking only 70% was to leave room for their allies. The remaining 50% will be distributed by the Heavenly Sword sect to allies who contributed to this battle, Lin Feng added. As for those opportunists, let them spit out what they've already swallowed. Good. Chu Wuxuan slapped his thigh. Let's do as Patriarch Lin says. He knew that from this day forward, the overlord of the eastern wilderness would be surnamed Lin. After seeing Chu Wuxuan off, Lin Feng received other sects who came to pay their respects. He didn't make things too difficult for them, but he reprimanded a few forces that had been close to the Xuanfu sect before setting new rules. The sky over the eastern wilderness has changed. It was late at night. Lin Feng stood alone in the courtyard, gazing at the moon in the sky. Xiao Bingyao and Mu Wan'er stood on either side of him, accompanying him. Wan'er, do you feel that your medicinal spirit body is not enough for this third-order spiritual vein? Lin Feng suddenly asked. Mu Wan'er paused for a moment, then nodded. It is true, the spiritual energy here can no longer keep up with the growth of spiritual herbs. Bingyao, your sword spirit and sword body also need to be tempered by a higher level of cold energy. Lin Feng then looked at Xiao Bingyao. Xiao Bingyao hummed in agreement. Evergreen Valley is too small. Both wives looked at him at the same time. The mountain range occupied by the Xuanfu sect is a 4th-grade high-quality spiritual vein, with a spiritual energy concentration 10 times that of this place. Lin Feng's tone was very calm. I'm thinking of moving there. Move place? Move from Chongqing Valley to Xuanfu mountain range? That place is, after all, the stronghold of the Xuanfu sect, Muwaner said with some worry. From today onwards, that place will no longer be called the Xuanfu Mountains. Lin Feng spoke slowly and deliberately. That place is the foundation of my Lin family's estate. I have decided to rename it Evergreen Immortal Mountain. The next day, news of Lin Feng's decision spread throughout the family. After a brief moment of shock, there was an uncontrollable burst of cheers. Relocate to a fourth-tier spiritual vein. This means that their cultivation speed will increase exponentially. This means that their descendants will have a starting point far exceeding that of any force in the eastern wilderness. The entire Lin family mobilized. The family's relocation and construction officially began. Countless spiritual materials and resources were transported from all over the eastern wilderness to the newly named Evergreen Immortal Mountain. The ruins of the former Xuanfu sect were gradually cleared away. A brand new pavilion rose from the ground, and an even more powerful spirit-gathering array enveloped the entire mountain range. 2 weeks later, Lin Feng stood atop the main peak of Changqing Immortal Mountain. The mountain wind blew his robes. Beneath our feet lies a vast territory stretching for thousands of miles. In the distance, the family's flying boats shuttled back and forth, and the faces of the family members were all smiling. Lin Feng, however, did not relax. He looked at the sky thousands of miles away. Mo Chong Kong, the late-stage golden core cultivator who escaped from the combined attack of the Immortal Alliance and the demons. As long as this person lives, the Lin family will never have peace. No one can withstand the mad revenge of a late-stage golden core cultivator. Someone come here. Lin Feng's voice was carried away by the wind. A dark figure appeared behind him and knelt on one knee. He is the leader of the Lin family's secret service, the Shadow Guard. Lin Feng did not turn around, but just looked at the distant horizon. Pass on my order, spare no expense and use all available resources. Find Mo Changkong's whereabouts. Chapter 55 Evergreen Immortal Mountain, a relaxing family. 8 years later. Evergreen Immortal Mountain. The ruins of the former Xuanfu Gate have long since disappeared, replaced by a series of pavilions and towers, shrouded in mist and with cranes gracefully flying about. On the training ground atop the main peak, 2 figures were crossing paths. A tall and imposing figure stood out, his swordsmanship steady and powerful. Although he did not use any spiritual power, each strike he made caused the air to hum slightly. The other figure was much shorter, a boy of about 10 years old. He had a handsome face, with a coldness between his brows that seemed out of place for his age. The small sword in his hand moved nimbly and swiftly, its light flashing, already showing considerable skill. Slow down. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and stood there. He looked at his eldest son, Lin Ping'an. The demon-slaying sword technique emphasizes meaning over form. You are too eager for quick success. Lin Ping'an sheathed his sword, slightly unconvinced. Father, I can already perform the first move completely. Ordinary qi refining stage cultivators can't even get close to me. He spoke with great confidence. At the early stage of foundation building at the age of 10. Looking across the entire eastern wilderness, no, the entire cultivation world, they are all unheard of geniuses. Killing is not the goal. Lin Feng walked to his side and reached out to straighten his wrist holding the sword. Living is the goal. His fingers brushed across the sword, and a barely perceptible wisp of spiritual energy flowed into it. Buzz. The long sword in Lin Ping'an's hand emitted a clear and melodious sword sound. Can you feel it? The sword's breath. You must become its friend, not treat it as a tool. Lin Ping'an closed his eyes, carefully experiencing the wondrous rhythm. The restlessness on his face gradually faded, replaced by a sense of calm. Lin Feng looked at him with a smile. This child has perfectly inherited Xiao Bingyao's talent in swordsmanship. What's even more remarkable is that his temperament also resembles Xiao Bingyao's, calm and resolute. Not far away, in the direction of the medicinal herb garden, a 6 or 7-year-old boy was squatting in front of a radiant and colorful spiritual plant, his little mouth close to the flower bud, muttering incantations. That was his second son, Lin Siyuan. As he whispered, the budding flower slowly unfurled its petals, releasing a refreshing and unique fragrance. Mu Wanner stood aside, watching this scene with tenderness. Her medicinal spirit body was perfectly inherited by Lin Siyuan, who even surpassed her. This home is full of life. When Lin Feng finished dealing with family affairs and returned to his cave dwelling deep within the main peak, night had already fallen. In the courtyard, lamps made of moonstone emit a soft glow. Beside the stone table, Xiao Bingyao sat upright, wiping her natal flying sword. 8 years have passed, and time has not left any marks on her face. On the contrary, due to the improvement of her cultivation, she has gained a more ethereal and otherworldly charm. Peak of late foundation establishment stage. He was only one step away from achieving the golden core stage. She noticed Lin Feng's return, paused her wiping motion, and looked up. Those eyes, once like eternal ice, are now only filled with melting spring water. I'm back. Lin Feng sat down next to her. Mu Wanner walked over carrying a plate of sliced spiritual fruits, followed by Lin Siyuan. Father. The little guy rushed into Lin Feng's arms and held up a freshly picked herb as if presenting a treasure. This is a calming herb that Siyuan just encouraged to grow today. Make some tea for Dad. Lin Feng smiled and rubbed his head. Our Siyuan is really amazing. On the other side, Qin Mengyao was being pestered by Lin Pingan. Aunt Mengyao, is the protective array you set up really so strong that even a nascent soul true monarch can't break it? Lin Pingan was filled with curiosity about all things powerful. Qin Mengyao is now the head of the Lin family's array hall. Over the past 8 years, she has transformed the entire Chongqing Immortal Mountain into an impregnable fortress. A top-tier, third-order composite formation, integrating offense and defense, with illusion, killing, and trapping formations interlocking, enough to ensure that any golden core cultivator would not return alive. When she heard Lin Pingan's question, a rare hint of pride appeared on her face. I Haven T tried it with a nascent soul true monarch, but for a late-stage golden core cultivator, coming in means certain death. She was no longer the defensive, dependent array master she once was. In the Lin family, she found a sense of belonging and a stage to showcase her talents, and her proud nature was smoothed out by the warmth of the family. Lin Siyuan often dragged her to play hide-and-seek in the formation, which gradually made her accustomed to the children's closeness. Wow! Lin Pingan's eyes lit up. Lin Feng watched this scene with a sense of peace in his heart. His wife is gentle, his son is filial, his family is prosperous, and his subordinates are loyal. He lived a peaceful life for the past 8 years. On the system panel, his cultivation level had already reached the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. All that's needed is a trigger before we can begin condensing the golden core. He cherished this hard-won warmth and peace. However, beneath the surface of a seemingly peaceful life, undercurrents are always surging. Master of the family. A dark figure appeared silently in the shadows of the courtyard and knelt on one knee. He is Lin Yi, the leader of the Lin family's secret shadow guards. Lin Feng calmly sipped his tea. Explain. Reporting to the patriarch, 3 months ago, in Xingyang City, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator was found dead in his cave. His life essence had been drained, and his death was gruesome. Lin Yi's voice was completely flat. A month ago, 2 disciples from a sect went missing while on a training expedition in Baiduan Mountain. Half a month later, their bodies were found, and they had been dried up by someone's sucking of their bodies. 7 days ago, in Tianfeng City on the border of our eastern wilderness, all 13 members of a small cultivation family were reduced to ashes overnight. Lin respectfully presented the 3 jade slips containing photographs. The technique is exactly the same as the demonic secret technique from 8 years ago. In the courtyard, you could hear a pin drop. The children may not yet understand what this means. But Xiao Bingyao, Mu Wanner, and Qin Mengyao all recalled the fierce battle 8 years ago. I remembered that madman who burned his divine soul and escaped from the Immortal Alliance's enforcement hall. I see. Lin Feng's answer remained calm. He didn't look at the jade slip, he simply waved his hand. Continue the investigation, but don't alert them. Also, raise the family's alert level to the highest level. Yes. Lin Yi's figure once again merged into the darkness and disappeared. Husband. Mu Wanner's face was filled with worry. Dad, is he a bad person? Lin Siyuan also sensed something was wrong and asked in a low voice. Fine. Lin Feng smiled at his wife and children, a smile as gentle and sunny as ever. It's just a rat that's been hiding in the gutter for 8 years, and now it finally dares to stick its head out for some fresh air. He reassured his family and told them to go back to their rooms to rest. Alone, standing in the empty courtyard. He raised his head and looked at the bright moon in the sky. 8 years. He waited 8 years. This venomous snake, lurking in the shadows and poised to pounce and bite through the throats of his family members at any moment, finally couldn't resist any longer. He thought he had hidden it well. But he didn't know. Lin Feng never forgot. To cut the grass, you must remove the roots. That old ghost that hid for 8 years is still alive. Chapter 56: The Blood Sacrifice Teleportation Array. Half a month passed in a flash. The atmosphere at Changqing Immortal Mountain became noticeably tense. The number of clansmen patrolling the mountain has doubled, and the energy fluctuations of the mountain protecting array are more profound than ever before. The faces of every member of the Lin family showed less ease and more vigilance. Although the enemy has not yet shown himself, a dangerous aura has already enveloped the entire family. That day, Lin Feng was discussing matters with several core clan members in the Elders' Hall. Just then, Patriarch, a blood-soaked shadow guard, burst through the door, knelt on the ground, and his voice was hoarse. Something's happened. All conversations in the hall fell silent. Lin Feng suddenly stood up. Speak. The 7th Squad, which was tracking down the demonic path, lost contact at Ghost Cry Cliff in Qingzhou. The shadow guard trembled as he pulled out a piece of soul jade that had been shattered into several pieces from his bosom. This was the last message Captain Lin Wu sent back. After that, everyone's soul lamps went out. Completely annihilated. These 4 words froze the atmosphere in the hall. The 7th Squad is one of the Lin family's most elite scout squads. Team leader Lin Wu, with a mid-foundation establishment cultivation level, excels in tracking and stealth, and has extensive combat experience. The team members are also all skilled late-stage chi refining cultivators. Even if such a team encountered a golden core cultivator and couldn't defeat them, at least they could send back a message, instead of being wiped out silently like they are now. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely tense. Gather manpower and seal off Ghost Cry Cliff. Lin Feng's voice was flat. I'll go take a look. Qingzhou, Ghost Cry Cliff. This is an ancient battlefield site, where airy winds howl year-round, sounding like ghostly cries, hence its name. Lin Feng, along with Xiao Bingyao and Qin Mengyao, arrived here as soon as possible. The scene has been cordoned off by family disciples who rushed to the scene after hearing the news. The 7th Squad disappeared in a natural cave deep within Ghost Cry Cliff. The cave was empty. Only on the ground at the very center of the grotto remains a patch of dried, dark red stain. It's too clean. Xiao Bingyao gripped the sword hilt and scanned her surroundings. It looks like it was deliberately cleaned. Lin Feng squatted down and picked up a bit of dust from the ground with his fingers. Hold it to the tip of your nose and sniff it gently. It has a bloody smell, which is masked by a special spice. He stood up and looked around. There are no signs of a struggle here, proving that they were killed without any means of resistance. Or rather, they didn't even have time to resist. One Foundation establishment mid-stage expert, leading 9 chi refining late-stage elites, didn't even have time to resist. The opponent's strength is at least at the late golden core stage. Moreover, he is a late-stage golden core cultivator who excels at surprise attacks and restrictions. Mo Chung Kong. This name came to mind for everyone. Just then, Qin Mengyao, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Something's not right. She didn't look at the bloodstains on the ground, nor did she look at her surroundings. She simply frowned slightly and closed her eyes. Her beautiful hair moved on its own even without wind. She activated her innate array embryo with all her might, sensing everything around her. In her perception, the seemingly ordinary grotto was a completely different sight. In the air, countless broken threads of law appeared in her perception. Those threads are a kind of distortion that doesn't belong to this world. This is not a battlefield. Qin Mengyao opened her eyes. Her tone was firm. This is an altar. Altar? Lin Feng and Xiao Bingyao both looked at her. Look, Qin Mengyao said, pointing to the empty walls of the cave. Here, and there all of them were once inscribed with extremely complex array patterns. The array patterns have been erased, but the fluctuations of the laws cannot be faked. She walked to the center of the cave and looked at the dark red stain. This is not just a simple blood stain. This is the energy source to activate the formation. Qin Mengyao took a deep breath, her face turning pale. He used the lifeblood of our people as a sacrifice to forcibly activate a teleportation array. Teleportation array. This conclusion made Lin Feng's expression turn serious. Can you find the destination of the teleportation? He immediately asked. It's difficult. Qin Mengyao shook her head. This is a one-time, reverse-activated ancient formation that is almost impossible to trace. She looked at Lin Feng's solemn expression and bit her lip. However, I can give it a try. After saying that, she no longer hesitated. She then took out a series of peculiar array artifacts from her storage bag. A silver compass covered with star markings. several banners emitting a faint glow. There was also a stack of blank jade slips. She inserted the array flags into the ground in some mysterious orientation and placed the compass on the bloodstain. Qin Mangyao sat cross-legged, her hands forming a hand seal. Streams of spiritual light flew from her fingertips and disappeared into the compass and array flags. Buzz! The silver compass emitted a soft chime, and the star markings on it began to rotate. The entire space inside the grotto began to distort. Those threads of law, drawn together by the power of the compass, reassembled, attempting to recreate the appearance of the formation before its activation. This process is extremely mentally taxing. Qin Mengyao's forehead quickly became covered in fine beads of sweat, and her face grew increasingly pale. Lin Feng stood to the side, his fists clenched, without saying a word. He knew that this might be the only chance to find Mo Changkong and avenge Lin Wu and the others. Time passed, second by second. Half an hour later. Puff! Qin Mangyao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her body swayed, and she almost fell over. Lin Feng stepped forward, supported her, and channeled a stream of pure spiritual energy into her body. Don't force yourself. Found it. Qin Mangyao didn't bother wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. She raised her weak hand and pointed to the air. There, a fragmented phantom of an array was dissipating. At the end of that phantom, a blurry coordinate system appeared and disappeared. Qin Mangyao quickly took out a blank jade slip and imprinted the coordinates onto it. After doing all this, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed into Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng took the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense. Inside the jade slip was a vast map. A red dot is flashing wildly at the edge of the map. That place has already left the territory of the Eastern Wilderness. This is an ancient one-way teleportation array that has been abandoned for at least 3,000 years. Qin Mangyao added weakly. He fled to the southern border. Southern Xinjiang. Upon hearing these two words, even the usually composed Xiao Bingyao showed a hint of seriousness in her eyes. If the order in the Eastern Wilderness is barely maintained by the Immortal Alliance, Southern Xinjiang was a true lawless land, a chaotic region where no one cared. There, poisonous insects and miasma abound, ancient ferocious beasts roam freely, and the largest number of demonic cultivators, evil cultivators, and desperados in the cultivation world have gathered. An old ghost in the late stage of Golden Core, who is ruthless and has gone completely mad. In a place like that, they would only become more unscrupulous. Lin Feng can imagine. Once Mo Changkong establishes a foothold in the southern frontier, recovers his strength, and even encounters a fortuitous demonic adventure, breaking through to the nascent soul stage, the Lin family, his wife and children, will never have a peaceful day again. To cut the weeds, you must pull them out by the roots. We must not give him any chance to breathe. Lin Feng, holding the weakened Qin Mangyao, slowly stood up. He turned around, facing the empty shadows behind him. Lin Yi. A dark figure silently knelt down on one knee in front of him. Pass on my orders. Lin Feng's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a resolute tone. I want to know everything about southern Xinjiang. All. Chapter 57 The discussion on the southern frontier. The night was as dark as ink, but the lights on the main peak of Changqing Immortal Mountain shone brighter than the stars. In Lin Feng's study, moonlight streamed through the window lattice, casting shadows on the floor and revealing 4 quiet figures. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood and medicine. Qin Mangyao leaned against Lin Feng's chest, her face still as pale as paper, her breath weak. In order to deduce that coordinate, she exhausted her mind and even damaged her very essence. Mu Wanner was carefully channeling gentle wood-type spiritual energy into her, trying to alleviate her pain. Xiao Bingyao stood by the window, her hand on the hilt of her sword, radiating an aura of coldness that kept people at a distance. But her gaze would occasionally fall on Qin Mangyao, carrying a hint of complicated emotions. Let's all talk about it. Lin Feng finally broke the silence. His voice was calm, revealing no emotion. But the slightly trembling body in his arms and the solemn look in the eyes of his other 2 wives indicated that tonight's conversation would determine the future of the entire Lin family. I'll go. Xiao Bingyao was the first to speak, and her words were concise and to the point. She turned around, and her icy eyes seemed to be burning with flames. Mo Changkong must die. She paused, her voice growing even colder. I once heard my elders mention that the southern frontier is the headquarters of the blood soul hall of the demonic path. That old ghost must have escaped there because of something to do with them. This is her inner demon, the deep-seated hatred she has frozen in her heart. Now, the family's crisis and her hatred have become intertwined. She didn't say revenge, but every word she uttered was etched with an obsession with revenge. It's too dangerous. Mu Wan'er spoke softly, interrupting the murderous intent in Xiao Bingyao's words. She glanced at Lin Feng, then at the weak Qin Mangyao in her arms, her eyes filled with worry. My lord, what kind of place is the southern frontier? It is filled with miasma, teeming with poisonous insects, and teeming with ruthless demonic cultivators. Our roots are in the eastern wilderness, and Pingyan and Si Yuan are still young. She dared not imagine what dangers Lin Feng would encounter if he went alone. We can't wait for him to come knocking on our door. Mu Wan'er's voice was soft, but firm. But what will happen to the children if our whole family goes to southern Xinjiang? What will happen to Chongqing Immortal Mountain? Her idea was simple. This home is everything to her. She doesn't want this home to take any risks she can't afford. Silence fell once again in the study. Xiao Bingyao's decisiveness signifies an attack. Mu Wan'er's protection represents defense. Two choices, two futures, both fraught with unknowns and dangers. Sister Wan'er is right. Just then, Qin Mangyao, who had been silent all along, spoke weakly. She struggled to sit up, and Lin Feng quickly helped her. She looked at Mu Wan'er, whose face was full of worry, but her eyes were clear and full of reason. In the eastern wilderness, we are the overlords, and no one dares to provoke us. But this comfort is like a frog being slowly boiled in water. Once a Mo Chankong has a fortuitous encounter in the southern frontier and breaks through to the nascent soul stage. At that time, he will not only kill a few of us, but the entire Lin family, leaving no one alive. Her words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts. Nascent soul. These two words are like a mountain, weighing heavily on everyone's heart. Mo Chankong, a late-stage golden core cultivator, had already pushed them to this point. If one is at the nascent soul stage, one can flatten the entire evergreen immortal mountain with a wave of the hand. Qin Mangyao took a breath and continued, I come from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and have read some secret scrolls about the southern frontier. Although it is dangerous there, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth there is far superior to that of the eastern wilderness. Many ancient ruins and lost caves are hidden within. Behind the danger lies countless opportunities. Her gaze swept over Xiao Bingyao, then landed on Lin Feng. Instead of passively waiting here for a hopeless ending that is destined to come, we should take the initiative and take our destiny back into our own hands. We can establish a new stronghold there, a stronghold that is more secluded and more powerful than Evergreen Immortal Mountain. His words were clear, logical, and well organized. She turned a passive escape into an active exploration. Mu Wan'er stopped talking. She knew Qin Mangyao was right. The flames in Xiao Bingyao's eyes burned even brighter. Lin Feng listened quietly, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. He looked at the three women in front of him. One is a sharp sword that is willing to cut down all the enemies in the world for him. One is a safe haven for him to protect the family's peace and stability. Another is a guiding light that can dispel the fog for him when he is confused. Their personalities are completely different, and their views seem to be opposing. But Lin Feng knew that their hearts were tied to this family and to him. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? He stood up and walked to the middle of the three. He stretched out his hands, one hand holding Xiao Bingyao's cold hand, and the other holding Mu Wan'er's warm hand. Then, with his other arm, he gently pulled the weak Qin Mangyao into his embrace. What you said is all correct. Lin Feng's voice carried an unprecedented solemnity and gentleness. We cannot sit idly by and wait for our doom, nor can we run away. I must personally remove this poisonous thorn, Mo Chankong. Therefore, I have decided to go to southern Xinjiang. Xiao Bingyao's body trembled slightly, and she tightened her grip on Lin Feng's hand. A struggle flashed in Mu Wan'er's eyes, but it ultimately turned into determination. She would unconditionally support her husband's decision. However, Lin Feng changed the subject. We cannot act rashly. He looked at his three wives. We can't move the whole family there. That is not pioneering, that is suicide. Changqing Immortal Mountain is our foundation and the home of our children. We must never give it up. My plan is for me to lead an elite squad to southern Xinjiang first, to get a clear picture of the situation, and to establish a foothold. And you will remain on Evergreen Immortal Mountain. No. Three voices rang out in unison. Xiao Bingyao's eyes left no room for doubt. I'll go with you. Mu Wan'er also mustered her courage. Husband, my medicinal spirit body might come in handy in the southern frontier, where there are many poisonous herbs and spiritual medicines that are not found in the eastern wilderness. Qin Mangyao went even further. The southern frontier is riddled with ancient restrictions. Without me, you can't move an inch. Looking at the three faces that seemed to say, I want to go with you, Lin Feng felt both annoyed and amused, but his heart was warmed. He knew that it was impossible to abandon any of them. Okay, we'll all go. We're a family, we'll be together wherever we go. Lin Feng raised his hands in surrender, a helpless smile on his face. This appearance softened the somber atmosphere in the study. The three women breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that he had agreed, and smiles appeared on their faces. However, Lin Feng said, his smile fading and his expression turning serious again, you can go, but not now. Mo Changkong is already at the late golden core stage. In a demonic land like the southern frontier, he will only become stronger. And we are not strong enough. His gaze swept over Xiao Bingyao, who was in the late stage of foundation establishment, and over Mu Wanner, who was in the early stage of foundation establishment. Finally, his gaze fell on Qin Mengyao, who had just exhausted her mental energy and whose cultivation was at the late stage of foundation establishment. In those eyes, there was a hint of apology, a hint of tenderness, and a hint of an undeniable depth. We must make thorough preparations before setting off. First and foremost, we must further enhance our capabilities. To cope with the unknown dangers in southern Xinjiang, and to protect the home he cherished so much. Lin Feng knew that he needed to break through his own limitations, cultivate together with his Taoist partner, and make progress together. It is the only thing we must do right now. Chapter 58, The truth came out, and I accepted it willingly. The study door was gently closed. Xiao Bingyao and Mu Wanner disappeared outside the door, and the room fell silent. The air still held the fragrance of medicinal herbs, mixed with the stench of blood from Qin Mengyao's body. Lin Feng helped Qin Mengyao sit down on the animal skin couch, and then pulled a thin blanket over her legs. Are you feeling better? He asked. I won't die. Qin Mengyao's voice was still weak, but the arrogance in her tone remained undiminished. She leaned back against the soft cushion, her face pale. Lin Feng didn't say anything more, but just sat to the side and poured her a cup of spiritual tea. Tea is a calming herb cultivated by Lin Siyuan, and it has the effect of calming the mind and stabilizing the spirit. Qin Mengyao watched him do all this in silence. This man is always like this. No matter how big the storm, he always remained calm and considerate in front of his family. She still remembered that 8 years ago, she was bound by void chains and fell miserably from the void. It was this man who brought her home. At that time, she was on high alert, using her status as a prodigy of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion and the arrogance of an array master to shield herself as she scrutinized everything in this family. But he never treated her as an outsider he needed to be wary of. He gave her a safe place to heal, trusted her completely, and even entrusted her with the entire family's protective mountain formation. In this home, she could freely study the array formations she was obsessed with. You can debate the merits of sword formations with Xiao Bingyao, and you can be dragged by Mu Wanner to taste various medicinal dishes. Even the two children, one of them would tug at her clothes and ask her if the formation could trap the moon in the sky. The other one would secretly place the first spiritual flower that had been nurtured into the pen holder in her study. This feeling was something she had never experienced before in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, a place teeming with geniuses and where everyone was scheming. This is home. And this man in front of us is the one who holds this family together. Lin Feng, Qin Mengyao called out, is there something you want to tell me? Lin Feng paused for a moment while holding the teacup, then put it down. He raised his head and looked at Qin Mengyao calmly. Mengyao, we need to go to the southern frontier. Our current strength is insufficient. He got straight to the point, without beating around the bush. Mo Changkong is at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. In a place like the southern frontier where demonic cultivation is rampant, he will only thrive. He burned his soul to escape, his mind had long since gone mad, and he would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. As for us, Bingyao and you are in the late stage of foundation establishment, Wanner is in the early stage, and I am stuck at the bottleneck of the great perfection of foundation establishment. With this lineup, going to the southern frontier wouldn't be to kill him, it would be to deliver his head to the enemy. Lin Feng's every word left Qin Mengyao speechless. Of course she knew. However, she was used to using the most rational analysis to plan a path. As for the thorns and risks along the way, in her view, they are all things that can be calculated and overcome. But she forgot that human hearts and emotions are immeasurable. Lin Feng looked at her and continued, you know Bingyao's personality. The Blood Soul Hall's headquarters is in the southern frontier. She is going there partly for her family and partly for revenge. Once she starts fighting, she will not consider the consequences. Wanner is kind-hearted. If she goes with us, she will only become our weakness. And you, Lin Feng's gaze fell on her pale face, you have damaged your essence in order to deduce the coordinates. It will take you at least a year or two to recover to your peak. Therefore, we must go to southern Xinjiang, but we cannot go like we are now. Qin Mengyao listened quietly. She realized that all her previous analyses had been too idealistic. She only considered the strategic initiative and passivity, but ignored the huge shortcomings of the people who execute the strategy. So, what do you want to do? She asked. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts. Finally, he raised his head again and looked at her sincerely. Mengyao, the cultivation method I practice is very special. It is called the Yin Yang He Mending Tianjing scripture of Yin Yang harmony and heaven mending. Bingyao and Wanner's current cultivation levels are both related to this. It can heal injuries, strengthen the foundation, and even allow both parties to make rapid progress in their cultivation. Qin Menyao's body stiffened. She was incredibly intelligent and already understood what Lin Feng was about to say. Really? I need to break through to the golden core realm. Normal core formation is a matter of 9 out of 10 chances of survival. But if I could cultivate with you, and with the help of the wonders of the technique to harmonize yin and yang, my success rate would increase by at least 50%. Not only that, but your fundamental injury can also be completely healed in the shortest possible time under the nourishment of this cultivation technique. The study fell silent. Qin Mengyao's heart was in turmoil. She wasn't an innocent young girl, she understood what the term dual cultivation meant. If this were in the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, any man who dared to say such things to her would be killed by hundreds of killing formations. However, the person who said these words was Lin Feng. After Lin Feng finished speaking, there was no hint of frivolity in his words, but rather a sense of responsibility. He noticed her struggle and leaned back slightly, creating some distance between them. Mengyao, I hope you understand. His voice was extremely solemn. I am not using this as a threat, nor do I have any disrespectful intentions whatsoever. I'm just stating a fact, a way for our family to survive. You are my family. I respect any decision you make. If you're not willing, we'll think of another way. Even if it takes 10 or 20 more years, I will wait until the day when I am absolutely certain that I can form my core. However, I'm afraid Mo Changkong won't give us that much time. After saying that, he fell silent and simply sat there quietly, waiting for her answer. The choice was completely handed over to her. Qin Mengyao lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling. My chest tightened, then slowly relaxed. She remembered the first family dinner she attended after Lin Feng brought her home. The two children surrounded her, curiously touching the patterns on her skirt. Lin Feng walked over and said to her with a smile, Mengyao, this is your home from now on. You can do whatever you want, and no one will interfere. She recalled how, when she had spent countless materials setting up the 4 symbols locking heaven formation, an elder of the clan had expressed his dissatisfaction with the resources involved. In front of everyone, Lin Feng directly punished the elder by sending him to confinement. He said, in the Lin family, people are always more important than things. If Mengyao needs something, we'll empty the storeroom to provide it. She also remembered the grotto at Ghost Cry Cliff. When she collapsed, exhausted, and coughing up blood, it was this man's arms that caught her immediately. That embrace was firm and warm. It turns out that this man and this family had already occupied the most important place in her heart. Her pride and her rationality became irrelevant at that moment. What she wanted was never the title of a prodigy of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. She just wanted to protect this warmth. Having figured all this out, all of Qin Mengyao's hesitation and struggle disappeared. She raised her head, and in her clear eyes, there was no shyness, no coyness, only complete composure. Qin Mengyao looked back at Lin Feng. The distance between them was less than a foot. She could feel the warmth emanating from him and his rapid breathing. Qin Mengyao reached out her slightly cool hand and grasped his tightly clenched hand. Then, she leaned close to his ear and breathed softly. Lin Feng. I am willing. Chapter 59 The Great Tao Golden Core. After Qin Mengyao finished speaking, she looked away, her ears turning red. Lin Feng's heart also trembled. Good. Lin Feng's voice was a little hoarse as he carefully lifted Qin Mengyao from the soft couch. Qin Mengyao's body was very soft and light. Leaning against him, she felt weightless. Let's go to the secret room. Deep within the main peak of Changqing Immortal Mountain lies a secret chamber. It can be said that this is the safest place in the entire eastern wilderness. In the center of the secret room is a platform paved with warm jade. Lin Feng went to the center of the platform, put Qin Mangyao down, and the two sat cross-legged facing each other. Qin Mangyao nervously gripped the hem of her clothes. "Don't be afraid." Lin Feng noticed her unease. As he spoke, he stretched out his hands, gesturing for Qin Mangyao to place her palms opposite his. Qin Mangyao took a breath, raised her hand, and placed it against his palm. The moment their palms touched, Lin Feng closed his eyes, and the yin-yang harmony and heaven-mending scripture began to operate on its own. A surge of intense, pure yang spiritual energy rose from his dantian, traveled along his meridians, and flowed into Qin Mengyao's palm. Qin Mengyao's body stiffened as a powerful yet gentle heat surged into her body, flowing through her limbs and bones. Wherever that heat flowed, her meridians, which had been damaged by the forced deduction, were revitalized. The stinging sensation originating from the source was gently soothed by this power. So comfortable. Qin Mangyao couldn't help but let out a soft moan. She no longer resisted and actively guided the heat flow, circulating it throughout her body according to the method of the cultivation technique. Immediately afterwards, she also sent the cool and pure yin attribute spiritual power within her body into Lin Feng's palm. Two completely different spiritual energies converged in their palms, intertwining and merging naturally without conflict. Yin and yang, cold and hot. A perfect cycle is established between the two. The spiritual energy within the secret chamber began to surge wildly, transforming into a visible white stream of energy that the two swallowed whole. Their clothes moved and fluttered even though there was no wind. As the technique was activated, the distance between the two people grew closer and closer. Before they knew it, they were already embracing tightly. Spiritual energy surged rapidly within their bodies, continuously circulating throughout their bodies. Boom! Something exploded inside the two of them. A surge of energy, 10 times stronger than before, coursed through their meridians. That was Qin Mengyao's damaged essence, which was completely repaired under the nourishment of the dual cultivation technique, and combined with Lin Feng's pure yang energy, resulting in a qualitative change. A massive amount of pure spiritual energy surged into Lin Feng's body. His spiritual power, which had already reached its liquefaction limit, began its final transformation at this moment. 1 drop, 2 drops. The liquid spiritual energy began to compress and solidify at a speed visible to the naked eye, transforming into a solid state. That's a sign of core formation. However, just as the golden core was about to take shape, an invisible shackle of heaven and earth firmly suppressed its momentum. Bottleneck. The insurmountable chasm between foundation establishment and golden core. Countless cultivators, throughout their entire lives, have been unable to overcome this obstacle. Lin Feng felt as if his dantian was about to burst, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. At this most crucial moment, Qin Mangyao suddenly opened her eyes. There was no lust in her eyes, only clarity and an unprecedented determination. She voluntarily transferred her most refined and newly recovered primordial energy to him. "Lin Feng, let's go together." Boom! A loud bang echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Under the impact of this extremely yin and pure primordial energy, the seemingly indestructible bottleneck showed a crack. And the nascent golden core within his body finally stabilized. The light inside the secret room suddenly intensified, instantly engulfing the two figures. I don't know how much time passed. The light faded. Silence returned to the secret room. On the jade platform, Lin Feng and Qin Mangyao sat embracing each other. Qin Mangyao leaned against Lin Feng's chest, her face flushed and her breath lingering. She looked inward and found that her injuries had been fully healed, and her cultivation had even broken through the late-stage bottleneck, stepping into the great perfection of foundation establishment. The foundation of the way is perfectly smooth and flawless. The innate embryo has also undergone a transformation, and its perception of the laws of heaven and earth has become several times clearer. She looked up and gazed at the man who was so close to her. Lin Feng also opened his eyes. The golden core in his dantian had already condensed to 99%, and was just one step away from completion. Just then. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed dual cultivation with the chosen one Qin Mangyao. Detection indicates that the chosen one is completely devoted to the host, with a 100% sense of belonging. Reward triggered. Reward 1, Great Tao Golden Pill X1. This pill contains the essence of the Great Tao, helping the host to overcome bottlenecks and condense a perfect 9-turn golden pill, establishing the strongest foundation for the golden pill realm. Reward 2, Breakthrough Pill X2. This pill can help cultivators below the golden core stage to ignore bottlenecks and forcibly break through to a major realm. Note, only effective for the host's Taoist partner. Reward 3, Clan Expedition Quest begins. Core coordinates of Southern Frontier Continent locked. One-time cross-domain teleportation array large permission activated. Boom! Lin Feng's mind went blank. The Great Tao Golden Elixir. Just when he was wondering how to get past the last step, the system provided him with a solution. There are also breakthrough pills. 2 of them. This means that Xiao Bingyao and Mu Wanner's cultivation levels will also greatly improve. The access to that inter-domain teleportation array solved their biggest problem in getting to the southern frontier. Lin Feng examined the golden pills in the system space, then looked down at Qin Mangyao, who was radiant in his arms, and a surge of heroic spirit welled up in his heart. He lowered his head and gently kissed Qin Mangyao's smooth forehead. Mangyao, thank you. Chapter 60. The Golden Core is complete, time for the southern expedition. The stone door to the secret chamber opened. Lin Feng took Qin Mangyao's hand and walked out. Qin Mangyao's face regained its color, and her gaze softened her pride with a touch of tenderness. Her cultivation level had already reached the great perfection of foundation establishment. Lin Feng, on the other hand, possesses a restrained and unassuming aura, returning to simplicity and authenticity. When Xiao Bingyao and Mu Wanner saw him, they both felt an invisible pressure. My husband. Mu Wanner stepped forward, her face full of concern. Lin Feng smiled and handed over the 2 pills. The elixir was crystal clear and exuded a fragrant aroma. These are for you. This is? Xiao Bingyao took the pill and could feel the enormous energy contained within it. Breakthrough pill. Lin Feng's words were very direct. I can help you break through. The 3 women were stunned by these words. A pill that allows you to break through a minor realm without any conditions? Xiao Bingyao didn't ask any more questions. She glanced at Lin Feng, then sat down cross-legged and swallowed the pill. She believed him. Mu Wanner followed closely behind. Boom! Boom! 2 powerful auras erupted from them almost simultaneously. Xiao Bingyao's cultivation broke through the bottleneck and entered the great perfection of foundation establishment, and her sword intent became even more condensed. Mu Wanner has also progressed from the early stage of foundation establishment to the middle stage, and the vitality of her medicinal spirit body is becoming more and more abundant. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within their bodies, the 2 women exchanged a shocked look. Where did my husband get this elixir from? Alright, it's my turn. Lin Feng felt much more at ease seeing his wife's strength greatly improved. I need to go into seclusion to form my inner core, so that it may protect me. The 3 women nodded emphatically, standing in 3 different positions to protect Lin Feng in the center. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and took out the Great Tao Golden Pill. The moment the elixir appeared, the spiritual energy within the secret chamber surged. Without hesitation, he swallowed it in one gulp. 3 days later. Above Chongqing Immortal Mountain, the wind and clouds changed color. The clear sky was covered by dark clouds in just a few breaths. Purple lightning flashed through the dark clouds, and a divine might pressed down on all living beings on the evergreen Immortal Mountain, making it hard for them to breathe. It's a tribulation of lightning. Heavens! An ancestor is about to form his core. Who is it? Who is about to break through to the Golden Core stage? Countless members of the Lin family rushed out of their cave, staring in horror at the sky. Qin Mangyao and the other 2 women stood atop the main peak, their hands clasped tightly together. The tribulation of core formation is a matter of life and death, with only one chance of survival. They had confidence in Lin Feng, but they couldn't help but worry. Rumble! The first bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a bucket, tore through the sky and headed straight for the secret chamber on the main peak. Just when everyone thought the secret room would be destroyed, a golden hand, formed from spiritual energy, emerged from the mountain and grabbed the bolt of lightning. Click! The purple lightning was easily crushed in the golden hand, turning into a sky full of lightning. The calamity clouds in the sky churned violently. The second one. The third one. 8 lightning bolts struck in succession, each more violent than the last, relentlessly crashing down. No matter how violent the lightning tribulation was, it was all neutralized by that golden hand. At the center of the calamity clouds, a massive vortex is forming. The final tribulation lightning is brewing. That oppressive aura made even golden core cultivators 100 miles away feel their hearts tremble. Finally, from within the vortex, a golden divine lightning bolt crashed down. The golden hand did not reappear. The roof of the sealed room suddenly exploded open. A figure soared into the sky, facing the golden divine lightning head-on. It was Lin Feng. He hovered in mid-air, his black hair dancing wildly. Faced with the divine lightning that was enough to instantly kill an ordinary golden core cultivator, he simply raised his hand and threw a punch. There was no loud noise. There was only silence. The golden divine lightning crumbled inch by inch under that punch, transforming into pure lightning essence, which Lin Feng absorbed entirely into his body. The ominous clouds in the sky churned for a moment before slowly dissipating. The sunlight shone down again. A golden beam of light descended from the sky and enveloped Lin Feng. A gift from heaven. Bathed in the pillar of light, Lin Feng felt a golden pill spinning within his dantian, which had now fully taken shape. 9 mysterious patterns appeared on the golden core. 9 turned golden elixir. Golden core realm achieved. An aura of a golden core cultivator swept across the entire eastern wilderness, centered on him. All the golden core cultivators in the eastern wilderness felt a sense of unease and looked in the direction of evergreen Immortal Mountain. Another golden core cultivator has been born. Moreover, he is an absurdly powerful golden core cultivator. With his strength greatly increased, Lin Feng immediately began preparations for the expedition. That evening, a family banquet was held at the main peak cave. "Dad, aren't you super amazing now?" Lin Siyuan picked at the spirit rice in his bowl, looking at Lin Feng with curiosity. A little bit better than before." Lin Feng patted his head. "Father, are you and Mother going on a long trip?" Lin Ping'an put down his chopsticks. Lin Feng looked at his 2 sons and stopped smiling. "Yes. My father and mother are going to a very far place to create a new world for our family. The enemy there is very strong and dangerous. So, your mission is not to go on adventures with us." Lin Feng looked at them and spoke slowly and deliberately. "Your mission is to enter the Immortal Enlightenment Academy, where you will lay a solid foundation and learn everything you can. Then, become stronger than your father." The children fell silent. "Dad, we will try our best." Lin Ping'an stood up. "Once I've finished my training, I'll go to the southern border to find you and help you fight the bad guys." "I'm going too. I want to protect Dad and Mom." Lin Siyuan also shouted. Lin Feng stepped forward and hugged his 2 sons tightly. "All right, Dad will wait for you." 3 days later. Lin Feng personally sent his 2 sons to the Immortal Enlightenment Academy. When his aura as a golden core cultivator descended upon the academy, the entire academy was alarmed. The dean of the academy, an elderly man in the mid-stage of the golden core realm, personally came out to greet them. "Master Lin, it is an honor to have you here. I am so sorry for not welcoming you properly. I'll have to trouble you with my 2 sons, Dean." Lin Feng didn't waste any words. He left behind a huge amount of resources that made the dean of the academy tremble, and a jade slip that recorded his aura. After arranging everything, Lin Feng left. That night, on Chongqing Immortal Mountain, in the forbidden area behind the mountain, a massive teleportation array has been completed. Lin Feng, Xiao Bingyao, Mu Waner, and Qin Mengyao stood in the center of the formation. "Is everything ready?" The 3 women nodded in unison. "Good." Lin Feng no longer hesitated and activated the formation. Buzz! A burst of bright light followed, a feeling of weightlessness, and the next moment, the 4 of them found solid ground beneath their feet. They found themselves in an unfamiliar, primeval forest. A damp, rotten smell of grass and wood rushed into the nostrils, mixed with an astonishingly high concentration of spiritual energy, making one's chest feel tight. The branches of the giant trees overhead intertwined, blocking out the sun. From the depths of the dense forest, the roars of ferocious beasts could be heard from time to time. Not far away, there stands a stone tablet covered with moss. The characters on the stele are bold and exude a murderous aura. Those who stray into this place will die the 100 barbarian mountains of southern Xinjiang. Chapter 61 Blood-Mouthed Demon Vine. Lin Feng's brows immediately furrowed. All around were towering trees that blocked out the sky, their canopies layered upon layer, completely obscuring the heavens. Only dappled sunlight filtered through the gaps, making this primeval forest appear even darker. What I was stepping on wasn't soil, but a thick layer of slippery moss and lichen, which felt soft and unsettling. More importantly, his consciousness was severely suppressed here. The divine sense that could originally easily cover a radius of 100 miles can now only extend to less than a mile. "Husband, the spiritual energy here." Mu Waner's voice carried a hint of discomfort. The concentration of spiritual energy in the southern frontier is indeed far greater than that in the eastern wilderness, but it is mixed with a violent and chaotic energy. Inhaling it requires more effort to refine, otherwise it can easily lead to spiritual energy disorder. Be careful. Xiao Bingyao had already gripped the sword hilt, her cold gaze sweeping warily around her, as if countless venomous snakes were lurking in the darkness. Qin Mengyao's expression was the most solemn. She closed her eyes, and her black hair moved without wind, as if she was sensing something. A moment later, she opened her eyes, her voice urgent. The laws here are completely different from those of the eastern wilderness. My formation can only achieve up to 70% of its effect, and the setup speed will be much slower. Her words sent a chill down everyone's spine. Qin Mengyao's formation is one of their greatest assets. If even this is weakened, their future situation will be more difficult than they imagined. Let's find a place to stay first and find out what's going on. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, a sudden change occurred. The seemingly harmless green lichen beneath their feet suddenly erupted without warning. The ground exploded, and a giant blood-red flower with a diameter of over 3 zhang suddenly opened. That wasn't a flower at all, but a giant mouth full of fangs. Foul-smelling saliva dripped from between its fangs, corroding the ground with a sizzling sound. At the same time, dozens of dark green vines, as thick as an arm and covered with barbs, came swirling towards the four of them from all directions. All of this happened so fast, in less than a breath. Blood-mouthed demon vine. Mu Wanner instantly recognized the origin of this demonic creature thanks to her medicinal spirit body. She shouted urgently, "Hold your breath. There's a nerve-paralyzing miasma on the vines." Before she could finish speaking, Xiao Bingyao had already moved. Clang! A cold, sharp sword light slashed through the dark forest, moving with incredible speed. The first few vines were instantly severed, and dark green sap spurted out. What happened next was chilling. The severed vines wriggled at the cut ends and regrowed at a visible speed, becoming even thicker and more ferocious in their attacks. The vines formed a giant net, blocking all their escape routes. The vines, exuding a sweet yet poisonous aura, were about to wrap around Mu Wanner's ankles. Square-inch formation, activate. At the critical moment, Qin Mengyao let out a delicate shout. She made a hand seal, and several beams of spiritual light shot out from her fingertips, landing precisely at the feet of the four people. Buzz! A transparent light shield instantly formed, enveloping the four people within it. The wildly thrashing vines lashed against the light shield, producing a series of dull thuds. The light shield shook violently, but ultimately managed to block the fatal blow. Even through the light shield, everyone could smell the dizzying poisonous gas. Wanner! Lin Feng called out in a low voice. Found it! Mu Wanner didn't need Lin Feng to remind her pure eyes were now gleaming with a layer of emerald green light. In her field of vision, the complex energy flow within the body of this ferocious bloodmouth vine was clearly visible. To the left rear, 3 zhang underground. That's its core, where all the energy gathers. She quickly pointed in a direction. You only get one chance. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng activated the 9-turn golden pill within his body. His golden core level magical power, which was incredibly powerful, was compressed and condensed at his fingertips. He did not use a flying sword, nor did he employ any powerful spells. A secret technique from the Azure Emperor's longevity manual was quietly activated. Wood Emperor Thorn. A jade green spear, composed entirely of pure life force, condensed and took shape at his fingertips. The spear was only about a foot long, but it was extremely refined, and the tip of the spear gleamed with a chilling sharpness. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, and he flicked his finger. Call out. The emerald green spear ignored the obstruction of the soil and instantly sank into the ground that Mu Wanner pointed to. The next moment. Grumble. A piercing, mournful roar, unlike anything a living creature could utter, came from the depths of the earth. The sound seemed to pierce eardrums, making the entire space buzz. Immediately afterwards, the countless vines that were enveloping them seemed to lose all their strength and instantly stiffened. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it turned from emerald green to withered yellow, and finally turned into a pile of ashes, drifting in the air. The hideous, gaping maw quickly withered and rotted, shrinking back underground. In just a few breaths, it was as if nothing had happened. Only the large, corroded pit in the ground and the lingering stench in the air testified to the danger that had just occurred. Qin Mengyao breathed a sigh of relief and removed the formation. All four of them were still shaken. Southern Xinjiang really gave us a warm welcome. Lin Feng made a self-deprecating remark, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. He looked at his 3 wives and felt a wave of fear wash over him. If he hadn't just broken through to the golden core stage, if Wanner hadn't been able to find his weakness instantly, if Meng Yao hadn't reacted so quickly. In that split second, if even one step had gone wrong, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Tui. What the hell is this? It stinks. Mu Wanner frowned and waved her hands repeatedly, trying to fan away the smell. Xiao Bingyao walked to where the vines had disappeared, picked at the ashes on the ground with the tip of her sword, and frowned. For the first time, her sword failed to kill the enemy with a single blow. This made her very unhappy. Qin Mengyao walked to Lin Feng's side and whispered, "This is only the outer perimeter of Baiman Mountain, and there is already a demonic plant comparable to the early stage of the Golden Core realm. It is probably even more dangerous deeper inside." Lin Feng nodded and looked into the distance. There stood a stone tablet about half a person's height, covered with moss. He walked over, brushed away the moss, and revealed several words written in blood on the stone tablet. The characters were rough and menacing. "Those who stray into this territory shall die." Below the 4 characters, there is a line of smaller text. "The 100 barbarian mountains of southern Xinjiang." It seems that they were teleported to the entrance of Baiman Mountain. "Let's leave here first. The smell of blood here will soon attract other things," Lin Feng decided immediately. "This place is too eerie, it's not safe to stay here long." Just as they were preparing to set off to explore deeper into the dense forest, a faint sound drifted over on the breeze through the woods. Wah. The 4 of them stopped at the same time, looked at each other, and saw surprise and doubt in each other's eyes. "Did you hear that?" Mu Wanner asked softly. "It sounds like..." Qin Mengyao listened intently, somewhat uncertain. "The sound of a baby crying? How could there be the sound of a baby crying in this dangerous primeval forest?" Lin Feng immediately spread his divine sense, probing in the direction from which the sound came. But the sound was elusive, sometimes near, sometimes far, and when his divine sense swept over it, he found nothing. Wow! The crying came again, this time much clearer than before. Is it a trap? Using the cries of a baby to lure prey is a common trick used by demonic cultivators. Lin Feng's first reaction was to be on guard. But for some reason, when the crying reached his ears, his heart tightened for no apparent reason. I thought of Ping'an and Si Yuan, who were still at Xianxi Academy. Chapter 62 Blood Infant Curse. In this perilous primeval forest, the baby's cries sounded particularly abrupt and eerie. Wah, woo. The cries came intermittently, carried on the damp wind, carrying an indescribable desolation. Mu Wanner stopped in her tracks, her face filled with surprise and pity. The child is crying. Xiao Bingyao gripped her sword tighter, her cold gaze sweeping over the direction from which the crying was coming, without uttering a word. In her view, it was more like a clumsy trap. "Don't go over there," Qin Mengyao said immediately, more rational than anyone else. The methods of the demonic cultivators in the southern frontier are incredibly diverse. The use of infants as bait has been recorded more than once in the secret scrolls. This could very well be a trap. Lin Feng's rationality told him that Qin Mengyao was right. In this hellish place where people are devoured without spitting out the bones, any abnormality means deadly danger. Wah! But the crying rang out again, and the sound was like a needle, gently pricking Lin Feng's heart. He thought of Ping'an and Si Yuan, who were still at Xianxi Academy. He could be ruthless to his enemies and scheming against the world, but he couldn't harden his heart when it came to children. "Let's go take a look," Lin Feng decided. "Husband," Mu Wanner and Qin Mengyao said at the same time. "I know there's danger." Lin Feng's gaze swept over his 3 wives, his voice steady. "But if it really is a child, I can't pretend I didn't hear it. I'll walk in front, and you all follow behind me. If anything goes wrong, Mengyao, immediately set up the formation, and we'll retreat right away." Seeing that Lin Feng had made up his mind, the 3 women said no more. Xiao Bingyao silently walked to Lin Feng's left and walked alongside him. Mu Wanner and Qin Mengyao followed behind, both on high alert. The 4 concealed their presence and, like ghosts, followed the sound of crying, creeping deeper into the dense forest. The further you go, the stronger the smell of blood becomes in the air. Parting a patch of enormous ferns, a breathtaking view suddenly opened up before me. This is a small camp, with dozens of tents made of animal hides and giant logs scattered around. However, this place has become a dead zone. The broken totem pole lay on the ground, with traces of fire visible everywhere. Corpses were everywhere. There was a burly barbarian warrior who died a gruesome death. His armor was violently torn open and his heart was ripped out. There were also women dressed in simple clothes lying at the entrance of the tent, their eyes wide open, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying before they died. Blood flowed like a river, staining the ground dark red. The strong smell of blood mixed with the stench of burning flesh was nauseating. Mu Wanner's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth and nose. This place has just experienced a brutal massacre. Wah! The weak sobs came from the very center of the camp, from under a huge tent that was half collapsed. The four exchanged a glance and slowly walked over. Lin Feng swung his palm, and the gentle force lifted the broken wood and animal hides that were pressing down on it. The scene inside was revealed. A small nest made of soft animal hides, where an infant still in swaddling clothes lies. It was a baby girl with healthy honey-colored skin, a wrinkled little face, closed eyes, and a faint cry. Seemingly sensing the light, she shifted her body uneasily. Most strikingly, there is a small, vermilion totem in the very center of her forehead, which looks like a flickering flame. Seeing this scene, Mu Wanner's heart melted instantly. All vigilance and reason were thrown to the winds. What a pitiful child! Tears welled up in her eyes, and she instinctively wanted to go forward and pick up the child. Her hand had just reached out. Don't move! Lin Feng's voice boomed like thunder in Mu Wanner's ears. Mu Wanner was startled, her outstretched hand froze in mid-air, and she looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Lin Feng's expression was more solemn than ever before. His gaze was fixed on the animal skin blanket beneath the baby girl. On that seemingly ordinary animal hide, there was a strange magic circle centered on the baby girl's body, emanating a faint, chilling aura. This aura couldn't fool him, a golden core cultivator. This is a cursed spell. An extremely insidious curse that uses living souls as its catalyst. This baby is not a survivor, she is bait, and even more so, a sacrifice. Almost at the same moment Lin Feng stopped Mu Wanner. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of whooshing sounds rang out from all directions. One after another, dark figures descended from the canopies of the towering trees around them, like hunting eagles, instantly surrounding the four of them. These people, though dressed as barbarians, exuded an aura of violence and evil. Each person's face was smeared with black paint, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. They looked at Lin Feng and his companions as if they were 4 pieces of fat meat about to be devoured. An elderly man with a skeleton staff, a skull painted on his face, and a gaunt figure walked out from the crowd. His murky eyes swept over Lin Feng and his companions, lingering for a moment on the 3 female cultivators before revealing a greedy smile. Hee, outsider, welcome to the sacrificial ceremony of the blood infant curse. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. It seems that today's offerings are more abundant than I expected. Qin Mengyao's face was icy cold. While calmly grasping several array flags, she asked in a cold voice, "Who are you people?" "Us?" The old man chuckled and pointed with his bone staff at the skull paint on his face. "We are the Blackfire tribe. This 100 barbarian mountain will soon be our Blackfire tribe's possession." He stretched out his withered finger and pointed it at the baby girl on the ground. "As for this little one, she is the last bloodline of the Red Rock tribe. Her parents and her people have now become nourishment for this land. Using the bloodline of the enemy tribe's leader as a catalyst, and then sacrificing the 4 of you outsiders with abundant spiritual energy, will be enough to perfect my blood infant curse. At that time, the entire area within 1,000 miles will be my cursed killing domain." Ha 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 ha. The old priest's laughter echoed through the woods, filled with madness and triumph. It turned out that this was a pre-planned war of annihilation, and they just happened to stumble upon it. Lin Feng's expression darkened. He shielded his 3 wives behind him, and slowly released the pressure of his golden core cultivation. "You've got quite the nerve, aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth?" The old priest felt the pressure emanating from Lin Feng, and the smile on his face faded slightly, but the madness in his eyes intensified. "Early stage of golden core? Very strong. Excellent. Your flesh and soul will be the best offering." Without another word, he slammed the bone staff in his hand onto the ground. "Great God of Blackfire, accept your offering. Invoke the curse." As his ancient and evil chanting began, the magic array beneath the baby girl shone brightly with red light. Buzz! An invisible yet irresistible pulling force erupted from the center of the magic array, instantly enveloping Lin Feng and his companions. Lin Feng felt a jolt in his soul, as if countless invisible hands were tearing at his soul, trying to drag it out of his body. The essence and magical power within his body were also boiling uncontrollably, wanting to break out of his body and surge towards the magic array. Xiao Bingyao, Mu Wan'er, and Qin Mengyao let out a muffled groan, their faces turning deathly pale instantly. Their cultivation levels were already lower than Lin Feng's, and under the pull of this strange force, even standing firm became difficult. Wow! Just then, the baby girl in the swaddling clothes seemed to feel extreme pain and let out a cry that was 10 times more shrill than before. Her cries were no longer those of a baby, but a sharp, piercing sound wave that assaulted everyone's soul. As she cried out, the small flame totem on her forehead suddenly lit up. It was as if a cluster of black flames was truly burning between her brows. Traps and desperate situations descend at the same time. Chapter 63: The People Who Sent You on Your Way. Mu Wan'er was the first to give in. Her body went limp and she was about to faint. Qin Mengyao's face also turned extremely pale. She gripped Mu Wan'er tightly with one hand, while her other hand held several array flags, attempting to set up an array to isolate this power. Rise! Several array flags were released from his hand and shot out in all directions, attempting to construct a defensive array. But then a bizarre thing happened. The moment the array flags landed, the spiritual light flowing on them dimmed as if it had encountered its nemesis, and it was unable to establish even the simplest spiritual resonance. How could this be? Qin Mengyao was shocked. Her mastery of array formations, aided by her innate array embryo, is unmatched among her peers in the eastern wilderness. But here, the barbarian witchcraft was completely ineffective. Qin Mengyao instantly realized that her knowledge of formations was completely suppressed here. Woman from out of town, don't waste your energy. The old priest of the Blackfire tribe chuckled, the white bone staff in his hand emitting an increasingly dense black aura. My tribe's witchcraft originates from ancient barbarian gods. How could your tricks possibly break it? Court death. A cold, sharp shout rang out. Xiao Bingyao endured the excruciating pain of her soul being torn apart, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. She doesn't care about witchcraft or curses. Her path is only one sword. As long as the caster is killed, everything will be resolved. It's choking. A dazzling ice-blue sword light tore through the blood-red mist in the camp, heading straight for the old priest's head. This sword strike was as swift as a startled swan. A hint of horror flashed in the old priest's cloudy eyes. He hadn't expected this woman to be able to unleash such a fierce attack under these circumstances. But he didn't dodge. For the Blackfire. In front of him, the two Blackfire tribe warriors closest to him wore fanatical smiles and unhesitatingly used their chests to meet the deadly sword light. Put! The sword light pierced through their bodies without any hindrance, and blood gushed out. But the two barbarian warriors seemed oblivious to the pain, their faces still bearing eerie smiles. They used their bodies to firmly block Xiao Bingyao's sword strike, and their hands gripped the sword like iron clamps. They gave their lives to buy the old priest a chance to breathe. Bingyao! Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. Xiao Bingyao drew her sword and retreated, her white dress splattered with blood. Looking at the two barbarians lying on the ground, still sporting fanatical smiles before their deaths, she felt a sense of powerlessness for the first time in her hand gripping her sword. Ha 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 ha! The old priest's laughter grew even more arrogant. Do you see that? Strangers! This is the power of faith. What do you have to fight us with? Wow! Just then, the baby girl in the swaddling clothes cried out in an increasingly shrill and piercing way, and the black flame totem on her forehead suddenly lit up. Buzz! The pulling force enveloping the four people instantly doubled. Xiao Bingyao knelt on one knee, exerting all her strength to resist. Qin Mengyao could no longer hold on, spitting out a mouthful of blood and swaying. Mu Wan'er collapsed to the ground, but Qin Mengyao held her back tightly. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. He looked at his three women, one covered in blood, one coughing up blood, and one on the verge of fainting, their faces contorted in pain. He glanced again at the baby girl in the center of the cursed magic circle, who was wailing pitifully. Unorthodox methods. Lin Feng spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but it clearly carried throughout the entire camp, drowning out the old priest's maniacal laughter and the baby's cries. His voice carried an extreme contempt. You say this is the power of faith? Lin Feng raised his head, his cold eyes staring directly at the crazed old priest. The next moment. Boom! An indescribable, overwhelming pressure erupted from Lin Feng's center. At this moment, Lin Feng pushed the Azure Emperor's longevity technique to its limit. The magical power of the early Golden Core stage is like a green tsunami sweeping across the heavens and earth, surging out in all directions. The camp, which was originally shrouded in blood and death, seemed to be infused with an endless vitality. On the ground, tender green shoots sprouted from the soil that had been soaked in blood. The nauseating stench of blood and the chilling aura of curses in the air were instantly purified, like snow meeting the blazing sun. Instead, it has a fresh, warm scent of herbs and trees. The barbarian warriors who were about to rush up and finish off the enemy were all frozen in place by the green wave. The madness and bloodlust on his face were replaced by shock and bewilderment. The insidious curse that was entangled around Xiao Bingyao and the other two was as fragile as paper in the face of this pure and holy life essence. Sizzle! The invisible spider silk of the curse, emitting a mournful cry of unbearable burden, was burned away inch by inch, turning into wisps of black smoke and dissipating into the air. Xiao Bingyao, Qin Mengyao, and Mu Wan'er felt a sudden lightness in their bodies, and the excruciating pain that had been tearing at their souls vanished instantly, replaced by a warm, gentle feeling. The injuries and depletion within the body were being nourished by this immense life force, and they were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. All three of them stared in shock at Lin Feng's retreating figure. Is this my husband's true power? No. Impossible. The most horrified was the old priest of the Blackfire tribe. His maniacal laughter froze, replaced by extreme fear and disbelief. He could clearly feel that his proud blood infant curse, the vicious magic array he had set up at the cost of the entire Red Rock tribe's lives, was collapsing. Lin Feng didn't bother to decipher any mysterious curse array patterns. He didn't even glance at the array. He simply stood there, unleashing his power. Used the most direct, domineering, and unreasonable methods to break through all laws with sheer force. Before the absolute source of life, all tricks of death and curses are nothing but a joke. Break for me. Lin Feng uttered two words. The green tide of life surged forth and crashed violently against the blood-red curse array. Snap! Snap! A crisp sound, like shattering glass, rang out. The blood infant curse array, centered on the baby girl and containing the vengeful souls of hundreds of barbarian warriors, shattered at that moment. Puff! The old priest was struck dumb, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. He instantly weakened, and cracks appeared on the white bone staff in his hand. He pointed at Lin Feng with a face full of horror, and roared in a hoarse voice, What kind of power is this? Who are you? His response was a blur of motion that moved with incredible speed. Lin Feng took a step forward, and his figure disappeared from the spot. When they reappeared, they were already standing in front of the old priest. The old priest was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. A long, strong hand gripped his dry throat and lifted him off the ground. Lin Feng's face was right in front of me. There was no longer any warmth in those eyes, only indifference. The ones who send you on your way. Chapter 64. A hot potato. Lin Feng's voice was devoid of any emotion. The old priest was being choked, his feet were off the ground, and his cloudy eyes bulged out from lack of oxygen. For the Blackfire. Kill all the skinny people. The surrounding barbarian warriors recovered from their shock, and after a brief moment of fear, their ferocity turned into an even more savage bloodlust. They roared, brandishing heavy bone knives and stone axes, and surged toward Lin Feng from all directions. Lin Feng didn't even glance at them. With a casual flick of his wrist, he slammed the old priest violently against a totem pole beside him. Boom! The old priest's body smashed a dent into the hard wooden pillar, and the crisp sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably, only able to utter painful groans. Almost at the same time, Xiao Bingyao moved. The sword light rose again, blooming in an icy blue hue before her. Puff! 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 The three barbarian warriors at the forefront were cut in half at the waist by this unparalleled sword energy before they even got close. Blood and internal organs were splattered all over the ground. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was even more straightforward and brutal. Facing a burly warrior charging from the side, wielding a giant axe, he didn't even turn his head, but instead slapped him across the face. Snap! A loud bang. The burly man, who was over 2 meters tall, had his head explode, splattering red and white fluid all over his companions behind him. The headless corpse lurched forward 2 steps due to inertia before collapsing to the ground with a thud. The entire battlefield fell silent. All the charging barbarian warriors instinctively stopped in their tracks. For the first time, the fervor on their faces was replaced by fear. One slap, and one of the tribe's bravest warriors was gone? What kind of monster is this? My husband, the child. Mu Wan'er's voice came from behind. She had rushed to the collapsed tent and carefully picked up the still crying baby girl. Qin Mangyao stood beside her, several array flags flickering between her fingertips as she warily watched her surroundings. Bing Yao, finish this quickly, Lin Feng ordered calmly. Good. Xiao Bingyao's response consisted of only one word. The next moment, the couple acted simultaneously and rushed into the crowd. Xiao Bingyao's swordplay was fierce, each strike precisely sliced through the enemy's throat or heart. Her figure moved through the crowd, her white clothes leaving streaks of blood. Lin Feng, on the other hand, presented a completely different picture. He directly challenged the barbarians to a contest of brute force. The remaining barbarian warriors completely collapsed. Their pride and brute strength were no match for these two thin men. Their gods did not protect them. Their witchcraft was a joke. Devils! They are devils! Someone let out a desperate scream and turned to run away. Panic spread rapidly. The remaining dozen or so barbarians threw down their weapons and fled into the depths of the dense forest, using both their hands and feet. Just as Xiao Bingyao was about to give chase, Lin Feng spoke up. Don't pursue a desperate enemy. Xiao Bingyao stopped in her tracks, and drops of blood from the tip of her sword fell to the ground. In the entire camp, besides the four of them, there was only the dying old priest and the baby girl in Mu Wanner's arms, whose cries were barely audible due to fright and weakness. Lin Feng slowly walked up to the old priest and looked down at him. The old priest was covered in blood, and the skull paint on his face was smeared with sweat and blood, leaving only fear behind. Now, we can have a proper talk, Lin Feng said calmly. I don't know anything. The old priest's voice trembled, still trying to deny it. Lin Feng didn't speak. He extended a finger and gently touched the old priest's brow. Ah! The old priest suddenly let out a scream that was not human, and his whole body convulsed violently, with black blood seeping from his eyes, ears, nose and mouth. Lin Feng did not use torture, he simply infused a wisp of the golden core cultivator's divine consciousness into the other party's mind. Where is your primal god? Lin Feng's voice echoed directly in his mind. Why isn't it coming out to save you? This sentence completely broke the old priest. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Please, spare me. He was in tears, all traces of his previous arrogance gone. It would have been better to do this earlier. Lin Feng withdrew his finger, expressionless. For the next half hour, the old priest told everything he knew. From his words, Lin Feng and his companions finally gained their first direct understanding of this so-called southern frontier. Hundreds of large and small barbarian tribes live in Baiman Mountain, and they worship different totems and barbarian gods. They fought each other for hunting grounds, mineral veins, and slaves year after year. As the old priest said, this place is extremely xenophobic. All the human cultivators from outside were seen as thin men or thieves of magic. Once discovered, there is only one fate, to be used as a sacrifice or material for alchemy. Ruled by three of the most powerful top tribes, who call themselves the Royal Court. These are the Fire Court, which worships fire, the Ice Court, which worships frost, and the Stone Court, which worships the earth. The Blackfire tribe was a second-rate tribe under the Fire King's court, while the Crimson Rock tribe, which they had just destroyed, was a vassal of the giant Stone King's court. This massacre was nothing more than a routine skirmish between the forces under the two royal courts. Fire Ice Boulder's Qin Mangyao repeated in a low voice, quickly analyzing the pros and cons. Xiao Bingyao paused slightly when she heard the words Frosty Royal Court. How do we leave here? Lin Feng asked. Pass through the valley of 10,000 miasmas, the old priest weakly pointed in a direction. At the other end of the valley of 10,000 miasmas is the city you thin people built, it's called Rock City. Valley of 10,000 miasmas, City of Rock. Having obtained the information he wanted, Lin Feng stood up. The old priest struggled to get up and kowtow to beg for mercy. Lin Feng didn't even look at him, but simply flicked his finger towards his dantian. Puff! A soft sound. The old priest's body jolted violently, then collapsed. His cultivation level has been completely destroyed. You! He glared at Lin Feng with resentment. I'll spare your life, now get lost, Lin Feng said indifferently. Whether you can leave this forest alive depends on whether the god you believe in still cares about you. Despair flashed across the old priest's face. Finally, he struggled and crawled into the depths of the dense forest, using both his hands and feet. The camp finally fell completely quiet. All that remained was the crackling of the burning fire and a faint smell of blood. Lin Feng turned around and looked at his three wives. Xiao Bingyao was wiping her sword, and there wasn't a single drop of blood on the blade. Qin Mangyao used a twig to trace lines on the ground, simulating a route to leave this place. Mu Wanner was sitting by the fire, holding the baby girl who had fallen into a deep sleep in her arms. The little one stopped crying, curled up in Mu Wanner's arms, and occasionally smacked his lips, sleeping soundly. The crimson flame pattern on her forehead flickered slightly in the firelight. Lin Feng looked at that small figure. The last remaining bloodline of the Red Rock tribe is a considerable problem. Husband, Mu Wanner raised her head and hugged the child in her arms tighter. Shall we take her with us? Chapter 65 The Spark. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Mangyao, who was standing next to her, immediately spoke up, her voice cold and clear. No. Qin Mangyao didn't look at Mu Wanner, but at Lin Feng, analyzing the situation clearly and logically. This child is of the bloodline of the Red Rock tribe, which is a vassal of the giant Stone Royal Court. We killed the people of the Fire Court and saved the people of the Stone Court, which seems like a good thing. But have you considered this? This would instantly drag us into the conflict between the two great royal courts. Neither side is something we can afford to provoke right now. She paused, her tone becoming even more serious. Moreover, this child is the core of the blood infant curse. Who knows if she has any other curses on her body? Bringing her along is like bringing along a potential source of trouble that could explode at any moment. Every word hit the nail on the head. Xiao Bingyao didn't speak, but simply wiped the sword. However, she didn't refute Qin Mangyao, which clearly indicated that she also disagreed. Mu Wanner's eyes immediately reddened. But she's just a child, she cried, holding the baby girl. If we leave her here alone, she will die. She will be eaten by wild animals. Wanner, this isn't a matter of being kind or unkind, Qin Mangyao frowned. We are in dire need of our own safety right now, and any unexpected event could wipe us out. Do you really want to put all of us in danger because of a child who has nothing to do with us? She's not an unrelated child. Mu Wanner suddenly retorted loudly. The moment I picked her up, she was no longer an outsider. Qin Mangyao was speechless for a moment, unsure how to respond. Lin Feng looked at the scene before him and suddenly smiled. He walked over, gently ruffled Mu Wanner's hair, and then looked at Qin Mangyao. Mangyao is right. Bringing her along is very risky. Qin Mangyao thought Lin Feng had taken her words to heart, and her expression softened slightly. Mu Wanner's eyes dimmed. But Lin Feng reached out and took the tiny baby girl from Mu Wanner's arms. Wanner is right too. We cannot stand by and watch Lin Feng's family die. He looked down at the crumpled little one in his arms. Her breathing was so faint he could barely feel it. This decision may bring them endless trouble. But if he abandons this child today, his moral compass will be corrupted for the rest of his life. He thought of his two sons at the Xianqi Academy, and if they were in danger, he hoped that someone would lend a helping hand without considering the consequences. Husband. Mu Wanner smiled through her tears. Qin Mangyao opened her mouth, but in the end she just sighed and said nothing more. She knew that once this man made a decision, no one could change it. Since we can't change it, we can only try to minimize the risks. Let's give her a name, Lin Feng said softly, looking at the little one in his arms. Mu Wanner thought for a moment. She survived the flames and has a flame mark on her forehead, so how about we name her Fire? Lin Huire? Lin Feng read it aloud, then nodded. Okay, from now on, she will be called Lin Huire. He handed the child back to Mu Wanner. Let's go to the Valley of 10,000 Miasmas. The four of them left the blood-soaked camp without lingering. Lin Feng led the way. His golden core stage divine sense was suppressed, but it was enough to explore a radius of 1 mile to avoid most dangers. Xiao Bingyao and Qin Mangyao stood on either side, while Mu Wanner carried the child in the middle. The dense forests of southern Xinjiang were more difficult to traverse than they had imagined. All sorts of bizarre plants are growing wildly, and many of them are highly poisonous. Even cultivators would feel dizzy and lightheaded after a long time in the miasma that filled the air. They traveled for about 2 hours, and then it gradually got dark. Just as Lin Feng was preparing to find a place to rest for the night, Lin Huire, who had been quiet all along, suddenly let out a painful whimper. What's wrong with Huire? Mu Wanner stopped immediately and anxiously checked on her. The baby girl in his arms had a flushed face and a burning hot body. The crimson flame totem on her forehead was flickering on and off. She has a high fever. Mu Wanner said anxiously. Let me see. Qin Mangyao walked over, stretched out her finger, and gently touched Huire's forehead, letting a wisp of spiritual energy penetrate it. The next moment, Qin Mangyao groaned and abruptly pulled her hand back. A wisp of smoke rose from her fingertips, indicating that she had been burned. What a domineering fire poison! Qin Mangyao's expression turned serious. A very violent force is surging wildly within her, completely out of control. I'll give it a try. Muwaner was extremely anxious and immediately activated her medicinal spirit body. She carefully channeled a wisp of pure wood elemental spiritual energy into Hoyer's body, attempting to soothe the raging fire poison. However, the moment her spiritual power made contact, the fire poison suddenly erupted. Puff! Muwaner coughed up a small mouthful of blood, her face turning deathly pale instantly. The domineering fire poison rebounded along with her spiritual power, rampaging through her meridians. Waner! Lin Feng took a step to her side and pulled her away. At the same time, a palm struck her back, and powerful magic surged in, instantly extinguishing the invading fire poison. I'll do it. Lin Feng's voice brooked no refusal. He handed Muwaner over to Qin Mangyao to take care of, and then looked back at the baby girl struggling in pain in her swaddling clothes. At this moment, Lin Hoyer's body had begun to convulse, and her life force was rapidly fading away. Ordinary methods are no longer effective. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, and he held nothing back. He reached out his palm and gently placed it on Lin Hoyer's burning forehead. This time, he did not use the golden core magic power, but directly drew upon his most primal power. The Azure Emperor's longevity formula. A pure life force slowly emanated from Lin Feng's palm and gently flowed into Lin Hoyer's body. The fiery poison raging within her body instantly subsided upon contact with this aura. Then, something even more unbelievable happened. The flickering flame totem on Lin Hoyer's forehead suddenly burst into a dazzling red light after sensing the aura of the Azure Emperor. Buzz! It began to actively draw Lin Feng's Azure Emperor's breath, creating a mysterious resonance with the violent fire poison. Under the guidance and manipulation of the Azure Emperor's breath, the raging fire poison began to be tamed and purified. The violent, chaotic, and evil parts were erased by the Azure Emperor's breath, leaving only the purest essence of fire. The source of this flame no longer harmed anyone. Instead, it slowly merged into Lin Hoyer's small body, repairing her damaged meridians and organs. Her body temperature returned to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The painful spasms stopped, and the little girl's flushed face gradually returned to a healthy honey color. However, that's not all. After a small portion of the flame essence merged into Lin Hoyer's body, most of the power had nowhere to go and flowed back down through Lin Feng's arm. However, this power did not enter Lin Feng's body. He turned his palm and placed it directly on the back of Muwaner, who was sitting cross-legged and meditating beside him. Muwaner's body trembled violently as a massive and pure surge of energy rushed into her limbs and bones. This power is composed of Lin Feng's life essence and the purified flame essence, with water and fire complementing each other without any conflict. Click! A soft cracking sound came from Muwaner's body. Her bottleneck at the mid-stage of foundation establishment shattered under the impact of this power. A powerful aura erupted from her. Mid-foundation establishment. Peak. Late stage of foundation establishment. Chapter 66: The Walking Miasma Avoiding Pill. I broke through? Muwaner felt the surging magical power within her body and was still somewhat incredulous. She looked at Lin Feng, her voice choked with emotion. My husband. That's good. Lin Feng smiled and patted her head. Our Waner will be a master in the future. A simple joke made Muwaner blush slightly, but her heart was filled with sweetness. She looked down at Lin Hoyer, who was sleeping soundly in her arms. The little guy was smacking his lips, as if he was having a sweet dream. Muwaner's eyes instantly softened, and she gently kissed Hoyer's forehead. The little life she insisted on saving had just become family, and it had already given her such a great gift. Qin Mangyao watched all this silently and let out a soft breath. She walked to Lin Feng's side and said in a low voice, I was too naive before. You're not wrong. Lin Feng looked at her. Better safe than sorry. In this godforsaken place, your caution is more important than my impulsiveness. The word more important made Qin Mengyao's tense shoulders relax. This man always knows how to take care of everyone's feelings. After wiping the sword and sheathing it, Xiao Bingyao walked to Muwaner's side and looked at the tiny baby. She reached out her finger, hesitated for a moment, and gently touched Lin Hoyer's chubby little face. Soft and warm. The cold lines on her face softened slightly. Lin Feng observed all of this and nodded. All right, we shouldn't stay here any longer. Let's rest for a bit and then continue our journey. The four cleaned up the traces and set off again. Lin Feng continued to lead the way, releasing a slight pressure from the golden core cultivator, which deterred ordinary poisonous insects and ferocious beasts from approaching. They followed the directions given by the old priest and headed west. The further you go, the more eerie the trees in the forest become. Many tree trunks are covered with colorful sap and emit strange smells. The air became increasingly humid and oppressive. Around dusk on the second day, they finally emerged from the primeval forest. Before us lay a massive canyon. A layer of grayish-green miasma floated in the canyon, filling the entire canyon. Even from hundreds of feet away, a stench of decay and sourness drifted into their nostrils on the wind. Just inhaling a little bit can make your throat itch and your head feel dizzy. This should be the Valley of 10,000 Miasmas. Qin Mengyao took out a silk scarf, covered her mouth and nose, and her expression was solemn. Lin Feng frowned. His divine sense probed into the canyon and immediately felt a blockage. This miasma is poisonous and can corrode spiritual power, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. He tried to use his spiritual power to form a shield around his body. However, as soon as the gray-green miasma came into contact with the shield, it immediately emitted a sizzling sound, and the shield's aura dimmed at a visible speed. The consumption is too high. If they tried to cross the canyon by brute force against the spiritual energy shield, they would probably run out of mana halfway through. At that time, they will become lambs to the slaughter. Husband, let me try, Mu Wanner said. She possesses the body of a medicinal spirit, and her understanding of various poisons and miasma far surpasses that of ordinary people. The four retreated to a safe distance and found a sheltered cave. Mu Wanner took out a small alchemy furnace from her storage bag and picked some unusual plants nearby. These plants grow on the edge of the Wanjiang Valley and have a certain resistance to miasma. She wanted to use this as a basis to refine a miasma-avoiding pill specifically to counteract the miasma in this area. Qin Mengyao and Xiao Bingyao stood guard beside her, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Lin Feng held Lin Hoyer, who had just woken up. The little one was looking at this unfamiliar world with her big, dark eyes. The first refining went very smoothly. Mu Wanner's technique was skillful. She purified and blended the ingredients in an orderly manner. But just as the elixir was about to take shape, with a muffled bang, a plume of black smoke billowed from the alchemy furnace. It failed. Only a pool of black dregs remained at the bottom of the furnace. It's all right, let's try again, Lin Feng encouraged gently. Mu Wanner nodded, cleaned the alchemy furnace, and began her second attempt. This time, she was more careful. However, the result remained the same. Another bang. The third time, the fourth time. After 5 consecutive failures, not only were most of the medicinal materials she had brought consumed, but Mu Wanner's face also turned somewhat pale. How could this be? My recipe should be correct. She looked at her hands and murmured to herself. Since awakening her medicinal spirit body, she has had a smooth journey on the path of alchemy and has never encountered such a setback. Seeing her dejected look, Qin Mengyao walked over and handed her a pill to restore her spiritual power. The laws here are different from those in the eastern wilderness, so the pharmacology may also be different. You just lack experience, it's not your fault, she said, offering a rare word of comfort. Mu Wanner forced a smile, but she still couldn't be happy. Just then, Lin Hoyer, who had been quiet all along, suddenly reached out her little hand and grabbed a strange little grass in front of Mu Wanner that had been picked from the valley and was emitting a grayish-green gas. Fire, don't touch it. Mu Wanner was startled and quickly tried to stop her. That little grass is highly poisonous. But then a strange thing happened. The moment Lin Hoyer's chubby little hand touched the grass, the poisonous gas swirling around it quickly dissipated. The little guy grabbed the blade of grass and tried to put it in his mouth like it was a snack. Ha! Qin Mengyao was the first to notice something was wrong. She walked over quickly, exchanged a glance with Mu Wanner, and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Lin Feng also noticed this scene. He looked at the flame totem on Lin Hoyer's forehead, which appeared even more vibrant in the miasma environment, and a thought suddenly struck him. Wanner, Lin Feng said, try again. But the materials. This time, let's add something different. As Lin Feng spoke, he stretched out his finger and gently touched Lin Hoyer's pink little feet. A drop of blood, the size of a grain of rice, crimson with a hint of gold, seeped from the sole of her feet. Lin Hoyer let out a woof woof, as if in some pain, and her little mouth twitched as if she was about to cry. Mu Wanner felt extremely sorry for the little one and quickly took him into her arms to comfort him. Lin Feng used his magic to lift the drop of blood and bring it to Mu Wanner. Try this. Mu Wanner was stunned. Using Hoyer's blood? She hesitated for a moment, but seeing the encouraging looks from Lin Feng and Qin Mengyao, she finally nodded and introduced the drop of blood into the alchemy furnace. Buzz! As the blood mingled with the medicinal liquid, the entire alchemy furnace emitted a buzzing sound. Inside the furnace, the originally grayish medicinal liquid was stained with a layer of gold. A delicate fragrance wafted from the cracks in the alchemy furnace, instantly dispelling the surrounding miasma. "It's done!" Muwaner exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. She immediately intensified her efforts, forming hand seals, and began the final step of condensing the elixir. This time, there were no obstacles. A moment later, the furnace lid was opened, and 3 emerald green pills lay quietly at the bottom of the furnace, their surfaces marked with a ring of golden patterns. A miasma-avoiding pill of perfect quality. "That's wonderful!" Muwaner was so happy she almost jumped for joy. Lin Feng picked up a pill and handed it to Xiao Bingyao. "Bingyao, you give it a try." Xiao Bingyao nodded and swallowed the pill without hesitation. The pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, and a cool sensation flowed throughout the body. She stood up and walked directly into the miasma of the canyon. As she stepped into the gray-green miasma, the surrounding miasma automatically receded to both sides, forming a gap of about 1 foot around her. "It has absolutely no effect." Xiao Bingyao turned around, her voice tinged with surprise. "It was a success." Both Qin Mengyao and Muwaner showed joy on their faces. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, finally resolving this trouble. He was preparing to have everyone take the elixir so they could cross the canyon. Overjoyed, Muwaner, who was holding Lin Hor, took a few steps forward with the child in her arms. As she moved forward, the dense gray-green miasma ahead began to recede wildly to both sides. A circular open space with a diameter of more than 3 zhang, approximately 10 meters, automatically formed with Lin Hor at its center. This effect is more than 100 times better than when Xiao Bingyao took the pill. The miasma throughout the entire canyon seemed to part to make way for this tiny baby. All 4 of them froze in place. As they watched the scene, their gazes invariably fell on the baby girl in Muwaner's arms, who was gnawing on her little fist. "The perfect pills I refined before seem to be useless now." "What kind of miasma-avoiding pill?" "This little one, she herself is a walking super miasma-repelling pill." Chapter 67: Dragon's Saliva Fruit. At the canyon entrance, the atmosphere was quite awkward. "Ahem." Lin Feng coughed lightly, breaking the silence. He walked up to Qin Mengyao, picked up a pill, and examined it seriously for a moment. Then, in a serious tone, he said, "Well done. Waner, you've worked hard. Keep this pill, it might fetch a good price in the future." Muwaner was amused, rolled her eyes at him, and the disappointment on her face vanished. Lin Feng clapped his hands. "All right, let's go." The group entered the Valley of 10,000 Miasmas. With Lin Hor as their portable air purifier, they could walk on flat ground. Within the canyon lies a hidden paradise. Beneath the gray-green miasma, countless strangely shaped plants grow. Some of the giant mushrooms had human faces growing on their caps, and as people passed by, the eyes of those faces would move, silently watching them. There are also some vines with fruits the size of a baby's fist on them. Upon closer inspection, the fruits look like beating hearts. "Careful!" Lin Feng, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped. The ground beneath their feet, a plant disguised as a withered leaf, suddenly opened its slick, sticky mouth and lunged at Muwaner, who was holding the child. Clang! Before Lin Feng could make a move, a streak of icy blue swordlight flashed past. Xiao Bingyao had somehow appeared in front of Muwaner and severed the man-eating flower at its root with a single sword strike, spraying dark green sap all over the ground. "Follow me." Xiao Bingyao turned around and said to Muwaner, then walked to her side, completely protecting her and the child. Muwaner felt a warmth in her heart and nodded. They continued their investigation. The further you go in, the denser the spiritual energy in the air becomes, and the violent and chaotic energy gradually decreases and becomes purer. Clearly, there are good things deep in this canyon. After traveling for about half an hour, they rounded a huge stone wall. Suddenly, everything became clear. A huge underground cave appeared before them. The cave ceiling is inlaid with countless crystals that emit a shimmering white light, illuminating the entire cave as bright as day. In the center of the cave is a pool of water about 100 feet in diameter. The water is crystal clear, yet it exudes a rich spiritual energy, and there is even a faint spiritual mist swirling around the surface. At the very center of the pool, there is a small jade platform. On the jade platform, there grows a peculiar plant that is only about a foot tall. Its branches are like carved white jade, and its leaves resemble the purest jade. At the top of the plant grows a fruit the size of a longan. The fruit was crystal clear, and inside it seemed as if a tiny golden dragon was slowly swimming, emitting a refreshing and unique fragrance. Ambergris fruit. Muwaner gasped in shock, her eyes filled with a mixture of astonishment and ecstasy. As a spirit of medicine, the compendium of herbs inherited in her mind instantly told her the name and value of this thing. Dragon saliva fruit, a top-tier 4th-grade spiritual herb. Legend has it that this fruit was formed from the drop of a true dragon's saliva, and took 10,000 years of spiritual nourishment to take shape. A single fruit is enough to elevate a golden core cultivator to a minor realm. It can even cleanse the physical body and reshape its foundation. Its value is immeasurable. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. If he could obtain this fruit, whether he consumed it himself or gave it to any of his 3 wives, it would be an immense blessing. Just as they were getting excited about this unexpected opportunity. Whoosh! The calm pool of water suddenly erupted. A colossal creature shot up from the bottom of the water, sending up a spray of water everywhere. That was a giant dragon that was tens of feet long. Its entire body is covered with bluish-black scales, each the size of a door panel, shimmering with a metallic luster. The most terrifying thing is that it has 3 heads. The left side of the head has eerie, dark blue pupils, and each breath it exhales emits a bone-chilling cold. The right side of the head, with lightning flashing between its horns, exudes an aura of destruction. The head in the middle constantly spews out grayish-green mist, just like the miasma in the canyon, clearly indicating that it is a highly poisonous substance. 3-headed mist dragon. The terrifying aura of a mid-stage golden core cultivator pressed down on the 4 of them like a mountain. Roar! The 3 heads roared simultaneously, the sound waves echoing through the cave and causing rubble to fall from the ceiling. Its 3 enormous eyes, filled with ferocity and warning, stared intently at these little insects that dared to trespass into its territory. Xiao Bingyao and Qin Mengyao's faces turned pale instantly, and under this oppressive force, even breathing became difficult. Muwaner was so frightened that she retreated repeatedly, tightly protecting Lin Hor in her arms. Only Lin Feng, after a brief moment of shock, quickly regained his composure. He stepped forward, shielding his 3 wives behind him, and the 9-turn golden elixir within his body began to circulate rapidly. An aura no weaker than the opponent surged into the sky, pushing back the aura of the 3-headed mist dragon. What a wicked beast, it certainly knows how to pick a spot. Lin Feng looked at the mist dragon, then glanced at the dragon saliva fruit behind it, a fiery glint flashing in his eyes. He was determined to have that fruit. The 3-headed mist dragon clearly sensed Lin Feng's threat, and a hint of human-like fear flashed in the eyes of its central head. But it did not retreat. The ambergris fruit is about to ripen. It is a treasure that it has guarded for nearly 100 years and will never allow anyone to touch it. The 2 sides' auras collided in the air, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Husband, you're in the mid-stage of the golden core realm, Qin Mengyao's voice was somewhat hurried. She quickly analyzed the difference in strength between the 2 sides. Although Lin Feng is a 9-turn golden core cultivator with a solid foundation, he is still only at the early stage of the golden core realm. All 3 of them were only at the foundation establishment stage. A direct confrontation would be futile. You all step back and protect Huyer and Wanner. Lin Feng's voice left no room for argument. As he spoke, he slipped a jade slip into Qin Mengyao's hand. If things go wrong, crush it immediately, take them away, and don't look back. That jade slip contained a spatial imprint of his, capable of randomly teleporting them 100 miles away. No. A cold voice rang out. Holding a long sword, Xiao Bingyao walked to Lin Feng's side and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Together. Her eyes were calm, but the resolute look in them made Lin Feng's heart tremble. Qin Mengyao took a deep breath, put away the jade slip, and her hands were already gripping several array flags. Its 3 heads have different attributes, so they can't be perfectly coordinated. Bingyao, you focus on attacking its left head that exhales cold air. I'll set up an array to harass its right head that emits lightning. She instantly devised a battle plan. My husband, the central head is now yours. Good. Lin Feng laughed loudly, his heart brimming with heroic spirit. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Battle is imminent. The 3-headed mist dragon seemed to be enraged by their actions. The lightning head on the right suddenly opened its huge mouth. Sizzle! A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a bucket, shot towards Lin Feng with destructive power, like a raging dragon emerging from the sea. Square formation, shift. Qin Mengyao let out a delicate shout, and the array flag in her hand flew out, tracing a mysterious trajectory in the air. Just as the violent lightning bolt was about to strike Lin Feng, it twisted strangely, grazing his body and slamming hard into the stone wall behind him. Boom! The stone wall was blasted into a crater several meters deep, with debris flying through the air. That was close. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The power of this beast's lightning technique was terrifying. Just then, Xiao Bingyao moved. She transformed into a streak of icy blue light, her sword energy soaring into the sky, aiming straight for the left side of the mist dragon's head, which was exhaling icy breath. 1,000 miles frozen over. A chilling aura burst forth from the tip of her sword, instantly condensing the moisture in the air into countless ice spikes that rained down on the dragon's head. Roar! The mist dragon roared from its left head, also exhaling an extremely cold breath. Two extremely cold forces collided in the air, producing a crackling freezing sound, and the temperature of the entire cave plummeted. Chance! Just as the mist dragon was being held back by Xiao Bingyao and Qin Mangyao, Lin Feng made his move. With a light tap of his foot, his figure vanished from the spot like a ghost. When it reappeared, it was already below the main head of the mist dragon in the middle. You beast, take this! Lin Feng roared, and golden magic power gathered in his right fist without using any fancy spells. With a simple punch, he slammed it hard into the relatively soft lower jaw of the mist dragon. Chapter 68. The couple join forces to slay the three-headed dragon. Bang! Lin Feng's punch, imbued with golden magical power, landed squarely on the jaw of the three-headed mist dragon's main head. A muffled thud. The bluish-black scales cracked with a crack sound, shattering inch by inch. The broken scales, mixed with the foul-smelling blood of the dragon, splattered out. Roar! The intense pain caused the three-headed mist dragon to roar in agony, its body trembling violently. The central head was thrown high backward by the force, revealing its full set of fangs. The punch hurt, but it didn't cause a fatal injury. Hiss! Enraged, the master lowered its head, opened its blood-red maw, and sprayed a gray-green, sweet-smelling poisonous mist directly into Lin Feng's face. As the poisonous fog passed, the air hissed and corroded, and even the brilliance of the crystals on the ceiling dimmed. Lin Feng flew backward, narrowly avoiding it. The poisonous fog blasted against the distant stone wall, corroding the rock into a large, dark hole from which billowing black smoke escaped. This beast is more troublesome than I imagined. While Lin Feng was drawing the main head's attention, on the other side. Bing Yao! Qin Mangyao shouted, and the array flags in her hand changed again. The square array shone brightly, and several chains of spiritual energy appeared out of thin air, wrapping around the right side that was spewing lightning. The mist dragon's right head was caught off guard and its neck was wrapped by chains of light. Although it was only for a moment before the light chain was shattered by lightning, it was enough. Clang! A streak of icy blue sword light seized this opening. Xiao Bingyao became one with her sword, drawing an arc in the air to avoid the cold air spewed from the left, her sword tip pointing directly at the left eye of the dragon's head. Put! With a muffled thud, Xiao Bingyao's long sword pierced through the hilt. Awah! The three-headed mist dragon let out a mournful howl, causing the cave to shake violently and rubble to fall from the ceiling. Its left head thrashed wildly, trying to fling the longsword stuck in its eye socket. A successful strike. The immense force of the recoil came from the sword hilt, making Xiao Bingyao's hands go numb, and she was sent flying backward. Qin Mangyao set up a soft array of light to support her and stabilize her body. After landing, Xiao Bingyao knelt on one knee, her face pale. Her sword is still inside the dragon's eye. Well done! Lin Feng praised. Before they could launch a second attack, the three-headed mist dragon shrank back into the pool, leaving only its left head, dripping with blood and tears, and the other two heads on the surface of the water. Splash! The water in the pool surged. It needs to use the pool to heal its wounds. Qin Mangyao urged. In the water, they have no advantage whatsoever. Roar! In the pool, the lightning dragon opened its mouth wide on its right side. Countless tiny purple electric snakes gathered in its mouth, forming a dazzling ball of lightning. Husband! It's gathering power. Qin Manyao's voice was anxious. Wanner, take Huir and retreat to the cave entrance. Lin Feng shouted to the rear. He stared intently at the increasingly bright lightning ball in the pool, his expression grave. We can't let it succeed. The 9-turn golden pill within Lin Feng's body circulated wildly, urging the Azure Emperor's longevity technique. He clasped his hands together in front of his chest, then pulled them apart. A jade-green spear, formed from the essence of life force, took shape in his hand. Wooden Emperor's breaking army spear. Go! Lin Feng roared and threw his spear. The emerald green spear pierced the sky, heading straight for the lightning head that was gathering power. Sensing the threat, the mist dragon disregarded the need to continue gathering its power and unleashed the still-forming lightning ball. Boom! The spear and the lightning ball collided in the air above the pool. After the loud bang, a violent energy shockwave swept in all directions. The water in the pool was blasted hundreds of feet high, instantly evaporating into a sky full of mist. The entire cave trembled under this force, and countless cracks spread across the stone walls. Lin Feng, Qin Mengyao, and Xiao Bingyao were thrown back by the shockwave, their blood churning. The smoke and mist dissipated. Blood trickled from the corner of the mouth of the three-headed mist dragon's right head, and a piece of scale on its neck was charred black from being blown apart. It managed to block it in the end. Lin Feng consumed nearly 30% of his internal energy to unleash this attack. My husband. If this continues, we'll be worn down. Qin Mengyao's voice was calm, but full of worry. This beast is too resilient. The atmosphere was heavy. Lin Hoyer, who was hiding at the cave entrance, was frightened by the loud noise and vibration. Her little mouth twitched and she burst into tears. As she cried out, the crimson flame totem on her forehead lit up. Buzz! An invisible wave spread out from her center. This fluctuation had no offensive power, but it carried a certain ancient and noble bloodline pressure. The three-headed mist dragon, which was preparing to attack in the pool, froze in its motion. They all turned towards the cave entrance, looking at the crying baby girl, their huge eyes filled with fear. The mist dragon quickly regained its ferocity, but Qin Mengyao caught that moment of distraction. Husband! It's Huar! Qin Mengyao exclaimed in surprise and delight. That wicked beast is afraid of her. Lin Feng instantly understood. Hoyer is of the bloodline of a barbarian chieftain, and the totem on her forehead represents the inheritance of the fire god. Although this mist dragon is strong, it is still a demon beast. It can sense the aura of a superior being within that small body that makes it tremble. The opportunity has arrived. Wanner, take Hoyer closer to the pool. Lin Feng said urgently. But Mu Wanner looked at the raging giant dragon, her face turning pale. Trust me. Lin Feng's voice left no room for doubt. Mu Wanner gritted her teeth, glanced at Hoyer who was crying in her arms, and finally nodded heavily. She carried Lin Hoyer and walked step by step toward the ravaged pond. Roar! The three-headed mist dragon let out an uneasy growl as it looked at the approaching threat. It wanted to attack, but the suppression of its bloodline made it hesitate. Now! Mengyao, trap it! Bingyao, destroy its right head! Lin Feng roared and charged forward again. This time, the target is the main head. Heavenly net! Qin Mengyao threw out all the last array flags in her hand, and a huge net of light descended from the sky, enveloping the massive body of the three-headed mist dragon. The mist dragon struggled frantically, and the light net made a creaking sound, on the verge of breaking at any moment, but it ultimately bought them 2 breaths of time. Xiao Bingyao's figure was incredibly fast. She formed a sword shape with her fingers, and the icy cold energy gathered at her fingertips, then slammed it hard onto the hilt of her long sword. Get in! Click! Under her immense strength, the entire longsword was pushed completely into the left brain of the dragon. Awah! A mournful cry came from the left head, the huge head suddenly stiffened, and then drooped limply, life extinguished. At the same time, Lin Feng had also arrived. He leaped high into the air, placing one foot on the destroyed left head, using the momentum to rise even higher. He clenched his fists and aimed them at the top of the skull of the main head, which was still frantically spewing poisonous mist. Die! Golden magical power, mixed with the domineering vitality of the Azure Emperor's longevity technique, crashed down. Boom! The main head of the mist dragon was smashed into the water. Blood and flesh flying everywhere. The huge splash of water turned blackish red. 2 of the 3 heads are gone. The remaining lightning bolt on its right emitted a final, frantic roar. It suddenly broke free from the shattering array of light, opened its mouth wide, and with its last bit of strength, bit down hard on Lin Feng, who was closest to it. Lin Feng had just used up all his strength and was in mid-air. His old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet been generated. He was about to be swallowed by that giant mouth full of fangs. Husband, the 3 women exclaimed in unison. A beam of azure light flew out from Lin Feng's body, transforming into an ancient bronze bell that stood in front of him. It was that defensive magic weapon obtained from the system, the Azurewood Mystic Bell. When? A long, resonant chime. The dragon's fangs clenched fiercely into the bronze bell, producing a series of piercing metallic clangs. The azure wood bell flashed with light, and even a crack appeared on its surface. But it ultimately blocked that fatal blow. Using the force of the recoil, Lin Feng landed gracefully. He looked at the one-headed dragon, whose fangs had broken off from exerting too much force. It's over. He pointed his fingers together to form a sword, and a golden swordlight, refined to its extreme, emerged from his fingertips. Call out. The sword's edge flashed and disappeared in an instant. The last head of the mist dragon flew high into the air, accompanied by a shower of blood, before crashing heavily into the pool. The enormous headless corpse twitched a few times in the pool of water before becoming completely still. Peace was finally restored inside the cave. Lin Feng let out a long breath. The series of outbursts he had just experienced had taken a heavy toll on him. He turned around and saw Qin Mengyao and Xiao Bingyao both slumped to the ground, their faces deathly pale. Mu Wan'er also slumped down not far away, holding Lin Hoyer, who had stopped crying and was curiously gnawing on her fingers, her whole body trembling. Lin Feng smiled. He went over and helped the three women up one by one, feeding them healing pills. All right, it's time to take stock of the spoils. Lin Feng clapped his hands and walked towards the huge dragon corpse. 15 minutes later. A demon core the size of a human head, containing 3 different energies, several huge and tough dragon skins, and dozens of tough dragon tendons were neatly arranged by Lin Feng. Finally, he flew to the jade platform in the center of the pool and picked the ambergris fruit that emitted a strange fragrance. Back on shore, he handed Xiao Bingyao a bundle of the thickest dragon tendons. Here, take this. Weave it into a sword tassel later. It will enhance your connection with the flying sword. Xiao Bingyao took the dragon tendon, looked at Lin Feng, and nodded silently. Lin Feng then handed the largest piece of dragon skin to Qin Mengyao. Mengyao, this is an excellent material for making high-level array flags. With it, the power of your array can be raised to another level. At least you have a conscience. Qin Mengyao snorted and unceremoniously put away the dragon skin. After doing all this, Lin Feng looked at the dragon saliva fruit and the 3-colored demon core in his hand and remained silent for a moment. These 2 things are the real big costs. Chapter 69 The Saintess? Lin Feng glanced at his 3 wives and smiled. He took out a warm, smooth jade box and carefully sealed the dragon saliva fruit and the demon core together. Husband, Mu Wan'er was puzzled. It would be a waste to use this now. Lin Feng put the jade box into his storage ring and explained, we just went through a great battle, and Wan'er, you just broke through, so your foundation is not stable. Bingyao and Mengyao have also reached a bottleneck. What they need more is patience and perseverance, rather than being forced by external forces. When the time is right, this fruit will naturally have its use. He looked at the 3 women, his tone gentle yet authoritative. Our Lin family's resources should be used where they are most crucial. Qin Mengyao pouted and muttered under her breath, how boring. Although she said that, she knew in her heart that Lin Feng's decision was the safest one. With the crisis averted, everyone's tense nerves finally relaxed. A wave of exhaustion washed over them. All right, let's rest here for the night before we leave. Lin Feng clapped his hands. The cave was simply cleared out, and a campfire was lit. Lin Feng took the initiative to assume the duty of keeping watch. He sat cross-legged at the cave entrance, seemingly adjusting his breathing, but his divine sense vigilantly covered the surroundings. Xiao Bingyao took out the bundle of dragon tendons and, by the light of the fire, began to clumsily weave a sword tassel. Her fingers were long and slender, white, and steady and strong when she held a sword, but she seemed a little stiff when doing this kind of delicate work. Qin Mengyao spread the huge dragon skin on the ground, her fingertips flashing with spiritual light as she continuously drew intricate array patterns on it, already beginning to conceive her new array flag. Mu Wan'er carried the sleeping Lin Hoyer and sat down next to Lin Feng. Husband, what do you think will happen to Hoyer in the future? She looked at the little one in her arms, her eyes gentle yet tinged with worry. This child's origins are shrouded in mystery, and he has been drawn into tribal conflicts, leaving his future uncertain. Her surname is Lin. Lin Feng opened his eyes, looked at Mu Wan'er, and then at the tiny baby. From now on, she will be a child of the Lin family. With us here, she will be safe. With just one sentence, all of Mu Wan'er's unease vanished. She leaned on Lin Feng's shoulder, feeling a sense of security. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, everyone set off again, full of energy. With Lin Hoyer's super miasma avoiding pill, the remaining journey through the valley of 10,000 miasmas became exceptionally easy. The gray-green miasma that had once given them so much trouble retreated far to both sides after sensing Lin Hoyer's presence, making way for a wide and safe passage for them. The strange poisonous flowers and plants along the way also seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, their auras concealed. If I had known, I should have just grabbed Huir and rushed in back then. Qin Mengyao couldn't help but complain as she looked at the scene. What a waste of so many of my brain cells and spiritual energy. Then where are we going to find ambergris fruit? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Qin Mengyao was speechless for a moment, then snorted and stopped talking. The group chatted and laughed, and soon reached the end of the canyon. Ahead, sunlight filtered through the sparse trees, the air was fresh, and the oppressive and stagnant atmosphere of the canyon was gone. They're out. Mu Wanner cheered happily. However, she had barely finished speaking. Swish! 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 A dozen figures emerged from the dense forest on both sides, moving swiftly and silently, instantly blocking the canyon exit and cutting off their path. This is a barbarian army. But unlike the Blackfire tribe we encountered before, this team was incredibly well equipped. They wore uniform dark red leather armor, inlaid with black metal plates, and with bone armor protecting key areas. Each person carried a huge beast bone battle sword, exuding a fierce aura and sharp eyes like an eagle. The leader was a burly barbarian man who was over 2.5 meters tall. His face was unpainted, revealing a resolute face with well-defined features. A scar ran from his eyebrow to his jaw, adding to his fierce appearance. He simply stood there, and a powerful aura of a half-step golden core cultivator firmly locked onto Lin Feng and his companions. The weakest of the dozen or so barbarian warriors behind him was at least at the mid-foundation establishment stage. This is a truly elite force. This is troublesome. Qin Mengyao's voice was very low, and her hand had already quietly grasped several newly refined array flags. Xiao Bingyao gripped the sword hilt, and a chilling killing intent began to emanate from her. Lin Feng stepped forward, shielding his 3 wives and children behind him. He didn't speak, but the 9-turn golden core within his body slowly circulated, and a powerful pressure belonging to a golden core cultivator, like an invisible mountain, slowly pressed down on the barbarian captain opposite him. The air seemed to freeze. The barbarian captain felt the oppressive aura, his pupils contracted sharply, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. Golden core cultivator. And it's not just an ordinary early-stage golden core cultivator. He slammed the beast bone battle knife into the ground with a muffled thud, releasing his own aura and firmly resisting Lin Feng's oppressive aura. For a moment, neither side made a move, and the atmosphere was tense, ready to erupt at any moment. Just then, the barbarian captain seemed to realize something. His gaze passed over Lin Feng's shoulder and landed on Lin Huir, who was being held tightly in Mu Wanner's arms. When he saw the baby girl with her big, bright eyes looking at him curiously. Especially when you see clearly the sacred and clear flame totem in the center of her forehead, which seems to be burning in the sunlight. An incredulous look of ecstasy appeared on the barbarian captain's face. His body even trembled slightly with excitement. To the astonishment of Lin Feng and his companions, the burly barbarian captain suddenly took a step back. He withdrew all his imposing manner and knelt on one knee in a standard and ancient barbarian salute that Lin Feng had never seen before. Clang! He pulled the enormous beast bone sword from the ground, offered it with both hands, planted it horizontally in the ground in front of him, and bowed his proud head deeply. Behind him, the dozen or so elite barbarian warriors were taken aback when they saw their captain's actions, and then they also saw the baby girl being held in his arms. The next moment, the expressions on their faces were exactly the same as their captain's. Without any hesitation, everyone took a step back, knelt on one knee, and planted their weapons in front of them. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, and the clanging of their armor produced a deep, solemn sound. The whole scene was filled with a solemn sense of ceremony. This sudden change left Lin Feng and the other 3 stunned. Xiao Bingyao's hand, gripping the sword hilt, froze, and Qin Mengyao's array flag, which she was about to throw, stopped at her fingertips. What's going on? Just as they were filled with confusion, the leading barbarian captain raised his head and shouted to them in a common language with a heavy accent but full of utmost respect. The first guard of the fiery royal court respectfully welcomes the Holy Maiden home. Chapter 70 Rock City. At the canyon exit, all was quiet. The Holy Maiden returns to her hometown? Lin Feng, protecting the 3 women and the child, broke the silence by speaking. He understood those 4 words. But he didn't understand at all. Xiao Bingyao's grip on the sword did not loosen in the slightest, while Qin Mengyao's fingertips remained on the array flags. This bizarre scene was even more unsettling than a direct confrontation. The barbarian captain at the head of the group, the burly man with the scar on his face, remained kneeling on one knee. He raised his head, staring intently at Lin Huar in Mu Wanner's arms, his voice trembling slightly. Honorable powerful one, we mean no harm. He first stated his position, then pointed to the small flame totem on Lin Huar's forehead. Look, the totem on our saintess's forehead. This is proof of the noblest bloodline of our blazing fire royal court. Ordinary royal families only have ordinary crimson flames as their totem. And on the saintess's forehead is a holy flame. A totem possessed only by kings who bear the blood of their ancestors and can heed the teachings of the barbarian gods. A once-in-a-century occurrence. The captain's voice grew louder and louder, and the soldiers behind him, though their heads were bowed, trembled slightly with excitement. Lin Feng and the other two exchanged glances, all somewhat surprised. They knew that Huayer's background was not simple, but they never expected it to be this complicated. The Holy Maiden of the Fiery Royal Court? Wouldn't that be equivalent to the crown princess of a human dynasty, or even higher? Qin Mengyao quickly moved closer to Lin Feng and whispered a reminder, "Husband, this is a hot potato. The Fiery Royal Court and the Stone Royal Court, we saved the bloodline of the Stone Royal Court, but the people of the Fiery Royal Court treated us as saints. The relationships involved are too complicated. Once we get involved, we'll be torn to shreds." Lin Feng hummed in agreement. Seeing that Lin Feng and the others did not respond, the barbarian captain became even more anxious. He slammed his fist into his breastplate, making a dull thud. "Honorable strongman. My name is Chia, and I am the centurion of the first guard of the Blazing Fire Royal Court. We were ordered to hunt down the traitor, and inadvertently sensed the aura of the holy flame. We implore you to escort the Holy Maiden back to the royal court." Chia's tone was extremely sincere. The royal court will regard you as its most honored guest. Whatever you desire, wealth, cultivation techniques, spiritual medicine, the royal court will spare no effort to satisfy you. A tremendous temptation. A royal court's promise is of immeasurable value. Mu Wanner tightened her grip on Huayer's arm. The little guy seemed to sense the heavy atmosphere. His big, dark eyes looked around, and his little mouth twitched, as if he was about to cry again. Mu Wanner quickly patted her back gently and whispered comforting words. Lin Feng glanced at Chia, who had a pleading look on his face, and then looked at his three wives beside him. Xiao Bingyao placed her hand on the sword hilt. Qin Mengyao remained calm, while Mu Wanner was filled with worry and reluctance. Going to the royal court might bring immense benefits, allowing one to rise to the top in one fell swoop. But that also means that his family will be completely dragged into the mess in southern Xinjiang. The internal strife within the royal court, and the wars between royal courts, neither of these is something they can currently withstand. Huayer will be treated as a symbol, a totem, rather than a living person. She will be watched by countless eyes, her life will be completely planned out, and she will have no choice of her own. Lin Feng looked at Chia and spoke, his voice calm. "You're wrong." Red Fong was stunned. A strong person, First, she is not called a saintess. Lin Feng looked down at the tiny baby, his tone softening. Her name is Lin Huaer. Lin Huaer? Red Fong and the warriors behind him were stunned. Secondly, Lin Feng continued, she is now my daughter. Therefore, I will not hand her over to anyone, much less let her go to any royal court. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere at the canyon exit froze instantly. The ecstasy on Chia's face froze, turning into shock and disbelief. The barbarian warriors behind him became even more agitated, with several hot-tempered ones even gripping their sword hilts tightly, their eyes flashing with ferocity. To claim the Holy Maiden as one's own? This is the greatest blasphemy against the fiery royal court. Strong one, are you joking? Chia's voice was hoarse, he couldn't believe his ears. Do I look like I'm joking? Lin Feng's tone turned cold. An aura of a golden core cultivator descended, pressing down firmly on Chia's body. Chia felt a sudden weight on his shoulders, as if an immense pressure was pressing down on him, and his knees, which were kneeling on the ground, sank deep into the mud. The soldiers behind him groaned, and those who were weaker had blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. So strong. Chia was shocked. The thin man's strength far exceeded his expectations. He had no doubt that if the other side wanted to make a move, none of their team members would survive. However, the Holy Maiden is crucial to the future of the royal court. Chia gritted his teeth, enduring immense pressure, and struggled to raise his head. Strong one. The Holy Maiden is the hope of our royal court. She cannot be left to wander outside. I will fulfill her hopes, Lin Feng replied calmly. As for whether she wants to return to the royal court, let her decide for herself when she grows up. Right now, no one can take her away from me. Lin Feng's tone was calm, yet it conveyed a sense of determination. He could stand against the world for his family. Xia stared blankly at Lin Feng, at his unwavering determination to protect him. He understood. This person didn't want to possess the saintess, he genuinely treated her like his own daughter and was protecting her. Countless thoughts flashed through Qia's mind. Rob it by force? He couldn't win. And if the Holy Maiden were injured, he would be guilty beyond redemption. Should he just give up? He wouldn't be able to explain that to the royal court either. After struggling for a long time, the anger on Qia's face finally turned into a long sigh. His imposing aura completely dissipated. I see. Xia loosened his grip on the hilt of his sword, bowed deeply to Lin Feng, his forehead almost touching the ground. Since you are the guardian of the Holy Maiden, then you are a friend of our fiery royal court. We dare not force you. We only ask that you take good care of the saintess. Seeing his reaction, Lin Feng withdrew his oppressive aura. That's natural. Xia straightened up and took out 2 items from his pocket. Similarly, it is a scroll made of a special kind of animal hide tanned. Strong one, this is a map of the southern border drawn by our royal court over a century. It is more detailed than any map circulating outside. It marks the spheres of influence of various tribes, dangerous forbidden areas, and safe trade routes. Since you are going to travel around here, this item may be of help to you. This is exactly what they need right now. Qin Mangyao also looked delighted with the map. The rest of the journey would be much safer. Lin Feng didn't stand on ceremony and gestured for Qin Mangyao to accept the map. Thank you. Then, Xia picked up something else. It was a palm-sized, crimson token with a lifelike flame totem carved on it. This is the blazing flame token of my blazing flame royal court. Xia's tone was extremely solemn. With this token, wherever you are in the southern frontier, as long as you encounter a tribe under the command of my blazing fire royal court, show this token and they will provide you with all kinds of assistance. This is a token that I present to the guardian of the Holy Maiden on behalf of the First Guard. Lin Feng looked at the token. It was much heavier than the map. This is almost equivalent to a royal envoy. He did not refuse. He accepted the token without hesitation. I, Lin Feng, will remember this favor. If the opportunity arises in the future, I will repay it. Having received Lin Feng's promise, Xia's tense body relaxed, and he grinned. By establishing this positive connection, the effort will not have been in vain. Respectfully bidding farewell to the Holy Maiden. Respectfully bidding farewell to the Guardian. Xia knelt on one knee once again. All the barbarian warriors behind him knelt down in unison. Respectfully bidding farewell to the Holy Maiden. Respectfully bidding farewell to the Guardian. The sound waves rolled on, shaking the valley. Lin Feng didn't say anything more, but he gave the 3 women a signal. Let's go. The group, carrying the baby, stepped out of the valley of 10,000 miasmas amidst the kneeling farewell of more than a dozen elite barbarian warriors. They walked a long way, and when they looked back, they could still see Qia's group, still kneeling in worship, without getting up. Husband, you were so domineering just now. Mu Wan'er hugged Huayr tightly, looked up at Lin Feng, and spoke in a soft, gentle voice. It's all right, Lin Feng smiled. Qin Mangyao, standing to the side, snorted, pretentious. But, those 2 sentences just now did show some sense of responsibility. Xiao Bingyao didn't say anything, but walked to the other side of Lin Feng, her steps becoming lighter. After passing through the last pass of the mountains, the terrain ahead is flat and open. The dense primeval forests have disappeared, replaced by a vast plain. At the edge of the plain, the outline of a city rises on the horizon. The city was entirely built of black stone, with a 100-foot-high city wall stretching between heaven and earth. On the city wall, countless runes flickered in the sunlight, exuding an ancient and imposing aura. Rock City. The largest stronghold established by human cultivators in the southern frontier, serving as the first line of defense against barbarians and the endless wilderness. Looking at the magnificent city, the 4 of them remained silent for a moment. After many twists and turns, and experiencing life and death, we've finally arrived. Chapter 71. The Guild. A towering black stone wall stretches between heaven and earth. The closer you get, the more overwhelming the sense of weight and desolation becomes. The city walls are covered with marks from swords and axes, and dark red bloodstains have long since seeped into the cracks in the stones, recording the endless bloody battles that have taken place here. The city gate was enormous, large enough to accommodate 10 animal-drawn carriages side by side. At the entrance, a squad of guards clad in black iron armor were checking the flow of people coming and going. Each of them exuded a fierce aura and carried a bloody smell. Stop! As soon as Lin Feng and his group reached the door, they were stopped by two guards wielding long halberds. The squad leader looked them up and down, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the three women before finally settling on Lin Hoyer, who was in Mu Wanner's arms. From the wilderness, the squad leader asked dismissively. Entry fee, 10 low-grade spirit stones per person, including infants. Upon hearing this, several low snickers came from the surrounding queue. The standard entrance fee to Rock City is only 1 spirit stone per person. It was obvious that they were trying to extort money from the group because they were unfamiliar faces and had women and children with them. Mu Wanner's face showed anger, while Qin Mangyao sneered and prepared to take out the array flags to teach this blind fool a lesson. Lin Feng pressed her hand down and took a step forward. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire city gate. The squad leader, who had been joking, froze. He felt a violent shock to his soul, his legs went weak, and he almost knelt down on the spot. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his hand holding the halberd trembled violently, almost causing him to lose his grip on the weapon. Golden elixir. This is the oppressive aura of a golden core cultivator. The surrounding guards also felt the terrifying aura, their faces turned pale, and they dared not even breathe. The crowd, which had been laughing just moments before, fell completely silent, staring at Lin Feng in terror. Senior, spare my life. The squad leader fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling. It was my fault for being blind and not recognizing your greatness. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. He's now kicking himself for it. Who would have thought that among these seemingly down on their luck rogue cultivators, there was actually a golden core cultivator hidden away? In Rock City, a golden core cultivator is someone who deserves respect wherever they go. What procedures are required to enter the city? Lin Feng asked, withdrawing his imposing aura as he did so. With the pressure relieved, the squad leader breathed a sigh of relief, scrambled to his feet, and became extremely respectful. Replying to Senior. For a distinguished guest like you, no procedures are required. These are 4 temporary identity jade tokens. You and your 3 wives can move freely throughout the city without any restrictions. He quickly took out 4 jade tokens from the storage bag at his waist and presented them with both hands. Lin Feng took the jade token and distributed it to the 3 women. Thank you. He left with a single sentence, then led his family through the city gates under the awe-inspiring gaze of the crowd. Only after their figures disappeared around the street corner did the squad leader dare to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. His back was already soaked. Boss, this. A guard standing nearby said, still shaken. Watch your eyes, the squad leader roared in a low voice. Rock City is a mixed bag. Luckily, we ran into a good-natured guy today. If it had been a killing machine, none of us would have survived. Inside Rock City, the scene was quite different. The streets are wide, paved with bluestone slabs, and lined with shops on both sides, bustling with people. The aroma of ale from the tavern, the scent of herbs from the herbal shop, and the burning smell of metal from the blacksmith's shop mingled together. Everywhere you look, you can see burly cultivators with sharp blades hanging from their waists, in groups of 3 or 5, talking loudly about the monsters and missions outside the city. Let's find a place to stay first, Lin Feng said. The 4 of them found an inn called Gyeonju. The inn was clean and elegant, and the price was not outrageous. After booking 2 adjacent upper rooms, Lin Feng told the 3 women and the child to rest in the rooms while he went downstairs to inquire about the city from the innkeeper. He casually tossed out a few mid-grade spirit stones as a tip, and the previously indifferent shopkeeper immediately became enthusiastic. What would you like to know, sir? In this Rock City, there's nothing old wine don't know, the innkeeper assured him, patting his chest. Half an hour later, Lin Feng returned to his room. The 3 girls had finished washing and dressing and were sitting together, teasing the babbling Lin Hoyer. Xiao Bingyao also showed a rare smile, gently tapping Hoyer's little nose with her finger. Seeing Lin Feng return, Qin Mangyao spoke first. How did the questioning go? It's pretty much as expected. Lin Feng sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. Rock City is now in a 3-way power struggle. The city lord's mansion is controlled by the city lord Shurgandang. He is said to be a veteran expert in the early nascent soul stage, responsible for the city's defense and basic order. He has a powerful city guard under his command. The Mercenary Guild is the largest independent cultivator organization in the city. It handles almost everything, from issuing missions and acquiring materials to exchanging cultivation techniques. It is the foundation upon which independent cultivators rely for survival. Guild leader Long Zhan is also a master at the great perfection of the golden core stage. He is a generous and magnanimous person and has a great reputation among rogue cultivators. Finally, there are two associations, namely the Alchemist Guild and the Weapon Refiner Guild. These two guilds hold an extraordinary position, monopolizing more than 90% of the high-level pills and magic weapons business in the city. Even the city lord's mansion has to give them some face. After listening, Qin Mengyao nodded. It's a typical layout of a large frontier city. The city lord's government governs, while the trade union focuses on profit, with clear distinctions and checks and balances between them. We're new here and have no foundation. We shouldn't contact the city lord's mansion or the two associations for now. The mercenary guild, on the other hand, is a good starting point. She quickly analyzed the key point. That is what I think too, Lin Feng agreed. However, before that, we need to solve the problem of food. He looked at Mu Wanner. Wanner, come out with me for a bit. Meng Yao, you and Bing Yao stay at the inn and look after Huier. Also, familiarize yourselves with the surroundings so that no one comes knocking without you knowing. I know, stop nagging. Qin Mengyao rolled her eyes at him. Xiao Bingyao simply nodded. Lin Feng smiled and led Mu Wanner out of the inn. The two walked along the main street and entered the largest medicinal herb shop, named by Chao Tang. Upon entering, a rich aroma of medicine wafted towards them. Seeing that the two were well dressed, the waiter immediately and warmly greeted them. Esteemed guests, what would you like to buy? Our shop has all kinds of elixirs and spiritual herbs. Mu Wanner didn't speak, walked to the medicine counter, and glanced at the rows of jade bottles. She pointed to one of the jade bottles labeled Superior Qi Restoring Pills and said to the shopkeeper, "Could I take a look at these pills?" "All right." The waiter deftly took out the jade bottle and uncorked it. A surge of spiritual energy emanated from the air, but it was very mixed. Mu Wanner glanced at it only once before gently shaking her head. The pills were dull in color, with many impurities on the surface, and the aroma was not pure enough. Is this your top-grade pill?" Mu Wanner's tone was full of disbelief. In her opinion, this quality of pills could only be considered mid-grade at best, and even then, it was one of the worst mid-grade pills. The shopkeeper sensed the skepticism in her tone and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, retorted, "My lady, you are unaware of this. Our southern border region has a harsh environment, making rare medicinal herbs hard to find, and alchemists are even rarer. To have a pill of this quality is already quite remarkable." Lin Feng watched from the side, and he roughly got the gist of it. He then asked, "And what about the price?" "These high-grade Qi restoring pills, 10 in a bottle, are priced at 30 low-grade spirit stones," the shopkeeper announced the price. Mu Wanner's breath caught in her throat for a moment. In the eastern wilderness, a Qi restoring pill of the same quality would sell for at most 15 low-grade spirit stones. Here, the price has doubled. Poor quality, high price. She tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, and Lin Feng gently patted the back of her hand, signaling her not to rush. The two visited several more medicine shops and found that the situation was more or less the same. The entire elixir market in Panchur City is in a state of low quality and high price. Back at the inn, Mu Wanner could no longer contain herself as soon as she closed the door. "My husband. Our chance to make a fortune has arrived. As long as we offer truly high-quality top-grade pills, no, even if they are only mid-grade pills, it will be enough to sweep the entire market of Rock City. If I use my medicinal spirit body to accelerate the growth of spiritual herbs, and combine that with the alchemy techniques you taught me, the cost can be reduced to an extremely low level. The profit in between." She was so excited that she couldn't speak. Qin Mengyao listened with interest. She wasn't obsessed with spirit stones, but she knew that a family needed a vast amount of resources to grow stronger. "The idea is good, but it's not that simple," Qin Mengyao said. "The Alchemist Guild monopolizes the market. Our sudden appearance is like taking away their livelihood. Do you think they'll let this go?" The joy on Mu Wanner's face faded. Yes, she had forgotten about that. Lin Feng patted her shoulder and comforted her. "Mengyao's concerns are valid, but your findings are also correct. This matter is fundamental to our survival, but we cannot rush it." He walked to the window and looked down at the endless stream of people below. A moment later, Lin Feng turned around. "Therefore, our first step is not to sell pills. Instead, we need to make a name for ourselves in this rock city and gain an identity that will deter the Alchemist Guild from making any moves against us." He looked at everyone and made a decision. "Tomorrow, I'll go to the Mercenary Guild and register a mercenary group. We'll earn our first pot of gold through our own fists. Chapter 72 Evergreen Squad. Rock City, Mercenary Guild. This is the noisiest place in the city, where the air is filled with the smells of beer, blood, and sweat. The hall was filled with cultivators, many of them shirtless, revealing their muscles and scars, loudly boasting about their victories or arguing over a few spirit stones. As Lin Feng and his group of 4 entered the main gate, the noise in the hall subsided. Everyone looked over. The man walking in front was dressed in a clean and tidy blue robe. The 3 women behind him attracted everyone's attention. One was dressed in white with a cool and aloof air, another in purple with an air of pride, and the third in green with a gentle and graceful demeanor. Any one of these 3 women, if they appeared alone, would be enough to cause a commotion, but now they were all following behind that man in the blue robe. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? Which young master brought his mate out to experience life? Those 3 women, TSK, any one of them could keep me happy for the rest of my life. Look at their delicate skin and tender flesh. Are they probably just fresh-faced rookies who ran away from their sex? Coming to Rock City, are they looking for death? Foul language and obscenities arose one after another. Xiao Bingyao placed her hand on the sword hilt, emanating a chilling aura. Qin Mangyao snorted coldly, showing no interest. Mu Wan'er frowned and subconsciously moved closer to Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained expressionless, walked straight through the crowd, and went to the counter at the far end of the hall. Behind the counter sat a drowsy old man, working on an abacus. Register a mercenary group, Lin Feng said. The old man raised his eyelids, glanced at them, and lingered on the 3 women for a moment before slowly speaking. Name, level, member information. Changqing, Lin Feng replied, Black Iron level. All 4 of them are here. Changqing, the old man muttered. These days, there are still people who give themselves such a literary name. He took out a blank jade tablet and began to record. Just then, a shrill laugh came from the side. Ha ha ha. Evergreen? Why not call it a 10,000-year-old tortoise? Judging from your small bodies, you're quite good at shrinking. A group of burly mercenaries walked over and surrounded Lin Feng and his companions. The leader was a bald, burly man with a long scar on his face, extending from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and looked Qin Mangyao and Xiao Bingyao up and down. Hey kid, new here? Scarface leaned close to Lin Feng, a strong smell of alcohol wafting from his face. I am Blood Shark, the leader of the Mad Shark mercenary group. He patted his chest, which was covered in black hair. I think you guys are alright, so from now on you'll follow me. I guarantee that no one will dare to bully you in Rock City. As he spoke, he reached out his dirty hand to touch Qin Mangyao's face. A cold glint flashed in Qin Mangyao's eyes, but before she could make a move. Snap. A crisp sound. Lin Feng grabbed Blood Shark's wrist. You don't want your hands anymore? Blood Shark's expression changed. He tried to pull his hand back, but found that the other party's wrist strength was extremely strong, and he couldn't break free at all. He used all his strength, and his wrists were squeezing so hard they made a cracking sound. This kid is weird. Upon seeing this, the team members behind Blood Shark immediately gripped the weapons at their waists. Release our commander. The other mercenaries in the hall also looked over, as if they were ready to watch a good show. Newcomers being bullied by veterans is a daily occurrence in the mercenary guild. Blood Shark, private fights are prohibited in the guild. Do you want to be locked up by the enforcement team? The old man behind the counter said indifferently. Blood Shark's face turned ugly. He hadn't expected this seemingly weak and pale-faced young man to be such a tough nut to crack. Lin Feng released his grip. Blood Shark staggered back 2 steps, looking at his wrist, which had turned purple, his eyes turning sinister. Fine, very well, he gritted his teeth. Kid, you've got guts. We'll see. After saying that, he and his men glared fiercely at Lin Feng, then stepped aside, but showed no intention of leaving. Lin Feng ignored them and urged the old man, Is it ready now? The old man glanced at Lin Feng and handed him a black iron plaque engraved with 2 green leaves. All right. This is your Evergreen Mercenary Group's token. You can use this token to accept missions. Lin Feng took the token and turned to walk towards the huge mission wall in the center of the hall. The walls were covered with jade slips, arranged from bottom to top according to 4 colors, black, bronze, silver, and gold, each corresponding to a different task level. Black Iron level missions are mostly things like finding spirit pets or escorting caravans to the mines, and the reward is only a few dozen low-grade spirit stones, which is time-consuming and laborious. Lin Feng looked directly at the bronze level mission area. Hunt down a pack of ironback demon wolves and obtain 20 wolf teeth. Quest reward, 500 low-grade spirit stones and 10 guild contribution points. Escort the elixir to the Black Wind Mountains. Mission reward, 800 low-grade spirit stones and 15 guild contribution points. Investigate the source of the demonic energy at the rocky slope 30 miles outside the city. Reward, 1000 low-grade spirit stones and 20 guild contribution points. These tasks pose considerable risks to even ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator teams. Husband, how's the mission with the ironback wolf going? Muwaner asked softly, pointing to one of the jade slips. Ironbacked demon wolves are second-tier demonic beasts that appear in packs of dozens or even hundreds at a time. Even ordinary Foundation establishment teams would have to give them a wide berth. They're just a bunch of beasts, just kill them. Xiao Bingyao's answer was simple and direct. Qin Mengyao analyzed, the location of this mission is not far from Rock City, about half a day's journey. The wolf pack isn't too strong, but it's not too weak either, which is perfect for us to test our teamwork. The reward is decent, it can be our first pot of gold. Okay, this is it. Lin Feng nodded and reached out to take the jade slip. His action stunned the mercenaries around him. A newly registered iron-level mercenary group, which hasn't even done a single iron-level quest, is taking on a bronze-level quest right away. And a tough one like hunting a pack of demon wolves. Are they crazy? Do they think the ironback demon wolf is a puppy? This is no way to court death. Beside him, Blood Shark and his Mad Shark mercenary group members were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Boss, look at these idiots. Could they be illiterate and have taken the wrong one? Blood Shark crossed his arms and sneered, Kid, I advise you to put the quest back and find a quest to find cats and dogs in the city instead. Otherwise, you few wouldn't even be enough to fill the wolf's teeth. Lin Feng took the jade slip, walked to the counter, and handed it to the old man. We'll take this mission. The old man took the jade slip and reminded him, the ironback demon wolf pack has at least 30 members, and the alpha wolf is a second-tier high-grade wolf, comparable to the late Foundation establishment stage. Are you sure? I'm sure. Lin Feng answered without any hesitation. All right then. The old man didn't try to persuade him any further. He made a record on the jade tablet. The mission has a 7-day time limit. Failure to complete it or abandoning it will result in the deduction of contribution points. After completing the formalities, Lin Feng, along with the 3 women, turned and left amidst the laughter that filled the hall. Boss, are we just going to let them go like that? One of Blood Shark's men asked unwillingly. Blood Shark rubbed his still aching wrist and sneered. Leave? Do you think they can leave? He stared in the direction where Lin Feng and his group had disappeared. Those 3 women, I'm going to have them. And that pretty boy, I'll make him kneel down and lick my toes. Brothers, grab your weapons, let's follow them. Blood Shark ordered. Once they've fought the wolves to a standstill, we'll go out and help them out. Then, the spirit stones and beauties will all be ours. The boss is brilliant. The members of the Mad Shark mercenary group let out a lewd laugh and followed them out of the guild. Outside Pancher City, on the official road. The 4 of them headed west towards the mission location. Husband, there are a few flies following us. Qin Mengyao's voice carried a hint of amusement. Lin Feng nodded, his tone indifferent. With his golden core true person divine sense, he had already spotted the Mad Shark mercenary group members as soon as they left the city gate. Should I take care of it? Xiao Bingyao asked. No need, Lin Feng smiled. Why not have someone do our hard work for free and even give us some travel expenses? My husband means Mu Wanner understood. Lin Feng glanced back at the direction behind him. Let's pretend we don't know anything and continue hunting wolves as usual. Once we're done fighting, the sharks will naturally come running because they smell the blood. We'll thank them properly later. Qin Mengyao snorted, it's too dirty for me to scheme against these small fry. But it's quite amusing to see their self-righteous foolishness. The 4 stopped discussing the matter and quickened their pace, heading deeper into the wasteland. Chapter 73 Textbook-Style Massacre. The wasteland is littered with jagged rocks. The air was filled with the smell of blood and earth. Lin Feng and his 3 companions stopped behind a sheltered rocky slope. 300 meters ahead, within the stone valley, lies the wolf's den. Qin Mengyao's fingertips displayed array patterns, which she tapped in the air before opening her eyes a moment later. There are about 40 of them, including 1 Tier 2 high-grade alpha wolf, 3 Tier 2 mid-grade elite wolves, and the rest are ordinary demon wolves, she reported. Mu Wanner shook hands. The number was more than described in the mission description. How do we fight? Xiao Bingyao gripped the hilt of her sword, already prepared. Qin Mengyao glanced at Xiao Bingyao, then at Mu Wanner, and finally looked at Lin Feng. Bingyao, you'll lead the attack. Your sword is the sharpest, so you're responsible for tearing through the defenses and killing the elite wolves. Wanner, you support, don't fight. Use your medicinal spirit body to activate the vines and thorns to disrupt the wolf pack. I set up mazes and traps to divide the battlefield. After assigning tasks, Qin Mengyao looked at Lin Feng. As for you. Lin Feng smiled and leaned against a boulder. I'll watch the show and keep you company while I'm at it. Hoof. Qin Mengyao rolled her eyes at him. Leave the alpha wolf to me. Xiao Bingyao only said 4 words, and in a flash, she rushed towards the stone valley. Awah! A wolf howl echoed from the stone valley, and dozens of gray-black figures surged out of the valley, heading towards Xiao Bingyao. Leading the charge was the alpha wolf, which was a size larger than the others. It opened its gaping maw, its sharp claws scraping against the rocks, and pounced straight at them. Bingyao! Mu Wanner exclaimed. Don't panic, watch her. Qin Mengyao's voice was very calm. Just as the wolf pack was about to surround her, Xiao Bingyao shifted her feet and twisted her body, avoiding the alpha wolf's attack. Instead of fighting the alpha wolf, she charged into the pack. Clang! The sword flashed. Just as an elite wolf pounced from the side, the sword flashed across its neck. The wolf's head flew up, spraying hot blood. Xiao Bingyao weaved through the wolf pack with a flash of swordlight. A demonic wolf would inevitably fall. It's our turn, Qin Mengyao whispered. With a flick of her wrists, dozens of array flags shot out and landed in various parts of the stone valley. Rise! The ground beneath the feet of the wolf pack besieging Xiao Bingyao suddenly softened, turning into quicksand traps. Several demon wolves were unable to dodge in time, and half of their bodies sank into the hole, howling as they went. Well done, Mengyao. Mu Wanner's eyes lit up. She also formed hand seals, mobilizing the medicinal spirit within her body. The withered vines in the stone valley and the thorns in the rock crevices began to grow wildly, wrapping around the limbs of the demon wolves. The vines were quickly broken by the demon wolf, but this momentary obstacle created an opportunity for Xiao Bingyao. Put! Put! The sword light flashed and then went out repeatedly. One is the main attacker, one controls the battlefield and divides the field, and one provides support and harasses. The 3 women's combined efforts turned the entire stone valley into a slaughterhouse for the ironback demon wolves. In the distance, on another, higher hillside, Bloodshark and his 4 teammates lay prone in the grass, watching everything unfold. I'm fucking. A team member dropped a blade of grass from his mouth onto the ground. What the hell is going on? Is that woman a sword immortal? Killing a second-tier demon wolf is like slicing vegetables? And that guy in purple, when did he set up that formation? How come we didn't notice at all? The strangest one is that one in the green dress. How did she make those tattered vines move? The muscles on Bloodshark's face were twitching. The arduous battle and mutually destructive scenario he had envisioned never materialized. This is hardly a battle. This was a massacre. Boss, can we still pay it back? One of the henchmen asked, his voice trembling. Bloodshark's Adam's apple bobbed, but he didn't answer. He stared intently at the man in the blue robe who had been leaning against the rock the whole time without moving an inch. He is the captain. But why didn't he make a move? Bloodshark suddenly felt a chill. It wasn't that he didn't want to make a move, it was that there was no need for him to make a move at all. Just then, the situation on the field changed again. Awah! The alpha wolf, whose hind leg had been pierced by Xiao Bingyao's sword, went completely berserk. Blood was flowing from its legs, its demonic power was boiling, its gray-black fur stood on end, and its body had swelled up even more. It abandoned its attack on Xiao Bingyao and charged out on 3 legs, heading straight for Mu Wanner, who was standing at the edge of the battle. Wanner, be careful! Qin Mengyao exclaimed, immediately changing the formation to try and stop her. But the alpha wolf was too fast, and her formation was a beat too slow. The gaping maw was about to bite Mu Wanner's neck. A figure appeared in front of Mu Wanner. It's Lin Feng. Without turning around, he extended a finger and gently tapped it at the charging alpha wolf. Puff! A soft sound. The raging alpha wolf froze in mid-air. There was a bloody hole between its eyebrows. Then it fell straight down, crashed to the ground, and fell silent. Stone Valley, be quiet. The remaining few demon wolves looked at the corpse of the alpha wolf, howled mournfully, tucked their tails between their legs, and scattered and fled. Neither Xiao Bingyao nor Qin Mangyao chased after him, they simply watched Lin Feng slowly retract his finger. From the start of the battle to the fall of the alpha wolf, not even an incense stick's time had passed. Alright, that's all for now. Lin Feng clapped his hands. He turned around and saw Mu Wanner still standing there, her face pale. Lin Feng chuckled and ruffled her hair. Were you scared? Mu Wanner came to her senses, nodded emphatically, then shook her head, her eyes reddening. Alright, hurry up and get the wolf fangs, we still need to turn in the mission, Lin Feng urged gently. Mu Wanner wiped her eyes and, together with Qin Mangyao, began collecting quest items. Xiao Bingyao walked to the alpha wolf's corpse, and with a flick of her sword, she picked out a demon core. Lin Feng put away the demon core. After doing all this, he turned around and looked at a hillside several hundred meters away. His face was expressionless, he simply watched quietly. We've been discovered. He knew we were here all along. Bloodshark's mind went blank for a moment, and his whole body froze. He wanted to escape, but his legs felt so heavy that he couldn't lift them. Just then, Xiao Bingyao stepped forward and placed her hand on the hilt of her sword. With just this one movement, the 5 members of Bloodshark felt a chill on their necks, as if their heads were about to fall off at any moment. Gulp! Bloodshark swallowed hard, his clothes instantly soaked with cold sweat. These people are monsters. Senior, spare my life. Bloodshark could no longer hold on and tumbled out of the bushes, collapsing to his knees with a thud and desperately kowtowing in Lin Feng's direction. It was my fault for being blind and not recognizing your greatness. I deserve to die. Please, Senior, spare our lives. The 4 teammates behind him were also terrified and knelt down, banging their foreheads against the ground repeatedly. Lin Feng walked over slowly. With each step he took, Bloodshark's heart would clench violently. Lin Feng stopped in front of them, looking down at Bloodshark. What do you want by following us? No. We wouldn't dare. Bloodshark didn't dare raise his head. We were afraid that our seniors would be in danger, and we wanted to come and help. Oh? Help? Lin Feng's tone was flat. Thank you so much. Since you're so enthusiastic, we can't let you come all this way for nothing. Lin Feng paused for a moment. I heard that the Mad Shark mercenary group has some assets in Rock City? Bloodshark trembled, not daring to look up, and could only grit his teeth and reply, They're all worthless possessions. Alright then, Lin Feng said, seeing how sincere you are, I'll give you a chance. The life-saving fee is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones per person. Hand it over and you can leave. What? Bloodshark suddenly raised his head. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. That's practically all the wealth the Mad Shark mercenary group has. Not enough? Lin Feng's voice deepened. Xiao Bingyao took a step forward cooperatively, and the hilt of her sword made a soft clang sound. Bloodshark was so frightened that he almost wet his pants. No. It's not too little. It's not too little. He quickly emptied all the spirit stones and miscellaneous items from his storage bag, making up 1,000, and presented them with both hands. The other 4 team members also looked miserable and revealed all their savings. As senior, everyone's here. Lin Feng gestured for Qin Mangyao to accept the spirit stones, and when he looked at Bloodshark again, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Very well. You can all get out now. Chapter 74 One Furnace of 9 Pills, Fame Shakes the Rock. When we returned to Gianjuan, it was already close to dusk. Qin Mangyao tossed a storage bag onto the table with a crisp clatter. 5,823 low-grade spirit stones, she announced the precise number, a playful smile playing on her lips. That guy called Bloodshark is quite wealthy. We've made a lot of money on this trip, with the mission rewards and sponsorships combined. It's a pity they're all low-grade spirit stones, Qin Mangyao said, pouting. They won't buy anything good. Mu Wanner poured hot tea for everyone, her cheeks flushed. Husband, you were just amazing. She was referring to the scene where Lin Feng pointed and killed the alpha wolf. Xiao Bingyao was carefully wiping her longsword when she heard this. She looked up at Lin Feng but didn't say anything. Alright, these spirit stones are just an appetizer. Lin Feng took a sip of tea and looked at Mu Wanner. We've thoroughly investigated the pill market in Rock City. Now, it's time for our Lin family's chief alchemist to take the stage. Mu Wanner felt a little embarrassed by his gaze and muttered softly, Husband, please stop teasing me. I wasn't making fun of you. Lin Feng's expression was very serious. With your alchemy skills and your medicinal spirit body, you can earn us an inexhaustible supply of spirit stones in the southern border. But Mu Wana hesitated. Sister Qin is right, the Alchemist Guild will definitely not let us steal their business so easily. Qin Mengyao chimed in, that's right. Setting up a stall to sell pills is tantamount to provocation. They have 100 ways to make it impossible for us to stay in Rock City. Unless we can become one of them, or become someone they dare not provoke. Lin Feng's fingers tapped lightly on the table. So, we don't sell pills. He stopped tapping. We'll go get an identity first. He looked at Mu Wanner again. Wanner, tomorrow, go to the Alchemist Guild to get your alchemist qualification certified. Ha? Mu Wanner was stunned. I'll go? She was a little nervous and unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes. She felt a little apprehensive about standing on the stage in front of so many strangers. Yes, it's you. Lin Feng grasped her slightly cool hand. Your abilities require an identity that everyone can recognize. This is important for our future plans. He paused, then added, don't worry, it's just an assessment. Just treat it like you're refining pills at home, and do your best. Bing Yao, Meng Yao, and I will all be with you. Feeling the warmth from her palm, Mu Wanner's panic gradually subsided. She looked up. Xiao Bingyao nodded to her, saying succinctly, you are very strong. Qin Mengyao snorted, what are you afraid of? If anyone dares to trip you up, I'll set up 360 interconnected traps in his lair, so that he and the surrounding area within 10 miles will never have a peaceful day. Put. Mu Wanner was amused by her vulgar yet novel threat. She nodded emphatically. Okay. I'll go. For her husband and for her family, she had to be brave this time. The next day, at the Alchemist Guild in Rock City. The guild building is entirely constructed of jade, with 2 enormous alchemy furnace sculptures in front of the entrance, constantly emitting wisps of spiritual energy. Unlike the noisy mercenary guild, it was very quiet here. The cultivators coming and going were all well dressed, with their chins slightly raised, communicating with each other only with their eyes, and even speaking in hushed tones. As Lin Feng and his 3 companions entered the hall, everyone inside turned to look at them. Especially when they saw the 3 women with different temperaments behind Lin Feng, the alchemists all showed amazement and jealousy. What brings you here? A young cultivator dressed in a guild steward's uniform stepped forward, his tone indifferent, but his chin held high. We're here to certify alchemists' qualifications, Lin Feng said. Oh? The steward looked them up and down, his gaze finally settling on Mu Wanner. Is this fairy the one who wants certification? Mu Wanner nodded, yes. Level 1 certification, the deacon asked casually, as this was the most common assessment. Mu Wanner shook her head and said softly but clearly, I am applying for certification as a second-tier alchemist. The hall fell silent instantly upon hearing this. The several cultivators who had been listening intently were all stunned. The steward was also stunned, then chuckled, Fairy, do you know what the requirements are for the second-tier alchemist assessment? That requires the ability to consistently refine foundation establishment stage pills not just anyone can apply. His words practically implied that Mu Wanner was just trying to attract attention. Qin Mengyao's face turned cold, and she was about to lash out. Lin Feng stopped her, took out 100 low-grade spirit stones, and gently placed them on the counter. This is the fee for the assessment. Please make the necessary arrangements, steward. His tone remained calm. The deacon's eyes lit up when he saw the spirit stone, and the sarcasm on his face lessened somewhat. No one would mess with a spirit stone. All right, since you insist. He put away the spirit stones and tossed out a jade token. Come with me. After passing through the hall, the deacon led them to a secluded alchemy room. Master Zhang Mo, the chief examiner, is inside. You may go in. After saying this, he turned and left. Pushing open the stone door, a wave of scorching medicinal heat rushed out. In the center of the room, an old man with a goatee sat cross-legged in front of an alchemy furnace, without even lifting his eyelids. He was wearing the robes of a second-tier alchemist, and his face was covered in wrinkles. Hearing the noise, he slowly opened his eyes. Who wants to be tested? He asked in a hoarse voice. Junior Mu Wanner. Mu Wanner stepped forward and bowed. Zhang Yamo grunted in agreement and pointed to a pile of medicinal herbs beside him. Second stage assessment, refining the qi nourishing pill. If you only have 1 set of materials, and you can produce 3 or more pills of medium quality, then you've passed. The Foundation Establishment Pill is a pill used by Foundation Establishment cultivators to stabilize their cultivation level. Its difficulty in refining is considered medium among second-tier pills. Let's begin, Zhang Yamo said, then closed his eyes again. Mu Wanner walked to the alchemy furnace and looked at the pile of somewhat crudely processed spiritual herbs. She did not start immediately, but took a deep breath to calm her mind. When she opened her eyes again, her timidity was gone. With a light wave of her hand, she unleashed a series of magical incantations. The earth fire rose, and the alchemy furnace was preheated. Her movements were fluid, without the slightest excess. Purifying the medicinal liquid, fusing the medicinal power, condensing the elixir. Every step was executed flawlessly. Zhang Yamo, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly twitched his eyebrow. How could this girl's control over the flames and her sensitivity to changes in the medicinal properties be so exquisite? Even more accurate than that of an old man who has been immersed in alchemy for nearly 100 years. He suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on Mu Wanner's hand. Mu Wanner's hands flew, her magic seals changing, and dozens of medicinal liquids fused together in the alchemy furnace without any conflict or waste. A pure medicinal fragrance began to waft out from the cracks in the alchemy furnace. This is Zhang Yamo sat up abruptly, all his previous arrogance vanished. We've reached the final stage of condensing the elixir. Mu Wanner's expression remained unchanged. She suddenly clasped her hands together and softly shouted, "Condense!" Buzz! The alchemy furnace hummed, and the lid popped open on its own. 9 beams of azure light shot out from the alchemy furnace and converged into a cloud of alchemical light on the roof. Dan Yun! This is an extraordinary phenomenon caused by a top-grade elixir. Zhang Yamo jumped up from the futon, his beard trembling. 9 pills lay at the bottom of the furnace, their bodies a vibrant green, their surfaces shimmering with a precious light, and a pure medicinal fragrance wafting through the air. 9. Moreover, every single one is of perfect quality. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Zhang Yamo staggered to the front of the alchemy furnace, staring intently at the bottom of the furnace. With a single set of materials, it's possible to refine a qi-nourishing pill. An ordinary second-tier alchemist can only manage to produce 3 to 5 pills at most. To succeed in producing 7 pills is to be a genius. To succeed in producing 9 pills is to be called a grandmaster of alchemy. What's more, all 9 of them are of perfect quality. Just then, the stone door to the alchemy room was suddenly pushed open. An elderly man dressed in the purple-gold robe of a 4th-tier alchemy master led several high-ranking guild members in quickly. Who triggered this strange phenomenon of crimson clouds? The leading elder asked in a loud voice. He walked straight toward the alchemy furnace, but stopped when he saw the 9 pills at the bottom of the furnace and Mu Wanner standing beside it, her face pale. President! Zhang Yamo bowed deeply upon seeing the newcomer, his voice trembling. The newcomer was none other than Gu He, the president of the Alchemist Guild of Rock City and a 4th-level alchemy master. Gu He ignored Zhang Yamo, strode to the alchemy furnace, picked up a qi-nourishing pill, sniffed it lightly, and then probed it with his divine sense. A moment later, he let out a long breath. Perfect. Truly perfect quality. No impurities, the medicinal power is contained within, radiating a precious glow. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. He raised his head and looked straight at Mu Wanner. Girl, what's your name? Who is your teacher? This junior is Mu Wanner, without any sect or school of thought. As for alchemy, it was taught to me by my husband. Mu Wanner glanced at Lin Feng behind her and answered softly. Gu He glanced at Lin Feng, then turned his attention back to Mu Wanner. What a wonderful teaching from my husband. Gu He clapped his hands and laughed. Girl, I won't ask about your sex origins. I only ask you, are you willing to become an honorary guest elder of my alchemist guild? What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yamo and several other high-ranking members of the guild changed their expressions. Honorary guest elder. That's a prestigious status within the guild equivalent to a 3rd-tier alchemist, yet free from the guild's control. There are only a handful of people in the entire Rock City. Gu He ignored everyone else and just looked at Mu Wanner, speaking each word clearly. As long as you nod, you can read all the pill recipes of the guild at level 3 and below. You'll also receive a large monthly allowance and material quota. I only ask one thing, from now on, you can prioritize supplying 30% of the pills you refine to our guild. Mu Wanner hadn't expected this outcome, and she turned to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded to her. Having received confirmation, Mu Wanner turned around and bowed deeply to President Gu He. This junior, Mu Wanner, thanks the president for his kindness. Chapter 75. The Dan Pavilion opens, unpleasant guests arrive. After becoming an honorary guest of the Alchemist Guild, Mu Wanner's status changed dramatically. Walking down the street, those monks who used to look down on him now bow respectfully from afar, addressing him as Master Mu. The manager of Gyeongju even personally served tea and water, showing concern and care, more attentive than a father would. My husband, I still feel, it's not real. Inside the room, Mu Wanner stared in a daze at the moon-white alchemist's robe that represented her status as an honorary guest. That's what you call strength. Qin Mangyao crossed her legs and ate some melon seeds. The skill you displayed intimidated that old man named Gua. Now, all the alchemists in the entire Rock City have to show you respect. Mangyao is right. Lin Feng refilled her tea. Now that we have an identity, it's time to move on to the next step. He looked at the three women. Open a shop and sell pills. Are we really going to open our own shop? Mu Wanner asked nervously. Wouldn't that be too conspicuous? Show off? That's exactly what I'm going to do. Qin Mangyao tossed the sunflower seed shells aside. You are now an honorary guest of the guild. Anyone who dares to cause you trouble is disrespecting Guildmaster Gua. We're not only going to open a store, but we're going to open one in the most bustling part of the city. Our pills will be cheaper and of better quality than theirs. I want to see those unscrupulous merchants cry their eyes out. Lin Feng nodded. Mangyao is right. We have the advantage of quality, and we also have the protection of our status as a guild retainer. This is the best time to seize the market. I'll take care of this, Qin Mangyao volunteered. Find a shop, renovate, advertise. I guarantee I'll handle everything perfectly for you. She was more interested in strategic planning than in fighting and killing. Xiao Bingyao wiped her longsword and said succinctly, I'll take care of security. Lin Feng looked at Mu Wanner and said gently, then you will be in charge of alchemy. From now on, you will be the chief alchemy master and the god of wealth of our Lin family. With high hopes placed on her by her husband and seeing her two older sisters full of energy, Mu Wanner's shyness vanished. She nodded vigorously, her eyes shining, yes. I will definitely refine the best pills. Qin Mangyao is extremely efficient. In just 3 days, she took over a 3-story shop on the most bustling central street in Panchur City. The original shop owners were a small family in the city that dealt in furs. Upon hearing that the new owner was a newly promoted honorary guest of the Alchemist Guild, he emptied the shop overnight without saying a word and even gave a discount. Qin Mangyao personally set up several defensive and spirit-gathering formations inside and outside the shop. A few days later, a shop called Chongqing Dongge officially opened on Central Avenue. The shop's signboard is made of 1,000-year-old ironwood, with the 4 large characters Chongqing Dongge written in a vigorous and flowing style, seemingly imbued with a spiritual aura. On the opening day, there was no gonging or drumming, and no lion dance to celebrate. There was only an ebony sign standing at the entrance of the shop, with a few lines of text written on it in delicate handwriting. Our shop sells all kinds of first and second tier pills. Qi restoring pills perfect quality, 1 bottle costs 20 low-grade spirit stones. Niyuan pill perfect quality, 1 bottle for 100 low-grade spirit stones. All pills, if fake, will be compensated tenfold. The moment the sign was put up, it immediately attracted the attention of passing cultivators. Perfect quality? You must be exaggerating. My alchemist friend said that being able to refine a top-grade pill is the mark of a genius. The price isn't high, it's the same as the top-grade pills from Baikayatang. But this perfect quality, who would believe it? Let's go in and take a look. I want to see what kind of pill dares to call itself perfect. A group of cultivators, with a mix of curiosity and skepticism, flocked into the Chongqing Pill Pavilion. The shop is decorated in an elegant and simple style. Wearing the moon-white alchemist's robe, Mu Wanner stood behind the counter, still a little nervous, but with a gentle smile on her face. Lin Feng, on the other hand, acted like a hands-off manager, leisurely sitting at a tea table and drinking tea. Boss lady, bring out your qi-restoring pills and let me see them, a burly man with a thick beard shouted. Yes, sir. Mu Wanner took out a jade bottle, poured out a qi-restoring pill, and placed it on the white jade tray on the counter. As soon as the pill appeared, a rich and pure medicinal fragrance filled the air. The pill was emerald green, round and full, with a faint luster flowing on its surface, without a trace of impurity. This. The burly man with the thick beard nearly popped his eyes out. He was a discerning person and could tell at a glance that the quality of this pill was far superior to all the other high-grade pills he had ever seen. Gulp. The sound of swallowing could be heard from the crowd. "Boss lady, may I handle and examine this pill?" someone asked cautiously. "Of course." Mu Wanner nodded with a smile. Several cultivators immediately stepped forward to observe carefully, even using their divine sense to investigate. My God! The medicinal power is subtle, and the spiritual energy is pure. It's truly perfect quality. Compared to this, those so-called superior grade pills from Baikatang are utter garbage. 20 low-grade spirit stones a bottle? Ma'am, are you sure you didn't mark the price wrong? People would be fighting over this quality of pills even if it's sold for 50 spirit stones. Once the quality of the pills was confirmed, the entire shop erupted in chaos. Give me 10 bottles of chi restoring pills. I want 5 bottles of chi nourishing pills. No. 10 bottles. Don't push. Don't push. I was here first. The cultivators who were just watching the spectacle have now all gone mad. They waved their spirit stones and desperately pushed their way to the counter, afraid that if they were a step too late, they wouldn't be able to buy any. This quality of elixir is the best choice whether for personal use or as a gift. Mu Wanner was startled by the scene and became somewhat flustered. Qin Mangyao appeared out of nowhere, stood next to her, and skillfully began collecting payments and dispensing medicine. He shouted loudly, "Line up! One by one! There are plenty of pills. Anyone who dares to cut in line or cause trouble will not be able to buy a single pill from our Chongqing Pill Pavilion." Her voice carried a hint of authority, and the chaotic scene immediately became much more orderly. Lin Feng remained seated, watching his busy wives, a smile playing on his lips. The booming business of Chongqing Dongge quickly spread throughout Panchur City, causing a huge stir in the elixir market. In the east of the city, at the Chun family mansion. This is the largest supplier of elixirs in Panchur City. By Kaetang is the business of the Chen family. Inside the study, a young man in fine clothes listened to the steward's report with a furious expression. "You mean, our business at Baikatang is down by more than half today?" The young man's name was Qin Pang, and he was the young master of the Chen family in this generation. "Yes, young master," the steward replied tremblingly, "all the customers have gone to that newly opened Chongqing Pill Pavilion. They sell perfect quality pills." "Perfect quality?" Chen Peng scoffed. "Perfect quality, my foot. I bet it's just some shady gimmick they pulled off. A new girl like her dares to compete with the Chun family for business in Rock City? She's got a death wish." He kicked over the chair next to him. "Gather the men. Come with me to meet that Evergreen Pill Pavilion. I want to see just how bold they are." Inside Chongqing Dongge, the first wave of the buying frenzy had just passed. Mu Wanner was so tired that her forehead was covered in sweat, while Qin Mangyao was happily counting the spirit stones on the side. "We've struck gold. We've struck gold. In just 1 hour, we've sold nearly 20,000 low-grade spirit stones." Qin Mengyao's eyes were shining. Just then, the shop door was kicked open. Bang! With a loud bang, a dozen or so servants dressed in black, exuding hostility, rushed in and completely blocked the entrance. Chen Peng walked in slowly, his hands behind his back. He looked around the shop, and finally fixed his gaze on Mu Wanner. "Oh, so it's 2 pretty girls running a shop here." Chen Peng gave a forced smile. "So it's you who's selling these perfect quality pills?" The few remaining customers in the shop fell silent as soon as they saw Chen Peng and his servants. "It's the young master of the Chen family. Hurry, hurry. That jinx is causing trouble again." The guests dared not linger and hurriedly slipped away through the back door. Qin Mangyao put away the storage bag, stood up, and asked expressionlessly, "What brings you here? What are you doing?" Chen Peng walked to the counter, picked up a bottle of chi restoring pills, smelled them, and then smashed them on the ground with a smack. The jade bottle shattered, and the pills rolled all over the ground. "I suspect you're selling fake medicine. You're cheating the cultivators of Rock City." Chen Peng stepped on the pills, crushed them forcefully, and arrogantly raised his chin. "If you don't give me an explanation today, this shop is closed." Mu Wanner looked at the crushed blood on the ground, and her eyes reddened. How could you do this?" "That's it, so what?" Chen Peng grinned and reached out to grab Mu Wanner's collar. "Little beauty, stop selling pills. Follow me, and I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury." With a flick of her wrist, Qin Mangyao had several array flags fastened to her fingertips. Lin Feng also stood up from his seat. Just before he was about to make his move, a voice devoid of emotion came from the inner room. Our Changqing Dangge is open for business and welcomes all guests. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Bingyao, dressed in white, slowly walked down the stairs. She wasn't holding a sword, yet the temperature in the entire shop suddenly dropped. She looked directly at the arrogant Chen Peng. But it's a different story when it comes to dogs that come looking for trouble. Chapter 76, Establishing Authority with a Single Sword. Chen Peng's face was full of mockery and possessiveness. He didn't take Xiao Bingyao's words to heart. No matter how beautiful a woman who owns a shop is, how much ability can she have? In this rock city, Chen Peng is the king. Oh, another one. His gaze roamed over Xiao Bingyao without restraint. I'm in luck today, buy one get one free? Want to join me for a game? The hand that was reaching for Mu Wan'er turned around and actually tried to lift Xiao Bingyao's chin. Perfect timing. I've grown tired of your weak and delicate nature. I prefer your prickly side. Before he could finish speaking, a flash of cold light appeared. Immediately afterwards, there was a soft click. Chen Peng's outstretched hand was severed cleanly at the wrist and fell onto the bluestone floor. The severed hand was still in a grasping posture. Inside the shop, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned, including Chen Peng himself. He looked down at his empty wrist, where no blood had yet flowed from the smooth cut. Where are your hands? Where are my hands? 1 second later. Puff! Blood gushed from the artery in his severed wrist, splattering all over Mu Wan'er and staining the counter behind her. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of Changqing Dan Pavilion and echoed along half of Central Street. Chen Peng clutched his bleeding wrist, fell backward, and rolled and howled wildly on the ground. My hand! My hand! The dozen or so servants he brought were all frozen in place. They didn't even see how the woman in white made her move before their young master's hand was gone. A chill ran from the soles of their feet straight up to their heads. The woman in white before me was not a rose with thorns at all, but a deadly goddess who would take my life. Roll! Xiao Bingyao uttered a single word, her voice devoid of any warmth. She remained standing there, as if she hadn't done anything at all. But that murderous intent sent a chill down the spines of every servant. Ah! Quick! Take the young master away. One of the servants was the first to react, and was so frightened that he scrambled to help Chen Peng, who was convulsing on the ground. The others, as if waking from a dream, were thrown into chaos. Hand! Hand! The young master's hand is still on the ground. Quick, pick it up. Go find Dr. Wang. Hurry! Several servants hurriedly lifted Chen Peng, who was in so much pain he was about to faint. Another brave soul picked up the severed hand from the ground with trembling hands, and the group of people rushed out of Changqing Dangge in a panic, fleeing in disarray. Inside the shop, only a pool of glaring bloodstains and a strong smell of blood remained. Qin Mangyao looked in the direction they fled and snorted coldly. They brought this upon themselves, and they deserved to live. Lin Feng did not move from beginning to end. He simply watched quietly until it was all over. He walked slowly to Xiao Bingyao's side, looked at his wife, and said softly, "You've worked hard." Xiao Bingyao shook her head and turned her gaze to Mu Wan'er, who was covered in blood, pale-faced, and trembling slightly. Lin Feng walked to her side, took off his outer garment, and draped it over her shoulders to cover the bloodstains. He gently held her cold hand and softly comforted her, "Don't be afraid, we're here." The warm palm and the steady voice calmed the panic in Mu Wan'er's heart. She looked up at Lin Feng, her eyes slightly red, and nodded heavily. I'll handle it. Qin Mangyao walked to the pool of blood and a small array flag lit up at her fingertips. With a gentle wave of her hand, a breeze swept by, and the bloodstains on the ground, the shattered jade bottle, the crushed pills, and even the stench of blood vanished without a trace in an instant. The shop has returned to its previous elegant and clean state. The events at Changqing Dangge quickly spread throughout the entire Panjshir city. Have you heard? Something big has happened at that new medicine shop on Central Avenue. It's more than just a big deal. Chen Peng from the Chun family, that little tyrant, led a group to smash up a shop, and they even chopped off his wrist. Inside the tavern, a mercenary who had just returned from Central Street lowered his voice, his face filled with excitement and lingering fear. What? Chen Peng's hand was chopped off? Who did this? How dare they? People around immediately gathered around. It was that white-clad female boss of Changqing Dangge. I saw it with my own eyes. Before Chen Peng could even finish his lewd remark, a flash of white light appeared, and his hand flew away. The scene was, wow. My God. Who is that woman? How can she be so ruthless? Who knows? But I heard from the escaped customers that the white-robed female boss was a sword cultivator, and her killing intent was terrifying. She's probably a true disciple from some major sect who came out for training. The news became increasingly fantastical as it spread. Some say that Chen Peng's hand was broken by a single glare. Some say that the proprietress of Changqing Dange was a reincarnation of a sword immortal, and that Chen Peng offended an immortal and was punished by heaven. In no time, the reputation of Changqing Dange became well known throughout Panchur city. Countless cultivators came with a sense of awe and curiosity, and the shop's business was not only unaffected, but became even more popular than before. Now, all the customers who enter the shop become very well behaved, not even daring to speak loudly, for fear of disturbing the god of war who might be wiping his sword in the inner hall. That night, at the Chun family mansion. The lights were on, but the atmosphere was oppressive. Inside the bedroom, Chen Peng lay on the bed, his face pale, with thick bandages wrapped around his right wrist, from which blood was still seeping. Beside the bed, old Wang, the best surgeon in Panchur city, was wiping his hands, his forehead covered in sweat. Master, the young master's hand. I have done my best to reattach it. But the sword energy of that person was too fierce, it has already shattered the meridians and bones of the young master's wrist, this hand is probably useless. Dr. Wang's voice grew softer and softer. A middle-aged man in a brocade robe standing in front of the bed shuddered upon hearing this. He was none other than Chen Tianxiong, the head of the Chen family. Chen Tianxiong slowly turned around and looked at his son's face, which was contorted with pain. It's ruined? His voice was very low. Yes. Even if he can move again in the future, he will never be able to wield a sword or use spiritual power again. After saying this, Dr. Wang bowed and left, not daring to stay for even a moment longer. Chen Tianxiong clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Father! Father! You must avenge me. I want them dead. I want that bitch to die a horrible death. Upon seeing his father, Chen Peng, lying on the bed, roared excitedly. Chen Tianxiong closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were ice cold. What's the background of that shop? A head servant kneeling on the ground replied tremblingly, Master, that shop is called Changqing Dange, and it just opened today. The one who made the move was a woman in white, and her strength is unfathomable. We didn't even see how she made her move. Waste. Chen Tianxiong kicked the head of the household servants in the chest. One woman, and she scared you all like this? But he knew in his heart that the person who could so easily sever Penger's wrist was at least in the late foundation establishment stage. Sending people directly to retaliate would likely be a pointless suicide mission. Chen Tianxiong paced back and forth in the room, his eyes shifting between light and shadow. If force doesn't work, then use rules to crush them. He stopped in his tracks, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. In the territory of Rock City, to injure someone in the street and break the arm of my Chen family heir. This is an open provocation against the authority of the city lord's mansion. I want to see whether the swords of these outsiders are faster, or the blades of Lord Shi's city guards are sharper. Chen Tianxiong abruptly flicked his sleeves and roared towards the door. Get the car ready. I must go to the city lord's mansion immediately to meet city lord Shi Gondang. I refuse to believe that Rock City has gone too far. Chapter 77 Invitation from the city lord's mansion. Half an hour later, a carriage pulled by 4 cloud riding beasts stopped in front of the city lord's mansion. Chen Tianxiong jumped out of the car, not even bothering to straighten his clothes, and tried to rush inside. Halt! This is the city lord's mansion, no trespassing allowed. The guards at the gate crossed their halberds and stopped him. These guards, clad in heavy black armor and holding halberds, stood solemnly, exuding a murderous aura far surpassing that of the guards at the city gate. Are you blind? I am Chen Tianxiong, the head of the Chen family, and I have important business to discuss with Lord Shi. Chen Tianxiong roared. Master, please calm down. A voice came from inside the mansion. The chief steward of the city lord's mansion, an old man in a gray robe, slowly walked out. He glanced at Chen Tianxiong and said in a calm tone, the city lord already knows. Please come with me. Chen Tianxiong was stunned, and most of his anger was extinguished. Lord Shi already knows? He suppressed his surprise and followed the head steward through the courtyards to a majestic main hall. The hall was spacious, and a burly middle-aged man sat in the main seat. He was dressed in simple linen clothes, sitting upright and still, exuding an air of authority. It was none other than Shi Gondang, the city lord of Panchur city. Lord Shi. Chen Tianxiang bowed respectfully as soon as he entered, his voice filled with grief and indignation. You must avenge my Chen family. Shi Gandang didn't even lift his eyelids, toying with a communication jade slip in his hand. My son, Chen Pang, had his arm severed in the street on Central Avenue. He's now a cripple. The Changqing Dan Pavilion is lawless and disregards the rules of Panchur City. I begged the city lord to send troops to execute those villains on the spot. Chen Tianxiang said, tears streaming down his face. Shi Gandang finally put down the jade slip and glanced at him. Chen Tianxiang. Shi Gandang spoke, his voice not loud, but it echoed in the hall. I had already reviewed 3 intelligence reports before you arrived. He held up one finger. The first one came from a shop assistant at Baikeatang. He said your son brought people to smash up the shop, spoke rudely, and even tried to assault the women in the shop. He held up a second finger. The second one comes from the mercenaries who were present at the time. They say your son stepped on someone's pill and was arrogant and domineering, so he got his arm cut off, which he deserved. Chen Tianxiang's face turned ugly. Shi Gandang slowly extended his third finger, his voice turning cold. The third portion comes from my secret guards. He said that the woman who made the move was at the great perfection of foundation establishment, capable of defeating her enemy in one move, with refined sword energy and decisive killing ability. And her husband, the man who didn't make a move from beginning to end, my bodyguard. I can't see through him. Do you still want me to send troops now? Chen Tianxiang staggered, his back soaked with cold sweat. I can't see through it. What level of cultivation would it be to be so unfathomable that even the elite guards under the command of a nascent soul expert in the city lord's mansion couldn't see through it? Golden core perfection? Or your son has messed with the wrong people. Shi Gandang stood up and walked up to him. I've called you here not to stand up for you, but to tell you to keep an eye on your remaining family members and not let the entire Chen family be buried with your good-for-nothing son. Shi Gandang looked out the window and said, your Chen family's little fortune could be uprooted at any time. You'd better watch yourself. Chen Tianxiang's body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Changqing Dongge, second floor. Mu Wanner changed into clean clothes, holding a cup of hot tea, her hands still trembling slightly. It's all my fault, I'm so useless. She whispered, blaming herself. If I were stronger, my husband and sisters wouldn't have to suffer for me. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Mengyao counted the spirit stones without looking up. You're in charge of earning money to support the family, and will be in charge of fighting and killing. It's a clear division of labor. She gathered a pile of mid-grade spirit stones together, a smile playing on her lips. Besides, I think today's events were quite good. Establishing our authority with a single sword strike will prevent so many flies from bothering us in the future. Xiao Bingyao was wiping the longsword with silk, making the blade look brand new. Hearing Mu Wanner's words, she raised her head. Your pills are our support. You are very important. Lin Feng refilled Mu Wanner's teacup with water. They're right, he said gently. You did very well today, very bravely. That Chen Peng is just a stepping stone for us to establish ourselves in Panchur City. But the Chen family won't let this go, will they? What if they go to the city lord's mansion? Mu Wanner was still a little worried. I'll definitely go. Qin Mengyao scoffed. But do you think the city lord is a fool? The Chen family's kind of trash aren't even worthy of carrying the city lord's shoes. What Shi Gandang really cares about is us. She looked at Lin Feng. I guess the invitation from the city lord's mansion will be delivered to our door soon. The words had barely left his mouth. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door downstairs. Lin Feng scanned the area downstairs with his divine sense and raised an eyebrow. Speak of the devil, and he appears. A moment later, Qin Mengyao came up with a gold-embossed invitation and threw it on the table. The city lord's mansion is hosting a banquet, inviting all members of the Changqing Dan Pavilion to attend and discuss peace. She read out the last 2 words with a sarcastic tone. A trap, Qin Mengyao commented. It's called mediation, but it's actually a test. Shi Gandang wants to see for himself what we're really made of. Mu Wanner immediately tensed up. Then shall we go? Of course I'll go. Lin Feng stood up and walked to the window. Pills can earn spirit stones, but only fists can command respect. This trip is both a disaster and an opportunity. He turned to his 3 wives, an opportunity to make us known throughout Rock City. I'll go with you. Xiao Bingyao stood up and sheathed her longsword. I'll go too. Qin Mengyao stood up as well. I want to see what tricks this nascent soul city lord is up to. Perfect timing, I just finished researching a few new formations, and I haven't had a place to test their power yet. Lin Feng shook his head. No, I'll go myself. All three women were taken aback. Husband! Mu Wan'er cried out anxiously. Listen to me, Lin Feng said calmly. He invited Changqing Dongge, not just me, Lin Feng. But only if I go alone can we show our strength. They want to test me, so I'll give them a chance. Don't worry, a nascent soul cultivator in the early stages can't do anything to me. That night, torches lit up the area outside the city lord's mansion, and squads of armored soldiers patrolled back and forth. Lin Feng, dressed in a blue robe, walked calmly to the gate of the city lord's mansion alone. Lin Feng of Changqing Dan Pavilion has come to the banquet at the invitation of the city lord. Upon receiving the order, the captain of the guards dared not delay and immediately bowed to lead the way. As he walked along, the servants and guards in the mansion all turned their heads to look at the young man who was attending the banquet alone. But the man in the blue robe walked steadily and calmly through the courtyard. Inside the main hall, a banquet had already been prepared. Shurgandang remained seated in the main seat, while Chen Tianxiong, pale-faced, sat to his left. Seeing Lin Feng walk in alone, Chen Tianxiong's face was immediately filled with resentment and pleasure. What an arrogant fool who doesn't know his own mortality. Shurgandang paused slightly. Young friend Lin, you are indeed exceptionally courageous. Shurgandang stood up, laughed heartily, and acted like a hospitable host. Please take a seat. Lin Feng cupped his hands in greeting to Shurgandang, then sat down opposite Chen Tianxiong. Lin Feng. You cut off my child's arm. Today, I'll see how you leave this city lord's mansion. Chen Tianxiong slammed his fist on the table and pointed angrily at Lin Feng. Master Chen, Shurgandang's tone became calm. Young friend Lin is my guest. In my residence, it is not your place to point fingers. Chen Tianxiong was momentarily speechless and could only sit down resentfully. Shurgandang then turned to Lin Feng, his smile fading. Young friend Lin, let's not beat around the bush. I invited you here today to settle your grudge with the Chen family. This matter was started by Chen Pang provoking us first, and Changqing Dan Pavilion defended itself afterward. But since someone was injured, the Chen family head is not at peace with himself. In Rock City, might makes right, and arguments are meaningless. Shurgandang leaned forward, and a powerful aura emanated from him, making the air in the hall feel heavier. Well then, I'll suggest a method. Let's make a 3-move agreement. I'll stand here and let you make 3 moves. If you can make me take half a step back, then your feud with the Chen family will be wiped clean. From now on, no one in Rock City will dare to cause trouble for your Changqing Pill Pavilion. If you can't make me back down within 3 moves, Shurgandang raised his voice, then you must give the Chen family an explanation. After he finished speaking, the hall fell silent. Chen Tianxiong's face immediately lit up with ecstasy. It seems Lord Shur is going to personally suppress this brat. Even if a nascent soul expert stands still and lets you strike 3 times, how could a mere golden core cultivator possibly shake him? He's going to win. All eyes were on Lin Feng. Faced with the pressure from the nascent Soul City Lord and the impossible promise, Lin Feng ignored it. He picked up the wineglass in front of him and took a small sip. Then, he put down his wineglass, raised his head, and looked directly at Shurgandang, who was sitting high above him. Lord City Lord is too kind. It's not that I'm going to use 3 moves on you. Lin Feng slowly stood up. Instead, you'll have to withstand 3 of my moves. Chapter 78 The 3-Move Agreement. After Lin Feng spoke, the hall fell completely silent. Chen Tianxiong's face froze, his expression a mixture of resentment and glee. He thought Lin Feng must have gone mad. Is this kid so intimidated by the city lord's imposing presence that he started talking nonsense? That's a nascent soul expert. Let alone letting him withstand 3 moves, even a single breath from him could obliterate the soul of a golden core cultivator. Even Shurgandang, who sat high in the main seat, showed surprise for the first time in his usually calm eyes. But this initial surprise quickly turned into intense interest. Ha 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 ha. Shurgandang suddenly burst into laughter, the powerful sound of which made the entire main hall vibrate, and the cups and plates on the table trembled slightly. Fine. Fine, you'll take 3 of my moves. For so many years, in this rock city, apart from the demons in the heavens, no one has dared to say such things in front of me. He stood up from the main seat, his tall figure giving people a great sense of oppression. Seeing the city lord laugh, Chen Tianxiong assumed that Lin Feng's arrogance had thoroughly enraged him, and a cruel sense of pleasure once again appeared on his face. He's dead. This kid's completely dead. However, Shurgandong's next words caused his smile to freeze again. Young man, it's good to have courage. However, you have to have the capital to be arrogant. Shurgandong's sharp gaze scrutinized Lin Feng. Alright then, I won't bully you. Let's stick to my old rules. If you can withstand 3 of my moves, I'll consider you an equal. I, Shurgandang, will protect your affairs and those of your Changqing Dan pavilion. Your feud with the Chen family also ends here. His tone shifted, becoming slightly playful. As for those 3 moves you mentioned, if you still have the strength after you've taken those 3 moves from me, I'll stand still and let you hit me. What's wrong with that? These words gave both sides a way out, maintaining his dignity as a nascent soul expert while also giving Lin Feng a chance to prove himself. All eyes turned to Lin Feng once again. Faced with this seemingly final ultimatum, Lin Feng remained calm and simply nodded. Good. In short, it was decisive and efficient. The city lord's mansion, the martial arts training ground in the backyard. Chen Tianxiong was invited to the viewing platform at the edge of the martial arts arena. He clenched his fists tightly, his face showing a morbid excitement. He could almost see Lin Feng, his bones broken and tendons snapped, kneeling and begging for mercy under the city lord's divine might. In the center of the training ground, Lin Feng and Shurgandang stood facing each other, 10 feet apart. Young friend Lin, I have cultivated for over 300 years, and this is the first time I have ever made a move against a junior in the Golden Core stage. Shurgandang stood with his hands behind his back, his hempen clothes fluttering even without wind. You'd better be careful. For my first move, I'll only use 30% of my strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Shurgandang lightly stomped his right foot. He didn't throw a punch, nor did he use any fancy techniques. With that stomp, a heavy pressure descended directly upon Lin Feng. Where the pressure passed, the air distorted and emitted a low, booming sound. Standing at a distance, Chen Tianxiang was only swept by the aftershocks of that force when he felt a tightness in his chest, difficulty breathing, and his face turned deathly pale. This is only 30% of the power of a nascent soul cultivator. Faced with this overwhelming force, Lin Feng neither dodged nor avoided it. He lowered his legs slightly, assumed a horse stance, and his body shone with golden light, releasing the aura of a golden core cultivator without reservation. Rise! Lin Feng let out a low shout, clasped his hands together in front of his chest, and then lifted them up sharply. Boom! An invisible pressure collided violently with the golden light curtain. A deep, resounding boom, like the beating of a drum, echoed across the training ground. Everyone saw that the obsidian ground beneath Lin Feng's feet instantly cracked, and pebbles flew in all directions. He was pushed backward by that tremendous force. Squeak! His boots carved 2 deep furrows, half an inch deep, into the hard stone slab. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. After gliding for 3 full steps, Lin Feng finally managed to steady himself. He felt a surge of blood rushing to his chest, a sweet taste in his throat, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. But he stopped. He straightened his back, casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression unchanged. Inside and outside the training ground, all the armored soldiers stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. That was a strike from the city lord. Even with only 30% of his power, it would be enough to severely injure an ordinary late-stage golden core cultivator, causing them to vomit blood. This young man, who was only at the early stage of the golden core realm, actually only took 3 steps back and suffered minor injuries. On the viewing platform, Chen Tianxiong's face, which had been filled with ecstasy, froze completely, turning into horror. Excellent! Excellent foundation! Shurgandang finally revealed genuine approval and surprise. With your cultivation at the early stage of the golden core realm, you withstood 30% of my mountain suppressing force and only retreated 3 steps. Young friend Lin, your physical body is probably even stronger than that of other body cultivators of the same level. You flatter me, Lord City Lord. Lin Feng flexed his slightly numb wrists. 2 more moves to go. Great. Shurgandang's fighting spirit was completely ignited. Then watch closely, this is the second move. This time, Shurgandang did not use pure force. He clasped his hands together in front of him, then suddenly pulled them apart to the sides. Buzz! A wave of earthy yellow spiritual energy emanated from him and spread out in all directions. This is not an impact, but an expansion of territory. The moment this domain appeared, Lin Feng felt the air around him instantly become viscous, and a squeezing force came from all directions, threatening to crush him into mincemeat. It's the City Lord's rock domain. Within this domain, gravity is 100 times stronger, spiritual energy is sluggish, and there's nowhere to hide. A knowledgeable captain of the armored soldiers exclaimed in surprise. A flicker of hope rekindled on Chen Tianxiong's pale face. That's right. There's nowhere to dodge this move. Let's see how you handle it this time. However, Lin Feng, who was at the center of the domain, showed no sign of panic. In the instant that terrifying squeezing force was about to hit him, a series of mysterious steps suddenly appeared beneath his feet. 3 on the left, 7 on the right, 5 in front, 1 in back. His figure left after images in place, his hands drawing smooth arcs in the air, his steps and gestures surprisingly matching the operating trajectory of some profound formation. He didn't try to withstand that pressure. He's guiding. He actually used his mysterious movements and techniques to draw the forces pressing in from all directions into an invisible vortex around his body and fling it outwards. Boom! 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 The defensive formations at the edge of the training ground were struck by the force that had been thrown out, causing them to flash wildly and emit loud noises. Lin Feng stood at the eye of the storm, his clothes fluttering, completely unharmed. The rock realm has dispersed. Shurgandang stood there, stunned, his mouth slightly open. This kid actually managed to use an array to penetrate his body technique, borrowing force to fight back, and breaking through my domain power. Is this really something a golden core cultivator could do? Yu Shurgandang pointed at Lin Feng, momentarily at a loss for words. Just lucky. Lin Feng calmly uttered 2 words, retracting his posture. On the viewing platform, Chen Tianxiong slumped into a chair with a thud, his face ashen. Lucky? Screw your luck. Shurgandang suppressed the shock in his heart. His expression no longer held any hint of disdain. Instead, it was one of unprecedented solemnity. Young friend Lin, you have impressed me greatly. I'm about to use my 3rd move. He slowly raised his right hand, and the spiritual energy above the city lord's mansion began to surge violently. A massive amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth converged wildly into his palm. Above the training ground, a phantom image of a mountain peak 100 feet high was formed. Although the illusory mountain peak was formed from spiritual energy, it exuded a profound and boundless aura. A powerful pressure descended from the sky, directly locking onto Lin Feng's soul. Under this oppressive force, the surrounding space solidified, rendering everyone unable to move. Rock-solid prison. Shurgandang spoke each word slowly and deliberately, his voice resounding through the sky. This move of mine is the ultimate strike I've comprehended after a century of observing the heavenly demon battlefield while stationed in Rock City. Its purpose is to suppress the soul and body are both contained within it. If you can withstand it, you win. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his palm down. Rumble. The phantom mountain in the sky, carrying immense power, crashed down towards Lin Feng. Chen Tianxiong was so frightened that his whole body went limp, and he felt a warm, wet sensation in his crotch. Faced with this deadly attack, Lin Feng raised his head, looked up at the ever-growing mountain peak, and closed his eyes. Within his divine sea, golden runes swirled and deduced at lightning speed. The sacred mountain and the oppressive aura were dissected in his mind into the trajectories of spiritual energy circulation. It is massive and complex, but it is not without flaws. Just before the sacred mountain was about to fall on his head, and the force touched his body, at the last second. Lin Feng, open your eyes. He moved. There was no impressive momentum, nor were there any complicated movements. He simply took a step to the left front. That's it. They stepped on a vulnerable point in the overall situation of Rocktown Prison. The once unbreakable lock on the soul showed a slight stagnation that even Shurgandang himself did not notice. That's enough. Lin Feng's figure faded away from the spot. The next moment. Boom! The sacred mountain has landed. The entire city of Rock City was shaken. In the center of the training ground, a bottomless crater was smashed out, and an energy storm swept in all directions. Smoke and dust filled the air. Shurgandang gasped for breath, staring at the center of the smoke and dust. The smoke and dust cleared. 10 feet away from the edge of the giant pit, a figure in blue stood quietly. His clothes were still neat and tidy. The entire room fell silent. Shurgandang stared at Lin Feng, who was unharmed, and then at the huge pit, completely stunned. He lost. Although Lin Feng did not take the hit head-on, the way he avoided it was even more shocking to him than if he had taken it directly. This means that the other party's level of understanding and insight have exceeded his imagination. Shurgandang strode towards Lin Feng. Young friend Lin, you have won. I am completely convinced. He turned around and looked at Chen Tianxiong, who was completely dumbfounded. Chen Tianxiong. From this day forward, young friend Lin and his Changqing Dan Pavilion are the most honored guests of my Panchur city. The grudges between your Chen family and him are now wiped clean. If you dare to show any disrespect again, don't blame me, sure, for personally razing your Chen family to the ground. Chen Tianxiong trembled all over, scrambled to his knees, and kowtowed desperately. Yes. Yes. Lord City Lord, spare my life. Senior Lin, spare my life. This junior will never dare to do it again. Shi Gandang ignored him, turned around, and solemnly cupped his hands in greeting to Lin Feng. Young friend Lin, please come inside. Chapter 79. Apologizing with thorns on his back, three parties show goodwill. The banquet at the city lord's mansion ended late at night. Lin Feng walked out of the mansion gate alone. The night breeze swept by, taking away the heat from his body. My husband. A sound came from afar. Lin Feng looked up and saw Xiao Bingyao and the other two standing on the street corner. Why are you here? Lin Feng walked over quickly. I'm just worried about you. Qin Mengyao glanced at him. What if something happens to you going to the banquet alone? Mu Wan'er stepped forward and, seeing that Lin Feng was unharmed, finally felt relieved. Husband, what about the city lord's mansion? It's resolved, Lin Feng replied simply. From now on, no one in Rock City will dare to cause us any trouble. Xiao Bingyao nodded and didn't ask any further questions. Just as the four were about to return to the inn, a group of people hurriedly arrived from the direction of the city lord's mansion. Leading the group was Chen Tianxiong, who looked disheveled. Senior Lin. Chen Tianxiong knelt down from a distance, his knees pounding loudly on the bluestone slabs. This junior was blind and did not recognize your greatness, senior. I beg you to forgive my Chen family this time. The dozen or so members of the Chen family behind him also knelt down. Passers-by stopped and whispered among themselves. Isn't this the head of the Chen family? Why is he kneeling in the street? I heard that his son went to wreck Changqing Dangai's place today and got his hand chopped off. Serves him right. Chen Peng is always arrogant, and now he's really messed up. Lin Feng looked at Chen Tianxiong kneeling on the ground. Get up. Senior, spare my life. Chen Tianxiong dared not get up. This junior is willing to compensate. Willing to compensate. He took out a brocade box from his storage bag and presented it with both hands. This is my Chen family's treasured third-tier spiritual medicine, the Millennium Blood Ginseng, along with 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. I offer it all to you, senior. I only beg you, senior, to spare my Chen family. A gasp went up from the crowd. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, plus third-tier spirit herbs, that's almost half of the Chen family's fortune. Just as Qin Mengyao was about to step forward, Lin Feng stopped her. I'll accept the things, Lin Feng said, but not because you begged for mercy. It was your son who damaged our elixirs, this is compensation. Chen Tianxiong felt as if he had been granted a pardon and kowtowed repeatedly, saying, yes, yes, yes. Compensation. It's only right. Get lost. Lin Feng turned and left. Remember today's lesson. Chen Tianxiong led his clansmen away in a sorry state, and the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Husband, why didn't you let me put the things away just now? Qin Mengyao asked, puzzled. We should accept the money, Lin Feng explained, but we can't let him think we're accepting it because we're soft-hearted. Otherwise, he might have other ideas later. Now that things are like this, he will only feel that this is what we deserve, and he will not dare to have any other thoughts. Qin Mengyao suddenly realized, my husband is so thoughtful. The four returned to the inn and had just sat down to drink tea when another visitor arrived. This time, a middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes arrived, accompanied by several attendants. I am Chen Duoduo, the president of the Rock City Chamber of Commerce. I have long admired the name of Changqing Dangai and have come to pay you a visit. Chen Duoduo quickly came forward, carrying a thick gift box in her hand. I heard you've just arrived in Rock City and are unfamiliar with the place. If there's anything you can help with, please don't hesitate to ask. Our Chamber of Commerce has been operating in Panchur City for many years and has various channels to ensure your satisfaction. Lin Feng glanced at him. President Qian is very kind. But we don't need anything for the time being. Oh, you're too kind, Pavilion Master Lin. Chen Duoduo rubbed his hands together. Actually, I have another favor to ask. Please speak. Here's the thing, our Chamber of Commerce wants to be the exclusive distributor of Changqing Dangai's pills. The price is negotiable and will definitely satisfy you all. He had already witnessed the quality of the pills from Chongqing Pill Pavilion today. Those perfectly high-quality pills were practically a money printing machine. If we can secure the exclusive agency rights, not only in Panjshir City, but throughout the entire southern Xinjiang region, it will be a blue ocean market. No need, Lin Feng refused directly. We can sell them ourselves. Xian Duoduo's smile froze for a moment, but she quickly recovered. Valley Master Lin, please reconsider. Our Chamber of Commerce has channels throughout the entire southern frontier, which can help you sell your pills to even more distant places. Moreover, having our Chamber of Commerce's signboard can avoid a lot of trouble. Qin Mengyao sneered. President Qian, are you threatening us? No, no. Chen Duoduo quickly waved his hand. I was just trying to be helpful. Kindness? Xiao Bingyao said. Then thank you very much for Chairman Qian's kindness. Chen Duoduo sensed the coldness in the words and broke out in a cold sweat. Remembering Qin Peng's fate today, he quickly took his leave. Since you gentlemen don't need it, then I won't bother you any longer. However, please accept this token of my appreciation. He put down the gift box and hurriedly left with his entourage. This Qian Duoduo is clearly up to no good, Qin Mengyao said, pursing her lips. He's polite on the surface, but he's actually after us. It's in a businessman's nature to pursue profit, Lin Feng said dismissively. As long as he doesn't cross the line, let him be. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone knocked on the door again. This time, the person who came was an elderly man dressed in a Taoist robe. I am Zuan Zhenzi, an elder of the Panjshir City Cultivator Alliance. The old man cupped his hands in greeting. I have come today to pay my respects to you fellow Taoists. The Cultivator Alliance is a self-organized group of independent cultivators in Rock City. Although loosely organized, it has a large number of members and considerable influence in the city. Elder Xuanzhen, you're too kind, Lin Feng returned the greeting. I dare not accept such praise, Zuan Zhenzi waved his hands repeatedly. I admire the strength of you fellow Taoists. I've come today to invite a few of you to join our Cultivator Alliance. Although the alliance is simple, it's free and doesn't have many restrictions. Moreover, the alliance members frequently exchange cultivation experiences and share knowledge, which is beneficial to cultivation. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, thank you for your kindness, elder, but we have no plans to join any organization for the time being. Zuan Zhenzi didn't insist. It's all right, it's all right. If you change your minds, you're welcome to do so anytime. By the way, the alliance holds an auction every month, featuring all sorts of rare items. If you're interested, you can go and take a look. He left an invitation and took his leave. Overnight, all three major forces began to show goodwill. Today's events have had a greater impact than I imagined, Lin Feng said thoughtfully. Isn't this a good thing? Mu Wanner asked. With the support of these people, our days in Rock City will be much easier. That is true, Qin Mengyao shook her head, but the bigger the tree, the more the wind will blow. We're too conspicuous right now, and more people will be watching us. When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it, Xiao Bingyao replied succinctly. Lin Feng nodded. Mengyao is right, but the current situation is in our favor. At least in Rock City, we have gained a foothold. The next morning, the steward of the city lord's mansion personally came to the door, bringing gifts from Shurgandang. The city lord said that Changqing Dan Pavilion is a distinguished guest of Panjshir City, and staying in an inn is ultimately inconvenient. There is a garden in the east of the city called Changqing Garden. It is beautiful, quiet and elegant, and just right for you to live in. The city lord specially gifted these to a few people as a way of making friends. The butler handed over a land deed as he spoke. Qin Mengyao took the land deed and looked at it. What a huge garden! It's more than 10 acres, with artificial hills, streams, pavilions and towers. This lord sure really spares no expense. Lin Feng was also somewhat surprised. A garden of more than 10 acres would be quite valuable in a place like Panjshir City. Shurgandang truly treated them as equal partners. Please convey our gratitude to the city lord, Lin Feng said to the steward. We will personally visit him another day to express our thanks. The steward bowed and said, the city lord also said that if you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. In Rock City, no one dares to neglect you. After seeing the butler off, the four packed their meager belongings and headed to Changqing Garden. The garden features blue bricks and gray tiles, small bridges and flowing water, as well as a spacious training ground. The surroundings are serene and the spiritual energy is more abundant than that of the inn. This place is really nice. Muwana ran to the small bridge, looking at the koi in the water, her voice full of joy. Finally, a decent place. Qin Mangyao crossed her arms and began surveying the terrain. I'm going to set up a 9-bend interlocking formation to ensure that not even a mosquito can fly in. Xiao Bingyao walked straight to the training ground, tapped the ground with her toes, and felt the hardness of the foundation. Lin Feng watched the 3 women busy at work, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. A moment later, there was a knock on the garden gate. Lin Feng scanned the area with his divine sense and discovered that the newcomer was none other than Shi Gandang. Lord City Lord, your personal visit is an honor. I am deeply sorry for not being able to greet you properly. Lin Feng went out to greet you. Young friend Lin, you're too kind. Shi Gandang strode over. Are you satisfied with the garden? Very satisfied, thank you for your generous gift, Lord City Lord. Of course. Shi Gandang waved his hand. Actually, I came here today because I have something important to discuss with my friend Lin. He glanced around, could we speak in private? Lin Feng nodded and led him into the study. After confirming that there were only 2 people in the study, Shi Gandang casually set up a soundproof barrier, and his expression became serious. Young friend Lin, do you know why this rock city was built here? Chapter 80 Traces. I'd like to hear the details. Lin Feng gestured for him to proceed, his expression unchanged. A nascent soul city lord would never ask an unimportant question without a reason. Shi Gandang looked at Lin Feng, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Ordinary golden core cultivators would already be trembling with fear in his presence. The young man in front of me remained calm and composed, as if he were talking to a peer. He pondered for a moment, then instead of answering directly, asked, Young friend Lin, what do you think of my rock city? It's a bustling metropolis, teeming with merchants and cultivators, Lin Feng said truthfully. This is also the first impression that Rock City gives to all outsiders. Prosperity? Shi Gandang chuckled self-deprecatingly and shook his head. This prosperity is nothing more than a pavilion built on a volcano, which may collapse at any moment. He walked to the window, looked at the sky outside the garden, and his eyes became deep. Do you know why the southern frontier is called a barbaric land? It's not just because monsters roam here and poisonous insects are everywhere. Moreover, this is the most chaotic area where good and evil clash. Shi Gandang's voice deepened. Panchir City, though called a city, is in reality a fortress. It was not built to facilitate trade, but to suppress a passage. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened slightly. Isle? That's right. Shi Gandang turned around, his face solemn. A passage leading to the Yinfeng Mountains. There, a notorious demonic sect from the southern frontier is entrenched. Ghost sect. When Shi Gandang uttered those 3 words, the temperature in the study seemed to drop several degrees. This sect acts in secret, specializing in ghostly arts and evil techniques. They like to abduct cultivators, especially those young cultivators with talent, and use their souls and flesh to refine ghosts and consecrate evil treasures. Over the past century, most of the missing rogue cultivators and caravans around Rock City have been related to them. Shi Gandang clenched his fist in his sleeve. As the city lord, I know they are causing trouble right under my nose, but I have never been able to eradicate them completely. Lin Feng listened quietly without interrupting. He knew that what Shi Gandang was about to say was the key point. The people of the ghost sect are like rats in the ground, very cunning. Their sect is hidden deep within the miasma of the Yinfeng Mountains, protected by a natural array, making it impossible for ordinary people to find. And Shi Gandang sighed, quite helplessly, I cannot easily leave Panchir City. I am a nascent soul cultivator, I am too conspicuous. If I make a move, they will notice and immediately hide. More importantly, if I leave, who will protect this city? If they take advantage of the situation and cause trouble in the city, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lin Feng understood. Shi Gandang was like a general tied to a chariot, renowned and powerful, yet unable to move. I've sent several elite city guards to encircle and suppress them, but all of them have ended in failure. A trace of heartache flashed in Shi Gandang's eyes. They are not only familiar with the terrain, but also skilled in all kinds of insidious formations and curses. Our people suffered heavy losses. So, Lord City Lord, you've come here today hoping we'll take action? Lin Feng asked directly. Shi Gandang looked at him, his eyes filled with undisguised anticipation. That's right. You are few in number, a small target, and strong enough. Especially you, young friend Lin, your technique of breaking through formations with your movements last night was simply the best way to infiltrate and assassinate. Shurgandang was not stingy with his praise. I believe that with the strength of your team, you can definitely infiltrate the Infong Mountains undetected, find their lair, and give me the exact location. Even if the opportunity arises, we could just behead him. Shurgandang's tone was agitated. He had been stabbed by the Uguay sect for far too long, and the pain was unbearable. Once this is done, he looked at Lin Feng and solemnly promised, the black stone vein stretching for 300 miles in the eastern part of Panchir City will belong to your Changqing Dan Pavilion. Furthermore, you may choose any 3 treasures from the city lord's treasury. I, Shurgandang, owe you a favor. A favor from a nascent soul cultivator. With a massive mineral vein and 3 treasures included, this price is undeniably substantial. Even Lin Feng was somewhat surprised by Shurgandang's actions. It seems that the ghost sect is indeed his greatest threat. This matter is extremely risky. Lin Feng did not agree immediately. That's natural. Shurgandang nodded. The sect leader of the Nether Ghost sect is a ghost cultivator at the great perfection of the Golden Core stage, whose strength is no less than mine. He also has several Golden Core elders and hundreds of Foundation establishment disciples under his command. It can be said that you are facing a force that is no less powerful than the top sects in the eastern wilderness. I won't let you take the risk for nothing. As he spoke, Shurgandang took out a black jade slip from his storage ring. The jade slip had a faint dark sheen on its surface and felt cool to the touch. This is top secret intelligence that my mole planted at the highest level of the ghost sect spent 10 years and risked his life to send back. It contains several weak points in the ghost sect's mountain gate formation, as well as a list of their high-ranking members and an analysis of their strength. This jade slip is my greatest token of sincerity. Shurgandang pushed the jade slip in front of Lin Feng. Take a look at it first, and then decide whether to accept this commission. Lin Feng picked up the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense. A massive flow of information instantly flooded his mind. Detailed map of the Shadowwind Mountains. The distribution diagram of the key points of the mountain protecting formation. Sect patrol routes and times. The intelligence was more detailed than Lin Feng had expected. It seems that Shurgandang has indeed gone to great lengths to deal with the Uguay sect. His divine sense continued to scan downwards and saw the list of high-ranking officials. Sect leader, ghost fiend true person, early stage of nascent soul, true form unknown, but possesses formidable strength. Vice sect master, blood-robed ancestor, late-stage golden core cultivator, skilled in blood path secret techniques. Grand elder, corpse dioist, late-stage golden core cultivator, proficient in the art of corpse refining. Lin Feng's gaze calmly swept over each name, quickly assessing the strength and threat level of each individual. Until his consciousness landed on a position at the very end of the list. Guest elder, Mo Changkong, late-stage golden core cultivator, skilled in talismanic arts. Boom! The moment the 3 words Mo Changkong entered Lin Feng's consciousness, it was as if a thunderclap exploded in his mind. The old face that had been burning its life essence and fleeing in a sorry state above Evergreen Valley instantly became incredibly clear. Found it! Lin Feng's breathing paused for a moment. A chilling killing intent rose uncontrollably from the deepest part of Lin Feng's heart. The air in the study seemed to freeze instantly. The teacups on the table were silently covered with a thin layer of white frost. Shurgandang, who was sitting opposite him, suddenly changed his expression. Young friend Lin? Shurgandang asked. He didn't know what in the intelligence could cause such a strong emotional fluctuation in this young man who would remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Lin Feng slowly raised his head. The storm in his eyes subsided instantly, returning to a calm and still state. Lord City Lord. Lin Feng put down the black jade slip in his hand, his tone calm. This commission. I accepted it. Chapter 81 Black Cloud Auction. Good. Shurgandang slammed his hand on the table. With young friend Lin's words, I am relieved. He mistakenly believed that Lin Feng's decisiveness stemmed from his hatred of the demonic path. Lord City Lord, there's no need for such formalities. Lin Feng composed himself, burying his killing intent deep within his heart. He appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. Mo Changkong. It's like searching high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. Since you have agreed, young friend, I will no longer hide anything. Shurgandang's expression turned serious. A direct assault on the Infong Mountains is a poor strategy. The best approach is to lure them out. Luring the snake out of its hole? Lin Feng asked. That's right. Shurgandang nodded. 1 month from now, The annual Black Cloud auction will be held in Rock City. This auction is a mixed bag. We have received reliable information that the Ghost Sect will send high-ranking members to bid for the final demonic treasure, the Myriad Soul Banner. The banner of 10,000 souls? Lin Feng's heart stirred. He had heard of this item before. It was a supreme treasure of the evil path, requiring the consumption of a massive number of living souls to increase its power. It was extremely vicious and perfectly suited to the cultivation techniques of the Netherworld Ghost Sect. The Ghost Sect is determined to obtain this treasure. This is our chance. A glint flashed in Shi Gandang's eyes. In the Shadowwind Mountains, they have the advantage of terrain. But in Rock City, this is my territory. What I need you to do is to identify this person at the auction, find out his identity, and ideally, follow the clues to find his whereabouts in the city. Once we find their stronghold, we'll have them trapped like turtles in a jar. Lin Feng tapped his fingers lightly on the table. This plan is much safer than directly venturing into the mountain. I need the city lord's full support, Lin Feng said. Speak freely. First, I need the highest class VIP box for this auction, with a good view and absolute privacy. Secondly, I need a list of all suspicious individuals who have recently entered Rock City, especially those demonic cultivators with sinister auras. Third, Lin Feng paused, then looked at Shi Gandang. I need a detailed diagram of the Pan-Shi City defensive formation. Shi Gandang was taken aback upon hearing this. The formation diagram of the city's defensive array is a top secret of the city's defenses and is never shown to anyone. What does young friend Lin need the array diagram for? One of my wives is an expert in array formations, Lin Feng said calmly. She can use array diagrams to monitor the spiritual energy fluctuations throughout the city. The people of the Ghost Sect are secretive and will definitely use concealment or teleportation arrays to cover their tracks. As long as they dare to use arrays within the city, they will not escape our eyes. Shi Gandang looked at Lin Feng and remained silent for a moment. Finally, he nodded heavily. Okay. I believe you. He took out another jade slip from his storage ring and handed it over. This is the array diagram. I will also arrange the highest level VIP box at the Black Cloud auction for you. As for the list, I will send someone to your residence within 3 days. Young friend Lin, I entrust the task of eradicating the Nether Ghost Sect to you. After seeing Shi Gandang off, Lin Feng sat alone in his study for a long time. He opened his palm, looking at the black jade slip containing the information in his hand, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Mo Chong Kong. You can't escape it. A moment later, he left the study and went to the pavilion in the backyard. Xiao Bingyao, Qin Mengyao, and Mu Wan'er were talking in the pavilion. Husband, what does the city lord want with you? Mu Wan'er asked hurriedly when she saw him coming. Lin Feng sat down on the stone bench and placed the black jade slip on the table. He gave us a task. A mission? Qin Mengyao raised an eyebrow. What kind of mission could make the nascent Soul City Lord personally come to our door? Exterminate the Ghost Sect. Lin Feng's tone was very calm. He revealed Shi Gandang's entire plan, including the Black Cloud auction a month later. The Ghost Sect? A notorious demonic sect in the southern frontier, known for its extreme cruelty. Qin Mengyao stroked her chin and began to analyze. Shi Gandang doesn't lift a finger himself, but makes us the scapegoat. He's really playing a clever game. However, the reward is quite generous, a black stone vein and 3 treasures in the treasure vault. The risk is too great. Mu Wan'er said with some worry, that's an entire sect. Xiao Bingyao wiped her longsword, saying nothing, but listening quietly. There's another reason why I agreed. Lin Feng's gaze swept over his 3 wives, finally settling on Xiao Bingyao's face. I saw a familiar name on the list of elders of the Ghost Sect. Who? Qin Mengyao pressed. Mo Chong Kong. The air inside the pavilion froze the moment Lin Feng uttered those 3 words. Where is he? Xiao Bingyao's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, each word carrying an unyielding chill. Guest elder of the Ghost Sect, late-stage golden core cultivator. Lin Feng looked at her, enunciating each word clearly. Kill. Xiao Bingyao only said one word. But the murderous intent contained in that word caused the surrounding air to distort. Husband, let's go together. Mu Wan'er's eyes reddened. This gentle woman's face was now filled with determination. That's right, this old bastard must die. Qin Mengyao's eyes were sharp. She looked at Lin Feng. What's the plan? To make the move at the auction? No. Lin Feng shook his head. There are too many people at the auction. If we make a move now, we might alert him and let him escape again. This time, I'll make sure he has nowhere to go, no way to escape. He looked at Qin Mengyao. Mengyao, this is the array diagram of Panchur City. Over the next month, I need you to work hard to lay out an inescapable net. Qin Mengyao took the jade slip, scanned it with her divine sense, and her eyes lit up. What a grand scheme! This city protecting formation is intricately linked, which is a solid foundation. I'll take care of it. Lin Feng then looked at Mu Wanner. Wanner, you need to refine a batch of special pills. Soul trapping elixir to track auras, spirit locking powder to temporarily seal spiritual power, and he transmitted several ancient elixir formulas to Mu Wanner. After listening, Mu Wanner nodded emphatically, yes. I will definitely be able to refine it. Finally, Lin Feng's gaze fell on Xiao Bingyao. He held her hand, which trembled slightly with excitement. Bingyao, conserve your energy. 1 month from now, you will personally cut off his head. Looking at Lin Feng, Xiao Bingyao's icy gaze softened slightly. She gripped Lin Feng's hand tightly and nodded vigorously. For the next month, Changqing Garden fell completely silent. Changqing Dange remained open for business as usual, but sales were handled by 2 array puppets sent by Qin Mengyao, and none of the 3 women showed up. Qin Mengyao spends all day in her study, with a huge sand table of the rock city floating in front of her. Countless array flags dance at her fingertips, constantly disappearing into various parts of the sand table. An invisible net is quietly enveloping the entire city. In Mu Wanner's alchemy room, the fragrance of medicine lingered all day long. She meticulously refined batches of pills with different effects and stored them in different jade bottles. Xiao Bingyao practiced her sword in the training ground in the backyard day after day. Lin Feng, meanwhile, was in his quiet room, consolidating his early golden core stage. At the same time, he invested all the resources he received as a reward from the system into the path of talismans. One by one, talismans shimmering with golden light took shape under his brush. There is the Diamond Body Protection Talisman with amazing defensive power, the Gangjin Divine Thunder Talisman that can unleash a golden core strike, and the 4th Order Trapping Array Talisman drawing a prison on the ground that can temporarily trap nascent soul cultivators. The entire Evergreen Park is like a sophisticated war machine, operating at high speed in silence. Everyone was holding their breath. For revenge. Also for the sake of protection. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The Black Cloud auction arrived as scheduled. On this day, the streets of Rock City were packed with people, as countless powerful cultivators flocked from all directions to the massive, beast-shaped building in the city center Black Cloud Tower. The gates of Changqing Garden slowly opened. Lin Feng, dressed in a blue robe, remained calm. Xiao Bingyao was still dressed in white, holding a long sword, her demeanor as aloof as the moon. Qin Mengyao changed into a smart purple outfit, a faint smile playing on her lips. Mu Wanner, dressed in a light green silk dress, stood gently beside Lin Feng. Let's go, Lin Feng said. Chapter 82 An Exorbitant Provocation. Black Cloud Tower, the most notorious den of iniquity in Rock City. The building, 9 stories high and constructed entirely of obsidian, sits at the end of Central Avenue. Outside the building, traffic was heavy, and the cultivators coming and going all exuded extraordinary auras, the weakest of whom were at least at the foundation establishment stage. As soon as Lin Feng and his companions approached, a waiter dressed in black quickly came to greet them. Distinguished guests, do you possess invitations from the city lord's mansion? The waiter's attitude was extremely respectful. Lin Feng handed over the gold-embossed invitation. The waiter took it, scanned it with his divine sense, and his respectful expression deepened, bowing even lower. So you are the distinguished guest from the top-tier private room. Please follow me. He led the 4 of them around the noisy hall, through the passage reserved for distinguished guests, and straight up to the top floor of the Black Cloud Tower. There is only one private room on the top floor, named Tian Shu. The private room was enormous, measuring 100 feet in diameter, with a velvet carpet on the floor and tranquil landscape paintings hanging on the walls. Directly in front of you is a huge one-way crystal wall that provides a clear view of the auction stage downstairs, while remaining completely invisible to anyone outside. This Shurgandang really knows how to handle people. Qin Mengyao looked around and nodded in satisfaction. Husband, how do we find them? Mu Wanner asked nervously. Downstairs, there were crowds of people and mixed atmospheres, making it too difficult to find even a few demonic cultivators. What's the rush? Qin Mengyao took out a palm-sized array plate from her storage bag, which was covered with runes. She placed the array plate on the jade table in the center of the private room, her fingertips surging with spiritual energy as she gently tapped it. Buzz! With a flash of light, a three-dimensional phantom of a black cloud tower composed of countless rays of light appeared in mid-air. This is a spirit-gazing array plate that I temporarily crafted based on the array diagram given to me by the city lord, Shin Mengyao said confidently. It can borrow a trace of the city's protective array to scan the spiritual energy reaction of the entire black cloud tower. Her fingers lightly traced across the illusory image. Demonic cultivation techniques have a cold and filthy spiritual energy, which is completely different from that of righteous cultivators. In this high-density spiritual energy environment, no matter how they try to hide, they can't hide. As she moved her finger, dots of light representing cultivators lit up in the illusory image, most of them white or pale yellow. Suddenly, Shin Mengyao's finger stopped at a private room on the 7th floor. There were several deep, dark dots that seemed to devour light. That sinister and evil aura was unsettling, even through the array plate. Found it, Shin Mengyao said softly, room number 7, Earth class. Before Shin Mengyao could finish speaking, Xiao Bingyao, who had been resting with her eyes closed, opened them. The long sword in her arms emitted a soft clang. A murderous intent flashed through the private room. Lin Feng reached out and pressed down on her scabbard. The clanging of the long sword immediately stopped. Don't rush, Lin Feng said softly. Xiao Bingyao looked at him and nodded. Just then, a bell rang out from downstairs, signaling the official start of the auction. An elderly man dressed in brocade robes, whose cultivation was at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, stepped onto the auction stage and bowed, saying, "Welcome, fellow Taoists, to the Black Cloud Auction House. I am Sun Qian. Without further ado, please look at the first item." A maid brought over a jade plate, on which sat a vibrant green, shimmering herb. A grade 3 spirit herb, jade heartgrass. One of the main ingredients for refining foundation establishment pills, starting bid, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. 1,001. 1,002. The first few items auctioned were common elixirs and magical artifacts, which attracted fierce bidding from the independent cultivators in the downstairs hall, quickly heating up the atmosphere. Lin Feng and his three companions simply watched quietly, showing no intention of making a bid. Shin Mengyao yawned, they're all just ordinary stuff. When are we going to get something better? As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Qian on the auction stage raised his voice. The next item in the auction is a bit special. Two strong men worked together to lift a huge iron cage, inside which was a piece of black wood more than 3 feet long and as thick as an arm. The wood was entirely black, its surface covered with strange spiral patterns, and it exuded a chilling aura. A 4th-grade spiritual material, 9 netherworld submerged wood. Sun Qian introduced. This substance is born in extremely in places, making it an excellent material for refining ghost path and corpse path magical artifacts. I'm sure all the experts here understand its value. Starting bid, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 1,000 spirit stones higher. After these words were spoken, the room quieted down considerably. Materials from the ghost path have limited uses, and righteous cultivators avoid them like the plague. Only those who practice evil martial arts would buy such things. 11,000. A hoarse voice came from an inconspicuous corner downstairs. 12,000, another sinister voice rang out. Just then, a ray of light shone through the window of room number 7. 20,000. An old and arrogant voice came from inside the private room. The price was immediately increased by 8,000, and the two independent cultivators downstairs fell silent. Inside the private room, Shin Mengyao looked at Lin Feng. Husband, the fish has spoken. Lin Feng picked up his teacup and took a small sip. 21,000. He spoke calmly, his voice resounding throughout the entire auction house via the sound transmission array in the private room. These words caused an uproar in the audience. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the only Tianshu VIP box on the top floor. The top-tier room? Who's the important person here? They're also interested in this netherworld wood? Could they be some reclusive demonic master? Inside room number 7. An old man dressed in a black robe, with a withered face, frowned. He was none other than the leader elder sent by the ghostly ghost sect, the Corpse Taoist. The top-tier room? Who did that old scoundrel Shurgandang give the top-tier room to? The Corpse Taoist's voice was hoarse. A foundation establishment disciple beside him quickly replied, Elder, the top-tier rooms are never open to the public historically, only the most distinguished guests of the city lord's mansion are qualified to enter. We cannot find any information about it. Humph. The corpse Taoist sneered, "No matter who it is, anyone who dares to snatch things from our ghost sect is courting death." Without hesitation, he offered again, 30,000. He intends to use his financial resources to make the other party back down. However, he had barely finished speaking. 31,000. Lin Fang's unhurried voice rang out again. No more, no less, it was still only 1,000 more. This is no longer a bidding war, it's a provocation. Damn it! The Corpse Taoist slammed his palm down, turning the teacup on the table into dust. A powerful aura, typical of late-stage golden core cultivators, swept out from the private room, causing all the cultivators on the 7th floor to change color. "Elder, please calm down." The disciple beside him knelt on the ground in fear. "It's not worth it for a piece of dark wood. Our target this time is the 10,000 souls banner." The corpse Taoist's chest heaved violently, and his eyes were bloodshot. He knew this perfectly well, but he couldn't swallow his anger. They, the ghost sect, were used to running rampant in the southern frontier. They had never suffered such humiliation in person. 40,000. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out the two words. This far exceeds the value of the 9 netherworld submerged wood itself. Inside the private room, Mu Wanner asked softly, "Husband, shall we add more?" Lin Feng shook his head and put down his teacup. "No need." On the auction stage, Sun Qian waited a moment, and seeing that there was no further movement from the top-tier room, he immediately shouted, 40,000 once. 40,000 twice. 40,000 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in room number 7 for winning this piece of netherworld submerged wood. Bang! Inside room number 7, another loud crash came, seemingly the sound of a chair being smashed. The Corpse Taoist's face was ashen. He was furious. He spent 40,000 spirit stones to buy something worth at most 20,000, and was thoroughly humiliated in front of all the cultivators in the entire rock city. Check. Find out who's in the top-tier room at all costs. He growled like a wild beast at his disciples behind him. Yes. The disciple scrambled out. Inside the Tianshu private box, Qin Mengyao looked down at the furious demonic cultivator downstairs and laughed heartily. "Husband, that was a really wicked move. I bet that old man is ready to kill me right now." This is just the beginning. Lin Feng's gaze fell on the center of the auction stage. The real highlight is yet to come. Chapter 83 Tortoise Shell. After a brief period of commotion, the auction quickly returned to normal. The next few items, though also valuable, failed to pique the interest of Lin Feng and his companions. The bidding was in full swing, and one treasure after another was auctioned off. Until the auctioneer Sun Qian's voice became mysterious again. "Ladies and gentlemen, the next item in this auction may seem precious, but it could also be worthless. Yet, it may seem ordinary, but it could be an incredible opportunity." Sun Qian deliberately kept everyone in suspense. A maid carried a tray covered with a red cloth onto the stage. Sun Qian suddenly lifted the red cloth. In the center of the tray lay a palm-sized, seemingly unremarkable, broken tortoise shell. The edges of the tortoise shell were severely damaged, covered with dust and cracks, and looked as if it would break at the slightest touch. It is faintly visible that the surface of the tortoise shell appears to be engraved with some extremely complex patterns, but most of them are blurred and difficult to identify. This is... what the hell? A broken tortoise shell? Is Black Cloud Tower so desperate for money that they're selling this kind of garbage? A chorus of boos and whispers immediately filled the hall. Sun Qian was not annoyed and continued to introduce the item with a smile. "This item was obtained by one of the appraisers of my Black Cloud Tower from an ancient cultivator's cave. Origin unknown, material unknown, purpose unknown. The only certainty is that this thing is incredibly hard, impervious to water and fire, and even divine weapons cannot damage it. Starting bid, 100 low-grade spirit stones. Bidding increments are flexible." The boos from the audience grew even louder when the price was announced. This is practically a public clearance sale of trash. 110 yuan. I'll bid 120. A few independent cultivators, hoping to find a bargain, lazily called out prices, just for fun. Inside the Tianshu private room, Qin Mengyao was leaning against the soft couch, looking downstairs with a bored expression. But the moment the tortoise shell appeared, she sat bolt upright. Her bright eyes, which seemed to see through everything, were fixed on the broken tortoise shell. Within her pupils, countless fine array runes seemed to be rapidly flowing, appearing and disappearing. "What's wrong?" Lin Feng noticed her unusual behavior immediately. Qin Mengyao did not turn around. Her breathing became rapid, and her voice trembled with disbelief. My husband, it's it. What? The Heavenly Secrets Array Manual mentions, the supreme treasure for deducing all things, the Heavenly Secrets tortoise shell. Qin Menyao's voice was extremely low, but she couldn't hide her excitement. Although it is only a fragment, the patterns recorded on it are the true innate array patterns. They are not arrays created by cultivators after birth, but patterns that naturally evolved from the great Tao at the beginning of the world. If I can obtain it, my array formation skills, my cultivation level, will experience a qualitative leap. At this moment, the once proud and rational former holy maiden of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion could no longer remain calm. She turned sharply to look at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with pleading and longing. My husband, I must have it. Seeing her excited expression, Lin Feng understood. The thing that could make Qin Mengyao lose her composure like this must be of unimaginable value. Without the slightest hesitation, he reached out and gently patted Qin Menyao's hand, saying softly, don't worry, it's yours if you want it. Spirit stones can be earned back, but opportunities with family members, once missed, will never come again. At this moment, the bidding downstairs had reached 300 spirit stones, and it was about to be abandoned. Sun Qian prepared to bring down the hammer. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. A calm voice came from the Tianshu VIP box, instantly silencing the noisy hall. All eyes once again turned to the only VIP box on the top floor. The top-tier rooms have made another move. 1,000 spirit stones for a broken tortoise shell? Is this guy burning money? Shut up. You think you can guess what's on the mind of such an important person? There's definitely something about this tortoise shell that we can't see through. Inside room number 7. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the Yin Corpse Taoist's anger, which had already subsided, surged up once more. It's him again. Elder, should we? A disciple asked cautiously. Humph. The corpse Taoist's eyes were sinister. It's just a broken tortoise shell. If he likes to be a sucker, let him be one. He said that, but he was extremely unhappy inside. 1,100. Just then, a light shone from another private room, and an unfamiliar voice rang out. Lin Feng glanced at it. It was room number 3, designated as D. His expression remained unchanged. 2,000. 2,500, came the voice from room number 3, seemingly also valuing the tortoise shell. 5,000. Lin Feng immediately doubled the price, demonstrating his determination to win. At this moment, room number 3 fell silent. It's clearly not worth spending 5,000 spirit stones to gamble on something of unknown origin. Auctioneer Sun Shen beamed with joy and was about to shout. 5,100. A hoarse, malicious voice drifted from room number 7. The Yin Corpse Taoist could not resist in the end. He didn't know what it was, nor did he care. He just wanted to annoy Lin Feng and make him uncomfortable. Inside the Tianshu private room, Qin Menyao's face instantly darkened. That old devil. Don't rush. Lin Feng remained calm, as if he wasn't the one bidding. 10,000. He spoke again, uttering 2 words with a nonchalant air. Hiss. A collective gasp filled the auction hall. They've gone mad. They've really gone mad. For a broken tortoise shell, someone offered 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Inside room number 7, Yin Shi Daoren's pupils contracted, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He just wanted to raise the price and annoy the other party, but little did he know that the other party would not play by the rules at all and would directly set the price to the sky. If he continues to pursue the matter and the other party decides not to accept it, he will have to pay the 10,000 spirit stones himself. Elder, the 10,000 souls banner. The 10,000 souls banner is crucial. The disciple next to him was almost crying, fearing that the elder would lose his temper and spend all the money meant to buy his life. The Yin Corpse Taoist's chest heaved violently, his withered hands gripping the handrail tightly, his nails digging deep into the wood. In the end, he didn't say anything more. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is there anything higher? Sun Qian's voice trembled with excitement. The entire room fell silent. Everyone looked at him like he was an idiot, waiting for the big trader in the Tianshu VIP room to close the deal. 10,000 times. 10,000 times. 10,000. 20,000. Just as Sun Qian was about to bring down the gavel, a clear, cold female voice came from an ordinary private room on the second floor. The sound wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Another one. What's going on today? Are they all scrambling to be the suckers? Lin Feng's brows furrowed slightly for the first time. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw it was room number 9 of the Xian character. He didn't recognize the voice. It seems that Qin Mangyao isn't the only one who knows how to appreciate quality. Qin Mangyao's face turned pale, and she nervously grabbed Lin Feng's sleeve. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones is already a considerable sum. Husband, should we call it quits? The price is too high. Lin Feng took her cold little hand in his own and shook his head. He looked directly into Qin Mangyao's eyes and said, word by word, I've said it before, if you want it, it will definitely be yours. Without further hesitation, his calm voice resonated throughout the entire venue. 50,000. Boom. This time, the entire Black Cloud Tower seemed to have been set on fire. 50,000. This is enough to buy a decent high-grade Xian-level magic weapon. Just for a broken tortoise shell? A long silence followed inside room number 9 of the Xian character. Finally, a faint sigh escaped from within. Fellow Daoist has great courage. I will give up this item. That cold, clear female voice never rang out again. Sitting in room number 7 of the earthly branch, the Yin Corpse Taoist was stunned when he heard the price. Then he let out a gloating laugh like an owl. Ha 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 ha. 50,000. 50,000 for a piece of junk. Idiot. Utterly idiot. He felt that his frustration about spending 40,000 yuan on the ebony had dissipated considerably. Inside the Tianshu private room, there's someone even dumber than him. Make a deal. Sun Qian made the final decision, fearing that Lin Feng might change his mind. Soon, a maid respectfully brought the fragment of the heavenly secret tortoise shell into the private room. Qin Mangyao almost snatched the tortoise shell into her hands trembling slightly. She closed her eyes and probed them with a wisp of spiritual energy. Buzz. On the tortoise shell, the originally dim and dull innate array pattern suddenly lit up with a faint and mysterious light, which resonated strongly with the innate array embryo in her body. A vast, boundless, and ancient torrent of information flowed from her fingertips into her divine sea. It really is it. Qin Mangyao opened her eyes glistening with tears, filled with the joy and excitement of having regained what she had lost. Lin Feng looked at Qin Mangyao and asked softly, do you like it? Looking into Lin Feng's gentle eyes, Qin Mangyao nodded vigorously. Chapter 84 Bankruptcy. Just then, the atmosphere at the auction stage downstairs suddenly changed. Auctioneer Sun Xianqing cleared his throat, his previously relaxed smile turning extremely solemn. Fellow Taoists, the Black Cloud auction is about to present its final, most anticipated item. His voice, transmitted through the array, reached every corner of the entire Black Cloud Tower. Everyone perked up, knowing that the real show was about to begin. Two burly, muscular foundation establishment cultivators worked together to carry a huge iron frame covered in black cloth onto the stage. On the iron frame, there appears to be a long, pole-like object standing upright. Even through the thick black cloth of the restraint, a chilling aura that penetrated to the bone still seeped out uncontrollably. The temperature inside the auction hall suddenly dropped significantly. Some foundation establishment cultivators with lower cultivation levels couldn't help but shiver, feeling their souls tremble as if countless venomous eyes were watching them from the darkness. Inside room number 7, the previously enraged Yin Corpse Taoist suddenly sat up straight. His turbid eyes blazed with a greedy and fiery light. It's here! Sun Qian took a deep breath and suddenly ripped off the black cloth. Buzz. A visible black aura of malevolence shot into the sky. A black banner, about 10 feet long, appeared before the crowd. The flag was entirely black, and its material was unknown. Embroidered on the flag are countless twisted and struggling human faces, men, women, young and old, all with expressions of pain and silent wailing. A series of wails and howls, seemingly emanating from the deepest hell, resounded directly in everyone's minds, causing splitting headaches and loss of composure. Ah! In the hall, some low-level cultivators clutched their heads and screamed in agony, their eyes bloodshot. Clearly their minds had been taken over. Calm your mind and focus. Sun Qian roared, and his mid-stage golden core spiritual pressure exploded out, finally suppressing the decadent music. He pointed to the banner that exuded an eerie aura and shouted, the supreme treasure of the demonic path, the banner of 10,000 souls. This banner was obtained from the cave of an ancient demon lord. It is said that 9,900 souls have been refined within it. Once you gather the souls of 9 more golden core cultivators, you can break through in one fell swoop and become a true high-grade Xian-level magic weapon with boundless power. Upon hearing this, all the righteous cultivators looked at the myriad soul banner with disgust and apprehension. Countless innocent people have been brutally murdered in the process of creating this evil artifact. Inside the Tianshu private room, Mu Wanner's face was a little pale, and she subconsciously moved closer to Lin Feng. Qin Mengyao frowned and said, "What a vicious magic weapon." Only Xiao Bingyao remained expressionless, but the sword in her arms rang out with increasing urgency. The evil aura emanating from this magical artifact stirred the natural instincts of her ice soul sword body. On the auction stage, Sun Qian didn't give everyone much time to think. The Myriad Souls banner, starting bid, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 5,000 higher. This starting price is equivalent to the final transaction price of the heavenly secret tortoise shell. The words had barely left his mouth. 60,000. The hoarse and impatient voice of the Corpse Taoist immediately came from room number 7. As soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately added 10,000, as if to announce to everyone that his ghost sect was determined to have this item. No one responded. Who would touch such an evil object besides demonic cultivators? The Corpse Taoist revealed a smug sneer, as if he could already see himself easily obtaining the treasure and triumphantly winning over the world. However, the smile on his lips had not yet fully bloomed. 70,000. A calm and composed voice came once again from the top-floor Tianshu VIP box. No more, no less, he was definitely one step ahead of him. It's him again. The entire auction hall erupted in chaos. The top-tier rooms. He's made his move again. Did I hear that right? He's actually bidding for the Myriad Souls banner? He's insane. This man is absolutely insane. First it was the 9 Netherworld wood, and now it's the Myriad Soul banner. Could this important figure actually be a hidden master of the demonic path? That's not right. He just spent 50,000 spirit stones on that broken tortoise shell. Everyone was dumbfounded, completely unable to understand the behavior of the man in the top-tier room. Inside room number 7, the air seemed to freeze instantly. Puff! The Corpse Taoist coughed up a mouthful of blood. He wasn't angry, but so angry that his Tao heart became somewhat unstable. It's that bastard again. He's like a persistent ghost. Elder. Calm down. Calm down. The Foundation establishment disciple beside him was terrified and rushed forward to support him. What exactly does he want to do? The Corpse Taoist's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the direction of the Tianshu private room, as if he wanted to burn that place through with his gaze. He couldn't understand it. If the other party is truly a member of the demonic path and wants the Myriad Souls banner, why would they have spent 50,000 spirit stones to buy a useless tortoise shell? If the other party is not a member of the demonic path, then why is he bidding for the Myriad Soul banner? Just to disgust yourself? Inside the Tianshu private box, Qin Mengyao looked at Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with wisdom, already guessing her husband's plan. A beautiful smile curved her lips as she transmitted her voice, "Husband, you're making him bleed a lot." Lin Feng picked up his teacup, gently blew on it, and didn't respond, but a barely perceptible coldness flashed in his eyes. 80,000. The Corpse Taoist gritted his teeth, practically squeezing out those 2 words from between his teeth. This was the limit of the spirit stones he could use. 90,000. Lin Feng's voice remained calm and composed, as if he were talking about an insignificant number. Gulp. In the hall, someone nervously swallowed. 90,000 low-grade spirit stones. This has exceeded the value of the 10,000 souls banner itself. Inside room number 7, utter silence fell. Elder, we don't have that many spirit stones left. The disciple said, his voice trembling and choked with sobs. Shut up. The Corpse Taoist pushed him away, his chest heaving violently, like a wild beast trapped in a cage. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Give up? If he gives up, his mission will be a complete failure. Not only did he return empty-handed, but he also wasted 40,000 spirit stones. Back at the sect leader will definitely not let him off the hook. Should we continue? What if the other party suddenly backs out again, just like before? Then he'll have to bear the burden of this exorbitant amount of spirit stones himself. He can't handle it. The entire ghost sect can't handle it. He was caught in a dilemma. 100,000. Just as he was struggling with this dilemma, Lin Feng's voice, like a death knell, rang out once again. These two words, like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely shattered the Incorp's Taoist's psychological defenses. He suddenly stood up, and a terrifying aura of late-stage golden core cultivator erupted, breaking through the restrictions of the private room and pressing straight towards the Tianshu private room. No matter who you are, you dare to oppose my ghost sect, you're dead. His venomous roar echoed throughout the entire venue. However, before that oppressive aura could even get close to the Tianshu private room, it was neutralized by an even greater force. It is the power of the City Lord's mansion. Black Cloud Tower forbids anyone from using force here. Auctioneer Sun Xian's face also darkened, and he said coldly, "Distinguished guest in room number 7, please abide by the rules of the auction. Otherwise, don't blame Black Cloud Tower for being impolite." The Incorp's Taoist trembled, only then realizing that he had lost his composure. He gasped for breath and slumped back into his chair. He knew he had already lost. They suffered a crushing defeat. On the auction stage, seeing that no one else was bidding, Sun Xian shouted, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Once. The Incorp's Taoist's face was ashen. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Twice. The Incorp's Taoist closed his eyes. 100,000. 110,000. Just as Sun Xian was about to bring down the hammer, the Incorp's Taoist suddenly opened his eyes and, with all his might, roared out the final price. He took the gamble. He bet the other party was just playing him and would never spend an exorbitant price of 110,000 to buy an evil object that was useless to him. He staked his last breath on the future of his sect. All eyes in the room instinctively turned to the top floor. They are waiting. The mysterious person in the Tianshu private room announced the price of 120,000. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. Inside the Tianshu VIP box, all was quiet, not a sound could be heard. Everyone was stunned. Auctioneer Sun Xian was also stunned. Then, a voice with a hint of laughter drifted out from the Tianshu VIP box. He, since this fellow Taoist is so fond of this treasure, it must be that you are destined to have it. A gentleman does not take what others cherish, so I'll give it to you. The words fell. The entire room fell silent at first. Then, with a pft, someone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Immediately afterwards, suppressed laughter spread throughout the auction house like a plague. Everyone understood at that moment. From beginning to end, this was all a setup. That guy in the top-tier room never even considered buying these things, he was just treating the ghost sect like a fool. Inside room number 7. Puff. Unable to suppress his anger any longer, the Incorp's Taoist spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the table in front of him red. His vision went black, and he fell straight backward. Elder! Elder! The private room immediately descended into chaos. Inside the Tianshu private room, Qin Mangyao laughed so hard she almost fell over, tears welling up in her eyes. My husband, you are so bad. Mu Wanner also covered her mouth, her delicate face full of smiles. Lin Feng simply smiled faintly, his gaze falling on the spirit observation array plate on the table. After a brief period of confusion, the black dot representing room number 7 began to move rapidly, leaving Black Cloud Tower and heading towards a secluded corner of the city. Lin Feng stood up and looked out the window. It's time to close the net. Chapter 85 Interception. Outside the Black Cloud Tower, the Incorp's Taoist, along with several disciples, hurriedly headed towards the north of the city. His face was deathly pale, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and with every step he took, he felt excruciating pain in his chest. Just now at the auction, he was so angry that he lost his composure and forcibly used his spiritual power, which damaged his Tao foundation. Elder, what do we do now? A foundation establishment disciple asked in a trembling voice. What should we do? The Incorp's Taoist took out a black jade bottle from his storage bag, poured out 2 foul-smelling pills, and swallowed them. Return to the sect. Report to the sect leader. I will make those scum in the heavenly classroom wish they were dead. The pill entered his stomach, and its medicinal power quickly dissipated, temporarily suppressing his surging blood and qi. A sickly blush appeared on his pale face. Inside the Tianshu private box, Qin Mengyao pointed to several black dots on the spirit observation array. They've left the city and are heading north towards Black Wind Canyon, which is the best place to make their move. Lin Feng nodded and looked at Xiao Bingyao and Mu Wanner. Wanner, go around from the east and look for an opportunity. Bing Yao, follow me and intercept them head on. Mu Wan'er nodded obediently. Be careful, my husband. Xiao Bingyao remained silent, and the long sword in her bosom emitted a clear and melodious sword sound. The four left Black Cloud Tower. Qin Mengyao stayed in Chongqing Garden. She stood in the courtyard, looking at the Panchur city model in front of her, her fingertips sparkling with inspiration. The net of heaven and earth is activated. An invisible array of fluctuations emanated from Chongqing Garden and enveloped the entire Panchur city. North of the city, Black Wind Canyon. The canyon is flanked by cliffs, with only a narrow path in the middle, where the evening wind howls. The Yin Corpse Taoist and his entourage were hurrying through. Elder, something feels off. A disciple looked around nervously. It's too quiet here. What's the panic? The Corpse Taoist scolded. That brat dares to chase us out of the city? Before he could finish speaking, he paused in his steps. Two figures stood on the mountain path ahead. One green, one white. The man in the blue robe had a handsome face. He was the same person from the auction. The woman beside him was dressed in white, holding a long sword, and bathed in moonlight, exuding a cool and aloof aura. It's you! The Corpse Taoist was furious. So it was you two juniors who were behind this. Early stage of Golden Core, Foundation establishment complete? He scanned them with his divine sense, discerning their cultivation levels, and grinned maliciously. You have a path to heaven but choose not to, you have no gate to hell but choose to barge in. I was just worried about not being able to find you, and you've delivered yourselves to my doorstep. Lin Feng looked at him and said, I'm not here to die, I'm here to send you on your way. Arrogant. The Yin Corpse Taoist laughed in fury. The rejuvenation pill he took has unleashed all his potential, restoring his strength to its peak, or even greater. Charge. Kill the man, capture the woman alive. I'll make her wish she were dead. The four Foundation establishment disciples behind him immediately unleashed their magical weapons and ferociously pounced on Lin Feng and his companion. Before they could take more than a few steps, a cold sword light flashed and disappeared. Base. Xiao Bingyao moved. She moved swiftly, cutting into the midst of the four Foundation establishment cultivators. The sword light was icy cold. As soon as one of the disciples raised his ghost-headed saber, he felt a chill on his neck and his head flew off. The other person was horrified and quickly summoned a bone shield. But the sword light bypassed the bone shield and pierced his heart from a tricky angle. One sword, and he's dead. The remaining two were so frightened that they turned and ran away. But Xiao Bingyao's sword was faster. The cold blade mercilessly reaped lives. In just 3 breaths, all 4 disciples of the ghost sect lay dead in pools of blood. Xiao Bingyao returned to Lin Feng's side, still dressed in white, her long sword sheath. The canyon was deathly silent. The sinister smile on the Yin Corpse Taoist's face froze. He looked at the corpses scattered on the ground, then at Xiao Bingyao's expressionless face, and felt a chill run down his spine. Who exactly are you people? He roared, his voice trembling with fear. Lin Feng did not answer, but took a step forward. Now, it's your turn. You're courting death. The Corpse Taoist was enraged by Lin Feng's attitude. He roared, and the pressure of the late-stage Golden Core realm swept towards Lin Feng. At the same time, he formed hand seals, black energy surged around him, and a ghostly claw formed from corpse energy whistled as it grabbed at Lin Feng's crown. This attack was launched in a fit of rage, determined to kill Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng remained calm, raised his hand, and a golden talisman appeared at his fingertips. Go! The talisman flew out of his hand and swelled in the wind, transforming into a golden light screen several meters high that blocked his way. Tier 4 Defense Talisman Vajra Protector Talisman. Boom! The ghostly claw slammed onto the light screen, producing a loud bang. The energy scattered, scraping away a layer of the ground. The light barrier shook violently, and cracks appeared on its surface, but it ultimately blocked the attack. A talisman? The Yin Corpse Taoist exclaimed in shock. A 4th-tier talisman. This kid actually has something like that. Before he could react, Lin Feng's figure had already disappeared under the cover of the explosion. The next moment, a deadly crisis came from above the Yin Corpse Taoist's head. He suddenly looked up, and a bolt of divine lightning appeared above his head, crashing down with a deafening roar. 4th-tier attack talisman Gungjin Divine Thunder Talisman. Damn it! The Yin Corpse Taoist let out a strange cry and hastily produced a tattered straw hat. The straw hat grew larger in the wind, and black mist descended to protect him. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the straw hat. That straw hat was actually a high-grade demonic artifact, which withstood the divine lightning, though its black aura had dimmed considerably. But at that moment, the Een corpse Taoist suddenly stopped moving, and the circulation of spiritual energy in his body also became stagnant. What's going on? He thought in surprise. Unbeknownst to him, a colorless and odorless breeze had brushed past his body while he was resisting the divine lightning. In the shadows of the distant cliffs, Mu Wanner put away the jade bottle, somewhat worried. The spirit-locking powder she refined had limited effect on late-stage golden core cultivators, only serving to interfere with their cultivation. But even the slightest disturbance could be fatal. Kill! A delicate shout. Xiao Bingyao descended from the sky. The long sword in her hand transformed into an ice-blue rainbow, sharp and unparalleled, piercing straight into the back of the Een corpse Taoist. The Een corpse Taoist felt a chill run down his spine, and his hair stood on end. He tried to dodge, but the flow of spiritual energy within his body stagnated, slowing his movements by half a beat. Roar! At the critical moment of life and death, the Een corpse Taoist let out a roar. He turned around, abandoned all defense, and threw a punch at Xiao Bingyao, risking his life for hers. Black energy swirled around his fist. He had used a desperate, secret technique. He's trying to take us all down with him. Xiao Bingyao ignored everything and her sword momentum only increased. She was willing to get injured to kill this old devil. Bang! The fist and sword clashed, producing a muffled thud. Xiao Bingyao groaned and was sent flying backward by the force of the punch, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. A sinister aura of death seeped into her meridians along the sword. The Een corpse Taoist was also pierced through the right shoulder by this sword, and his entire right arm was almost ripped off. Ha ha ha! You little bitch! You'll be buried with me! The Een corpse Taoist laughed wildly, ignoring his severe shoulder injury, and used his left hand to transform into a claw, grabbing at Xiao Bingyao, who was flying backward. But just then, a golden talisman silently landed on his back. Fourth tier trapping array talisman drawing a circle as a prison. Buzz! The corpse Taoist's body stiffened. The surrounding space became viscous, trapping him firmly in place, unable to move. He turned around in alarm and saw Lin Feng standing right behind him. It's over. Lin Feng had appeared behind him without him noticing. He now held a long sword in his hand, and with a single thrust, he pierced through the Een corpse Taoist's protective demonic aura and precisely stabbed into his dantian. Put! The sword tip pierced flesh, and spiritual energy erupted. Ah! The Een corpse Taoist let out a miserable scream as the aura of the late-stage golden core realm dissipated from his body, rapidly weakening. His dantian was destroyed, and his golden core was covered with cracks. His cultivation was ruined in an instant. No! He made a hoarse sound in his throat, his body went limp, and he collapsed, unconscious on the spot. Lin Feng sheathed his sword, quickly walked to Xiao Bingyao's side, and helped her up. How are you? It's nothing. Xiao Bingyao shook her head, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, though her face was a little pale. Lin Feng grabbed her wrist and probed it with his spiritual energy, discovering a surge of corpse energy coursing through her meridians. Without saying a word, he immediately mobilized the Azure Emperor's longevity spiritual power to dispel the corpse poison from her. After a moment, Xiao Bingyao's expression softened considerably. My husband, I. Don't speak. Lin Feng interrupted her, gently pulling her into his arms. Well done. Leave the rest to me. He raised his head, looked at the unconscious Een corpse Taoist on the ground, and withdrew the spiritual power he had prepared to use to finish him off. Killing him like this is too lenient. Chapter 86 Soul Search. Black Wind Canyon, the moonlight is icy cold. The evening breeze carried the stench of blood from the ground, but it couldn't dispel the bone-chilling cold. Lin Feng held Xiao Bingyao in his arms, and the Azure Emperor's longevity spiritual power flowed like a gentle stream, repeatedly washing away the venomous corpse energy in her meridians. Xiao Bingyao leaned against his chest, listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat. Her face, which had been pale from her injuries, gradually regained some color. My husband, I'm all right now, she said softly, her voice carrying a subtle tenderness that she herself was unaware of. Lin Feng didn't let go. He examined it carefully again and only felt relieved after confirming that the corpse energy had been completely neutralized. Don't be so impulsive in the future. He looked down at her, his tone reproachful, but his eyes filled with heartache. Xiao Bingyao raised her head, met his gaze, and nodded very seriously. She knew that her husband wasn't blaming her, but was worried about her. Just then, a pale green figure emerged from the shadows of the cliff. It was Mu Wanner. When she saw the bloodstains at the corner of Xiao Bingyao's mouth, she turned pale and ran over quickly. Sister Bingyao, are you injured? It was just a minor injury, it's already healed. Xiao Bingyao shook her head at her. Mu Wan'er breathed a sigh of relief, then felt a pang of self-reproach. It's all my fault for making the soul-locking powder, which was too weak. It could only interfere with him for a moment, otherwise my sister wouldn't have been injured. You did very well, Lin Feng said, interrupting her self-blame. A late-stage golden core cultivator has a strong mind and abundant spiritual power. Your soul-locking powder took effect when he was completely unprepared, and even if it was only for a moment, it already decided the outcome of the battle. You deserve the most credit. Hearing her husband's affirmation, Mu Wan'er's eyes lit up, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded vigorously. Lin Feng helped Xiao Bingyao sit down on a clean rock nearby, then turned around and slowly walked towards the unconscious figure on the ground. His gaze, in the instant he turned away, transformed from the gentle warmth of a spring breeze into the coldness of eternal ice. The unconscious Yin corpse Taoist lay on the ground like a dead dog. With his dantian destroyed and his golden core shattered, his once proud cultivation level had become a joke. Lin Feng crouched down, ready to finish him off. But he stopped just as his fingers were about to touch the other person's forehead. Husband? Mu Wan'er asked, somewhat puzzled. Lin Feng didn't turn around, his voice calm. Letting him die like this is too easy for him. I haven't gotten any information about Mo Changkong yet. He slowly raised his hand, palm facing the crown of the Yin corpse Taoist. An invisible spiritual force surged from between his eyebrows, transforming into an invisible sharp needle that pierced the Yin corpse Taoist sea of consciousness. Soul Search. This is an extremely domineering and vicious secret technique. It directly invades the opponent's soul and forcibly searches through their memories. Those whose souls are searched will, at best, become idiots, and at worst, have their souls scattered and never be reincarnated. Lin Feng felt no psychological burden whatsoever about this. He never hesitated to use the most ruthless methods against his enemies. Ah! The unconscious Yin corpse Taoist suddenly arched his body and let out a shrill scream that was not human. Black blood slowly seeped from his 7 orifices, and his body convulsed violently, as if he were enduring the most extreme pain in the world. Lin Feng's face was as cold as ice. The memories of the Yin corpse Taoist flashed through his mind like a series of chaotic paintings. Arson, murder, looting, soul refining, and corpse making, each and every one of these heinous crimes is monstrous. Lin Feng ignored these filthy memories and focused precisely on what he wanted. The location of the Ghost Sect's mountain gate, the internal structure of the Yin Wind Mountains, the elders and disciples within the sect. Soon, an old and sinister face appeared in the memory. Mo Changkong. In the scene, Mo Changkong is standing in a huge valley. The valley was surrounded by countless black array flags, and vengeful spirits wailed and sang among them, forming a grand protective array for the mountain. He was speaking confidently and eloquently to several elders of the Nether Ghost sect, explaining the key points of the formation. This is the 9 revolutions Nether Soul formation that I created with my life's work. Once it is fully completed, even a nascent soul cultivator would not be able to easily break in. Now the Great Formation only needs to be stabilized at the last 3 key points. At most, it will be completed in 3 months. Black Wind Stronghold. 9 revolutions ghostly array. 3 months. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Found it. All the key information has been obtained. He increased his mental energy output without hesitation. No. No. Within the Yin corpse Taoist sea of consciousness, a final, faint plea rang out. The next moment, his soul, like a painting scorched by flames, instantly collapsed and disintegrated, turning into the purest fragments of soul power. Lin Feng withdrew his hand. The Yin corpse Taoist on the ground went limp and fell completely silent. His eyes were wide open, his pupils dilated, and his face was frozen with terror and pain. A powerful figure in the late golden core stage of the demonic path was thus annihilated, both in body and soul. Let's go back. Lin Feng stood up, as if he had only done a trivial thing. He walked to the corpses of several Ghost Sect disciples, skillfully took their storage bags, and also removed the storage ring from the Yin corpse Taoist's finger. Even a small mosquito is still neat. Thrift and diligence in managing a household are virtues. Finally, his gaze fell upon the 10,000 souls banner that had been slapped down by the Yin corpse Taoist. With a wave of his hand, the banner, radiating an evil aura, flew into his grasp. The moment he got his hands on it, a violent and bloodthirsty intent rushed into his mind along the banner pole, trying to erode his spirit. Lin Feng snorted coldly, and the Azure Emperor's longevity spiritual power trembled slightly. That thought, like a mouse seeing a cat, instantly shrank back, no longer daring to make the slightest move. This thing is quite a good trophy. Lin Feng casually tossed it into his storage ring, then took Xiao Bingyao and Mu Wan'er's hands, turned around, and disappeared into the night. When Lin Feng and his two companions returned to Changqing Garden, Qin Mengyao was sitting at the stone table in the courtyard, leisurely sipping tea. The spirit-gazing array in front of her had dimmed, clearly indicating that she already knew the outcome of the battle. Seeing the three return, especially seeing Xiao Bingyao safe and sound, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, but she still couldn't help but say, "Oh, the three great heroes have returned?" He was so powerful and extravagant at the auction, spending money like water. Now he's killed and robbed, returning home with a full load. He's really got some skills. Stop teasing us. Lin Feng smiled helplessly and sat down opposite her. Mu Wan'er brewed hot tea for everyone again. Xiao Bingyao sat to the side, quietly wiping her long sword, but her gaze would occasionally fall on Lin Feng. What was the result? Did you find out where that old man is? Qin Mengyao asked seriously, her joking expression turning serious. I got the information. Lin Feng recounted all the information he had obtained from the memories of the Yin Corpse Taoist. Black Wind Stronghold? 9 Revolutions Ghost Soul Formation? Qin Mengyao frowned slightly. The Ghost Sect entrusted the most important stronghold and mountain protecting formation to Mo Changkong, an outside guest elder. It seems that his expertise in formations is indeed not to be underestimated. She looked at Lin Feng. Moreover, there are only 3 months. Once the formation is complete, killing him will be more than 10 times more difficult. Therefore, we must take action within 3 months. Lin Feng's tone was calm, but the determination it contained was undeniable. Chapter 87 Innate Array Dao Golden Core. 3 months. A mountain protecting array painstakingly set up by a late-stage Golden Core Array Master. 9 Revolutions Ghost Soul Array. Qin Mengyao tapped the table lightly, her bright eyes sparkling with the light of deduction. I have seen a similar formation recorded in the ancient books of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. It is extremely vicious, based on living souls and guided by resentment, with each link connected to the next, creating an endless cycle of life. She raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. If I were to forcefully break the formation with my previous level of array cultivation, I would only have less than a 50% chance of success. Moreover, if we fail, we are likely to be trapped in it. Upon hearing this, a hint of worry appeared on Mu Wan'er's face. Even Qin Mengyao only had a 50% chance of success, so how terrifying must this formation be? You mean, before? Lin Feng keenly caught the key words in her words. That's right. Qin Mengyao's previous seriousness vanished, and she picked up the ancient tortoise shell on the table and played with it in her hands. If it were before, I really wouldn't be confident. But now. Her eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. This heavenly tortoise shell is not just an inanimate object, it is more like a teacher who opened a door to a new world for me. In the past month, I have only grasped a trace of its surface patterns, yet I feel that my understanding of the Tao has undergone a tremendous change. She looked at Lin Feng with burning eyes. Husband, I feel my bottleneck loosening, the opportunity to form my core has arrived. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng, Xiao Bingyao, and Mu Wan'er all perked up. Qin Mengyao is about to form her core. This is a tremendous good thing for the entire Lin family. What do you need? Pills? Or spirit stones? Lin Feng asked immediately. As long as she can successfully form her core, it would be worth it even if it meant emptying her family's coffers. I have no shortage of pills and spirit stones. Qin Mengyao shook her head, and a rare, charming blush appeared on her bright and beautiful face. Her gaze darted around, and she glanced somewhat shyly at Xiao Bingyao and Mu Wan'er beside her. Finally, she mustered her courage and looked directly at Lin Feng. My husband, I need your help one last time. Her voice was low and tinged with shyness. My innate array embryo is different from others. In order to condense the most perfect array Dao Golden Core, I must adjust my own state to the most perfect state before the core is formed. Harmony of yin and yang, unity of spirit and flesh. Lin Feng instantly understood what she meant. He glanced at Xiao Bingyao and Mu Wan'er. Xiao Bingyao remained expressionless, simply nodding to Qin Mengyao in acknowledgement. Mu Wan'er covered her mouth and chuckled, then stood up considerately. Then, we won't disturb my husband and sister Mengyao any longer. Sister, you must succeed. After saying that, she pulled Xiao Bingyao and quickly left the pavilion. Inside the pavilion, only Lin Feng and Qin Mengyao remained. Under the moonlight, Qin Mangyao's blush appeared even more radiant. She dared not look into Lin Feng's eyes, but simply lowered her head and fiddled with the hem of her clothes. Lin Feng found it amusing, so he stepped forward and put one arm around her waist. "Let's go." Nothing was said that night. The next morning, the stone door of a newly built quiet room on the back hill of Changqing Garden slowly closed. Qin Mangyao has officially gone into seclusion. Lin Feng stood outside the quiet room, his expression calm. The yin-yang harmony in heaven-mending scripture is incredibly profound. After a night of dual cultivation, he not only helped Qin Mangyao adjust her innate array embryo to its peak state, but he himself also benefited greatly. Xiao Bingyao and Mu Wan'er stood beside him, looking at the tightly closed stone door, both of them looking somewhat nervous. Core formation is a major hurdle on the path to immortality. One step across the threshold opens up boundless horizons, and from then on, he is revered as a true person. One wrong step, and at best all your cultivation will be ruined, at worst you will die and your path to immortality will be extinguished. "Husband, will Sister Mangyao be alright?" Mu Wan'er asked softly. "Don't worry," Lin Feng reassured her. Her accumulation of knowledge is deep enough, and with the help of the heavenly mystery tortoise shell, forming her core is a natural outcome. Even so, he still dared not be careless in the slightest. He personally set up several defensive and isolation formations around the meditation room to prevent outsiders from disturbing it. Xiao Bingyao, holding her long sword, sat cross-legged on a blue stone outside the meditation room, taking the initiative to protect Qin Mangyao. Time slips away, bit by bit. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. The room remained completely silent, a stillness that was unsettling. Until dusk on the 5th day. A sudden change has occurred. The once clear sky has now been covered with large patches of dark clouds. The dark clouds hung low and heavy, as if the sky were about to collapse. The entire city of rock was shrouded in this oppressive atmosphere. Countless cultivators emerged from their caves, gazing at the sky with astonishment and uncertainty. What's going on? Is it going to pour rain? No. This fluctuation of spiritual energy, someone is undergoing tribulation. Such a powerful aura. Judging by the direction, it seems to be Changqing Garden in the south of the city. Changqing Garden? That mysterious alchemy force? Is someone from their group about to break through again? In the city lord's palace. Standing atop the tall building, Shi Gandang gazed at the terrifying calamity clouds on the horizon, his eyes filled with awe. Golden Core Tribulation. It seems that Changqing Garden will have another Golden Core cultivator soon. One of his attendants said with a solemn expression, "Lord of the city, this tribulation cloud is rather strange. It doesn't seem like an ordinary lightning tribulation." Shi Gandang also figured it out. There was no lightning or thunder within that cloud of tribulation. Instead, it slowly rotated, with countless mysterious and complex runes constantly appearing and disappearing, as if forming a huge array that covered the heavens and the earth. An invisible pressure descended from the array, striking directly at people's hearts. Inside Changqing Garden, Lin Feng looked up at the strange phenomenon in the sky, his expression more solemn than ever before. The tribulation of the inner demon of the array path. This is an extremely rare celestial tribulation. It will only appear when a cultivator with special array formation talent forms their core. Instead of using lightning to temper the physical body, it directly evolves into an illusion of array to test the cultivator's Tao heart. It is even more dangerous than the tribulation of lightning. Bingyao, Wan'er, guard your minds and don't be disturbed by the illusions. Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge array in the sky suddenly lit up. A beam of light descended from the sky, piercing through the roof of the quiet room and directly enveloping Qin Mangyao, who was sitting cross-legged. In an instant, Qin Mangyao's consciousness was pulled into an endless void. The scene before her eyes changed. The familiar star-gazing platform of Tianji Pavilion appeared. Her master, the master of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, was standing in front of her, looking heartbroken. "Mangyao, you have disappointed me greatly. For a man, you actually gave up the position of Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion and your unparalleled future in the art of array formations. Come back. As long as you sever your worldly ties and devote yourself to cultivation, the position of the next sect leader will still be yours." In the void, a grand voice filled with allure. Qin Mangyao stared at the incredibly realistic illusion before her, her eyes remaining completely unmoved. "My path is not in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion." As soon as she finished speaking, her master and the observatory in front of her shattered with a crash. Then, the scene changes again. she appeared in the dark black wind stronghold. Emo Chankom's sinister face appeared before her, with a contemptuous smile. Qin Mengyao? The holy maiden of the heavenly mystery pavilion? How laughable. Your formations are nothing but child's play. Look at my 9 revolutions nether soul formation. This is the true Tao of formations. It gathers the malevolent energy of heaven and earth and refines the mighty power of 10,000 souls. What do you have to compare with me? He laughed wildly, and the great formation behind him emitted ghostly howls and resentment soared to the sky. Your path is wrong. Qin Mengyao remained calm. She looked at the arrogant Emo Chankong and simply uttered 2 words. Noisy. Emo Chankong's illusion also crumbled inch by inch. The final illusion appeared. That will happen sometime in the future. At Black Wind Stronghold, Lin Feng, Xiao Bingyao, and Mu Wan'er lay dead in front of her, covered in blood and barely breathing. The array she had set up had already been broken, reduced to fragments. Mengyao, go quickly. Lin Feng reached out his hand to her with difficulty, his eyes filled with despair. Sister, we've dragged you down. Mu Wan'er sobbed uncontrollably. Xiao Bingyao didn't speak, but used her last bit of strength to protect her behind her, looking at the overwhelming demonic cultivators with a resolute gaze. No! Qin Menyao's heart clenched painfully. This is her deepest fear. She was afraid that because of her own incompetence, she would be unable to protect the home that gave her warmth and a sense of belonging. See? This is your end. Your formation can't protect anyone. It will only bring them destruction. The icy voice echoed in the void, interrogating her soul. Qin Menyao's body trembled slightly, and her face turned pale. But the next moment, she suddenly raised her head, her eyes bursting with an incomparably dazzling light. Wrong. Her voice echoed throughout the entire illusion. Formations themselves are neither good nor evil, it is people who are good and evil. To protect my home, my husband, and my sisters. I can set up the gentlest protective array in the world, and I can also set up the most ferocious killing array in the universe. This is my Tao heart. All laws can be broken, but this heart will not waver. Boom! With her heartfelt declaration, the entire illusion space shattered like a mirror. Outside world. The enormous array in the sky collapsed and disintegrated instantly. All the tribulation clouds transformed into an incomparably pure 7-colored ray of light, which poured into Qin Menyao's body. Inside the quiet room, a golden core was slowly taking shape within Qin Menyao's dantian. The golden core was not pure gold, but rather had a glass-like texture. Its surface was naturally engraved with countless profound innate array patterns, and with each rotation, it seemed to be expounding the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. Innate array Tao golden core. It's done. A powerful aura belonging to a golden core cultivator suddenly erupted from the meditation room, sweeping across the entire Changqing garden. Boom! The stone door to the quiet room suddenly burst open from the inside out. A graceful figure in purple, bathed in the glow of the sunset, slowly emerged. She was still the same person, her appearance still radiant, but her temperament had undergone a complete transformation. If she was once a sharp sword with its edge fully exposed, now she is a divine weapon with its edge concealed in its sheath. Every move he made carried a Taoist charm that was in harmony with the principles of heaven and earth. Congratulations! Lin Feng looked at her with a genuine smile. Xiao Bingyao and Mu Wan'er also gathered around, their faces beaming with joy. Sister Mengyao, you did it! Qin Mengyao felt an unprecedented surge of power within her body and took a deep breath. Looking at the 3 people in front of her, and at their sincere and joyful eyes, she felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and peace welling up inside her. She smiled brightly at Lin Feng, her smile as radiant as a flower. Chapter 88 Preparation. Inside the pavilion in Changqing Garden. The 4 of them gathered again, with steaming hot spiritual tea on the stone table, but none of them had the heart to taste it. The atmosphere was heavier than ever before. Everyone's here, and we have the strength. It's time to discuss how to take that old bastard Mo Chinkong's head off. Lin Feng cut to the chase, breaking the silence. He used his spiritual power to condense all the information he had obtained from the Corps Taoist, including the topographical map of Black Wind Stronghold, the personnel configuration of the Ghost Sect, and the details of the 9 Revolutions Ghost Soul Array, into a 3-dimensional sand table in the air. The entire Black Wind Stronghold was clearly visible in every detail. 3 months. Lin Feng's finger pointed to the valley shrouded in yin energy in the center of the sand table. This is our time limit. Once his protective mountain formation is fully formed, the cost of taking action will be 10 times greater. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Mangyao was the first to speak. She had just broken through to the golden core stage, and her confidence was at its peak. With a wave of her hand, a purple array appeared out of thin air, directly enveloping the sand table that Lin Feng had condensed. The black aura representing the 9 revolutions ghostly array on the sand table was actually suppressed by this array pattern and dissipated inch by inch. Does it really need 3 months? Husband, you underestimate me too much. Qin Mangyao raised her smooth chin, her eyes filled with the pride of being a master of array formations. What kind of bullshit 9 revolutions ghost soul array is this? It sounds impressive, but to put it bluntly, it's just an enlarged version of the Yin gathering array. It relies on piling up vengeful spirits to increase its power. It's a crooked approach and can't be taken seriously. She looked at Lin Feng, her tone resolute. Give me 10 days to prepare, and I will set up a reversing heaven and earth and inverting the 5 elements grand array outside Black Wind Stronghold, using an array to break another array. Let him know what the true Tao of arrays is. At that time, his protective mountain formation will not only fail, but it will also be triggered by my formation, causing it to backfire on him. We can simply sit outside and drink tea, waiting for them to lose their composure, and then we can go in and easily reap the rewards. Her plan was full of the domineering and confident nature of a formation master. Use formations to break formations, crush them head-on. After listening, Mu Wanner frowned slightly and quietly offered her opinion. Sister Mengyao's idea is good, but setting up such a large formation will definitely cause a lot of noise. What if they notice it in advance and are on guard? Moreover, the 9 revolutions nether soul formation is based on living souls. Once it is detonated and backfires, the entire valley will probably turn into a dead zone. It's too tragic. She was kind-hearted and ultimately couldn't bear to see countless lives lost, even if they were her enemies. Sister Wanner is just too soft-hearted. Qin Mangyao glanced at her. To be merciful to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. However, your concerns are not unreasonable. She thought for a moment and then said, then let's try a different approach. Mu Wanner's eyes lit up. Sister, do you have any good ideas? Aren't you skilled in using poison? We can coordinate an inside-outside attack. I'll make you a few array core guides, and you can try to infiltrate Black Wind Stronghold and plant the array core guides in several key nodes of their grand array. I can trigger it from the outside and instantly paralyze his formation. And without anyone noticing. Mu Wanner turned pale upon hearing this and waved her hands repeatedly. No. My cultivation is so low, how could I possibly get in? Wouldn't that be sending myself to my death? It's fine to let her cultivate spiritual herbs and refine pills in the rear, but to send her to the enemy's lair as an undercover agent is just making things difficult for her. Just as the two were discussing, Xiao Bingyao, who had been quietly wiping her longsword, suddenly raised her head. Her cool voice echoed in the pavilion. Too much trouble. The 3 words stunned both Qin Mangyao and Mu Wanner. Xiao Bingyao slowly sheathed her longsword, stood up, and stared intently at the red dot on the sand table that represented Mo Chinkong's location. I'll go in and kill him. Her plan was simple, direct, and filled with a chilling, ruthless aura. Assassination. 1 man, 1 sword, amidst 1,000 troops, takes the enemy general's head. This is the way of the sword cultivator. Nonsense. Qin Mangyao was the first to object, her voice rising several decibels. Sister Bingyao, do you think that mountain protecting formation is made of paper? You can't even get into the formation, how are you going to kill him? Even if you manage to get in by chance, there are so many cultivators in the ghost sect, they could drown you with just a spit from each of them. I can sneak in, Xiao Bingyao replied briefly. How are you going to dive in? Fly in? Qin Mangyao asked, somewhat annoyed. That formation has an anti-air barrier. You? All right. Seeing that his 2 wives were about to start arguing, Lin Feng quickly stepped in to smooth things over. He watched this scene with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Was this what they meant by 3 women make a drama? One side needs to use a formation to blow up the other side. One of them wanted to infiltrate and poison the area, carrying out a biological attack. There's an even more straightforward approach, to rush in and carry out a decapitation strike. Lin Feng grabbed one of them with each hand and pressed them back into their seats. Stop arguing. He cleared his throat and glanced at the 3 women. Your plans are all excellent. Qin Mangyao and Xiao Bingyao snorted at each other, clearly not to be outdone, and turned their heads away. Mu Wanner whispered words of advice from the side. Lin Feng smiled, walked to the sand table, and spoke confidently. Who says we can only choose one plan to execute? He looked at Qin Mengyao. Mengyao, your array crushing plan is our core. But we won't break the array from the outside, it will make too much noise. What we need to do is disrupt it. What do you mean? Qin Mengyao became interested. You used the heavenly tortoise shell to deduce all the array bases and spiritual energy operation nodes of the 9 revolutions nether soul array, Lin Feng explained. Then, you design a bone-penetrating formation specifically to target it. We don't need to break it, we just need to make it malfunction for a moment at the crucial moment, and that will be enough. Then, he looked at Mu Wanner. Wanner, your idea is also very good. An army marches on its stomach. Our supplies are your poison. Starting tomorrow, you will devote all your efforts to refining a slow-acting poison. Colorless and odorless, it spreads through the air, so the effect doesn't need to be too strong, but it must be long-lasting. I'm going to make everyone in Black Wind Stronghold unknowingly experience a 10% decrease in the speed of their spiritual energy circulation. I'm going to make their alchemists extremely busy trying to find an antidote. Finally, his gaze fell on Xiao Bingyao. Bingyao, your task is the most important. He paused, his expression becoming extremely serious. The instant when Mengyao's formation took effect and the enemy's formation faltered, the instant when Wanner's poison caused all the guards to decline in condition. You and I must break through their defenses and strike at their heart as quickly as possible. Lin Feng's voice was firm and resolute. Our goal is not to destroy the entire Black Wind Stronghold, nor to kill all the demonic cultivators. Our goal, from beginning to end, has always been the same. Mo Chung Kong. The 3 women were stunned. They never expected that Lin Feng could so perfectly integrate their 3 seemingly contradictory plans. Using poison first is considered the opportune moment. Using formations to disrupt the terrain is considered an advantage. The final double assassination is considered harmony among men. The right timing, the right location, and the right people, all 3 are in place. This plan, with its progressive and interconnected steps, maximized the strengths of each of them. Qin Mengyao looked at Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She thought that after breaking through to the Golden Core stage, she would be able to outwit her husband in terms of strategy. However, she did not expect that her husband thought even more deeply and further than she did. Xiao Bingyao nodded vigorously, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit. This plan suited her perfectly. Mu Wanner breathed a sigh of relief. This plan could utilize her abilities without requiring her to take any risks, which was perfect. Do you understand everything? Lin Feng asked. Understood, the 3 women said in unison. Good. Lin Feng waved his hand. From today onwards, Chongqing Park is on high alert. In the days that followed, the entire Chongqing Park sped up. Mu Wanner plunged headlong into the alchemy room, spending her days surrounded by various poisonous herbs and creatures. Her courtyard was no longer filled with spiritual energy, but instead was permeated with a strange medicinal fragrance. She would sometimes furrow her brow in deep thought, and at other times wave her hand to encourage the growth of a peculiar little black flower, completely immersed in the research and development of a new type of poison. Qin Mengyao then locked herself in a quiet room. The heavenly tortoise shell floated in front of her, radiating a mysterious light. She worked tirelessly, using the computational power of her innate array formation golden core combined with the deductive abilities of the heavenly mystery tortoise shell to simulate the operation mode of the 9 revolutions nether soul array again and again, searching for that fleeting flaw. In front of her were piles of discarded array diagrams, each one representing a failed attempt. But her eyes grew brighter and brighter. Lin Feng, on the other hand, accompanied Xiao Bingyao, practicing day and night in the martial arts training ground on the back mountain. Instead of using his golden core cultivation to suppress her, he suppressed his own cultivation to the great perfection of foundation establishment, specifically imitating the fighting style of an array master. Sometimes he would set up layers of restrictions, sometimes he would bombard her from a distance with talismans, and sometimes he would use unpredictable techniques to fight her. Xiao Bingyao's sword became more cunning, faster, and more deadly with each practice session. She learned how to find the most direct route of attack in complex formation environments. They also learned how to break through the layers of defenses of cultivators with minimal cost. The whole family is united in their efforts towards the same goal. Chapter 89. Everything is ready. Time slipped away quietly amidst the meticulous preparations. There are only 3 days left until the 3-month deadline. The entire Changqing garden was shrouded in a somber, intense atmosphere. Early that morning, the stone door of the alchemy room, which had been closed for nearly 3 months, creaked open with a heavy thud. A strange aura, mixed with hundreds of kinds of spiritual herbs and poisonous plants, wafted out from the crack in the door. Mu Wanner, sporting large dark circles under her eyes, walked out, leaning against the doorframe. She looked extremely tired. Her once gentle and beautiful face was stained with a few specks of dust, and her steps were unsteady. But in those clear eyes, there shone an almost fanatical excitement. In her small hands, she tightly gripped a jade bottle that was entirely dark green and emitted a faint glow. My husband. Upon seeing that familiar blue figure in the courtyard, she could no longer hold back and ran over quickly, throwing herself into Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng caught her steadily, smelling the strong herbal scent on her, feeling both heartache and amusement. He could feel that the lovely girl in his arms had almost exhausted all her energy, and even standing was a bit difficult. Did you succeed? He asked softly, while simultaneously channeling a stream of pure Azure Emperor longevity spiritual power into her body to soothe her depleted constitution. Mu Wanner snuggled against him, finally calming down, and then proudly presented the dark green jade bottle to him. I did it! Lin Feng took the jade bottle, and before he even opened it, he felt a strange chill emanating from the bottle. This chill wasn't just cold, it was a feeling that made one's vitality stagnate, as if it could freeze the soul. I call it slow breath, Mu Wanner explained, puffing out her small chest with a hint of pride. It is colorless and odorless, and once released, it will mix into the air and drift away with the wind. After a cultivator inhales it, they will not experience any discomfort for a short period of time, but the speed at which spiritual energy circulates within their body will be forcibly suppressed by about 10% without them realizing it. 10%? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. When masters clash, victory or defeat often hinges on a single moment. Even a delay of just 0.5%, let alone 10%, can be fatal. Most importantly, Mu Wanner added, its pharmacology is extremely complex. Even if a golden core stage alchemist discovers it, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to concoct an antidote. Lin Feng looked at her, his eyes filled with admiration and heartache. In order to concoct this poison, this kind-hearted girl, who would never even step on an ant, consulted countless treacherous ancient books and personally nurtured countless deadly poisonous creatures. He reached out and gently wiped away a bit of ash from her cheek. Thank you for your hard work, Wanner. As long as it helps my husband, Wanner is not tired. Mu Wanner shook her head, leaning against him peacefully, enjoying this moment of tranquility. She was really too tired. Lin Feng didn't say anything more. He picked her up and carried her back to her room so she could rest. Not long after Mu Wanner was sent back, a burst of unrestrained, joyful laughter suddenly came from the direction of another quiet room, interspersed with the muffled sound of a mouthful of blood spitting out. Lin Feng's figure flashed, and he appeared outside the door of the quiet room. Boom! The stone gate was blasted open from the inside out by a powerful array force. Qin Mengyao walked out wearing a slightly disheveled purple robe. A trace of blood still clung to the corner of her mouth, and her face was unusually pale from exhaustion, but her bright eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. Upon seeing Lin Feng, she excitedly waved a complex array diagram in her hand, which she had just finished drawing and which still bore the marks of her hard work. Her face was filled with undisguised arrogance and confidence. My husband, it's done. I not only thoroughly deduced the 9 revolutions ghostly array that you extracted from that old ghost's memories, but I also designed a bone-piercing ailment counter-array specifically for it. She walked to the stone table in the courtyard, waved her hand, and used her spiritual power to outline the terrain of Black Wind's stronghold. His broken formation, though seemingly powerful, is actually unstable. It was forcibly constructed entirely by the power of vengeful spirits, and is full of flaws. At that time, I only need to set up this counter-array outside to trigger the reverse flow of spiritual energy in his array. His protective mountain formation will become a death warrant. The first to suffer the backlash will be themselves. Looking at her radiant appearance, Lin Feng handed her a healing pill and smiled, as expected of our grand strategist Qin. Qin Mengyao snorted triumphantly, took the pill without any hesitation, and swallowed it. Seeing Lin Feng's concerned gaze, the arrogance on her face subsided a little. Night fell. There was no moon, no stars, and the world was pitch black. The training ground on the back mountain was as bright as day. The icy sword energy and the violent lightning constantly clashed and collided, producing a deafening roar. Lin Feng and Xiao Bingyao moved with ghostly speed, constantly flashing and exchanging blows in the arena. Lin Feng suppressed his cultivation to the great perfection of foundation establishment and used all his methods. He would occasionally unleash dozens of talismans, transforming them into a sea of fire and a net of lightning, launching a carpet bombing attack. Sometimes he would use unpredictable footwork techniques, his figure shifting unpredictably as he fought with Xiao Bingyao. Sometimes they would set up several small traps in advance to lure her into them. He perfectly simulated a formation master with incredibly rich combat experience. If it were Xiao Bingyao 3 months ago, she would probably have been completely flustered and controlled by this kind of shameless fighting style. But now, facing the sea of talismanic fire, her figure was like a white lightning bolt, neither dodging nor avoiding, passing directly through it. All spells that came near her body were instantly shredded by the sharp sword energy. Faced with the endless array traps, she no longer tried to break them, but instead used her strongest power and fastest speed to unleash a sword strike. One force can overcome 10 techniques. Faced with absolute sharpness and speed, all fancy techniques seem so pale and powerless. Bass. A soft sound. In the midst of the fierce battle, Lin Feng suddenly felt a chill on his neck, a coldness that penetrated straight to his soul. All his movements came to an abrupt halt. A strand of hair, severed by the sword's energy, slowly drifted down before his eyes. Xiao Bingyao's ice soul sword had somehow broken through all his defenses, and the tip of the sword was firmly stopped 3 inches in front of his throat. The sword energy was icy cold, making his skin sting. One more step forward, and it would be a matter of life and death. The training ground fell silent instantly, with only the slightly rapid breathing of the 2 people remaining. Lin Feng touched his neck and smiled. Xiao Bingyao sheathed her sword, walked to Lin Feng's side, and looked at the faint red mark on his neck, a hint of heartache flashing in her eyes. Lin Feng didn't care at all, and put his arm around her slender waist. Let's go, it's time to rest. The last day, midnight. In the pavilion of Changqing Garden, the 4 of them changed into tight-fitting black night clothes and gathered together again. Is everything ready? Lin Feng asked, breaking the silence. All right, the 3 women said in unison. Lin Feng looked at the 3 of them, his gaze sweeping over each of their beautiful faces. On this mission, only success is allowed, failure is not an option. More importantly, he paused, his tone becoming extremely solemn. I want every single one of you to come back safe and sound. The 3 women felt a warmth in their hearts and nodded in unison. Set off. 4 black shadows, like ghosts blending into the night, silently left Changqing Garden and headed towards the outskirts of Panchur City. Chapter 90. Long time no see. Black Wind Village. It is located in a huge canyon 300 miles north of Panchur City. This place is shrouded in black miasma year-round, with howling winds, and ordinary people dare not approach it. At the entrance to the canyon, a massive mountain gate is faintly visible. Above the mountain gate, a layer of black light curtain visible to the naked eye was shrouded. Within the light screen, countless distorted human faces floated and wailed, emitting unsettling ghostly cries. It was the 9 Revolutions ghostly array. 4 figures quietly appeared on a hillside several hundred feet away from the mountain gate, hidden in the shadows. Such heavy resentment. Mu Wanner looked at the terrifying array, her face turning pale. To create such a grand formation, countless lives must have been lost. Humph, crooked methods. Qin Mangyao curled her lip in disdain. Instead of making a move, she took out the heavenly turtle shell from her bosom. The tortoise shell in her hand emitted a faint, mysterious light. Qin Mangyao closed her eyes and probed into them with her golden core stage divine sense without reservation. Buzz. In her mind, the entire terrain of Black Wind Stronghold, along with every energy node of the mountain protecting formation, clearly appeared. It's like a meticulously crafted blueprint that has been completely deconstructed. Faced with the heavenly mystery tortoise shell and her innate array Dao golden core, the so-called 9 Revolutions Nether Soul Array held no more secrets. Found it. A moment later, Qin Mangyao opened her eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. She pointed to an inconspicuous corner in the lower left corner of the formation. That is the weakest link among the 360 array bases. Because the yin energy of the earth veins is not flowing smoothly, the energy of the array there will stagnate for a fraction of a second every 15 minutes. This flaw is something even Mo Changkong himself might not know. But it's enough for us to get in. She took out a palm-sized purple array plate from the package beside her. The array plate is engraved with innate array patterns similar to those on the heavenly mystery tortoise shell. Husband, Bingyao, Wanner, stay close to me. Qin Mangyao gave a low shout and took the lead in stealthily heading in that direction. Lin Feng and his 2 companions immediately followed. The 4 of them moved like cheetahs in the night, their movements light and swift, without making a sound. Soon, they arrived in front of the array light screen. Even from a distance of less than 3 zhang, the impact of the wailing of 10,000 souls was even clearer. Xiao Bingyao and Mu Wanner both felt a surge of blood and qi, and their minds were uneasy. Lin Feng stood silently in front of them, his Azure Emperor's longevity spiritual power quietly spreading out to shield them from most of the sonic impact. Qin Mangyao ignored all of this. Her entire focus was on the purple array plate in her hand. She's waiting. Waiting for that 1 in 10,000 chance. Time passed, breath by breath. All around were the howling wind and the wailing of ghosts and wolves coming from within the formation. Every breath felt like an eternity. Sudden. Qin Mengyao's eyes widened suddenly. Now. Without the slightest hesitation, she channeled spiritual energy into her fingertips and swiftly tapped the purple array plate. Buzz. On the array plate, a barely perceptible purple light flashed and disappeared into the black light screen in front. The thick black light curtain rippled slightly, like water rippled after a pebble was thrown in. Immediately afterwards, an irregular gap, just wide enough for one person to pass through, appeared on the light screen. The gap appeared in less than a breath. Walk! Qin Mangyao gave a low shout, her figure blurred, and she was the first to squeeze in. Lin Feng followed closely behind, grabbing Xiao Bingyao and Mu Wan'er with one hand each, and led them inside. The moment all four of them entered, the gap quietly closed, and the black light curtain returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. The whole process was incredibly smooth and fast. The bandits' patrol team happened to pass by not far away, and the leader, a Foundation establishment stage member, glanced in their direction with a puzzled look. Why did I feel a fluctuation in spiritual energy just now? Boss, you must be mistaken. With the mountain protecting formation in place, not even a fly can get in, the subordinate next to him said lazily. Maybe. The leader shook his head, not giving it much thought, and led his team to continue their patrol. Inside the great formation, in the chieftain's hall. The entire hall was built of black boulders, with the ceiling carved with grotesque demon reliefs and dried skulls hanging from the eaves, swaying and colliding in the eerie wind, making a clattering sound. Inside the main hall, the lights were on. Dozens of core disciples of the ghost sect sat on both sides, eating meat and drinking wine in large bowls. On the main seat, an old man dressed in black robes with a sinister face held a wine cup made from a virgin's skull, looking at everything in the hall with satisfaction. It was Mo Changkong. Everyone, in 3 more days, my 9 revolutions nether soul formation will be completely completed. Mo Changkong put down his wine glass and laughed in a hoarse voice. When this formation is complete, even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to easily break into my Black Wind stronghold. My nether ghost sect will use this as a foundation to sweep across the southern frontier and unify the demonic path. Elder, you are truly awe-inspiring. Congratulations, Elder. The disciples inside the hall immediately stood up and began to fawn over him. Mo Changkong basked in the praise of the crowd, a smug smile on his face. He could almost see himself ruling over the southern border, and even returning to the eastern wilderness, trampling those righteous sects that had once looked down on him under his feet. Just then, a Foundation establishment disciple sitting in the corner shook his head and said with some confusion, "Strange, what's wrong with me today? I've only drunk 2 bowls, and I already feel weak all over. Even my spiritual energy circulation is a beat slower." Before he could finish speaking, he was glared at by a golden core elder next to him. Useless. You can't even handle a few drinks? Elder Mo's grand formation is about to be completed, and you're spouting such unlucky things here. What are you up to? The disciple trembled in fright, quickly lowered his head, and dared not say another word. Mo Changkong also frowned. He also had a vague feeling that something was wrong, and he seemed to feel tired more easily than usual. But he didn't pay attention, assuming it was because he had overexerted his mind and energy in perfecting the great formation these past few days. However, just as he was about to raise his glass again, a chill, without warning and emanating from the depths of his soul, seized his heart instantly, like a venomous snake. That was a cultivator's instinctive warning of death. Not good. Mo Changkong's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, he suddenly crushed a black jade talisman hanging at his waist. This is the highest level distress signal from the ghost sect. If it is crushed, the sect leader and the other elders who are in seclusion will immediately receive a warning. The jade talisman shattered upon impact, transforming into a streak of black light that attempted to break through the roof of the palace. But just as the black light was about to touch the roof of the palace, buzz! A layer of pale purple transparent light curtain, like an inverted bowl, appeared silently above the hall, completely isolating the entire hall from the outside world. The black light pleading for help struck the light barrier, but it vanished instantly, like a mudox sinking into the sea, without even causing a ripple. What? Mo Changkong felt a chill run through his body, and an unprecedented fear shot from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Isolation formation. The enemy has already found his heart. All the demonic cultivators inside the hall noticed this sudden change, stood up, summoned their magical treasures, and looked around in surprise and uncertainty. What happened? Who dares to act so presumptuously in Black Wind's stronghold? Mo Chankong ignored his subordinates' shouts and stared intently at the entrance of the main hall with his sinister eyes. There, a figure in blue had appeared some time earlier. The person was facing away from the moonlight outside the hall, their face hidden in the shadows and not clearly visible. But that upright posture and the calm and steady demeanor gave Mo Chankong a strange sense of familiarity. The next moment, the person slowly raised his head and walked into the hall. The light illuminated his face. He was exceptionally handsome, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes, and a faint smile playing on his lips, but his deep eyes held no warmth whatsoever. The moment he saw that face clearly, Mo Chankong's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. It's him! What is he doing here? Lin Feng's gaze calmly swept over the astonished and angry faces in the hall, finally landing on the pale-faced old man in black robes sitting on the main seat. He took a step and slowly moved forward. Every step felt like stepping on everyone's heartbeats. Xiao Bingyao's figure appeared to his left like a white ghost, holding a long sword, her face as cold as ice, exuding a chilling killing intent. Qin Mangyao and Mu Wan'er blocked the side doors and the back of the main hall from the left and right, cutting off any possibility of escape for everyone. The four of them formed a perfect encirclement. Lin Feng walked to the center of the main hall and stopped. He looked at the pale-faced Mo Chankong and gave him a bright smile. Elder Mo, how have you been? His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone in the hall. Several years have passed since we parted in the eastern wilderness. Did you ever imagine that we would meet again in the southern frontier in this way? Chapter 91: A Desperate Struggle. That casual "how have you been" struck Mo Chankong's heart like an invisible hammer. His face turned deathly pale in an instant. Lin Feng. This name is a thorn in his heart forever, a mark of shame from his ignominious escape from the eastern wilderness. In recent years, he has been fantasizing about one day returning to the eastern wilderness, razing Evergreen Valley to the ground, and tearing this brat who made him lose face to pieces. But he never expected that the other party would come knocking on his door first. After a brief moment of shock, an even more violent ecstasy surged into Mo Chankong's heart. Fear? No. This is his territory. Beneath his feet lay the Black Wind stronghold, which he had cultivated for several years. Above his head was the 9 Revolutions Nether Soul Array, which was nearing completion, and inside the hall were his dozens of most loyal demonic cultivator disciples. Lin Feng only brought 3 delicate female cultivators with him. This isn't seeking revenge, it's clearly sending someone to their death from 1,000 miles away. Ha 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 ha. Mo Chankong suddenly threw his head back and burst into wild laughter, his voice hoarse and manic, echoing throughout the hall. Lin Feng. You've chosen the path to hell when there's one way to heaven. He suddenly stood up from his seat, staring at Lin Feng with a venomous gaze, as if he were looking at a dead man. I was just looking for you, and you've delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Today, let's settle all our old and new scores. Mo Chankong waved his hand and issued a cruel command to the group of demonic cultivators in the hall who were already unable to restrain themselves. Charge! Chop the men up and feed them to the dogs. As for the women, spare them alive, I'll make them wish they were dead. Roar! At a command, dozens of Netherworld sect disciples inside the hall, like sharks smelling blood, unleashed all sorts of bizarre magical weapons and roared as they charged forward. In an instant, ghost-headed blades, white bone banners, flying needles shrouded in poisonous mist, and all sorts of demonic artifacts swept towards Lin Feng and his companions like a tidal wave. The entire hall instantly transformed into a battlefield of carnage. However, at this critical moment, Qin Mangyao moved. She simply raised her delicate hand and made a loose grasping motion towards the air. Point. A cold, detached word was uttered. Buzz. Dozens of pale purple array-patterned light curtains rose from the ground without warning. These light screens instantly divided the entire hall into 2 completely independent battlefields. On the battlefield, only Lin Feng and Mo Chankong, who was sitting in front of the main seat, remained. On the other battlefield were Xiao Bingyao, Qin Mangyao, and Mu Wan'er, along with dozens of Yugua sect disciples who were charging at them in a frenzy. What? Mo Chankong, who was just about to watch Lin Feng and the others being torn to shreds, froze in his sinister smile. He watched helplessly as the disciples and their spells collided with the suddenly appearing purple light barrier, creating ripples, but they couldn't advance an inch. This ability to create formations out of thin air and instantly divide the battlefield is simply unheard of. A Grandmaster of Array Formation? Mo Changkong was deeply shaken, and an ominous premonition enveloped his heart. On the other side of the light screen, the zombie that lunged at Mu Wanner crashed into the light screen and was bounced back. The ghost sect disciple controlling the zombie was also taken aback, then frantically channeled his spiritual power, preparing to attack again. But at that moment, he suddenly felt that the flow of spiritual energy in his body was like being stuck in a quagmire, becoming extremely sluggish. His expression changed, and just as he was about to investigate, a cold and merciless sword light flashed past his eyes. Put! A magnificent head, soaring into the sky. Blood sprayed onto the purple light screen and slowly slid down. Xiao Bingyao appeared behind the headless corpse, dressed in pure white, spotless. Without even glancing at the corpse on the ground, she swung her longsword and pounced on her next target. My spiritual power, what's wrong with it? Its circulation speed is much slower. Me too. I think I've been poisoned. The air is poisonous. With the death of the first disciple, panic and anomalies spread like a plague among all the disciples of the ghost sect. They were horrified to discover that their strength had been reduced by at least 10% without them even realizing it. This 10% difference might not seem like much under normal circumstances. But on the battlefield where life and death are at stake, the situation is completely different. Looking at the panicked demonic cultivators, Mu Wanner took out a large stack of high-level attack talismans that Lin Feng had prepared for her from her storage bag. She raised her small hand and accurately threw fireball talismans, ice cone talismans, and wind blade talismans at the crowd. Each talisman takes the life of a disciple of the ghost sect. Qin Mengyao is even more domineering. She was too lazy to do anything herself. She simply stood there, making hand seals. Rise! With a delicate shout, small killing formations appeared out of thin air on the battlefield. Boom! A section of the ground suddenly collapsed, turning into a quicksand trap that swallowed 3 or 5 disciples, instantly turning them into a bloody mess. Sizzle! Several bolts of lightning descended from the sky, striking the tops of several other disciples precisely, turning them into charred remains. Sword formation, fire formation, illusion formation. Various textbook perfect killing formations were effortlessly executed by Qin Mengyao, blooming like dazzling death fireworks on this divided battlefield. This is no longer a battle. This was a one-sided massacre. Weakened by the slow breath and surrounded and divided by the formation, these elite disciples of the ghost sect, who usually acted arrogantly, were now like lambs to the slaughter, powerless to fight back. Screams and wails filled the air. In just a dozen breaths, more than half of the dozens of disciples in the hall had fallen. On the other side of the light screen, Mo Changkong watched this scene with eyes wide open and heart trembling with fear. He never imagined that his proud elite subordinates would be so utterly helpless in front of these 3 women. Lin Feng. Mo Changkong channeled all his fear and anger into killing intent toward Lin Feng. He knew that to catch the thief, you must first catch the king. As long as Lin Feng was killed, all of this would naturally end. Wraith Blood Talisman, command! Mo Changkong roared and flipped his hands, instantly conjuring dozens of blood-red talismans in front of him. Each of these talismans contains a tormented and twisted soul. With his command, dozens of blood talismans exploded, transforming into venomous, blood-red soul shadows that rushed towards Lin Feng with piercing shrieks. Each soul shadow is comparable to a full-force attack from an early-stage golden core cultivator. Dozens of attacks were launched simultaneously, and even a mid-stage golden core cultivator would have to temporarily avoid their sharp edge. However, Lin Feng just watched quietly, without even lifting his eyelids. The light of fireflies. He slowly raised his right hand, and a ball of golden flame rose from his palm. The flames were not scorching hot. Instead, they carried an aura of magnificence, vastness, and supreme yang energy. Go! Lin Feng flicked his finger. The ball of golden flame instantly transformed into a golden sea of fire, heading towards the dozens of blood-red soul shadows. Hiss hiss hiss. Like boiling oil poured onto snow. The moment those vengeful spirits came into contact with the golden flames, they were instantly purified, evaporated, and vanished without a trace before they could even utter a scream. The Azure Emperor's longevity spiritual power is naturally the nemesis of these evil and malevolent things. Impossible. Mo Changkong was horrified. One of his strongest techniques had been so easily broken by the other party. Is that all the tricks you have up your sleeve? Lin Feng's figure had appeared in front of Mo Changkong at some point, almost within arm's reach. Too slow. He threw a punch. The punch was simple and unadorned, without any fluctuation of spiritual energy, yet it carried an irresistible force. Mo Changkong's pupils contracted sharply. At this critical moment of life and death, he didn't think twice and poured all the demonic energy in his body into his protective aura. Bang! A muffled thud. Emo Changkon's protective aura was shattered instantly, as if it were made of paper. His body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a stone pillar in the main hall, creating a spiderweb-like crack in the hard stone. Puff! A mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs gushed out of Emo Changkon's mouth. He struggled to stand up, but felt his spiritual energy become chaotic and he couldn't muster any strength at all. It's that poison. That damned poison even affected him, a late-stage golden core cultivator. Emo Changkon collapsed to the ground and quickly swallowed some medicine to heal his injuries, which soon stabilized. Brush! The purple light barrier that had divided the battlefield quietly dissipated. The figures of Qin Mengyao, Xiao Bingyao, and Mu Wan'er appeared behind Lin Feng. Inside the main hall, apart from the five of them, there was no one else alive. Chapter 92 Golden Core Corpse Puppet. The ground was littered with severed limbs and broken pieces. The strong smell of blood, mixed with Mu Wan'er's specially made poisonous fragrance, created a nauseating and eerie atmosphere. Emo Changkong slumped against the cold stone pillar, his hair disheveled, his robe stained dark red with blood, looking as wretched as a stray dog. He watched Lin Feng approach step by step, and the three unharmed women behind him. A chilling despair flashed in his eyes at first, but it was quickly replaced by an even more insane and ruthless glint. He. Emo Changkong lowered his head, letting out an unintelligible laugh, his shoulders shaking violently. Lin Feng, do you think you've already won? He suddenly raised his head, his cloudy old eyes burning with a mad, all-or-nothing rage. Before he could finish speaking, he slammed his hand on the ground. Boom! The floor tiles in the center of the hall suddenly exploded, and a black coffin shot up from the ground. The coffin lid was covered with countless talismans used to suppress the corpse, but at this moment, these talismans were burning at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into ashes. Oh no! This is a trap. Qin Mengyao's expression changed, and she immediately prepared to set up a formation. But it was too late. Bang! The heavy coffin lid was blasted off from the inside by a tremendous force and slammed hard onto the stone beams of the palace roof, sending shards of stone flying. A shriveled corpse, its body entirely dark gold, stood upright from the coffin. It wore a tattered ancient Taoist robe, and its eyes were empty and lifeless. However, the oppressive aura emanating from it made Qin Mengyao and Xiao Bingyao feel a chill run down their spines. Early stage of golden core. This is the skeleton of a golden core cultivator who has been turned into a puppet. He. Emo Changkong let out a strange laugh like a night owl. He suddenly bit his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the forehead of the corpse. This was originally a trump card reserved for that old ghost of the Nether Ghost sect, but today I'll use you to test its power. Buzz. Having absorbed the essence of blood, the golden corpse puppet suddenly had two crimson lights shining from its empty eye sockets. It let out a roar that was not human, its 5 fingers turned into claws, and with a blur, it ignored Lin Feng and pounced on Mu Wan'er behind him. Choose the softest persimmons. This puppet clearly retained a trace of fighting instinct, instantly determining that Mu Wan'er was the weakest link among the 4. Wan'er, be careful. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold, and he was about to make a move to intercept. But another figure was faster than him. Clang! A cold, sharp sword light, like lightning piercing the night, struck the golden corpse puppet's claws with pinpoint accuracy. It's Xiao Bingyao. Sparks flew everywhere. Xiao Bingyao felt an unparalleled force coming from the sword. Her tiger's mouth went numb, and she slid backward uncontrollably for several feet, carving 2 deep furrows into the hard ground. So hard. Her ice soul sword was incredibly sharp, yet when it struck her opponent, it only left a shallow white mark. Bingyao. Lin Feng's heart tightened. Husband, focus on dealing with him. Qin Mengyao shouted, her array plate in her hand shining brightly. Leave this broken skeleton to us. She quickly formed hand seals, and array patterns spread out from beneath her feet. Heaven and earth bind. 5 elements in disarray. Slowing spirit array. Activate. 3 formations took shape instantly. Just as the golden corpse puppet was about to pursue Mu Wan'er again, its feet suddenly sank, as if it had sunk into an invisible quagmire, and its speed was greatly reduced. The surrounding spiritual energy of the 5 elements also became violent and chaotic, making its movements even more sluggish. Well done, Mengyao. Xiao Bingyao steadied herself, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit. She no longer fought the puppet head on, her movements became elusive, and her cunning sword energy, like a persistent leech, targeted the golden corpse puppet's weak points such as its joints and neck. Mu Wanner also realized what was happening and quickly retreated to a safe distance. Knowing that her poison was useless against the corpse puppet, she immediately took out a large stack of high-level talismans from her storage bag. Exploding Fire Talisman, Genjin Sword Talisman, Wood Entangling Talisman. She tossed out talismans as if they were free, causing them to explode into bursts of dazzling spiritual light on the golden corpse puppet. Although it couldn't inflict fatal damage, it successfully disrupted the puppet's movements, creating an opportunity for Xiao Bingyao to attack. The three women worked together seamlessly, managing to hold the ferocious golden core corpse puppet back for a time. On the other side, in the instant Lin Feng was distracted, a smug glint flashed in Mo Chankong's eyes. He suddenly pulled a blood-red pill from his pocket and swallowed it without even looking at it. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, his pale face instantly turned bright red, and all the blood vessels in his body bulged, as if countless small snakes were wriggling under his skin. Blood-burning spirit exploding pill. This is a banned drug that overdraws on life and potential. The spiritual energy, which had been stagnant due to the slow breath, instantly became violent. The terrifying pressure of the late-stage golden core cultivator erupted without reservation. Lin Feng, prepare to die. Mo Chankong's hair and beard stood on end, making him look like a madman. He clasped his hands together, and a black shield formed from hundreds of wronged souls appeared in front of him. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a small, pitch-black sword with a ghostly aura, which, with a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air, pierced straight for Lin Feng's brow. This is his signature weapon, the ghost sword. Lin Feng's pupils contracted, and he dared not be negligent. The Azure Emperor's Bell. An ancient bell formed from cyan spiritual energy instantly appeared in front of him, protecting him firmly. When the ghost sword pierced the Azure Emperor bell with a deafening clang of metal striking metal, Lin Feng grunted and took a few steps back. A huge crack appeared on the Azure Emperor bell. It's blocked. A look of disbelief flashed in Mo Chankong's eyes. His full force attack, fueled by burning his own life essence, only managed to make him take half a step back? Your spiritual power, how can it be so pure? Mo Chankong was both shocked and furious. He could feel that at the moment of impact, the ghostly energy on his ghost sword was purified by the opponent's cyan spiritual power. Lin Feng did not answer him. He glanced at the battlefield on the other side, his brows furrowing slightly. Although the three women had temporarily trapped the golden corpse puppet, the situation was not optimistic. That puppet was tireless, knew no pain, and had abnormally high defense. Each attack forced Xiao Bingyao and her group into a flurry of activity. We must act swiftly. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, and he stopped being on the defensive. He stepped on the Xian-Ao technique, and with a sway of his body, he actually charged towards Mo Chankong. You're courting death. Mo Chankong sneered, recalled the ghostly sword, and engaged Lin Feng in battle. In an instant, sword energy crisscrossed and demonic energy surged within the main hall. The two fought from the ground into the air, and each collision unleashed terrifying energy shockwaves that caused the walls and stone pillars of the hall to crack continuously. Bang! Lin Feng seized an opening and punched Mo Chankong's protective magic shield, sending him flying backward. But Mo Chankong forcibly twisted his body in mid-air, and the ghost sword in his hand turned into a black light, and from a tricky angle, he cut a deep wound on Lin Feng's arm that revealed the bone. Blood instantly stained Lin Feng's blue robe. My husband. Seeing the scene, Mu Wanner, who was locked in battle with the golden corpse puppet, couldn't help but cry out in surprise, her mind thrown into disarray. It was that momentary lapse in concentration. Roar! Seizing the opportunity, the golden corpse puppet broke free from Qin Mengyao's array restraints. A dark golden claw, accompanied by a howling wind, slammed fiercely towards Mu Wanner's back. Wanner! Qin Mengyao and Xiao Bingyao were both shocked. Everything happened too fast. They didn't have time to rescue them. The sharp claws were about to pierce Mu Wanner's body. Puff! A muffled thud. A white figure instantly blocked Mu Wanner's path. It's Xiao Bingyao. At the most critical moment, she used her own back to take the fatal blow from the golden corpse puppet. Wow! Xiao Bingyao spat out a mouthful of blood, her body flying out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the wall in the distance, sliding to the ground, her breath instantly fading. Sister Bingyao! Mu Wanner was so frightened that she ran over to support her. Bingyao! Upon seeing Xiao Bingyao's serious injuries, Lin Feng's eyes instantly turned blood red. An unprecedentedly violent killing intent erupted from his body. Ink. Long. Sky. Lin Feng spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice cold and devoid of any emotion. He no longer held back, and his early-stage golden core cultivation was fully utilized. You deserve to die. Sensing the terrifying killing intent emanating from Lin Feng, Mo Chankong's alarm bells rang loudly. Without hesitation, he activated the ghost sword again, intending to repeat his previous trick. But this time, Lin Feng neither dodged nor avoided. He let the small, black sword pierce his chest, and at the same time, his figure appeared in front of Mo Chankong as if by teleportation. Put! The ghost sword pierced Lin Feng's left chest, and blood gushed out. But Lin Feng seemed oblivious to the pain, even sporting a cold smile on his face. He used his muscles and bones to clamp down on the ghost sword. You! Mo Chankong was shocked and tried to recall his magic weapon, but found that the ghost soul sword was as if it had been welded to the spot and could not be moved at all. It's over. Lin Feng raised his undamaged right hand, his 5 fingers together, like a cyan celestial blade, with dazzling golden light gathering in his palm. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his chest, he used all his strength to slam his palm hard onto Mo Chankong's lower abdomen, dantian. Bang! A dull, explosive sound. Mo Chankong's body suddenly stiffened. He looked down, staring incredulously at his dantian. There, a deep blue palm print was deeply sunken. He could clearly feel that his golden core, which he had painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years, shattered under that palm strike, like an egg being smashed by a hammer. No! Mo Chankong let out a desperate cry, as if all the strength in his body had been drained in an instant, and he collapsed limply to the ground. As his golden core shattered, the golden corpse puppet that was frantically attacking Qin Mengyao's formation suddenly stopped. The red light in its eye sockets went out instantly. With a loud crash, the priceless golden core corpse puppet crumbled into a pile of bones, like a heap of scrap metal. The main hall finally fell silent. Chapter 93: The Sect Master arrives in person. Puff! Lin Feng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swayed, and his face instantly turned as pale as paper. He traded injury for life, forcefully killing a late-stage golden core cultivator. The price he paid was equally enormous. The ghostly sword pierced his left chest, and the eerie ghostly energy was frantically corroding his flesh and meridians, bringing waves of tearing pain. But at that moment, he couldn't care less about himself. Bing Yao! Lin Feng's gaze immediately fell on the corner of the wall in the distance. Xiao Bingyao was curled up there, the ground beneath her stained red with blood. Her signature white dress was now tattered, and the deep wound on her back was so severe that bone was visible, a horrifying sight. Muwana was kneeling beside her, her face pale, tears streaming down her face like broken beads. With trembling hands, she took out various precious healing pills from her storage bag, but didn't know where to begin. Sister Bingyao, wake up, don't scare me. Her voice was choked with sobs, filled with helplessness and panic. Qin Mengyao's face was also pale. The continuous deployment of formations and the forced division of the battlefield had almost exhausted her mental energy. She leaned against a stone pillar to keep her balance, and looking at Xiao Bingyao's miserable state, her eyes were filled with self-blame. It's all my fault, my formation. Stop talking. Lin Feng interrupted her with a low shout. He staggered over, each step aggravating the injury in his chest, but he seemed oblivious to the pain. He crouched down and gently pulled the barely breathing Xiao Bingyao into his arms, placing his fingers on her wrist. The pulse was so weak it was almost imperceptible. The internal organs were displaced and ruptured by that single blow. Give me the 9-turn life-extending pill. Lin Feng's voice was hoarse, yet carried an undeniable calmness. Oh. Okay. Muwana seemed to wake up from a dream, and hurriedly poured out a pill the size of a longan from an exquisite jade bottle, which was full of vitality, and hurriedly tried to stuff it into Xiao Bingyao's mouth. Lin Feng grabbed her wrist. Don't rush, she can't swallow right now. He held the pill in his mouth, dissolved it with his pure spiritual power, then lowered his head and slowly transferred the vital liquid into Xiao Bingyao's mouth to mouth. After doing all this, Lin Feng did not stop. He sat cross-legged, pressing Xiao Bingyao's back tightly against his chest, completely disregarding the fact that the ghost sword was only inches away from her wound. Husband, your injury! Qin Mengyao exclaimed in surprise. Lin Feng ignored him. His eyes were closed, and the Azure Emperor's longevity spiritual power within him surged into Xiao Bingyao's body like a rushing river. A warm and peaceful blue light enveloped the two of them. Lin Feng's face turned even paler at a visible speed. Meanwhile, a hint of rosy color slowly returned to Xiao Bingyao's pale face. Under the nourishment of the Azure Emperor's longevity spiritual power, her shattered organs began to heal slowly at a miraculous pace. He. Just then, a faint but venomous laugh came from under the stone pillar. It's Mo Chang Kong. He wasn't quite dead yet, although his golden core was shattered, his soul remained. Looking at this touching scene before him, he felt no remorse, only the pleasure of revenge. Lin Feng, you think you've won? His voice was broken and intermittent, like a broken bellows. Kill me and none of you will live, Sect Master. The Sect Master has seen everything. Lin Feng's brows furrowed suddenly. He glanced at Xiao Bingyao, who was lying in his arms and whose injuries had just stabilized, and then at the ghostly sword in his chest that was constantly emitting ghostly energy. A flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes. Wanner, come here and continue to use your spiritual power to heal Bingyao's wounds. Mengyao, keep an eye on him, don't let him self-destruct his soul. Lin Feng quickly issued the order. Mu Wanner wiped away her tears, nodded vigorously, and carefully infused Xiao Bingyao's body with the gentle spiritual power of her medicinal spirit body. Qin Mengyao waved her hand, and several array flags flew out, transforming into chains that firmly bound the dying Mo Changkong. Lin Feng took a deep breath and slowly stood up. He looked at the ghost sword on his chest, his eyes hardened, and he gripped the hilt with his right hand, pulling it outwards with a sudden force. Put! Black blood gushed out. Lin Feng groaned, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He quickly pressed a few acupoints on his chest to stop the bleeding, then strode over to Mo Changkong. I originally intended to give you a quick death. Lin Feng looked down at him, his eyes as cold as knives. But you shouldn't have hurt my family. After saying that, he didn't waste any more words and placed one palm directly on Mo Changkong's crown. Soul search. Ah! Mo Changkong let out a shrill scream that sounded inhuman. A massive flow of information, like a flood bursting its banks, surged into Lin Feng's mind. The structure of the Ghost Sect's mountain gate, the secret passage deep within the Yin Wind Mountains, the locations of the Elders' caves and their cultivation techniques, and even some secrets about the mysterious sect leader, Ghost Fiend True Man. In order to survive and for revenge, Mo Changkong had engraved almost all the information he could find into the depths of his soul during his years in the Yugui sect. At this moment, all of these had become Lin Feng's spoils of war. Just a few breaths later, Mo Changkong's screams came to an abrupt end. His body jerked violently, his eyes lost all their luster, and his soul vanished. But just as Lin Feng withdrew his hand, rumble! The entire Black Wind stronghold, no, the entire canyon, began to tremble violently. An indescribable, terrifying pressure, as if the sky were collapsing, crashed down from the heavens. Snap! The array of light barriers that Qin Mengyao had set up to block out distress signals couldn't even last a moment before shattering like fragile glass. Who is it? An old, hoarse voice, as if from the depths of the deepest hell, resounded in the souls of everyone. How dare you kill my guest elder? Outside the main hall, the originally dim sky had somehow turned into an eerie dark green. Thick ghostly energy coalesced into a gigantic ghost face that blotted out the sky. The ghost face's eyes, like two vortexes burning with green flames, were fixed on the four people inside the hall. Nascent soul. It is the projection of the primordial spirit of the ghostly demon sect master, ghostly demon True Man. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. His true form hasn't arrived yet, but his primordial spirit has already locked onto us. Let's go. Without the slightest hesitation, he scooped Xiao Bingyao up in his arms from the ground. Xiao Bingyao had regained a sliver of consciousness. Leaning against Lin Feng's chest, she weakly opened her eyes. I've dragged you all down. Don't talk. Lin Feng lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Hold on tight. Qin Mengyao immediately reacted, grabbed the terrified Mu Wanner, and asked in a deep voice, Husband, which way should we go? Go back the way you came. Charge out. Lin Feng, carrying Xiao Bingyao, was the first to rush out of the main hall. At this moment, Black Wind Stronghold was in complete chaos. Countless demonic cultivators rushed out of their respective caves, staring in terror at the enormous ghostly face in the sky, and knelt down in a sea of fear. When they saw Lin Feng and his three companions rush out of the village chief's hall, they were first stunned, and then, under the silent command of Ghostface, they roared and surrounded them. Get out of my way! A fierce glint flashed in Qin Mengyao's eyes as she scattered the last array flag in her hand. Burst! Boom boom boom! Dozens of small explosive arrays detonated simultaneously in the crowd, instantly clearing a bloody path. The four dared not linger for a moment, transforming into four streaks of light and desperately rushing towards the entrance of the mountain gate they had come from. "Ant, you think you can escape?" In the sky, the giant ghost face let out a contemptuous snort. It slowly opened its huge mouth, and a dark green beam of light, formed from pure divine soul power, tore through the sky like a spear of divine punishment and shot down towards the four people who were fleeing for their lives. Before the beam of light even reached them, the terrifying pressure caused Qin Mangyao and Mu Wan'er to freeze, feeling as if their souls were about to be frozen. "Careful!" Lin Feng roared and forcibly twisted his body in mid-air, using his back to meet the pillar of destruction. He held Xiao Bingyao tightly in his arms, and the Azure Emperor's longevity spiritual power within his body surged wildly, forming a huge azure shield behind him. Boom! The dark green beam of light slammed into the Azure Emperor's shield. The shield shattered with a crash after only half a breath. The remaining energy slammed solidly into Lin Feng's back. Puff! Lin Feng was struck hard, and a mouthful of blood sprayed onto Xiao Bingyao's face, warm and sweet. His body, like a meteorite, carrying the three of them, crashed heavily to the ground. It seemed that the four were about to be completely wiped out by this attack. At this critical moment, a thunderous roar, as loud as a bell, rolled in from the direction of Rock City, full of masculine and domineering power. "You old devil! How dare you act so presumptuously on the territory of my Rock City?" Before the words were finished, a giant fist formed from dazzling golden light traversed hundreds of miles of void, arriving first despite being later, and slammed heavily into the dark green pillar of light. Boom! The sky is falling and the earth is cracking. The violet energy shockwave swept away all the miasma within a radius of dozens of miles. Lin Feng and his three companions were thrown away by the aftershock, but in doing so, they escaped a deadly pursuit. He forced his body, which felt like it was about to fall apart, to look up. Suddenly, a burly, imposing middle-aged man appeared, blocking their path between them and the giant ghost face. It was none other than Shi Gondang, the city lord of Panchur City. Shi Gondang. The ghostly face in the sky roared in shock and anger. "Are you going to start a war against my Yugua sect for the sake of these juniors? So what if we start a war?" Shi Gondang hovered in the air, like an invincible war god, his aura no less imposing. "They are my honored guests. They dare to mess with my people on my Rock City turf. Did you even ask for my fists before doing so?" He didn't even glance at the ghost face, and turned to Lin Feng, saying, "Young friend Lin, let's go back to the city." Lin Feng nodded emphatically at Shi Gondang's retreating figure, then, carrying Xiao Bingyao, Qin Mangyao, and Mu Wan'er, he turned into a streak of blood-red rainbow and sped away towards Panchur City without looking back. Chapter 94 Survival. High in the sky, the standoff between the two nascent soul experts did not last long. "Shi Gondang, you're very good. The ghostly sect will remember this debt. We hope you will protect them forever." As soon as he finished speaking, the enormous, sun-obscuring ghostly face transformed into a cloud of ghostly energy and vanished on the spot. Shi Gondang snorted coldly and did not pursue. He glanced back at the direction where Lin Feng and the others had disappeared, his brows furrowed, and with a flicker of his body, he too transformed into a golden light and returned towards Rock City. Upon landing, Lin Feng could no longer hold on. He knelt down on one knee, holding Xiao Bingyao, and began to breathe heavily. "Quick! To the secret room!" Qin Mangyao forced herself to remain calm, but her mental state was exhausted to the limit, and she was only holding on by sheer willpower. Mu Wan'er was already in tears. She supported Lin Feng and said in a trembling voice, "Husband, Sister Bingyao, there's still hope." Lin Feng interrupted her, his eyes showing no sign of giving up. He carried Xiao Bingyao, and with the help of Qin Mangyao and Mu Wan'er, they entered the safest cultivation chamber. The stone door to the secret chamber slammed shut. Qin Mangyao and Mu Wan'er were kept out. "It's all my fault, it's all my fault." Mu Wan'er could no longer hold back. She squatted on the ground, hugged her knees, and burst into tears. "If I hadn't been distracted, Sister Bingyao wouldn't have been seriously injured while saving me. If I were a little stronger." Endless self-blame and regret overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. Qin Mangyao looked at her, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. She walked to Mu Wan'er's side, squatted down, and gently patted her back. "It's not your fault." Qin Mengyao's voice was a little hoarse. "I was too arrogant, thinking I had everything planned out, but I didn't expect Mo Changkong to have such a trump card as the golden core corpse puppet. If anyone is to blame, it's me. This was the first time she had so frankly admitted her mistake. Muwana raised her red and swollen eyes, looked at Qin Mengyao, and sobbed, "Sister Mengyao, don't cry." Qin Mengyao pulled her into her arms and gently stroked her hair. "Now is not the time for self-blame. My husband and Bingyao are still inside, their fates unknown. We must stay here and prevent anyone from disturbing my husband." Her firm tone gave Muwana a boost of strength. Muwana nodded vigorously, wiped away her tears, and sat cross-legged with Qin Mengyao at the entrance of the secret room, like two guardian deities. Inside the sealed room, Lin Feng gently placed Xiao Bingyao on the warm jade platform. He glanced at the bloody, mangled wound on his left chest, from which black energy was constantly seeping out, and then at the terrifying claw mark on Xiao Bingyao's back that had almost severed her at the waist. Without the slightest hesitation, he bent down, dissolved another 9-turn life-extending pill, and fed it into Xiao Bingyao's mouth. He then sat cross-legged behind Xiao Bingyao, placing his hands on her cold back. The yin-yang harmony and heaven-mending scripture immediately began to operate. Time slowly slipped away amidst the torment. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Outside the secret room, Qin Mengyao and Muwaner stayed up all night and ate and drank nothing. Muwaner had cried all her tears and was just staring blankly at the stone gate. Qin Mengyao then set up all her array plates and array flags around her divine sense highly focused, vigilant against any disturbance. On the morning of the 4th day, the tightly closed stone door finally emitted a slight tremor. Squeak! The stone gate slowly opened. Qin Mengyao and Muwaner suddenly stood up and looked nervously into the room. Lin Feng walked out. He changed into a clean blue robe. Although his face was still pale, his eyes had regained their clarity. His shirt was slightly open at the chest, revealing that the wound there had healed, leaving only a hideous scar, like a coiled centipede, marring his once perfect chest. "My husband!" The two women cried out in unison, overjoyed, and rushed into his arms, one on each side. "I'm fine now." Feeling the warmth in his arms, Lin Feng felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He gently patted the two women's backs and said softly, "Bingyao is all right now." As soon as he finished speaking, a white figure slowly walked out from behind him. It was Xiao Bingyao. She had also changed into a pure white dress. The wound on her back had completely healed, and her skin was smooth and new, showing no trace of injury. Although her aura was still somewhat weak, she was no longer seriously injured. In fact, she had benefited from the misfortune, as her cultivation was showing signs of breaking through to the golden core stage. She looked at Qin Mengyao and Muwaner, who were tightly hugging Lin Feng, and then at the glaring scar on Lin Feng's chest. A complex emotion flashed in her cold eyes. "Thanks." She walked up to Muwaner and spoke for the first time, her voice still a little hesitant. Muwaner was taken aback, then quickly realized what she meant and shook her head. "No, Sister Bingyao, I should be thanking you. You saved me." Xiao Bingyao interrupted her, her tone leaving no room for argument. After saying that, she looked at Qin Mengyao and nodded. Finally, her gaze fell on Lin Feng and on that scar. She reached out her delicate hand, wanting to touch it, but then stopped in mid-air. "Does it hurt?" she asked softly, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Feng took her slightly cool hand and placed it on his chest, feeling the warmth from his palm, and shook his head with a smile. "It doesn't hurt anymore." "You're not allowed to do such a foolish thing again," Xiao Bingyao said, looking at him and emphasizing each word. "Okay," Lin Feng agreed with a smile. The four survivors reunited. Although they didn't exchange many words, the bond between them became even stronger. Just then, a deep voice came from outside Changqing Garden. "Young friend Lin, are you in the garden?" "I, sure, have come to visit you." "It is sure Gondang." Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he said to the three women, "You all go and rest first, I'm going to see the city lord." "I'll go with you," Xiao Bingyao said immediately. Lin Feng glanced at her and nodded. Inside the pavilion, Shurgandang stared in shock at Lin Feng and Xiao Bingyao, who were unharmed. "You are all healed?" He had personally witnessed how badly the two were injured, especially Lin Feng, who withstood a blow from a nascent soul cultivator. If it had been an ordinary golden core cultivator, they would probably have been annihilated long ago. "It's only been a few days, yet it's completely recovered? Thank you for your concern, City Lord. I was lucky to escape with my life." Lin Feng smiled calmly and poured him a cup of tea. Shurgandang gave him a deep look, feeling even more that this young man was unfathomable. He picked up his teacup and got straight to the point. "I've come here for 2 reasons, firstly to visit, and secondly to ask about." Lin Feng didn't speak, but took out a blank jade slip from his storage ring. He placed his hand on the jade slip and closed his eyes slightly. A moment later, he handed the jade slip to Shi Gondang. Everything the city lord wants to know is inside. Shi Gondang took the jade slip with some skepticism and probed it with his divine sense. Boom! A massive influx of information flooded his mind. A detailed structural diagram of the ghost sect, from the mountain gate to the inner hall. The distribution of the key points and the energy flow patterns of the mountain protecting formation. List of all golden core elders in the sect, their strength, weaknesses in their cultivation techniques, and locations of their cave dwellings. There were even a few secret passages leading to the heart of the Een Wind Mountains that he didn't know about. And several earth-shattering secrets about that mysterious sect leader, Ghost Fiend Master. This. Shi Gondang suddenly stood up, so excited that he almost crushed the teacup in his hand. As he looked at the information in the jade slip, his breathing became rapid. With this intelligence, the success rate of his century-long plan can be increased by at least 50%. Young friend Lin, you. Shi Gondang was so excited that he was somewhat incoherent. He looked at Lin Feng and bowed solemnly. I will never forget this great kindness. From this day forward, your Changqing Dan Pavilion will be the most honored ally of my Panchur city. City Lord's treasury, choose any 5 items. That black stone vein will immediately be yours. The price he offered was even more generous than he had previously promised. Lin Feng accepted the offer without hesitation, knowing that the information was worth the price. After seeing off the excited Shi Gondang, Lin Feng returned to the secret room to thoroughly heal his injuries. And just as he sat down cross-legged, a long-awaited system notification sound finally rang in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the family expedition mission, slay the enemy Mo Changkong. Extra bonus triggered. Rewards are being processed. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Reward 1, host has received a cultivation boost. Congratulations, host, you have broken through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Reward 2, 2 cultivation enhancement pills. Ignore bottlenecks and directly advance to a minor realm. Reward 3, Advanced Alchemy Technique 9 Revolutions Rejuvenating Pill Manual X1, Array Scroll Illusory Array of the Enchanted Realm X1. Chapter 95 4 Golden Pills. The cold system notification sound, however, sounded like heavenly music to Lin Feng's ears. Boom! A vast and unimaginably pure torrent of spiritual energy appeared out of thin air in his limbs and bones. Mid-stage Golden Core. The 9-turn golden pill within Lin Feng's body spun wildly, greedily absorbing this enormous energy. In just a few breaths, his injuries were completely healed. Even the hideous scar on his chest faded quickly and eventually disappeared, leaving his skin smooth as before. He could clearly feel that his golden core had become more solid and dazzling, and the power it contained was several times stronger than before. This is the power of the mid-stage golden core realm. Lin Feng opened his eyes, and a golden light flashed in them. He didn't get up immediately, but instead looked at the other items that the system had rewarded him with. Cultivation Enhancement Pill allows cultivators below the Golden Core stage to bypass bottlenecks and directly advance to a minor realm. 9 Revolutions Rejuvenating Pill Manual, an advanced alchemy technique that records dozens of healing elixir formulas that cultivators at the Golden Core stage and even the nascent soul stage crave. Illusory Array, Advanced Array Scroll. Once set up, it can generate an illusion array over a vast area, capable of trapping early-stage nascent soul cultivators. Nice one! All of these are great items. Especially those 2 cultivation-enhancing pills. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng put away the pill manual and the array scroll, took the 2 pills, and walked out of the secret room. My husband! Qin Mengyao and Mu Wan'er, who were waiting outside the door, immediately stood up, their eyes full of concern. They could sense that Lin Feng's aura was much stronger than before, but they were still worried. Wan'er, eat it. Mu Wan'er was stunned, staring at the shimmering, fragrant pill, somewhat at a loss. Husband, what is this? Eat what I tell you to eat. Lin Feng's tone left no room for argument. This is your opportunity, don't be so wishy-washy. Qin Mengyao spoke up from the side. With her extensive knowledge, she could tell at a glance that the pill was extraordinary. Mu Wan'er nodded vigorously, and without further hesitation, swallowed the pill in one gulp. Lin Feng then looked at Xiao Bingyao, who had just come out of the secret room, and handed her another pill. Xiao Bingyao glanced at him, then took the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. She had already gained some insights between life and death, and was only a hair's breadth away from achieving the golden core. Meng Yao, protect them, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Don't worry. Xin Meng Yao's expression was solemn. She made hand seals, and several array flags flew out, setting up layer upon layer of defensive and isolation arrays around Chongqing Garden. Mu Wan'er and Xiao Bingyao sat down cross-legged and quickly entered a meditative state. The medicinal effects of the elixir dissolved in their bodies. Two powerful auras began to rise within Chongqing Garden. Rock City, City Lord's Mansion. Shi Gandang, who was studying the information about the ghost sect, suddenly raised his head and looked in shock towards the direction of Chongqing Garden. This is a celestial phenomenon related to core formation? He could clearly sense that two vortexes of spiritual energy were forming in that direction. Hiss. Shi Gandang gasped, his facial muscles twitching. A few days ago, a golden core cultivator withstood a nascent soul cultivator's attack and survived, even killing a golden core cultivator in the late stage. Now, his two foundation establishment perfection Taoist partners have both formed their cores at the same time? Shi Gandang felt that his worldview had been severely impacted. He originally thought Lin Feng was just a genius with extraordinary talent in alchemy, but now it seems that he had underestimated him. Inside Chongqing Garden. With Lin Feng and Qin Mengyao's protection, Xiao Bingyao and Mu Wan'er's breakthroughs went exceptionally smoothly. A small, crystal-clear ice sword materialized above Xiao Bingyao's head, radiating endless sharpness. At the moment she formed her core, her ice soul sword body was fully activated, and she seemed to transform into a peerless divine weapon unsheathed. Strange phenomena were occurring all around Mu Wan'er. Countless phantom images of spiritual herbs surrounded her, and the flowers, plants, and trees in the courtyard grew wildly, their rich life force almost tangible. Her medicinal spirit body has also successfully transformed into a higher level of Yi Wood immortal body. After an unknown amount of time, the powerful pressure from the two early-stage golden core cultivators finally stabilized. Xiao Bingyao and Mu Wanwan opened their eyes at the same time. Feeling the surging magical power within their bodies, their faces revealed an unbelievable joy. Golden elixir. The realm they had dreamed of was achieved just like that. Thank you, my husband. Mu Wan'er cried tears of joy and threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. Although Xiao Bingyao didn't say anything, she also stepped into Lin Feng's arms. Qin Mengyao watched from the side and clicked her tongue in amazement. She curled her lips and said, "You really got lucky. I prepared for 10 years to form my core, but you guys did it with just one pill." Although she felt a pang of jealousy, she was genuinely happy for them. The Lin family has gained 2 more golden core cultivators. And just then, the system notification sounded again in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! 4 golden core cultivators have been detected in your family. Hidden system quest reward triggered. Rewards are being processed. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Reward 1, Growth Type Spiritual Treasure Frostfall Sword X1. This sword was forged from the essence of 10,000-year-old Shinbing Ice, perfectly matching the Ice Soul sword body, and can advance in rank as the host's cultivation level increases. Reward 2, 4x Top Grade 9-Turn Rejuvenation Pill. This pill can revive the dead, heal flesh and bones, and is also remarkably effective for injuries to the primordial spirit. Reward 3, Heaven Rank Sword Technique Ice Soul Divine Light Sword Manual. An exclusive sword technique for the Ice Soul sword body. Upon mastery, it can unleash a beam of Ice Soul Divine Light, capable of annihilating all laws. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face the moment he saw the reward. With a thought, a long sword, crystal clear and seemingly carved from the purest ice, floated in mid-air. The sword was long and slender, radiating a chilling aura that made one's heart tremble. Even tiny ice crystals condensed in the air. What a beautiful sword! Mu Wan'er couldn't help but exclaim. Qin Mengyao's beautiful eyes lit up. She could sense that the quality of this sword was far superior to all the magical treasures they had seen before. Lin Feng didn't speak, but turned his head and looked at Xiao Bingyao. Xiao Bingyao's gaze was fixed on the sword from the very beginning, and she could not look away. As a pure sword cultivator, she could feel the call of that sword. Lin Feng smiled slightly and handed the Frostfall sword and a jade slip containing the sword manual to Xiao Bingyao. "Bingyao, this is yours." Xiao Bingyao was startled and suddenly raised her head, looking at Lin Feng in disbelief. Such a divine weapon, such swordsmanship, he just gave it to himself like that. She opened her mouth, and a storm raged in her clear, cold eyes, but she couldn't utter a single word. "We are family." Lin Feng looked at her, his eyes gentle yet firm. "Your strength is the strength of the Lin family. Take it." Xiao Bingyao's eyes were slightly red. She took a deep breath, no longer being coy. She reached out her slightly trembling hand and accepted the sword in jade slip. The moment her fingers touched the hilt, the Frostfall sword emitted a clear, melodious cry, as if cheering and celebrating that it had finally found its master. A cool yet comforting aura flowed from the sword into her body, perfectly merging with her ice soul sword body. Lin Feng smiled and took out 4 more 9-turn rejuvenation pills, distributing them to the 3 women. Keep this safe, it could save your life in a critical moment. After the storm passed, their strength increased significantly, and the gloom that had shrouded everyone's hearts was swept away. The warmth of surviving the disaster began to permeate Changqing Garden. Ah! Ah! Just then, a clear baby's cry came from a room not far away. Huar is awake. Mu Wanner was the first to react and rushed over. Soon, she came out carrying the exquisitely beautiful baby girl. Lin Huar opened her big, dark eyes and looked curiously at the 4 adults in front of her. She seemed to sense something, and with a grin, she gave everyone an innocent smile. That smile seemed capable of melting all the ice in the world. Having just obtained the divine weapon, Xiao Bingyao's aura still carried a hint of sharpness, but the moment she saw that smile, her eyes softened involuntarily. She hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly reached out her finger, trying to tease the child. As a result, Lin Huar stretched out her little hand but failed to grab her fingers. Instead, she grabbed the sword tassel hanging at her waist and stuffed it into her mouth. Oh! Xiao Bingyao was at a loss. She wanted to pull out the sword tassel, but she was afraid of hurting the child. Her beautiful face was full of helplessness. Ha ha ha! Qin Mengyao watched from the side, unable to contain her laughter. Bingyao, I've never seen you this nervous when dealing with a golden core corpse puppet. Mu Wanner couldn't help but laugh and quickly freed the child's bib. No, sword tassel. Lin Feng smiled and took the child from Mu Wanner's arms. Holding this tiny life in his arms, and looking at his 3 peerless golden core cultivator partners beside him, he felt an unprecedented sense of peace and contentment. My family is all here. That's enough. The threat from the ghost sect still hung like a sword over Lin Feng's head, but at this moment, Lin Feng felt no fear whatsoever. He is confident that he can protect this family. Protect everything about him. Chapter 96 City Lord's Treasury. The warm atmosphere of relief after the disaster did not last long in Changqing Park. Lin Feng held Lin Huar in his arms, and the little guy giggled, clutching his clothes with his tiny hands, treating him like a new and exciting toy. Qin Mengyao watched from the side, a slight smile on her lips. Husband, shouldn't we go and settle the bill with Lord Sher? She reminded him. We can't let him forget the Blackstone mine and the 5 treasures in the treasury that he promised. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanner looked at Lin Feng with some concern. Husband, your injuries have just healed, why don't you rest for a couple more days? It's all right. Lin Feng handed Huar to Mu Wanner and stretched his limbs. My old injuries have healed, and my cultivation has improved quite a bit. I'm in my best condition right now. He looked at Qin Mengyao. Mengyao, you come with me. Bingyao, Wanner, you have just formed your core and your foundation is not stable. Stay in the garden to consolidate your cultivation. Xiao Bingyao had no objection and nodded. Qin Mengyao's eyes lit up, and she said with great interest, Great. I want to see what good things are hidden in the treasure vault of the City Lord of Rock City. The City Lord's Mansion. When Lin Feng and Qin Mengyao reappeared before Shurgandang, the overlord of Panchur City revealed an undisguised look of astonishment. He looked Lin Feng up and down, his tiger-like eyes filled with disbelief. Young friend Lin, your cultivation level? Shurgandang clearly remembered that a few days ago outside Blackwind Village, Lin Feng's aura was strong, but it was definitely still within the early stage of the Golden Core realm. But now, the harmonious, powerful, and profound magical energy emanating from him is clearly a sign of the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. It's only been a few days? He withstood a blow from a nascent soul cultivator and killed a late-stage Golden Core cultivator, but instead of dying, he broke through to a higher realm. What kind of monster is this? I was fortunate enough to gain some insights. Lin Feng smiled calmly, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. Qin Mengyao stood to the side, a slight smile playing on her lips, a hint of smugness in her eyes. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. What a lucky insight. Shurgandang suppressed his shock and let out a hearty laugh. Young friend Lin is indeed a genius. I, Shurgandang, admire him. His attitude was more enthusiastic and sincere than before. Lord City, let's skip the formalities. Lin Feng got straight to the point. I'm here today because of the promise you made earlier. Of course. Shurgandang did not hesitate at all and immediately took out a black jade tablet and a map made of animal hide. This is the land deed and location map of the Black Stone Mine, and this control token. He pushed the items in front of Lin Feng. I have already sent people to clear the area around the mine. From today onwards, everything within 100 miles belongs to your Changqing Dan Pavilion. Lin Feng took the jade token, scanned it with his divine sense, and nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Lord City Lord. Young friend Lin, there's no need for such formalities. Shurgandang waved his hand, his expression solemn. The intelligence you gave me is far more valuable than a mine. I should be thanking you. He stood up and made a pleased gesture. Come on, I'll take you to the treasure vault. After passing through several heavily guarded checkpoints, an ancient gate carved from a single massive stone appeared before the three of them. Shurgandang formed hand seals, creating a series of complex magic hand gestures. The gate shimmered with light and emitted a muffled rumble as it slowly opened. A rich spiritual energy, mixed with various rare and precious materials, rushed towards us. Qin Mengyao's eyes lit up instantly. The treasure vault was vast. Rows of shelves made of ancient ironwood held various treasures, categorized by type. There were gleaming magical weapons, rare and precious minerals, and jade boxes sealed with restrictions, containing unknown elixirs and miraculous medicines. Every item here has an extraordinary origin, Shurgandang said with pride. As agreed, young friend Lin can choose any 5 items. Husband, we must choose carefully. Qin Mengyao was eager to try, and her eyes seemed to have countless fine patterns flowing within them. This is her talent, the ability to perceive the spiritual essence of objects. Lin Feng smiled and said, you choose. Qin Mengyao didn't stand on ceremony and immediately started darting excitedly between the shelves like a mouse that had entered a rice granary. She first picked up a large sword surrounded by flames, glanced at it, shook her head, and put it down. He picked up another antique-looking vase, weighed it in his hand, and pursed his lips. These items are of decent quality, but they're all too ordinary, she muttered as she looked at them. Shurgandang followed behind, a smile on his face, but he was secretly muttering to himself. These are all treasures he has collected over the years. Any one of them would be enough to cause a frenzy among golden core cultivators if placed outside. In this little girl's mouth, it actually became ordinary stuff. Suddenly, Qin Mengyao stopped in a corner. She stared at a stone the size of a human head, grayish-brown in color, that looked completely unremarkable, and her expression turned serious. Lord of the city, what is this? Shurgandang glanced at it and casually said, oh, this is a wind-stabilizing stone. I found it near a spatial rift a few years ago. It's incredibly hard, but it's not very useful. A wind-stabilizing stone? Qin Mengyao's lips curled up. The city lord has probably misjudged it. This is not a wind-stabilizing stone at all, it is clearly a void-suppressing crystal. Shurgandang was taken aback. Void-suppressing crystal? That's right, Qin Mengyao explained. This item has a remarkable effect on stabilizing space. If used to set up a teleportation array, it can greatly increase the stability and distance of teleportation. This piece is large enough to serve as the core of an ultra-long-range teleportation array. Shurgandang's expression suddenly became quite interesting. What a huge loss. He had always thought it was a useless hard rock, but he never expected it to be a top-grade material for setting up a teleportation array. Ahem, Shurgandang coughed twice. Since Miss Mengyao knows her stuff, then this will be the first item. Qin Mengyao proudly put the Void Town crystal into her storage ring and continued her search. Lin Feng did not follow her. His gaze was drawn to a piece of charred wood on the top shelf. The piece of wood was only as thick as an arm, completely black, as if it had been struck by lightning and burned, exuding an aura of death. However, in Lin Feng's perception, in that desolate depths, the Azure Emperor's longevity spiritual power within his body actually sensed a faint, almost non-existent, life fluctuation. Lord of the city, may I take a look at this piece of wood? Shurgandang followed his gaze and smiled. Young friend Lin is also interested in it? This thing is called lightning-struck wutong wood, which I dug out from a volcano in an ancient ruin. It is impervious to water and fire, and difficult to be harmed by swords, but it has no spiritual energy at all. I have studied it for 100 years, but I still can't figure out its use. Lin Feng held the wood in his hand, and it felt warm to the touch. Without making a sound, he probed a wisp of the Azure Emperor's spiritual power into it. That faint life force trembled joyfully the moment it came into contact with the Azure Emperor's spiritual power. Okay, I'll take this second one. Lin Feng put it away directly. When Shurgandang saw that he had chosen this piece of waste wood, a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes, but he did not ask any further questions. Next, Qin Mengyao found a tattered ancient scroll made of animal hide. This is a formation diagram? She unfolded the ancient scroll and was instantly drawn to its intricate and profound patterns. A fragment of the Star River overturning heaven array? Qin Mengyao murmured as she read a few ancient characters from the scroll, her breathing becoming rapid. It's actually a heaven rank array diagram from ancient times. Although it was just a fragment, the profound principles of array formation contained within it were no less valuable than unparalleled martial arts techniques to her, a master of array formations. The third item. Qin Mengyao put it away without hesitation. There are 2 items left, Lin Feng reminded them. Qin Mengyao gaze fell on a golden box that was sealed with multiple restrictions. She glanced at it, and her expression turned somewhat strange. Husband, look at that. Lin Feng followed her gaze and saw that Shurgandang's expression stiffened noticeably. Well, the things in that box are a bit strange, Shurgandang said somewhat awkwardly. I obtained it in the cave of a demonic cultivator. It is a seed of the blood nerve. Once planted, it will frantically absorb the life essence of all living beings within 100 miles to grow, which is too harmful to nature. You too should choose something else. The seed of the blood nerve? A glint flashed in Qin Menyao's eyes. She looked at Lin Feng, and the two exchanged a glance. This thing is considered evil by others, but for the Lin family, who possess the Ewood immortal body and the Azure Emperor's longevity technique, it is a great tonic. This is the 4th one, Lin Feng said calmly. Shurgandang's face twitched, but he finally nodded and lifted the restriction. Now only 1 item remains. Qin Menyao's gaze swept across the entire room, finally settling on a piece of warm jade that emitted a soft white light. The jade pendant had an ancient and simple design, with auspicious cloud patterns carved on it. Holding it in your hand, you would feel a calming and warm current flowing through your body. This is the mind-calming jade. Wearing it can prevent the invasion of inner demons and accelerate the circulation of spiritual energy, Shurgandang explained. This is it. Lin Feng made the decision directly. This stuff isn't very useful to golden core cultivators like them, but it's an absolute gem for children. Hoyer is still young, and having this item to nourish his spirit will greatly benefit his future cultivation. With the 5 treasures selected, the 2 were completely satisfied. Although Shurgandang was heartbroken, he still wore a smile and personally saw them off from the city lord's mansion. On the way back to Changqing Garden, Qin Mengyao was still excited about her gains. My lord, with the void suppression crystal and that fragment of the map, and given enough time and materials, I am confident that I can set up a teleportation array that can span the entire southern frontier. Lin Feng smiled and squeezed the lightning-struck Polonia wood in his hand. He had a feeling that this seemingly insignificant piece of scrap wood might bring them the biggest surprise. Chapter 97. A daughter returns home. Changqing Garden is quiet and peaceful. As soon as Lin Feng and Qin Mengyao landed, Mu Waner and Xiao Bingyao came out to greet them. Husband. Mu Waner looked at Lin Feng and was completely relieved. That old fox Shurgandang, he seems so easygoing, but he must have already hidden away the truly top-tier treasures in his vault. As soon as Qin Mengyao landed, she began to count her spoils, complaining all the while. She held the void-suppressing crystal in her hand and caressed it, then unfolded the incomplete map of the Star River overturning heaven array, her eyes sparkling with wonder. But he didn't mince words, however, he does have some foresight. The scrap he left behind is still somewhat useful. Lin Feng smiled, ignoring her insincerity. He handed the mind-calming jade to Mu Waner. Waner, put this on Hoyer. Mu Waner took the jade pendant and felt a warm, soothing current flow from her palm. Just then, Xiao Bingyao suddenly raised her head and looked sharply toward the entrance of Changqing Garden. Someone is coming. Her voice was soft, but full of vigilance. Almost at the same time, Qin Mengyao also put away the array diagram, her expression becoming solemn. Lin Feng frowned slightly and shielded Mu Waner and the child behind him. He was about to set up the formation when he discovered that the aura stopped 100 feet outside Changqing Garden, showing no hostility whatsoever. Is Master Lin here? I've come to pay a visit from the Crimson Flame clan of the Blazing Fire Royal Court. A deep and familiar voice came from outside the garden. It was the barbarian captain who was half a golden core cultivator whom they had met outside the Valley of 10,000 Miasmas. Lin Feng and Qin Mengyao exchanged a glance, both somewhat surprised. How did they find their way here? Let them in, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Qin Mengyao waved her hand, dispelling the nascent array mist, and the gates of Changqing Garden slowly opened. Outside the door, the burly barbarian captain, Qi Yan, stood respectfully. Behind him followed a group of fierce and powerful barbarian elites. At the very front of the line stood two uninvited guests. The leader was a tall, handsome barbarian man. He wore a magnificent robe with flame patterns and a crown woven from crimson feathers. A powerful aura belonging to the late Golden Core stage emanated from him. Beside him was a barbarian old woman with a wrinkled face, dressed in a sacrificial robe. She held a staff made from the bone of an unknown animal, with a fist-sized red crystal embedded at the top. Although his aura was not obvious, his cloudy old eyes seemed to contain a starry sky, so deep that it made people's hearts tremble. "I am Qi Yen, greetings to Master Lin and the three ladies." The barbarian captain, Qi Yen, stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Then, he turned to the man wearing a feathered crown and introduced him. "Your Highness, High Priest, these are the Holy Maiden Saviors." The fiery prince's gaze swept over Lin Feng and his companions. When he saw the aura of a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator on Lin Feng's body, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But he did not show the slightest negligence and solemnly performed a barbarian salute to Lin Feng and the others. "Blazing Fire Royal Court, Yanhe, thank you all for saving my clan's holy maiden's life." He spoke the common language perfectly, his tone sincere. "Your Highness is too kind." "It was nothing at all," Lin Feng replied calmly, but his gaze fell on the high priest who had remained silent. The high priest's gaze never left Lin Huar in Mu Wanner's arms. When she saw the exquisitely beautiful baby girl with her big, curious eyes, her cloudy old eyes instantly shone with immense excitement and love. Her body trembled slightly, and her hand holding the staff was shaking. "Holy, holy maiden!" she called out in a trembling voice in the barbarian language. Lin Hoyer in her arms seemed to understand, and started laughing at her, waving her little hand in her direction. That smile brought tears to the old woman's eyes instantly. She turned around and, to everyone's astonishment, knelt down tremblingly before Lin Feng and Mu Wanner. "I, Huo Ling, the High Priestess of the Fiery Royal Court, on behalf of the entire Royal Court and the Holy Maiden's parents, express my gratitude to our benefactor." "High Priestess, please rise." Lin Feng quickly stepped forward, and a gentle magical force supported her, preventing her from actually kneeling. He couldn't accept being knelt like that. Mu Wanner was startled and retreated repeatedly while holding the child. "My benefactor, there is no need to be alarmed." The high priest straightened up, wiped away his tears, and spoke with gratitude in his voice. "We have come here for two reasons. First, to express our gratitude to our benefactor for his great kindness, and second, to bring the Holy Maiden back to her hometown so that she can reunite with her parents." Reunited with parents. These 6 words, like a needle, gently pierced Mu Wanner's heart. Her face turned pale instantly, and she hugged the child in her arms tightly. Lin Hoyer seemed to sense her emotions, her little mouth twitched, and she burst into tears. "Don't cry, Huar, don't cry." Mu Wanner coaxed softly with heartache, her eyes instantly reddening. Having spent so much time together, she had come to regard the child as her own. When she suddenly heard that she was to be taken away, she felt an emptiness in her heart, as if a piece of her heart had been ripped out. Xiao Bingyao silently stood next to Mu Wanner, her silence conveying her attitude. Xin Mengyao frowned, tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, and whispered, "Husband, this is a good thing for us. By returning her, we can completely extricate ourselves from the conflicts in the royal court." That's what she said, but seeing Mu Wanner's tearful appearance and Hoyer's heart-wrenching cries, she felt inexplicably uneasy. We can take good care of her." Mu Wanner raised her head, looking at the high priest, her voice tinged with pleading. "She is still so young." The high priest looked at her, his eyes gentle and full of apology. "We have all seen the lady's love for the saintess. However, the saintess's parents are waiting for her to come home." The high priest's words made Mu Wanner sway. Lin Feng stepped forward and gently put his arm around Mu Wanner's shoulder. He looked at the little one crying sadly in his arms, and then at the people of the fiery royal court whose faces were full of hope and anxiety, and made a decision in his heart. "Who are Huayer's parents?" Lin Feng asked. The fiery Prince Yen. He stepped forward, his face showing a mixture of pride and sorrow. "They are indeed the current king and queen of our fiery royal court. The Blackfire tribe rebelled, colluding with foreign enemies. Taking advantage of the king's seclusion and the queen's impending childbirth, they launched a surprise attack. If the queen hadn't risked her life to use a secret technique to send the Holy Maiden away, I'm afraid." Yen. He didn't say anything more, but the danger involved was self-evident. Lin Feng fell silent. He looked down at Mu Wanner and said softly, "Wanner, let her go back." Mu Wanner could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her face like beads from a broken string. She shook her head violently, sobbing uncontrollably. "Letting her be with her parents is the best thing for her," Lin Feng said softly. "She has her own home, her own country, and her own mission. We're just a chance encounter in her life." Lin Feng pulled Mu Wanner into his arms and gently patted her back. How could he bear to part with it? He personally pulled this little life back from the brink of death. Everyone in this family has long regarded her as a true member of the family. However, he cannot be selfish. He cannot deprive a child of her right to return to her parents and everything she should have just because he is reluctant to part with her. After crying for a long time, Mu Wanner's emotions gradually calmed down. She raised her red eyes, looked at Lin Feng, and nodded, choking back tears. Lin Feng took Lin Huir from her arms. The little guy seemed to have cried himself to sleep, sobbing as he leaned against Lin Feng's shoulder, his little hands gripping his collar tightly, refusing to let go. Lin Feng took out the mind calming jade, strung it with a red cord, and personally placed it around Lin Huir's neck. Give her this. The high priest glanced at the jade, feeling its warm and peaceful spiritual power. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he nodded solemnly. Our royal court will forever remember the benefactor's generous gift. Lin Feng then looked at Xiao Bingyao. Xiao Bingyao walked over silently, her eyes filled with complex emotions as she looked at the little figure with the jade pendant around its neck. She hesitated for a moment, then untied the sword tassel from her waist, which had been gnawed wet by Huir, and clumsily tied it to Huir's little wrist. From now on, you're not allowed to chew on things randomly. Her cool voice carried a hint of barely perceptible tenderness. Qin Mengyao watched from the side, stepped forward, and gently touched Huir's forehead. A barely perceptible array pattern flashed by and merged into her skin. I'm giving you a protective array. If you encounter danger in the future, crush it, and it will block a fatal attack for you. Finally, Lin Feng handed the child to Mu Wanner. Mu Wanner carried the child and walked up to the high priest. She lowered her head and gave Lin Huir a deep kiss on her smooth forehead. Fire, take good care of yourself. All those words can be summed up in this one sentence. She gently placed the child into the cradle, which the high priest had prepared beforehand, lined with the softest fire cloud velvet. At that moment, Mu Wanner seemed to have all her strength drained away. The high priest and the fiery prince bowed deeply to Lin Feng and his companions once again. The fiery royal court will never forget the kindness of Master Lin. If Rock City is ever in danger, our royal court will do everything in its power to help. Prince Yenha solemnly promised. After saying that, they left without lingering, taking the child with them. As the group of people gradually disappeared into the horizon, Changqing Garden fell into a deathly silence. That crisp laughter and babbling sounds seem to still echo in my ears, yet they feel so distant. Mu Wanner could no longer hold on and leaned against Lin Feng's chest, silently shedding tears. Xiao Bingyao stood still, motionless, only subconsciously touching the empty space around her waist. Qin Mengyao looked at the empty cradle and, unusually, didn't complain, though her eyes were a little red. Lin Feng held his wives tightly, his gaze fixed on the distance, deep and serene. Family, parting. He was all too familiar with this feeling. Chapter 98 Good News. Lin Huir's departure was like a cloud being pulled from the sky above Changqing Garden. Although the sunlight remained, it lacked some of its lively light and shadow. The laughter in the garden had diminished, and it had become unusually quiet. Mu Wanner was completely dejected and couldn't muster any energy for several days. She would often walk to that empty cradle, stand there in a daze, and sometimes stand there for half a day. Xiao Bingyao spoke even less. She devoted all her time to practicing her sword, and the chilling aura of the Frostfall sword almost froze the bamboo forest in the backyard. The clear, resonant sound of swords clashing became the only background noise in Changqing Garden. Qin Mengyao also became unusually quiet, locking herself in her room all day to study the incomplete diagram of the Star River overturning heaven array. But Lin Feng knew that she often got distracted. Lin Feng said nothing, but simply stayed by their side in silence. That afternoon, as soon as Lin Feng entered Qin Mengyao's room, he smelled a faint sour smell. Qin Mengyao's face was pale, and she was leaning over the table with an empty fruit plate in front of her. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Feng walked over and asked with concern. Don't even mention it. Qin Mengyao waved her hand weakly. It's all because of this crappy picture you brought back. It makes me dizzy and lightheaded, and I have no appetite. She rubbed her forehead, looking annoyed. This ancient formation is awful. It's so convoluted and twisted, and several keynodes are broken, making it impossible to deduce anything. It makes me want to vomit. As she spoke, she gagged again. Looking at her pale face, Lin Feng suddenly had a thought. He pulled up a chair and sat down next to Qin Mengyao, saying gently, "Hold out your hand, let me take a look." "What are you looking at?" "I'm not sick." Qin Mengyao complained, but still stretched out her wrist and said irritably. Let me tell you, this is definitely caused by overexerting my mind while deducing the formation. You'd better get me some pills to replenish my soul. Lin Feng's fingers gently rested on her fair wrist. A wisp of spiritual energy probed in. At first, he appeared normal. But soon, his eyebrows twitched slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Immediately, this surprise turned into unbelievable joy, and finally into a face full of happiness. Qin Mengyao felt a little uneasy watching the expressions on his face change like a revolving lantern. What's with that expression? Did I go mad while deduce the formation and suffer some kind of hidden injury? Lin Feng didn't say anything, but simply withdrew his hand and then picked her up in his arms. Hey! Lin Feng, what are you doing? Put me down. Qin Mengyao was both embarrassed and angry, and struggled in his arms. Lin Feng hugged her even tighter. He looked down at her, his eyes shining brightly, and he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Mengyao, you haven't gone mad with your cultivation. Then why are you laughing like that? Qin Mengyao hadn't finished speaking. You're going to be a mother. Lin Feng's voice trembled slightly, but it reached her ears with perfect clarity. Qin Mengyao struggles stopped instantly. She froze in Lin Feng's arms, her bright eyes wide open as if she had heard something unbelievable. What did you say? I said, we have a child. Lin Feng repeated, his smile widening. What are you talking about? Qin Mengyao's face flushed red instantly, from her ears all the way down to her neck. She subconsciously lowered her head, looking at her flat stomach, her eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. She's actually going to be a mother? This news shocked her even more than when she successfully set up a heavenly rank killing array. When Lin Feng carried Qin Mengyao out of the room and announced the news, the air in the entire Changqing garden seemed to freeze for a moment. Mu Wanner was the first to react. Her eyes, which had been dim for several days, instantly lit up, and all her sadness and disappointment were swept away by a huge surprise. Really? Sister Mengyao. She rushed over in one stride, carefully looking at Qin Mengyao's belly, as if she could already see a little person there. Xiao Bingyao also stopped practicing her sword. She walked out from the backyard, still carrying a trace of lingering cold air. Looking at Qin Mengyao, who was being held in Lin Feng's arms, looking embarrassed and blushing, a faint but genuine smile slowly appeared on her usually cool face. Good. One word, yet it contains all the blessings. What's so good about it? Qin Mengyao finally came to her senses, broke free from Lin Feng's embrace, and pretended to be calm as she straightened her clothes, but dared not look into the eyes of the crowd. It's not even close to being settled yet, why are you getting so excited, she said firmly, but her slightly trembling fingertips and reddened eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. Sister Mengyao, you can't overwork yourself now. Don't look at that array diagram for now. Mu Wanner immediately switched into Chief Steward mode. She took Qin Mengyao's hand and began to chatter on and on. You like sour food? I'll have the kitchen prepare it right away. No, things from outside aren't clean. I'll make them for you myself. And there's a talisman for preventing miscarriage. I remember there's a recipe in the Compendium of Materia Medica that requires a 300-year-old purple rhineflower and a 500-year-old mind-concentrating grass. Seeing Mu Wanner instantly regain her energy, Lin Feng's face also showed a relieved smile. Amidst this joyful atmosphere, the cold yet familiar system notification suddenly exploded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! A new family member is about to be born. Triggered an extra critical hit reward. Rewards are being processed. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Reward 1, host's cultivation has been boosted. Congratulations, host, you have broken through to the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Reward 2, complete illustration of the Heavenly Rank Array Star River overturning Heaven Array X1. Reward 3, Heaven Rank Defensive Magic Treasure 9 Heaven's Mystic Light Scarf. This treasure can be bestowed upon Taoist companion Qin Mengyao, and can automatically protect its owner, withstanding a full-force attack from a nascent soul-stage cultivator. Reward 4, Clan Fortune Improved. The Evergreen Garden Spiritual Veins grade upgraded to Tier 4, High Grade. Boom! A torrent of spiritual energy, larger than ever before, instantly poured into Lin Feng's limbs and bones. Having recently broken through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, he broke through again with overwhelming force. Late stage of Golden Core. The three women were all startled when they sensed Lin Feng's presence. Husband, what is your cultivation level? Lin Feng did not answer, but a thought occurred to him. An ancient scroll made of countless starlight and a shimmering silk handkerchief embroidered with the sun, moon, and stars appeared out of thin air in his hands. Meng Yao, look what this is. Lin Feng smiled and handed 2 items to Qin Meng Yao. When she saw what Lin Feng handed her, she instinctively took it. The moment her gaze fell upon the starlight scroll, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. The Star River Overturning Heaven Array. Complete. Illustrated catalog? She gasped in shock, her breathing becoming rapid. This is impossible. Qin Mengyao looked up at Lin Feng in disbelief. Lin Feng just smiled and pointed to the silk handkerchief in her hand. For you and the child. Just then, a loud growl from a stomach rang out at an inopportune moment. Gurgle. Qin Mengyao's face flushed again. She clutched her stomach and said somewhat embarrassedly, I'm hungry. Ha ha ha. What would you like to eat, Sister Mengyao? I'll make it right away. The laughter in the garden dispelled all the gloom. Xiao Bingyao silently turned around, picked up her frostfall sword, and walked out of Changqing Garden without saying a word. Half an hour later, as Mu Wanner was carrying a steaming bowl of spiritual grain porridge, and Qin Mengyao was taking small bites, Xiao Bingyao returned. With a bang. She threw a huge, top-tier third-tier demon beast, the ironclad bull, which had just died and was still steaming, into the yard. She looked at Qin Mengyao and coolly uttered 2 words. This one, please replace it. The entire courtyard was quiet. Chapter 99 National Treasure Qin Mengyao. The atmosphere in the courtyard became somewhat tense for a moment. Qin Mengyao, Mu Wanner, and Lin Feng, who had just recovered from their joy, all stared at the armored bull lying in a pool of blood, a mountain of flesh. This peak-level third-tier demonic beast had horns that gleamed with a metallic sheen and thick hooves, clearly indicating it was a power-type beast. At this moment, its eyes were wide open, its death unresolved, and a tiny ice crystal between its brows was slowly melting. One fatal blow. Bing Bingyao, Qin Mengyao pointed at the cow, her lips twitching, unsure of what to say for a moment. She just casually mentioned she was hungry, did she really have to make such a big fuss? This cow is almost half the size of her weapon refining room. Replenish. Xiao Bingyao spoke sparingly, her cool gaze sweeping over Qin Mengyao's flat stomach before adding, "Qi and blood." Put. Mu Wanner was the first to burst out laughing. She walked over to the cow, examined it closely, and her eyes were full of admiration. Sister Bingyao is amazing. The meat of this armored bull is the firmest and most succulent, perfect for making soup for Sister Mengyao. The bones can also be used to make several pots of broth. As she spoke, she began to plan how to prepare this top-quality ingredient. Qin Mengyao held her forehead, looking utterly dejected. Lin Feng smiled and walked over, ruffling Xiao Bingyao's hair, "You've worked hard." Xiao Bingyao's ears turned slightly red, but her face remained expressionless as she silently nodded. All right, stop staring. Qin Mengyao waved her hand weakly. Wanner, do whatever you want with this cow, just don't let me see its whole carcass. I'm afraid I'll have nightmares. From then on, Qin Mengyao's national treasure career officially began. The next morning, just as Qin Mengyao was about to sneak into her array room to study the complete Star River Overturning Heaven array, Mu Wanner blocked her at the door. Sister Mengyao, where are you going? Mu Wanner asked with a smile, holding a bowl of beast milk that exuded rich spiritual energy. I just went to check my array plate. Qin Mengyao's eyes were somewhat unfocused. No, that won't do. Mu Wanner's tone was gentle, but her attitude was unusually firm. My husband said that your most important task right now is to focus on your pregnancy. Calculating formations is too mentally taxing and not good for the baby. I'm just looking. I won't do anything. Qin Mengyao tried to struggle. That won't do either. Mu Wanner slammed the door shut and pressed her down onto the stone bench in the courtyard. Here, drink this bowl of 100 beast spirit milk first. I added some calming purple leaf grass, it's good for you. Qin Mengyao's face scrunched up as she looked at the bowl of white milk. I don't want to drink milk. Honey, it's good for the baby. I am a golden core cultivator. I don't need to drink this. Then you should drink it even more. The baby's future potential will definitely be extraordinary, and he will need a lot of nutrition. After a tug of war, Qin Mengyao finally, under the watchful eyes of both Mu Wanner and Lin Feng, resolutely drank the bowl of milk. In the days that followed, Qin Mengyao truly experienced what it meant to have a sweet burden. All her actions were strictly controlled. Want some sour spiritual fruit to whet your appetite? No, Mu Wanner said that the fruit is cold in nature and not good for the fetus. Then she brought out a bowl of soup made with more than a dozen kinds of warming and nourishing spiritual herbs. Want to walk around the courtyard? No way. Xiao Bingyao will immediately stop practicing her sword and follow her 3 steps behind like a shadow, her gaze more focused than if she were staring at her father's killer, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Want to complain to Lin Feng? Lin Feng would just smile and pull her into his arms, then take out the 9 Heavens Mystic Light handkerchief and wave it in front of her. Meng Yao, look at this silk handkerchief, isn't it beautiful? For the sake of our child, please bear with it. Qin Meng Yao was completely speechless. All she could do was lie in the rocking chair in the courtyard every day, basking in the sun, while Mu Wanner fed her all sorts of nourishing spiritual foods that she had never even heard of. One day, Qin Meng Yao couldn't hold back any longer. Taking advantage of the time when Mu Wanner went to the spirit herb garden and Xiao Bingyao was out, she secretly slipped into her room. She had just taken out the complete catalog of Star River Overturning Heaven Array and hadn't even had a chance to glance at it when the door creaked open. Lin Feng walked in carrying a plate of sliced spiritual fruits. Seeing her guilty look, he couldn't help but chuckle. Peeking again? I didn't. Qin Mengyao instinctively hid the array diagram behind her back. Lin Feng didn't point it out. He placed the fruit plate on the table, sat down next to her, and gently pulled her into his arms. Stop looking, there'll be plenty of time later, he said softly. You've forgotten, you're not alone anymore. Qin Mengyao leaned against him, feeling his warm breath, and the irritability and depression in her heart gradually dissipated. She snorted, but her words showed no sign of yielding. I'm just afraid that my brain will rust if I leave it for too long. No, it won't happen. Lin Feng lowered his head and kissed her. My Mengyao will always be the most intelligent array master in the world. Qin Mengyao's cheeks flushed, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the garden, and a guard from the city lord's mansion respectfully reported at the gate. Reporting to Master Lin, the city lord requests your presence, saying he has important matters to discuss. The warm atmosphere inside the courtyard was instantly shattered. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. Important matter? Qin Mengyao immediately sat up straight, her lazy eyes instantly turning sharp, and the girlish demeanor she had just displayed vanished without a trace. Shurgandang is looking for you at this time, it must be something important, she quickly analyzed. It's been a while since we came out of his treasure vault. Most likely, it's about the information regarding the ghost sect. Lin Feng nodded, he had thought of that too. I'll go there. I'll go with you. Xiao Bingyao's voice came from outside the door. She had returned at some point, carrying a half-dead, brightly colored golden pheasant. No need. Lin Feng stood up. These are extraordinary times, you should all stay home. Meng Yao needs someone to stay with her right now. Xiao Bingyao glanced at Lin Feng, then at Qin Mengyao, who had a solemn expression, and finally nodded. Husband, please be careful. Mu Wanner also rushed back from the herb garden, her face filled with worry. Don't worry. Lin Feng patted her hand reassuringly. In Rock City, no one can hurt me. He is now in the late stage of the Golden Core realm and has many trump cards up his sleeve. As long as the Ghost Fiend True Man's true form does not arrive, he is confident in dealing with any unforeseen events. Chapter 100: The Shock of the Nascent Soul. The City Lord's Mansion, Study. When Lin Feng entered the room, Shurgandang was standing with his back to him in front of the huge map of the entire southern border, his figure as imposing as a mountain. Hearing footsteps, he slowly turned around. Young friend Lin, you've arrived. Shurgandang said with a smile, about to exchange a few polite words. But the moment his gaze fell on Lin Feng, the polite words stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say them anymore. Lord City Lord, it's been a long time. Lin Feng said calmly, seemingly unaware of the other party's lapse in composure. Late-stage Golden Core? Shurgandang's voice even trembled slightly due to extreme shock. He simply couldn't believe his eyes and his divine sense. How long has it been? What an absurd story. A monster, what a monster, he muttered unconsciously. You flatter me, City Lord. Lin Feng pulled out a chair, sat down, and poured himself a cup of tea. It was just a lucky break that I gained a little something. Another stroke of luck. Upon hearing those two words, Shurgandang's lips twitched violently. Looking at Lin Feng's overly calm young face, an absurd thought suddenly popped into his mind. This kid, could he be a reincarnation of some ancient powerful being who has started anew? He couldn't think of any other explanation besides this one that could explain this inexplicable situation. Cough cough. Gondang coughed heavily twice, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart. He sat back down in the main seat, gave Lin Feng a deep look, and his tone became more solemn than ever before. Young friend Lin, this time, you have truly given me a huge surprise. Lord City Lord, you summoned me here today, surely not to discuss my cultivation level? Lin Feng blew on the steam from his teacup and got straight to the point. Of course not. When serious matters were mentioned, Gandang's expression instantly turned serious. He took out the intelligence jade slip that Lin Feng had given him from his storage ring once again. The information you gave me is extremely important. Gandang tapped his knuckles lightly on the jade slip. In the past few days, I have compared this intelligence with my arrangements over the past century and discovered many things that I had never noticed before. The ghost sect is more deeply rooted and larger than I imagined. A cold, murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Now, we have their Achilles heel, and all their secrets. We can say that we are 70% confident in eradicating this cancer. What about the remaining 30%? Lin Feng asked. Gandang was silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice, the remaining 30% depends entirely on one person. Ghostly Demon Master. He is, after all, a nascent soul cultivator. Gandang's tone carried a hint of apprehension. As long as he is alive, even if we destroy the Ghost Sect's mountain gate and kill all the elders and disciples, it will only be cutting off his claws. A nascent soul ghost cultivator who is single-mindedly seeking revenge and hiding in the shadows is far more destructive than a sect that is entrenched in the mountain gate. At that time, not only Panchur City, but the entire southern part of the southern border will probably never have peace again. Lin Feng nodded. This is the most crucial issue. He could kill Mo Chan Kong, a late-stage golden core cultivator, through sneak attacks and scheming. However, nascent soul cultivators are beings on a completely different level of life. When one's spirit merges with heaven and earth, one's magical power is inexhaustible, and one's abilities reach the heavens. In a head-on clash, even 100 late-stage golden core cultivators wouldn't be enough to kill one early-stage nascent soul cultivator. I can't make a move. Gandang shrugged, his face full of helplessness. The auras of nascent soul cultivators are interconnected. As soon as I leave Rock City and approach the Een Wind Mountains with killing intent, Ghost Fiend True Person will detect it immediately. At that time, he will either flee far away, or he will be cornered and fight me to the death on this southern border. Neither outcome is what we want to see. So, what does the City Lord want me to do? Lin Feng asked. Assassination. A glint of light flashed in Gandang's eyes. In the intelligence you gave me, you mentioned that Ghost Fiend Master goes into seclusion every now and then to cultivate a secret technique, which is when he is at his weakest. I want you and your Taoist partners to infiltrate the core forbidden area of the Nether Ghost Sect while he is in seclusion, set up a deadly formation, and strike while he's down. Gandang's plan was undeniably audacious. However, after listening, Lin Feng simply shook his head slightly. Lord of the city, you overestimate us. Even if he's in a weakened state, he's still a nascent soul cultivator. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. For us golden core cultivators to assassinate a nascent soul cultivator is like throwing eggs against a rock. Lin Feng's tone was calm, yet it conveyed an undeniable air of authority. He wouldn't risk his family's lives for that slim chance. Gandang was stunned. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to refuse so decisively. He thought that with Lin Feng's incredible combat power and unpredictable methods, there might actually be a sliver of hope. Then in your opinion, what should be done? Gandang asked anxiously. Killing him is fine. Lin Feng put down his teacup and looked at Gandang, but we can't kill him in his lair. We need to lure him out. Lure him out? Gandang frowned. How easy is that? Ghost Fiend Master is suspicious by nature and as cunning as a fox. Ordinary treasures are simply not enough to tempt him to leave the mountain gate. Ordinary treasures will not suffice. A meaningful smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. But what if it's an opportunity that allows him to break through to the mid-nascent soul stage? Gandang's breath hitched for a moment. What's your solution? I don't have it, Lin Feng shook his head, but the City Lord does. Me? Gandang looked bewildered. Lin Feng looked at him and slowly uttered a few words, the seat of the blood nerve. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap exploded in Gandang's mind. He suddenly remembered that day when Qin Mengyao and Lin Feng forcibly took the evil seed from his treasure vault. You want to use that thing as bait? Gandang exclaimed. No. Absolutely not, he immediately rejected. Once the seed of that blood nerve is planted, it will frantically absorb the life essence of all living beings within 100 miles. In order to lure out the ghost fiend true man, must we slaughter all living beings in this area? How is this any different from the demonic path? Shurgandang reacted strongly. This was his bottom line. Lord of the city, please calm down. Lin Feng raised his hand, signaling him to calm down. Who said it has to be created using the essence and blood of a living being? Shurgandang was taken aback. If not the essence of living beings, then what? Use demonic beasts. Lin Feng's eyes deepened. The Yinfeng Mountains may not have much else, but they have the most demonic beasts. There are countless third and fourth tier demonic beasts. Using their essence and blood to nourish this seed will only yield better results. And then? Shurgandang pressed. Then, Lin Feng stood up, walked to the map, and pointed to a canyon between the Yin Wind Mountains and Rock City. We're right here, preparing a grand opportunity for him. Using the blood nerve as a guide, I will then set up an illusion array to simulate the extraordinary phenomenon of rare and precious treasures being born. As long as the commotion is big enough, he will have no choice but to be tempted. Once he leaves the ghost sect and falls into the trap we've laid. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Shurgandang, a sharp killing intent flashing in his eyes. At that time, we will need the city lord to suppress and kill him with overwhelming force. As Shurgandang listened to Lin Feng's plan, his breathing gradually became rapid. This plan is intricately linked, bold, and highly feasible. This plan is good, but there are two key points, Shurgandang pondered. First, how do we hunt down enough high-level demonic beasts to obtain their essence blood? Making too much noise will also alert Ghost Fiend True Person. Second, even if he is lured out, if he realizes the trap and tries to escape, I am not entirely confident that I can keep him here completely. Leave the first question to me, Lin Feng said calmly. As for the second. He smiled. I have a brilliant plan. Chapter 1013 Monsters, One Show. Does the hermit have a brilliant plan? Shurgandang pondered these 6 words, but his brows did not relax at all. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Lin Feng, but rather that he didn't believe there was any brilliant plan in this world that could trap a nascent soul cultivator with 100% certainty. Young friend Lin, you may not be familiar enough with the methods of nascent soul cultivators. He stood up, paced around the study, and said in a deep voice, when one reaches the nascent soul stage, the soul resides in the void and becomes almost one with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If he were willing, he could burn his own essence and use secret techniques such as blood escape or void escape to travel thousands of miles in an instant. Even if I could catch up, it would be a long and arduous chase. If he is determined to escape, I can only seriously injure him at most. To completely capture him would be as difficult as climbing to the sky. Shurgandang's face was filled with solemnity. This is precisely why he has been hesitant to act for the past century, fearing the consequences. The disaster brought about by a living, vengeful nascent soul ghost cultivator is 10 times more terrifying than that of another ghost sect entrenched in a mountain gate. I understand what the city lord means. Lin Feng remained expressionless, picked up his teacup, and took a small sip. Therefore, we cannot give him a chance to escape. Easier said than done. Shurgandang shook his head, his tone tinged with bitterness. Does the city lord still remember the fragment of the array diagram that my wife selected from your treasury? Lin Feng suddenly asked. Shurgandang was taken aback, then nodded. Of course I remember. It's a fragment of the Star River Overturning Heaven formation, an ancient celestial level formation, but unfortunately it's just a fragment. Not bad. A faint smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. What if I told you that the array diagram is now complete? Shurgandang suddenly turned around, his tiger-like eyes fixed on Lin Feng, filled with disbelief. What did you say? The complete one? How is this possible? He studied that incomplete map for decades and still couldn't complete it even a little bit, and this kid only took it back a few days ago? My Taoist partner is quite talented in the Tao of arrays, Lin Feng said casually, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. Shurgandang looked at him, his facial muscles twitching. He has quite a bit of talent? To be able to complete a heaven rank formation in just a few days, is that considered quite talented? Then wouldn't all the array masters in the world be nothing but clay chickens and earthen dogs? Lin Feng ignored his shock and continued, the greatest function of the complete Star River Overturning Heaven formation is neither to trap nor to kill the enemy. Instead, it's locking the sky. Locking the sky? Shurgandang's voice was slightly puzzled. That's right. Lin Feng's eyes deepened. Once the Great Formation is activated, it can form its own little world, isolating it from the outside world. Within the array's reach, space is distorted, and even the closest distance feels like an insurmountable barrier. More importantly, it can greatly disrupt the spiritual energy connection between cultivators and the outside world. Once Ghost Fiend Master enters the formation, he will be like a fish out of water. All his proud escape techniques will be greatly reduced, or even completely ineffective. He'll be stuck in that canyon, unable to go anywhere. Inside the study, Shurgandang stared blankly at Lin Feng, feeling as if he could hardly breathe. Isolate heaven and earth, disrupt space. This isn't a formation, it's clearly divine intervention. He had always thought that Qin Mengyao was just a golden core female cultivator who was proficient in formations, but now it seems that he was very wrong. He was a grandmaster of formations who could shake the rules of heaven and earth with the power of formations. Well done, locking the sky. After a long while, Shurgandang finally managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. He looked at Lin Feng with an incredibly complicated expression. Even if we can trap him, a nascent soul cultivator's dying counterattack is enough to tear you to shreds. Of course we won. Fight him head on, Lin Feng laughed. The city lord should remember that I also have a Taoist partner. The image of that stunningly beautiful woman with a cool and aloof demeanor and a long sword on her back immediately came to mind for Shurgandang. She is a sword cultivator. Lin Feng's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible pride. Her physique is the Ice Soul sword body, which is 1 in 10,000, and her sword is called Frostfall, forged from the elite of 10,000 years of profound ice, perfectly matching her physique. When Ghost Fiend Master is trapped in the formation and his mind is in chaos, that will be her chance to strike. Her sword will not attack Ghost Fiend True Man's physical body, but will instead work in conjunction with the formation to attack his nascent soul and spirit again and again. The chilling aura of the Frostfall sword can freeze magical power and erode the soul. Every time Ghost Fiend True Man withstands it, he must consume a large amount of his primordial power to dispel that chilling aura. We don't need to kill him, we just need to slowly drain him, like cutting flesh with a dull knife, until he's completely exhausted. Shurgandang's eyelids twitched as he listened. The space is locked by an array, and the nascent soul's essence is worn away by a strange, icy sword aura. This scheme is intricate and ruthless, a masterstroke of cunning. This is hardly the kind of plan that a young man in his early 20s would come up with. It's clearly an ancient monster who has lived for thousands of years orchestrating this. There's another problem. Shurgandang forced himself to calm down. After all, Ghost Fiend Master is a ghost cultivator with a powerful soul. Could your Taoist partner's sword really injure his soul? Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult, Lin Feng readily admitted. However, it seems that the city lord has forgotten that I have a third Taoist partner. Shurgandang was completely stunned. One more? The image of that gentle woman who was always taking care of the children instantly flashed into his mind. Could it be that she's a monster too? My Taoist partner was born with the Yi-Wood immortal body and cultivates the great Tao of life. In the canyon where traps are laid, she can turn every tree and every blade of grass into our eyes and weapons. She can make the canyon bloom with a kind of spiritual flower called drunken god fragrance, whose pollen is colorless and odorless, but can subtly numb the soul. It may not be very effective for golden core cultivators, but it can have an unexpected effect on a nascent soul cultivator who is trapped in the formation and whose mind is unsettled. She can also generate countless spirit-devouring vines to constantly harass Ghost Fiend True Man and absorb the magical power of his protective aura. These methods, taken individually, are nothing more than a tickle to a nascent soul cultivator. But when they combine with the chilling aura of the Star River overturning Heaven Array and the Frostfall sword. Lin Feng didn't say anything more, but Shurgandang already understood completely. That will be an inescapable trap. A deadly situation perfectly combined with spatial distortion, soul attack, and environmental weakening. Shurgandang looked at Lin Feng, opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. After a long while, he couldn't help but ask a question that he had been holding back for a long time. Young friend Lin. I dare to ask a question. Are you, and your wives really people of this world? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was first taken aback, then burst into laughter. You jest, city lord. He stood up and drank the rest of the tea in his cup in one gulp. However, the city lord needs to understand. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened again. All of this we did was to weaken him to the extreme, pin him firmly in place, and leave him with nowhere to escape. But the one who truly dealt him a thunderous blow, completely crushing his nascent soul and obliterating his spirit, leaving no trace of future trouble. Lin Feng looked at Shurgandang and said, word by word. It can only be you. It has to be you. Only a nascent soul cultivator can truly kill a nascent soul cultivator. These words resounded like a great bell in Shi Gandong's heart. He instantly understood Lin Feng's entire intention. Lin Feng and his family are responsible for setting up the perfect stage, weakening the most powerful enemy, and creating the perfect opportunity. And he, Shi Gandong, the city lord of Panchur City, will be the only protagonist wielding a butcher's knife in this grand drama. A long-lost sense of pride and fighting spirit rose within him. He had been stabbed in the back by the ghost sect for far too long, and had endured it for far too long. Now, it's finally time to pull it out. Good. Shi Gandong slammed his hand on the table, and the desk, made of ancient ironwood, groaned under the weight. We'll do it your way. An unprecedented light burst forth in his eyes, and an domineering aura belonging to a nascent soul expert suddenly spread out. What materials do you need? How many people do you need? Just tell me. All the resources of the entire Rock City are at your disposal. This time, I will make sure that Ghostly Fiend has nowhere to go, neither to heaven nor to hell. Chapter 102: The Hunters of the Wind Mountains. When Lin Feng returned to Changqing Garden, Mu Wan'er was holding a bowl of freshly stewed spiritual soup, preparing to feed Qin Mengyao. Xiao Bingyao leaned against a bamboo tree, silently wiping her frostfall sword. When they saw the unprecedented seriousness on Lin Feng's face, everyone stopped what they were doing. Something happened? Qin Mengyao was the first to speak. She put down the spoon in her hand, and her usually lazy eyes instantly turned sharp. Lin Feng nodded and, without any further words, recounted the conspiracy of the city lord's mansion and the audacious, almost insane, assassination plan in detail. In the courtyard, you could hear a pin drop. Assassinate the nascent soul cultivator. These 4 words are like a fairy tale to any golden core cultivator. He's gone mad. That old bastard Shi Gandong has gone mad. Sending us golden core cultivators to assassinate nascent soul cultivators? Qin Mengyao was the first to slam her hand on the table, but instead of showing fear, she was eager to try. It may seem crazy, but it's feasible. Xiao Bingyao's voice was soft, but unusually firm. Her hand was already gripping the hilt of the frostfall sword. Mu Wan'er's face turned pale. She instinctively shielded Qin Mengyao and looked at Lin Feng with concern. Husband, it's too dangerous. Fortune favors the bold. Lin Feng walked to her side and gently patted the back of her hand. We will never have peace until we remove the thorn in the side of the ghost sect. Besides, I am absolutely certain of success. He revealed all the details of the entire plan. Qin Mengyao set up the Star River Overturning Heaven array to lock down heaven and earth, then Xiao Bingyao used the Frostfall sword to wear down his nascent soul origin, and finally Mu Wan'er used Drunken God Incense and Soul Devouring Vine to weaken his soul and magic power. Every step was meticulously planned. So, I'm in charge of the most important core part, while you guys go out and fight? Qin Mengyao said, stroking her chin with a displeased expression. You're a national treasure now, you can't afford any mistakes. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at her, annoyed. Humph. Qin Mengyao pouted, but didn't argue any further. She suddenly looked at Lin Feng and stretched out her hand confidently. Prepare 100 sets of array materials for me, the best of them. Also, I've been using my brain a bit too much to figure out formations lately, so remember to bring me back some fresh 4th-tier demon beast brains. Lin Feng was both amused and exasperated, and could only nod in agreement. Bingyao, Wan'er, you two come with me. Lin Feng looked at his other 2 wives. Our first goal on this trip is to find enough nutrients for that seed of blood nerve dot. Don't worry. Xiao Bingyao only said 1 word before transforming into a streak of sword light and waiting at the door. Mu Wan'er nodded heavily, her worried gaze turning into determination. The Yinfeng Mountains are shrouded in gray-black miasma year-round. The mountains are filled with jagged rocks and ancient trees, and the air is permeated with a putrid and bloody smell. This is a paradise for monsters and a forbidden place for cultivators. 3 figures, like ghosts, moved silently through the dense forest. Lin Feng walked at the front, affixing concealing breath talismans to the 3 of them, perfectly blending their auras into the surrounding environment. The powerful divine sense of the late-stage golden core cultivator spread out, vigilantly monitoring every movement within a radius of dozens of miles. Xiao Bingyao followed behind him, holding the frostfall sword, her eyes as cold as knives, ready to deal with any unexpected situation at any time. Mu Wan'er closed her eyes. Her would immortal body reached its peak at this moment. Her senses seemed to transform into countless invisible tentacles, following the grass roots beneath her feet, climbing up the entwined vines, and merging into the towering ancient trees. the entire forest became her eyes and ears. She clearly saw in her mind where there were unusual fluctuations in spiritual energy, where demonic beasts lurked underground, and where rare spiritual herbs grew. "My lord, there is a wind gap 30 miles to the left and ahead," Muwaner suddenly opened her eyes and said softly. "There dwells a howling wind wolf king at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, and its pack numbers around 200. That wolf king possesses extremely vigorous blood and energy, making it the best target." "Okay, that's the one." A glint of light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, the three immediately changed direction and stealthily headed towards the location indicated by Muwaner. Half an hour later, they arrived at a huge valley surrounded by jagged rocks. At the entrance to the valley, several robust wolves were lazily lying on the ground, dozing off, but their ears twitching from time to time proved that they had not let their guard down. "Bing Yao, go in from the front. Make as much noise as possible to lure out the wolves." Lin Feng calmly assigned the task. "Wanner, stay by my side and prepare the jade bottle." "Good." Xiao Bingyao's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next moment, "Hold head high." A loud, clear wolf howl suddenly came from the depths of the valley, filled with anger and savagery. Immediately afterwards, an extremely dazzling ice-blue sword light exploded in the sky above the valley. Boom! A terrifying chill swept in all directions, and a thick layer of frost instantly formed on the ground at the entrance of the valley. The few demon wolves that were dozing off were frozen into ice sculptures before they even had time to let out a howl. "Awah! Awah!" The entire valley was in an uproar. Hundreds of demonic wolves, their bodies bluish-black and their eyes bloodshot, surged out of every corner of the valley like a tidal wave, rushing toward the direction from which the sword light shone. In the center of the valley, Xiao Bingyao, dressed in white, floated in mid-air. She remained expressionless, her frostfall sword unleashing a series of icy sword strikes. Each sword strike brought with it a spray of scalding wolf blood. Those fearless demon wolves would suddenly slow down once they got within 10 feet of her, their bodies covered in frost, before being torn to shreds by the merciless sword light. She alone, with only a sword, managed to withstand the frenzied attack of hundreds of demon wolves. The commotion immediately attracted the Wolf King's attention. Roar! A roar, completely different from a normal wolf howl, rang out. A gigantic wolf king, more than 3 times larger than an ordinary wolf, with fur that had a metallic sheen, leaped out of its den. It opened its mouth and spat out a cyan wind blade formed from a gale, tearing through the air with a piercing whistling sound as it slashed towards Xiao Bingyao. Xiao Bingyao's eyes narrowed, and instead of retreating, she advanced, her frostfall sword meeting the wind blades with a single strike. Bite! With a crisp sound, the wind blade was precisely shattered by the sword tip, turning into a raging storm. Seeing that its attack had failed, the howling wolf king's eyes gleamed even more fiercely. It stomped its 4 claws on the ground, its body transforming into a streak of azure lightning, with sharp winds swirling around its claws, heading straight for Xiao Bingyao's heart. The Golden Core Demon King's speed was incredibly fast. However, Xiao Bingyao reacted even faster. She neither dodged nor evaded, but instead activated the Ice Soul sword body within her body at full power, unleashing an extremely cold aura from the Frostfall sword. Freeze! Click! Click! The air seemed to freeze. The howling wolf king's claws, sharp enough to tear through metal, suddenly stopped less than a foot away from Xiao Bingyao's chest. A thin layer of ice crystals is spreading upwards at a visible speed along its sharp claws. Now! Lin Feng, who had been hiding in the shadows, blending his aura into that of a rock, made a move. His figure appeared beside the howling wolf king as if by teleportation, without any warning. There were no earth-shattering spells, nor any dazzling moves. There was only one ordinary-looking golden hand, yet it contained terrifying power. His late-stage golden core cultivation erupted without reservation at this moment. Town! Boom! That palm strike landed squarely on the howling wind wolf king's waist. The howling wolf king's massive body was struck as if by an invisible mountain, letting out a mournful howl before flying sideways and crashing heavily into the mountainside, creating a huge crater in the hard rock. It struggled to stand up, only to find that all the bones in its body seemed to have been shattered. A domineering and incomparable magical power raged within its body, suppressing its demon core. One palm strike, and the Golden Core Demon King is suppressed. Lin Feng's figure followed closely, appearing instantly above its head. He raised his fingers and, with lightning speed, tapped the Wolf King several times, sealing all its meridians. Wanner! Muwaner immediately ran out from her hiding place, holding a crystal clear, specially made jade bottle in her hand, and carefully brought it to the Wolf King's neck. With a flick of his finger, Lin Feng created a precise wound, and the vibrant, crimson essence of the Demon King was immediately drawn in by a gentle magical force, flowing continuously into the jade bottle. Seeing their alpha wolf captured, the remaining wolves did not retreat. Instead, they surged forward even more frantically. Court death. Xiao Bingyao's cold voice rang out. With a flick of her wrist, the Frostfall sword emitted a clear and melodious sword cry. Ice Soul Divine Light. A beam of icy blue divine light, more concentrated and dazzling than any of the previous sword energies, burst forth from the tip of the sword. Wherever the divine light passed, time and space seemed to freeze. Dozens of demonic wolves charging at the forefront, along with the ground beneath their feet, instantly transformed into a crystal-clear ice sculpture, lifelike in its appearance. The remaining wolf pack finally felt fear, let out whimpers, and scattered and fled with their tails between their legs. Soon, the entire bottle of essence blood was collected. Lin Feng swiftly and decisively shattered the Wolf King's demon core with a single finger, ending its suffering. Mu Wanner frowned slightly as she looked at the corpses of the demon wolves scattered on the ground. She took out a small porcelain bottle from her storage bag, poured out some green powder, and sprinkled it around. Sizzle! The corpses of those demon wolves melted and decomposed at a visible speed the moment they came into contact with the powder, eventually turning into pools of black water that seeped into the soil, leaving not even a trace of blood. A moment later, the entire valley returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 103: The Hunt. In the following days, the Yinfeng Mountains were swept by a silent storm of bloodshed. 3 ghostly figures became the most terrifying hunters in this monster paradise. Mu Wanner closed her eyes and gently touched the trunk of an ancient tree with her slender fingers. Countless subtle life messages flowed along the tree roots, vines, and mycelium into her mind, forming an incredibly precise living map. 19 miles to the southeast, in an underground cave, a earth dragon beast at the early stage of the 4th rank is sleeping. Its essence blood contains the power of the earth, which is extremely rich. Good. Lin Feng uttered only one word, and the 3 of them immediately turned around, their figures blending into the shadows without making a sound. The Earth Dragon's cave is hundreds of feet deep for other cultivators, just sneaking in would be extremely difficult. But for Mu Wanner, this was not a problem. She stretched out her delicate hand and lightly pressed it against the hard rock wall. The moss and vines clinging to the crevices of the rocks seemed to come alive, growing wildly and carving out a narrow passage that could only accommodate one person at a time. The passage leads directly to the sleeping lair of the Earth Dragon beast. The monster, resembling a giant pangolin, was emitting a deep snore. It was completely unaware of the impending danger. Lin Feng and Xiao Bingyao exchanged a glance. The next moment, Xiao Bingyao's figure rushed out first, and the Frostfall sword drew a cold arc in the darkness. There was no earth-shattering sword light, only an extreme chill that instantly sealed off the space around the Earth Dragon beast. Roar! The Earth Dragon beast suddenly awoke, and just as it was about to leap up, it found that its massive body had become incredibly stiff, and the demonic power flowing through its meridians seemed to have been frozen. Just as it was filled with shock and anger, Lin Feng's figure appeared silently above its head. A golden hand floated down and landed on its heavy skull. Town. There was no loud noise, no explosion. The massive body of the 4th-tier demonic beast shuddered violently, its fierce eyes dimmed instantly, and its enormous head slammed heavily to the ground, whereupon it fell silent. Lin Feng directly shattered its soul with his domineering magical power. Mu Wanner quickly stepped forward, skillfully took out the jade bottle, and began to collect essence blood. Lin Feng then put the corpse of the Earth Dragon beast into his storage ring, along with its demon core. This is the brainflower and high-grade array material that Qin Mangyao specifically requested. Not a single bit can be wasted. After doing all this, the 3 of them left silently. The passage behind them was sealed off again by rocks and soil as the vines contracted, as if it had never existed. 3 days. A ghost-faced demon spider at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. 2 3-eyed demon bats at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. There were also more than 10 other peak-level 3rd-tier demonic beasts. All of this was transformed into the essence blood in Mu Wanner's jade bottle and the materials in Lin Feng's storage ring through such textbook-level assassination coordination. Their efficiency is frighteningly high. Mu Wanner's precise positioning, Xiao Bingyao's fatal blow, and Lin Feng's final suppression combined to form a seamless hunting system. In the Yinfeng Mountains, those Golden Core demon kings who usually reign supreme were completely unaware of what kind of being they had provoked. They were silently wiped out while they were sleeping or hunting. On this day, when the last bottle of essence blood was collected, Mu Wanner's face was slightly pale. Husband, that's enough. Lin Feng looked at her and knew that activating the Yi would immortal body to conduct such a large-scale and detailed investigation was also a huge drain on her energy. He handed her a pill to restore her spirit and said softly, "You've worked hard. Now, it's time to find a good place and prepare a big gift for our guests." Guided by Mu Wanner, they arrived at an extremely secluded canyon. This place is low-lying and is shrouded in colorful miasma all year round. This miasma is not only poisonous, but it can also disrupt the perception of divine sense. The spiritual energy within the canyon is chaotic and disorderly, making it a forbidden place that cultivators would absolutely avoid. But this is exactly the perfect stage that Lin Feng and his team need. This is it. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He took out the black and red blood nerve seed from his storage ring. As soon as the seed appeared, the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to drop a few degrees, and an evil, greedy, bloodthirsty thought emanated from it. Mu Wanner looked at the seed, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. Without hesitation, she took out all the Demon King's essence blood, which she had collected over the past few days and which was radiating immense power. "I'll do it." She walked to a clearing in the middle of the canyon and carefully buried the seed in the soil. Then, she opened the first jade bottle. The Demon King's blood, as red as agate, was drawn by a gentle magical force and slowly poured onto the seed. Sizzle. Strange things happened. The immense amount of essence blood disappeared instantly upon contact with the soil, as if absorbed by a sponge. And the seed buried deep underground began to beat violently, like a heart. Gulp! Gulp! The dull thumping sound echoed in the silent canyon, sending a chill down one's spine. Mu Wanner didn't stop, one bottle after another. The ghost-faced demon spider, the earth dragon beast, the three-eyed demon bat. As more and more powerful Demon King blood essence was poured in, the seed's reaction became more and more intense. Boom! A dark red aura suddenly shot out from the ground and soared into the sky. The entire canyon began to shake, and the flowers and plants on the ground withered and rotted at a visible speed, turning into black ash. A nauseating stench of blood and an aura of evil spread wildly in all directions. "They're here." Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. Just then, a purple streak of light descended from the sky and landed precisely at the entrance of the canyon. Qin Mengyao's figure appeared. She looked at the soaring blood aura and pinched her nose in disgust. "What's going on? It stinks so bad. Don't they know pregnant women can't stand the smell of blood?" She complained, but her hands moved with astonishing speed. One by one, the array flags, shimmering with starlight, flew from her hands, transforming into streams of light that disappeared into the surrounding rock walls, trees, and even the depths of the earth. "My lord, the Qian position, 33 Zhan underground, earth element array plate." "Sister Bingyao, at the Ken position, on top of that crooked tree, is the water array flag." "Hurry up. If you're any slower, that old ghost from the Netherworld sect will come knocking on our door." Qin Mengyao stood with her hands on her hips, like a female general commanding the battlefield, directing Lin Feng and Xiao Bingyao to run all over the field. Without saying a word, Lin Feng and Xiao Bingyao hit exactly where they were pointed, their movements incredibly precise. With the last core array plate being driven into the earth vein node in the center of the canyon by Lin Feng, Qin Mengyao made hand seals and muttered incantations. "The Milky Way is the chessboard, heaven and earth are the pieces, let's reverse the universe, rise." Buzz. A transparent light curtain, invisible to the naked eye, instantly enveloped the entire canyon. A miraculous thing happened. The dark red bloodlight that shot into the sky, so malevolent and all-powerful, was forcibly twisted, purified, and reshaped the moment it touched the light barrier. The original bloodshed and evil were replaced by a grand, peaceful, and vibrant atmosphere. The dark red bloodlight was broken down into a rainbow of colors. On the withered ground, tender shoots sprouted anew, and bloomed into wondrous, ever-before-seen, radiant and magical flowers. A refreshing and unique fragrance began to permeate the canyon and drifted outwards through the gaps in the formation. From the outside, this once lifeless canyon is now filled with radiant light and auspicious energy, as if some peerless elixir or divine object is about to be born. Qin Mengyao clapped her hands in satisfaction, fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. She walked up to Lin Feng and proudly raised her chin. "How about it? My sleight of hand wasn't bad, was it?" "Impressive," Lin Feng exclaimed sincerely. In her hands, the Star River overturning heaven array was used in countless creative ways. Xiao Bingyao looked at this incredible scene, a hint of amazement flashing in her usually cold eyes. In the center of the canyon, the blood nerve seed, which had absorbed a massive amount of essence and blood, had been fully activated and grown into a blood red vine half the height of a person. On the vine, a fist-sized, eerie fruit, seemingly formed from condensed blood, is slowly forming. The alluring scent emanating from the fruit was amplified and disguised 1,000-fold by the array, transforming into a visible pillar of spiritual energy that pierced through the miasma that had lingered over the Infong Mountains for millennia, soaring straight into the sky. Chapter 104 Nascent Soul takes the bait. Ghost Sect, Hall of 10,000 Souls. On the somber throne of bones, a figure dressed in black robes and with a withered face sat cross-legged. He was surrounded by a faint black ghostly aura, within which countless tiny souls wailed and floated, eventually being absorbed into his body and transformed into pure energy. He is the sect leader of the ghostly ghost sect, the fearsome nascent soul cultivator in the southern part of the southern frontier ghostly demon master. For hundreds of years, his mind has remained as calm and undisturbed as ice. But just now, an aura emanating from the depths of the Infong Mountains made his long-dormant heart beat violently. Ghostly Fiend Master suddenly opened his eyes, and two dark green ghost flames flickered violently in his turbid pupils. What kind of aura is that? Grand, pure, and full of vitality, it seems to be a peerless divine object born of nature. Yet, amidst that overwhelming life force, he also keenly caught a fleeting, eerie scent that shared the same origin. The taste was remarkably similar to the 9 nether soul-devouring scripture he cultivated. This feeling, a name that had been sealed away for a long time and existed only in the sect's oldest records, suddenly rushed into his mind. Blood God Fruit. Legend has it that this is an evil treasure, forged from the essence and blood of countless powerful beings. Legend has it that consuming one of these pills can allow a nascent soul cultivator to break through a minor realm out of thin air. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two dark figures, like ghosts, appeared silently in the center of the hall and knelt on one knee in front of the throne. Metropolitan. These were his two most trusted confidants, Elder Mo and Elder Gu, both at the late Golden Core stage. You felt it too? Ghost Fiend Master's voice was hoarse and dry, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Reporting to the sect master. Elder Mo raised his head, his face filled with barely suppressed excitement. Deep within the Een Wind Mountains, a rare treasure has been born. Its light soars into the sky, and its fragrance travels for miles. Such a phenomenon must be a divine object of the heavenly rank or higher. Elder Bone, who was as thin as a skeleton, appeared even more cautious. Sect Master, something is amiss here. I just used my divine sense to investigate, and I discovered that the area is shrouded by an invisible force. Once divine sense gets close, it's like a mud-ox sinking into the sea. It's impossible to see the true situation inside. What does this mean? Elder Mo retorted. It means that the divine object is protected by a natural array. The more this is the case, the more it proves that this object is extraordinary. Elder Gu shook his head. It could be a trap. Shurgondang of Rock City has always been eyeing us covetously. Could this be a scheme he's set up? A trap? Elder Mo sneered. What kind of trap would require such an earth-shattering phenomenon as bait? Does Shurgondang have the guts to do that? Besides, even if it really is a trap, what can it do to my sect leader? In this region of southern Xinjiang, apart from Shurgondang taking action personally, who can threaten the sect leader's safety? Ghostly Fiend Master remained silent, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest of the white bone throne, producing a soft knock sound. He was torn between his inner thoughts and his own conscience. He has been trapped at the early stage of the nascent soul realm for over 300 years, with less than 200 years left to live. If he cannot break through soon, all that awaits him is to turn into a handful of dust. Blood God Fruit. These 3 words, like a magical flame, burned away his nearly dried-up ambition. Reason told him that this was likely a trap. A formation capable of obscuring the divine sense of a nascent soul cultivator was by no means simple. But that deep-seated desire, like an invisible hand, gripped his throat, making it impossible for him to breathe. Fortune favors the bold. The path of cultivation is inherently a struggle against fate. If he had been timid and hesitant, he, Ghost Fiend, would not have reached this point. Shurgondang? Ghost Fiend Master finally spoke, his voice filled with disdain and arrogance. If he dares to leave Rock City, I will sense it immediately. As long as he doesn't move, where in the southern part of southern Xinjiang can I go? He slowly rose from the throne, and a terrifying pressure belonging to a nascent soul cultivator instantly enveloped the entire hall. Pass down the order, seal off the mountain. Activate the sect's protective formation. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Elder Mo, Elder Gu, you two will come with me. I'd like to see who this person is, daring to play tricks on my turf. Ultimately, the insatiable desire for a breakthrough overwhelmed that last shred of reason. 3 streams of black demonic energy shot into the sky, tearing through the heavens, and sped toward the direction where the precious light shone. The canyon was completely silent. After Qin Mangyao finished setting up the formation, Lin Feng forcibly sent her back to Panchur City. Before leaving, she grabbed Lin Feng's collar and warned him fiercely, "If you dare to hurt yourself, I'll turn you into an array plate when we get back." Lin Feng smiled helplessly and agreed. After watching her leave, the warmth on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a calm and undisturbed expression. He sat cross-legged on a rock in the center of the canyon, his eyes closed, as if he had become one with the great formation. In his perception, the entire canyon was a game of chess. Xiao Bingyao is the general hidden in the shadows of the cliff, poised to strike. Mu Wan'er is a soldier lurking among the flowers, grasses, and vines, subtly influencing and nourishing others. And he is the one who plays the game. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyelashes twitched slightly. He saw it. 3 powerful and malevolent demonic energies are rushing straight towards this place at an extremely fast speed. The leading aura was the unique aura of a nascent soul cultivator. The last 2 represent the cultivation level of the late golden core stage. The fish has taken the bait. They're here. Lin Feng's voice was clearly transmitted into Xiao Bingyao and Mu Wan'er's minds through the array. 1 early-stage nascent soul cultivator and 2 late-stage golden core cultivators, just as we predicted. In the shadow of the cliff, Xiao Bingyao remained motionless, but the temperature of the air around her suddenly dropped, and even the rocks were covered with a thin layer of frost. Her hand was already gripping the hilt of the frostfall sword. On the other side of the canyon, behind countless flowers and plants, came Mu Wan'er's gentle yet firm voice. "Don't worry, my husband." "Not enough." Lin Feng's voice rang out again, but with a hint of teasing. "Wan'er, is the dosage of those drunken god incense you cultivated sufficient? Don't let it just make that old ghost a little dizzy, that would be ridiculous." From the darkness came a soft hum from Mu Wan'er, her voice filled with confidence. "My husband underestimates me. The dosage of each flower has been precisely calculated by me. Let alone a human, even a 4th-tier dragon would have to lie down and sleep for 3 days and 3 nights after smelling it for a quarter of an hour. That's good." Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, raised his head, and looked towards the entrance of the canyon. There, 3 thick plumes of black mist had already approached from afar and hovered 100 feet above the canyon. The ghostly immortal's eyes, flickering with ghostly fire, were greedily and warily surveying the blessed land before him, which was radiating a dazzling light. Chapter 105: Inviting the Enemy into the Trap. Outside the canyon, 3 plumes of black mist hovered in mid-air. Ghostly Fiend Master's eyes, gleaming with ghostly fire, were fixed on the area below where the precious light soared into the sky. The rich aroma, mixed with the boundless life force, was like the most alluring poison, constantly stimulating his senses. "Sect Master, this is simply a miracle." Elder Mo was so excited that his whole body trembled, and his voice changed. He had never seen such an amazing phenomenon in his life. That aura made the golden core in his body start to activate, as if he could break through the bottleneck with just one breath. Elder Bone, standing to the side, had a grave expression. He sniffed and his gaunt face was full of doubt. "Something's not right. This fragrance is too overpowering, almost deliberately so. Moreover, the terrain of this canyon is a typical dead zone, a desolate place. How could it possibly give birth to such a divine object?" "Elder Bone, you're just too suspicious." Elder Mo retorted disdainfully. As the saying goes, things reach their extremes and then reverse. Only in extremely inauspicious places can extremely auspicious things be born. Don't you understand this? Elder Bone wanted to say something more, but Ghost Fiend Master waved his hand impatiently. That's enough. His gaze greedily swept over every inch of land in the canyon. Reason told him that something strange was amiss here. However, the bottleneck of the early stage of the nascent soul realm was like a mountain pressing down on him for 300 years. He would never let go of any opportunity to overcome this mountain. Even if it's a trap, so what? Ghost Fiend Master sneered arrogantly. Since Sher Gondang has not made any move, who else in the southern part of southern Xinjiang can hold me back? I want to see what kind of villain dares to show off his skills in front of me. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't hesitate any longer. With a swift movement, he transformed into a streak of black light and rushed into the canyon first. Elder Mo and Elder Gu exchanged a glance and immediately followed. The moment the 3 stepped into the canyon. Buzz. The surrounding scenery suddenly distorted without warning. Behind them, at the entrance to the canyon, the familiar Infong mountain range shimmered like a reflection in the water before disappearing completely. What replaced it was a boundless and dazzling galaxy. The three of them seemed to be instantly transported to the heavens, with nothing but nebulae beneath their feet and the sun, moon, and stars slowly swirling above them. Countless starlight converged into a river, flowing quietly around them. The already intense fragrance of the treasure became more than 10 times stronger at this moment. This is... Elder Mo's eyes widened, completely stunned by the magnificent yet bizarre scene before him. He felt every pore on his body open up, greedily absorbing the immense energy in the air. He even felt that the bottleneck in his cultivation had loosened slightly. Great! What a treasure! It's definitely a divine treasure that has been born, he shouted excitedly. Ghost Fiend Master's face instantly darkened. Formation. He squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth, and the greed in his ghostly eyes faded, leaving only endless coldness and vigilance. We're trapped. Elder Gu's face also turned pale. He immediately tried to circulate his magic power, but was horrified to find that he was like someone stuck in a quagmire, and his magic power was extremely difficult to circulate. Sect Master, this formation is incredibly strange. It's disrupting our magical power and even paralyzing our souls. He felt a bit dizzy, which was definitely not a normal reaction to being cleansed by spiritual energy. A trivial skill. Ghost Fiend Master roared, and the terrifying pressure of a nascent soul cultivator erupted. He suddenly opened his mouth, and a small banner swirling with endless black mist and vengeful spirits flew out of his mouth, growing larger in the wind and instantly becoming more than 3 zhang tall. It was his natal demonic treasure, the 9 Nether banner. Break for me! Ghostly Fiend Master made a hand seal with one hand and pointed sharply at the 9 Nether banner. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! The mournful cries of ghosts and gods echoed throughout the entire starry sky. Thousands upon thousands of twisted souls transformed into a black torrent, surging forth from the banner with overwhelming resentment and malevolent energy, and frantically attacking the surrounding illusory stars. He wanted to use brute force to overcome skill, using the fierce souls accumulated in the 10,000 souls banner for hundreds of years to forcefully break through this damned formation. However, what happened next made him furious. The thousands upon thousands of malevolent spirits, upon encountering the dazzling starlight, not only failed to shatter the illusion, but instead reacted as if ice and snow had met the blazing sun. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Each ray of starlight seems to carry a purifying power. The evil spirits let out screams 100 times more shrill than when they were being refined. The black aura on their bodies was rapidly dissolved by the starlight, and their overwhelming resentment was actually forcibly erased and purified. Finally, those souls that had lost their resentment transformed into the purest soul power and merged into this galaxy, making the starry sky even brighter and more stable. No! Ghostly Fiend Master let out a roar of disbelief. How is that possible? His 9 Nether banner was made by collecting the souls of 100,000 living beings and refining them with a secret method. It is extremely ferocious and can even corrupt and corrode the magic treasures of cultivators of the same level. But now, it has actually become nourishment for the enemy's formation? This is hardly a formation. This is clearly his nemesis. In the center of the canyon, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, a cold smile playing on his lips. The Star River Overturning Heaven Array is an ancient celestial level array that contains the ultimate principles of heaven and earth, and is righteous and awe-inspiring. Using a heretical and demonic artifact like the 10,000 Souls banner to attack is simply like an old man hanging himself wanting to die. Not enough. Lin Feng closed his eyes, his consciousness merging with the entire formation, and he clearly saw the 3 exasperated figures within the formation. His voice, through the resonance of the array, entered the minds of Mu Wanner and Xiao Bingyao. Wanner, it's your turn. In a corner of the canyon, Mu Wanner, whose figure was hidden by countless flowers, grasses and vines, nodded gently. She stretched out her slender hand and pressed it lightly against the ground. Rise. Inside the formation, Ghost Fiend Master, who was in a fit of rage, suddenly felt a tightness under his feet. He looked down and saw countless dark green vines that had somehow emerged from the void, wrapping tightly around his feet like venomous snakes. Get out of my way! Ghostly Fiend Master roared, and with a surge of his protective ghostly energy, he shattered the vines into dust. But the vines seemed endless as soon as one batch broke, even more and thicker vines would immediately wrap around it. They tore at him frantically, unable to break through his protective ghostly aura, but constantly consuming his magical power. What alarmed him even more was that strange, blood-red flowers were blooming on those vines. The moment the flower blooms, a strange pollen, colorless and odorless yet capable of penetrating the very soul, silently spreads out. Oh no! It's the drunken god incense. Everyone hold your breath. Elder Bone, with his vast knowledge, immediately recognized the substance and cried out in alarm. But it was too late. Elder Mo, the weakest among them, was already overwhelmed by the sight before him and the immense treasure energy. Now, after inhaling the pollen, he felt his eyelids growing heavier and heavier, and the world spinning around him. He ended up falling headfirst from mid-air. Waste! Ghostly Fiend Master cursed under his breath, then waved his hand and released a wisp of ghostly energy, pulling Elder Mo to his side. He himself felt his soul becoming heavy, as if it were filled with lead, and the circulation of his nascent soul became sluggish. He finally felt fear. One can purify his soul banner, another can control plants to weaken him, and an unseen enemy is secretly poisoning him. What kind of enemy is this? He dared not hold back in the slightest. His nascent soul trembled violently, and a massive amount of primordial power ignited within him. Blood escape. He's trying to escape. Even if it means suffering severe damage, we must escape this damned formation first. A dense cloud of blood-red light enveloped the three of them. The next moment, a flash of blood-red light appeared, and it was about to tear through space and escape. However, nothing happened. The blood-red light crashed against an invisible barrier, creating ripples that could not penetrate it. The surrounding stars seemed to materialize at this moment, forming an indestructible cage. How could this be? Ghostly Fiend Master was completely stunned. His blood escape technique failed? At this moment, all his connection with the outside world was completely severed. He was like a fly trapped in a sealed iron box, unable to find a way out no matter how hard he tried. It's over. For the first time, despair appeared in the eyes of the Ghostly Fiend Master. And in that very instant when his mind went blank, a sword intent, chilling to the extreme and seemingly capable of freezing the soul, suddenly shone brightly in the depths of the starry river. Chapter 106: The Real and the Fake Hunter. Deep within the Milky Way, that sword strike was earth-shattering. There was no dazzling sword light, no grand display of power. Only a single, perfectly condensed, ice-blue sword light, silent yet carrying a terrifying will to freeze the soul, pierced the mental weakness exposed by Ghost Fiend True Man due to despair. This was Xiao Bingyao's all-out attack. It is the killing move of the Ice Soul Divine Light Sword Manual. It's the most crucial part of the entire assassination plan. The approaching sword light was reflected in the ghostly fire-filled eyes of the Ghostly Fiend Master. His face still bore that expression of utter despair. It's over. Everything is over. However, just a moment before the sword light pierced his brow, Ghost Fiend Master's seemingly dull eyes suddenly erupted with an astonishing fierceness and mockery. He moved. His movements were incredibly fast, unlike someone who had lost their composure. Suddenly, his withered arm shot out and grabbed Elder Mo, who was dazed from inhaling the drunken god incense. Sect Master, you. Elder Mo only had time to utter a confused mutter before Ghost Fiend True Man used him without hesitation as a shield to fiercely meet the icy blue sword light. Put! The sword light pierced through flesh without the slightest obstruction. The terrifying chill, powerful enough to freeze a nascent soul's soul, instantly poured into Elder Mo's body. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, unlike any human voice, suddenly rang out. Elder Mo's body convulsed violently, his skin turned bluish-purple at a visible speed, and a layer of ice crystals spread from his body, freezing him into a hideous human-shaped ice sculpture. His golden core was instantly covered with cracks, and his soul was torn apart inch by the extreme cold. One strike, and the late-stage golden core cultivator perished. He 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 he. A chilling, ear-piercing laugh echoed through the silent Star River array. Ghostly Fiend Master shoved Elder Mo, who had already turned into a corpse, aside. In his ghostly fire-like eyes, there was no longer a trace of despair, only endless cruelty and mockery. What a brilliant soul attack! What a magnificent ice soul sword body! He stared intently at the direction from which the sword light had come, as if he could pierce through layers of nebulae to see the white figure in the shadows of the cliff. Young man, in order to lure you into making a move, I even sacrificed a trusted confidant in the late stage of the Golden Core realm. You're not at a loss. This sudden scene terrified the only remaining Elder Bone. Looking at his companion's gruesome death and then at the sect leader's indifferent and self-righteous demeanor, a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He finally understood that the sect leader's despair, rage, and even the use of blood escape were all an act. He never intended to escape from the very beginning. He was risking his own life, and even the lives of his subordinates, to lure the real killer out. This is a complete madman. A veritable demon. How could this be? In a corner of the canyon, Muwaner's face turned deathly pale. She never imagined that a nascent soul cultivator could be so ruthless. He used his trusted confidant, who had followed him for 100 years, as a shield without batting an eye. On the cliff, Xiao Bingyao's figure swayed slightly, clearly her mind had been shaken. Her deadly attack was actually neutralized by the opponent in this way. In the center of the canyon, Lin Feng, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. His face showed no shock, no anger, only a cold calm. I underestimated an old demon who has lived for nearly 1,000 years. His voice, resonating through the array, clearly entered the minds of his two wives. Lin Feng's tone was very calm, and this calmness acted like a shot of adrenaline, quickly soothing Mu Wan'er and Xiao Bingyao's panicked hearts. "Husband, what should we do now?" Mu Wan'er's voice trembled slightly. "Don't panic," Lin Feng said. "Although he is cunning, he is still in a cage. However, this old fox is much more troublesome than we imagined. Bingyao, he has pinpointed your approximate location. Do not make any further moves for now. Conceal your presence. Wanner, increase the dosage of drunken god incense to stimulate the growth of the soul-devouring vine and continue to weaken him." "Yes." The two wives immediately obeyed. Inside the Great Formation, Ghostly Fiend Master grinned maliciously, raised his hand, and the 9 nether banner reappeared in his hand. This time, he didn't foolishly use the myriad souls to attack the starlight. He suddenly shook the banner, and thick black mist surged out of it, but instead of dissipating, it formed a heavy barrier of ghostly energy around him. Above the barrier, the faces of countless spirits appeared and disappeared, emitting silent roars that devoured and blocked the pollen that silently spread over. "Trying to wear me down with poison? How naive!" Ghostly Demon Master sneered. Immediately afterwards, countless dark green vines surged out of the void again, thicker and more frenzied than before, tightly binding his ghostly energy barrier and attempting to absorb his magical power. "Humph, a mere grain of rice dares to shine?" Ghostly Fiend Master didn't even glance at it, simply maintaining the barrier of ghostly energy. He knew very well that although the vines were annoying, they could not possibly break through his defenses. The other party is doing this for one purpose only: to wear them down. While fending off the harassment of the vines, he cast his cold gaze across every corner of the Milky Way. "Hidden away, little sword immortal?" His voice was full of malice. "It's all right, we have plenty of time. You think you can hide and I won't find you?" He suddenly looked at Elder Bone, who was trembling with fear beside him. "Elder Bone. Sect Master, your subordinate is here." Elder Bone's voice trembled. "Your cultivation of the white bone soul devouring technique makes you most sensitive to auras," Ghost Fiend Master said sinisterly. "Go, find that little sword immortal for me. If you can't find it, then go and test her sword again for me, and see just how sharp it really is." These words were like a death curse, instantly draining Elder Bone of all color from his face. He had no doubt that if he couldn't find him, the sect leader would throw him out as cannon fodder, just like he had abandoned Elder Mo. The will to survive overwhelmed all fear. "Yes, Sect Master." Your subordinate obeys. Elder Bone gritted his teeth and slammed his hands on his chest. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence, which splashed onto his forehead, where a strange, pale white vertical eye appeared. White Bone Spirit Detecting Eye, activate. With a sharp shout, his pale white vertical eye snapped open, and an invisible ripple spread outward from him throughout the entire formation. This is his most treasured secret technique, which he excels at using to search for the presence of living beings in complex environments. On the cliff, Xiao Bingyao immediately felt a chilling divine sense sweep over the spot where she was hiding. The ice soul sword body within her body activated spontaneously, releasing a chill that shut out the probe. Found it! Elder Gu's face lit up with ecstasy, and he suddenly reached out and pointed in the direction where Xiao Bingyao was. Sect leader! She's there! Very good! Ghost Fiend Master's eyes flashed with murderous intent. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He slammed the 9 nether banner, and 9 of the most powerful main souls flew out from it. Each of these 9 main souls was comparable to a mid-stage golden core cultivator. They transformed into 9 streaks of black energy, but instead of attacking Xiao Bingyao, they pounced on 9 different locations in the Star River formation. Burst! Ghostly Fiend Master roared in a ferocious voice. Boom! 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 9 earth-shattering explosions erupted simultaneously within the Great Formation. The self-destruction of the nine-headed main soul generated a terrifying energy shock, forcefully blasting ripples and flaws into the stable Star River array. Although these flaws were instantly repaired under the operation of the formation. But what Ghost Fiend Master wants is this momentary delay. He seized the opportunity, his figure transforming into a streak of light, and rushed towards the cliff where Xiao Bingyao was hiding. He wanted to strike first and eliminate the sword cultivator who posed the greatest threat to him. Not good. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. This old devil is cunning, ruthless, and has an extremely rich combat experience. He actually used the method of self-destructing his main soul to create an opportunity to attack. Bingyao, retreat. Lin Feng immediately transmitted his voice while simultaneously activating the Star River overturning heaven formation at full power. The stars shift and the constellations change. The space between the cliff and the ghostly immortal was instantly stretched out, turning a short distance into an insurmountable distance. However, Master Gue Sha had anticipated this. He grinned maliciously and spat out a small, antique black mirror from his mouth. Sky-breaking mirror. The small mirror swelled in the wind, and a beam of dark light shot out from its surface, freezing the stretched and distorted space for a moment. Although it was only for a brief moment, it was enough. Ghost Fiend Master's figure broke through the barrier of space and instantly appeared in front of Xiao Bingyao. A ghostly claw, shrouded in dense ghostly energy and with nails as black as ink, with the power to tear everything apart, went straight for Xiao Bingyao's heart. Die. Chapter 107 The Old Demon's Ferocious Power. The ghostly claw, wreathed in dark, ghostly energy and with nails as sharp as knives, rapidly magnified in Xiao Bingyao's pupils. The aura of death, like solid ice water, instantly engulfed her. There's no way to retreat. There's no way to avoid it. Just as the ghostly claw was about to pierce her heart, Xiao Bingyao slapped her storage bag at her waist with her left hand, and a yellow talisman instantly appeared between her fingers. Celestial Teleportation Talisman. Laugh. As spiritual energy flowed in, the talisman spontaneously combusted without fire, transforming into a soft silver light that enveloped her entire body. The ghostly claw barely grazed her chest, and the sharp wind tore a hideous gash in her white dress. With a flash of silver light, Xiao Bingyao's figure vanished into thin air just before the ghostly claw landed. Boom! Ghostly Fiend Master's determined strike slammed heavily onto the empty cliff face. The entire mountain wall trembled violently, sending rocks flying everywhere. A bottomless claw mark appeared on the rock, with wisps of black ghostly energy swirling around its edges, constantly corroding the mountain. A teleportation talisman? Ghostly Fiend Master missed his target and let out a furious roar. He suddenly turned around, his divine sense sweeping across the entire formation like a raging torrent, trying to find Xiao Bingyao's whereabouts. However, within the Star River overturning heaven array, starlight flowed in space became disordered. As soon as his divine sense reached out, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, shattered by countless distorted spaces and starlight. He lost sight of his goal. 100 feet away, in the shadow of a nebula, a flash of silver light appeared, and Xiao Bingyao's figure staggered out. As soon as she regained her footing, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her face turning as pale as paper. Although she dodged the fatal blow, the nascent soul cultivator's attack still managed to penetrate the spatial barrier and injure her internal organs. A chilling, ghostly aura, like a leech, was trying to penetrate her meridians through the wound on her chest. Xiao Bingyao groaned and immediately activated her ice soul sword body. An extremely cold aura erupted, forcibly expelling the ghostly energy from her body. A thin layer of frost quickly condensed on the wound. Sister Bingyao. Mu Wanner's tearful voice echoed in her mind. I'm fine. Xiao Bingyao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and the coldness in her eyes transformed into boiling killing intent. Don't act impulsively. Lin Feng's calm and steady voice rang in the minds of the two women at the same time, instantly calming their panic and anger. The plan has changed. This old devil is more cunning and ruthless than we thought. We can't kill him. The gap between the Golden Core stage and the nascent soul stage cannot be completely bridged by trickery. Lin Feng's tone was unusually calm, as if the thrilling scene just now had not shaken him in the slightest. Keep dragging him down. Bingyao, apply the concealment talisman to completely hide your presence, and stop using your sword. Use the Gengjin Divine Thunder talisman I gave you to harass them from a distance. Wanner, continue to activate the soul-devouring vine, not to harm the enemy, but to exhaust him. Raise the concentration of the drunken god incense to the maximum. Even if it doesn't kill him, it should at least wear him down. Lin Feng's clear instructions instantly gave the two women a sense of security. Within the Great Formation, Ghost Fiend Master, unable to find his target, was enraged. Beside him, the only remaining Elder Bone was terrified, his face pale and his body trembling like a leaf. Elder Mo's body was still frozen not far away, his ferocious expression seemingly accusing the sect leader of ruthlessness. Elder Bone had no doubt that he would be the next to die. Sect Master, we. He was about to say something when his foot suddenly tightened again. Countless thicker, even barbed, dark green vines burst forth from the void, layer upon layer, like a giant vine ball, tightly enveloping Ghost Fiend True Man. It's those damn things again. Ghostly Fiend roared, and the ghostly energy barrier around him shone with black light, shattering the vines one after another. This time, however, the moment the vines shattered, they burst open into clusters of green sap, splashing onto the ghostly barrier and making a sizzling, corrosive sound. The barrier of ghostly energy was thinning at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, the strange fragrance in the air became even stronger, almost solidifying into a tangible form. Even though he used the ghostly energy of the Nine Nether banner to isolate himself, he still felt dizzy and lightheaded, as if his soul was being pricked by countless invisible needles, and a wave of fatigue washed over him. Just as he was distracted by the vines and poisonous fragrance, a golden bolt of lightning tore through the galaxy, carrying a violent aura of destruction, and struck him hard in the back. Dung Metal Divine Thunder. Boom! Ghostly Immortal was struck and staggered, his protective ghostly aura trembling violently, almost collapsing on the spot. Ah! He let out a furious roar. Then came the second, the third. One after another, bolts of Dung Metal Divine Lightning struck down from all directions of the Milky Way, without any order of precedence. That damned swordsman actually changed his tactics. She no longer sought a fatal blow, but instead, like an annoying fly, relentlessly harassed the target with these powerful talismans. Ghostly Immortal was exhausted from running around, feeling like he was trapped in a vicious cycle. The vines were draining his magic power, the poisonous incense was paralyzing his soul, and the elusive lightning talismans were constantly attacking his defenses. With this ebb and flow, the magical power within his body is draining away at an alarming rate. If this continues, he, a dignified nascent soul cultivator, might really be worn down and killed here by 3 Golden Core Juniors. You're courting death. A mad and resolute glint flashed in Ghost Fiend Master's eyes. He suddenly turned his head, his ghostly eyes fixed on Elder Bone, who was already terrified, beside him. Elder Bone felt a shiver run through him as he was stared at, and an unprecedented fear gripped his heart. He knelt down with a thud, kowtowing and begging for mercy with tears streaming down his face. Sect Master, spare me. Sect Master, spare me. I am completely loyal to you. Please don't. Loyalty? Ghost Fiend Master let out a grating, sinister laugh. Very good. Since you are loyal, then offer up your cultivation, your essence, and your soul to me. Before he finished speaking, his withered, ghostly claw had already swiftly gripped Elder Bone's crown. No! Elder Bone let out a desperate scream. A terrifying suction force erupted from Ghost Fiend Master's palm. He unleashed the devouring secret technique of the Nine Nether Soul devouring scripture without reservation. Elder Bone's body withered away at a rate visible to the naked eye. The golden core, essence, blood, and even soul within his body were transformed into the purest energy, which was frantically absorbed into the body by Ghost Fiend True Man. His screams grew weaker and weaker until finally, he turned into a skin and bones, a dried-up corpse, which was casually discarded by the ghostly Demon Master. Belch. Ghost Fiend Master let out a satisfied burp. His aura, which had been somewhat weakened due to exhaustion, instantly returned to its peak after absorbing the entire cultivation of a late-stage Golden Core cultivator. Even more so, there are those who can surpass them. He felt the renewed power within him, and a sickly look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Third little bastards, now it's my turn. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze piercing through layers of illusions, and locked onto the eerie vine-bearing blood-red fruit in the center of the canyon. Blood God fruit. He licked his dry lips, his body swayed, and he rushed towards the center of the canyon without regard for anything else. Vines, poisonous incense, thunder talismans. All the attacks that landed on him were forcefully withstood by his terrifying ghostly energy barrier. He has only one goal. Get that fruit. As long as he takes it, he can break through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. At that time, what would a mere heaven-rank formation in 3 Golden Core Juniors be? He will drag them out one by one, extract their souls and refine their spirits, so that they may never be reincarnated. In the center of the canyon, Lin Foam, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. He watched the nascent soul demon who had devoured his companion, whose aura was surging, and who was charging towards him madly. Watch him reach out and grab the blood god fruit that they had painstakingly cultivated. Lin Feng's expression was extremely solemn. The most dangerous moment has arrived. Chapter 108 Nascent Soul Clash. Ghostly Demon Master's withered face was filled with a morbid fanaticism. His outstretched ghostly claw was less than 3 inches away from the blood god fruit that exuded endless allure. Just get it. Just swallow it. Mid-stage nascent soul. Within easy reach. At that time, a mere formation, a few junior golden core cultivators, and Shurgandang, who has been hiding in the city, will all become withered bones under his feet. In the center of the canyon, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, his fists clenched tightly. His entire magical power surged into the core of the formation like a floodgate being opened, attempting to use spatial power to slow down Ghost Fiend Master's movements. However, the speed at which a nascent soul cultivator unleashed his power in a desperate attempt was simply too fast. The spatial distortion of the formation only slowed down the speed of his ghost claw's advance for a moment. At the critical moment. Boom! A deep, muffled roar, like a mountain collapsing, came from the heavens without warning. The entire Star River overturning heaven formation trembled violently. A streak of earthy yellow light seemed to tear through the spatial barrier of the formation, descending with an unreasonable and domineering force. The stream of light condensed in mid-air into an enormous, incomparable rock fist, carrying a terrifying power that could suppress all directions and crush everything, and smashed straight toward Ghost Fiend Master's ghost claw. Who? Ghostly Immortal's pupils contracted sharply, and alarm bells rang in his mind. He felt terrifying pressure from his peers. Without a second thought, he abruptly turned the ghostly claw that was reaching for the blood god fruit and slammed it down hard against the rock fist that was falling from the sky. Boom! The ghost claw and the rock fist collided solidly. There was no magical brilliance, no dazzling special effects. Only the purest and most primal forces collide. A shockwave, visible to the naked eye, spread wildly outwards from the point of impact. Click! Click! The space within the Star River overturning heaven formation was actually shattered by this shockwave, creating spiderweb-like cracks. Countless illusory stars flickered and seemed on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Puff! On the distant cliff, Xiao Bingyao, who had just stabilized her injuries, was hit by the aftershock and spat out another mouthful of blood, her face deathly pale. Mu Wanner hurriedly helped her up, her eyes filled with shock. Is this what a clash between nascent soul cultivators looks like? The aftershocks alone are enough to overwhelm these golden core cultivators. At the eye of the storm, Ghost Fiend Master's figure, like a kite with a broken string, was blasted backward dozens of feet away by a punch. His prized ghostly claw was now twisting unnaturally, several of its black nails broken, and wisps of black ghostly energy were uncontrollably emanating from its fingertips. He actually lost in a contest of pure strength. Stone! Dare! Stand! Ghostly Fiend Master steadied himself, raised his head, and stared intently at the sky with his pair of eerie green ghost flames, uttering the name word by word. Before the words were finished, the enormous rock fist slowly dissipated. A burly, resolute-faced middle-aged man, like a majestic mountain, silently floated in mid-air. He was dressed in a simple gray linen robe, and there was no magical fluctuation around him, but just by standing there, he gave people a sense of solidity that could bear the weight of the sky if it fell. It is none other than Shurgandang, the Lord of Panchur City. Old Demon Ghost. Shurgandang looked down at him, his voice deep and resonant, hiding in these children's formation, bullying the younger generation. You've really regressed over the past few hundred years. His gaze swept across the canyon, and when he saw the two mummified corpses of late-stage golden core cultivators, a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. When he saw Xiao Bingyao, whose face was pale, in the corner, his brows furrowed even more. Humph! Shurgandang, you coward, you finally dare to leave the city? When Ghost Fiend Master saw him, his eyes showed no fear, but rather an excited and cruel light. I thought you were going to stay in your stone city and be a turtle for the rest of your life. Why would I need to kill you in my own city? Shurgandang said expressionlessly. Today, this is where you will be buried. A burial ground? He. Ghost Fiend Master let out a piercing laugh. You? Or these few immature brats? Shurgandang, you've been suppressed by me for over 100 years, have you lost your mind? You've suppressed me for over 100 years? Shurgandang shook his head as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Ghost Demon, you're wrong. It's not that you've suppressed me, but that I've kept you here. Raise? Ghost Fiend Master's laughter abruptly stopped. Not bad. Sure Gondang's voice turned icy cold. It's better to keep this mad dog of yours confined to the netherworld sex territory than to let it roam around and wreak havoc on the world. Today, the dog has been fattened up, it's time to slaughter it. The moment the words left his mouth, Sure Gondang moved. He neither made any hand gestures nor chanted any incantations. He simply raised his foot and stomped it down on the ghostly immortal below. Town. A single word, as clear as an imperial decree. Buzz. Ghost Fiend Master felt the sky above his head suddenly darken, and an indescribable, terrifying pressure appeared out of nowhere and acted on him. That wasn't magic, nor was it a mental attack. That's gravity. It was as if the power of the entire earth had been mobilized by this man and concentrated in his single kick. The speed that Ghost Fiend Master was so proud of became meaningless at this moment. His body felt as if it were being crushed by an invisible mountain, and his bones creaked under the weight. The illusory stars beneath his feet shattered inch by inch, revealing the true ground below, which had been concealed by an array. Boom! Ghost Fiend Master's knees buckled, and he was forced to kneel on the ground from mid-air by the power of this kick. The ground cracked, and dust billowed everywhere. Roar! Ghostly Demon Master let out a roar of extreme humiliation. He, a dignified nascent soul cultivator, was forced to kneel in public by a single kick. 9 netherworlds. Soul Devourer. His nascent soul spun wildly, unleashing bursts of pure demonic power. A colossal phantom of a demon god, formed from endless black energy and vengeful spirits, suddenly appeared behind him. The phantom of the demon god roared to the sky, its arms suddenly thrusting upwards, forcefully withstanding the terrifying pressure from the heavens. Sure Gondang. I'll kill you. With the support of the demon god's phantom, Ghost Fiend Master slowly stood up from the ground. He opened his mouth and spat out the broken 9 nether banner once again. As the banner unfurled, countless malevolent souls that he had refined over hundreds of years transformed into a raging black river, carrying a piercing shriek that tore apart the soul, and swept toward Sure Gondang. A pearl among grains of rice. Sure Gondang's eyes were calm and still. He stretched out his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and gently clenched them towards the river of souls. Seal up. Another word. The black river, composed of tens of thousands of souls, suddenly stopped when it reached 10 feet in front of Sure Gondang. It was as if an invisible giant hand was holding the entire river in its palm. Countless souls struggled and roared frantically, but could not advance even an inch further. Sure Gondang flipped his palm over and pressed down gently. Bang! The entire river of souls was crushed by his casual grasp and pressure. It transformed into pure soul power that filled the sky and dissipated within the formation. In the center of the canyon, Lin Feng, who had been silently watching the battle, couldn't stop his eyelids from twitching. That's incredible. Is this the true strength of the Lord of Rock City? Words become law, and the palm can sever the river of souls. Both being at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, Sure Gondang's combat power was simply a dimensional reduction attack on Gue Shazhenren. Mu Wanner and Xiao Bingyao, who were standing to the side, were also dumbfounded. The gloom in their hearts caused by the fierce power of the Ghost Fiend Master was instantly swept away. It seems that this old devil is doomed today. Lin Feng felt a little more at ease. But at this moment, the Ghost Fiend Master, whose soul river had been crushed, was not furious at all. Instead, a strange, sinister smile appeared on his lips. Sure Gondang, you're still as arrogant as ever. Do you really think that I've wasted these past few centuries? His hands suddenly clasped together in front of his chest, forming an incredibly strange hand seal. With my broken body, I offer myself as a sacrifice to the true demon. The demon is coming. With his frenzied roar, the huge demon god phantom behind him suddenly lit up 2 eerie blood-red lights in its eyes. An evil aura, more than 10 times stronger than before, suddenly erupted. At this moment, the phantom of the demon god seemed to come alive. Chapter 109 Raging Demonic Flames. The phantom of the demon god, formed from endless black energy and vengeful spirits, seemed to have been infused with a true soul. Its previously empty eyes suddenly lit up with 2 crimson, blood-red lights, and a terrifying aura far exceeding that of the early nascent soul stage swept through the entire formation like a storm. The space within the Star River overturning heaven formation emitted a buzzing sound, unable to bear the impact of this aura. Not good. In the center of the canyon, Lin Feng, who had been sitting calmly, changed his expression for the first time. This force has exceeded his expectations. This old demon actually used a secret method to sacrifice a portion of his own essence, forcibly attracting a trace of the true spirit of an extraterrestrial demon. This is no longer a simple spell, but a way to invite a god to possess you, a desperate method of digging your own grave. Sure Gondang. Die. The ghostly demon was disheveled, with black blood flowing from his 7 orifices, and he looked like a madman. The phantom of the demon god behind him made the exact same move as him, a huge demonic claw that could blot out starlight, wrapped with overwhelming evil energy, slammed down on Sure Gondang's head. This claw strike was completely different from the previous ones. Wherever the demonic claws passed, space twisted and collapsed. Even the starlight of the Star River overturning heaven array was tainted by that evil power with a layer of filthy blackish gray. Crooked in evil ways. Sure Gondang's eyes were solemn, but his face showed no fear. His burly body advanced instead of retreating, meeting the overwhelming demonic claw head-on without dodging or avoiding, and he also threw a punch. 10,000. Mountains. Suppress. Demons. This time, what was gathered on his fist was no longer just simple rock. Instead, they are the phantoms of countless mountains and rivers. With a single punch, it was as if 10,000 mountains were mobilized by him, transforming into an overwhelming and unstoppable force that fiercely met the demonic claw. Fist and claw collided with a deafening roar in mid-air. Boom! An indescribable roar exploded deep within everyone's soul. Lin Feng felt a sudden white light before his eyes, his brain went blank, and he instantly lost all awareness of the outside world. Xiao Bingyao and Mu Wan'er, who were far away, both coughed up blood and were sent flying backward by the aftershock of the collision. If Lin Feng hadn't been distracted in time to protect himself with the power of the formation, he probably would have had his soul shattered on the spot. At the center of the shockwave, the demonic phantom behind Ghost Fiend Master let out a painful roar. That enormous demonic claw was shattered into pieces by Sure Gondang's punch, and countless black wisps scattered in all directions. Puff! Ghost Fiend Master himself was struck as if by lightning, spitting out another mouthful of black blood, his aura instantly weakening considerably. However, Sure Gondang was not having an easy time either. His fist, which had unleashed the phantom of Wanyu, was now shrouded in wisps of stubborn black energy, which, like venomous snakes, were frantically burrowing into his flesh. An unnatural flush appeared on his face. Even he suffered considerable shock after taking that desperate attack head-on. Ha, cough cough, Sure Gondang, you're nothing special after all. Mad dog. Sure Gondang coldly uttered 2 words, and with a surge of magical power within his body, he forcibly expelled the demonic energy that had invaded his body. He gave Ghost Fiend Master no chance to breathe, and with a swift movement, he charged towards Ghost Fiend Master once again like a meteorite. In an instant, within the entire formation, fist shadows and demonic claws flew about, and the solidity of the mountains and the evil of the demon god engaged in the most primal and bloody collision. Boom! 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 Each collision caused the Star River overturning sky formation to shake violently. Lin Feng's face was pale, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. He had pushed the power of the formation to its limit, constantly using spatial distortion and starlight purification to weaken Ghost Fiend True Man, creating an advantage for Sure Gondang. But the heavenly demon True Spirit that the old devil summoned was far too strange. It seemed to have an extremely strong resistance to spatial power, and even the vast starlight could not completely purify that evil energy in a short time. Husband, what should we do? This formation is about to collapse. Mu Wan'er's anxious voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Hold on. Lin Feng's voice remained calm, but his speaking speed increased slightly. Hold on for another incense stick's time. His desperate secret technique can't last forever. If we can just outlast him, he's doomed. The battle has reached a stalemate. Sure Gondang fought steadily, each punch and kick containing immense power to suppress the earth, constantly eroding the illusory image of the demon god. Ghost Fiend Master was fighting desperately, even burning his own life force, just to exchange injuries with Sure Gondang. He knew very well that he couldn't afford to waste time. You little bastard, don't think you'll be safe just because you're hiding in the back. Unable to break through after a prolonged siege, Ghost Fiend Master's crimson gaze suddenly swept past Sure Gondang and venomously towards Xiao Bingyao and Mu Wan'er in the distance. He noticed that every time the aftershocks of the battle were about to reach the 2 women, this damned formation would allocate a portion of its power to protect them. The key to the formation. No. It's the master of this formation who cares about their lives. A vicious thought instantly formed in his mind. Sure Gondang, try this. Ghost Fiend Master let out a sharp roar, and the illusory demon god image behind him, which had become somewhat illusory, suddenly shrank and transformed into a black sphere of demonic energy the size of a human head. Above the sphere of light, the faces of countless vengeful spirits rose and fell, emanating a terrifying aura capable of annihilating even a golden core cultivator. He actually condensed all the remaining power of the demon god into this fatal blow. Go to hell! Ghostly Fiend Master shoved the ball of demonic energy fiercely toward Shur Gondang. Shur Gondang's expression changed. He sensed an unprecedented threat emanating from that ball of light. He dared not be negligent in the slightest. He clasped his hands together in front of his chest, and an incredibly solid, towering phantom of a mountain instantly appeared in front of him, firmly protecting him. This is his strongest defense. However, just as everyone's attention was drawn to this world-destroying ball of demonic energy, the Ghost Fiend Master's lips, from which black blood was already flowing, curled into a sinister smile that went unnoticed by anyone. He opened his mouth and silently spat out a tiny black needle as thin as a cow's hair. The needle showed no magical fluctuations whatsoever. It appeared to be just an ordinary iron needle. Instead of flying toward Shur Gondang, it moved with an eerie speed and silently pierced Xiao Bingyao's brow, who was doing her best to heal. Soul-devouring needle. The vicious demonic artifact, refined with a wisp of its own divine soul essence, ignores magical defenses and specifically targets the divine soul. Not good. Lin Feng, who always had his divine sense overseeing the entire situation, was the first to discover this vicious black needle. At that moment, his heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. No time to think. Buzz. Lin Feng mobilized more than 70% of the power of the Star River overturning heaven formation and instantly condensed a dazzling star shield composed of countless layers of space in front of Xiao Bingyao. He couldn't gamble. He dared not gamble on whether Xiao Bingyao could withstand this attack. Laugh. The seemingly ordinary black needle was shattered into nothingness the moment it touched the star shield by layers of spatial power. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. But in that very instant, alarm bells rang in his mind. We've been tricked. The demonic energy sphere that was supposed to collide with Shur Gondang suddenly split in two in mid-air. A small portion continued to crash into Shur Gondang, creating a deafening roar. The other large part, however, took a strange turn, bypassing Shur Gondang's defense, and shot towards the center of the canyon, where 70% of its power had been diverted and the defense had become extremely weak, with lightning speed. Its target, from beginning to end, was never Shur Gondang. Nor was it Xiao Bingyao. It was the blood god fruit. At the same time, Ghost Fiend Master's figure had already transformed into a blur, closely following behind that mass of demonic energy. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. A feint to the east while attacking in the west. A series of stratagems. This old devil, in the face of certain death, instantly set up a shocking deception that targeted everyone's psychological weaknesses. He used the demon god's light orb to draw away all of Shur Gondang's defenses. Using the vicious soul-devouring needle, he forced Lin Feng to mobilize the power of the formation to protect his Taoist partner. Thus, he created this fleeting, one-of-a-kind opportunity for himself. You dare! Shur Gondang's furious roar and Lin Feng's extremely cold voice rang out at the same time. Shur Gondang shattered that small portion of demonic energy with a single punch and turned to give chase. Lin Feng frantically activated the formation, turning countless starlight into chains in an attempt to entangle Ghost Fiend True Man. But it was too late. Ghostly Fiend Master unleashed his fastest speed ever at the cost of burning his nascent soul. He withstood the lashes of countless starlight chains, allowing his body to be ripped open with deep, bone-revealing wounds, and before Shur Gondang's fist could reach him, he grabbed the eerie, blood-red fruit. Ha 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 ha. It's mine. It's mine. Ghostly Fiend Master, holding the blood god fruit, looked up to the sky and let out a maniacal laugh that reached the extreme. He looked at the treasure in his hand, which was nourished by the blood essence of countless demon kings, and felt the vast and pure energy within it. His eyes were filled with greed and intoxication. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth, which was full of black blood, and was about to swallow the fruit that could change his fate. Chapter 110 Demonic Embryo. Ghostly Fiend Master held the eerie, blood-red fruit in his hand, his maniacal laughter echoing throughout the entire formation. In his eyes, there was only greed and the ecstatic joy of defying fate. Stop! Shur Gondang's roar was like a thunderclap. His burly body transformed into a streak of earthy yellow light. He threw a punch with the force of 10,000 mountains pressing down, determined to crush Ghost Fiend Master and the fruit together. However, this was the moment that Ghostly Fiend Master had been waiting for. He was waiting for that moment when everyone realized what was happening, but was powerless to stop it. Before Shur Gondang's fist arrived, he opened his hideous mouth, which was dripping with black blood, and without hesitation stuffed the entire blood god fruit inside. Gulp! Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Shurgandang's fist stopped less than half a foot away from Ghost Fiend Master's face. The violent force of the punches whipped Ghost Fiend Master's hair backward, but he didn't care at all. Xiao Bingyao and Mu Waner, who were in the distance, felt their hearts sink to the bottom. It's over. How terrifying would a nascent soul demon, who was already difficult to deal with, become after swallowing such a massive amount of essence and blood condensed into a rare object? Mid-stage nascent soul? Or even higher? The entire Star River overturning heaven formation fell into a deathly silence due to this brief pause. All eyes were fixed on Ghost Fiend Master. Ghostly Fiend Master closed his eyes, a look of extreme, morbid ecstasy on his face. He is feeling. Feel the immense energy spreading in your abdomen. Feel that terrifying power, enough to break through all bottlenecks, about to sweep through his limbs and bones. Ha ha, power, I feel it. He muttered to himself, his voice hoarse and excited. However, only a breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. The anticipated surge in cultivation and breakthrough in realm did not materialize. The immense energy within my abdomen did exist, but it lay dormant like a docile sheep, making no sound. The ecstasy on Ghost Fiend's face froze. He suddenly opened his eyes, and for the first time, a look of bewilderment and confusion appeared in those eyes that were burning with ghostly flames. What happened? Why is this happening? He immediately calmed his mind and looked inward at himself. Within his dantian, his nascent soul sat cross-legged, but the surroundings were empty, with not a single trace of new energy flowing in. What about the energy of that blood god fruit? He probed downwards with his divine sense, delving into his own internal organs. Then, he saw it. The blood god fruit he had swallowed was not digested in his stomach. It is sprouting. A thin, barbed, blood-red root had pierced the fruit peel and embedded itself in his stomach wall. What is this? Ghostly Immortal's mind went blank. In that instant, a dramatic change occurred. Ah! A shrill scream, unlike any human voice, suddenly burst from Ghost Fiend Master's throat. He clutched his stomach, curled up in agony, his body convulsing violently as if enduring the cruelest torture imaginable. My magic. He was horrified to discover that the magical power within his body was being frantically and uncontrollably drained away through that strange root that had pierced his flesh. That's not absorption, that's plunder. That's devouring. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Shurgandang frowned, hovering in mid-air, unable to figure out what tricks this old devil was up to now. Put. A soft sound. A blood-red vine suddenly sprouted directly from Ghost Fiend Master's belly, with dripping flesh and blood still hanging on it. Then came the second one, the third one. Put. 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 Countless blood-red vines, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, grew wildly from every corner of his body. His chest, his back, his limbs, even his eye sockets and nostrils. In the blink of an eye, Ghost Fiend Master transformed into a vine man wrapped in blood-red vines, with only his face, distorted by extreme pain and fear, still exposed. No. No. Ghostly Fiend Master finally realized what was happening, his eyes filled with endless regret and despair. This is not some rare and precious blood god fruit at all. Help me. He stretched out his withered hand, pierced by vines, and looked desperately at Shurgandang not far away. His voice was filled with pleading and fear. However, Shurgandang just looked at him coldly, without a trace of pity in his eyes. For such a monster whose hands are stained with the blood of innocent people, any fate is deserved. In the center of the canyon, Lin Feng, who had been sitting cross-legged, slowly stood up. His face showed no joy at the revenge he had received. Instead, it was extremely solemn. Husband? Mu Waner flew to his side, looking at the terrifying and bizarre scene in the distance, her voice trembling slightly. Things have gotten out of hand, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. His plan was to use the strange phenomenon of the blood god fruit to lure out Ghost Fiend Master, and then have Shurgandang and the others join forces to kill him. This seed was just bait from beginning to end. He had planned everything meticulously, but he hadn't anticipated that this old devil would display such cunning and decisiveness in a desperate situation, managing to snatch away the one thing he should never have touched from their inescapable trap. Now, this is troublesome. The screams of the ghostly immortal grew weaker and weaker. His body, under everyone's gaze, shriveled and withered at a visible rate. In just a few dozen breaths, A nascent soul demon who had dominated the southern border for hundreds of years was thus drained alive and turned into a skin and bones dried corpse. The expression of despair and regret on his face was frozen in time. Clatter. The mummified corpse fell to the ground and shattered into powder. With a gust of wind, the smoke and clouds vanished. A once powerful figure, he left not even a bone behind. Silence returned once more within the Star River, overturning heaven formation. Shurgandang slowly descended and walked to Lin Feng's side. Looking at the vine that had grown to be more than a person tall and was radiating an eerie blood-red light, he frowned. Young friend Lin, what exactly is this evil thing? He could sense that the aura emanating from this vine was even more terrifying and evil than when Ghost Fiend Master was at his peak. Lin Feng hadn't had a chance to answer yet. The blood-red vine that had drained the ghostly immortal's life force suddenly began to contract and writhe violently. Countless vines intertwined and eventually coalesced into a blood-red cocoon the size of a human head, its surface covered with strange demonic patterns, throbbing like a heart. Bang! 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 Each beat felt like a heavy hammer, striking everyone's hearts. A terrifying pressure, far exceeding that of the early nascent soul stage, slowly emanated from the fleshy cocoon. That oppressive aura was filled with chaos, savagery, greed, and a terrifying demonic intent that seemed to come from beyond the realm, making all living beings tremble. This is bad. Shurgandang's expression changed drastically. It's nurturing, something even more terrifying. Without thinking, he raised his hand and threw a punch. The terrifying fist force, powerful enough to suppress mountains, slammed fiercely into that blood-red cocoon. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. The force of the fist was completely swallowed up the moment it touched the fleshy cocoon, like a mud ox sinking into the sea, by the blood-red light flowing on the surface of the cocoon. What? Shurgandang was shocked. Even if his full-force punch couldn't destroy it, it would be enough to level a mountain. But now, they can't even break through the opponent's defense? It's useless. Lin Feng's voice brought Shurgandang back to his senses from shock. City Lord, this thing devoured a complete nascent soul cultivator. Now, it's beyond our ability to deal with. Lin Feng's eyes were more solemn than ever before. He underestimated the terrifying power of blood nerve seeds. They also overestimated their control over the situation. A meticulously planned hunt ultimately gave birth to a terrifying monster that no one could have predicted. What do we do now? Shurgandang asked anxiously. Are we just going to watch it be born? It hasn't stabilized yet. Lin Feng stared at the fleshy cocoon that was throbbing more and more violently. This is our only chance. Lin Feng suddenly looked at Mu Wanner and Xiao Bingyao beside him. Wanner, Bingyao, you two get out of there immediately, run as far as you can. I'm not leaving. Xiao Bingyao refused without even thinking. Husband, let's go together. Mu Wanner also grabbed his sleeve tightly. Listen to me. Lin Feng's tone carried an unquestionable sternness. This is not the time to play the hero. If this thing comes out, we will all die. Only when you are safe can I detonate this great formation without any scruples. Detonate the array. Shurgandang's pupils contracted. He stared at Lin Feng in horror.